Chapter 1. The Empress clings to me. It's so hot, unbearably hot. This thing feels so refreshing. Before Qin Fan could fully comprehend the situation, he felt his lips sealed by another's. Immediately, a figure with an alluring physique pressed against him. Embracing him tightly, he instinctively attempted to push the person away, but his strength was insufficient. What the hell? I was merely bathing in the river. How did I end up being abducted and forcibly kissed? I couldn't even discern if they were male or female, though judging by the voice, it sounds feminine. It could also be a cross-dresser. Thus, finding himself unable to dislodge the figure, he felt a shiver run through him. Summoning all his strength, he managed to secure the person's head and push their face away. Upon gazing at the enchanting visage before him, he was about to angrily retort, "Don't covet my body. I am a man unattainable by you." He was a time traveler, not an ordinary individual. He had yet to grasp the reality of his new surroundings when, having just washed away the grime, he was seized by an assailant. However, upon beholding the stunning face before him, he was left utterly speechless. With cascading lavender hair, her facial features appeared as if meticulously crafted by the hands of NWA herself. Her skin radiated a luminous beauty, and her bangs added an extra touch of adorability to her already exquisite appearance. Even the most celebrated actresses would pale in comparison to this young girl standing before him. Good heavens! This girl is extraordinarily beautiful. Such an ethereal beauty. Could she possibly be a cross-dresser? He recalled that in his previous world, some cross-dressers, when adorned with makeup, could rival the most stunning of women. At that moment, the girl pressed her delicate form against his chest. After he had pushed her face away, she furrowed her brows and emitted a soft, discontented murmur. "Hot, hot. Ice block, let me snuggle." Qin Fan felt the overwhelming softness against him, and in an instant, the goosebumps that had erupted transformed into a consuming fire, igniting his senses. She is indeed a woman. Damn, I hadn't anticipated encountering such a fortune upon my arrival. Yet, why does her face seem so familiar? It feels as though I've seen her somewhere before. Suddenly, a thunderous realization struck him, and he stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the breathtaking beauty before him. Wait, am I in an animated series? Oh my goodness. This is the formidable antagonist, Empress Su Longyue, from the fantasy animation Invincible Supreme that I had just binge-watched. And this is her youthful, untainted phase before her descent into darkness. How is it that I, right at the outset, find myself in the company of Su Longyue, who unmistakably seems afflicted by some indescribable curse? Should I push her away, or should I not? It is crucial to note that this Su Longyue is not just an empress, but a ruthless and cunning female tyrant. Though she is universally recognized as the most beautiful woman in all animations and possesses the largest fan base, merely uttering the name Su Longyue could send shivers down the spine of anyone acquainted with Invincible Supreme. She's the kind of figure that could frighten children into tears in the dead of night. The host has made contact with the medium. Congratulations on activating this system. This system is known as the nanny system. Qin Fan, upon hearing the voice in his mind, was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of exhilaration. A system, an indispensable tool for any traveler across realms. Haha, I possess one as well, how delightful. However, why is it nanny system? I'm still a lifelong bachelor. Where would a child come from? System, does this body of mine have a child? Host, you currently do not have a child, but does that not imply one shall be forthcoming soon? Upon hearing this, Qin Fan experienced an epiphany that if the conditions do not exist, then one must create them. At that very moment, Su Longyue, seemingly unwilling to relinquish the food that was just within her grasp, forcefully wrapped her arms around Qin Fan once more. She seized his arms, lifting them above his head and pressing him against the tree trunk, effectively sealing his lips with hers. A wall slam? For the sake of the system, I shall endure. He would never admit that he was tempted by the youthful form of Su Longyue. Tonight, the moonlight in the starry forest is enchanting, and so are the people within it. After an eternity of solitary existence, Qin Fan finally ascended to manhood, and yet he was utterly stunned. He had, astonishingly, claimed Su Longyue's first blood. Determined to take the initiative and no longer remain passive, he prepared to act. Just as he was about to make his move, a pair of delicate, fair hands forcibly pressed down on his shoulders, followed by Su Longyue's disgruntled murmur, "Don't move." Qin Fan felt helpless. With her on top, should this become public knowledge, his friends would surely laugh themselves to death. Where has my masculine vigor gone? Where is my manly prestige? What a vexing conundrum. A day and a night later, a piercing female scream resonated through the starry forest. Ah! This was soon followed by Qin Fan's even sharper cry. Ah! 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 You wicked witch. I haven't even been in a relationship yet. How could you do this to me? How could you ruin my innocence? Qin Fan exclaimed, clutching the garment barely shielding his lower waist, casting a look of despair and reproach towards a now frantic Su Longyue. He trembled all over, resembling a wronged little bride. That to indulge in the Empress was a fleeting pleasure, but to navigate the aftermath requires skill otherwise. One risks dire consequences. Fortunately, Qin Fan was a reclusive type, fond of television and animations. Thus he managed to portray his emotions quite adeptly. You. I. Su Longyue glared at Qin Fan with fury. This shameless man had taken everything from her, yet he had the audacity to accuse her of tarnishing his innocence. This was her first blood as well. She was enraged. Qin Fan pointed at the bruises adorning his arms and legs, his expression one of indignation. Look at how forceful you were with me last night. Here, and here, these marks are all you're doing. Just observe how fervently you laid claim to me. These areas won't heal in less than 3 to 5 days. If others were to see this, how could I ever hope to marry and start a family? Which girl would dare to wed me? You have tarnished my reputation. Your actions are utterly despicable. You are intolerably domineering. You are the one who has forced me into this predicament, a whole day and night. You have tormented me so. You are nothing short of a villainous enchantress. What do you propose we do now? Unless you adequately compensate me, I shall not relent. Do not presume that your superiority grants you the right to seize from me at will. Do not think that your beauty obliges me to endure the torment of a day and night, merely to be accused of having taken advantage of you. I must inform you that I suffer from facial blindness to me. You appear no different from any other woman. Before Su Longyue could utter a word, she found herself engulfed by the ceaseless tirade of the man before her, his mouth moving incessantly, causing her face to flush with embarrassment and anger. She covered her ears and crouched down, struggling to recall the events of the previous day. A month prior, she had ventured into the starry forest for training. 5 days ago, she had encountered a dual-headed serpent of ice and fire, engaging in a fierce battle that lasted 4 days and nights, ultimately slaying the beast. However, in the final moments, the serpent unleashed a lethal toxic mist. Though she used a treasure to shield herself from the poison, she still fell victim to its effects. This poison, as it turned out, possessed a lascivious quality. She recalled meditating by the lake, intending to spend 3 days and nights purifying the venom. But then it seemed she sensed someone emerging from the depths of the lake, discovering that he was a remarkably handsome man illuminated by the moonlight. After that, her memory faded. Frustration surged within her as she tugged at her hair, lamenting the loss of her precious first experience, which she could not even remember. What a tremendous loss! She then lifted her gaze to the man who continued to enumerate her transgressions. This man was strikingly handsome, the most attractive she had ever encountered, indeed her ideal type. And oh wonder she had lost her composure last night. She looked up at the sky, attributing all misfortune to the moon. Chapter 2. The Empress and her quintuplets. Qin Fan gazed at the Qin bag in his hand, a parting gift from Su Longyue before her departure. She had claimed it was compensation, inquired about his name, and cautioned him against revealing the events of the previous night before soaring away on her sword. Weighing the Qin bag thoughtfully, Qin Fan wiped the fine beads of sweat from his brow and sank onto the verdant patch of grass where he had shared an intimate encounter with Su Longyue. Exhaling deeply, my acting skills could truly earn me an Oscar. I managed to deceive the youthful Su Longyue. Otherwise, after my transgression of taking her blood, she would have undoubtedly sought to eliminate me, erasing all traces of my existence. Not only have I survived, but I have also gained quite a bit. Let us see what treasures lie within the Qin bag. However, having only recently traversed into this realm, Qin Fan, despite having watched the fantastical animated series, remained oblivious to the intricacies of channeling qi or utilizing spiritual awareness to inspect the Qin bag. Fortunately, he possessed a system. He promptly addressed the entity residing in his mind. System, am I a reincarnation or an incarnation? He noted that this body mirrored his original form perfectly. Even the small black mole on the back of his hand was identical in size and color. Host, you are an incarnation. Ah, splendid. That means I want to betray myself. Do I have any other identities in this world? Yes. Would the host like to receive the information now? Yes, please. The world to which Qin Fan had crossed was known as Lanyue continent, divided into 4 regions: Southern Domain, Central State, Northern Plain, and Western Region. He found himself in the Southern Domain, where he was recognized as the legitimate grandson of the second branch of the Qin family in Danfeng Town. This world was one of cultivation, with realms including Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and divine transformation. Details on the realms will be elaborated later. Currently, his cultivation level stood at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, akin to a minor character with no opportunities for appearance in the series' Invincible Sovereign. To his astonishment, he had begun his journey by sharing a bed with the series' antagonist, the Empress Su Longyue. What a thrill! After assimilating the information about this body, the system seamlessly integrated the cultivation level and other attributes into his being. An hour later, Qin Fan opened his eyes, their brilliance shining with newfound vigor. He could cultivate. Even though he was still at the rudimentary stage of Qi refinement, he had embarked on the path of immortality. What a delight! Immediately, he seized the Qin bag gifted by Su Longyue, using his spiritual awareness to open it. Inside, he discovered 50 mid-grade spirit stones and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. What a windfall! He was quite fond of this compensation, especially since his current body possessed only 5 low-grade spirit stones, leaving him in a state of financial embarrassment. In comparison, the sum Su Longyue bestowed upon him was indeed substantial. How delightful it is to share a bed with a wealthy woman. Wait, what is that? Qin Fan extracted a piece of ice blue fabric from the corner of the Qin bag. Upon touch, it felt exquisite, undoubtedly woven from silken threads of heavenly silkworm quality. Upon closer inspection, his eyes sparkled with delight. This is a bellyband. Is this Su Longyue's bellyband? Huh. Since it has been given to me, there is no way you can take it back. After securely stowing away the Empress's exclusive bellyband, Qin Fan immediately dashed in the opposite direction from where Su Longyue had departed. At that moment, Su Longyue, soaring away on her sword, suddenly came to a halt midair. The next instant, her expression turned peculiar. Someone had placed my intimate garments into that person's Qin bag. 10 minutes later, Su Longyue reappeared at the spot where Qin Fan had just left. She intended to retrieve her personal belongings from him, but just then, the communication token at her waist vibrated. She took it out to read the message, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. With a breathtaking countenance, she cast a glance in the direction Qin Fan had gone, then swiftly took off on her flying sword in another direction. Qin Fan, having traversed the stellar forest, finally settled in a small town 5,000 kilometers away. After checking into an inn, he gulped down several mouthfuls of water, letting out a sigh of relief as he relaxed. He had been on the run for 3 days and nights. Enjoying the pleasures of sleeping with the Empress was delightful, yet it made one vulnerable. Innkeeper, prepare a superior room for me. Tonight, he needed a good night's sleep. Although his current body was that of a cultivator, capable of fasting for 10 days or even half a month, the recently transported Qin Fan still had a fondness for grains and cereals. After indulging in a hearty meal, he wiped his mouth and retired to the top-tier room prepared by the innkeeper. As soon as he lay down, he fell into a deep slumber. However, in the middle of the night, he sensed something amiss and instantly woke up. This was the alertness of a cultivator. Upon awakening, he noticed the window was open, and silvery moonlight cascaded in, illuminating a graceful figure standing by the window, sword in hand, arms crossed, gazing at him. Su Longyue. Startled, Qin Fan leaped up, cold sweat trickling down his back. Had she come to silence him after realizing the truth? Despite having run for 3 days and nights, she had still tracked him down. Damn, this shameless, martial-centric world of cultivation. I need to use the restroom. With that thought, Qin Fan got out of bed and walked toward the door. But in the next moment, Su Longyue blocked the doorway with her sword. I am pregnant. The 4 words slipped gently from her crimson lips. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully becoming a father. Due to the host's remarkable fertility, 5 fertilized eggs have successfully implanted. Congratulations on welcoming quintuplets. The host has been granted an additional 1,000 cultivation points and 3 comprehension opportunities. The cultivation points are being transmitted now. Transmission successful. Instantly, Qin Fan felt a warm surge enveloping his body, a powerful energy coursing through him. System interface. Host. Qin Fan realm. Qi refining 5th layer spiritual root. For spiritual roots enlightenment count. 3 offspring. 0, 5 potential offspring pending. This nurturing system is quite remarkable. The baby hasn't even been born yet, and rewards are already being issued. However, quintuplets? Su Longyue is expecting quintuplets this time. My procreation ability is truly exceptional. I have managed to make the future Empress pregnant with my quintuplets. No wonder the nurturing system chose me. It possesses great insight. At that moment, Qin Fan gazed at Su Longyue and said, "Yes, I am aware. And you are indeed carrying quintuplets. Are you here to inform me that you intend to take responsibility?" "I have no objections." Su Longyue looked at Qin Fan with a peculiar expression and asked, "How do you know I am expecting quintuplets?" When she discovered her pregnancy, she was thoroughly shocked. Upon introspecting her own body, she found 5 tiny life forces within her womb, initially startling her into thinking she had been collectively possessed by some entities. It was only after perusing books in the library that she realized she was pregnant, and with 5 treasures at that. As a cultivator, conceiving is 100 times more challenging than for ordinary mortals, and cultivators typically pursue enlightenment and longevity, rarely indulging in familial emotions. Thus, many cultivators remain without partners until their demise. She had originally devoted herself entirely to the path, never anticipating that an unexpected encounter would lead her to develop a relationship with a man, resulting in her carrying quintuplets. As the saintess of the Lanyue sect, her intended spouse could only be the saint son of the sect, who is yet to be chosen, yet here she is, already pregnant. If the elders of the sect were to learn of this matter, an ordinary cultivator like Qin Fan would face dire consequences. Chapter 3 Living with the Empress. Qin Fan countered, "Is that so difficult?" Su Longyue replied with a pause. "She has just conceived. Even the most skilled physician cannot determine her condition at this moment. This Qin Fan, upon merely hearing of my pregnancy, astoundingly knows I am expecting quintuplets. Quite impressive." She lowered her arms and took a seat on a nearby chair. Noticing that she was not in a murderous rage, Qin Fan refrained from fleeing and chose to sit across from her. Su Longyue spoke, "My pregnancy must remain a secret from others. I have already informed the sect that I will be away for a year of training." "Understood," Qin Fan acknowledged. When Su Longyue glanced at Qin Fan, she was taken aback to see his cultivation level had advanced from the 3rd tier of Qi refinement to the 5th in just 3 days. With his average aptitude of 4 spirit roots, such a breakthrough in the Qi refinement realm typically takes years, yet he managed to achieve it in a mere 3 days. Quite remarkable. I need you to care for me during my pregnancy and the postpartum period. No one else can know about my condition, Su Longyue instructed. Initially, upon discovering she was pregnant with quintuplets, her first thought was to terminate the 5 lives within her. For someone at the golden core stage, it would have been a simple matter. She could have directed her spiritual energy to the womb to shatter those tiny beings without alerting anyone. However, when her spiritual energy reached the womb, those 5 nascent lives immediately conveyed a sense of joy, as if they were aware of their mother's presence. This made her hesitate. After careful consideration, she resolved to keep the little ones, fearing that if she were to harm them, it might become a lingering psychological burden, preventing her from transcending and ascending to true immortality. "Very well, I agree," Qin Fan responded readily. He understood Su Longyue's status. If word got out that she had conceived with an ordinary man, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar in the cultivation world. Moreover, there was a staggering 999 chance of being obliterated by his future father-in-law. For now, it was prudent to remain cautious. Though he lacked experience in caring for pregnant women and infants, he had a system at his disposal. Seeing Qin Fan's enthusiastic agreement, Su Longyue relaxed her shoulders and poured herself a cup of tea to sip. Ding! It has been detected that the host has gained a modicum of favor from the mother of the child. Thus, the host is rewarded with the super chef skill. Su Longyue then led Qin Fan to a marketplace at the junction of the southern region and central state, named Qin Fan. At Qin Fan, Qin Fan procured spiritual chickens, ducks, geese, fish, as well as spiritual rice, wheat, and other grains, alongside various necessities such as clothing, toothbrushes, and cooking utensils. All living creatures were placed into the spirit beast pouch provided by Su Longyue, while the grains and other items were stored in a Qin bag. After completing their shopping, Su Longyue regarded Qin Fan with a peculiar expression and remarked, "I have been fasting for many years. Acquiring some fine fasting pills would suffice. There is no need to purchase these ingredients." Qin Fan remarked, "You are now pregnant. How can you subsist solely on the blandness of fasting pills? Wait until I prepare a delectable feast for you." With the extraordinary culinary skills rewarded by the system, he could transform even the most ordinary ingredients into exquisite dishes. Not to mention, the ethereal grains and meats of the cultivation realm would undoubtedly surpass anything he had tasted in the modern world. He eagerly anticipated showcasing his culinary prowess. Moreover, with Su Longyue carrying quintuplets, she needed to nourish not just herself but 6 lives altogether, compelling him to ensure she dined splendidly throughout her pregnancy. Su Longyue did not respond further, but cast an odd glance at Qin Fan. This man, was he not afraid for his life? How dare he claim to be her husband? Just days ago, he had been terrified, and now he seemed to take liberties with her. Yet, he was indeed the father of her 5 little ones, which made him her husband in a sense. Su Longyue chose a vacant plot on a mountain near Qingzhufang and then retrieved a house from her Qin bag. This dwelling was a traditional courtyard with 2 inner yards. Subsequently, she established a complex array of illusions, along with a killing formation and defensive enchantments, surrounding the house. This region was remote, and the cultivators residing here were of relatively low cultivation levels. During her visit to Qingzhufang that day, she had scanned the area with her divine sense, discovering that the most formidable cultivator was only at the late stage of foundation establishment. While she was already at the mid-stage of golden core, she could easily dominate this territory, ensuring her safety. The array she set up would appear to outsiders as a misty expanse. Anyone who ventured into the periphery would find themselves ensnared, returning to the starting point. Upon returning after arranging the formations, she was greeted by an enticing aroma. Following the scent, she found Qin Fan standing before a large iron wok, stir-frying vegetables over a roaring flame. As Qin Fan continuously tossed the ingredients in the wok, he looked up and smiled at Su Longyue, saying, "The dish will be ready soon. You should rest in the house for a bit. Dinner will be served shortly." Su Longyue did not head to the main room, but approached the wok, peering inside at the meat, and inquired, "What are you cooking?" "Stir-fried beef. Do you enjoy spicy food?" He hesitated to add chili, uncertain of her preferences. In the original narrative, the author did not delve into Su Longyue's daily habits, nor did it depict her dining scenes. Instead, it portrayed her in grandiose settings, seated on a supreme throne during the 10,000 Races tournament, or wielding the immortal slaying sword in fierce battles against prominent sect masters. Though Su Longyue did not frequently appear, she was undeniably one of the most captivating and attention-grabbing female characters in the story, often outshining even the protagonists. Many male fans would flood the comments with declarations, "Bibi Dong, tonight I shall remain with Su Longyue. Inform Medusa, this night I shall claim Su Longyue. Let the formidable emperor next door know, tonight I shall engage in profound discussions of the Tao with Su Longyue." Among them was the reclusive Qin Fan. The popularity of Su Longyue is indeed remarkable, with a vast number of admirers. Su Longyue paused momentarily before responding, "Just a little, please." Having abstained from earthly food for many years, she had long forgotten the taste of mundane meals. Qin Fan chuckled and said, "All right. It seems you have a penchant for spiciness, which coincidentally I also relish. There's no need to prepare 2 separate dishes. One will suffice." He then proceeded to wash the freshly acquired chili peppers, expertly chopping them with fluid motions before tossing them into the iron pan for a vigorous stir-fry. His movements were both natural and swift, prompting Su Longyue to narrow her eyes in admiration. This man, while cooking, possessed a certain charm. The fragrant stir-fried beef ignited her taste buds, instilling a compelling desire to savor a bite. A subtle anticipation for the meal began to blossom within her. When it came time to dine, Qin Fan presented 3 dishes and a soup, a black chicken stew with red dates and shiitake mushrooms, stir-fried beef, and sauteed seasonal vegetables. There was also a dish concealed beneath a lid, leaving Su Longyue curious. "What is that dish?" she inquired. Qin Fan grinned mischievously as he lifted the lid, revealing a beautifully crafted cake adorned with cream and shaped like a heart, an exquisite touch of ceremony. What is this? Su Longyue marveled, having never encountered such a delicacy. It's cake. Today marks our special day of cohabitation, and we shall celebrate with a cake. Qin Fan replied with a smile. In the modern world, crafting a cake would necessitate the use of a mixer for whipping egg whites and cream. However, in the realm of cultivation, he could whisk the egg whites to perfection purely by hand, achieving remarkable speed. With a hand speed of an astounding 999 strokes per second, it was a feat well within his grasp. Chapter 4. The Empress's Pregnancy. Is it truly like this? Su Longyue gazed at the cake and then at Qin Fan. Should I take a bite first? Qin Fan chuckled, bringing the cake to Su Longyue's lips. After a moment's hesitation, she took a bite. The cake was soft and velvety, with a delightful sweetness and a hint of creaminess, not at all cloying. It was her first experience with such a delicacy. How is it? Qin Fan inquired. Su Longyue nodded slightly, replying, it's quite good. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan laughed, taking a few bites himself and exclaiming, truly delicious. The culinary skills rewarded by the system are indeed remarkable. The texture far surpasses that of pastries from five-star hotels. As Su Longyue watched Qin Fan use the very spoon she had just used to scoop more cake, her cheeks flushed slightly, leaving her unsure of how to react. Qin Fan, oblivious to her discomfort, set down the spoon and said, let's try some vegetables first. With that, he turned his attention to the dishes on the table. Here, give this a try. Qin Fan picked up his chopsticks, placing a piece of beef into Su Longyue's bowl. Su Longyue examined the dish, hesitating for a moment before finally picking up her chopsticks. She took a bite and was taken aback by the exquisite flavor. This is unbelievably delicious. How could Qin Fan cook so well? Initially, she had found it astonishing that Qin Fan knew how to cook. But now he was producing dishes of such extraordinary taste. It was nothing short of miraculous. Yet she did not let her surprise show. As Su Longyue savored a few more bites, her expression gradually brightened, a subtle joy gleaming in her eyes, while her body began to relax. Having fasted for many years, she had long since lost her desire for food. This was the first time in a long while that she had tasted something so delightful. Observing her expression, Qin Fan understood and continued to serve her more food. Eat more. I can serve myself. Su Longyue's tone was somewhat awkward as she softly replied. Yet she opened her mouth to consume the beef. She ate neither quickly nor slowly, and after about 10 minutes, both had finished their meal. When Qin Fan finally set down his chopsticks, she followed suit. Watching her eat with such grace and composure, exuding an air of noble elegance, Qin Fan couldn't help but stare in awe. Truly, as the Empress, she was a rare beauty, radiating a noble aura with every gesture. Are you full? Qin Fan asked, drawing his gaze back to Su Longyue with concern. Su Longyue replied softly, but suddenly, her brows furrowed slightly, and she calmly said to Qin Fan, I'm heading back to my room, before vanishing into thin air. Although Qin Fan had witnessed Su Longyue disappear in this manner several times, each instance filled him with admiration. As someone who was merely at the qi refining stage, he was wholly incapable of such speed. If only he possessed such swiftness. Wouldn't that make it possible to intrude upon anyone's private quarters? Especially the Empress's? It would be best to avoid such thoughts if he wished to live a few more years. Qin Fan shook his head and rose to tidy up the dishes. Yet upon reflection, what crime was it? After all, I am the man who has shared a bed with the Empress, her sole companion. Meanwhile, Su Longyue, upon returning to her chamber, promptly sat cross-legged on her bed. Gradually, beads of perspiration began to form on her forehead. After a short while, she opened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of conflict within her beautiful gaze. How could this be? My body is rejecting the little ones within me. Just after finishing her meal, she felt a surge of warmth in her abdomen and instinctively turned inward, realizing her body was expelling 5 tiny beings, no larger than a fingernail, from her womb. As a mid-stage golden core cultivator, her body had long shed its mortal impurities. Yet now, with the presence of 5 living entities in her womb, her body instinctively perceived them as parasites to be eliminated, akin to ridding itself of filth. She had to suppress her cultivation to the first level of qi refinement to prevent her body from further rejecting the 5 small beings. At the thought of this, her elegantly curled eyelashes drooped slightly. It is notoriously difficult for cultivators to conceive, particularly those of higher realms, and the prospect of carrying 5 at once was daunting. The only way to prevent her body from expelling the little ones was to maintain her cultivation at the first level of qi refinement for the entirety of the 10-month gestation period. The weight of this realization intensified the struggle in her beautiful eyes. Initially, she had decided to keep these 5 beings to avoid creating a heart demon upon ascending to true immortality. However, the notion of suppressing her cultivation for 10 months was a heavy burden for one who had always sought the pinnacle of her realm and the pursuit of longevity through martial arts. To keep or not to keep. Stepping to the window, she caught sight of Qin Fan washing dishes in the courtyard. He was merely an ordinary cultivator, and the children he would father might not even possess spiritual roots, akin to mortals. 10 months would be but a fleeting moment for someone destined for a lifespan of 1,000 or even 10,000 years. So be it. Let this be a respite amidst the 15 years of relentless cultivation. Since I am pregnant, it signifies a bond of motherhood. Moreover, this connection, this ordinary life, might temper my heart, fortifying my resolve when facing the tribulations of the heart demon. With this newfound perspective, Su Longyue conceived a different plan. Having made her decision, she approached Qin Fan in the courtyard and candidly informed him that she had lowered her cultivation to the first level of qi refinement, urging him to exercise caution during his outings. However, she refrained from disclosing the true reason behind her cultivation's decline, the desire to retain the 5 little ones. Upon hearing her words, Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. He then utilized his spiritual power to assess her, and indeed, he discovered that Su Longyue's cultivation had truly reverted to the first level of qi refinement. For reasons unbeknownst to him, at this very moment, Qin Fan felt an inexplicable sense of relief, even a tinge of fortune. He was relieved that Su Longyue's cultivation had regressed to the first level of qi refining, rendering her less formidable than himself. He even entertained the thought that he might be able to act with impunity towards Su Longyue in the future. However, after a brief contemplation of these absurd notions, he swiftly dismissed them. The capabilities of cultivators are manifold, even reduced to the first level of qi refining. Su Longyue remained beyond his current reach. Nonetheless, he found himself intrigued by the sudden decline of Su Longyue's cultivation. Unable to fathom the reason behind it, he decided to set aside his musings and nodded in affirmation to Su Longyue, saying, "All right, I will." Su Longyue acknowledged him with a nod before returning to her quarters. As Qin Fan observed Su Longyue's departing figure, a realization struck him. Now that her cultivation had diminished to the first level of qi refining, her daily life would differ significantly from that of a powerful golden core cultivator. She would require a proper shower for bathing and a suitable restroom for her bodily needs post-meals. Thus, a fitting bathroom was essential. Coincidentally, as he was merely at the 5th level of qi refining himself, he too had similar requirements. He needed to construct a bathroom. It was evident that Su Longyue's binary courtyard lacked such amenities. Furthermore, with her pregnancy, the practicality of using a squat toilet would soon become an issue. A proper toilet would be imperative. With these considerations in mind, Qin Fan swiftly devised a plan in his mind. Chapter 5. Junior Alchemist. After careful consideration, he ventured into the nearby bamboo grove known as Qingzhu Fang, abundant with verdant bamboo. Once he had harvested the bamboo, he selected a nearby spot for his future bathing area and commenced the groundwork, laying down the necessary pipes. With these tasks completed, he began to erect the framework of a bamboo hut, reinforcing the walls and the wooden beams overhead. Once everything was in place, Qin Fan inspected his work and nodded in satisfaction. Upon completing the small dwelling, Qin Fan repurposed the excess bamboo. During his earlier excursion to collect bamboo, he had discovered a nearby spring and planned to channel its water into his new abode, thereby securing a water source for cooking and washing in the future. Having finished all preparations, Qin Fan entered the room to check on Su Longyue. As she stirred from her slumber, she opened her eyes, sat up, and inquired, "What is the matter?" "I'm heading to the night market to purchase some tools, and will return promptly," Qin Fan replied. "Oh, I have set up a formation around our house within a kilometer. Take this jade token. It will grant you free passage in and out of the formation," Su Longyue said, presenting a jade token to Qin Fan. This token not only allowed unrestricted movement within the formation, but also provided a protective charm. Qin Fan discreetly meandered through the Qingzhu Fang night market, yet found nothing resembling a toilet. Only wooden tubs and chamber pots were available. After all, Only common folk and chi-refining practitioners would require such items. Thus the selection was sparse. Having perused the market without success, he was about to return when he suddenly noticed a stall selling books. Approaching the vendor, he inquired, "Do you have any texts on alchemy?" "Yes, indeed. Here is a copy of Fundamentals of Alchemy," the vendor eagerly responded, handing him the book while enthusiastically pointing out its merits. Do not be misled by its introductory title. It encompasses a wealth of knowledge. The vendor's gaze was filled with anticipation, seemingly hopeful that Qin Fan would purchase the book. After flipping through the pages, Qin Fan confirmed it was indeed a primer on alchemy, detailing fundamental concepts such as cultivating true fire and crafting simple magical artifacts, along with basic introductions to various alchemical materials. However, as he was not an alchemist, acquiring the book would serve little purpose. Suddenly, he recalled the insights previously awarded to him by the system. Promptly, he inquired within his mind, "System, can the insights you granted be utilized to comprehend this book?" "System, this is merely a foundational alchemical text. Thus, it can certainly be fully comprehended." With the system's affirmation, Qin Fan decided against wasting further time and asked the vendor the price of the Fundamentals of Alchemy. The vendor wiped his hands and stated, "This book normally costs 12 low-grade spirit stones, but seeing our fateful connection, I shall let it go for 10 low-grade spirit stones." The vendor internally mused that without being an alchemist or possessing any innate talent for alchemy, purchasing this book would be futile for anyone else. As this is a remote frontier, it is steeped in poverty, and thus, the alchemists who require abundant resources are unlikely to venture here. Only a handful of adventurous cultivators occasionally pass through. Consequently, the tome he had placed for sale had languished unsold for decades, its price having been reduced from 1 medium-grade spirit stone to 12 inferior-grade spirit stones. Now, observing a prospective buyer finally ready to purchase the book, he promptly lowered the price by an additional 2 inferior-grade spirit stones. Although Qin Fan had traversed through time, he had assimilated the memories of Qin Fan and was aware of the value of an introductory book on alchemy, which typically costs 1 medium-grade spirit stone. He was astounded to find it could be acquired for merely 10 inferior-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, he procured the book. Upon returning home, he informed Su Longyue and retreated to his chamber. He then instructed the system to elucidate the concept of epiphany. Host. An epiphany allows you to instantly enter a state of profound understanding, enhancing your comprehension and insight. Regardless of the secrets you wish to grasp, you can swiftly attain clarity. An epiphany lasts for half an hour, during which your perceptive abilities are unparalleled. Qin Fan could not help but feel exhilarated. The effects of this epiphany were remarkable. He promptly instructed the system, "Activate an epiphany." With a chime, the epiphany commenced. Qin Fan dedicated himself to studying the fundamentals of alchemy, immersing himself in its depths. What had previously appeared obscure and convoluted now unfolded before him with clarity. Half an hour later, Qin Fan emerged from his epiphany. At this juncture, he had thoroughly absorbed the fundamentals of alchemy and mastered all the methodologies within. More importantly, during this brief span, he had cultivated the true fire that only alchemists possess. Since alchemy necessitates the use of fire, alchemists generate true fire within themselves to facilitate their craft. And they may also utilize external sources such as earth fire for their endeavors. As Qin Fan beheld the crimson flames emanating from his palm, a faint smile graced his lips. The advantages of having a system were indeed exhilarating. Were it not for the system, even the most gifted alchemists could not conjure true fire within half an hour. The fastest among them would require at least 5 or 6 years. And that is for those with exceptional talent. System interface. Host. Qin Fan realm. Qi refining. 5th layer spiritual root. For spiritual roots comprehension attempts. 2 offspring. 0, 5 potential offspring pending. Alchemy proficiency. Novice alchemist. 1-500. 000. Upon witnessing the newly added alchemy proficiency on the system interface, Qin Fan was elated. He had merely expended 10 inferior grade spirit stones to acquire the fundamentals of alchemy. And after a single epiphany, he had not only cultivated his innate true fire, but had also attained the status of a novice alchemist. What a delight! However, the figure following novice alchemist indicated a staggering 500,000, suggesting that to ascend to the rank of intermediate alchemist, one would require that much experience. It seemed that was indeed the case. Having mastered the art of crafting, Qin Fan embarked on the creation of a toilet. He promptly made another visit to the Qingzhou workshop, acquiring all the necessary materials and a selection of metals for his endeavor before returning home. Upon his arrival, he eagerly laid out the materials and commenced the crafting process. After a little over an hour, he successfully completed the toilet. Gazing at his creation, a smile graced Qin Fan's face, surprised at his own ability to produce such an object. He chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief. The toilet he fashioned bore an astonishing resemblance to modern counterparts, crafted from fine materials that felt exceptionally smooth to the touch, with an exceptionally glossy glaze. Qin Fan placed the finished toilet in the bathroom, and after installation, he employed a cleansing technique to ensure it was spotless. Observing the pristine toilet brought him immense joy. He had never anticipated that he would be capable of creating such a thing during his time in the modern world. After crafting the toilet, he glanced at his system panel and noted that the section for his crafting proficiency had changed to Junior Craftsman, 100 and 1/500,000. The implication was clear. For every item he crafted, his experience points would increase by 100. This indicated that the more tools he created, the more his experience would grow. Chapter 6, Isn't it sweltering? It will soon cool down. With this thought, Qin Fan ventured outside to gather some soil, intending to craft additional tiles. This endeavor would not only enhance his experience points, but also allow him to embellish the bamboo cottage with various other items. At this juncture, Qin Fan had mastered the temperature control for crafting, ensuring that the tile-making process remained below 1,000 degrees without compromising quality. His dexterous fingers had honed his ceramic skills to an extraordinary level of expertise. In the span of 2 days, Qin Fan produced a ceramic basin for washing vegetables and a bathroom basin. Furthermore, he constructed a bathroom cabinet and a ceramic showerhead, successfully resolving the water supply dilemma as well. Contemplating that Su Longyue was now pregnant with quintuplets, he realized that although her belly was still small enough for her to stand and shower, it would soon grow cumbersome. A bathtub would offer her the comfort of reclining while bathing, and he could assist her in the process. Thus, he crafted a bathtub as well. With all these creations, the entire house transformed into a modern-day bathing sanctuary. The materials, sourced from the realm of cultivation and meticulously crafted by Qin Fan's true fire, resulted in a handmade masterpiece far surpassing the aesthetics of contemporary bathrooms. The space was remarkably spacious, accommodating 3 individuals comfortably. As he admired his handiwork, a satisfied smile graced Qin Fan's face. His crafting experience points increased to 892, marking a small but significant step towards becoming an intermediate craftsman. Noticing Qin Fan's busyness over the past 2 days, Su Longyue approached him and gazed curiously at the toilet within the bamboo cottage, inquiring, "What is the purpose of placing a well inside the house? Aren't wells typically found outdoors? And why are there so many peculiar items I've never seen before?" "That's not a well. It's a toilet, which I crafted," Qin Fan explained with a smile. Su Longyue's expression remained neutral, yet she was inwardly astonished. He could forge items? He was a craftsman? This revelation had taken her by surprise. However, she wondered what purpose there was in crafting toilets and other oddities. Nevertheless, they were quite aesthetically pleasing. Qin Fan continued to elaborate on the bathroom's configuration. "This toilet is for sitting while relieving oneself. This is a showerhead. You simply turn on the switch below for your daily bathing, and you can even adjust the water temperature. This is a bathroom cabinet for your toiletries, and this larger piece is the bathtub for soaking. You are currently at the first level of Qi training, and while you may not feel much difference these days, you will soon find these items quite useful." Upon hearing Qin Fan's words, Su Longyue felt a wave of surprise. All this time, he had been busy crafting these items specifically for her. An inexplicable warmth coursed through her heart. The creations of Qin Fan were not only visually striking, but also refreshingly modern. Although she is the holy maiden of the moon-gathering sect and the daughter of the sect leader, she has never held a strong desire for such external accolades. What she truly seeks is a place for cultivation, abundant in spiritual energy. She has ventured into the mortal realm and visited royal courts. Yet she has never encountered lavatories as grand and aesthetically pleasing as those of this man. Indeed, he possesses a certain depth. She also realized that her current cultivation level is merely at the Qi refinement stage, and she would, in due course, require such amenities. Thus, she inquired of Qin Fan regarding the usage of each item. Qin Fan was more than willing to offer his explanations. As noon approached, Qin Fan discovered that even cultivators could feel the heat. He raised his hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. The heat was intense. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he was sensitive to heat, was Su Longyue also feeling the same discomfort? It was the peak of summer, after all. Clearly, he needed to procure an air conditioner to ensure her comfort. Now that he had the ability to craft tools, he would not deprive either her or himself of enjoyment. The following day, he returned to the marketplace at Qin, where he had set up a stall. In his previous life, he was a reclusive individual with a keen interest in scientific knowledge, particularly in understanding how air conditioners were made. He possessed theoretical knowledge and had conducted research on the subject. He knew that an air conditioner primarily required an evaporator with an expansion valve, as well as a condenser with a compressor. As long as he could gather the necessary materials such as copper, iron, and steel, he would be able to forge an air conditioner. Upon arriving at Qin Fan approached a stall that specialized in selling metal materials. Since this was a gathering place for cultivators, the demand for such mundane materials was low. Consequently, he managed to purchase a substantial quantity of supplies for just one low-grade spirit stone. After acquiring the materials, he returned home, selected a vacant area, and began crafting the components for the air conditioner. Given the multitude of parts required, Qin Fan decided to create 5 units, to be placed in Su Longyue's chamber. His own room, the living room, the kitchen, and the bathroom. It took him a full 3 days to complete all 5 air conditioning units. To his delight, he discovered that his crafting skill had increased to 21,000 points. It appeared that creating more intricate items yielded greater experience. At this rate, within a few months, he would advance to the rank of intermediate craftsman. At that point, the artifacts he crafted would be even more effective and powerful. Most importantly, this would serve as a symbol of his identity. Now that Su Longyue was expecting their child, his system had also bound itself to her, and he had begun to regard her as his wife. However, in this world where martial prowess was revered, he understood that to marry Su Longyue, his own status must rise accordingly. He recalled that in the original narrative, Su Longyue had remained single throughout. The author had mentioned that a son of the demon Sect had once pursued her, only to be left crippled by her hand, thereafter deterring anyone else from seeking her affection. In the original tale, Su Longyue made her entrance as a formidable empress, reigning supreme over all. After successfully refining the air conditioning unit, Qin Fan first installed it in his own room, kitchen, bathroom, and living room, before proceeding to knock on Su Longyue's chamber door. Upon opening the door, Su Longyue revealed her exquisite visage, lightly adorned with a sheen of sweat, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and in her hand, she wielded a folding fan to alleviate the heat. With a smile, he remarked, "It is quite warm, I assent it. Soon, it shall be comfortable." Su Longyue had not anticipated that by suppressing her cultivation to the first level of qi training, many subtle details would begin to manifest. The shower, toilet, and wash basin in the bathroom that Qin Fan had constructed were all at her disposal, proving to be remarkably convenient and hygienic. The pressing issue she faced was her newfound sensitivity to heat. Last night, the sweltering conditions had rendered her restless, tossing and turning until she finally opened the window and moved her bed beside it, allowing her to find solace in sleep. Chapter 7. Supreme Sword Techniques. The Great Transformation Sword Art. Upon hearing Qin Fan's words, she was momentarily puzzled. Is it going to stop being hot soon? Could the temperature drop today? She refrained from speaking further and watched as Qin Fan summoned a square object using his spiritual energy. "What is this?" she inquired. With a smile, Qin Fan elucidated, "You may refer to it as an air conditioner. It can convert the heat in the room into cool air, thus achieving a cooling effect, allowing you to be free from the fear of heat." Upon hearing this, Su Longyue gazed at Qin Fan in astonishment. She had not anticipated such a technique existed. Initially, she thought he could only forge mundane ceramic pots, yet here he was, crafting something extraordinary. Is this truly real? Su Longyue had never encountered such an invention, perhaps due to her being a cultivator since birth, having reached the mid-stage of qi refinement by the age of 3, and hence had never felt the scourge of summer heat. Indeed, Qin Fan replied with a grin. "You will understand once you experience it. I have installed them in other rooms as well." Afterward, Qin Fan entered the room and noticed Su Longyue had moved her bed next to the window, clearly suffering from the heat the previous night. He used his spiritual energy to reposition the bed to its original place and then carefully fixed the air conditioner onto a wall. The placement was deliberate. ensuring that the airflow would not directly hit the bed, thus preventing Su Longyue from catching a chill during the night's cooling. Subsequently, Qin Fan led Su Longyue to observe the other 4 air conditioners he had set up, asking her to guide him to the location of the electricity gathering array within the residence. To activate the air conditioners, electricity was essential. However, the electricity in the cultivation world differed from the modern kind. Here, one simply needed to inscribe a gathering array that would transform air into electrical energy for usage. After an hour of diligent work, Qin Fan successfully connected all 5 air conditioners to power. The moment the air conditioners were turned on, Su Longyue felt a refreshing breeze emanating from the vents. The temperature around the vents dropped instantaneously, leaving her in awe, especially after 10 minutes. The temperature in her entire room had descended to a comfortable level, not too hot, nor too cold. Her gaze towards Qin Fan was filled with astonishment. This man truly possessed remarkable talents. She had never witnessed a weapon forger create such practical inventions for daily life. Clearly, he had taken the initiative to learn for the sake of her comfort. Regrettably, he bore the burden of a pseudo-spiritual root, the 4 spiritual roots, which meant that despite his diligence in cultivation, he would likely never achieve the golden core stage, remaining stagnant at the foundation establishment level. Furthermore, her connection with him was limited to the time of her pregnancy. Her parents and the elders would never permit her to be with him. There was even the possibility that her family might resort to sending assassins after Qin Fan, eliminating him to prevent any potential disgrace that could tarnish her reputation as the saintess of the Huayue sect. Upon reflecting on this, her heart stirred slightly as she inquired of Qin Fan, "Qin Fan, I do not possess the secrets of weapon forging. However, I do have a sword technique that you may cultivate. Would you like to comprehend it? This is not a secret of my sect, for such knowledge must not be disseminated. I discovered this sword technique in a hidden realm." She hoped that during their year together, Qin Fan could enhance his self-defense capabilities. Ignoring the fact that a pregnancy only requires 10 months, and even with the postpartum period, it merely amounts to 11 months. Her thoughts focused solely on spending a year with Qin Fan. Absolutely. Qin Fan responded immediately. The sword technique bestowed upon him by the future Empress was certainly not an ordinary one. It was imperative that he practice it. Recently, when he purchased the foundations of weapon forging, he had perused other texts sold by the vendor, which were predominantly mundane, thus he refrained from acquiring them. The significance of inheritance was paramount. The esoteric arts of the major sects were strictly confidential. Should an outsider cultivate a sect's secret technique, they would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from that sect. Thus, Su Longyue's gift of a sword technique discovered within a hidden realm was perfectly suited to his current needs. She presented the sword technique to Qin Fan, advising him to seek her assistance should he encounter any confusion. This sword technique was extraordinarily powerful. As a mid-stage golden core cultivator, she had reached the 5th level of mastery. Alright, Qin Fan took the sword technique back to his chamber. The cover bore no inscriptions, exuding an aura of antiquity. Upon unveiling it, he was astounded to find 5 prominent characters inscribed within. The Great Yin Sword Technique. What? This is the Great Yin Sword Technique, he exclaimed. Was this not one of the most formidable moves of the Empress Su Longyue, the Great Yin Sword? Extermination of immortals? In the original narrative, Su Longyue had annihilated 2 titans of the immortal sect solely with this technique. Its might was truly terrifying. Watching the animated series, the execution of this move nearly caused the television screen to falter due to its stunning effects. A personal sword could transform into myriad blades, even summoning swords from 100 miles around, creating a magnificent river of swords, unleashing a dazzling and fearsome strike. He could hardly believe that this skill had been unearthed by Su Longyue in a hidden realm. Indeed, treasures lie within such places. Even more astonishing was the fact that Su Longyue had entrusted him with this vital sword technique for his enlightenment. Clearly, his charm was irresistible, even to an empress. Without further ado, Qin Fan decided to employ the system to initiate a moment of enlightenment and began to grasp the Great Yin Sword Technique. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes, and within his dark pupils flickered a sharp, grayish-white sword light that shattered a tree outside his window into splinters. Terrifying. Qin Fan was left speechless. Merely emerging from his meditative state, a single glance wielded such formidable power. Truly, the Great Yin Sword Technique lived up to its reputation. What delighted him even more was that the entire Yin sword technique was divided into 10 levels. Under the influence of his epiphany, he comprehended all 10 levels thoroughly. However, as he was currently only at the 5th level of Qi training, he could only cultivate the 1st level of this sword technique. As his cultivation progressed, he would effortlessly master the entire sword technique. Su Longyue arrived at the spot where the tree had been shattered, turning to gaze towards Qin Fan's room. Their eyes meeting through the window, Qin Fan stepped outside and said, "I apologize for startling you. I just grasped the 1st level of the sword technique. I couldn't control myself, and as soon as I opened my eyes, I inadvertently destroyed this tree." Upon hearing this, Su Longyue was astonished. "You comprehended the 1st level? It has barely been a short incense stick's time. To put it into perspective, when I was at the mid-stage of Golden Core, it took me 5 days to fully understand the 1st level. How could Qin Fan, with his mixed spiritual roots and only at the 5th level of Qi training, have achieved such comprehension in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick? It was truly astonishing." Chapter 8. New Ways to Make Money Without Uttering a Word. Qin Fan drew a sword and began to practice. Su Longyue watched in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. He had truly mastered the 1st layer of the Dian sword technique. Yet, soon her gaze turned to one of regret. It was a pity that Qin Fan possessed a 4-spirit root constitution. Had he been blessed with a single spirit root, his innate understanding would undoubtedly allow him to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, surpassing even her. Alas, the nature of spirit roots is predetermined by fate, immutable from birth. Such a pity for Qin Fan's extraordinary talent. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Qin Fan's days were spent cooking for Su Longyue, caring for her, practicing, and refining tools, while maintaining a weekly routine of grocery shopping. For his tool refinement, he eschewed purchasing materials, instead utilizing the readily available earth as his medium, crafting numerous bluestone bricks, dishes, and the like, thus accruing experience in refining without any cost. During these 2 months, each visit to the market revealed familiar faces had vanished, replaced by newcomers. Fellow practitioners in the market spoke of some who had ventured into dangerous pursuits, only to never return, implying a grim fate. Additionally, there were reports of bandits in the vicinity, notorious for their thievery. Fortunately, Qin Fan remained inconspicuous. Even on his grocery runs, he exercised utmost caution. As a mid-stage Qi practitioner living alone outside the market, he presented a mystery to those bandits, who speculated whether he might possess hidden strengths. However, as the weeks progressed, 2 or 3 bandits grew impatient, tailing him. Yet, once they reached the outskirts of the maze surrounding his home, they could no longer pursue him. After that instance, no bandits dared to follow him again, perhaps realizing the high level of the maze suggested he had formidable allies protecting him. After all, such a maze was not something an ordinary practitioner could conjure. Nevertheless, caution remained paramount. He devoted himself diligently to his training, aside from cooking and caring for Su Longyue. All his time was spent honing his skills, mastering the martial techniques he had once known with remarkable proficiency. He had brought the 1st layer of the Dian sword technique to a stage of consummate skill. His experience in tool refinement had surged to 350,000, with only 150,000 more needed to ascend to the rank of intermediate craftsman. Yet, a minor concern began to weigh on him. Qin Fan glanced at the meager 20 inferior spirit stones scattered within his Qinquan bag, his brow furrowing slightly. The expenditure truly flowed like water. With Su Longyue's pregnancy, carrying quintuplets, each trip to the market required him to purchase the finest spirit rice, the best spirit meat, and various spirit fruits. The demands of Su Longyue grew increasingly alarming as the days passed, likely due to the escalating nutritional needs of the 5 little ones. Thus, in a mere 2 months, his stock of 50 medium spirit stones and over 1,000 inferior spirit stones had dwindled to just 20 inferior spirit stones. This situation could not continue. His weekly shopping now consumed 100 inferior spirit stones, and the future promised even greater expenses. One must devise a means to earn more spirit stones, for idly consuming what one has is not an option. Moreover, these 20 inferior spirit stones will scarcely suffice for the next procurement. With this thought in mind, Qin Fan resolved to visit the market that evening to explore what magical artifacts might be profitable. Upon his return, he could forge these artifacts to accumulate spirit stones. This approach would not only enhance his wealth, but also elevate his crafting skills. Although Su Longyue likely possessed a substantial amount of spirit stones, as a man, one cannot perpetually rely on the generosity of others. Indeed, while the comforts of such reliance are tempting, they are not sustainable. In the afternoon, just as Qin Fan stepped outside to make his way to the market, he was called back by Su Longyue. "Are you going out to procure items?" she inquired, preparing to offer him a portion of her spirit stones. She estimated that Qin Fan's reserves were nearly depleted. However, before she could present the stones, Qin Fan shook his head with a smile, saying, "I want to be procuring today. I have recently learned the art of crafting and wish to utilize this skill to earn some money by assessing the market for artifacts." Upon hearing his words, Su Longyue reconsidered and instead produced a small fortune bag, handing it to Qin Fan. "Take this fortune bag and be cautious on your journey. Ensure your safety." Though she had suppressed her cultivation for the sake of their child, she still retained the ability to wield her mid-stage golden elixir power 3 times in times of peril. Having resided here for 2 months, Qin Fan had expended a considerable amount of spirit stones, likely attracting the attention of some unscrupulous cultivators. She wished to avert any misfortune befalling him. Qin Fan accepted the delicate fortune bag from Su Longyue, nodding in agreement. "Take care while at home." Su Longyue inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. He glanced at her abdomen before turning and stepping out the door. Within the protective array of their home, Qin Fan opened the fortune bag that Su Longyue had just given him and discovered 3 shimmering talismans inside, each of superior quality. With his cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he could fully unleash the power of these talismans. However, he could only utilize 2 consecutively before his spiritual energy would be depleted. Among the 3 talismans were a lightning talisman for offense, a protective talisman for defense, and an illusion talisman for creating phantasms. Armed with these talismans, he could escape even from formidable foundational cultivators. It was evident that Su Longyue had invested considerable thought into this gift, suggesting that her heart was gradually being won over. Qin Fan carefully returned the talismans to the fortune bag, stowed it within his Qinquan pouch, and concealed the pouch in the most secretive location on his person, namely within his undergarments. He then quickened his pace toward the market. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Qin Fan arrived at the most bustling thoroughfare of the market, reminiscent of a modern plaza bustling with many cultivators setting up stalls. Qingzhou Market catered primarily to foundational cultivators and mortals, with powerful foundational masters overseeing the area. Given its unique geographical position at the intersection of the southern region and central continent, trade here thrived exceptionally. The marketplace is a gathering place for practitioners of the Qi refinement realm and ordinary mortals, while those with foundational prowess and affluent Qi refinement cultivators tend to frequent more upscale establishments for their purchases, where the items are not only significantly more expensive but also of superior quality. Upon noticing his friend, Chun, tidying up his stall, Qin Fan felt a pang of curiosity and approached him, inquiring, "Chun, my friend, where are you off to in such haste?" "It is you, Qin. I trust the book I recommended to you last time has proven useful?" Chen Jing responded with a smile. "Quite satisfactory," Qin Fan replied, then shifted the conversation. "Are you closing up your stall so early?" Although he had ascended to the rank of a novice artifact refiner thanks to the foundational techniques he gleaned from that very book, he understood the perils lurking within the treacherous world of cultivation. Thus, he deemed it prudent to maintain a low profile until he amassed greater strength. "Indeed, I am tidying up to leave this place for a while," Chen Jing explained. Having sold Qin Fan a tome that had languished unsold for decades, and recognizing that Qin was a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner, he was inclined to engage in further conversation. "Leaving? I thought your business was thriving," Qin Fan remarked, intent on gleaning more information, for Chun's words hinted at deeper implications. As he spoke, he discreetly produced a low-grade spirit stone and pressed it into Chun Jing's hand. Noticing Qin Fan's subtlety, Chun Jing glanced around before erecting a soundproof barrier between them. Lowering his voice, he confided, "I've just received word from the city lord's estate. A powerful cave has been discovered within a mountain range 1,000 kilometers from here. Soon, a multitude of cultivators will flock to this vicinity. This presents a remarkable opportunity. I must hasten to the larger city to procure more goods for sale. One must seize the moment, for in business, one may experience years of prosperity followed by decades of stagnation." Chapter 9. The abode of great powers, is this true? Qin Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Jing, with a hint of superiority, nodded and said, "This news is yet to be released by the city lord's mansion. In a few days, you shall hear about it." Qin Fan clasped his hands in gratitude, responding, "Thank you for informing me, my friend. If this information proves to be accurate, an opportunity to amass spirit stones is at hand." It seems that he must refrain from indulging in cultivation for the time being and devote all his hours to refining tools. He aimed to rapidly enhance his refining skills, striving to reach the intermediate level of first-tier refining before the influx of cultivators seeking treasures from the cave. Selling a batch of mid-grade magical tools to these treasure hunters would yield substantial profits. After all, each expedition to the cave significantly escalates the demand for magical tools, as the act of killing and looting depletes the spiritual energy within them and may even shatter the tools. Noticing that Chen Jing still had a collection of books yet to be packed, he inquired, "Chun, are these books for sale?" Upon examining the volumes, Qin Fan discerned that they primarily pertained to agricultural practices, detailing the cultivation of spiritual rice, the growing of spirit vegetables, and the rearing of low-level spiritual beasts. Given his current deficit of spirit stones, and with Su Longyue's formations enveloping a 1,000-meter radius, he contemplated cultivating some crops and raising a few spiritual livestock. This way, he could achieve self-sufficiency in rice, vegetables, and even meat from spiritual beasts. After all, produce grown and livestock raised by oneself is undoubtedly healthier and more organic. Furthermore, he spotted several geographical records and leisurely reading materials. With Su Longyue suppressing her cultivation, she would likely find herself rather bored. Thus, acquiring some books for her would serve to alleviate her tedium. Chen Jing glanced at the stack of books, feeling rather disinclined to tidy them up, and stated, "For these 20 books, I'll offer a flat price of 1 low-grade spirit stone." His spatial pouch was limited, and he wished to minimize the burden of unsold books. Upon his return, he could procure a greater variety of goods. Qin Fan recognized that this price was indeed a fortunate find and promptly purchased the collection. After securing the books, he remarked, "I shall not delay you any further, my friend. I will take my leave now." Chen Jing did not insist on his stay, replying simply, "Very well." After Qin Fan departed, he wandered to nearby stalls selling magical tools. He approached a bustling vendor, waiting for a cluster of patrons to disperse before inquiring, "Sir, how do you price these magical tools?" The vendor, a middle-aged man in his 40s, appeared honest and unpretentious. Without raising the price, he responded directly, "Esteemed friend, every magical tool here is of the finest quality. My prices vary. Please let me know what you seek." Upon finishing, he unveiled a collection of magical tools, including long swords, flying daggers, bows, and arrows, everything one could desire. Qin Fan observed that most were low-grade tools, easily crafted by novice refiners. Indeed, the clientele frequenting this marketplace predominantly comprises practitioners of the Qi refinement stage and ordinary folk who find themselves somewhat financially constrained. Selling intermediate magical artifacts here not only poses a challenge in terms of sales, but also runs the risk of attracting the attention of unscrupulous cultivators. Qin Fan inquired about the prices of these artifacts. The vendor, noticing that Qin Fan was a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner and thus part of his target demographic, greeted him with enthusiasm and began to elaborate. "Observe this spear, priced at a mere 10 low-grade spirit stones. This flying dagger, possessing a slightly greater potency, is available for 20 low-grade spirit stones, and this dagger." After a thorough presentation, the vendor revealed that the most expensive item, a near-intermediate artifact, was priced at 100 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Fan stroked his chin, indicating his intention to compare prices further. He proceeded to several other stalls selling magical artifacts, gaining insight into the current market value of lower-grade items. Despite their affordability, a higher volume of sales could lead to increased profits, sufficiently supporting the daily expenses of both him and Su Longyue for the time being. He approached a stall selling spirit rice, from which vantage point he could observe the nearby artifact vendors. He intended to discern which types of artifacts were selling more briskly. Previously, he had not contemplated the profitability of selling magical artifacts. Thus, his visits to the marketplace had been hurried, focused solely on procuring daily necessities before promptly departing, avoiding excessive presence in the bazaar. "Friend, would you care to purchase some spirit rice? This is fresh bamboo tube spirit rice, just received, and it possesses a flavor superior to ordinary spirit rice, the vendor cheerfully proclaimed. She recognized Qin Fan from his previous purchases of spirit rice elsewhere, where he had consistently bought in excess of £100, piquing her interest. Seeing him at her stall now, she eagerly began her pitch, presenting a bamboo tube and opening it for him to examine. As Qin Fan peered inside, he noted that the rice was not white but a vibrant emerald green. Even at a glance, the delightful aroma of bamboo leaves mingled with rice wafted towards him. Engaging in leisurely conversation with the vendor about the bamboo tube rice, he discreetly observed the artifact stall. To prolong his stay, he feigned disbelief in the rice's quality, prompting the vendor, eager to secure him as a significant customer, to propose cooking a pot of rice on the spot for him to taste. My friend, once you sample this jade spirit rice, I assure you, you shall never again regard the ordinary spirit rice you previously bought with the same esteem. The jade spirit rice was the refined name for the bamboo tube rice. With that, the vendor retrieved pots and utensils from beneath the table and began to prepare the meal. While waiting for the jade spirit rice to cook, Qin Fan noticed a weary cultivator approach the artifact stall. Vendor, could you take a look at my longsword? Can it be repaired? The vendor promptly accepted the sword for inspection, smiling as he assessed its condition. Not a problem. It appears you've recently encountered a formidable demon, given the extent of the wear. Indeed, the man sighed in response. The vendor continued, the damage is quite significant. Repairs will require at least a day. Are you able to wait? I can, replied the cultivator, who then found a spot nearby to sit and meditate. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Fan etched it into his mind. Not only can a refining master earn a living by selling magical artifacts, but they can also profit from the enhancement of these items. Once the Feiyu spirit rice was prepared, the proprietor warmly invited Qin Fan to sample it. After taking a bite, Qin Fan was somewhat astonished. The Feiyu spirit rice was indeed delectable. It not only blended the refreshing fragrance of bamboo leaves, but also possessed a unique aroma. Its texture was neither too hard nor too soft, but rather perfectly balanced. This was merely the result of the proprietor's casual steaming. If he were to prepare a tube of preserved meat treasure rice, the thought alone made Qin Fan's mouth water. After inquiring about the price, Qin Fan found that although the cost of the Feiyu spirit rice was slightly higher than the spirit rice he had previously purchased, it remained within his means. He temporarily acquired a quantity equivalent to a low-grade spirit stone, totaling 16 pounds. After handing over the spirit stone, he smiled and asked the proprietor, Taoist Fong, "Who should I contact if I wish to set up a stall here?" In the modern world, one must seek out an administrator to pay a stall fee in order to set up a market stand. Surely, such regulations exist in this realm of cultivation as well. Since the areas designated for stalls are consistently secure, it is evident that higher-level cultivators maintain order. Taoist Qin, you've come to the right person with this inquiry. I happen to be preparing to close my stall as well, so I shall take you to meet the managing steward, Taoist Fong responded with a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 10. Renting a stall. Fong Daoyu led Qin Fan to a large willow tree nearby, where they encountered a manager who was smoking. Fong Daoyu introduced Qin Fan to him. During their walk, Qin Fan inquired about the stall rental prices and the manager's temperament. He learned that this manager was a 9th-level Qi practitioner dispatched from the external enforcement team of the Yingzong, responsible for overseeing the King's Hufang area. Aside from being somewhat greedy, his character was otherwise amiable. The cost for a stall here was 1 low-grade spirit stone per month, with a minimum rental period of 1 month. Qin Fan paid the manager 1 low-grade spirit stone, stating his intention to rent the stall for a month. He then produced a dust-clearing talisman, which he had originally possessed, and handed it to Manager Fan. Upon receiving the talisman, Manager Fan scrutinized Qin Fan for a moment, then stood up and said coldly, "Come, choose a location." With a smile, Qin Fan followed him. Although he was currently at the mid-stage of Qi cultivation, he still felt a considerable gap between himself and a 9th-level practitioner. Some cultivators with lesser talents might never break through to the 9th level in their lifetime. Thus, before 9th-level practitioners, mid-stage cultivators often felt a sense of inferiority. The street for stalls was called Shuimin Street, where streetlights were placed every 10 meters. The prime spots for setting up stalls had already been taken. Qin Fan had initially considered a location for selling books, but Manager Fan informed him that it had already been rented out. Consequently, Qin Fan had to explore other options. Eventually, he discovered a spacious area. However, it was situated quite far from the street entrance, making it less likely for casual shoppers to wander this deep. Nonetheless, this stall space was 5 times larger than others. While most areas offered around 10 square meters, his stall encompassed 50 square meters, providing ample room. He pondered an important consideration. Crafting tools required time. Previously, he had produced everyday items like toilets and bathtubs, which did not take long. However, manufacturing magical tools would take several days. Without a steady clientele and lacking fame in Qin Fan, he could not expect to sell newly crafted items immediately. Therefore, he planned to sell not only magical tools, but also the bowls, bricks, toilets, bathtubs, and other daily necessities he had created to gain experience in crafting. He had become quite proficient at making these items, able to produce a large batch in a single day. These everyday products would be perfectly suited for the low-level cultivators and mortals frequenting the area. As for the issue of foot traffic, he had his own strategies. Manager Fan. I choose this location, Qin Fan declared. After introducing Qin Fan to Manager Fan, Feng Daoyu took his leave, noticing Qin Fan's choice. Manager Fan recalled the talisman Qin Fan had graciously given him and remarked that not many people frequented this area. No worries, this space is ample. Qin Fan replied with a smile. Very well, Manager Fan conceded, seeing Qin Fan's determination. He instructed Qin Fan to return the next day, assuring him that the necessary restrictions would be set up, and should any trouble arise, he could call upon him. After bidding farewell to Manager Fan, Qin Fan prepared to return home. At that moment, Daoist Feng had finished tidying up his items, and, upon seeing Qin Fan pass by, called out to him. Today, he had sold a considerable amount of jade spirit rice, yielding a handsome profit. With a smile, he said to Qin Fan, Daoist Qin, would you care to join me for a little leisure? Leisure? Qin Fan replied, his face a mask of confusion. It simply means going out for some fun. The time is still early, and there is nothing pressing at home. Daoist Feng leaned closer and whispered, you know of the Miaoying Pavilion, right? The Miaoying Pavilion. It is indeed a paradise for men. Qin Fan recalled the original work, Invincible Supreme, where the mere appearance of the women from the Miaoying Pavilion would cause an uproar among the audience, with the amount of tissues used that day skyrocketing. I have matters to attend to later. You should go and enjoy yourself, Qin Fan declined. Are you truly not going? The women there are otherworldly. Daoist Feng persisted, aware that bringing newcomers would earn him a share of the profits. Qin Fan shook his head with a smile. I can't go. I have a wife and children waiting for me at home. He was a man with a family and had no desire to indulge in frivolity outside. If you don't mention it, how will your wife ever know? And even if she did, what of it? Is Daoist Qin truly afraid of her? Daoist Feng whispered. Qin Fan remained resolute in his refusal and earnestly advised, Daoist Feng, though the Miaoying Pavilion is a realm of exquisite pleasure, the women there have cultivated alluring arts that draw in vitality. You must tread carefully. With that, he patted Daoist Feng on the shoulder and departed briskly. Alas, the Miaoying Pavilion. Qin Fan couldn't help but reminisce about the enchanting women he had seen in the animated series Invincible Supreme. They were all stunning beauties of unparalleled grace, each one more alluring than the last. The thought of being surrounded by these captivating women, indulging in wine, stirred a flicker of desire within him. Regrettably, his purse was lacking. As a cool summer breeze swept by, Qin Fan slapped his forehead. What on earth am I thinking? I am already blessed with the enchanting Empress Su Longyue. Why entertain thoughts of other women? Not a single one of the countless female cultivators in the Miaoying Pavilion could compare to Empress Su Longyue. It must be said that after experiencing the beauty of Su Longyue, Qin Fan's standards had elevated significantly. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he hastened towards the stall selling refining materials. Half an hour later, upon reaching the 5th stall, he finally procured all the necessary materials. Daoist Qin, here you go. A total of 16 spirit stones. The proprietor beamed as he handed over the refining materials. Qin Fan accepted them and offered the 16 spirit stones in return. Feeling the last low-grade spirit stone in his pocket, Qin Fan sighed inwardly. These refining materials are exorbitantly priced. I have barely purchased enough materials for 5 artifacts, and I am left with only 1 spirit stone. Clearly, the task of earning money was urgent, and he could no longer afford to waste time. Upon encountering Qin Fan, the proprietor, with a smile, advised, Friend Qin, I surmise you are returning to forge weapons. It is a well-known fact that few succeed in their first attempt at weapon crafting. From my observations, most endure multiple failures before achieving success. Some lacking in aptitude may require dozens of attempts. I fear that the materials you possess may prove insufficient. Though professions such as weaponsmiths, talisman masters, alchemists, and formation experts may seem ancillary, they are, in truth, voracious consumers of wealth, as their crafts demand an abundance of spirit stones. A significant contributing factor to this is the rate of failure. I shall return and experiment. Should I find myself lacking, I will reassess, Qin Fan replied. His reluctance to procure additional materials stemmed not from a lack of desire, but rather from his current financial constraints. Fortunately, despite being merely a novice weaponsmith, he harbored no fear of failure, as he could achieve success on his first attempt. This proficiency was a direct result of utilizing his insight skill while studying the fundamentals of weapon forging, allowing him to fully grasp the intricacies of basic weapon crafting. Were it not for this, others in his position, purchasing materials for only 5 magical implements, might find themselves facing ruin. Chapter 11. Comprehending inscriptions upon hearing Qin Fan's words. The shopkeeper realized that Qin Fan was a destitute cultivator and chose not to elaborate further, turning instead to examine his shelves. Qin Fan, aware of the silent disdain directed at him, felt no anger. In modern society, there are always those who judge others by their circumstances, let alone in this ruthless realm of cultivation. Anger would only invite misfortune upon himself. Thus, Qin Fan swiftly adjusted his mindset and departed. Upon returning home, Qin Fan retrieved the books he had just purchased, intending to select a few to present to Su Longyue. What is this book? He discovered a particularly thick volume among them, and, upon opening it, realized it was a foundational guide to inscribing runes. It seemed that the expenditure on low-grade spirit stones was indeed worthwhile. Once he comprehended the method of inscribing runes, he could engrave them onto magical artifacts, thereby enhancing their power and unlocking additional functionalities. In due time, the artifacts he crafted could fetch a higher price. With this thought, Qin Fan promptly activated a moment of enlightenment within the system, immersing himself in the study of the book. Half an hour passed, and he emerged from his reverie. At that moment, Qin Fan had thoroughly absorbed the contents of Foundations of Runes, mastering the fundamental techniques for inscribing runes onto magical artifacts. He had even learned the patterns for 5 basic runes: the Ice-Shattering Rune, the Whirlwind Rune, the Flame Rune, the Lightning Rune, and the Water Wave Rune. By inscribing these runes onto an artifact, he could significantly augment its lethality. However, it is a feat beyond the capabilities of most artificers to inscribe runes on artifacts, for a single misstep could ruin the object. Moreover, the skill of rune inscribing requires innate understanding. Much like the art of crafting, without aptitude, diligence alone is futile. Learning to inscribe runes, even for those with exceptional talent, is not an instantaneous process. It typically demands 4 to 5 years of immersive study, often at the cost of numerous ruined artifacts before any substantial progress is made. Yet, Qin Fan had mastered rune inscribing in merely half an hour. Truly, the system's reward for enlightenment was remarkable. Having set aside Foundations of Runes, Qin Fan picked up the books he had selected for Su Longyue and approached her chamber, gently knocking on the door. In a short while, Su Longyue opened the door, a cool breeze flowing from within. She wore a gossamer garment that accentuated her graceful figure, pleasing Qin Fan's eye. Living alongside such an empress was indeed a delight. With a smile, Qin Fan presented the books, saying, "I worried you might grow bored at home, so I brought you some books to pass the time." Su Longyue's gaze fell upon the volumes, and she stepped aside, allowing Qin Fan to enter and place the books on the desk by the window. After he left, Su Longyue approached the desk and casually picked up a book titled Ancestral Secrets. The title was intriguing, prompting her to select it from the array of options. In recent days, she has been unable to meditate and cultivate her energy, as doing so would only amplify the spiritual essence within her, overwhelming her control over her cultivation. Initially, she could occupy herself by reflecting on the events of the past couple of years. She felt an unsettling sense regarding her encounter with the mid-stage Nascent Soul Icefire two-headed python in the Starry Forest, for she had always been cautious, never daring to provoke anything beyond early-stage Nascent Soul beasts. Had it not been for the protective talisman bestowed upon her by her father, she might have met her demise that day. However, after more than a month of contemplation, she had not discerned any anomalies. Thus, she decided to postpone further thoughts on the matter until after giving birth, when she would consult her father in depth upon returning to the sect. During her time at home with Qin Fan, she felt adequately engaged. However, once he stepped out, a sense of emptiness enveloped her, leaving her with little to do and a hint of boredom. Coincidentally, Qin Fan had delivered a pile of books, which she resolved to peruse to pass the time. As her jade-like fingers delicately turned the pages of the ancestral manuscript, a richly illustrated tome, she was met with a sudden flush of crimson across her exquisite, fair visage upon glancing at the first page, swiftly slamming the book shut. Biting her lip in embarrassment and indignation, she exclaimed, "Qin Fan." She had assumed he genuinely intended to provide her with some leisurely reading material, only to discover that he had gifted her such a tome. What a wretched fellow! Just as she prepared to discard the book, a flicker of hesitation gripped her as she noticed a familiar spark of energy igniting within her, intensifying with an alarming fervor. What was happening? She hastily set the book aside and returned to her bed to meditate. As she centered herself, she recognized this fire. It was the same energy that had surged within her after she had been afflicted by the toxic mist of the ice-fire two-headed python. Yet, after spending a night with Qin Fan, that fire had vanished. Why had it suddenly reemerged now? A sense of foreboding washed over her. Quickly, she subdued the fire, and in an effort to confirm her suspicions, she reluctantly reopened the ancestral manuscript. After flipping through 2 pages, the suppressed fire within her flared up once more, burning even more fiercely than before. She swiftly closed the book and resumed her meditation. Once stabilized, she opened her eyes. The poison, how had she failed to expel it? It had lain dormant within her all along. The mere thought of such matters reignited it like a spark to tinder. Did the ice-fire two-headed python have ties to Qin Fan? Had he purposefully lured that mid-stage nascent soul beast to her, allowing her to be poisoned, only to then appear as if by fate? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Su Longyue shook her head. Qin Fan's strength and aptitude could not orchestrate such a scheme. But why then had he presented her with this ancestral manuscript? Emerging from her room, she found Qin Fan preparing to forge weapons in the open courtyard. Qin Fan noticed her emergence and turned back to bestow her a smile. Su Longyue observed Qin Fan for 10 minutes, unable to discern anything of significance, before retreating to her chamber. Meanwhile, Qin Fan realized that crafting genuine magical artifacts proved to be considerably more challenging than the mundane items he had previously forged, such as toilets and bathtubs. Yet, it was not beyond his capabilities. It merely demanded greater energy, time, and thought. In pursuit of expediting the production of magical artifacts for sale and profit, he reduced his sleep from 8 hours to 6, thereby allocating 2 additional hours for crafting. After 2 days, Qin Fan successfully forged a knife on his first attempt, without any failures. The blade measured 4 feet in length and approximately 1.5 feet in width. Upon witnessing the weapon he had crafted, Qin Fan nodded in satisfaction. The knife was entirely obsidian, adorned with intricate patterns on its surface, emanating waves of spiritual energy, and it appeared quite impressive. Although it was not the pinnacle of magical artifacts, it surpassed ordinary ones by a significant margin. Chapter 12. The boss elopes with his sister-in-law in the depths of his mind. Qin Fan contemplated the formidable power of this knife, which he believed would rival that of other primary magical artifacts. After securely stowing the blade, he resumed his practice of inscribing runes, intent on etching the ice-shattering rune and the whirlwind rune onto the knife to augment its potency. He began by practicing the runes on the ground, and to his astonishment, he succeeded on his first attempt. However, out of an abundance of caution, he refrained from immediately inscribing the runes onto the meticulously crafted knife. After all, a failure in rune inscription would mean the destruction of a blade that had taken 2 days to forge, an immense loss of spirit stones. After numerous attempts on the ground, successfully inscribing the ice-shattering rune and the whirlwind rune 20 times, he took a deep breath and grasped the refined black gold knife. With unwavering focus, he summoned his spiritual energy, meticulously and cautiously inscribing the ice-shattering rune onto the blade. As he began, he immediately encountered considerable resistance. Indeed, inscribing runes on a magical artifact proved significantly more challenging than practicing on the ground. After a fragrant stick of incense had burned, the final stroke of the ice-shattering rune was completed, and Qin Fan beheld the rune activate in a moment of brilliance, radiating a soft blue glow. Wiping the sweat from his brow, joy illuminated his face. Success at last. Verily, I am Qin Fan, the great artifact master. After indulging in a moment of self-congratulation, he continued with the whirlwind rune. Ultimately, the whirlwind rune was flawlessly inscribed upon the blade. Holding the resplendent black gold knife, Qin Fan sought to test its power. He ventured outside to a rocky forest, gathering all his spiritual energy and unleashing a powerful swing. Boom, boom, boom. It was akin to detonating a bomb within the stone forest, causing rocks to shatter and dust to billow, creating a crater at the epicenter. Astonishing. Subsequently, Qin Fan tested the effects of the activated ice shattering rune and whirlwind rune, both yielding excellent results. This knife could fetch a handsome price, at least 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Noticing that the day was still young, Qin Fan collected some soil and wood, crafting a horn, an iron tent, and 3 rows of large shelves. By embedding a spirit stone within the horn, it functioned akin to a modern electric speaker that loops advertisements. The iron tent was intended for his stall. Should no customers arrive, he could find privacy to attend to certain matters. The shelves would serve to display his wares while vending. Upon completing these creations, Qin Fan's artifact crafting experience surged to 400,000. A significant portion of this increase stemmed from the creation of the black gold knife, which alone contributed a remarkable 50,000 points. The horn, tent, and shelves provided merely an additional 20 points of experience. During his inaugural crafting of a toilet, he had garnered 100 experience points. However, with repeated creations, each subsequent toilet only yielded a mere 10 points. Truly, crafting magical artifacts is far more rewarding. The mere act of forging magical artifacts necessitates financial investment in raw materials, and presently, I possess but a single spirit stone. Thus, I must venture to Qingzhou market to sell my wares and earn some coin. Qin Fan took with him the previously crafted porcelain dishes, toilet, and bathtub, alongside 3 new items he had just produced, and informed Su Longyue before making his way directly to the market. Upon arriving at the stall he had acquired, Qin Fan discovered that protective wards had been established within its confines, ensuring the safety of his business dealings. Moreover, he noted that his protective wards surpassed those of other stalls by an additional layer of defense. Though this extra layer may not be substantial, having more is invariably advantageous. It appears that Manager Fan had taken the initiative to enhance it. Indeed, in any realm, a generous spirit is seldom scorned. Qin Fan arranged all his merchandise upon the shelves and placed a spirit crystal, obtained through the exchange of the spirit stone, into the loudspeaker. The loudspeaker then boomed, "Esteemed friends, do not let this opportunity pass you by. The porcelain factory has closed its doors, and the owner has absconded with his sister-in-law. Bowls, dishes, and bathtubs are being sold at rock-bottom prices." This announcement reverberated through the bustling Shuimen street like a clap of thunder. All, including the stall owners, turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, drawn by curiosity, some eager for gossip, others intrigued by novelty, and many seeking necessity. Most vendors in this market were low-level cultivators, yet they harbored their own sense of pride, often shying away from hawking their goods as common mortals would. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of Qin Fan? The focal point remained the closure of the porcelain factory and the owner's scandalous flight. This intrigue was irresistible. Gossip, regardless of the era or whether among mortals or cultivators, is always a tantalizing affair. However, as it was Qin Fan's first day at the market, no patrons recognized him. So none dared approach. They merely observed from a distance, wary of the unknown. Better to remain cautious. Once Qin Fan felt his stall was properly set up, he seated himself on the ground nearby. At this moment, 2 exquisitely adorned women strolled into Shuimen Street. Both were mortals, yet they walked with an air of confidence, unperturbed by their surroundings, for each had secured a husband of considerable cultivation in the qi refining stage, which bolstered their spirits. "Xiaofeng, the wooden bathtub I purchased last time is far from sturdy. It has broken again," remarked the woman in the azure dress, leaning towards her companion clad in crimson. The woman in the crimson dress stifled a laugh and replied, "Xiaoqing, is this not the umpteenth bathtub you have bought? Have you ever used one for more than half a month? Are you practicing your techniques in there?" "Ha." The azure-clad woman playfully nudged her friend, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "If it weren't for my husband's fondness for such things, he enjoys sharing intimate moments in the bathtub." Upon hearing this, the woman in crimson could not resist retorting, eager to showcase her own affection. She immediately expressed her exasperation, saying, "My husband also enjoys expressing affection with me in the kitchen, and I can never keep track of how many dishes we break in the process." The woman in the azure dress, noticing that the woman in the crimson dress was aware of her intention to flaunt their romance, chuckled softly and ceased her display. Suddenly, she heard the advertisement blaring from Qin Fan's loudspeaker. "Bathtub? Dishes?" The two women exchanged glances. "Let us go take a look." They approached Qin Fan's stall, and Xiaoqing instantly fixated on a bathtub measuring an impressive 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width. Pointing at it, she inquired, "Friend, what is this?" "It's enormous. It looks like it could fit a person. Is it a bed?" "This is not a bed. It is a bathtub that I crafted myself, designed for bathing," Qin Fan explained. Xiaoqing gazed at the bathtub in astonishment. "This, which feels so cool to the touch, is actually meant for bathing, and it looks so exquisite. In this sweltering heat, bathing in it must be delightful. Though, I do wonder about its sturdiness." Chapter 13. 3 people can bathe without issue. "Is it sturdy?" Xiaoqing inquired. Qin Fan replied with a smile, "Absolutely robust." Immediately, he encouraged the 2 women to jump into the bathtub. Although Xiaoqing had previously shown affection in front of Xiaofang, her home bathtub was genuinely broken and needed replacing. Moreover, the bathtub before her was remarkably trendy, a design she had never encountered, exuding a far more luxurious aura than those she had used in the past. Most importantly, it was considerably larger than the previous one, accommodating 3 individuals comfortably. Without hesitation, she pulled Xiaofang into the tub. Qin Fan discerned that the 2 women were mere mortals. Thus, regardless of their frolicking within the bathtub, it would remain unscathed, a testament to his craftsmanship. Indeed, the 2 women leaped about for quite some time, and the bathtub remained steadfast, showing no signs of instability or damage. Xiaoqing was thoroughly pleased, but then she recalled an important detail and asked Qin Fan, "Is it waterproof?" For bathing, waterproofing was undoubtedly paramount, absolutely essential. Qin Fan responded with a grin, then instructed the 2 women to exit. He subsequently poured a bucket of free water that he had collected on the way from the market into the bathtub. He then lifted the bathtub with his spiritual energy, swaying it side to side, yet not a single drop of water escaped. The interior was remarkably smooth, causing the water within to ripple in a uniquely beautiful manner. This bathtub possessed a special feature. By placing a spirit crystal in specific positions, bubbles could be released, providing a massage effect, and the water would maintain its warmth, resisting the chill even after prolonged bathing. As he spoke, Qin Fan placed a spirit crystal into position and pressed a button on the bathtub. Instantly, 8 bubble-emitting spots began to produce delightful little bubbles, creating a captivating sight. Xiao Mei appeared particularly satisfied, though she feigned indifference and asked, "How much does it cost?" Qin Fan set down the bathtub and replied with a smile, "Only 50 spirit crystals." Since these were ordinary household items, their prices were modest, all priced in spirit crystals. 100 spirit crystals were equivalent to a low-grade spirit stone. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing promptly retrieved 50 spirit crystals from her possession and handed them to Qin Fan, exclaiming, "I'll take this." She was anxious to complete the purchase, fearing someone else would snatch it away. Although a common bathtub could be acquired in the mortal realm with mundane gold or silver, such a style and functionality were non-existent there. Qin Fan accepted the spirit crystals and affirmed, "Very well." Xiaoqing nodded, placing one into the small bag her husband had gifted her. While Xiaofang admired the bathtub, being reliant on a cultivator, she preferred to avoid unnecessary expenditures. Thus, after a brief glance of envy, she turned her attention to a rack displaying bowls and dishes. Qin Fan had crafted these dishes in both porcelain and vibrant ceramic styles, selecting the most classic blue and white porcelain and palace porcelain, ensuring a cohesive design. The dazzling porcelain collection features a modern and trendy style, characterized by vibrant colors and diverse designs, including uniquely shaped dinnerware such as heart-shaped plates, flower-shaped dishes, beer mugs, fish-shaped plates, and bear-shaped plates, among others. Indeed, upon seeing these exquisite pieces, Xiaofang's eyes sparkled with delight, captivated by their beauty and originality, particularly those heart-shaped plates, bowls, and jars, which she adored. Furthermore, the assortment boasted an array of colors: quartz pink, cherry blossom pink, cherry red, azure green, mint green, violet, sky blue, and goose yellow. each hue masterfully blended to create a stunning palette that exuded sophistication and elegance. "I absolutely love them," she exclaimed, curious about the price of these ceramics. She felt fortunate to have discovered such a chic and high-end stall. Qin Fan, noticing Xiao Fang's admiration, understood that women were particularly drawn to these items, as they were immensely popular in contemporary times. Moreover, the finished products he crafted were more exquisite than those from later eras. With a smile, he informed her, "Each item has its price tag affixed to the bottom. Please take your time to choose." Xiao Fang eagerly picked up a lovely pink heart-shaped bowl and examined the price, which read 5 spirit crystals. This price was indeed steep. Ordinary dishes could be purchased with mere silver coins, while it would take 10,000 taels of gold to exchange for 1 spirit crystal, highlighting the true value of these bowls and plates. "Dear friend, all the bowls and dishes I sell possess thermal insulation properties, maintaining an ideal temperature for consumption, so you need not worry about your meals cooling down in winter," Qin Fan added with a grin. After all, these were crafted using true fire, setting them apart from ordinary wares. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fang no longer hesitated and selected her desired items. However, due to the prices, she ultimately chose only a single low-grade spirit stone bowl. Before departing, she gazed longingly at the dishes she had left behind, silently vowing, "Next time, I will save up to take you home." While Xiao Qing and Xiao Fang were purchasing bathtubs and dinnerware, a number of onlookers, primarily women, gathered around. Many were deterred by the high prices, while a few, with a bit more disposable income, decided to make a purchase despite the expense. As Qin Fan observed the growing crowd of female cultivators drawn to the bathtubs and dinnerware, he noted that no one seemed interested in the striking black gold knife prominently displayed on his shelf. With a resigned smile, he acknowledged that, regardless of the era, women's money was easier to earn. By the time he concluded his sales for the day, aside from the unsold knife, all the bowls, dishes, and bathtubs he had brought were sold out. Some female cultivators even expressed interest in the novelty of the calling horn, wishing to buy it for themselves. But Qin Fan declined their requests. Such an item could become a competitive product if other stall owners enlisted artisans to uncover the horn's mechanism. They could each have their own horn churning out advertisements, thus obliterating his competitive edge. After tidying up his stall, Qin Fan meticulously calculated his earnings for the day, having amassed 20 inferior spirit stones. Although the prices of the bowls and bathtubs he sold were modest, the adage "many a little makes a mickle" held true. One cannot help but acknowledge the formidable purchasing power of women. With his stall dismantled and the evening still young, Qin Fan ventured out once more to procure some easily cultivable spirit vegetable seeds, as well as a few young rabbits, which would provide meat in the future. The vendor assured him that the seeds would yield edible produce within a week of planting. Upon returning home, Qin Fan intended to share the day's fruitful endeavors with Su Longyue, but to his surprise, she was nowhere to be found. Had she ventured out? After a brief search, he discovered her not far from their dwelling, diligently cultivating a patch of land, transforming the vacant ground into a field. As the sun began its descent, casting a warm glow, Su Longyue stood amidst the freshly tilled, neatly squared plots of soil, captivating Qin Fan with her beauty. It evoked a sense of serene, pastoral charm reminiscent of a golden evening in the southeast. "My dear wife," he could not help but exclaim. Chapter 14. The Ancestral Secret Manual. As Su Longyue turned around, she caught sight of Qin Fan approaching. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Her exquisite visage, flushed from exertion, resembled a tempting red apple. Unable to resist, Qin Fan swiftly pressed a kiss on her cheek, leaving Su Longyue momentarily dazed. At this moment, Qin Fan's strength surpassed hers, and before she could react, he had stolen a kiss. Had it been during her prime, in the mid-stage of Golden Core, such an act would have been utterly impossible. "Forgive me. You were simply too enchanting," Qin Fan confessed, astonished by his own audacity. A peculiar sense of relief washed over him, as if Su Longyue's diminished cultivation to the first layer of qi refinement was a fortunate turn of events. To steer the conversation away from her lingering thoughts on the kiss, he cheerfully surveyed the fields around them and inquired, "Did you cultivate all of this?" "Who else could it be?" Su Longyue replied, her tone laced with irritation. That vile man had ignited a fire within her, stirred by his earlier kiss. Looking at him ignited an overwhelming impulse to embrace him right then and there, a desire she struggled to suppress. Qin Fan scratched his head, grinning foolishly as he asked, What prompted you to start cultivating these fields? Indeed, one could not deny the meticulous nature of women's work, as Su Longyue's cultivated plots exhibited an almost obsessive precision, each precisely sized and arranged in immaculate order. They were a sight to behold. Had he been the one to cultivate them, chaos would undoubtedly have ensued. It was clear that having a diligent wife at home was essential. Turning away from Qin Fan to maintain her composure, she spoke softly. I perused the book you brought back yesterday. It mentioned that Feiyu spirit rice can be replanted directly using the bamboo tubes after consumption. So I planted the tubes from the Feiyu spirit rice we've eaten these days in this plot, and that one as well. She continued. Next time you visit the market, do remember to buy some spirit vegetable seeds. We can plant those too. She found that engaging in tasks helped distract her mind, allowing her to experience a life distinct from cultivation. Coincidentally, I purchased spirit vegetable seeds today. I also brought home a batch of small spirit rabbits to raise. Qin Fan replied. However, my dear wife, you are currently with child and should not be undertaking such laborious tasks. Let this one be the last. Su Longyue countered. This is a simple task. I can manage it with a few hand seals without overexerting myself. Besides, having something to do keeps the boredom at bay. Since reading the ancestral manual that Qin Fan had gifted her, images of the 2 pages she had seen flitted through her mind, leading her thoughts astray. With these distractions, the suppressed fire within her began to resurface. She decided to find something to occupy herself with and happened to come across the agricultural books that Qin Fan had sent. She diligently perused these volumes before getting to work. Indeed, once she immersed herself in her tasks, her mind ceased to wander. After listening to Su Longyue, Qin Fan contemplated her words and agreed. The experience of pregnancy for cultivators differs significantly from that of ordinary mortals. Moreover, Su Longyue was already over 2 months along, and the fetus was stable. Engaging in some subtle techniques of cultivation was not a strenuous endeavor. Rather, it could alleviate her fatigue. Chapter 15. Daily Communication. He nodded thoughtfully, then produced the spirit vegetable seeds he had purchased that day, extending them towards Su Longyue. This is my first time buying these seeds, and I am uncertain whether you enjoy these spirit vegetables. They are quick-growing varieties. The vendor assured me that within a week, we shall have something to harvest. He continued, and what about these little rabbits? Do you have any creative ideas for their care? As he spoke, he released the rabbits from the spirit beast pouch. A flurry of small rabbits leapt onto the ground, bounding away with exuberance, scattering in all directions. Su Longyue observed the 40 or so rabbits, their lively presence instantly infusing the space with vitality. However, these were spirit beasts, and their price was not insignificant. Qin Fan likely did not possess many spirit stones at this point. She refrained from responding to him directly, instead inquiring, how many spirit stones did you spend on these rabbits? Qin Fan replied with a smile, not much, merely 10 low-grade spirit stones. The rabbits feed on grass, and we have an abundance of it here, rendering their upkeep virtually costless. A mature rabbit's spirit meat sells for 5 low-grade spirit stones. He added, additionally, I earned 20 low-grade spirit stones today. As he spoke, Qin Fan displayed the remaining spirit stones and detailed his expenditures on refining materials and stall fees. Listening intently to his account of these mundane matters, Su Longyue showed no sign of impatience. After processing his words, she calculated that indeed, Qin Fan had made a profit of 20 low-grade spirit stones. She then asked, at the market today, did you sell the bowls and bathtubs you crafted previously? Yes, and they sold remarkably well. Every single item I took to the market has found a buyer, Qin Fan stated with a sense of accomplishment. Sold out. Su Longyue exclaimed in surprise. She had anticipated that the everyday items he crafted would not appeal to cultivators, but to her astonishment, they had sold. And he had even profited. After all, frugal cultivators typically opted for inexpensive goods from the mortal realm rather than spending spirit stones. Indeed, Qin Fan affirmed with a smile. Have you sold the knife you crafted in the past couple of days? Su Longyue inquired. Qin Fan shook his head. May I see it? She asked. He retrieved the black gold knife and presented it to her. As Su Longyue examined the knife, her expression shifted to one of mild astonishment. The blade bore 2 inscriptions. Both had been successfully engraved and could be activated with a mere application of spiritual energy. Did you carve these inscriptions? Su Longyue asked, turning her gaze to Qin Fan. She had only seen him practice crafting a knife, unaware that he was also inscribing it. Qin Fan glanced at the inscriptions on the knife and replied with a smile. I discovered a foundational book on inscriptions among the texts I purchased, and after perusing it for a while, I decided to give it a try when I forged this black gold knife. To my surprise, it worked perfectly on the first attempt. Su Longyue was taken aback by his revelation. Although she was not well versed in artifact forging and had relied on the advanced artifact masters of her sect to craft the magical tools she used since childhood, she understood that inscribing runes onto an artifact required the expertise of a specialized rune master. To her astonishment, Qin Fan not only possessed the ability to inscribe runes, but also succeeded on his very first attempt, without any failures. This truly left her in a state of profound shock. It is worth noting that her current innate magical weapon, the Purity Sword, had experienced 2 failures during the rune inscription process. Fortunately, with ample materials prepared, the 3rd attempt proved successful. However, her artifact was a top-tier treasure, and inscribing even the simplest rune upon it was a feat that could not be compared to that of ordinary artifacts. The higher the level of the artifact, the more challenging it became to inscribe runes, demanding greater skill from the rune master. She never anticipated that Qin Fan not only exhibited superior comprehension of the sword path compared to herself, but also possessed a remarkable talent for rune inscription. Truly impressive. Was he truly just a 4-element root at the 5th level of Qi cultivation? Employing a secret technique, she observed Qin Fan once more, confirming her initial observations before retracting her technique. While Qin Fan's aptitude was somewhat lacking, it was fortunate that he could pursue the path of artifact forging and rune inscription. With his innate talent in runes, breaking through to the foundation establishment realm and living for 2 or 3 centuries would be well within reach. Indeed, the path of a rune master was one he could pursue with dedication. As Su Longyue spoke, she handed the black gold knife to Qin Fan, then remarked that it was getting dark and time to return home. Upon arriving home, Su Longyue retreated directly to her chamber, engaging in little conversation with Qin Fan, for she needed to quell the previous surge of emotions. Qin Fan, on the other hand, proceeded as usual to the kitchen he had repaired, beginning preparations for dinner. During their meal, Su Longyue appeared perfectly composed. Typically, they dined in silence, but this time, recalling the rabbits he had purchased earlier, Qin Fan initiated a conversation, inquiring how to care for the 40 rabbits and whether he should forge a cage for them. Lacking experience in raising livestock in both his past and present lives, he knew that elders often used cages to house chickens, ducks, rabbits, and cattle. Su Longyue replied, "No need for a cage. Our enclosed area is spacious enough for them to roam freely, which will result in firmer meat." As she spoke, she retrieved a book on raising magical beasts she had consulted earlier and handed it to Qin Fan. This book contained methods for guiding the livestock, alleviating concerns about them scattering and becoming difficult to find. Qin Fan accepted the book and began to peruse it, discovering that it indeed outlined various techniques. The methods were quite similar to modern livestock care. For instance, in contemporary practices, when it was time to call chickens or ducks back home, the owner would simply shout a few times from the edge of the field to herd them back. The methods presented in this realm, however, were even more straightforward. A simple spell could utilize spiritual energy to guide the scattered rabbits, gathering them together. Thanks to the 3 moments of enlightenment he had experienced, Qin Fan's cognitive abilities had further evolved, allowing him to easily comprehend and grasp the contents of this basic agricultural book. As the 2 dined, they engaged in a discourse regarding agricultural matters. The atmosphere was considerably more relaxed than before, even infused with a subtle warmth that lingered in the courtyard. Once the meal concluded, Qin Fan tidied up the dishes and resumed his crafting of magical artifacts in the yard. Su Longyue observed him for a while, then retreated to her chamber to meditate. It is often said that a man dedicated to his work possesses a certain allure. As she meditated, images of Qin Fan diligently crafting his artifacts would surface in her mind, rendering her thoughts restless. Fortunately, she opened her eyes, approached the window, and gazed outside, where she beheld Qin Fan, deeply engrossed in his work, surrounded by a soft glow of white light. After watching him for a moment, she took her gauzy robe and prepared to head to the bath. Chapter 16. The sturdy young man after placing the water. She shed her garments and stepped into the bathtub. Lying in the warm embrace of the water, she closed her eyes and felt a slight ache emanating from her abdomen. Instinctively reaching out to caress it, Never had she conceived that life could blossom within her. Her thoughts had been solely consumed by the pursuit of immortality. Yet now, a stirring sense of existence resonated within her, igniting a tumult of emotions. Gradually, she allowed her body to relax, savoring the tranquility and warmth enveloping her. Suddenly, a gentle undulation coursed through the water, prompting Su Longyue to furrow her brow and open her eyes. She observed bubbles rising from beneath the surface, creating ripples that caressed her. The sensation was not overpowering, but rather just right, reminiscent of Qin Fan's earlier explanation of the bathtub's massage feature. Activated by the press of a button, turning her head, she discovered that in her earlier state of relaxation, she had inadvertently pressed that very button. As she acclimated to the bubbling bath, she closed her eyes once more. It was undeniable that in this realm of indulgence, Qin Fan possessed a remarkable understanding of comfort. The very design of the bathtub was a testament to his thoughtfulness. As her mind wandered, she found herself reflecting on the moment she had awoken to find Qin Fan in the starry forest that fateful morning. The marks upon his arms and legs vividly etched in her memory. The more she pondered, the more she sensed something amiss, attempting to quell this line of thought. However, perhaps due to the day's earlier encounters with her own desires, the soothing warmth of the bath proved too intoxicating to resist. Fortuitously, she closed her beautiful eyes and reached for the handheld showerhead, turning on the warm water to cascade over herself. Meanwhile, Qin Fan, who had been refining weapons in the courtyard, paused to quench his thirst with several gulps from a nearby jug. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the illuminated bathroom, where she was bathing. As this notion took root, vivid images of the day in the starry forest flooded his mind. Su Longyue pinning him against the wall, her proud figure, and the tender softness he had felt when he stole a kiss from her on the path at dusk. In recent days, she had frequently graced his dreams, for he too was a young man brimming with vitality, having tasted the fruit of desire. In reality, a chasm lay between them, yet in dreams, they traversed boundless realms together. Realizing he was becoming lost in these thoughts, Qin Fan swiftly slapped his forehead, admonishing himself for such indulgence. Resolutely, he seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, preparing to practice the tranquil heart spell. However, just as he settled his mind, he sensed a muffled sound emanating from the direction of the bathroom. His eyes flew open. In modern times, he was a reclusive individual, well-versed in the myriad meanings behind the sounds emanating from Su Longyue. It appeared that their mutual attraction was indeed a reciprocal journey. Qin Fan cast a piercing gaze toward the bathroom, feeling an exhilarating mix of excitement and anxiety. He had not forgotten the astonishing speed at which Su Longyue had guided him through the skies on her sword, nor the ferocity with which she had dispatched a high-level demon beast with a single stroke. Though her cultivation had regressed to the first layer of chi refinement, he remained uncertain if she could effortlessly revert to her golden core strength. For the sake of his own safety, he resolved to exercise restraint. As he withdrew his gaze, preparing to relocate for his alchemical pursuits, a sudden sound emanated from the direction of the bathroom. His wife seemed to be in peril. It was time for him to embody the valor of a righteous husband. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the bathroom, shedding his shirt along the way. On such a sweltering day, it was only reasonable to bare his arms, wasn't it? With reckless abandon, he flung open the bathroom door and proclaimed, "Wife, has a venomous creature intruded upon you? I shall catch it at once." The audacity of any being that dared to intimidate his wife was met with his fierce resolve. He would cleave any worm in twain and scramble its insides. "Get out," Su Longyue hissed in a low voice. She had been engrossed in her task when a sudden movement caught her eye, momentarily resembling a small white serpent in the water, startling her into an involuntary gasp. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was merely a bubble taking on the form of a snake. To her dismay, Qin Fan had barged in at that very moment, igniting a mix of embarrassment and irritation within her. Moreover, he had the audacity to flaunt his bare arms. "Since you are unharmed, I shall take my leave. Call for me if you require assistance. I shall be at your service," he said, though he lingered, employing his spiritual energy to scan the entire bathroom for any venomous creatures. When his gaze fell upon the scene beneath the bubbling water of the bathtub, he inhaled sharply before turning to depart. Later that night, as midnight approached, Qin Fan lay in bed, ready to drift into slumber, anticipating a night filled with extraordinary dreams. Suddenly, he felt a weight upon him and, upon opening his eyes, found himself locked in a gaze with a pair of enchanting eyes illuminated by the soft moonlight. In those eyes danced a tempest of fervor and a hint of struggle, belonging to none other than Su Longyue. As their eyes met, the flicker of struggle vanished entirely. Su Longyue captured his lips in a kiss. As two practitioners of qi refinement exchanged their essences, just as Qin Fan took the lead, Su Longyue suddenly bit down on his shoulder. "No, let go of me. Are you certain?" he queried, but before he could finish, Su Longyue kissed him once more. Qin Fan felt a sense of resignation. Indeed, a woman's body was far more honest than her words. Just as he was about to savor the moment, the woman in his embrace abruptly pushed him away and fled through the window. Watching Su Longyue's retreating form, Qin Fan touched his lips, pondering the tumultuous encounter. Running so swiftly, she exhibited no hesitation while kissing me just moments ago. The Empress has truly become increasingly intriguing, revealing a rather coy side. If she desires my company so fervently, she should simply confess. Next time, I shall feign slumber, allowing her to act as she pleases. Although we did not truly cross that threshold this time, I am certain that next time, she shall indeed enter. The following day, Qin Fan arose early. When breakfast was ready, Su Longyue had yet to emerge. Even after calling out to her outside her chamber, there was no response. Yet Qin Fan was aware that she was indeed inside and awake. He recalled the events of the previous night, realizing that she might be feeling quite embarrassed. Her demeanor last night had certainly been peculiar, but since she remained silent, he refrained from inquiring. One wonders if, after such an encounter, she has been transformed into a creature of insatiable desire? Is it possible that the sight of a young man as robust as myself stirred her passions in the dead of night? Chapter 17. Shock. Holy Maiden, are you pregnant? After finishing breakfast, Qin Fan noticed that Su Longyue had yet to emerge. He called out, "Wife, I've left your meal in the pot on the stove. It's kept warm. If you're hungry, feel free to eat. I'm off to practice my forging." With that, Qin Fan departed, carrying his forging materials. Upon returning at noon, he discovered the food had vanished from the pot, prompting a smile from him. Indeed, this little lady must be too shy to face him. What is there to be shy about? He had seen every part of her body. Lunch and dinner passed in the same harmonious manner as before, continuing for 3 consecutive days. As Qin Fan passed the fields, he noticed that spiritual vegetable seeds had been sown, indicating that Su Longyue had not remained confined to her room. She had ventured outside, which eased his mind. In the dead of night, Qin Fan suddenly sensed something amiss. A figure appeared by the window. Gradually, the silhouette approached his bedside. This time, Qin Fan kept his eyes shut, feigning sleep, for he recognized that the visitor was none other than Su Longyue. Her unique fragrance was unmistakable. Having not seen her for 3 days, he realized he had missed this little lady quite a bit. It seemed she too could no longer restrain herself, sneaking through his window at midnight. To facilitate her entry, he began to emit soft snores, rubbed his face, and casually lowered one shoulder of his pajamas before turning over to continue his pretense of slumber. Before long, he felt a chilly little body embrace him. Why was she completely soaked? And with cold water, no less. It hadn't rained today. Had she taken a cold shower? Was she truly so starved for affection? Concern crept into his thoughts regarding his own desires. After the witching hour, Qin Fan sat up, glancing down at his bare self, then towards the direction where Su Longyue had stealthily fled after her mischief. Next time, he would definitely let her in properly. He sensed something unusual about Su Longyue. He had not witnessed such behavior from her in the past 2 months. What could be causing her insatiable hunger these days? He resolved to inquire about it at an opportune moment. If curing her condition required his body, he would not hesitate to comply. The following day, Qin Fan arose early, successfully forging the 3rd magical artifact, the Crimson Flame Sword, before commencing the mass production of daily necessities such as bathtubs, toilets, and dishes. After enjoying a hearty lunch, he set out to the marketplace to set up his stall, with additional procurement tasks on his agenda. Given Su Longyue's recent peculiarities, Qin Fan decided to add some cooling spiritual vegetables to his shopping list, such as cucumbers, eggplants, and bananas. Once he departed, Su Longyue emerged from her chamber, a rosy flush adorning her exquisite face and a hint of allure revealing itself between her brows, embodying both innocence and elegance. Soon after, her storage bag shimmered, emitting a faint white light. She retrieved a communication talisman, which displayed an incoming message from her friend, Qin Fan. She took 5 seconds to restore her composure before answering the communication. This device was akin to modern video calls. Yeah, I just returned to the sect and heard you went out for training? And for an entire year? Where are you training? Why so long? Why didn't you invite me? Even though I am a mid-stage golden core practitioner, I could still carry your bags or wield a sword for you. As she listened to her chattering best friend, Su Longyue had long grown accustomed to it, allowing her words to flow in one ear and out the other, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. For instance, she pondered whether Qin Fan was safe during his journey, if he might be overthinking things, or if he could mistakenly believe her to be a witch. Hey, yeah, where are you lost in thought? At least show me some respect and pretend to agree with me. It's so obvious you're daydreaming. Are you perhaps yearning for a man? Coughing lightly, Su Longyue replied, have you finished? If so, I'm hanging up. Wait, where exactly are you? Qin Fan pressed. Don't think you can deceive Uncle Su and Auntie Su and fool me too. You're acting a bit strange. What is strange about me? You're definitely not normal. Come on, tell me what you're up to. Qin Fan demanded, scrutinizing the exquisite girl on the screen. Seeing Su Longyue reluctant to respond, she unleashed her trump card. If you don't tell me, I'll report to Uncle Su and Auntie Su that you're lovesick. Su Longyue fell silent, suddenly recalling Qin Fan's remarkable inscription talent. Knowing her friend's propensity for absurdity, she feared that if her parents were led to believe she was infatuated, they might summon her back. She glanced down at her slightly rounded abdomen, realizing that she could not keep such a secret. This would inevitably lead to Qin Fan's demise, and she could not bear the thought of his death. Find a quiet place, devoid of others, and activate the soundproof and defensive shields, Su Longyue finally stated. Although her friend was often unreliable, she was trustworthy when it came to keeping promises. Furthermore, now that she was showing, her cultivation had been suppressed to the first stage of qi refinement, making it inconvenient to move about. Anything Qin Fan could not procure, she could ask Qin Fan to buy. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan grinned widely. When I contacted you, I activated the soundproof and defensive shields. Rest assured, our conversation is secure. Now what is going on? Her curiosity was piqued, and she even felt a twinge of anticipation that Su Longyue might indeed be lovesick and have done something outrageous. After all, Su Longyue had always been the quintessential virtuous maiden. A part of her hoped to see her friend's character falter. Su Longyue positioned the communication talisman before her abdomen, revealing her slightly protruding belly. The scene left Qin Fan utterly stunned, her mind unable to grasp the reality before her. What? Yeah, have you gained weight? After much contemplation, this was all she could muster. There was a time when she indulged excessively, relishing the taste of spirit beast meat, leading to her weight soaring to 130 pounds. Yet, when she donned a dress, her belly would protrude conspicuously. During that period, she had managed to avoid the mockery of others, a chapter she wished to forget. Now, seeing Su Longyue, who had always embodied the epitome of beauty, seemingly heavier, she couldn't suppress her laughter. Yeah, I thought something serious was amiss. Turns out, you've merely gained weight. Fear not, I have experience in weight loss. But then she paused. Wait a moment, your face hasn't changed at all, still the same as before. Previously, when she had weighed 130 pounds, her face had been round enough to sport 3 chins. Su Longyue then placed the communication talisman before her and declared, I'm 2 months pregnant. It was as if thunder had struck on a clear day, leaving Qin Fan in a state of disbelief. What? Pregnant? She forced herself to suppress the scream that threatened to escape her lips. Chapter 18. Astonishment. Holy Maiden, you are expecting quintuplets. Su Longyue succinctly elucidated the circumstances surrounding her pregnancy to Qin Fan. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuanyue's expression was a tapestry of emotions, oscillating between shock, delight, and profound conflict. The shock stemmed from the revelation that the father of the child was merely a mid-stage qi practitioner, possessing a subpar 4 spiritual roots physique. In stark contrast, Su Longyue boasted the exceptional dual elemental roots of thunder and fire, not to mention her possession of a spiritual body, making this pairing utterly incongruous. Most significantly, as the holy maiden of the Lanyue sect, Su Longyue had the option of remaining unmarried, but should she choose to wed, it would undoubtedly be to the holy son of the sect. Given Qin Fan's inferior mixed-root constitution, he was hardly worthy even to be a servant to the holy son, let alone aspire to that esteemed position. It was no wonder her dear friend sought solitude to nurture the pregnancy. If word of this reached the Lanyue sect, Qin Fan would undoubtedly be hunted down mercilessly. The delight arose from the astonishing news that Su Longyue, already at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, was expecting quintuplets. This revelation was nothing short of blinding. It was the first time Qin Xianyue had heard of a female cultivator conceiving quintuplets. In fact, she had never even encountered tales of twins. Most female cultivators either struggled with infertility or bore children before reaching the foundation establishment stage. Conceiving after that, particularly at the Golden Core level, was an arduous feat indeed. The internal conflict was palpable. She contemplated urging Su Longyue to eliminate Qin Fan to prevent any tarnishing of her reputation. After all, he was not only a low-tier male cultivator, but also an utter stranger. Human motives are notoriously inscrutable. Yet, she recognized that Su Longyue was resolute in her own convictions and not one to heed others' counsel readily. In fact, should she press Su Longyue to take such drastic action against Qin Fan, it might only serve to strengthen her friend's attachment to him. Thus, she resolved to meet the man responsible for her friend's condition. "Yaya, where are you now? You must be unable to venture out, and I imagine there are many necessities you have yet to procure. Allow me to assist you," Qin Xianyue offered. Su Longyue replied, "First, please investigate what elixirs can completely eradicate the poison of the ice-fire dual-headed python at the mid-stage of the Nascent Soul realm." She was not yet ready to introduce Qin Xianyue to Qin Fan, fearing that her friend's emotions might turn violent. Qin Xianyue was taken aback. "You have yet to fully eliminate the poison from that python?" This insidious toxin had allowed a lowly male cultivator to invade her friend's body, and now she was burdened with the prospect of bearing his children. "Yes," Su Longyue affirmed, before engaging in a detailed discussion with Qin Xianyue regarding the ice-fire dual-headed python, offering multiple analytical approaches for her to pursue. She also shared her suspicions about the creature, instructing Qin Xianyue to discreetly investigate within the Lanyue sect. Finally, she instructed Qin Xianyue to attend an auction to procure several advanced alchemical manuscripts, inscription texts, and writing instruments. If any rare inscriptions were available, she urged her friend to acquire them without concern for the cost. "Understood." Qin Xianyue took note of it, then suddenly pondered and asked, "Hey, yeah, why do you need these items if you don't forge weapons or inscribe runes?" Su Longyue replied, "I have recently developed an interest in weapon forging and rune inscription. Anyway, the little one in my belly is getting restless. I need to sleep now, so I'll end this conversation." With that, Su Longyue terminated the communication. Naturally, she would not disclose to Qin Xianyue that these items were specifically for Qin Fan. If Qin Xianyue found out, she would undoubtedly refuse to help her procure them. On Qin Xianyue's end, after hanging up, she felt increasingly uneasy. In frustration, she stomped her feet in her room. "Damn it, how unfair," she exclaimed. "Ever since she was born, Yaya has always walked the righteous path, never strayed from virtue, nor committed any heinous acts. Why is this happening to her? Why must she be bound to a lowly male cultivator for life? Yaya still aspires to attain godhood. Curse it, this Qin Fan must be a scoundrel. It's possible he is colluding with the one who harmed Yaya, first exposing her to the venom of the twin-headed python, and then employing some secret method to make her conceive his child at once. 5 of them, no less. This is clearly an attempt to ensnare Yaya with children. Despicable. Qin Fan, don't let me catch you." After a tirade of curses, Qin Xianyue finally lowered her defensive barriers and soundproofing, preparing to address Su Longyue's poisoning issue. Just then, her female sword attendant entered. "Master, the bathing tub you requested is ready. This time, you will absolutely love it. It's innovative and unlike anything seen in the cultivation world before." "Oh." With a wave of her hand, the sword attendant summoned the bathing tub into the room. This tub was indeed the model sold by Qin Fan. Qin Xianyue, usually playful and fond of novel items, felt her spirits slightly lifted upon seeing the uniquely designed white tub, despite being troubled by Su Longyue's situation. "Master, this bathing tub, called a bathtub, was crafted by a weapon forger. Not only does it maintain a constant temperature for bathing, but it also offers a massage feature. Look." As she spoke, the sword attendant filled the tub with water and activated it by pressing a button. Instantly, 8 silver devices at the bottom of the tub began to move, releasing beautiful bubbles. Her foul mood began to lift a little. "Well done this time. Place this bathtub in my bathing room. I wish to soak immediately Chen Xin'er instructed. Certainly, master. Before long, Chen Xin'er was reclining in the warm embrace of the tub. She felt utterly comfortable. Pressing the button on the tub, streams of bubbles gently cascaded against her body. She was momentarily taken aback, every muscle tense. Then, as if surrendering to the experience, she allowed herself to relax. The functionality of this bathtub is indeed extraordinary. So comfortable. Just moments ago, Shusher mentioned that twisting this button could enhance the massage intensity, allowing the bubbles to surge with greater force. As she spoke, she gradually turned the knob. With each twist, her exquisite visage, slightly less radiant than Su Longyue's, gradually flushed under the mist. Ultimately, she adjusted the button to its maximum setting. In that instant of peak intensity, she clutched the sides of the tub tightly, her pearly teeth biting down on her lower lip, her beautiful face betraying a look of endurance. Half an hour later, she stared in astonishment at her reflection in the mirror, where her eyes sparkled with an alluring charm. I merely intended to take a bath, and the increased massage pressure has seemingly awakened my seductive physique. Composing herself, she called for Shusher. Upon seeing Chen Xin'er, Shusher expressed mild surprise, then suddenly recalled something. Immediately prostrating on the ground, exclaiming, "Congratulations, miss. Congratulations. You have finally awakened your seductive physique." Chen Xin'er waved her hand, saying, "Do not make a fuss just yet. This bathtub is quite intriguing. Please summon the craftsman who forged this bathtub to our Luoyun sect." Chapter 19. Qin Fan. Upon arriving at Qing Bamboo Square, fortuitously encountered Feng Hua, the merchant who had previously sold him the exquisite jade spirit rice. "Dao friend Feng," Qin Fan greeted with a smile. Upon seeing Qin Fan, Feng Hua beamed with delight, though his legs trembled as he walked, and he appeared more haggard than in previous days. "Dao friend Qin, you have arrived at the market quite early today. Indeed, I intend to sell a few items. It seems you have been living rather indulgently of late." "Haha, one can truly revel in the company of beautiful women. Wouldn't you agree, Dao friend Qin? Let me tell you, the ladies at the Melody Pavilion are simply. If it weren't for my lack of funds, I would have lingered longer there." Qin Fan raised his hand and interjected, "Hold on, Dao friend Feng. I do not possess the surplus spirit stones to indulge in such lavish establishments. However, I happen to have a lucrative opportunity. I wonder if you might be interested." Feng Hua's weary eyes sparkled with interest as he clapped Qin Fan on the shoulder. "Come, Dao friend Qin, let us discuss this further." After a brief conversation, Qin Fan parted ways with Feng Hua and continued towards Watergate Street. Before long, he arrived at his stall located at the innermost part of the street. Before he could set up his display, a nearby vendor selling spirit beast meat approached him with a smile. "Dao friend Qin, you have come to set up your stall. Here is some freshly slain tiger demon meat from my stall. Take it home to try. If you find it delicious, perhaps you could support my business on your next visit." The vendor introduced himself as Feng Yuan, specializing in the trade of spirit beast meat. "We offer everything from terrestrial creatures to avian and aquatic delicacies. I assure you, all our products are healthy, pure, and of superior quality, excepting the tiger demon meat." Qin Fan replied with a grin, "Thank you, Dao friend Feng." This marked the first instance of a vendor presenting him with a gift since he began selling here. During the past 2 months of purchasing meat at Watergate Street, he had not encountered this particular stall, suggesting that Feng Yuan had recently acquired a space for his business. As for the quality of the spirit beast meat, Qin Fan would ascertain that upon returning home. Once Feng Yuan departed, the other vendors did not approach Qin Fan to greet him. In fact, the vendor who had previously sold refining materials to Qin Fan shook his head upon seeing him set up his stall. He mused to himself, what a fine craftsman he could have been, yet he has strayed from the noble path of refining, instead indulging in frivolous pursuits that cater to women's whims, creating trinkets devoid of practical use. It appears he shall remain forever distanced from the true art of refining. With his stall arranged, Qin Fan placed the black gold knife prominently on display. While dishes could also yield spirit crystals, selling magical artifacts promised greater profit. After positioning the magical items, he began to display his bowls, bathtubs, and toilets, just as he had set up a single shelf of goods, before he could even begin to announce his wares. A female customer approached, exclaiming with delight, "Vendor, you have finally set up shop. I have come to the market every day for the past few days just to purchase a bathtub from you. Is this bathtub 50 spirit crystals?" The woman inquired, swiftly taking the bathtub as if fearing it would slip from her grasp. With remarkable speed, she dashed away. Qin Fan observed the 50 spirit crystals on the table and the receding figure of the female customer, a wry smile gracing his lips. Indeed, women's money was rather easy to earn. After securing the spirit crystals, his gaze returned to the black gold knife. Today, you too shall earn your master some coin. As Qin Fan set up his stall, female customers gradually began to approach, purchasing bowls, toilets, or bathtubs, until his stall was bustling with activity. Some women even resorted to physical confrontation over their preferred colors of tableware. Fortunately, an unseen magical barrier within the stall prevented any serious altercations, and Qin Fan cheerfully intervened to resolve the disputes. Once everything was sold out, the women remained reluctant to leave, eagerly inquiring when Qin Fan would craft their desired styles of tableware and when he would return to set up shop again. Qin Fan retrieved a notebook and pen from his bag, proclaiming, "Please, do not fret. You shall certainly obtain what you desire. I am now accepting custom orders. You may register your requests with me and pay a portion of the deposit. Next time I set up my stall, I will prioritize your custom orders." Upon hearing this, the female customers were elated, eagerly calling out, "Boss Qin, I want." Their voices melded into a chorus of demands. Qin Fan raised his hand and cheerfully declared, "Everyone, please form an orderly line. Come forward one at a time to register. No need to rush. I will ensure each of you is registered." The concept of queuing was perplexing to women unaccustomed to such practices. However, under Qin Fan's guidance, a long line quickly formed at the entrance of his stall, extending nearly to the street corner, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Even the seller of refining materials who had previously dealt with Qin Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Yet, recalling the affordability of Qin Fan's wares, he muttered under his breath, "They're just cheap items. What else there to flaunt? Why make the customers queue like this?" Many stall owners along the street shared similar sentiments. Though there were exceptions, the influx of customers due to Qin Fan's presence significantly boosted foot traffic, and as patrons waited in line, they also picked up various daily necessities. Much to the delight of those vendors, they wished fervently that Qin Fan could keep the customers queued just a bit longer. Sitting cross-legged on a large grinding stone beneath a banyan tree, Manager Fan observed the scene. His gaze fell on the industrious Qin Fan, who busily registered customer requests, and he remarked, "This young man possesses some ingenuity." Meanwhile, as Qin Fan completed the registrations and the crowd showed no signs of dispersing, a sudden voice echoed through the air. Upon the blade, there were intricately inscribed runes of ice-breaking and whirlwind. "Boss Qin, how much for this knife? I shall purchase it." The voice that rang out belonged to Feng Hua. Before Qin Fan could respond, a stout figure hurried to Feng Hua's side, snatching the obsidian blade from his grasp, and declared, "Friend Qin, I shall buy this obsidian knife. Please, name your price." Feng Hua's face flushed with indignation as he exclaimed, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? I spotted this blade first and inquired about its price before you. How can you just take it from me?" The rotund male cultivator cast a disdainful glance at Feng Hua and retorted, "Have you purchased it with spirit stones? You have yet to buy it. Thus this blade remains available for sale. Why should I not be allowed to make a purchase? And do not accuse me of bullying you. Boss Qin, please provide a base price, and then I shall bid against this fellow. Whoever offers the higher price shall claim the knife. That seems fair, does it not?" Chapter 20. The exorbitant first-grade magical tool. Feng Hua raised his voice, proclaiming, "Let the bidding commence." Their shouts attracted a considerable number of male cultivators who had been idly admiring the beautiful women nearby. Today, the number of female customers at Qin Fan's stall was particularly high, showcasing an array of striking beauties, including some breathtaking female cultivators. Many male practitioners, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over to indulge in the spectacle, for such gatherings of enchanting women were indeed a rarity. The male cultivators showed little interest in the bowls and dishes Qin Fan was selling. Their attention was captivated by the magical tools on offer. As they witnessed the fervor of the bidding between two individuals, they shifted their focus and gathered around, seizing the opportunity to admire the lovely ladies up close. Among them was a well-off male cultivator clad in green, who, without even glancing at the magical tool being contested, called out loudly, "I, too, am in need of a magical tool. Qin boss, please set a starting price. I wish to join the bidding." In the presence of these exquisite women, some male cultivators displayed remarkable extravagance, even resorting to feigned wealth. Following this man's declaration, 7 or 8 others quickly joined in, eager to participate in the auction. The scene at Qin Fan's stall was vibrant and bustling. Qin Fan retrieved the Wu Jin Dao and showcased it to the crowd, smiling as he said, "This blade is known as the Wu Jin Dao. Although it is merely a first-grade magical tool, I have inscribed it with the frost-breaking and whirlwind runes to enhance its offensive capabilities, as well as a dust-proof rune for maintenance. I will demonstrate it for you all. Please pay close attention before deciding whether to place a bid." As he spoke, Qin Fan produced a sizable trial stone that he had prepared in advance from his spatial bag. He then executed a small freezing spell, swiftly enveloping the entire stone in frost. Grasping the Wu Jin Dao, he infused it with spiritual energy, activating the frost-breaking rune. With a sweeping strike, a gust of grayish-white wind surged toward the frozen trial stone, accompanied by a cacophony of howling sounds and a chilling aura that permeated the air. Those near Qin Fan immediately felt the temperature plummet, hastily raising their protective barriers. With a resounding crash, the entire frozen trial stone was cleaved in two. Qin Fan then presented another trial stone to test the whirlwind rune. After completing the demonstration, he addressed the gathered crowd with a grin. The starting bid for the first-grade Wu Jin Dao is 5 medium-grade spirit stones. While an ordinary first-grade magical tool can be acquired for a mere few dozen low-grade spirit stones, this one, inscribed with 2 offensive runes, significantly elevates its value. Its price is not simply doubled. As soon as Qin Fan finished speaking, Feng Hua raised his hand and loudly declared, "I bid 6. Despite his bravado, he felt a twinge of guilt, for he lacked the funds to support such a bid. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of confidence, casting a challenging glare at the plump male cultivator who had previously contended for the blade. The plump cultivator merely smirked in disdain before calmly raising his hand and announcing, 8 medium-grade spirit stones. The sudden increase in the price of 2 middle-grade spirit stones drew gasps from those nearby. A single middle-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 lower-grade spirit stones. For ordinary cultivators in the initial stages of Qi training, possessing even a single lower-grade spirit stone was considered quite respectable. To them, middle-grade spirit stones represented an immense fortune. Many cultivators at the initial Qi training stage, along with ordinary mortals, observed this extravagant bidding with palpable excitement. Although they could not afford such luxuries, it did not deter them from witnessing the wealth on display. Indeed, several young women cast flirtatious and envious glances at Qin Fan. Previously, they had regarded him merely as an ordinary male alchemist of daily necessities. And despite his status as a mid-stage Qi cultivator, they had hardly paid him any heed. However, they now realized that Qin Fan was not only adept at crafting tools, but also skilled in inscribing runes on magical artifacts. An artifact inscribed with runes could fetch several middle-grade spirit stones. 10 middle-grade spirit stones, shouted a man in a white robe from the crowd. 11. Immediately countered a man in green. 12. The man in white continued to bid. 13. Gritted the man in green, adding, "My sister-in-law's great-uncle is an esteemed guest at the treasure pavilion." Upon hearing this, Qin Fan understood that the man in green was attempting to intimidate others through his connections. However, was this assertion not a tad far-fetched? Nevertheless, achieving a sale price of 13 middle-grade spirit stones exceeded his expectations. Very good, he mused. The name Treasure Pavilion sounded somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he recalled that this was the establishment frequently visited by the protagonist, Lanyue, to buy and sell treasures in the original story. It was astonishing that this pavilion had already existed 500 years prior to his arrival. Truly, it was a shop that had collaborated with the protagonist from the beginning to the conclusion of the tale, and the identity of its mysterious benefactor remained undisclosed by the author until the end. Indeed, after the man in green made his declaration, the man in white could only flick his sleeves in silence. This left Qin Fan mildly astonished. Who would have thought such a distant connection could be wielded as a form of leverage? He suddenly thought of his own wife, a mid-stage golden core cultivator and the saintess of the Lanyue sect, destined to become the most formidable antagonist in the future. He stroked his chin, inexplicably enveloped in a sense of invincible confidence. Soon after, the black gold blade was secured by the man in green for 13 middle-grade spirit stones. Clutching the blade tightly, he hastily fled, as if fearing it might be snatched away. The man in white approached Qin Fan, producing a communication talisman. "Master Qin, this is my communication talisman. Should there be any more such artifacts, please contact me first for purchase. I assure you I will offer a satisfactory price. Qin Fan smiled and replied, There is no need for haste, my friend. I still have 2 more artifacts here, both inscribed with runes. You may take a look and see if you wish to purchase. With a wave of his hand, Qin Fan summoned the Qi sword and the half-moon halberd, which he had been refining over the past few days. The 2 artifacts, adorned with intricate engravings, radiated a dazzling brilliance before the light receded, returning to tranquility. Upon catching sight of the Qi sword, the man in white robes exhibited a spark of excitement in his eyes and promptly declared, I shall offer 15 mid-grade spirit stones for this sword. He then turned to the crowd, calling out, Does anyone wish to bid against me? The figure of 15 mid-grade spirit stones elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. The female cultivators gazed at Qin Fan with fervent admiration, while several male cultivators scrutinized him with an almost predatory glint in their eyes. No one dared to make a counteroffer, for this was already an astronomical price in the realm of Watergate Street. The fact that a first-tier artifact could fetch such a sum left the artifact vendors and their crafting masters green with envy, their eyes glistening with desire. They silently vowed to themselves, determined to master the art of engravings, even if it meant facing poverty. This competition was indeed fierce. Chapter 21. Behind every successful man stands an exceptional woman. In the end, the man clad in white robes purchased Qin Fan's crimson flame sword. Master Qin, I am Bailey Yunlong. Let us keep in touch moving forward. Upon acquiring the crimson flame sword, Bailey Yunlong was in high spirits and wished to forge a friendship with Qin Fan. Very well, Qin Fan replied with a smile. Bailey Yunlong? Is that not the name of the most tragic antagonist in the original tale? As this realization dawned upon him, he scrutinized Bailey Yunlong anew, astonished by the serendipity of encountering the original narrative's most lamentable villain in this very moment. Presently, Bailey Yunlong appeared significantly younger than his depiction in the original text. In that narrative, he was already the young master of the Wind Sword Sect, a formidable nascent soul cultivator, with both a wife and daughter. However, the male protagonist, Lanyue, possessed an almost otherworldly halo of destiny, attracting a multitude of enchanting female cultivators, resulting in a harem of thousands. Among these characters, the most captivating storyline involved a mother-daughter duo, both deeply infatuated with Lanyue. Their fierce competition for his affection culminated in a tragic confrontation, where the daughter ultimately ended her mother's life. Upon learning of this calamity, Bailey Yunlong was consumed by rage, embarking on a relentless pursuit of Lanyue. Yet, he was no match for Lanyue, the destined one. Ultimately, Bailey Yunlong was vanquished, his corporeal form shattered. After his nascent soul narrowly escaped, he succumbed to the path of darkness, mastering sinister arts to reclaim a physical form, seeking revenge against the male protagonist. Consequently, he emerged as the second greatest antagonist in the original narrative, trailing only behind Su Longyue. However, his fate was woeful. He was refined into the binding immortal rope by Lanyue, condemned to witness the intimate exchanges between Lanyue and his daughter daily. In the end, he self-destructed his nascent soul, leading to his ultimate demise, a most tragic downfall for what could be deemed the strongest cuckold king. Furthermore, the double standards and hypocrisy exhibited by Lanyue, who failed to adhere to a moral high ground, rendered him the singular protagonist in this fantasy animation that incited viewers' ire. Some audience members, inspired by their creativity, penned fan fiction depicting Lanyue as the villain and Bailey Yunlong as the hero, allowing Bailey to enact various forms of retribution upon Lanyue, thus amassing a devoted readership who exclaimed their satisfaction. Qin Fan had perused that fan fiction and was aware that Bailey Yunlong, born to a neglected concubine of the Wind Sword Sect and orphaned at an early age, had initially possessed unremarkable spiritual roots. At this juncture, his standing within the Wind Sword Sect was inferior even to that of an outer sect disciple. Observing Bailey Yunlong's current cultivation realm, mirroring his own at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, it was difficult to fathom that this individual would later reverse his fortunes, experience a mutation of spiritual roots, and ascend to the nascent soul realm within 5 centuries, ultimately becoming the young master of the Wind Sword Sect. This future potential ally was worth cultivating connections with, especially considering that an enemy's enemy is a friend. After all, his own spouse was the principal antagonist in this narrative, a sworn adversary of Lanyue. Bailey Daoist, may I inquire, are you married? Qin Fan, recalling Bailey Yunlong's eventual tragic fate, could not help but express a semblance of concern. Bailey Yunlong was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a question from Qin Fan. Suddenly struck by a thought, he cast an unusual glance towards Qin Fan, then quickly retreated a couple of steps, clasping his hands in salute as he spoke. Daoist Qin, I already have a fiancée, and the day I establish my foundation will mark our wedding. He was not inclined towards male affection, although this Daoist Qin was indeed a rare beauty among men. Yet, he had no such inclinations. Qin Fan pretended to cough lightly to ease the awkwardness, remarking, Daoist Bai, it seems your fiancée is not particularly fond of you, if she insists on waiting until your foundation establishment to marry. Bailey Yunlong was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a remark from someone he had just met. However, it seemed that Qin Fan's observation held some truth. He and Wang Yun had been childhood sweethearts, engaged from a young age, and were supposed to marry last year. Yet, Wang Yun had said they should wait until he successfully established his foundation, so their wedding could be more splendid. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now, hearing Qin Fan's words, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Nonetheless, he knew that Wang Yun loved him. Thus, he was reluctant to engage further with Qin Fan, fearing that if the conversation continued, he would be compelled to break up with Wang Yun. Daoist Qin, I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. After bowing, Bailey Yunlong hurried away. Qin Fan watched his retreating figure, shaking his head. He thought to himself that he should remind this unfortunate fellow about his predicament when the opportunity arose. Once Bailey Yunlong had departed, other male cultivators inquired of Qin Fan whether he had any magical tools inscribed with attack runes for sale. Ultimately, Qin Fan sold the third magical tool, the half-moon halberd, at the price of 11 medium-grade spirit stones. Although the price was lower than the previous two tools, it still exceeded his earlier estimations by a significant margin. Today had proven quite fruitful, with the sale of the three magical tools alone netting him 39 medium-grade spirit stones. Adding in the bowls, bathtubs, and the deposits received, the total amounted to 39 medium-grade spirit stones and 32 low-grade spirit stones. What a windfall! He felt financially secure. He exchanged a knowing glance with his companion, who had already stepped outside, and they shared a silent smile. This companion was a ruse he had employed, and the effect had been remarkably effective. However, he resolved not to use this tactic again, having noticed several cultivators in the crowd eyeing him like a lamb to the slaughter, intent on ambushing him. Remembering the high-grade talisman gifted to him by Su Longyue, his sense of security was somewhat restored. He turned and entered the iron tent, retrieving his Qianquan bag to stow away all the spirit stones he had earned today, subsequently hiding them in his undergarments. Within the confines of Qingzhou Square, there were restrictions, and with the enforcement team from Yingzhong present, no bandit would dare to rob within the market. However, outside Qingzhou Square, those bandits who had been eyeing him would undoubtedly strike. Before leaving Qingzhou Square, he needed to procure some life-saving items. After contemplating this, Qin Fan gathered his belongings and prepared to depart. Unexpectedly, a stunning female cultivator from the neighboring stall gracefully approached him. As she drew nearer, a waft of exotic fragrance enveloped him. The voice of Daoist Qin was alluring and soft. Qin Fan's gaze gradually became unfocused, and his body stiffened. Daoist Qin, since your stall has closed, would you care to join me for a cup of tea? Just as Qin Fan was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly noticed the scene before him. The array of enchanting women swirling around him shifted momentarily, and clarity surged through his mind, awakening him from his stupor. He then realized that, unbeknownst to him, a female cultivator from the neighboring stall had approached him and had draped her arms around his. The soft curves of her bosom pressed against his arm, prompting him to immediately push her away and take several steps back. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, Dear Daoist, please do not jest with me. I have a partner and pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Qin Fan hurriedly departed, his heart still in turmoil. Though he was well aware of the myriad types of cultivators in the world of immortality, and understood that the enchanting female cultivators of the Miao Yin workshop practiced the alluring arts of Yin supplementation, witnessing such enchantment firsthand was utterly startling. In that moment, he found himself utterly unable to restrain his own desires, losing all control over his body. Had it not been for the sudden coolness emanating from his undergarments, which surged straight to his mind, he would surely have succumbed to the charms of that beautiful female cultivator. What a close call. After putting some distance between himself and the stall, he immediately probed into his Qin bag with his spiritual sense, discovering that the protective talisman within had dimmed slightly. It seemed that the talisman had instinctively shielded him. Thankfully, he had a saintly partner watching over him. Chapter 22. Is that aspect too strong? Do I need fire-quenching elixirs? After being enchanted by the alluring female cultivator, Qin Fan found himself reevaluating both this world of cultivation and his own position within it. He had just sold off 3 magical artifacts, and perhaps he had become a tad too exuberant. He reminded himself to remain humble and discreet. Both he and Su Longyue were merely at the qi refinement stage, and drawing undue attention could easily invite peril. With a swift adjustment of his mindset, Qin Fan concealed his aura and diligently began purchasing each item on his procurement list. Subsequently, he made his way to the Qinji Pavilion, a reputable establishment in Qingzhufang that sold a variety of refining materials, elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts. Previously, he had resorted to purchasing materials at a stall on Watergate Street due to financial constraints. Now that he was more affluent, it was only fitting to shop at a store where quality was assured and professionalism abounded. Moreover, transactions in such a setting were less likely to attract unwanted attention, providing an added layer of security. Upon arriving at Qinji Pavilion, Qin Fan first inquired about the refining materials. After learning the prices, he procured 10 sets of materials. With this outing, he also purchased a week's worth of provisions, as he planned to set up his stall again in a week. The risk of being targeted by rogue cultivators during his ventures loomed larger with each outing. Young Master Qin, these 10 sets of refining materials total 1 medium-grade spirit stone. The attendant informed him. The quality of the materials he purchased this time was superior, as he intended to forge a first-tier medium-grade artifact. Previously, he had only managed to craft a first-tier low-grade artifact, but now, with his refining skill just shy of 500,000, he was on the cusp of elevating from a novice to a first-tier medium-grade refiner, enabling him to create first-tier medium-grade artifacts. Nodding in agreement, Qin Fan requested, "Now, please show me your talismans." At this, the attendant, Su Yi, beamed with delight and replied, "Certainly, young Master Qin, right this way." Su Yi led him to the talismans section. "How much for this diamond talisman?" Qin Fan inquired. The diamond talisman served as a defensive charm, summoning a shield formed by a protective rune upon activation. "Esteemed young Master Qin, this diamond talisman is a first-tier high-grade talisman, and it is priced at 5 medium-grade spirit stones," she replied. "Very well, I will take 2, he decided. Following this, Qin Fan acquired additional first-tier medium-grade and low-grade talismans focused on defense and speed enhancement. The medium-grade talismans were quite affordable, each costing merely 10 low-grade spirit stones. After completing his talisman purchases, he requested Su Yi to show him the inscription brushes. However, this time he was merely browsing, as he had previously crafted his own brush for engraving runes on artifacts, albeit in a rather crude manner, modeled after a modern brush without access to any reference. It had worn out after only a few uses. Now, as he aimed to forge a first-tier high-grade artifact, the quality of the inscription brush would need to be significantly improved, necessitating a more refined tool. Having indulged in a variety of inscription brushes, Qin Fan, having procured refining materials and a considerable number of talismans, found Su Yi patiently answering his inquiries one by one, elucidating the characteristics of each brush. Qin Fan committed these details to memory and subsequently purchased additional materials specifically for crafting inscription brushes. Su Yi, observing this, regarded him with a touch of surprise. Could it be that this young Master Qin before her not only possessed the skill of refining, but also the art of engraving inscriptions? It is well known that inscribing on magical tools is far more challenging than mere refining. Without innate talent, one might struggle to even begin such a pursuit throughout their lifetime. Most notably, this endeavor is exceedingly costly, even more so than the refining of magical artifacts. Unconsciously, her attitude towards Qin Fan softened further. After selecting his desired items, Qin Fan inquired, "Su Daoist, might I ask if you have any fire-reducing elixirs available?" "Fire-reducing?" Su Yi momentarily appeared perplexed. Qin Fan nodded. "Yes, I require elixirs to temper a rather vigorous condition. Recently, Su Longyue has exhibited signs of distress. Earlier at Watergate Street, I procured some cooling ingredients to prepare a nourishing meal for her, aimed at alleviating her condition. However, acquiring elixirs would be even more beneficial, as dietary adjustments may not address the root cause. In the realm of cultivation, elixirs possess remarkable efficacy and should effectively mitigate excess heat. Su Yi grasped his meaning, her cheeks flushing slightly as she averted her gaze, then bit her lip and said, "We do have some. I shall take you to see." Qin Fan felt a tinge of embarrassment discussing such matters with a young lady, yet for the sake of his beloved wife. He cast his modesty aside and followed Su Yi. As they walked, Su Yi's gaze inadvertently swept over Qin Fan's trousers. Clearing his throat discreetly, he caught her attention. With a flushed face, Su Yi attempted to shift the topic, asking, "Young Master Qin, have you yet taken a wife or concubine? Otherwise, how would you think to use elixirs for heat reduction?" "My wife is with child," Qin Fan replied. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's mind sparked with thoughts, though she refrained from elaborating further. "Qin Daoist, these 5 elixirs all possess fire-reducing properties, priced at 10 low-grade spirit stones, 20 low-grade spirit stones, 1 medium-grade spirit stone, and 5 medium-grade spirit stones respectively. The higher the price, the greater the purity and absence of elixir toxicity." Qin Fan's gaze settled on the brown elixir priced at 5 medium-grade spirit stones and asked, "Then I shall take this one." "Very well, this is the snowfall elixir. I shall prepare it for you immediately," Su Yi replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling. Qin Fan, grinning, remarked, "Having purchased so many items today, might Su Daoist consider gifting me a jar of spirit wine?" "That, I must seek the approval of the shopkeeper," she replied. "Very well." As she departed, Su Yi returned with a jar of spirit monkey wine, cheerfully urging Qin Fan to visit often. Qin Fan placed the wine into his storage pouch and made his way to Watergate Street. Upon arrival, he spotted Manager Fan seated beneath a large willow tree from a distance. He approached with a smile, walking up to Manager Fan to greet him. Manager Fan opened his eyes and glanced at Qin Fan. With a grand gesture, Qin Fan produced a jar of Lingho wine, offering it to Manager Fan with a smile, saying, "Manager Fan, you have put great effort into my stall. Otherwise, given the chaos today, I cannot imagine how my stall would have fared. This jar of wine is a token of my respect for you." Manager Fan regarded Qin Fan with a somewhat different gaze as he accepted the wine. He took a sip and set the jar down on the nearby stone table, inquiring, "What brings you to me?" "This young man certainly knows how to navigate social interactions." Qin Fan replied with a smile, "Your wisdom is commendable, Manager Fan. I noticed a storefront behind my stall that is currently closed. I wonder if it has been rented out? Here on Watergate Street, there are indeed shops lining the street. Though they lack the sophistication of the Qianji Pavilion he visited previously, they resemble the types of shops typically found adjacent to a farmer's market. Today, he has made a name for himself, and having a shop to sell goods is decidedly safer than merely setting up a stall. Furthermore, with a shop, he can operate regardless of the weather, as the realm of cultivation is not immune to rain, hail, or snow. Chapter 23. Qin Fan's Master Manager Fan remarked, "This matter does not fall under my jurisdiction, but I can inquire on your behalf." "Thank you for your assistance, Manager Fan," Qin Fan replied with a smile, subsequently finding a chair to sit beside him, engaging in casual conversation. He informed Fan that he and his master had recently moved to Qingzhou Fang and were not well versed in the local customs. He requested Fan's guidance should they inadvertently breach any protocols. He subtly revealed that his master was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm and was currently in seclusion. He was merely managing the shop as a favor to his master, acting as a mere errand boy. Upon hearing this, Manager Fan's gaze towards Qin Fan shifted noticeably. However, given the abundance of boastful cultivators, Fan did not immediately accept Qin Fan's claims. Nonetheless, he was willing to converse further with Qin Fan, finding the young man amiable and perceptive. Moreover, he was impressed by Qin Fan's ability to inscribe runes on magical tools. Had he not already reached the late stage of qi refinement and held little interest in inferior-grade artifacts, he would have competed in the auction of artifacts alongside Qin Fan that day. After half an hour of pleasant discourse, Qin Fan decided not to intrude further and made his way to meet Fang Huayue at Qinghe Lane. Fang was already there, eagerly rubbing his hands together, accompanied by a stout man, the very same who had bid against Fang earlier at Qin Fan's stall. Upon spotting Qin Fan, their faces broke into broad smiles. "Daoist Qin, today has proved quite fruitful," Fang exclaimed as he approached. Qin Fan responded with a smile, "I owe much to your assistance, Taoist Fong. With that, he produced 3 inferior-grade spirit stones and handed them to Fong, this being the remaining payment for Fong's role as his bidder, having previously provided 1 stone as a deposit. Fong, upon receiving the stones, chuckled, Taoist Qin, this is too generous. We agreed on 2 stones for the final payment. Would you prefer I take it back? Qin Fan jested, reaching for the stones. Fong promptly pocketed them, grinning, Taoist Qin, you are quite extravagant. Should another opportunity arise, do remember to call upon me, and I shall ensure everything is handled impeccably. Next, Fong introduced the stout man, Taoist Qin, this is my friend, Lu Changhe. Qin Fan regarded Lu Changhe, noting that he was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, the same realm as himself. Greetings, Taoist Qin, Lu Changhe said with a smile. Greetings, Taoist Lu. Have you both dined yet? Today, I shall treat you, Qin Fan offered. Whenever he set up his stall, he prepared all his meals in advance, placing them in a pot, an artifact of his own creation, designed to retain heat. Su Longyue could enjoy a meal at her leisure. Thus, he was not in a rush to return. Furthermore, he intended to stay at least 6 months and needed to find assistants to aid him in crafting utensils. So forging connections with other cultivators was advantageous. During their meal, Qin Fan expressed his desire to recruit individuals with foundational knowledge in artifact crafting to help him create models for bowls, dishes, toilets, bathtubs, and the like. Similar to seeking a manufacturing partner, the core expertise remains firmly in his hands. Products that can be mass-produced are outsourced, significantly conserving his time and allowing him to devote more hours to crafting magical artifacts and honing his skills. Although the profit from items such as dishes pales in comparison to the intricately inscribed magical tools, the rapid production speed makes even the smallest gains worthwhile. Upon hearing Qin Fan's words, Lu Changhe blushed and replied, Qin, my friend, I once studied artifact crafting under a master. I wonder if I meet your requirements. Feng Hua, surprised by this revelation, turned to Lu Changhe and inquired, Lu, you can craft artifacts? I had never heard of this before. Didn't you purchase your magical tools? With a flushed face, Lu Changhe responded, I cannot produce finished products with high offensive or defensive capabilities. But I am capable of crafting everyday items that require less stringent standards, such as those for insulation or dust resistance. Despite having reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement, he, as a loose cultivator, found himself rather financially constrained. Observing Qin Fan's lavish spending and acknowledging that Qin, at merely 17 or 18, was already a skilled artifact engraver with a promising future, Lu felt that working for Qin Fan did not diminish his status. It was certainly safer than battling beasts to earn spirit stones. Feng Hua remained silent, but felt that Lu Changhe had somewhat compromised the dignity of a cultivator, as he had not yet reached the stage of working for peers. Nonetheless, considering that he, too, sought to earn spirit stones by engaging others to assist Qin Fan, he reflected that perhaps it was not so disgraceful for Lu to do the same. Yet, he believed he held a higher standing than Lu Changhe. Qin Fan smiled at Lu Changhe and said, I happen to have some clay here. Would you like to try crafting a bowl and dish? With that, Qin Fan produced the clay and gestured for Lu Changhe to replicate the shape of the bowl they had used for their meal. Lu Changhe immediately began his work. After the incense had burned for a while, Lu Changhe successfully crafted an unglazed ceramic bowl. Observing the gray-yellow bowl before him, Qin Fan examined it closely and tested its insulation properties, which proved satisfactory. The dimensions were also appropriate. Lu, for every 10 bowls and dishes you create, I will reward you with a spirit crystal. What do you say? Lu Changhe, taken aback, could hardly contain his excitement, his face breaking into a beaming smile as he exclaimed, Excellent. His earlier attempt at crafting a bowl had been somewhat slow, but with practice, he would surely increase his speed. Moreover, when working with the clay, he could produce items in bulk, although each bowl required individual attention. In summary, if he dedicated an entire day to crafting bowls and dishes, he could easily produce hundreds, equating to a minimum earning of 10 spirit crystals daily. In just 10 days, he could amass a spirit stone. Feng Hua stared in astonishment, twisting his stiff neck to glance at Qin Fan. He licked his lips and inquired, Qin, my friend, is it too late for me to begin my studies in weapon forging? Qin Fan engaged in conversation with Lu Changhe and the others before bidding them farewell, agreeing upon a time for their next meeting. As dusk approached, Qin Fan gazed outside Qingzhou Square and absent-mindedly touched his waistband. Feeling a sense of security, he activated a first-tier low-grade wind speed talisman and hastened his departure from Qingzhou Square. The distance from Qingzhou Square to Qin Fan's dwelling was not significant. Typically, it would take him half an hour to walk there. However, with the acceleration talisman, he doubled his speed, managing to reach his destination in merely a quarter of an hour. Just as he stepped out of Qingzhou Square, 3 figures emerged from the shadows, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Qin Fan had departed. The trio consisted of 2 men and a woman. The woman was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, while the 2 men were at the 7th level. Chapter 24. A glimpse of brilliance. They had long set their sights on Qin Fan, having previously tracked him to the misty woods. Their caution had deterred them from taking action then. But today, Qin Fan appeared exceedingly vulnerable. If they were to eliminate him swiftly, they could easily depart from Qingzhou Square. "Do not kill him just yet," spoke the female cultivator among them in a low tone. The elder male cultivator chuckled. Fairy Kaidai seems to have taken a liking to this Qin Daoist. Fairy Kaidai remained silent. The younger male cultivator added with a grin, "Indeed. Leopard brother, Qin Daoist possesses an uncommon beauty, and as a cultivator at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, it is quite understandable that Fairy Kaidai is enamored. Rest assured, I shall not mar his visage. I want you to relish your meal," said the cultivator addressed as Leopard brother. "Dashin, let us not be complacent. Fairy Kaidai, as per our prior arrangement, we may spare Qin Fan's life for now, but you must resolve this matter within half an hour. Otherwise, I shall take matters into my own hands." Fairy Kaidai responded with a slight acknowledgement and transformed into a streak of vibrant light, quickening her pace. The 3 of them extravagantly utilized wind speed talismans. Upon reaching the woods, they caught up with Qin Fan. "Qin Daoist, why the haste?" Dashin laughed heartily, calling out to him. The trio positioned themselves at 3 points, encircling Qin Fan. As Qin Fan beheld the trio before him, his gaze flickered. Indeed, it was them. He had noticed their scrutiny earlier at the stall. One was a female cultivator at the same level as he, while the other 2 were of higher realms. Though he could not discern their exact levels, they seemed slightly beneath that of Manager Fan. They appeared to be between the mid and late stages of Qi refinement, possibly even late-stage cultivators. If he were an ordinary mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner, being encircled by 3 such bandits would surely spell his doom. However, he was the favored one of the Empress. "Do you think you can shatter me and seize what belongs to your grandfather?" Qin Fan smirked, leaping forth to throw down a modern explosive he had crafted. Due to limited resources, its power was not overwhelming, yet it achieved its intended effect. As the bomb detonated, the trio of Leopard brother immediately retreated amidst a resounding blast that sent dust swirling into the air. Simultaneously, they noticed a fog beginning to envelop the vicinity, not the dust of the explosion, but a thick smoke. Within the haze, Fairy Kaidai spotted the man she loathed most, who was uttering words that provoked her ire, prompting her to draw her blade and charge at him. Various spells and artifacts erupted in a cacophony of destruction. Leopard brother and Dashin, much like Fairy Kaidai, found themselves confronting those they detested most, unleashing their wrath. In that moment, the woods exploded with a kaleidoscope of colors. Green, blue, red, and other vibrant spells clashed in the air, accompanied by the piercing sounds of colliding artifacts. Amidst the chaos, the frenzied shouts echoed, "Su Qingyan, I shall slay you. You wretched beast, do you dare to be arrogant? Today, I will ensure your demise." At this moment, Qin Fan leapt onto a towering tree, gazing down upon the chaotic struggle of 3 individuals below. His heart trembled with astonishment. Truly, the enchanting talisman bestowed upon him by Su Longyue was formidable. Its mesmerizing magic was exceptionally powerful. The 3 had begun to turn against one another, each strike a lethal blow. Soon, the fairy of colorful butterflies was pierced through the chest by Brother Leopard's ghostly blade, meeting her demise. Dashi, harnessing his chi to manipulate needles, unleashed 8 slender, green glowing needles, akin to chopsticks but much finer, towards Brother Leopard with great speed, sealing off 7 vital points, including his heart. "You beast, perish." Dashi erupted with a robust surge of spiritual power, gesturing with his hands as he expelled a mouthful of fresh crimson blood onto his black square ruler. Instantly, the surface of the ruler ignited with the blood, radiating a brilliant red light. Dashi summoned the ruler, which transformed into a sweeping arc, aimed to cleave Brother Leopard, who had been poisoned. The might of the attack was terrifying. Though Brother Leopard cast a diamond talisman in a split second, Dashi's ultimate technique wielded immense destructive force, more than sufficient to obliterate someone in the later stages of Qi refinement. Moreover, both were of the same realm, and at that moment, Brother Leopard's heart was already poisoned, nearing death. After a brief struggle, the diamond talisman began to falter, the runes gradually dissipating. The black square ruler shattered the talisman's remnants, striking Brother Leopard directly. He was instantly cleaved in two. Meanwhile, Dashi gradually emerged from the haze, his eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before him. Brother Leopard, the fairy of colorful butterflies. Cursed be Qin Fan, the old scoundrel. I shall rend you to pieces. However, scarcely had he uttered these words when thunder erupted above him. Lightning engulfed his surroundings, bolts as thick as millstones descending from the heavens. Startled, his complexion shifted dramatically, and he hastily summoned a golden bell talisman, swiftly channeling his spiritual energy to erect a protective barrier. Yet, the previous battle had drained him of too much energy and vital essence, and now, struck by such formidable lightning, his barrier shattered. The golden bell crumbled, his knees buckled, and he sank to one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As he beheld the lightning breaking through his defenses, he cried out in despair, "No!" In the next instant, Dashi was struck by the lightning, and in its wake, the flora and fauna turned to charcoal. Qin Fan descended from the tree, standing where Dashi had fallen. Once he confirmed that Dashi had been reduced to ashes, he exhaled in relief. "Qin Daoyu, impressive methods," a voice resonated. Immediately, Manager Fan alighted 2 meters away from Qin Fan. With a smile, Qin Fan remarked, "Indeed, it is thanks to the treasures given by my master. Otherwise, I would have perished today. I am grateful for your protection along the journey." While chatting with Manager Fan on Watergate Street, he had mentioned his need for protection on his return home, offering a high-grade diamond talisman as a condition. Manager Fan remained silent, but his eyes reflected an unusual glint. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Fan feigned ignorance and swiftly began to tidy the battlefield, collecting the storage bags and magical artifacts belonging to Leopard Brother and Color Butterfly Fairy. He then addressed Manager Fan, stating, "The commotion here is too great. Soon, wandering cultivators will arrive. We must depart." With that, Qin Fan activated a mid-grade wind speed talisman and hastened towards home. Earlier, when he had exited the Qingzhou workshop, he deliberately employed a low-grade wind speed talisman to lure the pursuers closer. Lacking combat experience, he had invited Manager Fan to escort him, seizing the opportunity to hone his response skills and psychological readiness for taking lives. The outcome had been promising thus far. Upon reaching the perimeter of the array set by Su Longyue, he halted and expressed gratitude to Manager Fan, who had been covertly protecting him, saying, "Manager Fan, I have arrived home. I am grateful for your escort along the way." After this, Qin Fan lingered no longer and stepped directly into the mist. A minute after his entrance, Manager Fan arrived at the spot where Qin Fan had previously stood. Chapter 25. The Empress's subtlety. Manager Fan gazed at the billowing white mist before him, hesitating to step into its depths. After surveying the perimeter of the fog, he sensed a powerful and terrifying divine consciousness sweeping toward him, causing his complexion to change dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted and fled at the utmost speed. Utilizing wind speed talismans and acceleration spells, he even summoned a batch of semi-spiritual horses from his spirit beast pouch, riding them with all his might. It was not until he returned to the Qingzhou Square, burst through the door of his residence, affixed a protective talisman to the entrance, and concealed himself in the cavern beneath the floor of his room that he dared to pause. Panting heavily, drenched in sweat, he sighed inwardly. That was close. Such formidable divine consciousness, more powerful than the foundation-building ancestors in the market. Clearly, Qin Fan was right. His master is indeed a great golden core cultivator. How terrifying. I was far too reckless today, far too careless. To think I dared to investigate the vicinity of a golden core expert's abode. Thankfully, that individual seemed to harbor no murderous intent toward me. Otherwise, my demise would have been as trivial as crushing an ant. No wonder Qin Fan had the audacity to ask me to protect him, unafraid that I might harbor thoughts of treachery. It turns out he truly has a formidable master backing him. How terrifying. Earlier today, when I witnessed Qin Fan conjuring an astonishing illusion array and summoning heavenly thunder to obliterate a 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator without a trace, I too entertained thoughts of treachery against him. Fortunately, I managed to restrain myself. Thankfully, Qin Fan was swift in his departure. Had he lingered even a moment longer, I might have succumbed to the temptation to harm him. If I had acted on such impulses, today next year would mark my own day of reckoning. How frightening. I've resolved not to venture out for the next week. Right? I must diligently attend to the matters Qin Fan entrusted to me. Meanwhile, upon returning to his estate, Qin Fan found Su Longyue seated in the courtyard. After 3 days apart, the sudden sight of her left him momentarily stunned. Fortunately, having entered the grand array earlier, he had cast a cleansing spell to rid himself of any scent of blood or charred remnants. I returned a bit late tonight. Have you had dinner? Qin Fan inquired with a smile as he approached the courtyard. Su Longyue offered no reply, but merely glanced at him before turning to retreat into her chamber. Qin Fan scratched his head, sensing her behavior was somewhat peculiar. Nonetheless, he dismissed it from his mind. He had no intention of burdening Su Longyue with the details of the assassination attempt he had narrowly escaped. He wished to spare her the worry. Once in his own room, Qin Fan retrieved the spoils of the day, 2 Qinquan pouches and 5 magical artifacts. Upon opening the pouches, he discovered only a few meager low-grade spirit stones. Pouting slightly, he mused, no wonder they resorted to robbery. They are truly destitute. The 2 Qinquan pouches contained a mere 8 low-grade spirit stones, alongside some rather inferior medicinal pills and materials from demonic beasts. Of the 5 magical artifacts, 2 defensive ones were significantly damaged and of little use. However, being a master craftsman myself, I can disassemble and reforge these 2 magical artifacts with relative ease, merely requiring the addition of some refining materials before I can sell them as entirely new creations. This is the advantage of being a craftsman. Otherwise, when an ordinary cultivator acquires a magical artifact, it is easily recognizable unless all traces of its previous ownership are meticulously erased. The other 3 artifacts, though somewhat damaged, remain relatively intact. Notably, the dark-hued ruler stands out as it is a top-tier first-grade magical artifact. I observed its value at Qinji Pavilion today, where a first-grade top-tier artifact is worth 18 medium-grade spirit stones, with those of superior quality fetching over 20. Furthermore, this dark ruler bears an intricate design etched upon its surface, which would undoubtedly increase its value. Although I could not discern the nature of this engraving, it was evidently powerful, as demonstrated by its previous use by the formidable figure in the mountains. I intend to conduct a thorough study of it later. Apart from the ruler, the other 2 artifacts are first-grade mid-tier, lacking engravings and of average quality. Yet they still hold a value of around 6 or 7 medium-grade spirit stones. This acquisition has proven quite fruitful. It is no wonder that so many practitioners resort to robbery. A single heist can yield enough to sustain them for 3 years without further endeavors. The illusion talisman and lightning talisman bestowed by Su Longyue have been utilized once each. Although their luminous inscriptions have dimmed, they have not vanished. Now, with 2 additional storage bags in my possession, I have a total of 4. I plan to organize and categorize my belongings. 1 bag for purchasing vegetables, another for daily necessities, a third for refining materials, and a 4th for finished artifacts and dishes. As I opened the storage bag gifted by Su Longyue, preparing to extract its contents, I suddenly sensed something amiss. A flicker of spiritual awareness enabled me to retrieve an unexpected item, an exquisitely crafted wooden brocade box. I had not encountered this item upon my departure from King's Hufang. How did it come to be here? Could it be that Su Longyue placed it inside? Upon opening the wooden box, I discovered a pill and a small jade vial within. Curiosity piqued, I uncorked the vial and, upon inhaling its contents, I swiftly sealed it again, overwhelmed by excitement. This is spiritual liquid. Though I have never seen it in person, the memories of the original owner, along with descriptions from texts and animations, confirm its significance. I can ascertain that this jade vial contains an entire bottle of spiritual liquid. While it may appear to hold only about 15 milliliters, spiritual liquid is sold by the drop at auction houses. The spiritual energy contained within is vastly superior to that found in spirit stones. A single drop is worth dozens of medium-grade spirit stones. Here lies an entire vial of spiritual liquid. Truly, Su Longyue is extraordinarily wealthy. Such generosity is remarkable. As for this pill, what kind of elixir is it? With that thought, I set down the jade vial and lifted the pill to my nose for a delicate sniff. Instantly, I was enveloped in a refreshing sensation. After taking a bite, A surge of vital energy coursed through his limbs and bones. He immediately sat cross-legged to refine it. This was a revitalizing pill. Not only did it possess remarkable capabilities for staunching wounds and healing, but it also had the power to replenish spiritual energy in an instant. Remarkably, after just one bite and completing the refinement, he felt the spiritual energy he had expended while using talismans replenished in an instant. It was evident that this truly was a gift from Su Longyue. Yet, why did she choose to bestow such treasures upon him in secrecy, stealthily placing them in his storage pouch? Contemplating this, Qin Fan couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that the Empress had a somewhat shy and reserved side during her youthful days. But wait, why would she give him the revitalizing pill? Did she somehow know about his encounter with the bandit cultivator in the forest? It seemed likely, for upon his return, she had been waiting in the courtyard without uttering a word before departing. It must have been at that moment she discreetly placed the revitalizing pill and spiritual liquid in his storage pouch. However, this pouch was tucked within his underwear. The thought made him envision Su Longyue's delicate, soft hand. He felt a nosebleed coming on. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, Qin Fan prepared to test the effects of the spiritual liquid on his cultivation. Being a four-element spiritual root of the lowest quality, his progress in absorbing spiritual energy had always been painfully slow. Even now, he had yet to feel any signs of breaking through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Chapter 26. The token of affection from the Empress. The following morning, Qin Fan felt a tremendous surge of spiritual energy breaking through his meridians, causing his blood to boil. Upon opening his eyes, he was overjoyed to discover that he had reached the 6th level of Qi training. The previous levels 4 and 5 had been attained through rewards from the system, but this latest advancement was a result of his own diligent cultivation, filling him with a profound sense of accomplishment. However, he was unexpectedly met with a limitation. After absorbing a certain amount of spiritual liquid, his body ceased to respond to further intake. Realizing he had reached saturation, Qin Fan halted his consumption of the spiritual liquid. Observing the remaining half bottle, he placed it back into his storage pouch and swiftly organized his belongings before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. In Su Longyue's chamber, she sensed the unstable fluctuations of magical energy emanating from Qin Fan's room. Had he broken through? A quick probe confirmed her suspicion. He had indeed reached the 6th level of Qi training. A thought crossed her mind, prompting her to send a message to Qin Fanyu, requesting assistance in monitoring the secret techniques for cultivating external spiritual bodies. For a cultivator, altering one's spiritual roots could be achieved either through mutation or by employing secret techniques for enhancement. One such method involved the cultivation of spiritual bodies. Cultivators with 4 spiritual roots could absorb spiritual energy at a rate comparable to those with dual roots if they possessed a spiritual body. Spiritual bodies are categorized into innate and acquired types. Su Longyue had awakened her innate spiritual body at birth. There are also explicit and implicit spiritual bodies. Having examined Qin Fan through secret techniques, she discovered that he did not possess an implicit spiritual body. Thus, the only way to assist Qin Fan in enhancing his spiritual roots would be to find the secret techniques for cultivating an acquired spiritual body that suited his needs. Among Qin Fan's 4 spiritual roots, the primary one was wood, necessitating the cultivation techniques for the acquired green wood spiritual body. Gradually, she became unaware of her own inclination to pave the way for Qin Fan. Meanwhile, Qin Fan received a notification, ding. Detection of increased affinity between the protagonist and the host. As a reward, the host receives a set of body refining techniques, using man as a tool. Additionally, the resources required for the 1st level of this technique's cultivation have been granted. The resources were transmitted successfully, and upon hearing the long-awaited voice of the system, Qin Fan noticed a storage pouch materializing on the table before him, presumably containing the promised cultivation resources. Does the host wish to accept this technique now? The system inquired. Accept. Qin Fan replied eagerly. The title using man as a tool sounded somewhat familiar. Before he could ponder further, a torrent of complex and esoteric text flooded his mind, each character seemingly imprinted into his very veins, granting him deep understanding. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his gaze peculiar. It turned out to be this technique. The using man as a tool method was precisely the ruthless technique that Su Longyue had practiced after her transformation into a darker persona. It earned its name for treating individuals as tools for cultivation. The cultivator was inherently a treasure, and by refining their body to the utmost perfection. Every part of them became terrifyingly powerful. Even a single strand of hair could annihilate a nation. Su Longyue was even more ruthless, transforming her limbs into the four legs of the celestial devouring cauldron, bestowing it with overwhelming might, rivaling the celestial artifact wielded by the protagonist, Lanyue, in the original tale. Yet, I recall that Su Longyue practiced a fragmented and perilous cultivation technique, while the system has bestowed upon me a complete one. However, this technique is exceedingly brutal. The first layer requires one to be placed within a furnace, enduring the concoction of 81 types of medicinal herbs, only to emerge upon breaking through the first stage of body refinement. This truly treats oneself as a magical instrument for refining. Can one be certain of not being melted by the furnace's extreme heat? Su Longyue is indeed a formidable individual. Reflecting on the now innocent Su Longyue, I can't help but feel a pang of sympathy, contemplating how harsh she would become in the future. Taking a deep breath, I began to ponder seriously. My spiritual root is a fourth-grade pseudo-spiritual root, rendering me a mere pawn in the cultivation realm. Since I cannot alter my spiritual root, I shall focus on body refinement. The mid-stage of body refinement is comparable to the late stage of Qi cultivation, showcasing its formidable nature. Given my current spiritual root, foundation establishment is possible. Yet the hope of forming a golden core appears dim. Without a golden core, one's lifespan is limited to merely 400 years. Now that Su Longyue carries my child, and with her lifespan spanning 10,000 years, as a man, I cannot allow my beloved to endure a lifetime of solitude. I must refine. This skill must be cultivated. Immediately, I grasped the storage bag awarded by the system. Scanning it with my spiritual sense, I discovered a dark green cauldron exuding an ancient aura and the 81 herbs required for the first layer of the body refinement technique. After preparing breakfast, I called for Su Longyue to join me. This time, she emerged. As we shared the meal, I broke the silence, stating, "The spiritual liquid you provided was excellent. I have broken through to the 6th layer of Qi cultivation." Su Longyue paused, her hand holding the bowl momentarily still, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, yet she remained silent. Aware of her shy nature, I continued to recount the events from the previous day at Qingzhou Square, detailing every nuance. I saved the incident where a female cultivator had nearly ensnared me with her charms for last. Upon finishing, Su Longyue's beautiful eyes finally turned towards me. With a hint of exasperation, I remarked, "Wife, would you consider stamping a seal for me? This way, other women will know I have a partner and will dare not covet me. Being too handsome can be quite a burden." Su Longyue. Yet, it is true that Qin Fan is exceptionally handsome, a rare gem indeed. "Here," she said, producing a fragrant pouch and tossing it to me. Qin Fan took the scented sachet and brought it to his nose, inhaling the fragrant aroma that still lingered from Su Longyue, which was incredibly pleasing. Observing his reaction, Su Longyue's eyelashes fluttered. Her exquisite face flushed a delicate crimson as she averted her gaze, clearing her throat softly. "This sachet is my special creation. Wear it on your person, and it will protect you from toxins and enchantments in critical moments." Qin Fan accepted the sachet and sat beside Su Longyue, locking eyes with her as he smiled warmly. "My dear, this sachet is a token of your affection, and I shall wear it close to my heart, day and night. You are truly kind to me. Come, give me a kiss." As he spoke, he wrapped his arms around Su Longyue, caught off guard by his boldness. She had no time to react before he cupped her face and pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek. "Release me. How infuriating. The forbidden flames I had so painstakingly subdued are reigniting," she thought. She wondered when her dear friend would discover the antidote to this intoxicating poison. Although she could have pushed him away, for some inexplicable reason, her body felt languid within his embrace, rendering her unable to muster any strength to resist. Deep within her heart, a yearning surged forth, an urgent desire to pull Qin Fan closer. Chapter 27. Will there be rewards for a dual cultivation? Then let us cultivate once more. Qin Fan sensed that Su Longyue's body temperature was rising, and a thought struck him. He retrieved a pill and said, "My dear wife, this is the snowfall pill, which I procured from the Qinji Pavilion at the market. Its primary function is to detoxify. You have been acting rather strangely these past few days. Could it be that you have been poisoned?" Su Longyue gazed at the pill before her, momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Qin Fan had noticed her recent oddities and had gone out of his way to acquire a detoxifying remedy for her. A warm current flowed gently through her heart. She raised her watery eyes to meet his concerned gaze. She parted her red lips. The snowfall pill is of no use to me. She had already tested various detoxifying pills she possessed, all of which proved ineffective. A specially formulated antidote was required. Then, is my antidote effective for you? Qin Fan inquired. Su Longyue was momentarily stunned. Qin Fan lowered his head and sealed her lips with his own. Indeed, she was poisoned. And it was of a particular nature. Otherwise, she would not have climbed into his bed twice in the dead of night. Each time, at the crucial moment, she would retreat like a receding tide. She surely desired him, yet was restraining herself with reason. As her husband, it was imperative for him to assist her during such a pivotal moment. He needed to take the initiative and serve as her antidote. Su Longyue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. As she beheld his handsome visage mere inches away, her gaze gradually grew hazy, and her rationality began to dissipate. Qin Fan swept Su Longyue into his arms and carried her into his chamber. He drew the mosquito net and placed her atop him. Do not. The rational part of Su Longyue pleaded softly. Let us explore the profound truths we have yet to discuss. Qin Fan, do not hold back. Your husband has just leveled up and can withstand your bold advances. The two figures within the mosquito net began to delve into a discourse on the principles of Tao. Half an hour later, as Su Longyue made to leave, Qin Fan grasped her hand, flipping her over and pinning her beneath him. Considering her pregnancy, he refrained from pressing down fully, maintaining a careful balance above her. My dear wife, at such a moment, are you truly unwilling to assume full responsibility for me? I wish to hold back. Su Longyue struggled to maintain her composure. Yet, as Qin Fan sipped from the spring water, her rationality was swept away in an instant. Outside, the sun shone brightly. It was a splendid day, and not far from the house, a few rabbits were diligently nibbling on the grass in the verdant meadow. Occasionally, they would lift their heads to gaze at the sky before returning to their feast, munching incessantly. At noon, Qin Fan lay on the bed. Detected that the host and the bound object have engaged in dual cultivation once, rewarding the host with 1 spirit root qualification point. System panel, host, Qin Fan realm. Qi refining 6th layer spirit roots. For spirit roots with spirit root. Low grade, 18100, water spirit root. Low grade, 10100, fire spirit root. Low grade, 6100, earth spirit root. Low grade, for 100, allocatable spirit root points. 1 offspring. 0, 5 potential offspring pending. Artifact refining proficiency. Beginner artifact refiner, 498,208 500,000. Qin Fan did not anticipate that engaging in dual cultivation with Su Longyue would yield a reward from the system. This reward was indeed splendid, granting him a spirit root qualification point. His spirit root attributes were now displayed on the list. Upon examining his spirit root attributes, Qin Fan felt a tinge of helplessness. His spirit root qualifications were undeniably low. The wood spirit root was the most exceptional among the 4. Yet he still needed 82 points to reach the next upgrade threshold of 100. However, with the system's reward in hand, there was now a possibility for his spirit roots to improve. Quite remarkable. Truly, the system possesses the ability to achieve what ordinary individuals cannot. The numbers following each spirit root seem akin to points allocated in a game. Currently, he had 1 allocatable spirit root point. Qin Fan allocated this point to his primary wood spirit root. Wood spirit root. Low grade, 19100. If he were to engage in dual cultivation with Su Longyue once more, could he not accrue additional spirit root allocation points? With this thought, Qin Fan rolled over, positioning himself atop the already awakened yet tightly shut-eyed Su Longyue. Dear wife, shall we indulge once again? Su Longyue immediately opened her eyes, exclaiming a firm no. However, upon gazing into Qin Fan's smoldering dark eyes, her tone softened, hinting at a playful reluctance. An hour later, detected that the host and the bound object have engaged in dual cultivation once, and noted a decrease in the bound object's affection towards the host, rewarding the host with 50,000 artifact refining points. Artifact refining proficiency. Beginner artifact refiner, 448,208 500,000. Qin Fan. Qin Fan. Is this truly a reward? This feels more like a veiled punishment. Well, It seems he had been overly vigorous earlier, causing Su Longyue discomfort. Qin Fan gently addressed the still-eyed and snugly wrapped Su Longyue. My dear wife, I must have exhausted you. Please rest in the room while I prepare lunch. With that, he rose, donned his clothes, and exited the room. 10 minutes later, Su Longyue finally pulled back the covers, revealing her flushed cheeks, biting her lower lip. Her stunning visage bore a playful pout. You naughty boy, she remarked, before pulling the covers back over her head, curling up like an adorable little kitten in the warmth of the blankets. Memories of the earlier events flooded her mind, causing her face to flush anew. Unable to resist rolling around on the bed in glee. Utterly charming. Qin Fan swiftly prepared lunch. However, when it came time to eat, Su Longyue expressed that she was not hungry and chose to remain indoors. Qin Fan discerned that Su Longyue was merely feeling shy. He chuckled helplessly. While she had displayed considerable boldness when she had alighted from the bed, now she seemed hesitant to face him. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that there would be ample opportunity in the future. He placed a portion of the meal back into the iron pot to keep it warm, then quickly finished his own meal. He proceeded to search for an unoccupied room in the courtyard, intending to commence his body refinement. From his storage pouch, he extracted a medicinal cauldron and positioned it in the center of the room. He then took out the 81 medicinal ingredients required for the refinement process, adhering to the steps outlined in the human vessel technique, adding water meticulously and controlling the temperature with true fire as he introduced the herbs. Once the mixture reached a certain level, he disrobed and stepped into the cauldron. Upon entering, he could not help but wince. The water was scorching. The temperature had exceeded 100 degrees Celsius, with bubbles vigorously rising to the surface. The heat continued to escalate. Had he possessed a mortal physique, he would have been scalded to a state of agony by the boiling water by now. Fortunately, as a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement, his physical constitution was far superior to that of an ordinary person, allowing him to endure the ordeal, albeit with difficulty. He continued to increase the heat. Body refinement was not something that an ordinary cultivator could withstand, particularly not through the method of using oneself as a vessel. As the temperature soared, his skin began to crack under the pressure of the boiling water, and the medicinal essence seeped into his body through the ruptured skin, mending his wounds. This cycle of damage and repair perpetually repeated itself. Chapter 28. First layer of body refinement. The temperature soared relentlessly, and Qin Fan felt as though he were floating, his entire being seemingly detached from himself. His consciousness began to blur, and his body yearned to rebel against the confines of the medicinal cauldron. Yet he could not. To leap out would mean the failure of this body refinement. The 81 medicinal herbs provided by the system existed in singularity. Should he fail this time, he would be compelled to seek out these rare herbs anew for any future attempts at body refinement. This implied that a failure now could delay his next opportunity indefinitely. I cannot succumb to unconsciousness. I must succeed. The thought of Su Longyue, who was with child, and the unborn babies spurred him onward. He had to endure. As the searing flames parched his throat, he disregarded all caution, opening his mouth and tilting his head to gulp down the concoction simmering in the cauldron. With great effort, he grasped a vibrant, multicolored phoenix lotus that had yet to be fully refined. He tore off a petal and chewed it slowly before swallowing. In an instant, a myriad of divine energies seemed to flicker within his mouth, and a surge of vital life force cascaded down his throat, enveloping his entire body. The wounds that had been cracked open by the boiling liquid were swiftly mended, and the agony of torn flesh was soothed. After consuming a complete lotus petal, his depleting vitality was rejuvenated, allowing him to surpass the first trial. Now, the second trial awaited. Qin Fan produced a short dagger he had prepared in advance and plunged it into his left arm, causing blood to gush forth and stain the boiling concoction crimson. The seething liquid then seeped into his wound, eliciting a grimace of pain as he gritted his teeth. Damn it! This method of body refinement, employing oneself as the vessel, was truly beyond what a mere mortal could endure. Nevertheless, having commenced, Qin Fan was not one to lack resolve. He clenched his jaw, reasoning that a brief suffering was preferable to prolonged agony, and swiftly drove the dagger into his legs, followed by guiding it through his left arm with his spiritual energy. Thus, all 4 limbs were pierced. The sensation was excruciatingly exhilarating. Qin Fan gasped sharply. He quickly consumed another lotus petal, otherwise he risked losing his vitality altogether. Days and nights passed in a relentless cycle. In the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. Throughout these 7 days, Su Longyue occasionally stood outside the door of Qin Fan's refining chamber. The commotion from his body refinement was considerable. At times, the sounds of tsunamis echoed, while at others, golden light erupted, accompanied by swirling clouds of colorful mist. After observing for a while to confirm that Qin Fan was still alive, she would depart. At this moment, Su Longyue sat in her chamber, engaging in a video call with her friend. Yeah, I have located Master Situdan. After explaining the situation to him, he is currently in seclusion, concocting the antidote. I believe it will be ready upon his emergence. Su Longyue nodded in affirmation. Ever since their 2 encounters with Qin Fan, she had not experienced any episodes recently. It seems that this toxic fire can be temporarily subdued through intimate encounters with Qin Fan. Yeah, I have pondered a matter. Since your poison has not been entirely eradicated, how have you managed during its flare-ups these past few days? Chun Xianyuan inquired with curiosity. Su Longyue. She deftly shifted the topic. Have you found those items you were searching for? Yeah. Do not attempt to change the subject. You have yet to respond to my question. Surely you must not. What are you imagining? It can be suppressed. Oh, well, that is reassuring. She was concerned that Qin Fan might take advantage of Su Longyue during her moments of distress. It is fortunate that nothing untoward occurred. Indeed, her dear friend has been cultivating the supreme forgetting emotion technique since childhood. Her life is solely devoted to the righteous path of immortality, showing no interest in matters of romance. However, it was unexpected that she was ensnared by an ordinary male cultivator like Qin Fan. Nevertheless, once her dear friend gives birth, Qin Fan will merely be a fleeting speck in the lengthy journey of her cultivation, and their paths will diverge thereafter. Subsequently, the 2 women exchanged further conversation. Chun Xianyuan informed Su Longyue of an upcoming grand auction in Qinglong Immortal City next month, where rare inscriptions and advanced refining manuals would be auctioned. She intends to attend. As for the Lanyue sect, no significant discoveries had been made yet, but Chun Xianyuan vowed to continue her discreet investigations. She then regaled Su Longyue with various lively happenings within the realm of cultivation, including the discovery of a powerful cave dwelling at the juncture of the southern region and central continent, uncovered by the Ying sect. This news had spread among the lower 7 sects, prompting them to dispatch inner disciples to investigate. It was said to be the cave of a venerable Nascent Soul cultivator who had passed on. Our Falling Cloud sect has sent outer disciples there, and surely your Lanyue sect has as well. The southern region is home to 12 prominent cultivation sects, divided into the lower 7 and upper 5, with both the Lanyue and Falling Cloud sects belonging to the latter, while the Ying sect is part of the former. Upon hearing this, Su Longyue's gaze flickered with a hint of intrigue as she remained silent, listening intently to Chun Xianyuan as she continued to recount the next lively tale. After concluding the communication, Su Longyue's beautiful eyes darkened. The location she currently occupied, Qingzhou Square, lay within the jurisdiction of the Ying sect, precisely at the crossroads of the southern region and the central continent. She pondered the distance from this powerful cave dwelling to Qingzhou Square, wondering if the disciples from Falling Cloud sect and Lanyue sect would eventually come to rest there. Contemplating this, she cast her gaze towards the place where Qin Fan was cultivating. His relentless efforts, employing such inhuman methods for body refinement, clearly indicated his eagerness to enhance his strength. 7 days had passed, and he still persevered in his trials, demonstrating remarkable tenacity, truly a rarity. Su Longyue even mused. If she were to endure 7 days in that furnace, she shook her head. The most formidable aspect of a cultivator lies in their mastery of Tao and divine abilities. Only those with inferior talents would choose the path of body refinement to bolster their combat prowess. Suddenly, she sensed the disappearance of the spiritual energy fluctuations outside the body refining chamber, which returned to tranquility. She promptly made her way to the courtyard. Inside, Qin Fan opened his eyes. The surrounding heated medicinal liquid felt as soothing as warm water to him. His skin radiated a celestial glow, enveloping him in a sanctified light. His torso, once devoid of abdominal muscles, now displayed 6 well-defined abs. With a powerful punch, his vital energy surged forth, producing a resounding ping-pong as it cleaved through the air. His entire being was invigorated, the vitality within him more robust than ever before, enhanced by at least a fraction. In the merciless realm of cultivation, Each increment of vitality equates to a greater chance of survival. With the completion of the first layer of body refinement, his lifespan would extend by 20 years. Indeed, now, I am at the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, the first layer of body refinement, and the first layer of the Dian sword technique, with combat prowess comparable to that of the late Qi cultivation stage. Should I encounter the likes of Dashin and his companions again, I could confront them head-on without relying on the talismans bestowed upon me by Su Longyue. I could easily overpower them. With strength comes confidence. Qin Fan felt elated. Suddenly, he remembered that he had been engrossed in body refinement for several days, neglecting to prepare meals for Su Longyue. Hastily, he exited the medicinal cauldron, cast a cleansing spell to freshen himself, and retrieved an elegant robe from his storage pouch, quickly changing into it. Upon stepping out of the door, he was greeted by the sight of Su Longyue standing outside. Chapter 29, Astonishment. Qin Daoyu, you have reached the 6th level of Qi cultivation. My dear wife, have you been starving? I shall prepare a meal at once. It is entirely my fault that you have gone hungry. Qin Fan realized that he had not been sufficiently considerate. He had intended to focus on body refining, but he had not anticipated that it would consume 7 days of his time. Su Longyue paused for a moment, thinking he was about to share news of his success in body refining. To her surprise, upon exiting the room, he expressed concern for her hunger. What a foolish boy he is. As a living person, could she truly starve? Yet, she had not cooked in days, surviving solely on fasting pills. After indulging in Qin Fan's home-cooked meals for over 2 months, the fasting pills now tasted utterly bland to her. Even with varying flavors, they left her palate yearning for the delightful dishes that Qin Fan prepared. Qin Fan hurried to the kitchen, washing rice, chopping vegetables, and stir-frying. Su Longyue stood at the kitchen door, observing his actions. My dear wife, what have you been eating these past few days? Fasting pills, she replied. Next time I cultivate, I will ensure to prepare several days' worth of meals for you. Very well, she said, though she found that somewhat unrealistic as her previous meditation sessions had lasted a year at a time. Let me prepare a cold cucumber dish for you. Qin Fan began sauteing the ingredients in the pan. Shortly after, he drizzled the flavorful mixture over the pressed cucumbers and set the dish on the stone table outside. Su Longyue approached and took a seat. You start with the cucumber. I will continue cooking, he said as he turned back into the kitchen to chop and stir-fry. Su Longyue glanced at Qin Fan, noticing his focus was elsewhere. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. After a week without his cooking, even a simple cold cucumber dish was a delightful experience for her. A smile crept onto her lips, radiating happiness. When Qin Fan emerged with a plate of stir-fried tiger meat, he found the cucumber dish had been devoured, and a hint of sauce lingered at the corner of her mouth. Upon seeing Qin Fan approach, she remarked, I didn't eat breakfast this morning and felt a bit hungry, so I finished it all. It was delicious. Qin Fan had come to understand Su Longyue's nature and chuckled as he placed the dish on the table. Leaning closer to her, Su Longyue instinctively recoiled, her cheeks flushing slightly, her eyelashes fluttering. What did he intend? Was he going to kiss her? If so, she would allow it. Just as she prepared to close her eyes, Qin Fan pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. She looked up to find his eyes filled with a tender, slightly exasperated smile. Her face flushed even more. How foolish of her to think otherwise. Once he stood upright and returned to the kitchen without saying anything further, she breathed a quiet sigh of relief, lightly biting her lip. He couldn't possibly have noticed her wild thoughts, could he? Surely not. It was impossible. During mealtime, Qin Fan inquired of Su Longyue about the texture of the tiger meat served that day. This exquisite beastly meat was a gift from Fan Yuan, a vendor in the market specializing in spirit beast meat. Prior to preparing the meat, he had meticulously inspected it, discovering that its quality surpassed that of the spirit beast meat he had previously purchased. After cooking it to perfection, he sampled a few bites to ensure its suitability before presenting it to Su Longyue, who was currently with child, and thus, he was particularly attentive to the ingredients she consumed. Upon tasting a piece of the tiger meat, Su Longyue remarked, the spiritual energy within is remarkably pure, and the texture is both exquisite and elastic. Pleased with her feedback, Qin Fan replied with a smile, very well. I shall make it a point to buy from his stall next time. After their meal, Qin Fan ventured outside to test the explosive power he had gained from his recent cultivation of the first level of body refinement. In a rugged area filled with stones, he conducted his tests and felt a profound satisfaction with his current abilities. His explosive strength was formidable. He resolved to control his power during their next dual cultivation session to avoid causing her any discomfort. Having successfully cultivated the first level of human instrument refinement, he now aimed for the second level, which required the aid of unique elements such as wind, lightning, or earth flames. He planned to inquire at the market about locations where such elements could be found. Subsequently, Qin Fan collected a substantial amount of kaolin and returned home to begin crafting bowls, plates, toilets, and bathtubs. He created a mold for each item, so that when Lu Changhe was ready to produce them, he would have the necessary templates. Since he was only crafting molds and did not need to focus on coloring or other intricate details, the process did not take long, and he soon completed his task. With the molds in hand, Qin Fan disguised himself and made his way to Lu Changhe's residence in the market. Upon seeing Qin Fan approach, Lu Changhe was first taken aback with joy, then astonished, and quickly clasped his hands in greeting, exclaiming, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Qin, on breaking through to the 6th level of Qi refinement." Having remained at the 5th level for a decade without any signs of progress, he had been contemplating saving spirit stones to purchase the Bai Ning Dan for his breakthrough. Although the price was exorbitant and he had yet to accumulate enough spirit stones for the endeavor, fortunately, he could now earn spirit stones by assisting Qin Fan. For days, he had been anticipating Qin Fan's visit, worrying that perhaps Qin Fan had lost interest in seeking him out. To his relief, Qin Fan had indeed come. "Thank you," Qin Fan said, and with a flourish of his hand, a collection of bowls, plates, toilets, and bathtubs materialized in Lu Changhe's abode. After discussing matters with Lu Changhe and observing him as he crafted the initial forms of the items, Qin Fan confirmed their quality and paid a deposit before returning home. Once home, he prepared to commence his artifact forging. His proficiency in artifact forging was at the novice level, 448,208,500,000, with only a few thousand experience points needed to advance to the next stage. The set of magical tools used by Deshan to ambush Leopard Brother was quite effective, specifically the 8 clever needles. It is indeed lamentable that Brother Leopard was struck by lightning, leaving not a trace behind, and with him, the magical artifact that had struck him has also vanished. I intend to forge a new set. However, I shall first create artifacts for sale, and once my skills in artifact forging have advanced, I will craft my own set of 8 marvelous needles. This is because the quality of artifacts produced improves significantly with the enhancement of one's forging abilities. While forging the artifacts, Qin Fan noticed an acceleration in his absorption of spiritual energy. Although it was merely a slight enhancement to his wood spiritual root attribute, the effect was palpable. Should the wood spiritual root ascend to the next tier, the efficacy of spiritual energy absorption would be even greater. It seems I must seek a splendid opportunity to engage in dual cultivation with my beloved wife once more. Contemplating the matter of dual cultivation, an idea for artifact forging suddenly struck Qin Fan. An hour later, holding a lifelike doll prototype in his hands, a smile graced his lips. "I shall forge a few to test the waters and see if there is a market. If there is indeed a demand, I shall produce more thereafter." The lifelike dolls crafted by the artifact master are replete with features, and fortunately, I am no longer a novice with experience. I have created various intricate pathways and winding trails. I have also incorporated a plethora of functions for enlargement and reduction, showcasing a myriad of possibilities. The visage of the lifelike doll is meticulously crafted to mirror that of a contemporary top-tier actress, rendered in a one-to-one likeness. Chapter 30. Is this the taste of love? How sweet it is. The male and female dolls each crafted 5 replicas, and soon after, Qin Fan retrieved the materials for his initial weapon forging to create a sword. He still had 2 sets of materials left from his previous endeavor. Initially, it had taken him 2 days to forge a knife or sword of such caliber. Now, he could accomplish this feat in just 1 day. Over the course of 2 consecutive days, he successfully forged 2 swords, the 7-star sword and the Breaking Cloud sword. Congratulations, host. Your forging skills have advanced. Forging skill level. Intermediate grade 1, 01, 200, 000. Beholding the translucent display visible only to himself, Qin Fan erupted in laughter. He had finally ascended to the rank of an intermediate grade 1 forge master. For an ordinary individual, it would require a decade or more of relentless effort to elevate from a novice to an intermediate grade 1 forge master. An intermediate grade 1 forge master possesses the ability to forge intermediate grade 1 artifacts. Cultivators in the later stages of Qi refinement can wield intermediate grade 1 artifacts, while exceptionally powerful cultivators in this stage might manage to utilize superior grade 1 artifacts. Now, having reached the first layer of body refinement, Qin Fan could effortlessly employ intermediate grade 1 artifacts. His previous artifact, the Cold Light Sword, was a low grade 1 artifact brought from his home, upon which he had inscribed 3 runes, augmenting its power to rival that of an intermediate grade 1 artifact, yet requiring only the energy of a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator to wield. Thus, his 3 artifacts had commanded prices exceeding those of intermediate grade 1 artifacts in the marketplace, as mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators found it quite challenging to utilize intermediate grade 1 artifacts, incurring significant energy expenditure with each use. In comparison, a low grade 1 artifact inscribed with runes provided them with a substantial enhancement in combat strength for the same amount of energy. Qin Fan took out the forging materials purchased from the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. Having leveled up, he decided to craft a set of 8-needle acupuncture tools for himself. With determination, he set to work. 3 days later, Qin Fan gazed at the 8-needle tools he had forged, filled with satisfaction. This was indeed an intermediate grade 1 artifact. It was time to inscribe the runes upon it. Recalling the unique runes on the black measuring tool, he retrieved it. In recent days, he had devoted any spare moment to studying the runes inscribed upon the tool, gradually accumulating insights. It was time to try. On his first attempt, Qin Fan hesitated to inscribe directly on the 8-needle tools, fearing that a failure would render the precious set he had toiled over for 3 days utterly worthless. Instead, he practiced inscribing on the ground, following the runes depicted on the black measuring tool. The initial attempts were not smooth, and as he completed the final stroke, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. The runes etched into the ground shimmered with a faint blue-gold light. The runes were successfully inscribed. Encouraged, he decided to attempt inscribing on a low-grade artifact. The first attempt resulted in failure. The second attempt met the same fate. The 2 swords he had recently forged were rendered useless. Qin Fan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. However, his gaze shimmered with a fiery brilliance. His current mastery of inscriptions had reached the lower tier of the first grade, and inscribing the previously learned inscriptions on a lower-tier magical artifact was a task he could accomplish without fail. Yet, as he endeavored to carve the ink ruler inscription, he faced 2 consecutive failures, indicating that the power of this inscription surpassed that of those he had inscribed before. After a day of discarding 2 lower-tier and 2 mid-tier magical artifacts, he finally succeeded in inscribing the ink ruler onto his 8 clever needles. However, the inscriptions on the 8 needles were not complete. There were 2 minor flaws in the inscriptions. Nonetheless, Qin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. At least he had succeeded. The next step was to test its power. Under the scrutiny of the trial stone, the 8 clever needles proved to be far superior to a mid-tier artifact inscribed with the ice-breaking, whirlwind, and cold ice inscriptions, exhibiting at least a 30% increase in power, and this was without expending any of his vital energy. Most importantly, this set of 8 clever needles was small and classified as a concealed weapon, allowing for an unpredictable strike against his foes. As Qin Fan stored away the 8 clever needles, he glanced at the heap of discarded magical artifacts on the ground and smiled wryly. Indeed, being a blacksmith was not a vocation that an ordinary family could afford. His innate talent for smithing had led him to this point. Yet he had still wasted so many items. Were it not for his enlightenment in the craft, other blacksmiths would surely find themselves in financial ruin. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed, necessitating a procurement of daily supplies. During breakfast, Qin Fan mentioned this to Su Longyue. She nodded, and after they finished their meal, once Qin Fan had tidied the table, Su Longyue waved her delicate hand, and 3 magical artifacts radiating colorful brilliance appeared on the table. Qin Fan, as you venture out today, take these 3 artifacts with you. You are currently at the mid-stage of artifact forging and can only wield a limited number of magical items. This Xiantian shield is a superior defensive artifact of the 2nd grade, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a practitioner at the late stage of foundation establishment. You, being at the first layer of body refinement and having cultivated the great yin sword art, possess spiritual energy comparable to that of a late-stage Qi practitioner. allowing you to barely utilize this shield once with your total spiritual energy. These are the Cloud Walking Boots, a superior artifact of the first grade, which will enhance your speed. And this is the Talisman Treasure, which contains the power of my magical artifacts. Using it will require a significant amount of your spiritual energy, so exercise caution. Subsequently, Su Longyue produced a stack of talismans. Most were defensive or auxiliary types, such as the Illusion Talisman, with only one superior offensive talisman of the first grade. Given that Qin Fan was still merely at the mid-stage of Qi cultivation, utilizing second-grade offensive talismans would be quite taxing for him, and a moment's carelessness could lead to self-harm. Third-grade offensive talismans were even more formidable. The mere overflow of their golden core power could obliterate Foundation establishment practitioners, let alone those at the Qi realm. Su Longyue possessed very few first- and second-grade artifacts and talismans. After providing these to Qin Fan, she had none left, retaining only third-grade artifacts and talismans, as those were required for practitioners at the golden core stage. Grateful for his wife's concern, Qin Fan assured her with a smile that he would undoubtedly return safely. Su Longyue's cheeks flushed slightly, still unaccustomed to Qin Fan's sweet words. Yet, her heart felt a tinge of sweetness. Is this the essence of love? It seems quite delightful. In the morning, Qin Fan arrived at the market, where he noticed a plethora of unfamiliar faces, including several cultivators at the mid and late stages of Qi refinement. He recalled the carpet vendor, Chen Jing, who had informed him about the discovery of a powerful cave abode 1,000 kilometers from Qingzhou Fang. It appeared that cultivators from other regions had received the news and rushed over. Perfect, as I have just advanced to a mid-tier blacksmith. The development of a powerful cave abode typically spans several years, sometimes even decades. Approaching his stall, Qin Fan learned from other vendors that the stall fee had increased, from 1 low-grade spirit stone per month to 4. Furthermore, the payment was required this month rather than next, and failure to comply would result in the inability to set up a stall. It was said that Manager Fan had informed them all individually. Qin Fan stroked his chin, realizing that Manager Fan had not sent him a notification via the communication talisman. Upon reaching his stall, he found that not only had it been preserved, but several layers of restrictions had also been added. A thought crossed his mind, and Qin Fan chuckled. Manager Fan certainly knows how to handle matters adeptly. Chapter 31. The body is honest despite the words of refusal. Lu Changhe has been industrious, crafting numerous bowls, dishes, toilets, and bathtubs during this time. Qin Fan settled his account with 2 inferior spirit stones. With Lu Changhe's refined raw materials and Qin Fan advancing to a first-tier intermediate artifact craftsman, he swiftly transformed all the raw materials into finished products within the iron tent. Subsequently, Qin Fan utilized communication talismans to notify the customers who had reserved bowls and dishes, inviting them to collect their goods. During this process, Manager Fan paid a visit to inform Qin Fan that the storefront issue could be resolved. However, the rent had increased. The storefront Qin Fan had his eye on required an annual rent of 200 inferior spirit stones, and it was only available for yearly lease, not short-term. This arrangement was made possible through Manager Fan's extensive connections, as the recent promotion of the nearby powerful cave dwellings had attracted a surge of cultivators seeking treasures, including both sect members and free cultivators. Qingzhou Workshop was poised to experience significant activity in the coming years. Once traffic increased, it was inevitable that rental prices would rise. Ingzong had foreseen this, hence the early mention of rent hikes. Moreover, several internal members sought to take advantage of this opportunity to oust other family shops in favor of their own. Although the storefront Qin Fan favored was situated at the innermost part of Watergate Street, a location previously shunned by tenants, the anticipated influx of customers would undoubtedly lead to exponential growth in foot traffic. Even the most remote corners of Watergate Street would become prime real estate. Numerous individuals were eager to seize this storefront. Manager Fan, unsure of Qin Fan's master's preferences, refrained from disclosing that Qin Fan's master was a golden core cultivator residing nearby. He feared that any misstep might provoke the ire of Qin Fan's master, resulting in dire consequences. Thus, he exhausted his connections to secure the leasing rights for this shop. He contemplated that if Qin Fan deemed the price excessive, he could, with some reluctance, cover the rent himself. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan replied affirmatively. Daoist Qin, if you find the price too high, Daoist Qin, you just said yes? Qin Fan nodded, 200 inferior spirit stones are but a trifling matter for me. With a smile, he handed the spirit stones to Manager Fan. Manager Fan was filled with profound appreciation, contemplating that Qin Fan was the kindest person he had ever encountered. Generally, disciples of Golden Core cultivators were quite haughty, often disregarding free cultivators like him. Yet, Qin Fan was approachable and down-to-earth. It was no wonder that despite possessing merely inferior spiritual roots, he garnered the favor of a Golden Core master. Clearly, he possessed something remarkable. After all, even among Foundation establishment cultivators, the minimum requirement for accepting disciples was typically upper-tier spiritual roots. Those below were seldom regarded. Daoist Qin, here is the rental contract. Please take a look. Was oblivious to the fact that he had already begun to address Qin Fan with a tone of respect. Upon examining the contract, Qin Fan discovered that it not only encompassed the shop he had rented, but also included the stall space he currently occupied. A smile crept across Qin Fan's face. Indeed, was quite adept at his duties. After finalizing the rental agreement, led Qin Fan to the shop behind them and handed him a token that granted access to the premises. This token resembled a modern key, as it was the sole means to unlock the shop. The shop exuded an air of antiquity, featuring 2 stories filled with various shelves that Qin Fan could utilize immediately. Additionally, the establishment boasted a courtyard at the back, which contained 2 guest rooms on the upper floor, allowing for both business and residence in one location. Renting this shop, along with the stall at the entrance, for merely 200 spirit stones per year was indeed a bargain in these times, certainly a worthy investment. It appeared that had put forth considerable effort behind the scenes. I notice your sword is yet to be inscribed with runes. Would you like me to assist you in engraving a couple? Qin Fan inquired with a smile. Now that Su Longyue was over 3 months pregnant, they would be residing here for more than 6 additional months. Being in charge of the Watergate Street area, was building connections with others from the Ying Zone, which was mutually beneficial for him. In dealings, reciprocity was essential. Although Qin Fan was aware that respect stemmed from the influence of his master, he understood that without offering some benefits, others would not wholeheartedly assist him. Moreover, he wished to showcase his capabilities before, especially since his master had recently diminished in strength to the Qi refinement stage. Was taken aback and then replied, Qin Dao friend, my flowing light sword is a mid-tier first-grade magical weapon, indicating that it was more challenging to inscribe runes on it than the lower-tier magical weapons Qin Fan had previously sold. Indeed, I am now a mid-tier first-grade weapon craftsman, Qin Fan stated, was momentarily stunned, then quickly congratulated him. Congratulations, Qin Dao friend, for not only breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, but also for achieving the status of a mid-tier first-grade weapon craftsman. Internally, he was deeply astonished. To think that someone so young, seemingly only 17 or 18, had already attained the rank of mid-tier first-grade weapon craftsman was truly unexpected. He handed his flowing light sword to Qin Fan, saying, Qin Dao friend, I must trouble you with this. May I inquire about the cost of the rune inscription? In the market, talisman masters were quite common, as the 4 arts of cultivation, alchemy, formations, weapon crafting, and talismans made talismans the most accessible to learn. Conversely, rune engravers were a rarity. Talisman masters inscribed runes onto yellow paper, while rune engravers inscribed them onto magical weapons. Generally, a master rune engraver was also a master craftsman, but not all craftsmen could inscribe runes. This underscored the significant difficulty involved in engraving runes onto magical artifacts. He was astonished that Qin Fan was already capable of inscribing runes on mid-tier magical weapons. Truly, he was a disciple favored by a formidable Golden Core adept. Discussing money over such a trivial matter would dampen our camaraderie. Please wait here for a moment while I ascend the stairs, Qin Fan remarked. Before long, Qin Fan descended, presenting the flowing light sword to Manager Fan. The manager was utterly astonished. It was completed. Moreover, it had succeeded without a single failure. He had already prepared himself to purchase a medium-grade magical artifact. Unexpectedly, Qin Fan had achieved the engraving successfully in one attempt, inscribing not 1 but 2 runes, a breaking ice rune and a whirlwind rune. Incredible! Taking a deep breath, he showered Qin Fan with compliments. Before departing, Manager Fan informed Qin Fan that he still wielded considerable influence in Qingzhou Square, encouraging him to seek assistance should he require it in the future. After bidding farewell to Manager Fan, The female customers who had placed deposits began to arrive one after another to collect their goods. Among them was a stunning female cultivator who spotted a lifelike male doll positioned on the last shelf. This doll was crafted to resemble modern, handsome male celebrities. "Boss Qin, how much is this?" The enchanting female cultivator called out to Qin Fan. With a smile, Qin Fan replied, "1 low-grade spirit stone. Is it that expensive?" The captivating cultivator was taken aback, her expression quickly shifting to displeasure. "Boss Qin, this is merely an ordinary doll, I assenti it. Just because your shop has expanded and business is thriving, you cannot inflate prices indiscriminately." Qin Fan discreetly conveyed the doll's functionalities to her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment and anger. "What kind of thing is this? I could never buy something like that," she protested. However, her actions belied her words. Her petite hand swiftly produced a low-grade spirit stone, which she pressed into Qin Fan's hand. With another flick, she swept the chosen male doll into her storage bag and dashed away. Qin Fan could only chuckle helplessly. It appeared that these dolls he crafted would find a promising market. Chapter 32. Customized service. Before long, a group of enchanting female cultivators entered, and the 4 lifelike male dolls were sold out. Those who failed to procure one playfully inquired of Qin Fan when such exquisite dolls would be available again. Functionality was of little consequence. What mattered most was their allure. They were willing to place a deposit for a reservation. Qin Fan smiled, fully understanding the implication behind the female cultivator's words. The functionality was indeed paramount. One of the captivating female cultivators transmitted a message to Qin Fan, saying, "Qin Daoist, since reservations can be made here, might customization also be possible? I am prepared to offer a handsome price." Qin Fan replied, "What aspects do you wish to customize?" The alluring female cultivator responded, "Naturally, I refer to functionality, specifically, the thickness of the arms, the upper arms, approximately 20 centimeters in length. As for the appearance," Qin Fan interjected, "other aspects can be addressed, but the appearance cannot. Firstly, I am concerned about infringing on others' privacy rights. Secondly, should one of these striking female cultivators request the likeness of a nascent soul master and I fulfill that request, it would surely lead to my being hunted globally if the master were to discover it. I merely wish to engage in a small business venture to earn some spirit stones without courting danger." The enchanting female cultivator acquiesced. "Very well. Let us agree on this. You may choose a visage that is cold, ruthless, and devoid of desire for me. Surely, that will suffice? Furthermore, I do not wish for my appearance to resemble anyone else's. I desire something truly unique, and the price is negotiable." Qin Fan replied, "That is acceptable. This is indeed a customized service." He then stated, "The cost will be 1 medium-grade spirit stone." This price was genuinely set high. However, if it were not elevated, wealthy patrons might perceive the item as worthless. A higher price, coupled with its uniqueness, would lead affluent customers to hold it in greater esteem, deeming it a worthy purchase. This is one of the marketing principles of modern luxury goods. As anticipated, upon hearing this quotation, the captivating female cultivator furrowed her brow, bit her lip, and eventually nodded in agreement, offering 30 low-grade spirit stones as a deposit. With a flourish, she teased Qin Fan, "Boss Qin, you must put your heart into this creation. If I am satisfied, I shall return for more orders and introduce customers to you." Qin Fan smiled and replied, "Understood." After bidding farewell to the customer, Qin Fan gazed at the 30 spirit stones in his hand, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. Indeed, in any realm, money from women is easily earned. Once adorned with the label of luxury, it becomes even more profitable. Such tremendous profit. 1 medium-grade spirit stone could purchase 2 low-grade magical artifacts. Delightful. With the foot traffic at the market surging, although Qin Fan's shop was located deep within Watergate Street, the constant flow of patrons, particularly female customers, drew the attention of numerous cultivators perusing the street. Female cultivators from other regions began to enter Qin Fan's shop, and upon stepping inside, they quickly realized they had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Each female cultivator who entered left with several items in hand. Qin Fan was busily engaged, his smile widening as he amassed spirit stones, evoking envy from the stall owners nearby, their eyes turning green with jealousy. Once again, Qin Daoyu demonstrates his acumen in business. Observe how, rather than merely setting up a stall, he has progressed to renting a shop, ensuring sustenance for an entire year. The envy in my tone is palpable. Inside, the clientele consists predominantly of female cultivators, affording them the opportunity to engage closely with enchanting companions while simultaneously accruing spirit stones. I assure you, I do not harbor the slightest jealousy. My teeth are practically aching with bitterness. At noon, a short male cultivator in the mid-stage of Qi refinement entered Qin Fan's establishment. After browsing the shop, he stumbled upon a lifelike female doll placed on the last row of shelves. Another new product? He mused, noting the price of one low-grade spirit stone, quite exorbitant. Nearby, he spotted a jade slip inscribed with the words, Function Introduction. He picked up the slip and pressed it against his forehead. Instantly, the functionalities of the lifelike male doll flooded his mind, causing his face to cycle through shades of crimson and pallor. With haste, he set the jade slip down. This slip had been crafted by Qin Fan to facilitate customer understanding while alleviating any embarrassment, ensuring ample privacy. With a flushed countenance, the short male cultivator selected an exquisite lifelike female doll, beckoning Qin Fan, quickly handing over a low-grade spirit stone before stowing the doll into his Qinquan bag. And then he swiftly exited the shop, head bowed. Once outside the Watergate Street, he turned left and right, entering a courtyard, finally stepping into a private room. Seated there was a stunning female cultivator, her skin fair, clad in a resplendent emerald green robe, exuding an aura of immense power, known as the Green Fairy. A consummate practitioner at the peak of Qi refinement, on the cusp of foundation establishment. Master, I acquired a new product from Qin Fan's shop. The short male cultivator said respectfully, head bowed. Present it, the Green Fairy replied, her voice melodious, akin to celestial music gracing the mortal realm. The short male cultivator felt a flush creep upon his cheeks, biting his lip as he stammered. This new product is somewhat unconventional. He hesitated, feeling that revealing such a thing would be an affront to his master. Oh, do show it to me. I am indeed curious about what unconventional creation Qin Fan has devised, she urged. With his gaze lowered, the short male cultivator reluctantly retrieved the lifelike female doll from his Qinquan bag. Summoning courage, he awkwardly articulated the doll's features and functionalities. Upon finishing, he knelt on the ground, prostrating himself, and indignantly exclaimed, Master, Qin Fan is truly not a respectable craftsman. He has strayed into dubious paths, producing such a disgraceful item. How dare he call himself a craftsman? He has brought shame upon our profession. The Green Fairy remained silent, her interest piqued. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, the lifelike female doll materialized in her grasp. After examining it closely, she discerned the doll's pivotal selling point and was about to scan its internal structure with her spiritual sense when suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the once intact doll shattered into countless fragments. The short-statured male cultivator believed the Emerald Fairy was enraged, causing him to tremble as he prostrated himself upon the ground. The Emerald Fairy, with a graceful gesture, cleansed her hands of any residue and returned to her seat, smiling with a hint of amusement. She acknowledged the cleverness of strategically placing prohibitions at critical points. Even with her formidable strength, she could not forcefully breach these barriers. Any attempt would result in the immediate destruction of the lifelike dolls. This was a clear indication that she intended to leave no opportunity for her peers to imitate her. On Qin Fan's side, business thrived that day. By the early evening, the items displayed in his shop had nearly sold out, leaving only a few scattered dishes and 4 lifelike dolls. He prepared to close the store and return home. After tidying up, he exited the shop, only to be approached by a captivating female cultivator from the neighboring stall, who sauntered over to him with a radiant smile. As she walked, her flowing robe revealed her long, fair legs, akin to white jade, an utterly enticing sight. Congratulations, Taoist Qin, on opening your shop. Might you have the time to visit my abode for a cup of tea today? I have just received some exquisite spiritual tea, renowned for its particularly sweet flavor. Chapter 33. A Dragon Service in the Immortal Realm? Friend Hua, I have no interest in the spiritual tea of others. I am devoted to my partner. As he spoke, Qin Fan displayed the fragrant pouch gifted to him by Su Longyue, which was tied at his waist. Friend Hua glanced at it and chuckled. Having a partner does not preclude one from enjoying a cup of spiritual tea at my home. Do you not cherish the delightful life of multiple wives? An enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, and Friend Hua seemed to radiate a captivating aura, his every gesture imbued with allure. Qin Fan immediately felt invigorated by the scent emanating from the pouch. I remain devoted to my wife. I kindly ask you to refrain from teasing me in the future. He replied with a respectful bow before hastily departing. After purchasing daily necessities from other stalls, Qin Fan noticed that friend Hua had already packed up and left before he approached the stall across from him that sold spiritual beast meat. This was Fang Yuan's stall, the same vendor who had previously provided him with demon tiger meat. Upon seeing Qin Fan, Fang Yuan greeted him with a warm smile. Friend Qin, how did you find the demon tiger meat I gifted you last time? What brings you here today? Today, I see that all spiritual beast meats priced under 100 spirit stones are available at a 20% discount, Fang Yuan continued. Qin Fan smiled. Your spiritual beast meat is indeed exquisite and remarkably fresh. What types do you have for sale today? Preferably live. Live creatures can be taken home for a few days of nurturing, allowing for a week of fresh spiritual beast meat, he mused. Fang Yuan produced a spirit beast bag and handed it to Qin Fan. This contains live creatures. Take a look. Receiving the spirit beast bag, Qin Fan recalled modern dietary recommendations for pregnant women, which suggested chicken, fish, beef, and lamb. Within Fang Yuan's bag were several small live spiritual beasts, including the desired spiritual chickens and a pond of spiritual fish, though there were none of the larger livestock. Qin Fan selected 7 exquisite spiritual chickens and 7 spiritual fish, all chosen with his spiritual sense. After finalizing his selection of live chickens and fish, he also purchased over 10 pounds of beef and lamb. Fang Yuan calculated the total and cheerfully stated, Friend Qin, that comes to 130 low-grade spirit stones. The 100 spirit stones are discounted to 80, plus an additional 30, totaling 110 spirit stones. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's price, Qin Fan reflected, indeed, quality comes at a cost. The prices here were 20 higher than other stalls, but with the discount today, it was not excessively dear. Moreover, he now had the means to provide his pregnant wife with nourishing spiritual beast meat. After settling the payment, Fang Yuan presented him with a small bag of red chicken eggs, offering it with a smile. This is a gift. A gift? Qin Fan accepted the bag and found it filled with red eggs, reminiscent of the ones he encountered at modern banquets. However, these eggs were laid by spiritual chickens, slightly larger than their modern counterparts, with a lustrous shell. Fang Yuan chuckled, saying, This morning at dawn, my wife blessed me with a plump son, endowed with mid-grade spiritual roots. Today, every customer who visits my stall to purchase meat will receive a complimentary gift to bring good fortune to my son and ensure his path in life is smooth. Qin Fan, taken aback, quickly offered his congratulations. His thoughts involuntarily drifted to the pregnant Su Longyue. In just over 6 months, he too would embrace fatherhood. He pondered how many boys and girls among the 5 little ones would come into the world, and whether they would possess spiritual roots. His curiosity mingled with anticipation for the arrival of these 5 children. Having never been a father before, he found himself looking forward to the experience, especially upon witnessing the fatherly joy radiating from Fang Yuan's face. After procuring some spiritual beast meat, Qin Fan made another visit to the Qinji Pavilion, purchasing 20 portions of refining materials. Upon exiting, a voice called out from behind him, Boss Qin. Turning around, he saw a short male cultivator approaching him with a smile. This individual was the same man who had purchased a lifelike doll from his shop earlier that day. Taoist Qin, I have a lucrative proposition to discuss with you. Might we step over to the tea house? The short cultivator said with polite demeanor. Very well. The two made their way to a private room by the window in the adjacent tea house. The short cultivator introduced himself as Wen Shi, also a refiner, affiliated with the Lingbao Pavilion. Taoist Qin, our Lingbao Pavilion has establishments in major markets across the southern region, with our headquarters located in the Qinglong Immortal City. We have a legacy spanning thousands of years, having endured through various family heads, ensuring our credibility and a loyal clientele. And then, Qin Fan leisurely sipped his spiritual tea, inquiring. Wen Shi, with a twinkle in his eye, declared, Your fortune has arrived. The young master of Lingbao Pavilion has recognized your refining talent and wishes to recruit you as a refiner for our establishment. We can offer a 50-50 split on any magical artifacts you personally design and create. You merely need to focus on the crafting while we handle the sales, allowing you to claim half of the net profits. We will also provide the raw materials for crafting at no cost. Furthermore, You can purchase magical artifacts at significantly reduced prices using points accrued at the Lingbao Pavilion, and each month you will receive a stipend of 10 mid-grade spiritual stones. If your points are sufficient, you may even be promoted from Qingzhou Workshop to the headquarters in Qinglong Immortal City, where a third-tier spiritual vein resides, enabling a much faster cultivation pace compared to the second-tier spiritual vein at Qingzhou Workshop. He laid out a series of enticing offers, his own heart swelling with envy at the prospects he presented. He couldn't fathom why his master held such high regard for Qin Fan, who merely refined mundane, everyday items, some of which could be deemed rather trivial in nature. As Qin Fan considered these alluring terms, he took another sip of tea, narrowing his eyes. The Lingbao Pavilion was never mentioned in the original narrative. He wondered whether it had ceased to exist by the time the male protagonist made his appearance 500 years later, or if the author simply omitted it from the tale altogether. The terms articulated by Wen Shi appear quite enticing, perfectly aligning with the desires of the reclusive gentleman. He merely needs to refine tools to secure a 50-50 profit share, a ratio that is rather favorable. After all, in modern times, traffic reigns supreme. Authors who pen their works on websites may seem to engage in contracts that promise equal division, yet in reality, securing a mere 10% share is often a cause for celebration, while the authors remain oblivious to the exact sales figures of their books. The quantity of artifacts they have refined is a matter of their own clarity. Thus, there exists no possibility for Lingbao Pavilion to engage in underhanded dealings regarding the profit sharing. However, one must exercise caution when presented with such unexpected advantages. Therefore, he replied with a smile, "I shall contemplate this further." Wen Shi responded with a grin, "Very well." As he spoke, Wen Shi clapped his hands, and shortly thereafter, the door to the private room swung open, revealing 10 strikingly beautiful female cultivators, each possessing a distinct style. Each one was stunning, rivaling the beauty of the women from Miaoying Pavilion. Some exuded a playful charm, others a frosty elegance akin to snow-capped mountains, while some were alluring and passionate, and others radiated a gentle warmth, with a few appearing sweet and demure. Chapter 34. Various Temptations, Qin Daoist. Choose what you desire, and keep it, Wen Shi said with a smile. He thought to himself that since Qin Fan could create such lifelike dolls, he must surely have a taste for such pleasures. After all, nothing is more entertaining than the real thing, with its myriad postures and techniques to explore. Qin Fan surveyed the 10 stunning beauties standing before him. Each one was extraordinarily captivating. Individually, they could easily grace the silver screen as stars. However, having encountered Su Longyue, his standards and aesthetic appreciation had ascended to an entirely new echelon. Thus, in the face of these 10 enchanting women, he felt little stirrings of excitement. With a smile, he addressed Wen Shi, "My friend, I have matters to attend to. Let us converse another time. I shall forego this fortune." As he spoke, Qin Fan rose, clasped his hands in farewell, and departed briskly. Upon exiting the tea house, Qin Fan sighed inwardly, realizing that whether in the modern world or the realm of cultivation, social engagements invariably come with a full-service experience. Nevertheless, he had no intention of becoming a craftsman at Lingbao Pavilion. Firstly, while the terms offered by Lingbao Pavilion appeared attractive, how could he be certain that they would not eventually decipher the principles behind the unique bathtubs, toilets, and lifelike dolls he crafted? Once they grasped the underlying mechanics, they would promptly dismiss him. Secondly, with his system, his proficiency in inscriptions and crafting surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, he had Su Longyue to consider. Should Lingbao Pavilion uncover the plethora of secrets he harbored, it would be tantamount to placing his neck under the knife of a butcher awaiting slaughter, especially given his current cultivation level remained in the early stages of qi refinement. As for why he did not outright refuse Wen Shi, it was to grant him face and allow time for a thorough investigation into Lingbao Pavilion. No one could predict the consequences of a direct rejection. It might incite anger, leading to powerful adversaries abducting him under cover of darkness. Prudence, it seemed, was the better part of valor. After leaving the tea house, he did not head straight home, but instead took a leisurely stroll. Qingjufang Marketplace was quite expansive, featuring 3 main thoroughfares. Even after 3 months of residing there, he had yet to explore its entirety. As he reached the 3rd main thoroughfare, he spotted the sign of Lingbao Pavilion from a distance. The sign was not as grand as that of Qinji Pavilion, and the flow of cultivators entering and exiting was sparse. Only a few solitary figures could be seen entering. It appeared that Lingbao Pavilion was in dire need of attention, having set its sights on him as a target. In 500 years, Lingbao Pavilion would likely be rendered obsolete in the competitive market. Realizing this, Qin Fan chose not to squander any more time on the matter. Time passed swiftly, and a week later, Qin Fan returned to the marketplace to open his shop. Wen Shi was quick to seek him out, inquiring with a smile about his decision. Qin Fan replied with a grin, "I have given it some thought, and I prefer to pursue my own small business endeavors. Thank you for your kind offer." Upon hearing these words, Wen Shi's smile instantly froze, and he remarked, "Qin Daoyu, have you considered this carefully? Behind our Lingbao Pavilion stands the formidable presence of the false Dan Realizer. Once you join our Lingbao Pavilion, although you possess merely a low-grade spiritual root, should you make significant contributions, we shall procure a foundation establishment pill for you, thereby enhancing your chances of establishing your foundation. The foundation establishment pill can be employed once a cultivator reaches the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, serving as an aid in the foundation establishment process. With such a pill, the likelihood of success is increased by at least 20%. In the absence of a foundation establishment pill, the probability of failure escalates considerably. Thus, the foundation establishment pill is exceedingly precious, both among loose cultivators and within the esteemed families of cultivation. A single modest foundation establishment pill may even incite fierce competition among various factions. Whenever such a pill is auctioned, regardless of who secures it, if their backing is insufficiently robust, they are bound to face a storm of bloodshed. Therefore, if a loose cultivator obtains a foundation establishment pill, they typically proceed to establish their foundation in secrecy, lest they invite calamity. Wen Shi believed that this enticing proposition would be enough to sway Qin Fan into joining the Lingbao Pavilion. However, to his surprise, Qin Fan shook his head. "My friend Wen, to speak candidly, I merely wish to earn a modest living without attracting attention. Given my low-grade spiritual root, I have never dared to aspire to foundation establishment, so I must respectfully decline." Wen Shi's frustration mounted, his forehead twitching with indignation as he realized that he could not persuade Qin Fan. He dropped the pretense and scornfully retorted, "You are truly a short-sighted and timid blacksmith." Having vented his anger, Wen Shi turned on his heel and departed. Qin Fan, outwardly unfazed, inwardly mused, "Damn it, when I grow stronger, I shall ensure you regret this." In the afternoon, Manager Fan entered, accompanied by a young woman whose head was bowed in deference. "Qin Daoyu, this is Song Qiaoji, the daughter of a fellow cultivator. My friend perished in his quest for treasure within the Great Capable Cave, and she urgently seeks employment to sustain herself. Do you find her suitable for your hiring needs?" Since Qin Fan planned to visit the market only once a week, and given that Lu Changhe was diligently striving to earn spiritual stones while refining his craft, the production of bowls, dishes, toilets, bathtubs, and an array of items increased. If he could not sell everything in a day, a shop assistant would be necessary to oversee the store. Thus, Qin Fan had approached Manager Fan, expressing his desire to find a female assistant and requesting that he keep an eye out. He specified his preference for a charming and obedient girl, ideally one without family ties, and a female cultivator at the initial stage of Qi refining. This would facilitate management and prevent any potential complications while also providing a degree of intimidation to customers, negating the need for his constant presence. Qin Fan scrutinized the girl before him. Activating his spiritual eye, he discerned that she possessed a low-grade spiritual root and was at the second level of Qi refining. As she lifted her head slightly, Qin Fan spoke. The girl, her petite frame trembling slightly, raised her gaze with trepidation towards Qin Fan. Upon seeing Qin Fan, a fleeting moment of astonishment flickered in her youthful, vibrant eyes, which she quickly lowered to gaze at the tips of her shoes. The girl, around 13 years of age, possessed a delicate beauty, unmistakably a blossoming beauty. The shopkeepers held certain standards for appearance, and Song Qiaoji's visage met those criteria. "Have you discussed the monthly stipend of 2 inferior spirit stones with her, Manager Fan?" Qin Fan inquired. Manager Fan responded with a smile, "Indeed, I have." Qin Fan nodded in acknowledgement, and Manager Fan turned to Song Qiaoji, speaking sternly, "From this day forth, you shall work in the establishment of Taoist Qin. You must diligently attend to his needs, understand?" He added, "Stay alert and avoid mistakes." "I understand, Uncle Fan," Song Qiaoji replied promptly, nodding earnestly, pleased with her response. Manager Fan nodded in satisfaction before exchanging a warm farewell with Qin Fan and departing. Qin Fan then encouraged Song Xiaoji to explore the shop, familiarizing herself with the surroundings, and proceeded to introduce her to the products, explaining where each item's price could be found. Chapter 35. Friends of the Sect. Song Xiaoji was diligently taking notes on the key points spoken by Qin Fan. Qin Fan was quite pleased. When guests arrived, he instructed Song Xiaoji to attend to them while he observed from the side. Initially, she was somewhat reserved, but gradually she became more at ease, her smile appearing increasingly genuine. She even managed to overcome her shyness, bending at a 45-degree angle as she cheerfully greeted each guest with a welcoming phrase. "Welcome to our Moon Pavilion." The name Moon Pavilion had been chosen by Qin Fan for his establishment, incorporating the character for Moon from Su Longyue's name. Seeing that Song Xiaoji had grasped the essentials, Qin Fan entrusted the shop to her supervision and ventured out to procure daily necessities. He finally had the opportunity to be a hands-off proprietor. Su Longyue was now nearly 4 months pregnant, and as the babies grew larger, their nutritional demands increased. Qin Fan always strived to purchase the finest spiritual meat, fruits, and rice. The spiritual vegetables he had previously bought from the market had been nurtured under Su Longyue's attentive care and were now ready for harvest. They grew rapidly, allowing for continuous yields, and any surplus was generously fed to the rabbits. After acquiring the necessary spiritual meats, Qin Fan made another trip to the Qianji Pavilion to purchase suitable pills for pregnant women to aid in maintaining their pregnancies. Upon exiting the pavilion, he sent a message to Su Longyue, akin to a modern-day text. He first relayed a list of the supplies he had procured that day and then inquired, "My dear wife, is there anything else you wish to buy?" Although he had discussed the day's shopping list with her prior to leaving, he felt compelled to check in again, as it was entirely possible that Su Longyue had thought of additional items. Su Longyue responded, "Please buy some chili peppers and their seeds. I've recently developed a taste for spicy food." Qin Fan replied, "Certainly. It seems we are expecting a little girl, as evidenced by your craving for spicy dishes. I am looking forward to having a little daughter." Engaging in this light-hearted exchange, Qin Fan procured an assortment of spiritual peppers and subsequently visited a seed store to acquire chili seeds. As he exited the shop, a familiar voice called out to him, "Qin Fan." He turned to see a figure who initially looked astonished upon seeing him, but then quickly suppressed their joy and approached him with quickened steps, delivering an excited punch to his shoulder. "Qin Fan, it really is you." Qin Fan regarded the young man before him, who appeared to be of a similar age, and pondered for a moment. Who was this individual? Just a moment ago, he had thought he was seeing things, yet here stood someone he recognized. The man seemed eager to converse, but being in a public space restrained his curiosity, as he did not wish to draw any unwanted attention to Qin Fan. As he studied the man, Qin Fan finally unearthed a recollection of him from his own memories. This man is the childhood friend of the original self, affectionately known in the village as Wang Fatty due to his chubby appearance. When they were 5 years old, a celestial being came to the village to test the spiritual roots and select candidates for cultivation. Wang Fatty, possessing superior spiritual roots, was chosen immediately, whereas the original self missed this opportunity while playing in the mountains. It wasn't until he turned 10 that Wang Fatty returned to the village annually. Despite having joined a sect, he always treated Qin Fan kindly during his visits. Upon discovering that Qin Fan also had spiritual roots, he generously shared some basic and widely recognized cultivation techniques. The sect strictly prohibits the dissemination of its advanced techniques, imposing severe restrictions that often lead to the immediate demise of anyone attempting to share them. However, the more common foundational techniques do not carry such prohibitions. Wang Fatty once took Qin Fan to his sect, Chiya Valley, hoping to recommend him for entry. Unfortunately, the steward of Chiya Valley coldly rejected Qin Fan upon realizing he possessed only inferior spiritual roots. Wang Fatty urged Qin Fan not to lose heart, citing various motivational sayings from wandering cultivators and promising to assist him in acquiring foundation-building pills when the time came. Now, at 16, Wang Fatty has reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement, a commendable achievement within the sect. However, he was astonished to find that Qin Fan had also reached the same level. Just 9 months prior, during the last New Year, Qin Fan had only been at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, making this rapid advancement truly remarkable. Wang Fatty was initially taken aback, even doubting his recognition of Qin Fan. Yet, upon closer inspection, he confirmed that Qin Fan bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, even sharing the same mole by his brow. Tentatively, he called out Qin Fan's name, and to his surprise, Qin Fan responded. Wang Daoyu. Qin Fan greeted with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Fatty's expression soured. Had Qin Fan become so distant? In the past, he had always referred to him as Wang Fatty. When he first returned home at the age of 10, Qin Fan had addressed him as Wang Xianzhong, which had irked him greatly, leading to a stern warning that Qin Fan should only call him Fatty. As a child, he had engaged in various power struggles within the sect to compete for resources, and his hometown remained the only sanctuary in his heart, with Qin Fan as his sole true friend. Fatty, Qin Fan called out. Only then did Wang Fatty smile, wrapping an arm around Qin Fan's shoulder and saying, Now that's more like it. Are you free at the moment? Shall we find a place to chat? Sure. Qin Fan. Recalling the pure and sincere friendship between Wang Fatty and the original self, led them to a modest private room in a tavern. Upon entering the private chamber, the rotund Wang employed a soundproofing spell, layering it 5 times before he ceased. He then congratulated Qin Fan, exclaiming, It seems you have encountered a tremendous opportunity this past year, having directly ascended to the 6th level of Qi cultivation. Qin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Wang, elated to learn that Qin Fan's fortune was indeed extraordinary and not something trivial, refrained from probing further into the nature of this great opportunity. Instead, he began to regale Qin Fan with various anecdotes from his time in the sect over the past year. Qin Fan occasionally interjected with a comment or two. Wang spoke with such fervor that he often needed to pause for a sip of wine. I have been stagnating at the 6th level of Qi cultivation for 3 years now, and there have been no signs of a breakthrough into the later stages. I have heard tales of a powerful cave dwelling in this area, and coincidentally, the sect has dispatched inner disciples to investigate. I decided to join them, hoping to encounter some fortuitous event, Wang remarked, a mixture of concern and eagerness evident in his tone. Chapter 36. Astonishment. Qin Fan. What else is there that I am unaware of? The Qi refinement stage is divided into 3 phases: early, middle, and late. Practitioners at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers of Qi refinement are categorized as early-stage cultivators. Those at the 4th, 5th, and 6th layers are considered mid-stage, while those at the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers belong to the late stage. Transitioning from the 1st to the 2nd layer typically presents no significant bottlenecks, and the disparity between the 1st and 3rd layers is relatively minor. However, the leap from the 3rd to the 4th layer signifies a minor realm advancement. Practitioners achieving the 4th layer possess much greater spiritual power and mastery of techniques compared to their early-stage counterparts. Unless a cultivator possesses exceptional opportunities or a profound understanding of the world, they may find themselves forever stalled at the 3rd layer. Similarly, breaking through from the 6th to the 7th layer also represents a minor realm advancement. Many practitioners with inferior aptitude, unable to break through on their own at this stage, opt to consume breakthrough elixirs such as the binding pill to aid their progression. While consuming such elixirs may seem to increase the probability of success, it simultaneously lays the groundwork for future complications, significantly amplifying the difficulty of foundational establishment. Wang Fatty, endowed with superior spiritual roots, potentially possesses the capacity to forge a golden core. Thus he aspires to achieve the late Qi refinement stage through his own efforts. Turning to Qin Fan with a smile, Wang Fatty remarked, I never anticipated encountering you here. This is splendid. I have invited some friends along. Would you care to join us in a treasure hunt? The mention of treasure hunting reminded Qin Fan of Song Qiaoji, whom Manager Fan had introduced earlier that morning. Her father had perished during the expedition to the powerful cave. As a friend of Manager Fan, she was presumably also a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Given that only a few months had passed since the cave was publicized, the death of a late-stage cultivator underscores the inherent danger within. Qin Fan shook his head and replied, I shall not be joining. Wang Fatty, taken aback, exclaimed, Did you not come here seeking opportunities? He presumed Qin Fan's presence in Qingzhou Square was to partake in the exploration of the powerful cave, only to discover that Qin Fan had no interest in it. Qin Fan clarified, Not at all. I have opened a small shop here to earn some spirit stones. I only recently learned about the powerful cave nearby. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Fatty nodded and stated, It may be for the best that you do not attend. While the chances of gaining an opportunity in this treasure hunt are substantial, the risks are equally pronounced. As far as I know, all 7 major sects have dispatched inner disciples to participate, and even the outer disciples from the top 5 sects have arrived. Although you have reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement, there remains a gap in your practical combat and spellcasting skills. Safety must be prioritized. While cultivators are indeed meant to contend with one another and challenge the heavens, survival is paramount. It is only through living that one can strive. Moreover, if I manage to find an opportunity, I can share some of it with you. Despite us both being 6th-layer practitioners, the disciples from established sects possess numerous means and resources that solitary cultivators cannot rival. The quest for treasures is undoubtedly a life-and-death struggle. For Qin Fan, it is indeed exceedingly perilous. At this moment, the message talisman of Wang Pengzi quivered. He extracted the talisman and then looked up at Qin Fan with a smile, saying, "Qin Fan, a friend I have arranged to meet happens to be at Qingzhu Fang right now. Shall I invite him here for a discussion?" Though Qin Fan was reluctant to venture into the secret cave, forging connections with sect members was undeniably advantageous, potentially expanding the network for his moon pavilion. As the influx of people in Qingzhu Fang surged, numerous shops for elixirs and talismans had opened, and the price competition was fierce. Although he had sold out of the 5 magical implements he crafted, his speed in creating them had notably increased. Those casual cultivators shopping at Shuimen Street might not possess sufficient financial resources for such purchases, unlike the sect disciples who were significantly wealthier. Before long, there was a knock on the private room door. Wang Pengzi opened it, and a refined gentleman clad in elegant robes entered. Upon seeing Qin Fan, the man displayed a hint of surprise. "Qin boss, Bai Li Daoyu." Qin Fan was equally astonished to discover that Wang Pengzi's friend was Bai Li Yunlong, the very individual who had purchased his Qi-Yin sword. "Wang Pengzi, do you know each other?" Bai Li Yunlong inquired with astonishment. He then produced the Qi-Yin sword and addressed Wang Pengzi. "Did I not mention in my letter that I acquired a remarkable sword in Qingzhu Fang? This sword was sold to me by Daoyu Qin." Wang Pengzi gazed at Qin Fan, utterly flabbergasted. He nearly blurted out, "Qin Fan, you can forge weapons," but managed to restrain himself. Having been apart from Qin Fan for merely 9 months, he felt as though he had overlooked a fortune. Bai Li Yunlong had written to him about acquiring a low-grade magical implement inscribed with 2 attack inscriptions in Qingzhu Fang. It proved particularly effective for slaying beasts or engaging in magical combat, enhancing both its offensive power and conserving spiritual energy, making it superior to mid-grade implements. The only drawback was its somewhat high price. After reading this letter, he intended to exchange for a similarly inscribed implement upon his arrival at Qingzhu Fang. Although the price was slightly steeper than that of mid-grade implements, the practicality outweighed the cost, making it a justifiable expense. What astonished him was that the Qi-Yin sword Bai Li Yunlong had procured was indeed from Qin Fan. This revelation implied that Qin Fan not only had the capability to forge low-grade magical implements, but also inscribe practical attack inscriptions upon them. This revelation left him utterly astounded. Was this truly the same Qin Fan he had known, who emerged from Stone Village? It seemed that in just 9 short months, Qin Fan had encountered extraordinary opportunities. However, considering the presence of outsiders, he refrained from voicing his numerous inquiries to avoid placing Qin Fan in a precarious situation. Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, he chose to remain silent. With a smile, he addressed Qin Fan. "Qin Fan, my friend, I never expected you to finally inscribe runes on magical artifacts. Such splendid news. Yet you chose not to share it with me. Were you intentionally aiming to surprise me?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Fan could not help but chuckle inwardly. Wang the Fat truly exemplified the deep camaraderie shared with the original owner. His words were impeccably crafted, revealing nothing of Qin Fan's sudden ability to forge and inscribe runes on magical tools. Moreover, he had not inquired about the extraordinary opportunity that allowed him to ascend from the 3rd to the 6th stage of Qi refinement. It was evident that he regarded Qin Fan as a true friend. However, this incident prompted Qin Fan to reflect on the necessity of concealing his rapid progress from others acquainted with the original identity. Otherwise, it could invite dire consequences. After all, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would discern that a cultivator with inferior spiritual roots, lacking any prior experience in artifact crafting, could not possibly leap to the 6th stage of Qi refinement and master the art of rune inscription within mere months without possessing a significant fortuity. In the realm of cultivation, acts of murder and treasure theft are regrettably commonplace. Indeed, many cultivators who appear simple and honest can, when faced with sufficient incentive, swiftly transform into ruthless bandits. Chapter 37. This gossip is quite intense. Due to the acquaintance between Qin Fan and Bai Li Yunlong, the three soon settled down to enjoy food and drink together. After several rounds of wine, Bai Li Yunlong's complexion flushed slightly. He first scattered a handful of dog food, declaring that his purpose for visiting the daring cave was to seek treasures, aiming to achieve success and hasten the foundation building to marry his fiancée, Wang Yun. In conclusion, he mentioned that Wang Yun had been stuck at the 6th level of qi refinement for many years, struggling to break through to the 7th level. She had just sent him a message today, asking him to help procure a bottle of Bai Ningdan. Qin Fan glanced at Bai Li Yunlong, pondering how audacious this fellow was. Did the woman truly expect him to establish a foundation before she would consider marrying him? Did he not harbor any other thoughts? Did he genuinely believe Wang Yun loved him? Now she was asking Bai Li Yunlong to buy Bai Ningdan, which cost merely over 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Could the Wang family not afford such a sum? Why should Bai Li Yunlong, her betrothed, be the one to pay for it? Coupled with Wang Yun's later actions, where she shamelessly betrayed Bai Li Yunlong while vying for the protagonist's affection, it was evident to Qin Fan that Wang Yun had completely reduced Bai Li Yunlong to a mere wallet. This foolish young man, blissfully unaware, continued to revel in his delusions. Qin Fan sipped his wine. Wang Fatty furrowed his brow and addressed Bai Li Yunlong, "My dear friend, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but rather, I find myself financially constrained lately. I can lend you a maximum of 100 low-grade spirit stones." Bai Li Yunlong raised a toast to Wang Fatty, expressing his gratitude. Subsequently, he turned to Qin Fan, attempting several times to broach the subject of borrowing spirit stones, but ultimately could not muster the courage. Qin Fan discerned the unspoken intentions in Bai Li Yunlong's gaze and internally lamented how this green-capped fool was so enamored with Wang Yun. With a smile, Qin Fan remarked, "Allow me to share an amusing tale. There is a vendor on Watergate Street whose wife has been unfaithful to him. You would not believe what the paramour did next." The allure of gossip, especially concerning infidelity, piqued the interest of both Bai Li Yunlong and Wang Fatty immediately. Wang Fatty inquired, "What did he do?" Qin Fan directed his gaze toward Bai Li Yunlong, who felt an unsettling sensation creeping into his heart. Pondering why Qin Fan's eyes always seemed to hold an odd glint when looking at him, Qin Fan withdrew his gaze and revealed a shocking detail. The scoundrel not only seduced the vendor's wife, but also lured away his 18-year-old daughter. Wang Fatty exclaimed, "Good heavens! That scoundrel deserves to be put to death. How could he commit such a despicable act?" Bai Li Yunlong, equally incensed, declared, "If it were me, I would surely strike down that scoundrel immediately, along with that vendor's wife and daughter. It is utterly revolting." Qin Fan cast a knowing smile at Bai Li Yunlong, who felt 1,000 chills run down his spine. Why does Qin Dao's smile seem so disconcerting? Qin Fan continued, "However, the scoundrel is younger than the vendor and possesses greater strength. Though both are at the mid-stage of qi refinement, the scoundrel has an abundance of hidden cards, making the vendor no match for him. Moreover, you may not be aware, but that rogue has many women." Upon discovering the exposure of the affair, the wife and daughter of the street vendor united to kill the street vendor himself, who sought to eliminate the rogue. Wang Fatty exclaimed in disbelief, as did Bai Li Yunlong. Qin Fan added, "The most sensational part is that after the mother and daughter murdered the street vendor, they fought each other in a bid to win the rogue's affection, ultimately leading to the daughter killing her own mother. Isn't that astonishing?" Wang Fatty could hardly contain his shock, exclaiming, "This is utterly absurd. Women can be terrifying. Thankfully, I am devoted to the path and have no interest in women." Qin Fan cast a knowing smile at Bai Li Yunlong, who felt an overwhelming sense of unease. He hastily drank several gulps of liquor to suppress his discomfort and awkwardly forced a smile, saying, "Not all women are like that street vendor." Such occurrences are indeed rare and could be considered one of the 12 peculiarities of our southern region. Qin Fan chuckled, "It's merely a jest, my friend Bai Li. Do not take it to heart. The rogue is young and handsome, endowed with wealth and fortune, which is why the street vendor's wife and daughter were so easily entranced. Wang Yun is certainly not such a woman." Bai Li Yunlong felt a renewed wave of anxiety. Why do I sense that Qin Daoist is insinuating something about me? Moreover, why did his tone intensify with that last remark? Does he know something? Could it be that Wang Yun has betrayed me? Impossible. He quickly shook his head, then stood up, addressing Qin Fan and Wang Fatty, esteemed friends. I suddenly recollect some pressing matters I must attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, Bai Li Yunlong departed in haste, fearful that lingering too long would lead him to harbor unfounded suspicions about Wang Yun, who had patiently waited for him all these years. Wang Yun and I grew up together. She turned down numerous suitors to marry me, and her cultivation surpassed mine without ever looking down on me. She even encouraged me to establish my foundation through the prospect of marriage. Her love for me is profound, and those superficial temptresses cannot hold a candle to her. After hearing Qin Daoist's tales, I inadvertently thought of Wang Yun. I feel I have wronged her terribly. I must quickly gather spirit stones to procure a Bai Ning Dan for her. Once Bai Li Yunlong left, Wang Fatty finally inquired about Qin Fan's crafting skills. So, you are now a mid-tier first-grade artifact craftsman? Wang Fatty asked, astonished. Indeed, I encountered a significant opportunity. My master is a golden core cultivator, Qin Fan revealed. While Wang Fatty genuinely regarded the original self as a close friend, he was, after all, not the original. It remained uncertain how Wang Fatty would react in the future upon realizing this truth. Would he be forthright, or would he harbor intentions of treachery? In this harsh world of cultivation, it is wise not to test the human heart. Thus, Qin Fan chose not to mention Su Longyue for the time being. Having indeed encountered a fortuitous opportunity, he adeptly employed the same tactics that had previously worked on the steward Fan. Firstly, this would convey to the corpulent Wang that he had genuinely attained a significant fortune by taking a golden core cultivator as his master. Secondly, it would deter Wang from harboring thoughts of murder and treasure-seeking in the future. Wang was truly taken aback by this revelation, remaining in a state of astonishment for an extended period. The gaze he directed at Qin Fan was imbued with envy, along with a fleeting glimmer of jealousy. Eventually, after consuming several mouthfuls of wine, he managed to regain his composure. The look he bestowed upon Qin Fan returned to its former state, and he clapped Qin Fan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Qin Fan, you are indeed a late bloomer. You make me utterly envious. I even feel a tinge of jealousy for your good fortune. However, your exceptional talent in crafting artifacts is truly remarkable. It seems your master recognized this quality in you. Some golden core masters have rather peculiar standards for selecting disciples, and you were fortunate enough to catch their eye. Truly, your luck knows no bounds." Chapter 38. Comprehensive Customization of a Partner? Su Longyue's thoughts went astray. He considered himself fortunate, for his master was merely a false golden core cultivator. The distinction between the golden core realm and a false golden core might seem minimal, yet it represented an immense chasm. A false golden core cultivator is not a complete golden core practitioner. Their cultivation level remains at the foundation establishment stage, destined to never ascend to the mid-golden core phase. Eternally barred from the nascent soul realm. In stark contrast, a genuine golden core cultivator embodies the true essence of that realm, with significant prospects for advancing to the nascent soul stage. The disparity between the disciples of a false golden core cultivator and those of a genuine one is profound. Qin Fan's remarkable fortune indeed stirred envy within him. However, he swiftly regained his composure, and he and Qin Fan resumed their previous camaraderie, continuing their jovial banter over drinks. As the evening deepened and the moon hung low amidst the willows, Qin Fan took his leave from Wang Fatty. Upon exiting the tavern, he discreetly slipped into an uninhabited alley and proceeded to refine his body through a method known as using a person as a tool, undergoing a transformation of his bones and physique. This was his first attempt at such an endeavor, demanding considerable effort from him. After the span of a joss stick, a cold, composed male cultivator clad in a deep blue robe emerged from the alley, seamlessly blending into the throngs of the nighttime crowd. Meanwhile, Su Longyue gazed at the moonlight outside, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed as she awaited Qin Fan's return. Suddenly, her communication jade pendant chimed. Upon checking, she discovered it was not a message from Qin Fan, which caused a flicker of disappointment in her heart. She then answered a video call from Qin Xianhua. As the transmission opened, Qin Xuanyue's increasingly alluring visage appeared on the screen. "Yeah, hee. I have acquired something fresh and amusing to send you, which might assist you temporarily. Su Longyue." With a playful grin, Qin Fan picked up a lifelike male doll from beside her to show Su Longyue. Look at this. Although it's not a real person, it is far more practical. Moreover, it can be customized to any size or length you desire. The best part is, Qin Fan, you call me on video just to share this? Su Longyue's neck flushed crimson. What nonsense was her unreliable friend concocting? The image of Qin Fan within the mosquito net involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Her grip on the bed sheet tightened unconsciously. Dreadful. That insatiable fire within her flared up again. Ever since that night spent with Qin Fan, the fiery craving had been temporarily subdued. Yet, in recent days, especially during the stillness of the night, she found herself increasingly restless. To her dismay, Qin Shuanyue's teasing had reignited that smoldering desire. Oh dear, yeah, don't be shy. I've tried it myself. It's truly effective, which is why I'm recommending it to you. Just think. It's a doll. No one will ever know how you choose to use it. Not only can it fulfill your needs, but it also won't bring you any troubles. Most importantly, you can customize the size to your liking. The visage can be tailored in various styles: aloof, enchanting, playful, gentle, and so forth. Each day presents an opportunity to experience different incarnations of a partner. The transformations are boundless. However, before Qin Fan could finish her sentence, Su Longyue trembled and swiftly terminated the communication. Biting her crimson lower lip, she muttered, "How increasingly unreliable. This friend of hers was no longer worth keeping. How shameless." Yet, despite her words, her mind could not cease conjuring various images of Qin Fan. She immediately covered her flushed face, exclaiming, "I must be enchanted." Hastily, she exited her chamber and ventured into the courtyard, gazing into the distance to divert her thoughts. Where was Qin Fan? Nightfall marked the time when troublemakers were rampant. Was he in danger? A cold, dark blue-robed male cultivator soared through the verdant woods of Qingzhou Square, swiftly arriving at the boundary of the maze where Su Longyue and her companions resided. The male protagonist produced a jade token upon activation. The mist before him dissipated like a freshly polished mirror, revealing a clear and expansive scene. A faint ripple in the air opened a passage. The male cultivator focused his spirit and stepped inside, causing the ripple to seal and the formation to resume its operation. As he entered Su Longyue's territory, a formidable divine sense swept over him. Initially, it paused, then gently withdrew. Quickening his pace, he reached the courtyard entrance within a matter of moments. Spotting Su Longyue waiting for him. "Why have you returned so late? Did you encounter difficulties on the road?" Su Longyue inquired. The male cultivator paused, then, in mere minutes, transformed back into Qin Fan. This male cultivator was indeed the same Qin Fan who had altered his appearance earlier. With a smile, he approached her, saying, "I ran into an old childhood friend during the evening, and we spent some time drinking and chatting, which delayed me. Please don't mind, my dear." Su Longyue replied softly, "It's fine as long as you're safe." However, she was taken aback by Qin Fan's ability to change his appearance. Under her divine sense, she discerned his transformation with ease, though for an ordinary qi refining cultivator, such detection would be quite challenging. This provided Qin Fan with yet another means of self-preservation, which was commendable. "Have you eaten dinner?" Qin Fan inquired gently as he approached Su Longyue. "Not yet. I'll go serve the dishes." Each time he visited the market, Qin Fan would prepare their meals and store them in a large insulated iron pot. It seemed Su Longyue had been waiting for him to return before dining. As she watched Qin Fan enter the kitchen, her thoughts drifted to the visage she had just seen. That appearance appeared even more formidable than his usual self. Suddenly, she recalled Qin Shuanyue's words, "The partner is ever-changing. The visage can be customized, and dimensions can be tailored." If Qin Fan possessed the ability to alter his form, could he also modify his own physical attributes? Upon this thought, her cheeks flushed with a fiery hue, and she hastily averted her gaze, refraining from looking at Qin Fan. Otherwise, she feared she might succumb to her emotions. During dinner, Qin Fan noticed that Su Longyue occasionally glanced at him from the corner of her eye. The courtyard was bathed in a dim, yellow light, rendering visibility unclear. Nonetheless, Qin Fan could sense the spring-like warmth in her gaze directed towards him. Was she contemplating something? It resonated with his own thoughts. Having engaged in mutual cultivation with Su Longyue for 21 days now, it was high time for him to exert himself. After finishing the meal, Qin Fan swiftly tidied the dishes and the table before heading to the bathroom for a refreshing wash. Subsequently, he entered the room and extinguished the lights. Aware of Su Longyue's bashfulness and her subtle demeanor, he surmised that if the lights remained on, she would likely not come over that night. Indeed, shortly after the room was plunged into darkness, a soft sound emanated from the window, followed by the delicate fragrance unique to Su Longyue wafting in. Under the moonlight, her ethereal gown floated gracefully, her skin like jade, exuding an otherworldly charm, as she, resembling a celestial being rather than a mortal maiden, gently parted the mosquito net and entered the chamber. Chapter 39. The method to elevate the heights of dual cultivation. As Su Longyue embraced Qin Fan, her hand hesitated momentarily. With a swift turn, Qin Fan reciprocated, holding her tightly. "My dear wife, why are you not clothed?" he inquired. "Of course, it is to facilitate your every desire," she replied, a hint of mischief in her voice, biting her rosy lip. The delicate gauze swayed gently, enveloping the chamber in a warmth reminiscent of blooming flowers. Congratulations to the host for completing a dual cultivation session with the bound partner. The partner's satisfaction has yielded a reward of 2 spiritual root aptitude points. System panel. Host, Qin Fan realm. Qi refining level 6 spiritual roots. Forward spiritual root. Low grade. 19100. Water spiritual root. Low grade. 10100. Fire spiritual root. Low grade. 6100. Earth spiritual root. Low grade. For 100. Assignable spiritual root points. 2 progeny. 0. 5 potential progeny pending. Weapon refining expertise. Intermediate grade level 1 refining master. 102,987 120 0000. Inscription expertise. Intermediate grade level 1 inscription master. 29,801 120 0000. Upon reviewing the data on the system panel, Qin Fan could not help but marvel. What an extraordinary reward. 2 spiritual root aptitude points for a single session. It appears that the partner's feelings during dual cultivation carry significant weight. A mediocre experience yields but a single point, while a displeasing one could even deduct from weapon refining values. A positive encounter, however, bestows a generous 2 points. Next time he visits the market, he must seek out some rare tomes to elevate the caliber of his dual cultivation practice. Qin Fan allocated both aptitude points to the wood spiritual root. Wood spiritual root, low grade, 21,100. A breakthrough to the next grade seems imminent. 7 days later, upon arriving at the market, Qin Fan was greeted by Song Qiaoji, who informed him of a distinguished guest awaiting him, arranged in the tea room of the backyard. "It is the Emerald Fairy from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion," Song Qiaoji whispered. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Qin Fan replied, allowing her to attend to her duties as he ventured into the backyard. The Emerald Fairy of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. He had learned from Manager Fan that the young master of the pavilion was a woman, revered as the Emerald Fairy, and particularly cherished by the pavilion's leader, a true master of the False Dan realm. The Emerald Fairy, a granddaughter among many, was favored due to her superior spiritual root aptitude. With abundant resources at her disposal, she had, at the tender age of 20, reached the pinnacle of Qi refining level 9, with a promising foundation for further advancement. Upon entering the tea room, he beheld a stunning woman of unparalleled grace, standing elegantly by the tea table, observing the ethereal spirit fish gliding through the pond. Sensing his presence, she turned, her gaze meeting Qin Fan's. Having encountered Su Longyue, Qin Fan felt that no other woman could captivate his interest. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the beauty of the Emerald Fairy, while slightly less than Su Longyue's, was nonetheless remarkable. If Su Longyue were a perfect score, the Emerald Fairy would undoubtedly receive a 9. 5. The Emerald Fairy, with her delicate neck and graceful figure, resembled a pristine lotus emerging from the water, exuding an ethereal beauty that was truly unparalleled. Standing beside the tranquil pool, her flowing emerald robe danced with the wind, evoking the image of a celestial being ready to take flight. Possessing an exquisite charm, she seemed untouched by the mundane world. With skin as flawless as ice and bones as pure as jade. Uncertain of the purpose behind the Emerald Fairy's visit to Qin, he straightforwardly inquired. She spoke with a gentle tone. "Recently, our Lingbao pavilion's Wenshi has caused some offense to you, Qin Daoist. I have since expelled him from the pavilion." "Oh." Qin pulled a chair closer and sat down. He found it hard to believe that the esteemed heir of Lingbao Pavilion would truly expel a mid-stage Qi practitioner like Wenshi solely over matters of attitude. There must be reasons beyond his comprehension. Qin Daoist, we at Lingbao Pavilion hold great interest in your artifacts. Please share your conditions, and perhaps we can accommodate your needs. She continued. Qin replied, I apologize, but I have no desire to join your Lingbao Pavilion. I merely wish to conduct my modest business discreetly and provide for my family. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, a communication talisman appeared. Qin Daoist, this is my method of contact. Should you have new thoughts in the future, feel free to reach out. The doors of Lingbao Pavilion will always be open to you. After leaving the talisman, the Emerald Fairy bid her farewell. Qin observed the talisman with a furrowed brow. With Su Longyue already 4 months pregnant, only 5 months remained until the birth, and he wished to avoid any unnecessary complications during this time. It seemed prudent to remain inconspicuous for a while. Resolute, Qin stored away the talisman and summoned Song Xiaoji, entrusting her with his weekly procurement tasks. He conveyed through the talisman the items he needed, which she would procure and place in another room of the courtyard. Song Xiaoji would not need to concern herself with anything else. The room was restricted, accessible only to him and her. Each week, he would disguise himself and collect the procured goods, account books, spirit stones, and leave behind items for sale, such as dishes and artifacts. After briefing Song Xiaoji, he sought out Manager Fan, requesting he introduce another shop assistant with the same qualities as Song Xiaoji, obedient, a cultivator, and without family ties. This would facilitate shared responsibilities in the shop. Manager Fan indeed had several suitable young women in mind, as the number of cultivators venturing to the mighty cave for treasure had recently surged, particularly those resigned to their lack of prospects for advancement or nearing the end of their lifespans, eager to take a gamble in the cave. Unfortunately, this gamble had resulted in significant casualties, leaving many orphans and widows in its wake. Manager Fan introduced a young girl named Lanyue, a third-level Qi practitioner with low-grade spirit roots, aged 18. Upon meeting her, Qin noticed the lingering sorrow of loss etched upon her face, her gaze vacant and unfocused. He frowned slightly. He was seeking a shop assistant who could wear a smile, and such a melancholy demeanor would not suffice. After all, when customers enter to make a purchase, it is imperative not only to provide exceptional service, but also to ensure they feel a sense of physical and emotional delight. Qin Fan shook his head at Manager Fan. Manager Fan then addressed Qin Fan, saying, Qin, my friend, I would like to have a word with the young lady. With that, Manager Fan led Lanyue to the courtyard and said to her, Lanyue, I understand that you are heartbroken over the loss of your father, but you must find the strength to persevere and continue living. Do not underestimate your position as a mere shop assistant under Qin, nor dismiss him simply because he is a mid-stage Qi practitioner and a craftsman. I assure you, his future is boundless. You still have the opportunity to work at Moon Pavilion under him, and in the future, when Moon Pavilion expands and flourishes, you may find that you are not even qualified to join as an auxiliary staff member. Do not squander this precious opportunity. Moreover, Qin is a person of integrity. He will not mistreat you and offers generous remuneration. Where else can you find such a promising position? If it were not for the deep friendship between your father and myself, I would not have recommended such a splendid opportunity to you. Reflect on this seriously. After Manager Fan's heartfelt persuasion, he brought Lanyue back to meet Qin Fan. This time, Lanyue's sorrowful expression had transformed into a more composed demeanor, exuding an air of aloof sophistication akin to a high-end saleswoman. After some contemplation, Qin Fan decided to keep Lanyue on board. Sometimes, in a boutique aiming for a high-end market, having employees with an air of elegance and reserve can serve to entice customers into making purchases. This principle is indeed a hallmark of luxury retail marketing. Chapter 40. Securing the dragon and preserving essence after attending to the matters at the shop. Qin Fan proceeded to the marketplace, intending to acquire some literature to elevate his dual cultivation practices. By chance, he encountered Chen Jing, whose stall this time was notably larger than before, displaying an array of diverse books. Numerous cultivators were perusing the selections, and Chen Jing wore a broad smile, seemingly unable to contain his delight. Qin Daoist, Chen Jing exclaimed, having just sold a book and collected his spirit stones. Upon noticing Qin Fan's approach, he greeted him warmly. He had heard from other vendors about Qin Fan's recent remarkable achievements, particularly his establishment of a shop that sparked envy among many. Some had even contemplated causing trouble. But upon learning of Qin Fan's backing from Manager Fan, they quickly retreated. Shen Daoist, it seems business is thriving today, Qin Fan remarked with a smile. Just barely making ends meet. I cannot compare to the flourishing business of your shop, Qin Daoist, Chen Jing humbly replied. He realized he had underestimated Qin Fan's potential. In just a month, Qin Fan had transformed drastically. Fortunately, he had fostered a good relationship with him before. Qin Daoist, are there any books you wish to purchase? I have numerous sources for new stock, Chen Jing offered with a smile. Qin Fan surveyed the books at Chen Jing's stall. Mostly foundational texts on cultivation and a selection of maps and strategies regarding the layers of formidable beings. He adeptly engaged in business trends. Sending a thought through their connection, he inquired about literature on matters of the bedroom. Chen Jing's eyes lit up as he replied telepathically, I have several titles. What specific aspect does Qin Daoist seek? If you desire offspring, I recommend securing the dragon and preserving essence. As cultivators ascend in rank, the challenge of bearing children increases, yet with this book, I assure you that if your cultivation level does not exceed foundation establishment, you shall embrace 2 children within 3 years. Qin Fan remained silent. Chen Jing, perceptive to his demeanor, continued to convey with a knowing grin, should you wish for dual cultivation, I suggest dancing dragon and playing with pearls. It not only enhances the effects of dual cultivation, but also enriches the romantic connection between you and your partner. Please recommend more titles of that nature, Qin Fan requested. After a fragrant incense sticks burning time, Qin Fan departed from Chen Jing's stall, thoroughly satisfied with his acquisitions. As he watched Qin Fan's retreating figure, Chen Jing's face was painted with envy. He was aware that Manager Fan had already introduced 2 beautiful and ethereal young women to Qin Fan's shop, both of whom were female cultivators. Ah, the fortunate Qin Fan. Indeed a figure to be envied. Having procured his daily necessities, Qin Fan received a message from Feng Hua, indicating that there were auspicious matters to discuss. Feng Hua proposed a meeting at the Honeyfruit Immortal Pavilion. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Fan consented. The Honeyfruit Immortal Pavilion, akin to Miaoying Pavilion yet distinct, resembled a modern-day lounge or bar, while Miaoying Pavilion served as a haven for male indulgence within the realm of cultivation. The Honeyfruit Immortal Pavilion featured celestial beings skilled in music and dance, offering their artistry without the exchange of physical intimacy. Melodic dance is also a part of the myriad arts of cultivation. Certain melodies can refine one's emotions and even cleanse the soul, breaking through barriers. Moreover, women who practice melodic dance typically possess an ethereal grace and striking beauty, their style markedly distinct from that of the Miaoying Pavilion. A visit to the Honeyfruit Immortal Tower does not come at a lesser cost than that of the Miaoying Pavilion. The entry fee itself requires 10 low-grade spirit stones. This time, Feng Hua is quite willing to spend money to invite him to the Honeyfruit Immortal Tower for a discussion, so he decides to take a look. The Honeyfruit Immortal Tower, located in the Qingzhou Square, is among the most opulent structures in the vicinity, akin to a modern-day club, adorned with extravagant decor. Its exterior boasts an ancient charm, with lanterns hanging high, the 6-story building enveloped in ethereal mist, occasionally graced by the flight of celestial cranes, evoking a sense of transcending into the immortal realm. Within, a subtle fragrance lingers, and the sound of a zither can be faintly heard. In this setting, cultivators do not fall short of the mundane world in any regard. Upon Qin Fan's arrival, he finds Feng Hua already waiting at the entrance. Feng, when did your taste become so refined? He inquires, recalling Feng Hua's previous frequent visits to the Miaoying Pavilion. Feng Hua chuckles, replying, the fairies of the Miaoying Pavilion are indeed delightful, but my body cannot endure it. The Honeyfruit Immortal Tower is far better. Come, let me treat you to a splendid time today. With that, Feng Hua hands 20 low-grade spirit stones to the matron at the entrance, who greets Qin Fan and Feng Hua with a courteous smile as they enter. The atmosphere here is entirely different from the Miaoying Pavilion's worldly allure. Upon stepping inside, they behold a spacious hall where, at the center stage, a veiled celestial maiden plucks the strings of a zither, the enchanting music cascading forth. The decor throughout the tower is uniquely elegant, with both the celestial maiden performing on stage and the women serving tea below exuding an air of purity. There is no trace of heavy cosmetics or alluring charm, creating a most comfortable ambience. Ascending to a private room on the second floor, the Honey Fruit Immortal Tower has taken measures to ensure the privacy of its patrons, outfitting the room with soundproof barriers. After entering, Feng Hua further arranges 3 additional soundproof shields before lowering his voice to speak with Qin Fan. Have you heard about the recent happenings at the powerful Cultivator's Cave? He asks. Indeed. Qin Fan sips the tea, which is not the ordinary brew of the mortal realm. The tea is sweet and fragrant, undoubtedly of fine quality, which explains the steep entry fee. Feng Hua continues. The cave of the powerful cultivators is fraught with danger. Countless cultivators have perished there, and I know of at least 3 who have died. And then, Qin Fan remarks, noting that Feng Hua's invitation to share tea and music surely holds deeper significance. Feng Hua glances outside and lowers his voice further. I have discovered a remarkable place. Oh, Qin Fan replies, intrigued. Feng Hua elaborates. I stumbled upon it by chance. Near the powerful cultivator's cave, there exists a barrier. Once that barrier is breached, one can behold the Black Wind Gorge. Within the gorge lie treasures galore. What a remarkable array of treasures, including the inferior grade by Ning Dan, exquisite magical artifacts, superior talismans, and arcane techniques. Alongside centuries-old nether grass and heart lotus from the depths of the earth. Upon mentioning this, Feng Hua's breath grew slightly warmer, and his gaze turned more eager. However, the cold, malevolent winds of Haifeng Canyon deterred me from entering alone, leaving me helplessly watching those splendid goods trapped within the gorge. Hence, upon learning of your ascension to the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, I long to invite you, my esteemed friend Qin, to embark on a treasure-seeking expedition together. I have not disclosed this to anyone else, not even to Lu Chang'e. The treasures within are finite, the more individuals privy to their existence, the lesser the share for each. Furthermore, we must act swiftly. The number of cultivators venturing into the Mighty's caverns is on the rise, including those from various sections. Should they uncover the concealed restrictions in the Haifeng Canyon, our opportunity could swiftly dissipate. Chapter 41. Master, do not flee after a moment of contemplation. Qin Fan declined Feng Hua's invitation, setting aside whether the seemingly fortuitous opportunity presented by Feng Hua was genuine. It was evident that with the recent development of the mighty cave dwellings, the influx of cultivators to Qingzhou Feng had surged, consequently increasing the number of bandits as well. There were even instances of bandits specifically targeting acquaintances, akin to the modern-day deception of luring individuals to Myanmar for organ harvesting. They would entice familiar cultivators to a designated location, then conspire with others to eliminate the unsuspecting cultivator and divide the spoils. However, Qin Fan's current priority was to care for the pregnant Su Longyue, striving to maintain a low profile and minimize his presence in public. As for any risky endeavors, he resolutely refused to partake. Nevertheless, he took note of the location known as Black Wind Gorge, for it was a site essential for the 2nd layer of body refining, which required unique surroundings for effective practice, including the utilization of specific winds. He wondered if the cold, sinister black wind could serve that purpose. Feng Hua appeared taken aback. Qin Daoyu, you truly will not go? A remarkable opportunity has fallen from the heavens, and you choose not to seize it? Feng Daoyu, I have a wife and children at home. I do not wish to take unnecessary risks. You see, despite the mighty cave dwellings being unveiled for so long, I have yet to visit even once. I harbor no aspirations for martial prowess or immortality. I simply wish to earn a modest living and enjoy the warmth of my family, Qin Fan replied. Feng Hua's expression shifted slightly, and he ground his teeth in frustration, ultimately managing to muster a smile. In that case, I shall not press further. I kindly ask that you do not disclose what I have shared today. Of course, Qin Fan assured him. Moreover, Feng Hua had only mentioned a restriction discovered within the mighty cave dwellings, specifically about a Black Wind Gorge, yet he had not disclosed its distance from the cave or its exact location. It was evident that Feng Hua had already contemplated this detail. With the conversation at an impasse, Qin Fan sipped his tea and soon found an excuse to take his leave. Feng Hua remained, seemingly intent on inviting others to discuss the matter further. Once Su Longyue had given birth, he resolved to explore whether such a place truly existed nearby. As evening approached, Qin Fan concluded his business at the shop and, after altering his appearance in the private room, discreetly departed from Yueshang Pavilion. He was preoccupied with thoughts of the fine books he had purchased that day, eager to share them, with Su Longyue upon returning home. However, he had not ventured far from Qingzhu Fong when a streak of light flashed across the sky, swiftly followed by two more. The air was filled with the menacing voice of a male cultivator. "Emerald Fairy, you shall not escape today. For wounding my flying eagle, you will pay with your life. Master, do not run. Why do you flee? Were you not so arrogant before? Was it not for that Qin Fan that you sought to chastise me? Now, why do you run? I still wish to hear your teachings." Upon hearing this voice, Qin Fan immediately recognized that the third streak of light following the first was none other than Wenshi. The initial streak belonged to the Emerald Fairy, and Wenshi was in pursuit of her. In the later stages of Qi cultivation, the Radiant Green Fairy was relentlessly pursued and attacked. With the strength of merely mid-Qi cultivation, she was undoubtedly outmatched, indicating the profound skills of the black-robed male cultivator accompanying Wenshi. Qin Fan swiftly turned, activating an acceleration talisman, and fled in the opposite direction of the trio, wishing to avoid entanglement in their affairs. However, to his astonishment, he had scarcely run a short distance when a flying sword sliced through the void and descended from above. He quickly retreated several steps as the sword plunged deeply into the earth, immediately followed by a striking green figure crashing down before him. Her garment was pierced at the chest, revealing two deep gashes on her fair, shimmering skin. The green fairy's complexion had drained, and her breath had ceased. Qin Fan's heart sank. What an unfortunate fate to fall right before me. I had run so far, yet she still ended up here. Did the green fairy see me earlier? Did she deliberately run towards me? Damn it. His gaze fell upon the intersection of her wounds, noting how grievous they were. Who are you? At that moment, Wenshi and the black-robed man landed nearby, and Wenshi coldly inquired. He regarded Qin Fan with a sense of familiarity, yet he was certain he had never encountered this male cultivator before. However, the aura of soul energy emanating from him felt oddly recognizable. The black-robed man disdainfully remarked, "A mid-Qi cultivator? Kill him." Yes. Wenshi accepted the command, brandishing his sword and charging towards Qin Fan. At this moment, Wenshi was exceedingly arrogant, for the green fairy was dead, marking a significant achievement for him. "You seek death," Qin Fan bellowed, activating his cloud-treading boots, complemented by the ongoing effect of his wind speed talisman, propelling him forward with astonishing swiftness, leaving only an afterimage in midair. Body refinement techniques were most suited for close combat. Before Wenshi could even reach Qin Fan, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. In an instant, his head was severed by Qin Fan's De Yen Wuji's sword, his corpse collapsing to the ground. Wenshi's decapitated head, still clinging to a breath of life, stared in disbelief at his headless body. In that moment, he finally recollected why this male cultivator evoked such familiarity within him. It was Qin Fan. Though one could alter their appearance, the unique aura of a cultivator's soul could reveal their true identity if one was attuned enough to sense it. A skilled practitioner could even discern the true visage of another with merely the opening of their spiritual eyes. He could not fathom how Qin Fan, merely a sixth-layer Qi cultivator like himself, could have defeated him with a single strike. The bitterness of defeat gnawed at him. He still had many spells, talismans, and artifacts left unused. To perish in such a manner was utterly unacceptable. Yet, he had no choice but to close his eyes. Wenshi was dead. Standing nearby, the black-robed man regarded Qin Fan with a faintly furrowed brow, acknowledging the impressive prowess he had just witnessed. He originally intended to deliver a few more blows to the fallen Emerald Fairy, but he was taken aback by how easily Qin Fan dispatched him. Thus, his focus shifted to eliminating Qin Fan instead. However, he did not regard the mid-stage Qi practitioner Qin Fan with much concern. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a vibrant green flame. Even though it was merely a half-step foundation establishment technique, such flames could effortlessly annihilate a mid-stage Qi practitioner. Qin Fan activated a high-grade Vajra talisman, and instantly, a faint golden bell-shaped barrier enveloped him. Bang! Boom! The verdant flames exploded upon colliding with the golden barrier, causing the runes on it to dim, showing signs of cracking. It barely held for 3 breaths before the runes completely disintegrated. Fortunately, the flames had already been weakened by the talisman, and in the split second of its collapse, Qin Fan had repositioned himself, causing the flames to miss him entirely. The man in the black robe was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qin Fan would evade his attack. Although this had been a casual strike, It was a fire technique he had mastered after reaching half-step foundation establishment, which typically could not be countered by ordinary high-grade defensive talismans. It seemed that the talisman in Qin Fan's possession was not an ordinary high-grade Vajra talisman. He had encountered a treasure-seeking opponent. What a fortunate turn of events. Chapter 42. You, surprisingly, possess a talisman. Suddenly, Qin Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering before collapsing to the ground. Qin Daoist, surely this is unnecessary. The voice of the verdant fairy echoed in his mind. Qin Fan remained silent, inwardly thinking, just as I suspected. What a cunning ruse, pretending to be dead. Moments earlier, when he evaded the fire spell cast by the black-robed male cultivator, he sensed a fleeting breath of life emanating from the verdant fairy. Merely a flicker before it vanished. Thus, he deduced she was feigning death. If she wishes to play dead and let him bear the brunt of the harm, then let them compete. However, no sooner had he acted out his injury and fallen than the verdant fairy could no longer restrain herself from sending him a message. Qin Fan. Acting. Who was he afraid of? He would not allow himself to be a mere distraction to draw fire. Qin Daoist, the verdant fairy implored. This man is notoriously one of the 3 evildoers, known as High. Should I perish, he will certainly kill you as well. Let us join forces. Together we can escape this predicament. Qin Fan remained unresponsive. Why not let the verdant fairy and the black-robed male cultivator engage in a deadly struggle? And then he could reap the benefits later? Qin Daoist, she continued. If I manage to escape today, I will owe you a favor. How does that sound? The favor of the most beloved granddaughter of the true immortal of the fake Dan. Qin Fan replied, you go first. Very well, she responded, I hope, Qin Daoist. You will lend a hand when the time comes. Despite the verdant fairy's efforts to conceal her presence with special artifacts, the black-robed male cultivator, possessing profound cultivation, still detected her. Verdant fairy, you are not dead, he exclaimed, turning to unleash his spell upon the fallen figure. In his eyes, Qin Fan was an easy target, ripe for the slaughter. First, he would eliminate the verdant fairy, then address Qin Fan. The verdant fairy sprang to her feet, swiftly summoning a rain curtain talisman. Instantly, the spells launched by the black-robed man were shielded by the rain curtain. Concurrently, she conjured a silver small sword, which transformed into a massive blade in midair. Lunging towards the black-robed male, he raised a shield to defend against the silver sword, simultaneously forming a hand seal. The surrounding space trembled with spiritual energy. From the withered palm of his hand, a tangible black web, resembling a spider's silk, emerged, expanding gradually. Ensnaring technique. The black-robed male bellowed as the web surged forth, spiraling toward the verdant fairy. The verdant fairy hurriedly summoned a fan-shaped defensive artifact. However, the black spiral possessed corrosive properties, and upon contact with the fan, it began to erode. Verdant fairy, may my flying eagle accompany you to the grave. The black-robed male cackled maliciously, seeing her defensive artifact on the verge of shattering. The verdant fairy's expression altered. Lying on the ground, Qin Fan received her transmission. Qin Daoist, you may act now. At this moment, both the black-robed male and the verdant fairy were wielding 2 high-quality artifacts each. As a master of the late stage of artifact refinement, simultaneously wielding 2 superior-grade magical artifacts demands an immense expenditure of spiritual energy, with the utmost limit being the simultaneous control of 3. Qin Fan remained silent in response to the green fairy, whose complexion grew increasingly pale, revealing a subtle tendency to succumb. The expression of the black-robed male cultivator became more triumphant. The green fairy abruptly spat 2 mouthfuls of blood, her fan-shaped magical artifact completely corroded, leaving her ensnared by a black net. The corrosive black energy of the net assailed her body, turning her complexion a shade of blue, and she fainted. At that moment, a sudden white mist appeared in the forest. The black-robed male cultivator sensed impending danger. It was an illusion talisman. He prepared to cast a spell to escape the illusion created by the talisman when, suddenly, a series of faint sounds pierced the air. 8 slender needles, no thicker than chopsticks, shot towards him. The black-robed male shifted his form, evading the 8 subtle needles. However, in the next instant, his pupils widened in shock as he glanced down at his shoulder, where an almost imperceptible needle had embedded itself. Upon seeing the runes engraved on the needle's tail, fury ignited within him as he turned to look at Qin Fan, who had risen to his feet unbeknownst to him. You You killed my brother." His brother was none other than Dashin. The 8 subtle needles belonged to Dashin's secret set of dark artifacts, and the rare runes inscribed on Dashin's ink ruler now appeared on Qin Fan's 8 subtle needles. He had previously pursued the cause of Dashin's death, but had failed to uncover the identity of the murderer. Now, it became evident that Dashin had perished at Qin Fan's hands. Even the rare runes had been appropriated by him. Contemplating this, the black-robed male cultivator's expression twisted into a snarl as he formed an ancient gesture, invoking a spell. Instantly, the black markings on his palm surged up his arm, spreading across his face, enveloping him in a shroud of dark incantations. Simultaneously, he ignited his entire essence, summoning forth a massive ink ruler. This ruler was even larger than Dashin's, identical in every aspect, even bearing the same inscriptions. "You shall accompany my brother in death." The black-robed male cultivator spat a mouthful of blood onto the black ink ruler and lunged at Qin Fan, intent on delivering a lethal blow. A powerful aura of murderous intent swept through the air, casting a pall over the sky. Qin Fan waved his hand, summoning the Xiantian shield, which formed a yellowish light barrier around him, withstanding the assault of the black ink ruler. The clash of magical energies between the ink ruler and the Xiantian shield erupted in a dazzling display of white light, reverberating through the heavens. An ear-piercing sound echoed, akin to nails scraping against steel. "Indeed, you possess treasures. No wonder my brother, at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, fell to a mere mid-stage Qi cultivator like you. Now, all your treasures shall belong to me." The black-robed male cultivator bellowed. Qin Fan replied with a cold smile, "Is that so? If I could slay your brother, then I can just as easily dispatch you." As he spoke, Qin Fan consumed half of a rejuvenating pill, followed by a drop of spiritual liquid to replenish his ethereal energy. He then summoned the talisman bestowed upon him by Su Longyue. Under the influence of his mana, the talisman radiated a brilliant golden light. As the talisman was activated, a piercing cry of an ice phoenix echoed, and a sword, entirely composed of ice crystal, soared forth from the talisman, exuding an unparalleled aura of authority as it surged towards the dark-robed male cultivator. Upon witnessing this, the expression of the dark-robed cultivator shifted dramatically. His voice trembled with terror as he exclaimed, "You possess a talisman." Realizing the imminent danger, he hastily summoned a flying shuttle in a desperate attempt to flee. However, he gravely underestimated the power of the talisman. As he barely set foot on the shuttle, the ice phoenix sword pierced through his neck, performing a swift rotation before returning to Qin Fan's grasp. In the glow of the setting sun, the head of the dark-robed man fell to the ground, the severed edge remarkably clean, attesting to the sharpness of the sword summoned by the talisman. The dark-robed cultivator was slain. After dispatching his foe, Qin Fan promptly ingested another sip of spiritual liquid to restore his energy. He then cast a solemn gaze upon the verdant fairy ensnared within the dark net. Chapter 43. Is the Empress jealous? The black-robed male cultivator lay lifeless, and with his demise, the magical net dissipated instantaneously. The green fairy coughed violently a couple of times before gradually opening her eyes, freeing herself from the net. She spat out blood twice, steadied herself, and gazed towards Qin Fan. Their eyes met in a fleeting moment of electric tension. "Qin Daoist, what a remarkable feat to have slain the nefarious one. Alas, I fainted moments ago and missed the spectacle of your triumph over him. I find it somewhat regrettable. Qin Daoist, I have a humble request. Once my colleagues from the Lingbao Pavilion arrive, might I claim that it was I who vanquished the nefarious one? Qin Daoist is free to make requests, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate them. To speak candidly, despite my position as the young master of the Lingbao Pavilion, there are still many within my family who hold dissenting views against me. Should they learn that I have dispatched one of the infamous triad of evil, it would greatly bolster my reputation and solidify my standing as the young master." Qin Fan pondered whether to eliminate the green fairy, especially since he had just employed the trump cards bestowed upon him by Su Longyue. Both the Xiantian shield and the talismans were coveted treasures that could drive any cultivator to madness. Even the Lingbao Pavilion, under the watch of the false golden elixir master, would covet such possessions. After all, a second-tier superior magical artifact or a talisman refined by a golden elixir master would tempt even the most steadfast. Yet, the green fairy's words held weight. Firstly, she indicated that her companions would soon arrive. If he were to slay her now, It would surely attract the attention of the Lingbao Pavilion. The green fairy was not as simple as she appeared. She frequently feigned death or unconsciousness. And as the cherished granddaughter of a false golden elixir master, one could only speculate on the extent of her hidden resources. Killing her could prove to be more challenging than eliminating the black-robed male cultivator. Moreover, if the Lingbao Pavilion's people arrived and found her dead, it would place him at a significant disadvantage. At this moment, he sought to live discreetly, focusing not on slaying and plundering, but rather on caring for Su Longyue, especially since her strength had diminished to the first layer of qi refinement, rather than the true golden elixir realm. He could not afford to invite trouble. Furthermore, the green fairy, with her astute mind, pointed out that she had not witnessed him attack the nefarious one. Her assertion implied that she had not seen him wield the Xiantian shield or the talismans, and she suggested that he allow her the credit for slaying the nefarious one. This was her way of signaling that even if she had not truly fainted and had seen him utilize the Xiantian shield and the talismans, she would remain silent. Moreover, to shield him from scrutiny, she intentionally took the credit for the kill upon herself. The green fairy, being half a step into foundation establishment, could easily claim that she, a half-step foundation cultivator, had slain another of the same rank. Others would not think of him, a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator, having killed a half-step foundation cultivator. If word spread that he had done so, it would undoubtedly cause a great uproar and attract numerous cultivators seeking to challenge him. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Fan made his decision. He spoke to the verdant fairy in a calm manner. You may take the life of the wicked, but you must offer something of equal value in return. What about this? The verdant fairy replied, producing an egg the size of a basketball, pristine white in color. Inside it was a juvenile second-tier white jade centipede, which I have recently acquired and not yet begun to tame. This egg is a first-tier high-grade artifact that nurtures the young centipede. As she spoke, she also presented an ancient tome, which contained the techniques for taming the young creature and methods for its care. I wonder, dear Qin, are you satisfied with this trade? At that moment, a stunning figure swiftly approached Qin Fan from a distance. Suddenly, the enchanting figure halted in her tracks. It was Su Longyue, who sensed that Qin Fan was in danger. Within the talismans she had gifted him, there was a danger-sensing talisman. Though it could not convey information directly, in times of peril, the Yin talisman would autonomously activate upon sensing danger, alerting the owner of the Yang talisman. Just moments before, when Qin Fan had engaged in combat with the black-robed male cultivator, the Yin talisman in his Qianquan bag detected an overwhelming threat and spontaneously activated, sending a signal to Su Longyue. She immediately pinpointed Qin Fan's location and rushed over. Now, she stood atop a towering ancient tree, gazing at Qin Fan and the verdant fairy who was conversing with him. She observed as the verdant fairy handed Qin Fan the egg, and after a moment of hesitation, he accepted it. Then, the verdant fairy suddenly coughed violently and leaned toward Qin Fan, who instinctively supported her waist, causing her to rest against his chest. From her perspective, the two appeared to be intimately entwined. Witnessing this scene, Su Longyue felt an inexplicable heaviness in her chest, a chill spreading from her heart to her limbs. Convinced that Qin Fan was no longer in danger, she could not bear to see the two in such an embrace any longer and turned away to leave. Meanwhile, Qin Fan adjusted the verdant fairy's posture, then stepped back to create distance between them, stating coolly, "The transaction regarding the wicked is complete. I shall take my leave." He had already sent a message to Su Longyue upon departing from the Moonlight Pavilion, informing her of his journey home and assuring her that he would return soon. Having lingered here for some time, he was concerned that she might be worried for him and felt an urgency to return. "Dear Qin, I still owe you a favor. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Furthermore, I hereby formally invite you to serve as the chief artificer of our Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Will you accept?" "Declined," Qin Fan replied, swiftly activating an acceleration talisman and fleeing rapidly. Given that he now possessed a significant treasure, it would not align with his character to allow the verdant fairy to discover it and subsequently become her artificer at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Such a course of action was not in his nature. Moreover, the verdant fairy, as the young master of the Lingbao Pavilion, unexpectedly found herself besieged on the outskirts of the Qingzhou Square by one of the three evils, which included a betrayal from Wenshi. The intricate web of deceit among various immortal cultivation families was not a quagmire he wished to wade through. Qin Fan swiftly entered the illusionary array, hastily transformed his appearance, and employed a cleansing technique to wash away all traces of his former self. After donning an elegant robe, he ensured that Su Longyue would not perceive any discrepancies before promptly returning home. Upon entering the courtyard and surveying his surroundings, Qin Fan noticed the absence of Su Longyue. "Wife, I have returned," he called out with a smile. Yet, silence greeted him. He made his way to Su Longyue's dimly lit chamber and knocked gently on the door. "Wife?" came her response, cold and distant, even more so than when they first met. Qin Fan was taken aback by her tone. Was Su Longyue upset? Their relationship had warmed considerably over the past few days. Although her manner of speaking had never been excessively tender, it had certainly not been frigid. Was it possible that his late return had angered her? That seemed unlikely. There had been instances in the past when he returned late, and she had shown concern rather than ire. What had changed today? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Chapter 44. Capturing the heart of the Empress. The last time he was ambushed by Leopard Brother and the others, Su Longyue had been aware of it. This time, did she also know? Her reaction was distinctly different from before. Could it be that she felt jealous upon witnessing the scene of the green fairy collapsing in his embrace? The mere thought of this possibility filled Qin Fan with a sudden clarity. Strangely, he felt an inexplicable sense of superiority and satisfaction. He had made the future Empress feel jealous. Who else could boast such a feat? Although he had shared a bed with Su Longyue several times and had engaged in mutual cultivation, he understood that it was due to the poison within her that required his remedy. He was uncertain of her feelings toward him, but now that Su Longyue had begun to feel jealousy, it signified that she had started to care for him. He had taken a significant step closer to winning the heart of the future Empress. How exhilarating. Knock, knock. Qin Fan rapped on the door again. Realizing that Su Longyue was feeling jealous made things much simpler. "Wife." Qin Fan's voice carried a hint of pain. He gasped, his expression one of agony. "Have you had dinner?" he inquired, the discomfort evident in his tone. No response. He continued, "Then I will return to my room." Upon finishing his words, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, hastily wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He prepared to use a cleaning spell to remove the blood he had spat on the ground when Su Longyue's door swung open. Her gaze fell upon the pool of blood on the floor, her brows knitting slightly. "Why did you come out suddenly?" I'm fine," Qin Fan said hurriedly, using a cleaning spell to erase the blood before turning to make his way back to his room. He struggled to keep himself upright, taking 2 or 3 faltering steps. On the verge of collapsing, Su Longyue caught him. Leaning against her shoulder, Qin Fan attempted to maintain his composure, insisting, "I can manage, no need to support me. I really am fine." He forced a weak smile in her direction. "Stubborn." Su Longyue frowned, leading him to his room. After assisting Qin Fan onto the bed, she intended to fetch him some water. Turning around, she was met with the sight of Qin Fan, shirtless and appearing feeble, seated on the bed. 3 wounds marred his chest, oozing bright red blood. A closer look revealed that the blood was fresh, indicating recent injuries that were not particularly deep. "Stay still. I'll apply some medicine," Su Longyue said without further thought, retrieving a vial from her storage bag. She sat beside Qin Fan and began to tend to his wounds. As he looked down, he found himself captivated by Su Longyue's exquisite face, so close to him. Her features were truly remarkable. The more one gazed, the more enchanting she appeared. Her skin was flawless, as smooth and white as silk. It was no wonder she was regarded as the most beautiful woman in the realm of two-dimensional art. With a sharp intake of breath, Qin Fan winced. "Does it hurt?" "I'll be gentler," he said, as Su Longyue adjusted her application of medicine. The healing potions from the realm of cultivation were remarkably effective. And given that Qin Fan had intentionally inflicted this injury, the wound began to mend almost immediately. Su Longyue blinked in surprise, and then, as realization dawned upon her, she lifted her gaze to Qin Fan. "You deceived me." In her moment of infatuation, she had failed to discern the ruse, but now, witnessing the rapid healing of the wound, her clarity returned, and she recognized the trickery. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Fan wrapped his arms around Su Longyue's waist, pulling her onto his lap with a playful grin. "My dear wife, I did not deceive you. I merely fear pain. Even the slightest injury unnerves me. Please don't be upset. My connection with that emerald fairy is insignificant. She might have feigned weakness to test whether I would take advantage of her, and I merely assisted her." My heart belongs solely to you. Now, grant me a kiss." As he leaned down to kiss her, Su Longyue instinctively blocked his lips with her hand. "Who is upset?" she queried. Her tone, while not as warm as usual, was no longer as frosty as before. Upon closer examination, one could detect a hint of playful reproach within her words, rendered even more enchanting by her goddess-like voice. Having missed his intended kiss, Qin Fan planted a gentle kiss on her palm instead, and as she withdrew her hand, he chuckled softly. "Ah, my wife is not angry. She is simply a tad jealous." Su Longyue attempted to rise and leave, but Qin Fan pulled her back into his embrace, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder. Not jealous at all. Have you eaten dinner yet? Come, let us dine together." Su Longyue's expression turned slightly awkward. "I'm not hungry." The mention of food caused her brows to furrow slightly. She had risen late that morning, only to find Qin Fan had already left. During breakfast, she had suddenly felt ill and had been unable to keep anything down, even the bitter bile. After some investigation, she realized it was morning sickness. Despite having consumed some sour and spicy dishes as suggested, nothing could quell the nausea. "Then accompany me for a bite," Qin Fan urged gently. He carried the dishes into the main room. During summer, they would dine outside in the cool evening air, but with autumn's arrival, the nights had grown a bit chilly, prompting Qin Fan to move the dining table indoors. Just as Su Longyue took her seat, the enticing aroma of the food wafted toward her, and she suddenly covered her mouth, rising to retreat to her chamber. Qin Fan pursued her, concerned about her condition, but she closed the door behind her. Soon, muffled sounds of her suppressed distress could be heard from within. Upon detecting that the bound entity has begun to experience morning sickness, the host is rewarded with comprehensive knowledge regarding prenatal care. Please accept, host. Immediately, a wealth of information concerning the care of expectant mothers flooded into Qin Fan's mind. After 10 seconds, he opened his eyes and promptly made his way to the kitchen. He had previously activated his culinary skills, and with the newly acquired knowledge of prenatal care, he understood that Su Longyue was beginning to experience morning sickness. It was likely that she had not consumed anything throughout the day, which was unacceptable. He needed to prepare a dinner that could alleviate her discomfort. Fortunately, he had planned to stay home for half a month, so he had procured an ample supply of ingredients, including shredded potatoes, yam, peas, and pumpkin, foods suitable for an expectant mother suffering from nausea. After vomiting, Su Longyue appeared pallid. During her earlier pregnancy, the emergence of mundane cravings had not fazed her much. However, the current bout of morning sickness was truly distressing. Especially during the more severe episodes, she felt as if she might expel her very heart. Thankfully, the 5 little ones were behaving well today, causing no disturbances. Otherwise, the combination of her nausea and the lively movements of 5 spirited children would have been overwhelming. Chapter 45. Praising Qin Fan in front of her best friend. At that moment, a message from Qin Fan arrived. Su Longyue answered the call. Observing Su Longyue's pale complexion in the message, Qin Fan immediately became agitated and asked, "Yaya, has Qin Fan bullied you?" "No. I am experiencing morning sickness," replied Su Longyue. "Morning sickness? What is that?" Qin Fan was completely bewildered. She hastily grabbed a pregnancy manual from the side and quickly flipped through it, exclaiming, "Ah, morning sickness. Yaya, you must be feeling quite unwell. Fortunately, I attended the auction in Qinglong Xianqing today and secured the items you need. I also purchased some elixirs for preserving the pregnancy, and I will bring them to you. Where are you now? Let me take care of you." A man like Qin Fan knows nothing about caring for a woman. Su Longyue glanced towards the kitchen upon hearing the sound of a spatula frying vegetables, knowing that Qin Fan had gone to prepare another meal. Hearing Qin Fan disparage Qin Fan, her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, and she interjected, "He can cook quite well." She felt that her previous statement did not sufficiently showcase Qin Fan's merits, so she added, "He cooks deliciously." Qin Fan rubbed her ears in disbelief, staring at Su Longyue's image in the message. "Yeah, what are you saying? I must have misheard." She could hardly believe her best friend was praising the average Qin Fan for his culinary skills. As Su Longyue regained her composure, she shifted the topic, asking, "What rare inscriptions did you acquire?" "Oh, these." Qin Fan then displayed the 3 rare inscriptions she had won at the auction for Su Longyue to see. To her, the inscriptions appeared as incomprehensible as celestial scriptures, and upon hearing the auctioneer's introduction that these 3 volumes were rare, she decided to participate in the bidding. During the auction, a minor incident occurred. a young craftsman from the Qinji sect, ranked within the top 100 of the refining master leaderboard, transmitted a message to her, urging her to cease bidding, claiming she could not comprehend the inscriptions and that winning them would be a waste. He suggested she let him secure them instead, so these rare inscriptions could shine in the cultivation world. This infuriated her, and she immediately raised her bid by 100 mid-grade spirit stones. In her heart, she thought, I may not inscribe, but my best friend is learning. Once she masters it, will shock you, Qinji sect. With that thought, she looked at Su Longyue with hopeful eyes and said, yeah, once I deliver these 3 volumes to you, you must study them diligently. Strive to master these inscriptions so that you can inscribe them onto my treasures. No, onto my hair ornament. That way, when I walk outside, everyone will know that Qin Fan not only acquired these 3 volumes, but also possesses a magical item inscribed with these inscriptions. Qin Fan epitomized the typical second-generation cultivator, disinterested in combat or cultivation, and instead devoted to the fascinating novelties of the cultivation world, as well as enjoying various tales. Therefore, the idea of having the inscriptions engraved on her magical item made her ponder. Would she need to display the item during conversations? Such ostentation would be far too deliberate. The most ostentatious way to flaunt oneself is to engrave inscriptions onto one's adornments. She wears her headdress daily while strolling outside. Indeed, she plans to linger for several days at the entrance of the Qinji gate, intending to astonish onlookers. The more she contemplates this, the more fervent her gaze becomes. She yearns to rush to Qinji gate to display her prowess. So absorbed in her thoughts, she momentarily forgets the conversation she was having with Su Longyue before the topic was diverted. Noticing that Qin Shuanyue's attention had shifted, Su Longyue casually chatted about inscriptions for a while, then said, wait for me on the eastern side of the Kungsa mountain range. The Kungsa mountain range is a half-month voyage by airship from Qinglong Immortal City and 5 days from Qingzhou Square. This distance is neither too far nor too near. Given Qin Shuanyue's preconceived negative impressions of Qin Fan, Su Longyue preferred to keep them apart to prevent any ill-fated encounters. Wonderful. I will soon see Su Longyue. Qin Shuanyue exclaimed with joy, then began to show Su Longyue some baby clothes she had recently purchased, praising their cuteness. She had bought outfits for both boys and girls. Previously unaware of how adorable baby clothing could be, she discovered that each piece was utterly charming. Your baby will surely be exceptionally cute. In just over 5 months, they will be born. I truly look forward to it, she said. Su Longyue lowered her gaze and gently caressed her rounded belly, equally eager for the arrival of her 5 little ones. Although the morning sickness was undeniably uncomfortable, the occasional sensation of their movements and the ability to interact with them filled her with joy. Hearing the sound of cooking utensils ceasing from the kitchen, she told Qin Shuanyue, it's late. I must rest. Let us continue our conversation next time. All right. I'll see what foods are suitable for morning sickness and bring some for you to alleviate your suffering, Qin Shuanyue replied. Shortly after their communication ended, Qin Fan entered the main room, carrying 4 dishes he had prepared. He cleared away the earlier dishes to prevent Su Longyue from feeling nauseated by their aroma. Wife. Qin Fan gently knocked on Su Longyue's door. Upon seeing her pale complexion, he approached with tenderness, softly inquiring, have you been unwell all day without eating? I've prepared 4 dishes that can help ease your morning sickness. Please try them. Su Longyue initially hesitated, not wanting to risk further nausea. But the warmth in Qin Fan's eyes persuaded her to agree. Upon entering the main room, she found a table set with 3 dishes and a soup that instantly whetted her appetite. This is sweet and sour shredded potato, seasoned with aged vinegar for a hint of tanginess to stimulate the appetite, Qin Fan explained. The potatoes are rich in vitamin B6, which alleviates nausea, and also contain ample starch to provide energy for expectant mothers. This is stir-fried yam with peas, beneficial for the stomach and spleen. Both yam and peas are rich in vitamins A and B1, which promote digestive health. This is steamed pumpkin, which is beneficial for the development of a baby's bones and visual nerves, owing to the presence of carotenoids in the pumpkin. This is braised cabbage with tofu, refreshingly sweet. Tofu is rich in high-quality protein and calcium, while cabbage is abundant in vitamins and dietary fiber, offering a delightful taste alongside its nutritional value. Furthermore, these vegetables are extraordinary, surpassing ordinary ones 1,000-fold in terms of taste, nutrition, and vitality. As she began to indulge, Su Longyue realized that whether it was the sour shredded potatoes, steamed pumpkin, or braised cabbage with tofu, all were perfectly suited to her current palate. Moreover, after enjoying the meal, she did not experience any feelings of nausea or discomfort. Unconsciously, she ended up consuming 2 bowls of rice, leaving her little belly comfortably full. Chapter 46. The Qingyuan Longevity Technique. After finishing their meal, Qin Fan took Su Longyue for an evening stroll. Under the moonlight, they occasionally spotted plump rabbits nestled in the grass. Qin Fan began to recount the happenings in Qin, including the influx of wandering cultivators and sect disciples drawn by the developments of nearby powerful cave abodes, as well as the darker dealings involving Lingbao Pavilion and the notorious Wenshi. Recently, Qin is bound to be quite chaotic. I intend to refrain from going out for the next half-month. The groceries I've purchased will suffice for our needs during this time, Qin Fan remarked. The live spiritual chickens, sheep, and fish I bought can be kept around the house for free range. Thanks to the formation, they won't escape. I've also mastered the method to control them, making it convenient to harvest them whenever needed, allowing us to enjoy freshly slaughtered spiritual meat. Su Longyue nodded in agreement. As they walked, she experienced no further nausea, which reassured Qin Fan. Upon returning from their stroll, he retreated to his room, preparing to reflect on the recent elimination of Wenshi and the surrounding malevolence. Detected that the host has successfully comforted the bound object, resulting in increased intimacy. The host is rewarded with a wood-based technique, Qingyuan Longevity Technique, and 1 opportunity for enlightenment. The Qingyuan Longevity Technique quickly materialized in Qin Fan's mind. He smiled upon reviewing the technique. It was indeed a method to extend one's lifespan. Furthermore, at a certain level, it even promised the ability to resurrect the deceased. Truly, the system's offering was remarkable. Moreover, being a wood-based technique, it was perfectly suited to him. Although it lacked the formidable power of the Dian sword technique, and the cultivation speed was comparatively slower. The dual benefits of extending lifespan and healing prowess were rare among techniques. One must understand that the ultimate goal of cultivation is the pursuit of longevity. Countless cultivators, hindered by mediocre talent or a scarcity of resources, have aged and perished before reaching the foundation establishment stage, lamenting their lost potential. With this technique, he could enhance his lifespan. Although he was merely a 4-spirit root cultivator and not yet at the foundation establishment stage, with a lifespan of only around 200 years, the using humans as tools body refinement method could extend his life, just as the Qingyuan longevity technique could. He was determined that with so many ways to increase longevity and the dual cultivation to enhance his spiritual root qualifications, he would surely reach the golden core stage. Upon reaching that stage, the disparity in lifespan between him and Su Longyue would significantly diminish. Without hesitation, Qin Fan instructed the system to utilize the enlightenment opportunity to comprehend the Qingyuan longevity technique. Half an hour later, the enlightening effect faded, and Qin Fan opened his eyes. This session of enlightenment had consumed 5 mid-grade spiritual stones, but the results were remarkable. He had grasped the first layer of the Qingyuan longevity technique. A continuous breath of vitality now coursed through his body. He even found his perception of the surrounding wood attribute spiritual energy heightened, granting him a profound understanding of the Tao of nurturing life through plants. This technique was indeed exceptional, even without using spiritual liquid or stones for meditation. His body could autonomously replenish its spiritual energy. Although the recovery of spiritual energy is currently rather slow, the ability to automatically replenish it provides me with an additional means of self-preservation during confrontations. It is akin to the immense spiritual energy expended while vanquishing the malevolent foe. Had someone launched a sudden attack before I had sufficiently replenished my spiritual energy to activate the Xiantian shield, I could have easily met my demise on the spot. Furthermore, the initial level of this technique already possesses healing properties. While it does not yet extend to the revival of the deceased, it is entirely capable of treating ordinary external injuries. Moreover, at the cost of one's lifespan, it can even remedy more severe ailments, truly a skill befitting a divine healer. In addition, this technique allows for the concealment of one's presence. Originally, wood-based techniques, deriving from the essence of wood, enable practitioners to resonate with flora to a certain degree, thereby achieving a semblance of cloaking their aura. However, the effectiveness of typical wood techniques in this regard is often subpar. Conversely, The Qingyuan longevity technique exhibits remarkable efficacy in this aspect. It enables the practitioner to mask their presence, rendering them as lifeless as a withered branch. Even at the first level of mastery, with my current cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, I can remain undetected by anyone below the foundational establishment stage. This functionality is splendid for someone like me who wishes to cultivate discreetly. By diligently practicing this technique, I can extend my lifespan at each level, adding an increment equivalent to half of the maximum lifespan of a practitioner at that stage. For instance, an ordinary mortal can live up to 110 years, while a Qi refinement practitioner enjoys a significantly longer lifespan, potentially reaching 200 years. With the Qingyuan longevity technique, my lifespan during the Qi refinement stage, excluding the enhancements from body refinement, could be extended by an additional 100 years. Thus, upon reaching the pinnacle of the later Qi refinement stage, my lifespan could soar to an astonishing 320 years, 200 years plus 100 years, along with an additional 20 years from the first level of body refinement. The maximum lifespan for foundational establishment practitioners is merely 400 years, and with this calculation, I find my lifespan nearing that of a formidable foundational establishment master. How exhilarating! I wonder what treasures lie within the spatial pouch of that malevolent foe. With that thought, I retrieved the spatial pouches of both the malevolent adversary and when sure. After slaying the adversary, I had collected their pouches along with the fallen artifacts. Notably, the verdant fairy did not mention the pouches as I departed, for ultimately, these individuals met their end at my hands. According to the conventions of the cultivation world, the spoils belong to the slayer. I spent a moment erasing the magical seals from the pouches and then proceeded to open the spatial pouch of the malevolent foe. Within the bounty, there exists a considerable abundance of resources, surpassing that which was previously possessed by the mountain and the colorful butterfly fairy. Not only are there 300 inferior spirit stones, but also a trove of materials derived from magical beasts, along with crafting supplies and numerous herbs aged over a century. Among these treasures lies a particularly rare first-grade longevity pill, highly coveted within the realm of cultivation, and even a second-grade inferior magical beastess core. Many of these items are essential for concocting foundational elixirs. It appears that the nefarious individual is preparing to seek someone to refine foundational elixirs and to make a breakthrough in establishing a foundation. This haul is indeed remarkable. As Qin Fan extracted these items from his spatial pouch, he discovered a black beast hide scroll nestled in a corner. Upon retrieving the scroll, he was confronted with 4 prominent characters inscribed upon it. Regrettably, these characters were unfamiliar to him, as they were not part of the contemporary lexicon of the cultivation world. He resolved to consult Su Longyue the following day. Though the scroll appeared rather unremarkable at first glance, once in his grasp, it exuded an ancient aura, imbued with the marks of time. The spatial pouch was notably pristine, containing only a few scattered spirit crystals, devoid of even a single inferior spirit stone. What a miser! It was likely that he had failed to garner any profit in the presence of the verdant fairy, leading him to turn traitor. Chapter 47. The mutated spirit pet Qin Fan retrieved 3 magical artifacts he had employed during the fierce battle. Among them was a first-tier mid-grade shield. After inspecting it thoroughly, he cast it into the refining materials, intending to dismantle and reforge it for sale later, thus allowing him to dispose of it without any trepidation. This exemplifies the advantage of being a craftsman. His gaze shifted to a larger black ink ruler, which was twice the size of a mountain. Upon closer examination, he discovered that the intricate inscriptions on this ruler were even more elaborate and refined than those on the mountain-sized version. Was this an upgraded version of the ink ruler's inscriptions? Although this ruler was also a first-tier upper-grade artifact, its quality was exceptional, superior to that of the mountains, and the inscriptions clearly indicated a greater potency. Indeed, he resolved to thoroughly comprehend the upgraded inscriptions on this ruler during his free time, aiming to subsequently enhance the inscriptions on his 8-needle. This practical experience revealed to him that the 8-needle, when paired with the illusion talisman, served as an unexpectedly formidable trump card. Next, Qin Fan's attention fell upon a palm-sized black net beside the ink ruler. After taking the net into his hand and examining it, he was slightly astonished. It was indeed an upgradable upper-grade artifact. Typically, artifacts retain the grade they are forged at. However, There exist exceptionally skilled craftsmen capable of creating upgradable artifacts under extraordinary conditions. Thus, this black net, currently a first-tier upper-grade artifact, could potentially be refined into a second-tier artifact with the appropriate methods and materials. Its value was incomparable. The thrill of plunder was exhilarating. The artifact he had acquired from the battle was a first-tier mid-grade piece, which he also tossed into his storage bag of refining materials. Once he had gathered all his spoils, he produced the egg he had exchanged with the verdant fairy. Gazing at the basketball-sized egg before him, he placed his hand upon its shell, gradually infusing it with his magical energy to sense the presence of the white jade centipede hatchling within. Suddenly, his brow furrowed in dismay. Damn it, verdant fairy, how could you be so heartless? Do you not feel a twinge of conscience for handing me a nearly lifeless beast cub? Indeed, her schemes ran deeper than the ravines she traversed. When the verdant fairy had given him the egg, he had sensed its vibrant life force with his magical energy, which had led him to agree to the trade. Little did he know that this woman had resorted to deceit. Unbeknownst to him, she had employed some secret technique to temporarily activate the life force of the white jade centipede, concealing any abnormalities from his perception. Now, with the transaction complete, that activated life force had faded, leaving the hatchling in a state on the brink of death. Qin Fan mused. No wonder she offered me a second-tier beast cub, claiming it to be full of vitality. It turns out this was a nearly lifeless creature. Verdant fairy, this enmity shall not go unaddressed. The second-tier demon beasts correspond to foundational cultivators. However, due to their unique physical constitution, even among the same tier, second-tier demon beasts surpass foundational cultivators in strength. As Qin Fan cracked open the eggshell, he beheld a creature at its center, a charming, white jade centipede, resembling a cute silkworm, lying there in a state of weakness. Upon sensing the shell's opening, it lifted its gaze to meet Qin Fan's eyes for a fleeting moment before lowering its small head in frailty. It appeared diminutive, pitiable, and utterly helpless. Typically, centipedes are regarded as grotesque, yet this white jade centipede was an anomaly, radiating an endearing charm that evoked a sense of affection. It was a female white jade centipede. However, something felt amiss. Qin Fan noticed two antennae atop the creature's head, which were not purely white, but shimmered with hints of gold. They exuded an air of sophistication. Upon closer inspection, he pondered whether this was merely a second-tier white jade centipede or a more formidable variant. The thought deepened Qin Fan's contemplation. The combat prowess of white jade centipedes is formidable, even among their peers. They possess the ability to burrow underground and ambush foes, alongside the capacity to emit venom to poison their adversaries. Even the beast tamers of the Beastmaster Valley find it exceedingly challenging to tame an adult white jade centipede for battle, often at a considerable cost. Now, before him lay an opportunity to nurture a variant white jade centipede hatchling. The Qingyuan longevity technique possesses healing properties. However, for a hatchling like this, basic healing would be futile. A method that sacrifices lifespan would be required. The little creature emitted a faint sound, almost imperceptible, before laboriously flipping over, its tiny legs in the air. Round eyes gazing up at Qin Fan with an innocent charm that stirred one's protective instincts. Fortunately, he had a longevity pill on hand, so he decided to give it a try. After ensuring the longevity pill was genuine and free from toxicity, he consumed it. The taste was truly bitter. He immediately began to circulate the Qingyuan longevity technique to refine the pill. As the technique flowed through him, he envisioned himself as a blade of grass, rooting, sprouting, growing leaves, thriving, and eventually withering. With each spring's return, the grass would re-establish its roots, sprout anew, unfurl leaves, and flourish once more. Each cycle honed its leaves to a sharper edge, embodying the essence of life and renewal through 10 cycles of spring and autumn. Upon opening his eyes, Qin Fan was elated. The longevity pill had granted him an additional decade of lifespan. Remarkable. A typical cultivator consuming a first-tier longevity pill would only gain 5 years. Yet, through the refinement of the longevity technique, he had doubled that benefit. Alas, it was unfortunate that this tier of longevity pill would only yield results from the first consumption, with further doses proving ineffective. Suddenly, Qin Fan contemplated the uniqueness of his longevity technique. Perhaps he might consider consuming another first-grade longevity pill next time, in hopes of extending his lifespan. Once his longevity was augmented, Qin Fan channeled the principles of the longevity technique, infusing the magical energy generated into the body of the white jade centipede hatchling. Upon receiving the energy, the little creature trembled slightly. Its previously shut large eyes opened again, filled with curiosity. The infusion of energy lasted for the duration of a fragrant incense stick. After expending 5 years of his own lifespan, the vitality of the white jade centipede hatchling was finally restored to a vibrant state. The little creature, now alive and spirited, was particularly exuberant. Having previously been able to merely roll over, it swiftly scurried up to Qin Fan's ear, affectionately nuzzling its small head against his face while emitting adorable, excited sounds of iya. Qin Fan chuckled as he gently patted its tiny head, saying, "From now on, I shall call you Little White. How does that sound?" In the following days, the tale of the green fairy slaying one of the 3 evils, the notorious Black Evil, spread throughout the Qing bamboo pavilion. Shortly thereafter, within a mere 2 days, the green fairy successfully established her foundation. Chapter 48, My Dear Wife. Let us explore new methods of mutual cultivation in the hidden chamber of the 10,000 Artifacts Pavilion, which stood 3 stories high in Qingzhou Square. Elder Han Jinxiong furrowed his brow as he addressed the young man before him with displeasure. How could you conspire with the underworld to assassinate Sang Xianyu? Sang Xianyu was the true name of the Green Fairy. Both the 10,000 Artifacts Pavilion and the Lingbao Pavilion were engaged in the business of magical artifacts, and they had been rivals for many years. Their competition extended beyond commerce, leading to multiple conflicts and battles over resources such as ores, rendering them mortal enemies. The Han family sought to obliterate the Sang family. Wherever the Sang family's Lingbao Pavilion established itself, the Han family's 10,000 Artifacts Pavilion would inevitably follow. In recent years, as the lifespan of the Sang family's false Dan master drew to its limit, the Han family grew increasingly rampant, not only suppressing the Lingbao Pavilion in the marketplace, but also exerting pressure on the Sang family in terms of spiritual veins, spiritual minds, and spiritual products. With Sang Xianyu on the brink of foundation establishment, her exceptional talent incited some members of the Han family to act rashly, wishing to eliminate her before she could achieve False Dan and connect with the Sang family's ancient False Dan ancestor. The young man standing before Han Jinxiong, unable to contain his impatience, was named Han Jingqi, a rising star of the new generation in the Han family. Possessing a superior spiritual root, he had joined a sect and, at the tender age of 19, had reached the peak of the qi refining stage. Han Jingqi scratched his nose and remarked, "I never expected Sang Xianyu to be so difficult to kill. Rest assured, my dealings with the underworld are known to no one." Han Jinxiong responded, "Now look what has happened. Not only has Sang Xianyu survived, but she has also been motivated to successfully establish her foundation. The Sang family has gained another foundational cultivator." Suddenly, Han Jinxiong appeared to recall something, waving his hand dismissively. "Forget about this matter. Do not act so impulsively next time. If the Sang family learns of your involvement, their ancestor will hunt you down. Do you think you can evade a false Dan master?" Han Jingqi lowered his head in silence, pondering his predicament. After sipping his tea, Han Jinxiong inquired, "How goes your investigation into the Moonlight Pavilion?" Han Jingqi immediately lifted his head and reported, "I have yet to uncover the true background of Qin Fan. He seems to be a wandering cultivator, yet he is under the protection of a qi refining stage steward from Watergate Street, indicating that he must have powerful backing." Han Jinxiong frowned. "Accelerate your efforts. The outer disciples of the Falling Cloud sect will soon arrive at Qingzhou Square. We must seize the Moonlight Pavilion and Qin Fan before their arrival." "I will do so, Uncle," Han Jingqi vowed. "Our Han family is currently blessed with great fortune. Having allied with the Falling Cloud sect, we will surely ascend to become one of the 7 prominent cultivation families in the southern region." Upon hearing this, Han Jinxiong's face brightened with a smile, yet he soon adopted a serious demeanor. "Do not become complacent. If we manage this affair well, the Han family will undoubtedly thrive." It was indeed an unexpected turn of events. The upper 3 sects, which usually ignored them, were now drawn to the Falling Cloud sect due to the peculiar artifacts crafted by Qin Fan. Such an opportunity was rare and must be seized. This is a rare opportunity for our Han family to transcend social strata and elevate our lineage. Han Jingqi's gaze was imbued with ambition and foresight. Manager Fan, accompanied by a maid, entered the rear courtyard of Lingbao Pavilion. In the study of the courtyard, he encountered the illustrious Bai Lu Xianzi seated at the head of the table. Upon entering, a formidable pressure emanating from the Foundation establishment stage bore down upon Manager Fan, compelling him to lower his head, his legs trembling slightly. With a respectful bow, he stammered, "Senior Sang, in the realm of cultivation, there exists an unwritten rule. One's standing is determined by their cultivation level rather than age." Although Bai Lu Xinzi Sang Xinyu was considerably younger than Manager Fan, her successful establishment of the foundation necessitated that even the late stage of Qi refining Manager Fan address her as senior. "Please have a seat," Sang Xinyu said, easing the oppressive aura. As Manager Fan settled into a chair, his mind raced with confusion. He had no ties to Lingbao Pavilion or the Sang family. Why had Sang Xinyu summoned him? After taking a sip of spirit tea, Sang Xinyu inquired, "Manager Fan, I have heard of your acquaintance with Qin Fan of the Moon Pavilion. Might you enlighten me about his circumstances? I am quite intrigued." Firstly, Qin Fan, merely at the mid-Qi refining stage, had slain Wenshi with a single sword strike without relying on any special artifacts, which had astonished her. Had she not been so taken aback at the time, she wouldn't have unintentionally revealed her aura, alerting Qin Fan to her presence. Secondly, it was remarkable that Qin Fan possessed a second-tier defensive artifact and a talisman that could only be nurtured by a golden core cultivator. Upon hearing this, Manager Fan understood the reason for Sang Xinyu's inquiry about Qin Fan. The moment Qin Fan was mentioned, his previous demeanor of humility vanished. He straightened, speaking with unyielding firmness. "Senior Sang, Qin Fan is not someone you can easily inquire about. I advise you that even with a false core cultivator overseeing Lingbao Pavilion, Qin Fan is not an existence you should provoke. I shall say no more." With that, Manager Fan turned and departed. After walking a distance from Lingbao Pavilion, his legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. "Heavenly protection, I said nothing. Surely, Qin Fan's master will not seek my demise?" Days passed swiftly, and over the course of 10 days, Qin Fan spent increasing amounts of time accompanying Su Longyue, while his focus on artifact refining and meditation diminished. Their bond deepened, and even simple tasks like performing the spirit gathering rain technique in the spirit field to eliminate pests and irrigate became moments of warmth shared between them. One evening, sensing the moment was ripe, Qin Fan found himself tossing and turning in bed. After several attempts at studying dragonplay with Pearl, he finally pushed open the door to Su Longyue's chamber. "It's me," he whispered softly. Su Longyue, unable to sleep, grasped the blanket tightly with her delicate hands, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she gazed at Qin Fan entering from beyond the curtains. "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" she asked. As Qin Fan approached the gauze tent, he remarked, "I recently perused a book filled with intriguing content, yet much of it eludes my comprehension. I wish to discuss it with you." "Oh," Su Longyue replied, supporting her waist as she rose and exited the mosquito net. She beheld Qin Fan genuinely holding a book devoid of any title on its cover, which inexplicably reminded her of the ancestral secret manual he had previously gifted her. Her hand, resting beside her on the bed, tightened slightly around the blanket, filled with an inexplicable anticipation that she found difficult to articulate. "Let me have a look," she said softly, her voice imbued with warmth amidst the autumn breeze. Qin Fan settled beside Su Longyue, placing the book into her hands. Leaning closer, he smiled and said, "Let us explore this together." Feeling the warmth of Qin Fan's breath and his distinct scent, Su Longyue felt an urge to shift away. Yet her body seemed ensnared by an invisible force, rendering her immobile. As she opened the nameless book, her cheeks flushed crimson the very next moment. Qin Fan wrapped his arms around Su Longyue, chuckling softly, "My dear wife, let us delve into a new method of dual cultivation." The fortnight passed swiftly. Through Qin Fan's diligent efforts, his wood spiritual root attribute points escalated to 30. He was a mere 70 points away from advancing to the next level, with aspirations to elevate his wood spiritual root further through continued hard work. Arriving at the Qingzhou workshop, Song Xiaoji informed him that the magical artifacts in the shop had recently failed to sell, primarily due to exorbitant pricing. "Boss, ever since the Green Fairy successfully established her foundation, both the Lingbao Pavilion and the Wanqi Pavilion have embarked on a price war, causing the costs of magical artifacts to plummet, nearing their production costs. The cultivators are reveling in the opportunity to purchase from there. I dare not unilaterally lower our prices. resulting in our shops selling only a single artifact in the past fortnight. However, daily necessities like bowls and dishes have sold remarkably well and are nearly out of stock. Thankfully, you have returned. Qin Fan nodded, realizing that the recent assassination of the Green Fairy outside the Qingzhou workshop likely bore the influence of the Wanqi Pavilion. He inquired further with Song Qiaoji about the long-standing grievances between the Lingbao Pavilion and the Wanqi Pavilion, and she elaborated in great detail. Having sought information specifically regarding their rivalry in light of the recent impact on their artifact sales, eager to report back to him upon his return. Chapter 49. The Favor of the Emerald Fairy. After listening to the grievances between the Lingbao Pavilion and the Wanqi Pavilion, Qin Fan took a sip of tea. It was no wonder that he had observed the Lingbao Pavilion struggling in business. It turned out that the venerable ancestor of the Lingbao Pavilion, the false alchemist, was nearing the end of his lifespan. Fortunately, he had been prudent and had not rashly embarked on the venture with the Lingbao Pavilion. Song Qiaoji continued. The price war between the Lingbao Pavilion and the Wanqi Pavilion has caused many shops that craft magical tools to shut down, forcing sellers at street stalls to close their booths one by one. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan was reminded of the price wars between Wang Liji and Jia Duo Bao in modern times, which ultimately led to their mutual demise. Fortunately, his Moonlight Pavilion possessed its own unique characteristics, as long as no one uncovered the core techniques behind the bowls, dishes, toilets, and bathtubs he crafted. The Moonlight Pavilion could continue to thrive. However, selling these low-priced items alone would not be financially viable. It was the magical tools that brought in substantial profits. Moreover, to enhance the quality of the crafted items, one must purchase refining materials, which required significant expenditure. He instructed Song Qiaoji to readjust the prices of the magical tools, lowering them slightly while still maintaining a healthy profit margin. The magical tools he sold were inscribed with first-grade mid-tier attack runes, which served as a unique selling point. With a modest price reduction, he was confident that some affluent cultivators would still come to purchase them. After Song Qiaoji left, Qin Fan took stock of the spirit stones in his possession, 210 mid-tier spirit stones and 257 low-tier spirit stones. I am still quite affluent. Even amid the price war between the Lingbao Pavilion and the Wanqi Pavilion, I remain unperturbed. It has been half a month since my last visit to the market, and I was surprised to discover that the Emerald Fairy has reached the foundation establishment stage. Qin Fan retrieved a black beast skin scroll obtained from Hei. The 4 characters inscribed on it had been confirmed with Su Longyue. They read Heifeng Gorge, a name previously mentioned by Feng Hua. The scroll contained a map, marked with a red flag denoting the location of Heifeng Gorge. This location was somewhat distant from the cave of the Qiu Mountain Mighty, yet not too far. However, without this map, locating the place based solely on Feng Hua's vague descriptions would have been impossible. The Qiu Mountain is situated within the hilly mountain range, which spans across the southern region and central continent, covering an extensive area. One could not ascertain the authenticity of the Heifeng Gorge marked on this map. Most maps available in the cultivation realm are fabricated. Genuine maps are either controlled by sects or held by esteemed cultivation families, rarely leaking into the public domain. There exists a small fraction of authentic maps, yet these do not lead to genuine treasure troves. Rather, they often serve as traps set by rogue cultivators. Akin to the enticing offers made in northern Myanmar, the chance of genuinely discovering treasures akin to the cave of the Qiu Mountain Mighty is infinitesimal. Such grand treasures, like the cave of the Qiu Mountain Mighty, are hardly within the reach of rogue cultivators, nor can they be monopolized by minor sections. Otherwise, after Ingzong discovered this cave, they would not have disseminated the news, attracting major sects to converge upon it. The emperor, wise in his awareness of his limitations to safeguard such a grand treasure, proposed a collaborative division of it among capable individuals. This arrangement would not only allow them to unite in an assault on the hidden lair, but also garner goodwill and favor from other sections. After carefully stowing away the map and savoring a cup of spirit tea, Qin Fan transformed his appearance and departed from the Moonlight Pavilion. As he traversed Watergate Street, he occasionally encountered groups of cultivators donning their sect robes, exuding an innate sense of superiority. Many wandering practitioners and mortals, upon glimpsing them, could not help but display expressions of envy. The distinction between sect cultivators and independent practitioners was indeed stark. Sect cultivators thrived on the support of their sects and the aid of spiritual veins, while independent practitioners were left to navigate treacherous waters in their quest for cultivation resources. Should a cultivator find themselves devoid of spiritual veins or spirit stones, their progress would regress, potentially to the point of reverting to the innate realm. Though Qingju Workshop boasted a second-tier spiritual vein, it was entirely allocated to fortifying the protective formations and layers of the workshop, resulting in a scarcity of spiritual energy within the establishment, insufficient even for a first-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Upon arriving at the tavern, a melting pot of diverse characters, Qin Fan sought to gather the latest intelligence after a fortnight of seclusion. As he entered, he inadvertently collided with Feng Hua, who emerged with a look of contentment, his steps brisk and buoyed by a sense of vitality. 3 substantial storage bags dangled conspicuously from his waist, accompanied by a budding female cultivator in the early stages of Qi refinement. It appeared that Feng Hua had been enjoying a rather prosperous existence lately. Not recognizing Qin Fan, he breezed past with a smile, cheerfully inviting his companion to visit his home for the evening. Ascending to the second floor of the tavern, Qin Fan located a table and settled in, preparing to order. At that moment, a graceful young woman approached him, her voice soft and gentle as she spoke. "Fellow Taoist, I am from Lingbao Pavilion. My young master would like to invite you for a drink. Would you be so kind as to join us in the private room?" Surprised to encounter the enchanting green fairy while seeking refreshment, Qin Fan agreed. "Let us go." He rose, mindful of the regulations against fighting within Qingju Workshop, especially with an influx of sect cultivators enhancing the locale's security. Even the green fairy, now a successful foundation establishment cultivator, would not dare to act recklessly within its confines. Upon reaching the private room, the young woman excused herself, leaving only Qin Fan and the green fairy, who was seated by the window, sipping her drink. Upon noticing Qin Fan's entrance, she greeted him with a subtle smile. "Qin Taoist, it seems we are fated to meet. Please, take a seat." Qin Fan drew a chair opposite her and sat down. The green fairy produced a Qianquan bag and placed it before him, smiling as she said, "Qin Taoist, after returning from our last encounter, I was informed by my family's elders that the second-tier white jade centipede pup I previously gifted you was flawed and would not survive beyond 5 days. Here is a replacement for you. I hope it meets your satisfaction." Qin Fan accepted the Qianquan bag, which bore no magical imprint. As his spiritual consciousness delved within, he discovered 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. A modest sum, indeed. As for the reason the green fairy sought to exchange, he harbored doubts. The necessity for her to replenish what was traded must surely stem from her careful consideration of the advantages and disadvantages involved. Noticing that Qin Fan remained unperturbed, the green fairy smiled and said, "Friend Qin, tonight at Qingju Square, there will be an auction. This is the annual grand auction of Qingju Square, hosted by the outer sect of the Ying clan. Many sect cultivators have gathered this year, and a plethora of valuable items will be up for bid. I happen to possess 2 invitations to the auction and would like to offer you one," she added. "These invitations are currently distributed exclusively to major sects and esteemed families of cultivators." Qin Fan declined the invitation, responding, "Speak plainly if you have something to say." The green fairy covered her mouth with a smile, her enchanting eyes shimmering, as she gently replied, "Friend Qin, your candor is truly refreshing. Thus, I shall not hold back." Chapter 50. Arrival of the Moon Seizing Sect. The green fairy shared her thoughts with Qin Fan. Essentially, she inquired whether he would be interested in selling the sinister ink ruler, offering her assistance in bringing it to the auction. She assured him that after deducting the auction house's fee, she would take nothing for herself, granting him the entirety of the proceeds in spirit stones. "What do you think, fellow Taoist Qin?" Qin Fan chuckled softly. "I think not." The green fairy persisted, "Fellow Taoist Qin, the malevolent ink ruler serves you no purpose. It would be far more beneficial to auction it off and acquire spirit stones. Additionally, melting it down to forge a new magical artifact is less advantageous than a straightforward sale." Rising from his seat, Qin Fan remarked, "Congratulations on your successful foundation establishment, fairy. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Do not be in such a hurry to depart. Sit with me, and let us converse leisurely." The green fairy replied with a smile. With a graceful wave of her hand, the table before them was suddenly adorned with an array of materials, a century-old illusory heart herb, moonflower branches, March tears, and second-tier spiritual wood, among others. Qin Fan's eyes narrowed. These were indeed the ingredients for crafting foundation establishment pills. Some of these materials did not overlap with those he had procured from the malevolent bag of holding. Indeed, these constitute 1/3 of the required materials for the foundation establishment pill, the green fairy confirmed with a smile. She then produced a second-tier inferior magical artifact, stating, "This exquisite inferior second-tier artifact holds far greater value than the ink ruler. I can initially pawn this artifact with you. Once the ink ruler is auctioned off tonight, I shall provide you with the spirit stones acquired, and in return, you may give me back this inferior second-tier artifact, along with the materials for the foundation establishment pills as my remuneration. What say you?" Qin Fan retrieved the malevolent ink ruler, accepting the inferior second-tier artifact and a collection of materials for crafting foundation establishment pills, along with an invitation to the auction. "That shows some sincerity," he acknowledged. He had thoroughly studied the upgraded inscriptions of the ink ruler over the past fortnight, imprinting them onto a newly forged set of 8 clever needles. Although the ink ruler was a superior first-tier magical artifact, he could not use it. It was the signature artifact of the malevolent, and displaying it would lead to speculation regarding his connection to the malevolent's demise. Furthermore, with the malevolent being one of the 3 evildoers, the other 2 remained at large, and it was rumored that they were both foundation establishment cultivators. With the malevolent now deceased, the remaining 2 would undoubtedly seek vengeance. At present, Qin Fan desired to live discreetly, avoiding entanglements with such ruthless individuals. Additionally, his primary focus was on the Great Yin sword technique. As he was a sword cultivator whose primary artifact was the Great Yin infinite sword, the ink ruler was ill-suited for his use. As the green fairy had aptly noted, auctioning the artifact would surely yield more spirit stones than melting it down and forging a new one for sale. As for her intentions in auctioning the ink ruler, he suspected ulterior motives. Thus, he had outright rejected her seemingly altruistic proposition. After reaching an agreement, the mood of the green fairy was notably pleasant as she shared with Qin Fan the recent developments in the Qingzhou Fang. For instance, all disciples from the lower 7 sects in the southern region had already arrived, while the outer disciples of the Falling Cloud sect from the upper 3 sects were set to arrive in 3 days. The outer disciples of the Moon Gathering sect would arrive tonight, and the outer disciples of the Thousand Mechanisms sect were expected in 10 days. Upon hearing about the Moon Gathering sect, Qin Fan took a sip of spirit wine. Exiting the tavern, he felt quite content. He had now reached the 6th layer of qi refining and could commence preparations for the foundation establishment pill. With the nefarious materials for foundation establishment coupled with those provided by the green fairy, he had gathered 80% of the requisite foundational materials. He possessed over 200 low-grade spirit stones and an additional 210 mid-grade spirit stones, a sum that even disciples from major sects in the foundation establishment stage might find difficult to match. He decided to attend tonight's auction to see if there were any herbs for the 2nd layer of body refinement, as the system had directly provided him with those for the 1st layer, while he needed to procure the 2nd layer himself. He sent a message to Su Longyue, informing her that he would be returning late tonight. Subsequently, he received a message from Wang Pengzi, indicating that he had returned to Qingzhou Fang and was waiting for him in a private room at the Jiufeng Tea House. They had previously arranged to meet today. Qin Fan found a secluded spot to revert to his original appearance before heading to the Jiufeng Tea House. Upon entering the private room, Wang Pengzi immediately produced the finally gathered 15 mid-grade spirit stones to commission Qin Fan for a magical artifact. Qin Fan, smiling, accepted merely 2 mid-grade spirit stones, suggesting, "Let us inscribe the runes directly onto your sword. This way, you won't need to adapt to a new artifact." Wang Pengzi paused momentarily, questioning, "Is that really feasible? What if the inscription fails? Wouldn't I need to purchase another sword?" Qin Fan instructed him to present the artifact. Wang Pengzi's artifact was a crimson blade named the Breaking Extremes Blade. Qin Fan accepted the sword and told him to return to the Moon Pavilion at the hour of Shun to collect it. Trusting Qin Fan, Wang Pengzi, after discussing the artifact, produced 2 invitation letters, handing one to Qin Fan with a smile. "Qin Fan, tonight Qingzhou Fang will host an auction featuring numerous treasures. As you are now the owner of the Moon Pavilion and possess a significant amount of spirit stones, you should attend this auction and bid on anything that catches your fancy." Such a prestigious auction was exclusively for invited disciples of sects and families of cultivators. Not only were the items exceptional, but they were also expensive, thus imposing a barrier to entry. Casual cultivators without an invitation were not permitted. In fact, a fresh invitation lay in Qin Fan's bag, still warm, but he accepted Wang Pengzi's gesture graciously, replying, "Very well, I have yet to attend an auction. This will be a perfect opportunity to broaden my horizons." In the afternoon, at the hour of shun, Wang Pengzi arrived at the Moon Pavilion to retrieve his Breaking Extremes blade. Upon seeing the inscribed runes of whirlwind, ice breaking, and flame on the blade, he was utterly astonished. "Heavens! Qin Fan, your mastery of runes is truly extraordinary." To my astonishment, I successfully engraved 3 powerful attack inscriptions upon my artifact without a single failure. 2 medium-grade spirit stones are hardly sufficient. With that, Wang Fatty insisted on bestowing 5 additional medium-grade spirit stones upon Qin Fan. When Qin Fan declined, Wang Fatty became irate, ultimately compelling Qin Fan to accept the offering. The auction held by Qingzhou Workshop took place in the evening at the Moon Ascension Tower of the City Lord's residence. This annual auction is traditionally hosted here, and this year, due to the emergence of a formidable cave, many sect cultivators attended. The Moon Ascension Tower was adorned in extravagant luxury, exuding opulence from every corner. Even the female cultivators stationed at the entrance to greet guests were all remarkably statuesque, possessing an ethereal grace. Wang Fatty presented 2 invitation letters, leading Qin Fan into the majestic 7-story Moon Ascension Tower. Inside, the decor featured an exquisite landscape of flowing water and quaint bridges. In the grand hall on the 1st floor, a colossal circular stage occupied the center, while from the 2nd to the 7th floors, numerous elegant private chambers lined the windows, offering a clear view of the happenings on the circular stage below. Chapter 51, Astonishment. The Moonlight Pavilion is established by Qin Fan. The venue is remarkably spacious and opulent, adorned with intricately carved railings and jade embellishments, creating a truly grand atmosphere. At this moment, as the official auction has yet to commence, a veiled woman sits at the center of the circular stage, delicately playing the guqin. The ethereal melodies resonate, cleansing the soul. The music surpasses even that which Qin Fan had previously experienced at the Honeyfruit Immortal Pavilion, where the celestial maiden strummed the strings, producing sounds that were equally enchanting. The woman playing the guqin possesses an extraordinary grace, revealing her status as a mid-stage qi practitioner. Among the crowd, elegant young maidens gracefully navigate with exquisite trays, offering spiritual wine and delicacies. The attendees are clad either in sect robes or the uniform attire of esteemed cultivation families, with a few donning robes clearly made from luxurious materials, reminiscent of a modern gala. Such gatherings naturally feature enchanting female cultivators, their form accentuated by their elegant garments, a sight rarely witnessed in the streets or establishments of Qingzhou Square. Qin Fan, with utmost politeness, indulged in the visual feast before him. "Not bad. Let us go. Our private room is on the 3rd floor," remarked Wang Pengzi, patting Qin Fan on the shoulder with a jovial demeanor. The two ascended to the 3rd floor, which housed the elegant chamber of Wang Pengzi's sect, the Autumn Leaf Valley. Upon entering, they found 5 cultivators already present, 3 male practitioners and 2 female. The male cultivators were all at the 8th layer of qi, while one of the females, adorned in a scarlet dress, was at the 7th layer, and the other, clothed in a black robe, was at the 9th layer. Qin Fan, unable to discern their cultivation levels, had been forewarned by Wang Pengzi beforehand. The 5 cultivators were seated at a table by the window, where a selection of Qingzhou Square's signature dishes awaited them: spicy spiritual fish, stir-fried winter bamboo shoots, sautéed seasonal vegetables, bamboo tube rice, and a large platter of roasted spiritual duck emanating a delicate mist. The bowls and dishes were prominently from Qin Fan's Moonlight Pavilion, bringing a smile to his heart as he acknowledged the prowess of Ingzong in the tourism industry. As the 5 remained engaged in conversation, the woman in the scarlet dress, who was Wang Pengzi's 5th senior sister, Mu, lifted a flower-shaped baking pot made from shell powder containing a bowl of dessert. Observing the pot, she remarked, "This dish is quite unique. Regardless of texture or color, they exude an air of sophistication." Never before had he encountered such exquisite tableware. Yu Zhanqing picked up the sapphire blue, hand-painted bone china mug adorned with beautiful patterns, affirming, indeed, as he expressed his fondness for the cup in his grasp. Lu Baohai turned to Qin Fan and inquired, "Friend Qin, I heard from Six's junior brother that you have been residing in King's Hufang lately. Do you know where these bowls, dishes, and cups are sold in King's Hufang? He was particularly fond of the bone china teapot on the table. Previously, he had not regarded King's Hufang highly. Upon arriving, he had not explored the area, merely resting here while spending the rest of his time treasure hunting in the Qioshan Darren Cave. Qin Fan lifted the bowl and dish before him, turning them over to reveal the initials while X prominently engraved on the underside, representing the initials of Yueliang. He candidly remarked, "To be frank, these bowls, dishes, and cups originate from my establishment, Yueliang." Mu Mu gazed at Qin Fan in astonishment. "Friend Qin, these are the creations from your shop?" "Indeed," Qin Fan nodded. Qi Yu, a woman clad in a black robe, also turned her attention to Qin Fan. With a smile, Qin Fan produced 6 VIP cards, distributing them among the group, stating, "These are my Yueliang VIP cards. Presenting these while purchasing will grant an 80% discount on all items except for magical artifacts." Mu Mu picked up her VIP card, which featured a unique crown design, and cheerfully said, "Thank you, friend Qin. I shall visit Yueliang tomorrow to explore." The others also accepted their cards. Wang Pengzi, seeing his childhood friend's business flourishing among his senior brothers and sisters, grinned with his eyes narrowing into slits. He then drew out his still-warm broken extreme blade to promote Qin Fan, exclaiming, "Eldest senior brother, take a look at my blade. Isn't it different from before? It bears 3 inscriptions," Ji Zibing noted. "Indeed, Qin Fan assisted me in engraving these. With this, I can wield this artifact up to the 8th level of Qi training without the need to switch to another," Wang Pengzi declared joyfully. Ji Zibing and the others turned their gazes back to Qin Fan. "Friend Qin, you can inscribe runes?" Qin Fan replied with a smile. "Yes, I know a little. Unfortunately, the runes I can inscribe are of the first-tier inferior artifacts," Yu Zhanxing remarked, noting his current status as an 8th level Qi practitioner, thus utilizing a medium-tier artifact. Runes inscribed on medium-tier artifacts must be of the first-tier medium quality. Wang Pengzi quickly interjected, "Third senior brother, Qin Fan is now a first-tier medium-ranked artifact master. He can inscribe first-tier medium runes, but since my artifact is of the first-tier inferior quality, the inscribed runes reflect that." What? At this revelation, even Ji Zibing's gaze toward Qin Fan grew warmer. Although Qiegu also had its own artifact masters and rune masters, not only did one need a high contribution value to exchange for their services, but they also had to wait in line. After all, with so many disciples in the sect, and as mere outer disciples, accumulating enough points or waiting for their turn could take years. Qin Fan smiled and remarked, "Indeed, I am a first-tier mid-grade artifact craftsman, proficient in inscribing first-tier mid-grade runes. However, inscribing runes carries a risk of failure. It cannot be guaranteed that I will succeed in etching them onto your magical instruments on the first attempt." The interest in Qin Fan peaked among Ji Zibing and the others, who expressed their intention to visit his shop the following day. At that moment, the sound of a gong resonated from downstairs, signaling the commencement of the auction. Everyone's attention shifted towards the window. On the circular stage of the first floor stood an elderly man with a white beard. He began with a few courteous remarks before cheerfully announcing, "Now, the auction officially begins. Let us unveil the first item for bidding." This particular item was rather unique. Entrusted for auction by the young master of the Sang family from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, known as the Green Fairy. As he spoke, 2 burly men carried a covered object draped in red silk onto the stage. The host lifted the red silk, revealing a large ink ruler emanating a faint black glow, captivating the audience. "This is one of the 3 evils, the black malevolent artifact, the Xiantai ink ruler," exclaimed someone from the private boxes. The host replied with a smile, "Indeed, as this esteemed friend correctly stated, this is the Xiantai ink ruler, one of the artifacts of the black malevolent. This scoundrel was dispatched by the Green Fairy, and now she presents his artifact for auction, starting at 1,500 low-grade spirit stones." The Green Fairy, upon opening the wooden window to gaze outside, unexpectedly caught sight of Qin Fan's figure in the private box of the Autumn Leaf Valley on the 3rd floor. She was momentarily taken aback. Did Qin Fan know the individuals from Autumn Leaf Valley? Their rapport appeared rather cordial. The words of Manager Fan. Chapter 52. Qin Fan, you are truly extravagant. Within the private room, Lu Baohai remarked, "The Emerald Fairy indeed possesses remarkable prowess." having slain the nefarious black evil despite being merely at the half-step foundation establishment stage. Our law enforcement hall at Chuya Valley pursued black evil for several years without success. Yu Zhanqing concurred. Indeed, the demise of one of the three evils is a commendable achievement. I had previously believed that with the strength of the Emerald Fairy, it would be improbable for her to vanquish black evil. Yet, to my astonishment, she has presented black evil's mysterious iron ink ruler for auction. It is evident that she was the one who dispatched him. This woman is remarkably inscrutable. Moreover, she has now successfully established her foundation. Ji Zibing added. The Seng family now rests solely on her hope for a golden core. With immense pressure comes an even greater potential for explosive growth. In recent years, Wanqi Pavilion has been suppressing their Lingbao Pavilion. Listening to their conversation, Qin Fan remained silent. Given that black evil had slain numerous disciples of various sects and cultivation families, many sought to acquire his mysterious iron ink ruler to display it at their memorial halls, allowing others to trample upon it. At this moment, the price of the mysterious iron ink ruler transcended its intrinsic value, bearing additional significance. The bidding escalated, reaching for 200 low-grade spirit stones, nearly equivalent to the price of a genuine foundation establishment pill. As the owner of this ink ruler, Qin Fan was in high spirits. After the sale of the mysterious iron ink ruler, the atmosphere in the auction hall grew lively. The initial offerings of this auction were impressive, and Elder Chun, responsible for the event, stroked his beard in satisfaction. However, subsequent items for auction did not quite match the brilliance of the ink ruler, albeit they were seldom available in the marketplace. These included exquisite talismans, high-grade first-tier magical artifacts, top-tier magical artifacts, and medicinal pills. Among the offerings was a longevity pill, attracting a crowd of elderly cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Upon its introduction, these venerable figures unleashed their foundation establishment pressure, intimidating the audience and signaling that this was a domain for those at foundation establishment, discouraging chi refinement youths from participating. The bidding for the longevity pill reached a point where tensions flared, leading to heated exchanges. Ultimately, the pill was claimed by an external elder of the Wuji sect. Next up was a collection of body cultivation medicinal materials, including a high-grade first-tier beast's inner core, an 80-year-old broken dragon root, a 100-year-old stone southern grass, and celestial fairy herbs, with a starting price of 800 low-grade spirit stones. Among these, 20 varieties were essential for the 81 materials Qin Fan required for body cultivation. The price was reasonable, prompting Qin Fan to join the bidding at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wang Pongzi, upon hearing this, turned to Qin Fan. Astonished, could it be that Qin Fan is also a body cultivator? The attendees predominantly practiced spells, making body cultivators a rare sight. Only 2 individuals competed against Qin Fan, and when the bidding reached 1,300 spirit stones, they withdrew. In the end, the collection of body cultivation materials was secured by Qin Fan. Regarding Qin Fan's body refinement, Ji Zibing and the others were not particularly astonished, as they had previously utilized their spiritual eyes and discovered that Qin Fan possessed merely a low-grade spiritual root. Such a spiritual root makes it exceedingly arduous to enhance one's cultivation. Thus, augmenting one's combat prowess through body refinement emerges as a prudent approach. Next on the auction block was a premium foundation establishment pill. The host raised the tray containing the pill, allowing the audience to admire the intricate patterns adorning the gray pill. A single pattern signifies a low-grade foundation establishment pill, while 4 patterns indicate a mid-grade version. The presence of 4 patterns denotes a genuine foundation establishment pill. Any less would categorize it as inferior. The pill currently in the host's possession bore 4.5 patterns, signifying it as a premium foundation establishment pill. A genuine foundation establishment pill can enhance the chances of successful foundation establishment by 20%, while a premium one elevates that probability to 25%. The unveiling of this pill sent the entire venue into a fervor. Chiyu rose and approached the window. Mumu remarked, "Senior sister, I never anticipated that this auction would feature a premium foundation establishment pill. Given that you have reached the 9th level of artifact refinement, with this pill's assistance, you are sure to succeed in establishing your foundation." Chiyu remained silent, her slightly cold and alluring lips pursed, her gaze resolutely fixed on the premium foundation establishment pill in the host's hands. The host did not rush to announce the bidding. Instead, he elaborated on the master alchemist who crafted this pill and the materials employed in its creation, ultimately presenting the certification bearing the pill alliance's red seal. After all, as a consumable pill, particularly a foundation establishment pill, ensuring its safety was paramount. The starting bid was set at 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon concluding his statement, the host struck the gong, and the bidding commenced. Qiyu refrained from immediately participating, waiting until the bidding escalated to 2,900 low-grade spirit stones. Having already eliminated a significant number of competitors, Qiyu then made her move, bidding 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, raising the price by 100. A female cultivator from the Wind Sword Sect countered with 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. Qiyu responded, 4,500. The female cultivator from the Wind Sword Sect shot back, 5,500. In the end, only the two women remained in the bidding war, with the price soaring to 7,000, the atmosphere growing increasingly heated. Qiyu's expression darkened, while the Wind Sword Sect cultivator wore a smug smile, as if to say, Qiyu, do you truly believe you can compete with me? Mu, fuming, ground her teeth in frustration. That despicable woman is deliberately opposing you, senior sister. She had a batch of foundation establishment pills crafted recently. She certainly doesn't lack for them. Qiyu turned to Ji Zibing and the others, seeking assistance in acquiring spirit stones. After previously participating in the auction, Ji Zibing and his companions managed to gather 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. With the stones secured, Qiyu boldly called out a price of 9,000, her final offer. The female cultivator from the Wind Sword Sect retorted, 10,000. Upon the exquisite countenance of Qiyu, a pallid hue prevailed. Her lower lip clenched tightly as her delicate fist struck the window ledge with a feeble thud. 9,000 was the utmost she could muster at that moment in spirit stones. Mu, with her charming large eyes, was reduced to tears from frustration, while Ji Zibing, Yu Zhanxing, Lu Baohai, and Wang Pengzi wore equally dismal expressions. Qin Fan spoke. Do you require a loan of spirit stones? Qiyu turned abruptly towards him, and Mu wiped her tears to gaze at him as well. Ji Zibing interjected, Taoist Qin, how many spirit stones can you lend? Rest assured, we shall certainly repay you. Qiyu added, I can vow upon my Dao heart. Qin Fan replied, I have 30 medium-grade spirit stones available. In truth, he possessed 210 medium-grade spirit stones, not to mention over 6,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the 4,200 spirit stones from the sale of the Xian Tai Mo Qi. Yet he preferred to keep his wealth discreet. Mu immediately shouted loudly towards the outside, 12,000. The host beamed with glee, 12,000. Is there a higher bid? In fact, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones had already constituted the highest price for this exquisite foundation establishment pill. Although a female cultivator from the Fengjian sect desired to bid further, her voice was silenced by a spell cast by someone behind her before she could utter a word. Ultimately, the exquisite foundation establishment pill was secured by Qiyu. Grateful for the 20 medium-grade spirit stones lent to her by Qin Fan, Qiyu expressed her thanks. And the gazes of Ji Zibing and the others towards Qin Fan grew friendlier. Suddenly, a commotion arose below. The people from the Lanyue sect had arrived. They were all so beautiful. Remarkably, they were all female cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Wang Pengzi and the others immediately leaned over to look down. Qin Fan followed suit and beheld a group of women clad in flowing white celestial robes, their figures graceful and their demeanor outstanding. Veiled, they entered the venue, each surrounded by an ethereal aura that obscured their true features, yet enhanced the allure of their beauty with an added layer of mystery. Everyone held their breath in awe. Chapter 53, bringing the Empress home. Wang Fatty's eyes widened in astonishment. The rumors of the Lanyue sect being home to exquisite beauties proved to be true upon his first encounter today. This was merely an outer disciple of the sect. He could only imagine the breathtaking beauty of their saintess. In truth, he harbored no grand aspirations in life, save for the desire to carry a saintess home as his bride. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan's expression grew peculiar. It seemed he had already achieved that dream. Qin Fan, what troubles you? You appear utterly unexcited, Wang Fatty remarked, turning to him in surprise. Junior brother Lu, tread carefully. Ji Zibing admonished Wang Fatty for the first time with a stern voice. Do not utter such words that may invite calamity. The saintess, regardless of her sect, is beyond one's reach. Wang Fatty sheepishly scratched the back of his head and replied, Understood, senior brother. Meanwhile, Elder Chun, responsible for the auction on behalf of the Ying sect, promptly welcomed the beauties of the Lanyue sect, whisking them away before anyone could steal a glance. However, discussions erupted within the various private boxes. The Lanyue sect certainly lived up to its reputation of being a haven for beauties. These outer female disciples, each a foundation-building cultivator, possessed an ethereal grace that set them apart from ordinary mortals. If I could find an outer disciple from the Lanyue sect as my partner in this lifetime, I would awaken from dreams with a smile, one mused. Alas, the female cultivators of the Lanyue sect are devoted to their paths and do not seek partners. Another interjected. Even their saintess is not obliged to unite with a saint son like those of other sections. Speaking of the saintess, admiration shone in the eyes of both male and female cultivators alike. The saintess of the Lanyue sect was hailed as the fairest maiden across the entire star continent. Yet, few had beheld her unparalleled beauty. It was said that she was born under auspicious signs, gifted with a rare dual spiritual root and an innate spiritual body. At merely 19 years of age, she had already reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Such prodigious talent and cultivation was truly unattainable for most. To this day, the saint son of the Lanyue sect had yet to be chosen. Who among the fellow cultivators would be fortunate enough to become the saint's son, enjoying daily encounters with the saintess, Su Longyue? Only those extraordinary individuals who transcended the heavens would be deemed worthy of such a title. As the auction concluded, Qin Fan returned home after attending to matters at Qinju workshop. He found no sign of Su Longyue, but discovered a letter left on the table. Upon reading it, he found a brief note stating that Su Longyue had stepped out and would return in 10 days. Could it be that she had urgent matters to attend to due to the arrival of Lanyue sect representatives? Perhaps. Yet, 10 days felt rather lengthy. He couldn't help but worry about Su Longyue, who was now 5 months pregnant. He sent her a message. Rest early. Do not overexert yourself. Su Longyue replied, All right. Qin Fan continued. Today, at the auction in Qingju workshop, I encountered people from the Lanyue sect. Su Longyue responded, Qin Fan, if you experience morning sickness, remember to eat the snacks I prepared for you. Additionally, you should eat small meals frequently. Ensure you get ample rest and avoid overexertion. Drink plenty of water. Su Longyue, is there anything else? Qin Fan, don't forget to think of me. As Su Longyue gazed at the message aboard the flying vessel, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She set down the communication jade talisman, her mind wandering to the playful moments she shared with Qin Fan at home a few days prior. The more she reminisced, the warmer her face became. She hastily patted her exquisite cheeks, trying to dispel thoughts of him. 5 days later, Su Longyue began to regret choosing the distant Kungsa mountain range as the meeting place with Chen Xian'er. It would take 5 days by flying vessel to reach, making the round trip a total of 10 days. Having been apart from Qin Fan for just 5 days, she found herself truly missing him. Yeah. The early arrival of Chen Xian'er at Kungsa Mountain allowed her to spot the swiftly approaching flying vessel from afar. Upon boarding Su Longyue's vessel, Chen Xian'er gaped in astonishment. Yeah. Is this what a pregnant woman looks like? I've seen other pregnant women who are quite plump. However, yours seems to be all in your belly. You haven't gained weight elsewhere. Your beauty is simply enviable. Even in pregnancy, you remain the most stunning among expectant mothers. I genuinely did not anticipate that a mother of quintuplets would have such a sizable belly. Don't stand, let me support you to sit. In the company of her close friend, Chen Xian'er became quite chatty. After settling down and exchanging pleasantries, she suddenly noticed something amiss. Wait, yeah. Why is your cultivation at the first level of qi refinement? Have you concealed your true strength? Yes. Su Longyue hesitated to reveal the truth to Chen Xian'er, fearing that her friend would worry about her and Qin Fan being together. Chen Xian'er, not particularly observant, accepted Su Longyue's nod without further probing. Failing to realize that a female cultivator in the mid-stage of Golden Core, pregnant with quintuplets, would need to suppress her cultivation to the first level of qi refinement to safeguard her babies. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented in the realm of Starry Continent's cultivation world, especially for a Golden Core female cultivator. Su Longyue was truly one of a kind. Excitedly, Chen Xian'er retrieved a bag of holding, presenting an array of tiny clothes, socks, shoes, and toys she had bought for the little ones. As Su Longyue beheld these adorable items, her gaze softened. Aren't they just delightful? Indeed, I find them particularly charming. I can hardly wait for the arrival of these 5 little ones. I've purchased outfits for both boys and girls, Chun Xian'er exclaimed with a giggle. After discussing the babies, Chun Xian'er earnestly said to Su Longyue, Yeah, allow me to care for you. I cannot trust Qin Fan to look after you alone. Su Longyue shook her head in refusal. Qin Fan takes excellent care of me. If you come here, your parents or mine will surely find out. Chun Xian'er grinned widely in response. Even when she bared her teeth in a playful manner, the beauty remained utterly charming. Ultimately, she waved her petite pink fists in the air with exuberance, and then circled around Su Longyue, scrutinizing her from every angle. Upon confirming that Su Longyue's face appeared a touch more rounded and her complexion quite rosy, devoid of the signs of having been manipulated by a man, she playfully stuck out her adorable tongue in concession. Very well, but you must keep in touch with me frequently. I need to ensure your safety. Su Longyue acquiesced, promptly shifting the conversation to request Chun Xian'er to display the rare inscriptions and the forging notes obtained at the auction. Under Chun Xianyue's persistent pleas, Su Longyue spent an entire day in the Kungsu mountain range, and on the following day, she set off home aboard a flying vessel. Secretively trailing behind, Chun Xian'er aimed to discreetly safeguard Su Longyue's well-being and to catch a glimpse of the legendary Qin Fan. Chapter 54. The Empress with a disdainful tongue and a sincere heart. During the span of 5 days, Qin Fan successfully completed his transactions with Ji Zibing and his companions. He inscribed first-tier medium-grade runes on 3 of the 5 magical artifacts they provided, while refraining from inscribing the remaining 2, citing his limited skill as the reason for not taking the risk. Although he possessed the capability to inscribe all of them, he deemed it prudent to maintain a low profile and refrain from drawing excessive attention. To the contrary, Ji Zibing and his associates were not the least bit displeased. Rather, they were filled with excitement. The ability to inscribe runes on their cherished artifacts required a flawless execution on the first attempt, as any failure would result in the destruction of the item. Their decision to entrust Qin Fan with this task stemmed from witnessing his expertise firsthand at the Moon Pavilion, along with the fact that he had lent Qi Yu 20 medium-grade spirit stones, backed by the assurance of the corpulent Wang. Now, witnessing the successful inscription on the 3 artifacts, their admiration for Qin Fan's runecrafting skills only deepened. As for Lu Baohai and Yu Zhanqing, who had not received inscriptions on their artifacts, they opted instead to purchase 1 first-tier medium-grade artifact, complete with a first-tier medium-grade rune, directly from Qin Fan. Qi Yu also returned 10 medium-grade spirit stones to Qin Fan, promising to repay the remaining 10 within 3 years. Qin Fan readily accepted, as Qi Yu had recently established his foundation. Cultivating a favorable relationship with a foundational cultivator was undoubtedly advantageous for Qin Fan. Ji Zibing and the others, appreciating Qin Fan's generosity, sought to forge a bond with him, expressing their intention to introduce friends and family to him for artifact crafting or rune inscription in the future. This connection with cultivators from the sect would serve as a valuable network, which Qin Fan intended to strengthen over time. Wang, feeling inspired, confided in Qin Fan that he would recommend him within his circle, endeavoring to secure additional commissions for him. Qin Fan chuckled and patted Wang's shoulder, suggesting a 10% commission on each artifact sold. Wang promptly declined, shaking his head. Qin Fan insisted, a true brother must be clear about accounts. Very well, Wang replied, but I must say, you are becoming increasingly enviable. I once thought myself far wealthier than the rogue cultivators, yet now, in comparison to you, it is simply infuriating. Qin Fan smiled in silence, his thoughts drifting to Su Longyue, who had been absent for 7 days, wondering how she fared. After bidding farewell to Ji Zibing and his companions, 2 days swiftly passed. With November approaching and winter's chill settling in, Qin Fan renovated Su Longyue's residence. He installed underfloor heating, utilizing the electric array from the cultivation world to create a device akin to a modern boiler. This apparatus heated water to a predetermined temperature, circulating it through the underfloor system to maintain a warm indoor environment, ensuring that Su Longyue would not suffer from the cold during winter. Having completed these preparations, another 2 days elapsed before Qin Fan received a message via carrier pigeon from Ji Zibing. Ji Zibing, Qin, my friend, please customize 2 first-tier medium-grade magical instruments. Inscribe 3 runes, and I shall collect them in a month. Beneath the text lay an illustration depicting the general design of the two magical instruments. Qin Fan replied affirmatively. The sect accepted the order and commenced the task. A day later, Qin Fan received an urgent missive from Song Qiaoji. Upon arriving at the Moonlight Pavilion, she informed him that the Wanqi Pavilion sought to purchase it, including the acquisition of all its manufacturing secrets, offering an exorbitant price of 200 medium-grade spirit stones. Although one medium-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 inferior-grade ones, the sum of 200 medium-grade spirit stones still surpassed the value of 20,000 inferior-grade stones. This was due to the greater spiritual energy contained within medium-grade spirit stones, which were particularly suitable for golden core cultivators. Generally, inferior-grade spirit stones were prevalent in markets, with medium-grade ones being a rare find. For an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator, the offer of 200 medium-grade spirit stones for the rights to produce bowls, plates, and other crafts was indeed a fortune. After all, possessing a lucrative skill without the corresponding cultivation level often leads one to depend on powerful factions, ultimately facing the fate of acquisition. The Han family of Wanqi Pavilion conducted business on a larger scale than the Sang family of Lingbao Pavilion. Though they were not yet among the 7 great cultivation families of the southern region, they were closing in. Should they absorb the Sang family, they would ascend to that esteemed rank. Nevertheless, Qin Fan instructed Song Qiaoji to decline the offer, given that Su Longyue was already 5 months pregnant. And considering the likelihood of a premature delivery with multiples, it was clear she would not carry to the full term of 10 months, meaning there were merely 4 months, or even less, until she would give birth. With Wanqi Pavilion and Lingbao Pavilion engaged in a fierce rivalry, and the sudden high offer for his Moonlight Pavilion possibly harboring ulterior motives, he preferred to avoid any potential conflicts. Thus, he decided to close the shop and devote himself to caring for Su Longyue until her delivery. Furthermore, with his current abundance of spirit stones, a small collaboration with Qiyue Valley, and the distribution channel provided by Wang Fatsi, he could comfortably procure refining materials without concern for spirit stone shortages in the coming 6 months. Having reached this conclusion, he summoned Song Qiaoji and Yun Yun, announcing the shop's closure, and generously provided them with a substantial severance package. After tidying up the contents of the Moonlight Pavilion and informing Manager Fan about the lease termination, he returned home to tend to his fields. Ding! The system has detected that the bound individual has feelings of longing for the host, rewarding the host with first-tier inferior-grade puppet technique. 5 minutes later, having fully grasped the method for crafting first-tier inferior-grade puppets, Qin Fan opened his eyes with a smile. That little girl, claiming she hasn't thought of me this morning, her words contradict her heart. Even the system has sensed her yearning. My irresistible charm seems to be captivating even the Empress. After indulging in a moment of self-satisfaction, he sent a message to Su Longyue. Qin Fan, dear wife, you have been away for 8 days. When shall you return? I miss you. Su Longyue, soon. Qin Fan, my dear wife, have you missed me? Su Longyue. Upon receiving the blank message from Su Longyue, Qin Fan couldn't help but smile smugly once more. Qin Fan, it seems that you are so overwhelmed with thoughts of me that words fail you. Su Longyue did not respond further. In high spirits, Qin Fan tucked away the message talisman and gazed at the lush emerald spirit rice flourishing in the distance. It was time to create a few puppets to manage these mundane tasks. Furthermore, with the puppet's assistance, he could expand the breeding of spirit beasts, ideally raising several dairy cows to ensure that when Su Longyue gave birth, there would be ample milk for their 5 little ones. With spirit beasts being raised, spirit vegetables cultivated, and the harvest of spirit rice nearing, there were no worries about provisions. Chapter 55. A parting is better than a new marriage this time. I shall procure high-quality spiritual vegetable seeds, spiritual rice seeds, and spirit beasts, in addition to a substantial amount of materials for refining tools and several sets of puppet-making supplies, allowing me to retreat for at least 6 months. Resolute in my decision, I donned a different guise and ventured to Qingzhou Fang. After acquiring the seeds and spirit beasts, I proceeded to Qianji Pavilion to purchase a specialized array for the nurturing of spirit beasts. This array was reasonably priced, compact in scope, and straightforward in function. Following the provided instructions, even one unfamiliar with formations could set it up. With this array, I could confine the spirit beasts within a designated area, preventing them from straying. while also regulating the air quality in that vicinity to avoid unpleasant odors during their natural processes, thus ensuring a fresh atmosphere. Having completed my purchases, I returned home and began to arrange the formation according to the manual. Fortunately, the setup was relatively simple, and after 2 attempts, I successfully activated it. I then herded the newly acquired spirit beasts, along with the spirit rabbits, spirit chickens, and spirit cows I had previously kept at home, into the formation. The chosen location was a small pond transformed by Su Longyue, where the spirit fish I had bought earlier were already residing. I introduced the newly purchased spirit fish into the pond as well. Subsequently, I gathered some nearby timber to construct a modest wooden cabin, providing shelter for the spirit beasts during rainy days or harsh winters. I even established a dedicated feeding area. With these tasks accomplished, I turned my attention to crafting puppets. 2 days later, as I surveyed the 2 first-tier inferior puppets I had fashioned, one pink and one blue, reminiscent of modern robots, a satisfied smile graced my face. The puppets stood at a height of 5 feet, one designed in the popular Ultraman style favored by boys, while the other took on a cute, magical girl appearance beloved by girls. The combat capabilities of these puppets were equivalent to those in the early stages of Qi cultivation, enabling them to perform minor spells utilized by spiritual farmers. In the future, they would not only assist in nurturing the spiritual fields and vegetables with spells such as the Spring Breeze transformation, but also care for the spirit beasts and apply cleansing spells, effectively liberating my hands. Once the little ones arrived, I would need to refine additional puppets, alleviating concerns about neglecting them while they engaged in their curious antics. I named the pink puppet Xiaofan and the blue one Xiaolan. Subsequently, I took Xiaofan to the spiritual field area, entrusting her with the care of the spiritual soil and planted vegetables, while Xiaolan was assigned to oversee the spirit beasts. With these arrangements in place, I gazed up at the azure sky, as clear as a freshly washed silk banner. Today marked the 10th day since Su Longyue's departure. I wondered when she would return. I sent her a message inquiring whether she would join me for dinner. It was the early evening. Su Longyue replied, "I will eat." I responded, "Good." Without delay, I rolled up my sleeves and entered the kitchen, preparing to create a sumptuous meal to warmly welcome Su Longyue back after her 10-day absence. I had missed this delightful girl. In the skies above King's Hufang, a delicate pink and white flying vessel suddenly came to a halt, revealing a charming figure who swiftly emerged from the cabin to the bow of the ship. Where is the flying vessel? Where is she? A sudden realization struck her, and the stunningly beautiful girl exclaimed in frustration, "Yaya, you are so wicked. How could you disappear like that?" This was none other than Qin Fan, who had been secretly pursuing Su Longyue. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Qin Fan navigated the flying vessel to several locations, extending her consciousness outward. Yet she sensed not a trace of Su Longyue. "Yaya, is Qin Fan truly more appealing than I?" After a flurry of exclamations, Qin Fan gazed at her unfamiliar surroundings. Feeling utterly bewildered, she was lost, being directionally challenged. She had no choice but to consult her map and discovered that the nearest landmark was a powerful cave dwelling located over 1,000 kilometers away. Isn't this the renowned cave of the Yuan-ing old monster that everyone has been discussing lately? She decided to head there and see what delights awaited her. Meanwhile, as the flying vessel approached King's Hufang, Su Longyue, seated cross-legged in meditation, opened her beautiful eyes. The toxins from the ice-fire twin-headed python had finally been completely eradicated, thanks to the detoxification pills brought by Qin Fan, refined by the esteemed Situ Danzun. After thoroughly checking her body, she confirmed that the toxins were entirely gone. Though this should have been a moment of joy, her heart felt a tinge of melancholy. Now that the poison was resolved, she seemed to have lost her excuse to summon Qin Fan as her detoxification assistant. Thinking of Qin Fan made her stomach rumble. For the past 9 days, she had subsisted solely on fasting pills and the little snacks he had prepared for her. Initially tolerable, as time dragged on, even those small treats could not satisfy her appetite. She yearned more and more for the delicious meals he would cook. Remembering that Qin Fan had asked if she wanted to come home for dinner, her heart raced with longing. As she spotted the mountain where she would establish her cave dwelling, Su Longyue supported herself with her hands on her waist, rising to her feet and heading towards the bow of the flying vessel. On the other hand, after Qin Fan finished preparing the meal, he heard a commotion outside. Quickly washing his hands and wiping them on his apron, he stepped out of the kitchen and into the courtyard. To his astonishment, He beheld a magnificent flying vessel soaring gracefully through the moonlit sky, landing just outside his home. The gentle autumn breeze caressed him as he clearly saw Su Longyue standing on the vessel, leaning against the railing. The soft wind tousled her hair, and her exquisite beauty shone under the moonlight, like a resplendent full moon, a radiant azure lotus, captivating and enchanting beyond compare. The silver moonlight cast a shimmering glow around her, rendering her ethereal, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the moon palace. As Su Longyue descended from the vessel and stowed it away, she gazed at Qin Fan, who had emerged from the courtyard, standing 10 meters apart. Their eyes met in a fiery clash, sparking an intense connection filled with warmth and longing. A silent exchange completed in an instant. "Wife," Qin Fan called out to Su Longyue first, but she remained motionless. After spending over 5 months with Su Longyue, Qin Fan had come to understand her temperament, recognizing her subtle yet alluring nature. The Empress's reserved demeanor was inconsequential. He decided to take the initiative. With a few bold strides, he closed the 10-meter gap between them. He embraced Su Longyue, and as he held her soft form, a wave of contentment washed over him. Initially, Su Longyue remained tense, unsure of how to position her hands. However, after Qin Fan assertively guided her arms around his waist, she gradually began to relax. The two of them were wrapped in each other's arms, and it felt as though a brief separation had rekindled the fervor of newlyweds. Previously, Qin Fan had never experienced such a sensation, but after 10 days apart, seeing Su Longyue again, he finally grasped the essence of the phrase "absence makes the heart grow fonder." He bent down and lifted Su Longyue effortlessly into his arms. "You put me down," she protested, instinctively wrapping her slender arms around his neck. Her red lips slightly pursed as she spoke softly. Beneath the moonlight, the half of her face shrouded in shadows had turned a deep shade of crimson. Chapter 56. The collective movements of the babies. "You must be feeling quite sore from your prolonged absence. Allow me to carry you back inside," Qin Fan said with a warm smile. Indeed, Su Longyue was not in a condition to stand or sit for extended periods. During the 5 days of their return journey on the flying boat, she found herself unusually fatigued. In the past, even after years of cultivation aboard a flying vessel, she would have felt no discomfort. However, now, at over 5 months pregnant, she occasionally experienced a twinge of soreness in her waist. She had not mentioned this to Qin Fan, yet he seemed to be aware of her condition. Unconsciously, she turned to look at him. Under the moonlight, his profile was strikingly handsome, a testament to being one of the most dashing men throughout history. Upon entering the main room, Qin Fan gently placed Su Longyue on a chair and inquired with a smile, "Would you prefer to bathe before dinner or dine first? I have prepared the bathwater for you." Hearing his words and noticing the apron he wore, a warm sensation enveloped her heart. Was this the feeling of a home in the mortal realm? After a brief outing, she returned to find the bathwater ready and a meal prepared. "How delightful! I would like to eat first," Su Longyue replied, her appetite whetted by the thought of Qin Fan's culinary skills. The dinner he prepared was lavish, featuring 10 dishes, 7 of which were her favorites, while the other 3 were tailored to meet the nutritional needs of her pregnancy. The offerings included steamed dumplings, steamed pumpkin, steamed spirit fish, seafood fried rice, mixed broccoli, duck blood vermicelli soup, beef offal, slow-cooked old hen, spicy stir-fried duck blood, and sautéed spinach. Additionally, a fruit platter adorned the table. Each portion was modest, ensuring they would not overindulge while allowing for a delightful sampling of various dishes. "Let us begin," Qin Fan said with a smile. As they dined, he occasionally served Su Longyue, ensuring her bowl was filled with meat. At that moment, she craved chicken, duck, and fish. And when she neglected to take vegetables, Qin Fan kindly assisted her. "My dear, do indulge in some broccoli and spinach," he urged. Pregnant women at 5 months are prone to anemia, and these vegetables would provide essential iron, vitamin C, and vitamin D to help prevent such deficiencies. Trusting Qin Fan's intentions, she consumed everything he offered her. Observing her obediently enjoying her meal, he smiled with affectionate indulgence. After finishing their dinner, Su Longyue gently caressed her belly, letting out a soft sigh. "Oh," she murmured. "What is it?" Qin Fan inquired with immediate concern. Su Longyue gazed down at her prominently rounded abdomen and replied, "The babies are wrestling inside." As she spoke, a slight frown crossed her face due to a sudden pang of discomfort. Clad in a light white robe that adapted to her changing figure, she felt at ease. Qin Fan's gaze shifted to her abdomen, where he noticed a small bulge suddenly appear, followed by another in a different location. The little ones were moving within her, playfully kicking and punching. In this moment, the expectant mother was experiencing the delightful trials of pregnancy. The perception of fetal movements evokes a mystical connection between mothers and their unborn babies, allowing them to ascertain the vitality and health of their little ones. Some expectant mothers, especially in the later stages of pregnancy, experience anxiety when they do not feel fetal movement for an entire day, prompting them to seek medical reassurance regarding their baby's well-being. He rose, lifting Su Longyue's right arm above her head, and instructed, "Dear wife, take a deep breath." Following his guidance, she inhaled deeply and then exhaled slowly. In recent days, Qin Fan had taken excellent care of Su Longyue, alleviating her morning sickness to the point where it had nearly dissipated. Consequently, she had developed great trust in his ability to care for her during this delicate time. As she exhaled, Qin Fan gently lowered her arm. After repeating this series of movements 5 times, Su Longyue noticed a reduction in fetal activity. The little ones began to settle down, providing her with considerable relief. "Much better," she remarked. "That's great. If they become too lively and uncomfortable for you again, you can perform our earlier exercise," Qin Fan said softly. Su Longyue nodded in agreement. Qin Fan resumed his seat and placed his hand on her rounded abdomen, smiling as he spoke to the babies. "Please don't be too boisterous. Your mother is enduring a great deal for you, and it's essential to show her some understanding." While he spoke, he gently massaged her belly. The previously restless little ones gradually quieted, ceasing their movements. Noticing this change, Su Longyue gazed at Qin Fan in astonishment. "Qin Fan, you truly understand how to care for pregnant women." A thought suddenly crossed her mind. Had Qin Fan cared for pregnant women before? Did he have a wife and children in the past? She realized she had never inquired about his marital status or parenthood. With this thought lingering, she looked at Qin Fan, unknowingly revealing a hint of jealousy in her gaze. Qin Fan, caught off guard by her expression, recalled the jealous nature of the Empress and sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. "You are pregnant, and while I cannot help you with the physical experience of pregnancy and childbirth, I can certainly delve into the insights of pregnancy by reading more about it." Her fleeting jealousy was immediately soothed. Qin Fan seized the moment to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. Su Longyue lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. This caused Qin Fan's heart to flutter, and he cradled her face in his hands before leaning down to kiss her lips. As she closed her eyes, her expression softened, and Qin Fan murmured, "Dear wife, I envision an endless expanse of lush green meadows, yearning to gallop freely." Su Longyue shivered slightly at his words. Lately, Qin Fan had been sharing tender phrases and subtle innuendos. And then, she softly inquired, relishing the closeness to him. Qin Fan exerted his strength, lifting Su Longyue onto his lap, allowing her to sit upon him. He towered over her, and as she perched on his legs, they could meet each other's gaze. His dark eyes gazed intently into Su Longyue's misty orbs, and he continued in a hushed tone, "Wield the whip. Savor the temperature of the wind, the moisture of the water, the sweetness of the tea. Breathe in warmth. A delicate fragrance wafts through the air. Her soft form leans against me." And then, Su Longyue inquired softly, feeling as though she were ensnared by a potent enchantment. Despite the complete eradication of the dual-headed serpent's poison coursing through her veins, at this moment, she found herself yearning for something more. She wished for Qin Fan to remain her antidote. Qin Fan lifted his hand, caressing Su Longyue's exquisite and enchanting visage, akin to a flower in full bloom, remarkably beautiful. He tucked a stray lock of hair that had slipped from her temples behind her delicate ear and whispered softly, "My dear wife, you are truly stunning. Over the past 10 days, my longing for you has intensified with each passing moment. 10 days apart feel like 3 autumns." The texts suggest that during pregnancy, one should engage in ample physical activity to aid digestion, which is beneficial for the healthy development of the fetus. Chapter 57. Astonishing Revelation, Delivering Quintuplets? 2 months have swiftly passed. Through Qin Fan's diligent efforts, his wood spiritual root attribute has finally reached a remarkable 100 points, elevating him to the status of a middle-grade spiritual root. Additionally, his proficiency in both weapon forging and inscription techniques has ascended to the superior first rank. The partnership with Qin Fan has deepened, resulting in an increase in forging orders. Su Longyue has procured 3 rare inscriptions for Qin Fan, all of which are superior 3rd rank. Fortunately, Qin Fan had previously experienced an epiphany regarding inscription techniques, endowing him with a natural affinity for them. Although he is currently unable to utilize these 3 inscriptions, he has successfully simplified one of them, the blade-breaking inscription. The blade-breaking inscription possesses an exceedingly rare capability. It can entirely disregard defenses. If inscribed onto a magical artifact, it allows the weapon to bypass the defenses of adversaries or magical beasts, inflicting direct harm upon them. Presently, Qin Fan can only inscribe a 1st-rank superior blade-breaking inscription. Yet this alone enables a 1st-rank superior magical artifact inscribed with it to directly breach the defenses of opponents at the late foundation establishment stage, dealing them direct damage. In essence, as long as the adversary employs a 2nd-rank superior defense talisman or lower, this magical artifact can effortlessly penetrate their protective talismans, launching an assault. Truly, this inscription is rare and formidable. According to the records of the blade-breaking inscription, inscribing a 2nd-rank inferior blade-breaking inscription onto a 2nd-rank inferior magical artifact could achieve the ability to disregard defenses at the mid-golden core stage. Given the exceptional nature of this inscription, Qin Fan has refrained from using it on artifacts for sale, opting instead to inscribe it solely on his own magical artifact. After completing the inscription, he found his spiritual energy severely depleted. Qin Fan crushed the spirit stone in his hand and entered a meditative state to recover his energy. 3 hours later, he opened his eyes, satisfaction gleaming in his dark orbs. Indeed, since his spiritual root ascended to middle grade, the rate at which he absorbs spiritual energy has markedly accelerated. Previously, such a significant expenditure of energy would require at least 2 days for recovery. Now, he can restore himself in merely 3 hours. What a remarkable leap in progress. Next, he must continue his diligent efforts, striving to elevate his middle-grade spiritual root to superior grade at the earliest opportunity. With this thought, Qin Fan felt a surge of anticipation for the future. At that moment, a communication talisman vibrated, prompting Qin Fan to grasp it. It was a message from Manager Fan, indicating that the inquiries he had made had borne fruit. Rising, Qin Fan informed Su Longyue that he was stepping out for a matter and swiftly made his way to Manager Fan's residence in Qingzhufang. Upon his arrival, Manager Fan greeted him, saying, "That individual is particularly elusive, with many seeking her. Fortunately, I managed to track her down. She has just returned from a cultivation family." Qin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. The two traversed 2 streets until they arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated courtyard. Manager Fan approached and knocked on the door. Shortly thereafter, the door opened, revealing a round-faced middle-aged woman. "Daoist Song, this is the Qin Daoist I mentioned." Manager Fan turned to Qin Fan and introduced, "Daoist Qin. This is Song Wanjin, Daoist Song." The middle-aged beauty, Song Wanjin, gazed at Qin Fan and then nodded. Steward Fan instructed Qin Fan to enter while he remained outside. As Qin Fan stepped into the courtyard, Song Wanjin led him to the living room. After they sat down, she inquired, "May I ask what the realm of that female cultivator is?" Qin Fan activated the soundproof barrier and replied, "Mid-stage golden core." Song Wanjin paused, her hand poised to sip her tea, and looked at Qin Fan in astonishment. Her expression shifted several times before she finally set down her teacup and, with a serious demeanor, addressed Qin Fan, "Friend Qin, I must speak candidly. Although people outside proclaim me a miraculous midwife, I have only assisted in childbirth for cultivators at the foundation establishment great perfection stage. I possess no experience with those at the golden core stage. If the fetus is relatively small, there is generally no danger without the need for golden scissors to widen the birth canal. However, if the fetus is large, the use of golden scissors becomes necessary, and the mother's cultivation must be taken into account. A midwife capable of assisting a mid-stage golden core cultivator would require at least a 3rd-tier mid-grade golden scissors to safely open the birth canal. A cultivator's body is a treasure. A mid-stage golden core cultivator is no ordinary being that can be easily harmed." Qin Fan furrowed his brow. As Su Longyue was now 7 months pregnant, and the due date was approaching, he needed to secure a midwife in advance to avoid the risk of an urgent delivery without assistance. Therefore, a month prior, He had entrusted Steward Fan to discreetly search for the most skilled midwife in the vicinity. Su Longyue, known far and wide as a miraculous midwife, was renowned in the Qingzhou area. It was rare to find her, as she was either assisting in childbirth or occupied with other cultivators. Over the past 2 months, he had studied the childbirth methods of this world, noting the absence of modern cesarean sections and only the presence of natural births. He understood that when Su Longyue referred to a large fetus requiring golden scissors, she was indicating a specific area that would need to be cut. Now, with Su Longyue lacking experience in delivering mid-stage golden core cultivators and the fact that Su Longyue was expecting quintuplets, her belly quite large with healthy fetuses, natural delivery would certainly necessitate the use of golden scissors. He contemplated the idea of the broken blade inscription by inscribing a second-tier inferior-grade broken blade inscription on a second-tier inferior-grade golden scissors. It could bypass the physical defenses of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. His inscription skills stood at a first-tier superior grade, 801-100-000. Drawing from his current experience in crafting a first-tier superior-grade magical tool, he realized that ascending to a second-tier inferior-grade inscription master would only require 2 months of relentless day and night crafting and inscribing. Furthermore, by that time, his crafting skills would also advance to second-tier inferior grade. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to procure the golden scissors. "I will find a way to acquire the golden scissors," Qin Fan asserted. Su Longyue nodded and then asked, "It is a single fetus, correct?" Qin Fan extended 5 fingers. Initially stunned, Su Longyue then stood up in shock. Lowering her voice to inquire, "Quintuplets?" Qin Fan nodded. Immediately, Su Longyue waved her hands, saying, "Friend Qin, this matter is beyond my capabilities. You should seek a more adept practitioner. Moreover, within a radius of 1,000 miles, I find myself utterly incapable of resolving this matter. Nor can any of the other midwives manage it. I would strongly advise you to seek out a reputable sect that specializes in providing midwives for golden core cultivators. In my over 80 years of existence within the realm of cultivation, I, Su Longyue, have never heard of any female cultivator conceiving quintuplets, especially one of the golden core level. Today marks the first time I have encountered such a claim. Detected that the host is searching for a midwife for the bound object. Special reward of midwifery skills granted to the host. Subsequently, a wealth of authoritative and specialized knowledge regarding childbirth procedures, including both natural delivery and cesarean sections, as well as the intricate details of the medical instruments utilized during the birthing process, flooded into Qin Fan's mind. Chapter 58. The Oath of Inner Demons. Having successfully grasped the art of childbirth, Qin Fan felt a profound sense of relief. The system was indeed remarkable, encompassing even the intricacies of midwifery. The details provided were exceedingly thorough, rendering him no less adept than a seasoned obstetrician with over 30 years of clinical experience in a top-tier provincial maternity hospital. Given Su Longyue's condition, a cesarean section was the most prudent choice. Now equipped with the requisite skills, he was also capable of crafting the necessary surgical instruments, surpassing even the most competent midwives of the grand sects in reliability. After all, as her husband, he would exercise utmost caution and care. While modern birthing techniques significantly reduce the risk to the mother, dangers still lurk, particularly with multiple births. During a cesarean, the risk of severe hemorrhaging is a real concern. Thus, possessing the skills for childbirth instilled in him a greater sense of assurance. He rose and addressed Su Longyue, saying, "Very well." He then produced a medium-grade spirit stone and presented it to her, adding, "I kindly ask that you keep my visit today confidential." Su Longyue was elated, having not anticipated such generosity from the male cultivator before her. With a smile, she replied, "Of course, of course." She then swore an oath of inner demons, vowing never to disclose Qin Fan's visit or the details he shared regarding the expectant mother, who was a mid-stage golden core cultivator carrying quintuplets. The oath of inner demons held considerable weight in the realm of cultivation, for breaching it would result in dire consequences during one's ascension, potentially leading to death by the backlash of one's inner demons. Hence, cultivators seldom made such oaths lightly, and once sworn, they would not be broken. After departing from Su Longyue's quaint courtyard, Qin Fan parted ways with Steward Fan and made his way to the Qianji Pavilion to procure the materials needed for the surgical instruments required for the cesarean section. Once he had completed his purchases, he returned home. During dinner, he informed Su Longyue that he had already secured an experienced midwife. My dear wife, do not worry. The midwife I found is highly skilled and has experience with mid-stage golden core cultivators and multiple births, he reassured her. Did you find her in Qingzhou Square? Su Longyue inquired, surprised. She had been contemplating the matter of a midwife for several days and was about to send Qin Fan to seek one, not expecting Qin Fan to have already succeeded. Yes, he affirmed. He then elaborated on the innovative approach of a caesarean section and the rationale behind its suitability for Su Longyue's situation. Finally, he took her delicate wrist in his hand, gazing earnestly into her eyes as he declared, Rest assured, my beloved, I will certainly ensure your safety during childbirth. Although the caesarean section is a modern technique, it is exceptionally fitting for someone carrying quintuplets like you, and the practitioner has successfully delivered many babies through this method. With my newfound understanding of childbirth, I embody a seasoned midwife with decades of experience. Su Longyue pondered earnestly for a moment before finally responding, All right. Although she was unfamiliar with the birthing methods, through Qin Fan's patient explanation, she understood that traditional methods could pose significant risks to both her and the babies. The caesarean section method he described would indeed ensure the safe delivery of the infants. As for herself, as long as her heart remained unharmed, any other injuries could be repaired. Moreover, a caesarean would merely entail an incision in her abdomen, after which she would be stitched up once the babies were delivered. With this thought in mind, she inquired of Qin Fan whether the midwife possessed a magical tool of at least mid-tier 3rd grade. If not, she would resort to using her sword. She does, Qin Fan replied. He vowed to forge golden scissors and suturing needles capable of bypassing the defenses of mid-golden core practitioners before Su Longyue went into labor. Such was the advantage of being a craftsman. One could create what they desired with their own hands. After dinner and tidying up the dishes, Qin Fan proceeded to the crafting room to begin his work. His daily routine revolved around cooking and crafting, sacrificing sleep for his endeavors. If hunger struck in the middle of the night, he would consume a nourishing pill. As Su Longyue approached 8 months into her pregnancy, Qin Fan contacted her. Yeah, have you found a midwife? She asked. Today, while dining at Qingzhou Fang, I overheard a couple discussing the need for a midwife for delivery. I immediately sought a quiet place to call you. Su Longyue gently caressed her belly and replied, Yes, I have found one. Found one. Did you do the searching? Qin Fan inquired. It was Qin Fan who found her. What? Qin Fan. What kind of midwife can a Qi refinement practitioner find? I will help you search. Qin Fan exclaimed. You are carrying quintuplets. It is crucial to have a competent midwife for your safety. Really, there is no need. The midwife Qin Fan found is quite capable. Su Longyue elaborated on the caesarean method to Qin Fan in detail. Deep down, she had a contingency plan. Should anything go awry with the midwife, she could perform the incision herself to retrieve the babies. Though Qin Fan lacked knowledge of childbirth, Su Longyue's explanation seemed somewhat credible. Moreover, she trusted that Su Longyue would not jeopardize her own life. Her impression of Qin Fan improved slightly. He had taken the initiative to find a midwife for her friend, showing a hint of conscience. Yet, she regretted not having trained diligently in the past. If only she had tracked down Su Longyue earlier, she could have been by her side now. After chatting for a while longer, Qin Fan ended the call. Exiting Qingzhou Fang, she made her way to the cave of the Mighty Ones to check on the progress there. Just outside Qingzhou Fang, she encountered a particularly unsavory-looking male cultivator with sunken eyes who approached her with an impudent gaze that disrespected her entirely. Remaining in the Qingzhou Fang, Qin Fan's intent was twofold. Firstly, she awaited news from the powerful cave, having previously learned that it might harbor a secret technique she had been instructed by Su Longyue to investigate. Secondly, she sought to maintain a low profile. Though she was unaware of Su Longyue's precise whereabouts, she presumed it to be in the vicinity and wished to avoid drawing any trouble toward her. Thus, to the outside world, she appeared merely as an ordinary female cultivator at the first layer of Qi refinement. She had also adorned herself with makeup. Yet her inherent beauty still shone through, even after embellishment, retaining a substantial portion of her original allure. A lovely young lady venturing out alone. Would you like a gentle young man to accompany you? He is a cultivator at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, a lecherous male cultivator remarked with a teasing tone. Chapter 59. The amniotic fluid has broken. The babies are ready to arrive. Qin Fan cast a glance at the lecherous male cultivator, Challenging, dare to gaze upon me? Then I shall grant you a swift demise. Ha ha, what a delightful jest. My dear, your delicate frame is more suited for repose than. As the lecherous cultivator uttered these words, his expression suddenly froze, his head emanating a radiant golden light. At this moment, numerous cultivators were returning to the Qingzhou lane, and many turned their attention to the spectacle. In an instant, they beheld the male cultivator whose head burst forth with golden light, exploding into a gruesome display of blood and flesh. The surrounding cultivators were struck with terror, their expressions shifting dramatically. They gazed in fear at Qin Fan, who, despite being merely at the first level of qi refinement, had effortlessly slain a fifth-level cultivator with but a glance. Silence enveloped the crowd. Then, recalling Qin Fan earlier words, the onlookers hastily averted their eyes, fearful of meeting her gaze again. In the aftermath of this incident, Qin Fan's reputation soared within Qingzhou Lane. Although some cultivators noted that the lecherous male cultivator had initiated the confrontation, leading to his swift demise at her hands, the tale morphed into a grandiose rumor among the masses. A month later, the gossip had spread throughout Qingzhou Lane. Have you heard? A queen of hell has graced us. And merely by casting a glance, she instantly annihilated her foe. How terrifying! The female cultivator, despite appearing to be merely at the first level of qi refinement, was rumored to possess unfathomable power. Surely, she was not just a first-level cultivator. She must be a hidden powerhouse, at least a foundation establishment expert. How could one glance so effortlessly obliterate a fifth-level cultivator? Good heavens! How frightening! I shall never again underestimate strangers of a lower realm on the streets. Who knows? They might be formidable beings in disguise. Today, Qin Fan ventured into Qingzhou Lane to procure a maternity package. As he strolled through the streets, he overheard numerous cultivators discussing this extraordinary event. The Queen of Hell? Merely a first-level cultivator? This brought to mind his own wife, who, despite appearing to be at the same level, was, in truth, a terrifying golden core expert. With this thought, he grew increasingly cautious, avoiding unnecessary glances at passers-by. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, in a secluded forest 1,000 meters from Qingzhou Lane, two surges of magical energy rippled through the air. Qin Fan opened his eyes, satisfaction gleaming within them. 7th level of qi refinement. I have broken through. I am now a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. He looked down at the rolling white jade centipede, which now radiated a faint halo. The little creature had also advanced. Now a first-tier mid-grade demon beast. The white jade centipede, upon noticing Qin Fan's gaze, lay on its back with all its legs in the air. Qin Fan gently rubbed its small belly with his finger, eliciting a delighted, childlike coo from the creature. Little Bai, can you unleash your venom now? Qin Fan inquired with a smile. The little creature promptly settled down, its tail wagging playfully. Qin Fan produced a small jade box and positioned it behind the creature's tail. Taking a deep breath, the little being began to exude a dark green liquid, reminiscent of toothpaste being squeezed from a tube, which flowed into the jade box. Observing this, Qin Fan chuckled, surprised that the white jade centipede, having reached the first tier of mid-grade, could indeed start producing venom. After expelling a dollop of liquid the size of a soybean, the little one tucked its tail away, turned to face Qin Fan, and blinked its large, round eyes while emitting a series of eager, chirping sounds, seeking praise. With a smile, Qin Fan offered it a spirit crystal, which it eagerly bit into and swallowed. Well done, little one. Go play now. Flattered and rewarded, the little creature twirled excitedly before burrowing into the ground to frolic. Qin Fan then examined the jade box, observing the venom of the white jade centipede. The venom from a first-tier mid-grade centipede was indeed impressive. It could poison cultivators in the late stages of qi training, reducing their mobility and causing them to lose mana each second, with a chance of inducing dizziness. Excellent. This would be perfect for applying to the 8-needle acupuncture. He glanced at his refinement and inscription values, noting he was just a hair's breadth away from breaking into the second tier of low grade. Without hesitation, he began crafting a first-tier high-grade 8-needle acupuncture. Now that he had advanced to the late stages of qi training, combined with his body refinement techniques and the second layer of the Great Transformation Sword technique, his spiritual awareness was significantly stronger than that of an average cultivator at the same stage. Handling a first-tier high-grade magical artifact would pose no challenge. Typically, Cultivators newly entering the late stages of Qi training could only manage a first-tier mid-grade artifact, reserving the high-grade artifacts for those who had reached the peak of late-stage Qi training. 2 hours later, a set of 8 needles inscribed with the breaking blade, dust-proof, and cleansing inscriptions was completed. Qin Fan opened his system panel. Refinement Mastery, second-tier low-grade Refinement Master, 1310-0000. Inscription Mastery, second-tier low-grade Inscription Master, 1310-0000. Upon seeing these 2 lines of text, Qin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully advanced to second-tier low-grade. Over the past 2 months, aside from cooking and eating, as well as a single visit to the Qing Bamboo workshop, he had spent his evenings accompanying Su Longyue on walks, and dedicated 5 2-hour sessions a week to nurturing his spiritual roots, with the remainder of his time devoted to the refinement chamber. Fortunately, having been a homebody, he found this repetitive lifestyle far from tedious. Each day brimmed with combat readiness and anticipation. During this period, he also crafted 3 female puppets designed for simple household tasks such as tidying rooms, boiling water, and doing laundry. As first-tier low-grade puppets, they were capable of employing magical techniques for these domestic chores, ensuring high efficiency. This preparation was for Su Longyue's impending childbirth, as he knew he would require assistance when the time came. These puppets are perfectly suited for the task. After his meticulous adjustments, the 3 female puppets have performed exceptionally well. Qin Fan named them according to the 24 solar terms: Lichuan, Yushui, and Jingzhe. Lichuan promptly tidied up the workshop, organizing Qin Fan's scattered materials back to their rightful places. Qin Fan was immensely pleased and took out the golden scissors, vascular clamps, curved vascular clamps, mosquito clamps, needle holders, and other materials required for performing a cesarean section. He began his crafting process. Day and night passed, and after 2 days, Qin Fan successfully completed a full set of tools for cesarean delivery. Just as he was about to stretch, he heard his wife calling from her chamber. He immediately rose to attend to her. "Wife, what is it?" Su Longyue, with a slight furrow in her brow, leaned against the luxurious chaise longue that Qin Fan had crafted for her, her hand resting on her prominent abdomen, and said with effort, "Qin Fan, you should fetch the midwife. I feel I am about to give birth. My waters have broken." Chapter 60, A Birth. Quintuplets. Qin Fan grasped the delicate wrist of Su Longyue, his gaze soft yet resolute as he spoke. "My dear wife, there is something I have not disclosed to you. The midwife I mentioned earlier is actually me." Su Longyue was taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. "Please, do not rush," Qin Fan urged gently. "Take a deep breath. It will alleviate the pain you are experiencing." He then proceeded to teach her a breathing technique designed to lessen the discomfort of childbirth. "Do you trust me, my love?" Following his instructions, Su Longyue began to breathe as Qin Fan had advised, and she felt her body gradually relaxing. The pain from her ruptured amniotic sac becoming more bearable, coupled with the attentive care Qin Fan had provided over the past few days, along with the peculiar items he had been diligently crafting in his workshop, her anxiety began to wane. When she inquired about those creations, he explained they were tools necessary for a cesarean section. Suppressing her discomfort, she replied, "Let us give it a try." Time was of the essence, and should Qin Fan be unable to assist, she was prepared to take matters into her own hands. With a surge of emotion, Qin Fan tightened his grip on her hand and said in a hoarse voice, "Rest assured, my dear, I will never allow you or our little ones to come to harm. Trust in me." He then carefully lifted Su Longyue and carried her to the specialized delivery room he had prepared for the cesarean procedure. He called upon Li Chun, Yushui, and Jingzhe, while Xiao Fun and Xiao Lan stood ready outside, waiting for any unforeseen needs. The delivery room buzzed with activity. As Su Longyue observed the array of unfamiliar instruments on the nearby cart, and the 3 puppets Qin Fan had recently crafted working diligently, her worries began to ease slightly. She thought to herself that Qin Fan had indeed made ample preparations. However, as it was her first childbirth, her primary concern was not for herself, but for the safety of their babies. The anxiety she felt surpassed that of entering a perilous secret realm. "Fear not, my wife," Qin Fan reassured her. "I am here. Breathe as I instructed, and I have prepared an anesthetic for you." "Anesthetic?" she queried. "Yes. It will numb the area below your waist during the cesarean, ensuring you do not feel pain." This anesthetic was not a synthetic concoction of modern medicine. Rather, Qin Fan had sought the expertise of an apothecary in Fang, who had crafted it from the blood of magical beasts and herbs, an effective substitute for contemporary anesthetics like propofol. Identifying the location of Su Longyue's spine, Qin Fan skillfully administered the anesthetic with a needle he had crafted himself. In this fantasy realm, syringes were non-existent, but he had successfully produced a batch for this very purpose. After the anesthetic was injected, he gently squeezed Su Longyue's leg, inquiring, "Do you feel any pain?" It was imperative to ensure the anesthetic took effect before commencing with the surgery. Otherwise, the pain could overwhelm her. "Just a little," she replied. "Very well. Let us wait a moment longer." After a while, Qin Fan once again examined Su Longyue's abdomen and legs. This time, Su Longyue shook her head, indicating that she felt no pain, although she could sense his touch. "All right, the anesthetic has taken effect. We can commence the surgery now. My dear wife, fret not. My skills are undoubtedly exceptional. I am not boasting. Even Song Wanjin, the most renowned midwife of Fang, cannot match my prowess." To lighten the atmosphere and alleviate Su Longyue's excessive concern about the operation, Qin Fan began to chat amiably. "Dear wife, can you guess how many of our 5 little ones will be girls and how many will be boys?" As Su Longyue felt the layers of skin on her abdomen being delicately incised, she indeed felt no pain and replied, "I don't know." Qin Fan, with a smile, inquired further, "Do you prefer girls or boys?" Su Longyue chose not to respond. To her, both were equally precious. Qin Fan then shifted to a lighter topic, regaling Su Longyue with amusing tales from the modern world. Throughout the conversation, he remained focused, meticulously performing the surgery. "My dear wife, I can see the babies," he exclaimed. "The firstborn is out, a boy. The second is a girl, the third is a boy, the fourth is a girl, and the fifth is a girl. The 5 little ones, having been delivered via cesarean section, had not yet let out a cry." After carefully placing them in the prepared small cart beside him, he marveled at the system's reward of a delivery skill. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to hold such tiny beings, especially the 5th, who was no larger than the palm of his hand. Once the little ones were safely set aside, he turned his attention back to the drowsy Su Longyue, stitching up the incision from the cesarean. "Rest now, my dear, you'll feel much better once you awaken." After suturing the wound, Qin Fan channeled his longevity technique, infusing a continuous stream of verdant life energy into Su Longyue's abdomen to expedite the healing process. 10 minutes later, a loud cry resonated in the delivery room. It was the firstborn crying. Su Longyue, with great effort, opened her weary eyes and said to Qin Fan, "You need not worry about me. Go check on the children." Still under the effects of the anesthetic and feeling faint from blood loss during delivery, she had nearly succumbed to sleep. However, upon hearing the cries of the babies, she forced herself to remain alert. Yet, she was dismayed to see Qin Fan still preoccupied with her rather than attending to the newborns. "Let them cry for a bit. They'll be fine in a few minutes." Qin Fan reassured her. He understood that crying was beneficial for the newborns and that they were not hungry at that moment. It was more important to ensure Su Longyue's wound was properly healed first. 5 minutes later, Qin Fan withdrew his life energy, observing Su Longyue's abdomen, which had been cut open and then sutured, now exhibiting smooth, flawless skin with no visible scars. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. "My dear, I am going to see the children." "All right." With that single word, Su Longyue fell into a deep slumber. Qin Fan approached the 5 small carts and began to gently place each little one onto the prepared countertop. On this countertop, he had installed a faucet and a basin, reminiscent of a contemporary wash basin. However, the basin here was more than twice the size of a modern wash basin, providing great convenience for Qin Fan to bathe the little ones. The water used was warm, suitable for infants. As Qin Fan held the eldest child, the cries gradually subsided. After washing away the grime, the child slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of large, dark, and bright double-lidded eyes, gazing curiously at Qin Fan. This gaze melted the heart of the tall man, who stood at 6 feet tall. "Call me Daddy." In an inexplicable moment, Qin Fan affectionately uttered those words. Chapter 61. Naming the 5 babies, the little one with the large, expressive eyes was momentarily stunned, then let out a resounding wail. Fearing that the baby's cries would disturb Su Longyue, Qin Fan quickly soothed. "Do not cry. Do not cry. Please do not weep." Detected successful birth of quintuplets by host and bound partner. rewarding the host with a special gift package. 1 set of newborn care knowledge. Experience points for breaking through to the 9th level of Qi training. 100 points for spiritual root allocation. 500 medium-grade spiritual stones. This gift package was indeed remarkable. Qin Fan immediately advanced from the 7th to the 9th level of Qi training. The attributes of the wood spirit root were as follows. Wood spirit root. Medium grade, 158,500, making significant progress towards its advancement. To prevent the baby's cries from disturbing Su Longyue, Qin Fan utilized his magical powers to cast a soundproof barrier. He then began to absorb the knowledge of newborn care. Fortunately, he had the system. Otherwise, as a novice father, he would have been utterly at a loss in the face of incessantly crying infants. After 2 minutes, Qin Fan opened his eyes and glanced at the little one who had cried for a moment and then looked at him. Upon seeing Qin Fan's eyes open, the baby abruptly ceased crying. Yet, within 2 seconds, the little one began to wail once more, limbs flailing in the air. Employing the newborn care knowledge he had just acquired, Qin Fan cradled the baby's head with one hand while gently flipping him over and soothing his back with the other. After this sequence of actions, the baby finally stopped crying, even blinking his eyes in a semblance of comfort before drifting off to sleep. Newly born infants primarily engage in slumber. Seeing the now quiet baby, Qin Fan finally exhaled in relief. He wrapped him in the small clothes prepared by Su Longyue, dried his body, and then carried him over to weigh and measure his height. The first baby weighed 3 kilograms and measured 52 centimeters. Qin Fan recorded these figures and then swaddled the baby, placing him in a stroller. Next, he turned his attention to the other 4 little ones, who had yet to open their eyes, rubbing them gently while moving slightly, and remarkably, they remained silent. Not wanting to waste any more time, he activated his specialized knowledge of newborn care, allowing him to operate on all 4 babies efficiently. Since the 4 little ones had not yet begun to cry, he did not bathe them, but instead picked up the second baby, gently patting the palms and soles of his feet. After a series of tender pats, a resounding wail echoed through the room. Excellent. The second baby was crying. He continued, sequentially arousing the 3rd, 4th, and 5th babies into cries. And as their voices rose in a harmonious cacophony, Qin Fan's heart finally found solace. Splendid, they are all healthy. His gaze settled on the 5th baby, whose cries were softer than those of her siblings, weighing in as the lightest among them at only 1 kilograms and measuring 38 centimeters. She was particularly petite. At this moment, the cries resembled those of a tiny kitten. Fortunately, he had cautiously scanned their bodies with his spiritual awareness just moments prior, confirming that the organs of the 5 little ones were developing normally, with no apparent issues. Although Su Longyue had given birth earlier than expected, according to modern gestational calculations, she was precisely at full term. This indicated that all 5 had remained in the womb for a full 37 weeks, classifying them as full-term babies rather than premature ones. In reality, many multiples are born prematurely. Thus, the fact that Su Longyue, who was carrying quintuplets, managed to carry them to term was largely attributable to Qin Fan's attentive care regarding her diet and daily activities. After recording the height and weight of each little one and assigning them individual numbers, Qin Fan began bathing the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th babies. Half an hour later, all 4 were clean, swaddled in warm blankets, and placed into a small stroller. Only then did Qin Fan take a seat. At this point, Lanyue and the others had already tidied up and cleaned the delivery room. The 5 little ones had fallen asleep, ceasing their cries. Qin Fan removed the soundproof barrier and wheeled the stroller over to Su Longyue's side, commencing the gentle process of cleaning and tending to her. He was exceedingly careful, fearful of waking her. Once Su Longyue was clean and dressed, he cradled her and brought her to the adjacent room. The space was heated. Although it was March and spring had begun, warming the weather, he remained concerned that Su Longyue, having just given birth, might be vulnerable to the chill. As such, he kept the heat on, creating a cozy atmosphere within the room. Observing Su Longyue lying on the bed and the 5 little ones sleeping beside her, Qin Fan felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The warmth of having a wife and children nearby was truly delightful. An hour later, Su Longyue awoke. Qin Fan promptly brought her the millet porridge he had prepared in advance. In modern practice, a cesarean patient is typically advised not to eat for 6 hours post-surgery. However, Su Longyue's situation was different. Qin Fan had utilized his life-extending powers to expedite her recovery after the procedure. She was now able to consume liquid food. Feeling hungry, Su Longyue drank a bowl of porridge and then glanced at the 5 little strollers lined up beside her. "Let me see them," she requested. "All right," Qin Fan replied, setting down the bowl and lifting the eldest child, placing him in her arms. Upon being cradled by Su Longyue, the little one seemed to instinctively know he was with his mother, nuzzling closer and displaying a slight smile, as if lost in a pleasant dream. However, Su Longyue furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "How unattractive." She believed that given her and Qin Fan's good looks, their offspring should at least be somewhat appealing, if not striking. Yet, the little one in her embrace had a wrinkled face, dark skin, and an overall appearance that she found quite unappealing. "Is this truly my own child? My biological child?" Qin Fan paused for a moment before smiling and explaining, "Newborns may indeed appear somewhat unappealing at this stage. They have yet to fully develop and shed their initial skin. From today onward, they will transform daily, and in a month's time, they will emerge as plump, delightful little infants." "Is that so?" Su Longyue, having never seen a newborn and lacking knowledge in this regard, found herself instinctively trusting Qin Fan's words, especially after he had successfully assisted her in childbirth without her experiencing any pain. After observing all 5 babies, she inquired with a hint of confusion, "Isn't it said that twins look exactly alike? Yet, I see that none of these 5 resemble each other." In response, Qin Fan elucidated the distinctions between identical and fraternal multiples, explaining that their little quintet consisted of fraternal siblings. Upon hearing this, Su Longyue nodded in understanding, recalling how she had sensed 5 fertilized eggs during her pregnancy. "My dear, these 5 have yet to be named. Would you like to bestow names upon them?" "I shall take note," Qin Fan remarked with great interest as he retrieved a scroll. Chapter 62. Finally able to nurse, Su Longyue gazed at Qin Fan, pondering the matter of names. She had not previously considered this important task. "Well, with 5 little ones born, we can prepare to name them," Qin Fan remarked with a smile. Su Longyue reflected for a moment and responded, "Names hold great significance. They cannot be chosen carelessly. Let me think." As she attempted to rise, she discovered that the incision on her abdomen had healed, allowing her to sit up without discomfort. "Qin Fan, have you healed me?" she inquired. "When have I ever been one to heal others?" Qin Fan replied, "I used a wood-based spell. How do you feel now? Is there still pain in your abdomen?" he asked with concern. Su Longyue shook her head. "As long as it doesn't hurt, that's good. However, you should refrain from making any sudden movements," Qin Fan advised. Su Longyue nodded, then crossed her legs, preparing to restore her cultivation. Soon, she planned to return to the Lanyue Sect to select text from the library on the mysterious arts, seeking 5 beautiful names imbued with profound meanings for her little ones. In their realm of cultivation, one's name carried immense weight. If one's fate was light, a simple name sufficed. Otherwise, a name too grand could overwhelm the individual, leading to adverse effects. Conversely, a weighty fate warranted a powerful name, complementing the bearer and soaring to great heights. As she began to meditate, she sensed residual impurities within her womb, obstructing the smooth flow of spiritual energy. Furrowing her brow, she opened her eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Fan spoke, "My dear, do not rush your cultivation. Your body has yet to fully recover. It would be more prudent to wait 3 days." "Understood," Su Longyue replied, uncrossing her legs. Qin Fan continued, "Let me apply pressure to your abdomen." "Pressure on my abdomen?" she echoed. "Yes, to expel the lochia from your body, which will aid your recovery," he explained. While he could utilize longevity techniques to mend Su Longyue's surgical incision, he could not eliminate the lochia from her womb. Thus, he resorted to modern methods, applying abdominal pressure to assist her. Su Longyue nodded in agreement. "All right." Following Qin Fan's instructions, she lay back on the bed as he retrieved a sandbag-like pillow and placed it on her abdomen before applying his weight onto it. Instantly, a wave of pain surged through Su Longyue's entire being, causing her to furrow her brow in discomfort. As he pressed down, Qin Fan gently reassured her, "My dear, endure for a moment, it will soon pass." This pressure was indeed more intense than the pain of natural childbirth, particularly for those who had undergone a cesarean section, where the effects of anesthesia faded and the pressure brought excruciating sensations. Once the pressure was applied, a more intense pain awaited, the onset of lactation. "My dear, if it hurts, Feel free to cry out, Qin Fan said, his heart aching for Su Longyue as he observed the swollen area where the second baby had latched on. Su Longyue's brows knitted tightly, her pale lips trembling slightly. It's fine. The little ones, having not yet been nursed, cried out in Su Longyue's embrace, causing both new parents to feel anxious. Shall I prepare some milk for them? You need not nurse, Qin Fan suggested. Previously, he had nurtured milk-producing cows in the spirit beast area, which were already capable of yielding milk. Every day, Xiaolon would go and collect the fresh milk. Unable to consume it all with Su Longyue, he transformed the fresh milk into powdered milk. The process of converting fresh milk into powder in modern times requires a series of large machines. However, here it is relatively straightforward, accomplished through a few magical techniques. One technique filters out a significant amount of water from the fresh milk, while another evaporates most of the remaining moisture, ultimately employing a spray-drying technique to produce powdered milk with only 3 water content, suitable for long-term storage. Su Longyue furrowed her brow and said, "No. The milk from those cows lacks nutritional value due to their low cultivation level. It is not as nourishing as my own breast milk. I will personally feed them." Once she regains her strength, she plans to slaughter a third-tier demon beast king to provide blood for the babies, ensuring they have a solid foundation for body refinement from a young age. Seeing Su Longyue's insistence, Qin Fan refrained from further comment and utilized the skills of a lactation master to assist her. After half an hour, the second baby, who had been crying so intensely that it seemed his throat might tear, finally ceased his wailing and began to drink heartily, nestling against Su Longyue like a little gas can, quietly sucking away. To provide this nourishment, Su Longyue's face turned pale with pain, and the little one was covered in beads of sweat. Qin Fan hurriedly wiped both mother and child with a warm, soft cloth. "Finally, he can eat," Qin Fan remarked. A faint smile graced Su Longyue's lips, her joy palpable. Gazing down at her little one drinking so voraciously, she seemed to suffer from amnesia, completely forgetting the excruciating pain of earlier, replaced by a heart full of sweetness and happiness. The halo of maternal love was truly remarkable. Furthermore, as she looked at the tiny, wrinkled girl in her arms, she found herself increasingly charmed by her beauty, seeing her through the lens of maternal affection. Qin Fan's gaze shifted to the little one's food. "Dear wife, is there enough for the 5 babies?" "It should be, I suppose," Su Longyue replied, somewhat uncertain, then added, "The little ones are so small, I do not wish for them to consume powdered milk just yet." "All right, then I shall prepare more soup to increase the milk supply," Qin Fan said. Feeding the second, first, and third babies went smoothly, but when it came time to nurse the fourth, the 5th baby awoke, emitting the cries of a tiny kitten. They had no choice but to bring both babies together for feeding. Fortunately, Qin Fan had prepared in advance, having crafted a special pillow for novice parents of twins. With one little one on each side, they lay on the pillow, allowing Su Longyue to free her hands. "Qin Fan, this pillow is quite well made," she remarked, noticing that he always seemed capable of creating novel items she had never seen before. After speaking, Su Longyue looked up at Qin Fan, hoping to ascertain whether his surgical procedures and healing of her abdomen had compromised his core essence. To her astonishment, through her spiritual vision, she discovered that Qin Fan had already reached the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Moreover, his wood spirit root had transformed from a low-grade to a medium-grade root. How is this possible? She vividly recalled that 2 or 3 months prior, she had observed Qin Fan through her spiritual eye. At that time, he was merely of inferior spiritual root, at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Yet, in the span of just 2 to 3 months, he had remarkably ascended to the 9th level of Qi refinement, and his spiritual root had elevated to the intermediate grade. This was truly astonishing. It seemed that Qin Fan had encountered a fortuitous opportunity during this period. With his spiritual root advancing to the intermediate grade, the prospect of forming a core was promising, indeed. However, if the other inhabitants of Qinju Workshop were to become aware of Qin Fan's extraordinary developments, it would not bode well for him. Contemplating this, she addressed Qin Fan. "Qin Fan, you have taken care of me for so long. It is time for you to rest. I shall tend to the little ones." Qin Fan was indeed feeling somewhat fatigued. He had not slept for even a minute over the past 2 months. Now that Su Longyue had safely given birth, and the babies were all healthy and feeding well, things had reached a temporary resolution. "Very well, I shall take a nap. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call for me, Qin Fan replied. Chapter 63. Changing the baby's diaper for the Empress upon returning to his chamber. Qin Fan found himself in a state of heightened tension due to the surgery he performed on Su Longyue and his care for the newly born infant. Coupled with 2 months of sleepless nights, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. He had set an alarm for himself, and after 4 hours of restorative sleep, he awoke. After rising, he made his way to Su Longyue's side, only to discover that she and their 6 children were peacefully asleep. He gently closed the door behind him and tiptoed out. Back in his own room, he activated his system interface. Host, Qin Fan Realm. Qi refining level 9 spirit roots. For spirit roots with spirit root. Medium quality, 158-500, water spirit root. Low quality, 10-100, fire spirit root. Low quality, 6-100, earth spirit root. Low quality, for 100, distributable spirit points. 0 offspring. 5 offspring spirit roots. To be tested. Artifact refinement proficiency. Second tier low-level artifact refiner. 987-3. 100,000. Inscription proficiency. Second tier low-level inscription master. 323-3. 100,000. In this world of cultivation, spirit roots can only be tested when a child reaches the age of 5. However, Qin Fan's gaze was drawn to the 3 words to be tested on the system panel. He inquired of the system, "Can I test my children's spirit roots now?" "Yes, host. Would you like to proceed with the testing?" "Indeed." Qin Fan replied with excitement and anticipation, reminiscent of the joy of unboxing a surprise. The experience of delivering each little one during Su Longyue's childbirth had given him a similar thrill. With 3 daughters and 2 sons, the ratio was quite favorable, having both sons and daughters. Now, it was time to unveil the mystery of their spirit roots. "Please provide names for your children." "Can I use nicknames for now?" He entrusted the naming task to Su Longyue, who suggested taking some time to think. "That's fine. I will name them in the order I previously established. First treasure, second treasure, third treasure, fourth treasure, fifth treasure." "Understood, host." Testing in progress. As the system's voice faded, a translucent panel shimmering with a pale blue light appeared before Qin Fan, visible only to him. The panel updated, revealing the results. Offspring. 5 first treasure spirit root. Earth spirit root, second treasure spirit root. Upper tier spirit root, third treasure spirit root. No spirit root, fourth treasure spirit root. Medium tier spirit root, fifth treasure spirit root. Low tier spirit root. Qin Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. Remarkable. First treasure possesses an earth spirit root. Earth spirit roots are exceedingly rare in the southern region. Although Su Longyue possesses a heavenly spirit root, the fact that they could conceive a child with an earth spirit root when she was only a low-tier spirit root during her pregnancy felt akin to winning a grand prize. Many cultivators' children do not necessarily inherit spirit roots at all. If a cultivator finds it hopeless to attain the golden core and has reached the nascent soul stage, it is customary for them to marry and take concubines before achieving the golden core, resulting in numerous offspring. Among 100 children, it is reasonable to expect at least 1 to possess spiritual roots. Astonishingly, he and Su Longyue's firstborn possesses 4 with spiritual roots, the most remarkable being the earth's spiritual root. Truly, she is worthy of being the Empress. It was unexpected that the 5th child, though seemingly feeble, also possesses a low-grade spiritual root, while the 3rd child, unfortunately, lacks any spiritual roots at all. Suddenly, he contemplated whether his own spiritual roots could be enhanced and questioned if the children's roots could also evolve. Upon inquiry, the system responded that there would be opportunities in the future contingent upon their own fortunes. Hearing this, Qin Fan felt immense joy. Although it depended on the children's fate, this certainly presented a chance to elevate their spiritual roots, putting them significantly ahead of other cultivators. It is well known that the possession of spiritual roots is predestined, as is their quality. Qin Fan couldn't help but ponder that, having previously possessed only low-grade spiritual roots, Su Longyue had given birth to 1 child with an earth spiritual root. Now, with his medium-grade spiritual roots, could the child Su Longyue was carrying possibly possess the legendary heavenly spiritual root? The thought filled him with anticipation. After assessing the children's spiritual roots, Qin Fan crushed a spirit stone and began to absorb its energy. He noticed that after breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refinement, his body absorbed spiritual energy at an accelerated pace. How delightful! He stored away his cultivation methods and opened his storage bag, finding it once again filled with 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Over the past 2 months, he had been tirelessly forging weapons, depleting a significant amount of refining materials. And with limited orders from Wang Pengzi and Qiegu, he had exhausted his previous stock of spirit stones. Fortunately, with the birth of the child, the system rewarded him with 500 medium-grade spirit stones, revitalizing him and making him a little affluent once more. With spirit stones in hand, he felt no immediate worry. Qin Fan commenced his practice of the Qingyuan longevity technique. These past 2 months had been consumed by weapon forging and inscription, leaving him no time for cultivation. Additionally, with his realm now at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he could continue advancing in the Qingyuan longevity technique. As the sun and moon danced through the skies. After 2 hours, with the moon perched atop the willow branches, Qin Fan opened his eyes, delight shining within them. This session of practicing the Qingyuan longevity technique had unlocked a new skill, the ability to conceal his cultivation level. Furthermore, with his current progress, any cultivator below the mid-stage of foundation establishment would be unable to discern his hidden cultivation. For instance, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he could use this skill to mask his true level, presenting himself as a mere 7th level cultivator. This new ability was splendid. Having suddenly broken through to the 9th level, should he encounter acquaintances outside, they might grow suspicious, assuming he possessed a great treasure and might plot to seize it from him. Now, with a wife and children, he wished to avoid unnecessary risks and simply lead a low-key life nurturing his offspring. This skill was nothing short of perfect for his current desires. Ah! A cry echoed in the air. Qin Fan immediately rose and hurried to the room where Su Longyue was. The sound of wailing filled the air. One baby cried, and soon the other 4 joined in. The eldest, second, and third were wide-eyed and sobbing, while the 4th and 5th, with their eyes closed, were also in tears. "Little ones, Daddy is here. Do not cry," he coaxed gently. Remarkably, the 2nd and 3rd babies opened their eyes as well. Previously, only the eldest had been awake, but now the 2nd and 3rd followed suit. The 4th and 5th remained in slumber. Su Longyue had also awakened. The novice parents began to nurse and soothe their little ones. After a full hour of nurturing, the 5 babies were finally sated and drifted back into peaceful sleep. At this moment, the babies seemed to do little more than eat and slumber. "How foul? Can you smell that?" Su Longyue inquired. Qin Fan paused for a moment before responding. "It must be one of them who has soiled themselves. Let me see which little rascal it is." With that, he carefully lifted each baby, bringing his face close to their tiny bottoms to sniff. "The 3rd one has made a mess. I shall change his diaper. I want to learn too," Su Longyue expressed eagerly. "All right, I will teach you. Just watch from the bed," Qin Fan instructed. Su Longyue observed as Qin Fan skillfully cradled the 3rd baby and carried him to the nearby changing table. He first attended to the soiled diaper, then gently washed the baby's bottom with warm water. After cleansing, he applied a moisturizer and fitted the little one with a fresh diaper. Once the baby was changed, the previously furrowed brow finally relaxed, and with his eyes still closed, he broke into a delightful grin. Chapter 64. Abundant milk supply. After observing Qin Fan's handling of the situation, Su Longyue felt she had grasped the technique. When the 2nd baby soiled himself, she insisted on changing the diaper herself, refusing Qin Fan's assistance. However, as she prepared to clean the little one, she found herself at a loss. While she had previously cradled the baby effortlessly during feeding, the task of changing the diaper required her to lift the delicate creature, causing her great trepidation about inadvertently injuring its fragile limbs. The 2nd baby, feeling the chill on his bottom, began to wail loudly. Noticing Su Longyue's hesitation, Qin Fan gently took the baby from her arms and reassured, "My dear, do not be afraid. Though he may appear fragile, he is quite easy to hold. See, I lift his little legs like this." With patience, Qin Fan guided Su Longyue through the process. Once the fresh diaper was secured, the baby, enveloped in warmth, ceased his cries and resumed his peaceful slumber. When it came time to change the 3rd baby, Su Longyue waved her hand, saying, "Qin Fan, I think you should handle this one too. Perhaps when the babies are a bit older, I will give it a try." She remained apprehensive about her strength and the possibility of harming the tender, boneless little ones. Qin Fan chuckled inwardly at this unexpected glimpse of vulnerability from the Empress. It was hard to imagine that in her youthful days, she could be so endearing. After changing the babies, Su Longyue produced a scroll and handed it to Qin Fan. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained a secret method for concealing one's realm and the quality of one's spiritual root. This method will allow you to hide your cultivation level from anyone below the golden core stage, Su Longyue explained. Qin Fan smiled gratefully at her, expressing his appreciation. Thank you, my dear. You are truly wonderful to me. Feeling somewhat flustered by the moment, Su Longyue averted her gaze and quickly changed the subject. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Very well, I shall prepare a meal right away, Qin Fan replied with enthusiasm. He hurried into the kitchen, intent on cooking a nourishing dish to enhance Su Longyue's milk supply. Although she could currently feed the 5 little ones, it was due to their infancy, as they did not consume much. As they grew daily, her milk supply would inevitably increase. Watching Qin Fan's bustling figure retreat, a gentle smile graced Su Longyue's lips. 3 days later, having expelled all remnants of postpartum discharge, her cultivation returned to the mid-golden core stage, and her body was fully restored, no longer requiring a confinement period. Thanks to Qin Fan's medicinal cuisine, her milk supply increased daily. Determined not to waste any of this precious milk, Qin Fan had crafted a small refrigerator specifically designed to store her surplus. Over the span of half a month, Su Longyue witnessed the transformation of the 5 previously wrinkled and unattractive infants, each day revealing a new change, and now they had begun shedding their skin. The areas where the skin had been shed revealed delicate, flawless skin, more tender than silken tofu. The tactile sensation upon handling was exceptionally delightful, instilling in her a profound anticipation for the adorable appearance of the 5 little creatures once they completed their molting. At this moment, the baby would awaken for 3 to 4 hours each day, predominantly spending the remainder of the time in slumber. When not asleep, the infant was engaged in feeding. She had now also learned to change the baby's diapers. Although still somewhat clumsy, she could manage to do it independently, which filled her with an immense sense of accomplishment, more joyous than mastering any esoteric technique in the past. One day, Qin Fan received a message from Wang Pengzi. In the letter, Wang Pengzi mentioned that the matters concerning the Qiu Mountain's powerful cave dwelling were nearing completion and that they were returning to the sect, requesting to meet with Qin Fan. Coincidentally, the diapers she had prepared for the babies were running low. After informing Su Longyue, Qin Fan disguised his cultivation level to the 7th layer of qi refinement while maintaining his inferior spiritual roots, and proceeded to Qingzhou Fang. On the official road to Qingzhou Fang, Qin Fan frequently observed cultivators riding spirit steeds, traversing with iron leaf boats, or utilizing gourd flying artifacts, accompanied by streams of yellow, green, and red multicolored escape lights, all heading towards Qingzhou Fang. The atmosphere was quite lively, indicating that the treasure hunt in the powerful cave was approaching its conclusion. Suddenly, a female voice called out, Qin Fan. It was indeed his name, yet he had never heard this voice before and had no close female cultivators aside from Su Longyue. He presumed it was someone calling for another and did not halt his steps, not even glancing back. Abruptly, he sensed a powerful fluctuation of magical energy. Instinctively, the cultivators ahead of him turned around, their faces reflecting sheer terror. My heavens! The Queen of Hell! It is the Queen of Hell! She is killed again. The Queen of Hell? Wasn't she the one he heard about during his last visit to Qingzhou Fang, who had slain a male cultivator merely for casting a glance at her? He did not turn to witness the commotion. Instead, he promptly activated a high-grade acceleration talisman and employed the breath-concealing technique from the longevity skill to minimize his presence, hastening towards Qingzhou Fang to avoid inadvertently incurring the wrath of the Queen of Hell. After all, he was now a man with a wife and child, particularly valuing his life. Upon arriving at Qingzhou Fang, he found that he had some time before the appointed meeting with Wang Pengzi. He first visited a tailor shop to purchase a batch of diapers, and then proceeded to Watergate Street to procure fresh ingredients. Have you heard? The rice seller Feng Hua has died. How did he die? Unknown, but it is said that when someone saw him, his body had been dismembered into 8 pieces. The scene was exceedingly gruesome. Yet, it was not the work of a beast, but rather a human act. Goodness, aren't bandits only supposed to kill for treasure? Why is there someone so deranged as to enjoy dismemberment? It seems it's not merely about banditry. It could very well be an act of vengeance. Wasn't Feng Hua living quite lavishly recently? He would bring women home daily and frequently visited Qingzhou Fang, neglecting his spirit rice business, claiming to have found a lucrative and stable source of income. I suspect he has been subjected to retribution. Alas, it has indeed been a tumultuous time lately. Have you heard? Just moments ago, outside the Qingzhou Square, the Queen of Hell has claimed another life. What could have provoked such an act? The merchants nearby turned their gazes in unison. Qin Fan, however, did not look, but listened intently. It is said that a male cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement, named Qin Fan, was embraced by 2 beautiful women and was consequently slain by her on the spot. Goodness, does the Queen of Hell concern herself with the number of women one possesses? In that case, I shall refrain from taking concubines for the time being. Women are indeed formidable. When will the Queen of Hell depart? This is utterly unpredictable. Just a few days ago, in the secret realm, she killed someone simply for stepping in with their left foot first. Upon hearing the words Qin Fan and 5th level Qi refinement cultivator, a chill ran down Qin Fan's neck. Chapter 65, Meeting the Empress's Mother? In the Jiufeng Tea House, Qin Fan, Wang Fatty, Ji Zibing, Qi Yu, Yu Zhanqing, and Lu Baohai gathered. Qi Yu, who previously owed Qin Fan 10 medium-grade spirit stones, had harvested quite a bit in the secret realm and asked Qin Fan if she could use materials to offset her debt. She then produced second-tier spirit wood, a first-tier high-grade monster core, various first-tier monster materials, as well as materials from second-tier low-grade monsters, earth spirit fruits, snake core grass, and more. These materials, if sold in the market, would easily be worth no less than 15 medium-grade spirit stones. Friend Qi, this is far too much, Qin Fan remarked with a smile. In her cold yet alluring black robe, Qi Yu replied, Not at all. You lent me spirit stones at the auction to obtain premium foundation establishment pills, allowing me to successfully establish my foundation early and reap substantial rewards in this expedition. Wang Fatty, grinning broadly, clapped Qin Fan on the shoulder and said, Qin Fan, if my second senior sister says it's not too much, then it's not. Accept it. We have all benefited greatly from this venture. With that, Qin Fan ceased his refusals and accepted the materials. Among the items Qi Yu provided, the earth spirit fruits and 2 other types were precisely what he needed for refining foundation establishment pills. Now, with his cultivation at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he could commence preparations for the pills. With this in mind, he began purchasing materials from Ji Zibing and the others. Upon their return, they had already submitted 60 of their findings to the sect, retaining the remaining 40, which had yet to be sold. Delighted by Qin Fan's interest, they eagerly presented their materials for him to choose from. Pooling their resources, Qin Fan selected 22 types of foundation establishment materials from what they offered, leaving only one essential medicinal herb, the immortal spirit fruit, still required. Ji Zibing and his companions sold the materials to Qin Fan at an 80 market price. Once the matter of materials was settled, they began discussing the recent developments regarding the Qiu Mountain Powerful Beings Cave. Qin Fan recalled hearing that this secret realm would take decades to fully explore, yet astonishingly, it had concluded its development in just 8 months. Qi Yu explained, when the major sects reached the 8th level, they discovered that this nascent soul powerhouse had cultivated the acquired wood spirit Tao body. The sects could no longer remain idle. They urgently notified their elders, speculating that the cave must contain the cultivation secrets for the acquired wood spirit Tao body. Consequently, golden core cultivators from various sects rushed to the scene. However, the Lanyue sect dispatched a nascent soul ancestor who swiftly advanced the cave's exploration, reaching the location where the nascent soul powerhouse had passed away. There, they indeed uncovered a cultivation secret for the acquired wood spirit Tao body. Qin Fan was left in awe. The Lanyue sect's nascent soul ancestor had arrived. Could this individual be a relative of Su Longyue? If they were to discover that Su Longyue resided nearby and had borne him 5 children, his demise could certainly be most peculiar. Has that nascent soul ancestor departed? Qin Fan inquired. Qi Yu shook her head, expressing uncertainty. The whereabouts of the ancestral figure were beyond their reach. However, the disciples of the Lanyue sect had departed a few days prior on their sect's flying vessel. There was nothing in the vicinity of Qiushan that would warrant the attention of a Yuan Ing ancestor. She should have left long ago. Despite Qi Yu's words, Qin Fan remained vigilant, planning to enter secluded meditation for a month upon his return today. After finishing their tea, Ji Zibing and the others took their leave. But Wang Pengzi stayed behind and accompanied Qin Fan to a restaurant, where they reserved a private room for a meal. After indulging in a hearty feast, Wang Pengzi handed Qin Fan a Qinquan bag and, after a satisfied burp, said with a grin, "Take a look." Upon opening the bag, Qin Fan discovered an array of body refinement materials. A small portion was precisely what he required for the second level of body refinement. Although it constituted only a fraction, the total amassed over 60 varieties, coupled with the 20 or so materials he had previously acquired. He had now gathered all 81 materials needed for the second level of body refinement. Wang Ponzi chuckled. "I noticed you bidding for body refinement materials at the auction house last time, so I gathered these recently." As Qin Fan reached for some spirit stones to compensate Wang Ponzi, the latter promptly placed a hand over Qin Fan's, his gaze earnest. "Do you consider me a brother? If so, don't pay me. That won't do. Even brothers should settle accounts fairly." After a bit of back and forth, Qin Fan purchased the body refinement materials at half the market price. Subsequently, Wang Ponzi shared that during this time, he had made connections with several cultivators from other sections. Following the conclusion of the secret realm, many cultivators had severely damaged their magic tools, while others had advanced to the late stage of qi refinement and needed replacements. Wang Ponzi himself had broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Now among the late-stage cultivators, he had fortuitously formed connections with a group of newly advanced cultivators who were eager to replace their tools and were flush with spirit stones. This was an opportune moment for commerce, as most had gained opportunities in the secret realm, albeit of varying degrees. In just 2 short hours, Wang Ponzi sold 31st-tier mid-grade magic tools from the adjacent room, netting Qin Fan over 60,000 spirit stones. Wang Ponzi took a 10% share, earning himself over 6,000 spirit stones. Qin Fan also gifted him a suitable first-tier mid-grade magic tool, inscribed with the same 3 runes as before. After parting ways with Wang Ponzi, it was dusk, and Qin Fan recalled that he had yet to name the babies. He decided to visit the Qianji Pavilion to purchase some books to bring back as references for Su Longyue. "Qin Daoyu, what would you like to buy today?" Su Yi approached with a smile. Now, Qin Fan was her esteemed customer. Though he did not visit often, he always purchased a substantial amount of refining materials. With plenty of stock on hand and a month dedicated to cultivation and caring for his family, he replied, "Please recommend some books for naming newborns." Su Yi's smile momentarily faltered, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickering in her beautiful eyes. Yet, she quickly re-established her cheerful demeanor and remarked, "Congratulations, Taoist Qin, on the arrival of your precious child. We happen to have a collection of mystical texts here. Many practitioners purchase these books to name their newborns." Qin Fan, now a wealthy spirit stone merchant, acquired every book he deemed valuable, amassing a total of 20 volumes and spending 200 spirit stones. After purchasing the books, Qin Fan exited the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion, only to accidentally collide with an enchanting woman who was entering. Fortunately, both were cultivators, and their encounter did not result in any real collision. The captivating woman's gaze fell upon Qin Fan, initially intending to overlook him. But her attention was suddenly captured by the deep purple pouch tied at his waist, shaped like a rather rare spiritual fish. Could it be that this was her own daughter's pouch? Chapter 66. The Enchanting Beauty. The Enchanting Beauty spoke, her voice resonating with a cold, sacred clarity, ethereal and delicate, akin to a celestial melody that soothes the soul. Qin Fan turned his gaze towards her, captivated by the sight of this extraordinarily beautiful woman, whose allure rivaled that of Su Longyue. She resembled an orchid blooming in a secluded valley, exuding an otherworldly grace. The passage of time had bestowed upon her a tranquil beauty that seemed out of place amidst the bustling city, as if she were a celestial being descended into the mundane world. Her features were flawless, a visage of unparalleled beauty that could topple kingdoms, and her aura was transcendent, as though she were untouched by the trivialities of earthly existence, rendering everything around her mere backdrop. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, with cascading black hair and eyes shrouded in a misty allure that obscured their depths. Her skin was as smooth as ice, fair as snow, her form exquisite and immaculate. This left Qin Fan, whose aesthetic sensibilities had already been refined by Su Longyue, momentarily entranced. However, he quickly regained his composure and, a respectful salute in place, inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed friend?" "That fragrance pouch at your waist looks quite exquisite," the Enchanting Beauty remarked. Qin Fan's gaze fell upon the pouch, softening momentarily as he replied, "It was a gift from my wife." The enchanting beauty noted the tenderness in Qin Fan's eyes as he glanced at the pouch. Nodding slightly, she gracefully bypassed him and entered the Thousand Machine Pavilion. Without lingering further, Qin Fan swiftly exited the establishment. In a luxurious private chamber on the top floor of the Thousand Machine Pavilion, the enchanting beauty sat in the main seat, sipping tea leisurely. Before her stood a man clad in splendid silk garments, Jiang Baoran, the steward of the Thousand Machine Pavilion. Master, Jiang Baoran addressed her respectfully. Who was the male cultivator I encountered upon entering? The enchanting beauty inquired. 9th layer of Qi refining, with a medium-grade spiritual root. The fragrance pouch was given to him by his wife. She may have been mistaken. Perhaps that pouch merely resembles one belonging to her own daughter. Jiang Baoran replied with deference. He is a client of our Thousand Machine Pavilion, named Qin Fan, he added. The enchanting beauty took another sip of her tea, murmuring. Qin Fan, what did he purchase earlier? She asked. 20 volumes of mystical texts, claiming they were for naming his newborn child, Jiang Baoran responded, puzzled as to why his master suddenly took an interest in such a minor Qi refining cultivator. Could it be due to his striking appearance? Indeed. Qin Fan was the most handsome cultivator he had ever encountered. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden realization struck him. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Instinctively, he lowered his head even further, wishing to distance himself from this revelation, fearing that he might not survive to comprehend the implications of such knowledge. Goodness, the pavilion master is renowned throughout the southern region as the most formidable, jealous figure. The enchanting beauty's eyes narrowed. A newborn? Qin Fan's wife has just given birth? She shook her head, realizing that she had indeed misjudged the situation. Having no partner of her own and being devoted to the path since childhood, she harbored no interest in matters of love and would certainly not have children at this time. Yaya had been out training for 9 months, and it was uncertain where she was honing her skills. As for Chun Xianier, she inadvertently stumbled into a maze, wandering for 2 hours without finding her way out. Furious, she exclaimed, "How I detest formations. How could such a formidable maze exist in the modest Qingzhou Square? I cannot break free." Lacking any knowledge of formations, she was left with no choice but to send a message to Su Longyue for help. However, Su Longyue did not respond to her plea. Soon after, she sensed a ripple of spiritual energy and saw Su Longyue appear in the maze. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, "Yaya, we truly share a telepathic bond. I didn't even mention where I was trapped, yet you came to rescue me. You are indeed my destined savior. Come on," Su Longyue said, holding back Chun Xianier, who rushed to embrace her. As they exited the maze, Chun Xianier suddenly felt something amiss and fixed her gaze intently on Su Longyue's abdomen, asking, "Yeah? Where's your belly? It's gone. It looks as if you were never pregnant." "I gave birth," Su Longyue replied. "What? You gave birth? When did this happen?" "Half a month ago." "Ah, why didn't you tell me? How do you feel now?" "Quite well. Come, I'll take you to see the babies." Oh. All right." Chun Xianier was still somewhat dazed. Both were at the golden core stage of cultivation, and soon they arrived at Su Longyue's room. When Chun Xianier saw 5 tiny babies lying on the bed, she was utterly astonished. She truly gave birth. They are so small. 5 of them. My dear friend really had quintuplets. But then she pondered, why do these 5 little ones not resemble my friend at all? Could they take after Qin Fan? No, they don't resemble him either. Recalling Qin Fan made her feel a twinge of guilt as she glanced nervously at Su Longyue. After all, she had just killed Qin Fan today. Yet, thinking of her friend who had just given birth to 5 babies while Qin Fan was out cavorting with other women, she felt he deserved his fate. Moreover, she had seen him commit heinous acts against female cultivators in the woods. His character was indeed deplorable. Had she not overheard someone calling out Qin Fan, she wouldn't have known that the male cultivator who had attacked those women was him. With a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement and a low-grade spiritual root, all of this matched the information Su Longyue had provided about Qin Fan. Enraged, she thought, if Qin Fan could kill and rob other female cultivators, would he not do the same to my friend when she was vulnerable after giving birth? It would be better to eliminate him first. Fortunately, I took the initiative. Otherwise, judging by my best friend's demeanor, I might remain oblivious to the sordid deeds Qin Fan has been up to outside. I truly consider myself quite clever for alleviating my friend's considerable dilemma. With this thought, my spirits soared, and I smiled radiantly at the 5 little ones on the bed. May I hold them? I inquired. Perhaps not, Su Longyue replied. Qin Fan puffed out her chest, her peach-like figure quivering. Are you looking down on me? Children are quite delicate. Let me give it a try. Su Longyue lifted the awakened eldest child, preparing to let Qin Fan have her turn. With a competitive spirit, Qin Fan reached out to embrace the child. But as soon as she grasped him, she gasped in astonishment. Oh, how soft he is. I can't hold him. She was terrified that a moment of carelessness might result in injuring the little one's arms, legs, or neck. And where is Qin Fan? Qin Fan feigned curiosity. He has gone out, Su Longyue replied. A surge of triumph filled Qin Fan's heart. Indeed, she had not misjudged him. She refrained from informing Su Longyue that this time Qin Fan would not return. Chapter 67. Qin Fan in shock. You are Qin Fan. Not dead. As Qin Fan emerged from Qingzhu Fong, a stout old Taoist hurried over, his face beaming with a smile. My friend, are you about to depart? You must acquire this portrait I possess. Purchase it. And I assure you, you will have a 99 chance of survival. Should you refrain from buying, you risk an untimely demise at any moment. Qin Fan raised an eyebrow. Bemused. Is fortune-telling now a trend in the cultivation world? How absurd. The stout old Taoist transmitted his voice to Qin Fan, insisting, I never speak falsehoods. This portrait is far more effective than a second-tier talisman. Whose portrait is it? Qin Fan inquired. The old Taoist replied cryptically, I cannot reveal the name. It would invoke great terror. The price is fair, a mere low-grade spirit stone. Talismans of lesser value do not exist. Those who have purchased it all praise its efficacy. With just one low-grade spirit stone, you cannot go wrong. Even if you find no immediate use for it, you may hang it at home for protection. Despite the tempting offer, Qin Fan remained steadfast in his refusal. The old Taoist, with an exaggerated expression, whispered urgently, It is the portrait of the one who can kill with a mere glance. Today she has claimed another life. Her reasons for murder grow increasingly bizarre. My friend, do you not wish to carry her portrait for your own safety? Next time you encounter her, you can flee swiftly and escape unscathed. With a sigh of resignation, Qin Fan conceded that the old Taoist was quite adept at commerce, selling the image of the Queen of Hell. He produced a low-grade spirit stone and handed it to the old Taoist, who beamed with delight and promptly handed over a scroll before hastily retreating. As if fearing for his life, Qin Fan pressed the scroll to his forehead, finding no barriers, allowing him to directly perceive its contents. Indeed, it depicted the image of a woman, rather pleasing in appearance. So this is the Queen of Hell? He committed the likeness to memory, secured the scroll, and continued his journey home. As he entered the woods, a frown creased his brow. Suddenly, a streak of escaping light surged towards him, materializing moments later into the form of a gaunt elder. How dare you purchase the portrait sold by that deceitful Taoist? Such an act is a grave disrespect to our Queen of Hell, courting death. The lean elder brandished a golden snake blade, lunging at Qin Fan. With a steely gaze, Qin Fan did not flinch. He pressed a second-tier low-grade talisman against himself, instantly erecting a faint golden barrier around him. The golden snake blade struck the shield, rebounding violently. In the next instant, under the astonished gaze of the gaunt elder, Qin Fan swept his right hand, summoning the Dayan Wu Ji sword before him. Channeling his energy into the blade, he split it into 3 identical swords. With a resounding whoosh, the 3 Dayan Wu Ji swords radiated a deep blue light, each emitting a thunderous roar. Kill! Under the influence of his power, the 3 swords surged towards the lean elder, who, in a state of fright, immediately tore apart his talisman and summoned a defensive shield. However, the boundless sword, inscribed with the broken blade's runes, struck down with the force of a mighty cleave upon the western peak of Mount Hua. With a thunderous roar, 3 boundless swords cleaved through the outermost pale golden defensive barrier, shattering the protective shield, and descended upon the frail elder. The elder's eyes widened in shock as his arms, brow, nose, lips, chest, and down to his legs were marked with crimson lines beneath the setting sun. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, and the elder's arms and torso were severed, falling to the ground, utterly lifeless, without a hint of struggle. Applause erupted, and a figure leapt down from a towering tree trunk to stand beside the deceased elder. It was Han Jinxiong, the elder of the 10,000 Artifacts Pavilion, a foundational ancestor. Previously, the pavilion had sought to procure the Moonlight Pavilion, and Song Qiaoji had gathered information about it for Qin Fan. which included an image of Han Jinxiong, responsible for matters in the green bamboo square of the pavilion. Qin Daoyu, I truly did not anticipate your concealed prowess. To think you, a 7th-level Qi practitioner, could slay a 9th-level one in an instant. I have underestimated you, Han Jinxiong remarked with a smile. As if Qin Fan's life and death lay entirely in his hands. Speaking to Qin Fan now felt like a final farewell before his impending demise. Qin Fan curled his lips in a cold smile, realizing that the frail elder was indeed sent by Han Jinxiong to obscure the truth. He had waved the banner of the Queen of Hell, making it appear that the elder had fallen at her hands, leaving Qin Fan's friends unable to seek vengeance. Such a deft maneuver to shift the blame was impressive, yet it held no power over him. With Su Longyue's talisman in hand, coupled with the first-grade superior magical artifact, the Great Yian Boundless Sword, which could disregard the defenses of late foundational practitioners, eliminating a foundational novice would pose no challenge. However, he had shut down the Moonlight Pavilion for several months and had not sold wares like bowls or toilets in the market. Why would the 10,000 Artifacts Pavilion send someone to kill him? This was indeed perplexing. Qin Daoyu, I can still offer you a chance at survival. If you agree to join my 10,000 Artifacts Pavilion and sign a contract to serve us for life, producing at least 2 innovative artifacts akin to bathtubs or lifelike dolls each year, then you may continue to live, Han Jinxiong laughed heartily. Such a splendid opportunity should be reserved for yourself. Qin Fan retorted coldly. Han Jinxiong's expression shifted to one of fury. It seems you prefer punishment over a gift. You seek death, and I shall oblige. As he prepared to invoke a spell, a sudden terror washed over him as he looked down at his left chest, only to see his sword radiating a profound light piercing through his heart. Blood dripped to the ground. No. He longed to turn and discover who had attacked him so stealthily. Yet, before he could pivot, his breath ceased, and he slumped, lifeless. Su Longyue unsheathed her sword, meticulously cleansing the blade of the bloodstains. With a firm grip atop Han Jinxiong's head, a faint golden glow enveloped his mind. Su Longyue closed her eyes, invoking the soul search technique. Although Han Jinxiong had perished, his consciousness remained intact, allowing the technique to be performed. After a few breaths, Su Longyue opened her eyes, her spiritual energy swirling around Han Jinxiong and the emaciated elder's storage bags. A fireball spell was cast upon them, and in an instant, both Han Jinxiong and the elder were reduced to ashes. Wanqi Pavilion, Han family. Su Longyue's crimson lips parted, her voice melodious, yet laced with a chilling undertone. Wife. Qin Fan approached her side. Su Longyue handed the 2 storage bags to Qin Fan and remarked, We have guests at home. They are friends of mine. Let us go? With that, she led Qin Fan as they soared into the sky on their swords. When Qin Fan encountered Chun Xianyuan, and she saw him, both were engulfed in a whirlwind of inner thoughts. Chun Xianyuan, what the heck? Is that Qin Fan? Did I kill the wrong person? Qin Fan, what on earth? This unconventional reaper, the Queen of Hell, is actually a friend of my wife's, and she has already killed me once before. Chapter 68, Chun Xianyuan vs. Qin Fan. The atmosphere on site felt somewhat peculiar. Do you know each other? Su Longyue inquired. Qin Fan immediately shook his head, asserting his unfamiliarity. Chun Xianyuan echoed the sentiment, also denying any acquaintance. Wife, I shall prepare dinner. You two enjoy your conversation, Qin Fan declared before making his way to the kitchen. Once Qin Fan had departed, Chun Xianyuan swiftly activated a soundproof barrier and turned to Su Longyue, asking, Yeah? Did you not previously mention that Qin Fan possessed only inferior spiritual roots at the 5th level of Qi refinement? Although Qin Fan had employed a technique to conceal his presence, Chun Xianyuan, being a golden core cultivator, could discern his true cultivation level and the quality of his spiritual roots. They were indeed of medium quality, at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Though Qin Fan appeared to be merely 16 years of age, and despite the mediocre quality of his spiritual roots, which seemed unworthy of her friend Yiya, he was undeniably stronger than the previously stated inferior roots at the 5th level of Qi refinement, holding potential for reaching the golden core stage. Su Longyue narrowed her eyes, casting a menacing glance at Chun Xianyuan. The latter felt a chill at the nape of her neck, as if she had been caught in a transgression by her friend. She promptly turned her attention to the 5 little ones sleeping on the bed, hastening over to observe them. Su Longyue spoke. He was indeed of inferior spiritual roots, at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Qin Xianyuan was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously gazed at Su Longyue. Are you suggesting that in just 9 short months, Qin Fan not only elevated his spiritual roots to medium quality, but also advanced to the 9th level of Qi refinement? How is that possible? Absolutely impossible. The only plausible explanation was that Qin Fan had always possessed his current level of cultivation. But her dear friend had intentionally downplayed his abilities to create an image of a late-blooming genius. It had to be this way. Having discerned this, she chose not to dispute the matter further with Su Longyue. Instead, she turned her gaze to the slumbering infants and remarked, "Yeah? Have you considered how to arrange for these 5 little ones? I fear they may be mere mortals. Even if they possess spiritual roots, they are likely of inferior quality. Should they accompany you to Lanyue's sect, they may face exclusion. Entrusting them to Qin Fan raises concerns about potential mistreatment." Su Longyue's expression hardened as she replied, "Are you so idle as to fret over such matters? Go wash the diapers." "You want me to wash the diapers? Are you serious?" Qin Xianyuan exclaimed. Incredulity etched on her face as she pointed to herself. However, upon receiving a single glance from Su Longyue, she immediately relented, fully aware of her own guilty conscience. Resigned, she carried the basin of soiled diapers outside to wash them piece by piece with a cleansing technique. "You should use boiling water," Su Longyue instructed. "Hand wash?" Qin Xianyuan protested. The water produced by the cleansing technique was at room temperature. "Indeed," Su Longyue affirmed. "Is it permissible to opt out of washing?" Qin Xianyuan made a final attempt to resist. "Did you not claim to assist me in caring for the babies? Washing the diapers is merely the first step," Su Longyue replied. Qin Xianyuan clenched her small, delicate fist, exclaiming, "I can do it." With the incantation of a fireball to boil water, pinching her nose while washing diapers, Qin Xianyuan found herself increasingly chastised by Su Longyue, her head bowed lower and lower. Half an hour later, having completed the laundry, Qin Xianyuan breathed a sigh of relief. A sense of accomplishment swelling within her, convinced she had surpassed Qin Fan in this task. Just then, Qin Fan announced that dinner was ready. As they sat down to eat, Qin Xianyuan prepared to declare the meal unpalatable, ready to spit it out. However, to her astonishment, upon taking her first bite, she was taken aback. Was it, perhaps, a tad delicious? "Why aren't you eating?" Su Longyue inquired. "I will." Qin Xianyuan initially intended to persist in her claim of not tasty, but the words faltered on her lips, her pride vanishing, and she ultimately succumbed to the meal. She endeavored to restrain herself from overeating, yet her right hand, wielding the chopsticks, betrayed her, persistently reaching for the dishes. Curse this disobedient hand. Suddenly, the sound of a wailing baby echoed through the room. Instantly, she turned her gaze to Qin Fan, sensing an opportunity. Surely her close friend would attend to the baby while Qin Fan would not. She had already composed a scathing monologue of 200 words to berate him. As Su Longyue prepared to rise and comfort the infant, Qin Fan gently pressed her hand down, softly saying, "Continue eating. I'll tend to the baby." With that, he set down his chopsticks and rose to retrieve the wailing child from the adjacent room, mindful not to disturb the other for little ones. "What is wrong with the baby?" Su Longyue asked. "Just a little fuss. No worries. You all continue eating. I'll change her diaper," Qin Fan replied. Qin Xianyuan observed as Qin Fan expertly cradled the tiny infant, a task she found daunting, and diligently changed her diaper. The baby seemed like a mere toy in his capable hands, playfully handled. Once the diaper was changed, the little one immediately ceased her crying. After washing his hands, Qin Fan returned to the dining table, one arm cradling the baby while the other managed his meal. The infant gazed up at him with wide eyes, beaming with delight. "What are you smiling at, little one? Are you hungry? But you can't eat with Daddy just yet," he teased. The baby laughed even more joyfully, producing a delightful cooing sound, her tiny hands playfully tugging at her ears, utterly adorable. Qin Xianyuan mentally scoffed, "Qin Fan, you're quite impressive. You even excel at childcare. Yet there's one thing you cannot escape." With that thought, a triumphant smile graced her lips. As night fell and sleep approached, Qin Xianyuan tugged at Su Longyue's arm, affectionately saying, "Yeah, it's been ages since we last saw each other. Tonight, I wish to sleep beside you." "No, you can't manage the baby," Su Longyue declined. The 5 little ones were a handful, often crying throughout the night, and without Qin Fan, it would be utterly unmanageable. "I can do it. Trust me," Qin Xianyuan implored. After a moment of contemplation, Su Longyue finally relented. In the dead of night, Qin Fan heard Su Longyue's breathing and immediately placed a calming talisman on herself. She quietly descended from her bed and made her way to Qin Fan's room. At this moment, Qin Fan was still awake, unable to find solace in slumber. His restlessness stemmed from two concerns. First, the fear that the babies might cry during the night, and that Su Longyue and the others would be unable to manage, leaving him ever ready to assist. Second, he was acutely aware that Qin Fan had previously harbored murderous intentions towards him, evidenced by the ominous references to fifth layer of Qi training, inferior spiritual root, and Qin Fan, all of which resonated with his initial self, compelling him to remain vigilant against this woman. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, and in that instant, an alluring fragrance enveloped the room as the mosquito net billowed in the breeze from the window. Bathed in moonlight, a stunning woman draped in sheer fabric appeared before him, resembling a water lily in bloom. Her figure was enchanting, with long legs and a graceful form. The delicate fabric barely concealed her silhouette, and 3 foxtails flowed behind her. She struck a seductive pose, her slender fingers resting on her crimson lips. Her voice a bewitching melody that would make any man surrender instantly. "Qin Daoyu," she cooed. "The moonlight is exquisite tonight, and I wish to ask for your assistance." Chapter 69. The Obsessive Bodyguard Empress, Qin Fan. It is she. What does this woman intend? He immediately spoke with righteous indignation. "Qin Daoyu, please conduct yourself with dignity. Leave at once." Qin Fan, with a bewitching grace, appeared on Qin Fan's bed, her slender fingers curling around his neck, her translucent fingertips attempting to trace the contours of his handsome face. Qin Fan averted his gaze and said, "Qin Daoyu, what do you wish to accomplish? If you do not depart, I shall summon assistance." With a charming smile, Qin Fan let her long, dark hair cascade over her fair bosom, her voice melodious and enchanting. "Qin Daoyu, Yu has just given birth and is unfit for such matters. However, I am available. Do you not desire my company?" A wave of intoxicating fragrance enveloped Qin Fan, tantalizing him. Her alluring form, enhanced by her seductive aura, exuded an array of captivating charms. Particularly, the small red mole at the center of her brow glimmered faintly under the moonlight, bestowing upon her an irresistible allure. A coolness washed over Qin Fan's mind, and he felt a sense of urgency, yet he replied with a smile, "Qin Daoyu, as a friend of Yu, you must have heard the saying, one must not deceive a friend's spouse. Would you kindly dismount the bed and maintain a distance? If Yu were to see this, she would misunderstand our intentions." Just as Qin Fan prepared to further entice Qin Fan, she suddenly felt a weightlessness, followed by a sharp pain in her abdomen. With a resounding crash, she was forcefully propelled out of the room, leaving a human-shaped imprint in the splintered door. "Ah!" Immediately, her cries of "Ah! It hurts. Please, no more," echoed. Yu, do not strike my face. It hurts. Be gentle. I did not mean to." "Silence," Su Longyue uttered curtly, waving her hand to envelop Qin Fan, vanishing from the house and reappearing outside the labyrinth. The sound of Qin Fan's agonized screams continued to resonate. "Ah, Yu, please let me explain. I truly did not intend to seduce Qin Fan. I only wished to ascertain whether he is indeed a lecherous man. I swear, I did nothing inappropriate. Ah, please, no more slaps. My chest, do not strike it again. If you do, it shall be flattened. Ah, my behind, please stop. My lovely posterior. Oh dear, I was wrong. I truly was. Please, spare me. Yu, do not step on my tail. I paid a fortune for this exquisite fox fur tail artifact. I promise, I shall never help you ascertain anything about Qin Fan again. I was wrong, so very wrong." With a final kick, Su Longyue sent the battered Qin Fan flying, coldly huffing. "I knew you were not trustworthy. The ancients were not mistaken. Guard against fire, theft, and best friends." With those parting words, Su Longyue gracefully leaped away, returning home. Qin Fan rose from the ground, brushing aside the 2 strands of hair matted with dust on her face, feeling exceedingly wronged. When Su Longyue returned, Qin Fan was already in her room, soothing the startled baby who had been awakened by the commotion. "Qin Fan." Su Longyue softened her shoulders and glanced at Qin Fan with an unprecedented sense of remorse. She had never anticipated that her dear friend could harbor such malicious intent, subjecting Qin Fan to indignation and distress. Gently placing the calm baby onto the bed, Qin Fan caressed Su Longyue's fragrant shoulder and reassured her, "It's all right." He had braced himself, fearing that Su Longyue would interrogate him about any misdeeds towards Qin Fan. He had prepared a barrage of excuses for such a confrontation. To his surprise, the Empress did not question him but instead, for the first time, acknowledged her fault. Truly, she was deserving of the title of my wife, standing firmly by my side and exhibiting absolute trust in my character. Grasping Qin Fan's wrist, Su Longyue looked into his eyes and hesitantly inquired, "Did she do anything to you?" Qin Fan bit his lip lightly, lowered his gaze, and shook his head, resembling a small wife who had been wronged but could not voice her grievances. There was no way he wished to encounter the unpredictable Qin Fan, the queen of the underworld. He needed to tread cautiously. A look of understanding crossed Su Longyue's face as she clenched her teeth and patted Qin Fan's wrist before departing. Just as Qin Fan finished tidying herself up and spotted Su Longyue's return, her beautiful eyes lit up with joy, and she rushed over, exclaiming, "Yeah? I knew you would believe me. I did all this for you." However, her words were quickly overshadowed by another anguished scream echoing through the woods. "Yeah, woo. You are bullying me. You are siding with Qin Fan and bullying me. I don't love you anymore. Stay away from Qin Fan." Su Longyue flung this remark before soaring away once more. Qin Fan resembled a wronged little wife, squatting beneath a large tree and softly sobbing. Late into the night, Qin Fan turned to his side, his gaze sweeping over the 5 little ones lying in a row between him and Su Longyue. He then addressed Su Longyue, saying, "Wife, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Su Longyue replied. "Today, at Qingju Square, I learned that the Lanyue sect has sent an ancient ancestor of the Yuaning stage, who has flattened the cave abode of Qiushan's mighty. Is it a man or a woman?" Su Longyue inquired. "A woman," Qin Fan answered. Immediately, Su Longyue sat up, realizing the darkness enveloping the outside world, and then reclined once more, saying, "We shall leave here tomorrow." "All right, I will follow your lead," Qin Fan responded. After a moment of contemplation, Su Longyue proposed, "How about we move to Qinglong Immortal City? You are now at the 9th level of Qi training and are on the verge of foundation establishment. Qinglong Immortal City boasts a 3rd-tier spiritual vein and a 3rd-tier formation, flourishing far more than Qingju Square. Moreover, it is situated in a bustling area, just a month's journey by airship from Qingju Square. It will be quite safe. Moreover, as time passes, the day will arrive for her to return to the sect after a year of cultivation, necessitating her presence to hunt a 3rd-tier beast king and collect its blood for the little ones, laying a solid foundation for their growth. At that time, Qin Fan will ensure the safety of the little ones in the expansive Qinglong Immortal City." Qin Fan, very well. Qinglong Immortal City, a vast and magnificent realm of cultivation, far surpassing the modest Qingju Square, is safeguarded by a golden core master. Not only is it secure, but residing within the city also allows one to benefit from the accelerated absorption of spiritual energy provided by the 3rd-tier spiritual vein. Half a month later, Qin Fan and his family of 7 embarked on Su Longyue's flying vessel, arriving at Qinglong Immortal City. The towering city stretched endlessly, occupying over 10,000 square kilometers, and was graced by a substantial 3rd-tier spiritual vein, rendering the spiritual energy abundantly visible. The entire city was enveloped by a colossal 3rd-tier protective formation, shimmering with waves of light, surrounded by ethereal mist, radiating a soft golden glow, truly a breathtaking spectacle. Under the azure sky, vibrant hues danced. Some rode on ethereal birds, while others stood atop various magical artifacts emanating colored light, alongside an array of flying vessels of diverse styles, all slicing through the void. Occasionally, foundational cultivators appeared, their garments flowing as they transformed into streaks of light, piercing the air. What a dazzling world of cultivation it is. Chapter 70. The expressions of the 5th baby are absolutely adorable. Su Longyue and Qin Fan disembarked from the ark. Su Longyue, adorned with a veil, watched as Qin Fan placed the little ones in 5 side-by-side strollers. The 5 tiny creatures, now fully awake, gazed curiously at the sky with wide, innocent eyes. At 18 days old, they had shed the delicate skin of their hands, feet, and faces, revealing soft, fair, and exceptionally smooth skin. Notably, the eldest, having been well fed, sported a chubby face that was irresistibly cute. Each of the five resembled Qin Fan, while the three daughters, as they grew, increasingly mirrored Su Longyue, their eyes becoming large, bright, and endearingly charming. Babies, we have arrived at the Qinlong immortal city, and we shall reside here for a while, Qin Fan cheerfully informed them. Su Longyue's gaze towards the little ones was filled with warmth. Indeed, as Qin Fan had predicted, the babies were becoming more enchanting by the day. In order to maintain a low profile upon entering the city, Su Longyue concealed her cultivation at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Nevertheless, they drew considerable attention. First and foremost, Qin Fan and Su Longyue's striking appearance was hard to overlook. Even with her veil, Su Longyue's remarkable figure and aura commanded admiration. Additionally, the sight of the 5 strollers in a row, each housing a baby, transformed their family of 7 into a captivating spectacle along the thoroughfare. My goodness, am I seeing correctly? Are those 5 babies of the same size? Could they possibly be quintuplets? They must be quintuplets. Look at those 5 little ones. They resemble that male cultivator as if they were carved from the same mold. Incredible. We have a cultivator in the realm giving birth to quintuplets. How astonishing. Am I the only one who finds those strollers uniquely designed and particularly exquisite? They are simply beautiful. What a divine combination. As they progressed through the queue and into the Qinlong immortal city, the attention on Qin Fan and his family continued to soar. The little ones appeared to revel in the spotlight, displaying even greater excitement than they had on the flying vessel. The eldest seemed eager to gaze further at the scenery, reaching out with tiny hands and emitting cheerful sounds of delight. The second baby was grinning widely, while the third was kicking their legs energetically. The fourth was curiously glancing around, occasionally making soft cooing noises. The fifth, however, was unusually quiet. Her eyes were wide, her little face gradually reddening, small fists clenched, and her mouth forming an shape as if preparing to whistle, with her legs drawn close together. Suddenly, a tiny sound escaped her, a little fart. Amidst the bustling crowd, no one paid any heed to the small outburst. However, Su Longyue, who was attuned to their presence through her spiritual sense, heard it. She refrained from looking at the 5th baby, wishing to spare her the embarrassment. Though it was likely that a newborn did not comprehend shyness, she still wanted to preserve her daughter's dignity. She transmitted a message to Qin Fan. Look at Wu Bao, she just passed gas. Over the past 2 weeks of caring for the little ones, she had learned much from Qin Fan about tending to them, understanding that certain actions or behaviors of the babies were interconnected. For instance, a sudden outburst of tears could indicate a need to relieve themselves, hunger, or discomfort. At that moment, when Wu Bao passed gas, she surmised that it signified some sort of requirement. Qin Fan glanced at Wu Bao and, observing her adorable puckered lips and clenched little fists, averted his gaze to calmly communicate with Su Longyue. She is relieving herself. Once she is done, change her diaper. My dear, observe how this is the expression of a baby during such moments. Su Longyue immediately turned her attention as Qin Fan explained the signs, the clenched fists, the whistling mouth shape, and the tensed legs were all indicators that the little one was indeed relieving herself. Since this process requires effort, infants tend to exhibit such uniform expressions. Su Longyue took out a scroll and diligently recorded these observations to avoid forgetting, even capturing a likeness of Wu Bao. This act of capturing images was akin to modern video recording. Upon noticing this, Qin Fan chuckled and remarked, My dear, when Wu Bao grows up and accidentally stumbles upon this recording, it will certainly be amusing. That could be delightful, Su Longyue responded. Wu Bao, as though aware that her parents were discussing her mischief, pouted her little mouth and began to cry pitifully after finishing her business. She glanced at Qin Fan and Su Longyue with a look of innocent grievance. This sight amused Qin Fan, prompting him to bend down and scoop her up, saying, Wu Bao has relieved herself. Soon, we'll find a place for Daddy to change your diaper. There is no shame in it. One day, when Wu Bao cultivates her powers, she won't need to expel such waste anymore. The little one gazed back at Qin Fan with wide, bewildered eyes, as she had been considerably weaker than her siblings at birth. Consequently, both Qin Fan and Su Longyue found themselves naturally more attentive towards her. Despite this extra care, Wu Bao still remained smaller than her 4 elder siblings. Now, 2 weeks later, she appeared almost comparable in size to the newly born second child. Su Longyue possessed a residence in the Qinlong immortal city, a house she had previously purchased for their stay. However, She chose not to take Qin Fan there, but instead sought to acquire a new courtyard-style residence located on a second-tier spiritual vein. This property featured a two-story main house, from which one could behold distant vistas from the second floor. Once the transaction was complete and the seller departed, Su Longyue took charge of arranging the formations while Qin Fan settled the now sleeping little ones. He then brought forth 5 puppets, Xiaohong, Xiaolon, Li Chun, Yu Shui, and Jing Zhe, and retrieved various living necessities, allowing the 5 puppets to organize and categorize them. By the time they completed these tasks, evening had descended. Having moved into the city, they were unable to cultivate spiritual rice, but the spacious courtyard of 2 acres offered ample potential, which Qin Fan began to meticulously plan. Plan a garden dedicated to cultivating spiritual vegetables, alongside an area for nurturing spiritual beasts and spiritual fish, with a spacious lawn in between. This will provide ample space for the little ones to crawl once they reach 6 months of age. After completing the tasks, Qin Fan took a sip of the spiritual spring and gazed at the sky, reflecting, living in the city truly feels different, despite accomplishing so much. I hardly felt the heat at all. Upon returning, Su Longyue, who had arranged the formations, remarked, "Indeed, the entire Qinglong Immortal City is equipped with third-tier formations that maintain a spring-like temperature throughout the seasons, with pleasant humidity and fresh air." Qin Fan nodded in agreement, and the two returned to their room to check on the little ones. This was their innate self-awareness. Once their tasks were completed, they instinctively rushed to see what the babies were doing at that moment. Chapter 71. Mother Su, "My dear, why is there a baby crying over there?" De Bao is restless in his sleep, occasionally scratching his own face with his tiny hands, prompting a soft gasp from Su Longyue. The little one has reddened his face from the scratching. She quickly grasps De Bao's small hand, only to notice that his freshly trimmed nails have grown long again. Should she perhaps put some mittens on him? As she gazes at the tender face of De Bao, marked with red scratches, a wave of maternal concern washes over her. Qin Fan, seated beside De Bao, gently takes the nail clippers and begins to carefully trim his nails, speaking softly, "Don't worry, my dear. We just need to be diligent in trimming their nails. Even if we put on mittens, they will still manage to rub them off. They will continue to eat, nibble, and gnaw. Their recovery is rapid. A little scratch one tea leave a scar." In Su Longyue's beautiful eyes, maternal anxiety is evident. She had previously thought that giving birth to the babies was the end of her worries, but now she realizes it was merely the beginning, filled with countless concerns. After Qin Fan finishes trimming De Bao's nails, he notices Su Longyue's lingering worry for him. He gently pats her shoulder, retrieves 20 books purchased from the Qianji pavilion from his bag, and places them on the nearby table. "Wife," he says softly, "we haven't named the babies yet. I just happened to buy these 20 books on the mystical path. Please take a look while I prepare dinner. Today, we move into our new home. Let us celebrate properly." That evening, Qin Fan prepares a delightful meal, including pig liver and spinach soup, stir-fried spring bamboo shoots with eggs, pig's feet stewed with yellow beans, black chicken soup with red dates, Christian carp with tofu, as well as souffle for dessert and a cake for 2, accompanied by a fruit platter. He also arranges 6 candles and has crafted a candle holder. As the candles are lit and the room dims, a uniquely romantic ambience envelopes the hall. After dinner, while Qin Fan clears the table, Su Longyue tends to the crying San Bao and Si Bao, feeding them. Half a month prior, shortly after Qin Fan and his companions departed on their flying vessel, a beam of light rushed towards their previous residence. Soon after, an extraordinarily beautiful woman appeared. With furrowed brows, she sensed the lingering essence of Yaya in the air. Has she left? I'm too late. It seems Yaya was honing her skills in the Kungsu mountain range, a temporary refuge for her. She must have moved on now. I wonder how her powers have fared after 2 years apart. Meanwhile, after feeding the 2 little ones, Su Longyue prepares to delve into her mystical path books once more. Suddenly, a communication jade pendant in her bag begins to tremble. Upon inspection, she sees it as a message from her mother, Wen Chanqing. Her hand trembles slightly as she quickly turns to glance at the contented San Bao and Si Bao, who are playing with their tiny hands, as well as the sleeping De Bao, Air Bao, and Wu Bao. Her delicate brows knit in worry. The communication jade pendant continues to flicker and vibrate, akin to a summons. She steadies her emotions, approaches the window, and answers the message, opting for audio-only mode, akin to receiving a voice call without video. As soon as the communication was established, a voice imbued with a hint of concern emerged from Wen Changqing. Yeah? Is it a convenient time for you now? Yes. It is. I have emerged from my retreat. Do return soon, she replied. Very well. How is your cultivation progressing? I have encountered a bottleneck, and my progress remains stagnant, just as it was when I departed from the sect. Wen Changqing's heart stirred with surprise. After 9 months of training in the perilous Kungsu Mountains, teeming with demonic beasts, how could there be no advancement? Moreover, her daughter possessed an innate spiritual body and a rare dual spiritual root, endowing her with exceptional potential. Transitioning to the later stages of the Golden Core should pose no challenge. Could it be that her daughter's health was compromised? With this thought, Wen Changqing promptly urged, Yeah, you must conclude your training and return to the sect. Allow me to examine you. Su Longyue glanced at the 5 small infants on the bed, her expression softening. Clenching her left hand, she replied, Mother, I am fine. In a little while, I will return to the sect. She had received news from Qin Fan about the secret technique of the Qingmu spiritual body, recently unveiled in the cave of a powerful figure on Qiushan, which conveniently belonged to the Lanyue sect. She intended to return, although she was unaware of how Qin Fan enhanced his spiritual root quality. She had observed him with her spiritual eyes, and he still lacked a spiritual body. If Qin Fan could cultivate the Qingmu spiritual body, his future would undoubtedly be promising. Contemplating, Wen Changqing inquired, Where are you at present? At Yayang Lake, Su Longyue responded. Yayang Lake lay 1,000 miles from Qinglong Immortal City, requiring 4 days by flying boat to reach. She wished to keep her residence in Qinglong Immortal City a secret from her mother. The thought of her mother's reaction upon discovering she had borne 5 children with a male cultivator of medium-grade spiritual roots and the 9th level of Qi refinement was unfathomable. Thus, she preferred to shield Qin Fan and the 5 infants from any potential danger. Very well, I happen to be in the vicinity. Await me at Yayang Lake. Wen Changqing said. The Lanyue sect was located in the southern region, considerably distant from the previous Qingzhou Square, requiring 2 months by flying boat. Upon learning that her daughter was at Yayang Lake, Wen Changqing resolved to meet her there, as it was only a 5-day journey. Okay, Su Longyue replied. Just as she was about to terminate the communication, a sudden chorus of infant wails erupted in the background. The poised beauty of her eyes momentarily flickered with a trace of panic. She was about to cast a soundproofing spell to shield the infant's cries from Wen Changqing's ears when she hesitated and lowered her hand instead. The cries persisted. Wen Changqing, perplexed, asked, Yeah, why do I hear the cries of a baby on your end? Su Longyue answered, It is merely a baby belonging to a fellow cultivator who has recently awakened and is now crying. Qin Fan's child. Indeed, I did not lie, she thought. She refrained from employing the soundproofing barrier earlier, fearing it would raise suspicions. Instead, she decided to let Wen Changqing hear the cries openly. After speaking, she added, Mother, my fellow disciple cannot manage her baby alone. Allow me to assist her for a while. I shall take my leave now. Wen Changqing, momentarily taken aback, responded, All right. Once she ended the communication, Wen Changqing settled down and sipped a cup of tea. However, the more she pondered, the more uneasy she felt. Among the friends that Yaya had befriended, not a single one was married. Who could have given birth to a child? Could it be Qin Xinying? Among Yaya's close friends, only Qin Xinying showed no passion for cultivation, while the rest, like her own daughter, were wholly devoted to the path, demonstrating no interest in love or romance. Contemplating this, Wen Changqing took another sip of tea. If Qin Xinying had indeed given birth, why had there been no announcement from the Luoyun sect regarding a grand wedding for the saintess? She resolved to inquire further when she met Yaya. Meanwhile, on Su Longyue's side, after feeding the suddenly awakened Wu Bao, Qin Fan entered after washing the dishes. She turned to Qin Fan and said, Qin Fan, I will be leaving here for a while tomorrow. My mother wishes to see me, and we have arranged to meet at Moonlit Lake. Chapter 72. Tonight's benefits. Qin Fan paused for a moment before saying, Don't worry about home. I will take good care of the babies. Su Longyue remained silent. Initially, she had envisioned that after giving birth, she would take the children away, leaving Qin Fan with ample resources for cultivation as compensation, ensuring that they would have no further ties. She had planned to find a good family to raise the babies, and when they reached the age of 6, after conducting a root test, she would return. Those with roots would be guided into cultivation, while those without would continue in the mundane world. However, after carrying the babies for 10 months, and spending that time with Qin Fan, her thoughts had gradually transformed. Now, she found herself unable to part from the children. Nor did she wish to separate from Qin Fan. With this in mind, she gazed intensely at Qin Fan and said, "This time when I visit my mother, I want to discuss our relationship." "Let's not," Qin Fan interjected immediately. "If I say anything, I would surely meet my demise." Su Longyue's mood visibly soured at his words, her previously shining eyes now encased in a frosty demeanor. "Are you unwilling?" Qin Fan grasped Su Longyue's delicate hand, but she withdrew it, turning away in silence. Under the moonlight, she appeared as aloof as a rare flower on a lofty peak. Qin Fan quickly clarified, "My dear, it is not that I am unwilling. Rather, we should keep our relationship under wraps for now. When the time is right, I will accompany you back to the Lanyue sect." If his future mother-in-law were to discover his identity, he would undoubtedly be facing a myriad of perilous fates. However, he possessed a system and had cultivated the Qingyuan longevity technique, which meant he could elevate his roots through diligent effort. In the future, it would not be impossible to match the Empress, and keeping pace with Su Longyue would certainly be within reach. Winning over her parents, while seemingly a distant dream, was not entirely out of the question. He still had the chance to strive for it. Su Longyue turned to face Qin Fan, her beautiful eyes misty with emotion. Feeling a tug at his heart, Qin Fan extended his arms, drawing her into an embrace, and soothingly said, "My beloved, you should know how I truly feel. I acted impulsively." Su Longyue spoke up, "Your impulsiveness brings me joy, but my impulsiveness." As she spoke, Qin Fan lowered his gaze, a flicker of flames igniting in his dark eyes as his lips met her lightly biting red ones. In recent weeks, their focus had been entirely on caring for the babies, leaving this newly promoted pair of parents devoid of intimate moments. Especially after Su Longyue regained her mid-golden core cultivation, Qin Fan had become much more restrained, often refraining from any transgressive actions. After all, the wrath of a golden core cultivator could spell disaster. He had witnessed Qin Xianyuan annihilate qi refining practitioners in an instant. Su Longyue, engrossed in breastfeeding and learning how to care for the babies, had devoted all her time and energy to them, leaving no room for other thoughts. Now, as Qin Fan kissed her, it felt as if they had unlocked a long-sealed valve. 10 minutes later, Qin Fan swept Su Longyue into his arms. The sound of wailing filled the air as Qin Fan reluctantly released Su Longyue's lips and set her down. Turning to the cradle, he noticed the second child was crying. Su Longyue gently pushed Qin Fan aside. Her cheeks flushed, and went to pick up the baby, lying on the bed to nurse him. Qin Fan approached and lay down opposite her. "What are you doing?" Su Longyue asked softly. "Watching you nurse," he replied. "What's so fascinating about that?" Qin Fan's gaze drifted to the other side of Su Longyue. "Wife, I've come to realize that ever since we had a baby, my privileges have diminished." Su Longyue shot him a playful glare. That night, as the newly minted parents, Su Longyue and Qin Fan attempted to rekindle their joy multiple times, only to be interrupted by the cries of their babies. Some cried simply from hunger, quickly settling back to sleep once fed. Others, after being nourished, were full of energy and demanded playtime. A few, suffering from colic due to underdeveloped digestive systems, required Qin Fan's tender embrace to lull them to sleep. After a flurry of activity, the couple found themselves devoid of other thoughts. Had they been ordinary individuals, they would have been utterly exhausted. Fortunately, as cultivators, they were not burdened by physical fatigue. The next day, Su Longyue prepared to set off for Moonlight Lake. Before departing, she kissed each baby and recorded their images, hoping to ease her longing while away. In the process, she captured Qin Fan as well. "Wife, there's something you ought to be mindful of," Qin Fan remarked, recalling an important detail. You're currently in your nursing phase, and you'll carry the scent of milk. Those who have given birth can usually detect it," he explained. "All right, I understand," Su Longyue replied, realizing she had overlooked this point. She could not perceive the scent herself, having grown accustomed to it over time, much like any familiar odor. However, if someone else were to catch a whiff, they would undoubtedly recognize it, especially her mother. "I'm going to be gone for at least 8 days, and I fear the milk I've stored may not suffice," Su Longyue pondered, a hint of worry creeping in. If not for the concern of exposing Qin Fan and the babies, she would not have chosen such a distant location to meet her mother. "Don't worry. If we run out, I can give them cow's milk," Qin Fan reassured her. "The nutrition in cow's milk is quite good. A few days won't make much difference." I'll return as soon as possible, Su Longyue promised. As she departed on the flying boat, it wasn't long before the 5 little ones seemed to collectively sense their mother's absence, erupting into a chorus of cries. Qin Fan held each one, soothing them gently, saying, "Don't cry, dear ones. Mommy is only away for a few days and will be back soon. She loves you all dearly." No matter how he comforted them, his efforts were in vain. Finally, he had an idea. He retrieved a garment worn by Su Longyue and covered the babies with it. Indeed, upon catching the familiar scent of their mother, the little ones gradually fell silent, their cries subsiding as they clutched tightly to her garments, unwilling to let go. Qin Fan tenderly wiped away the tears from their delicate faces. Meanwhile, on Su Longyue's side, barely half an hour into their journey, she began to yearn for her babies. Fortunately, she had captured their images. At that moment, a communication talisman chimed, and upon reading its contents, her expression turned serious, her beautiful eyes flashing with a cold light. She promptly sent a message to Qin Xianyue. Upon receiving the communication, Qin Xianyue immediately blossomed into a radiant smile. At that moment, she had returned to her true appearance. Shedding the guise of the Queen of Hell she had previously donned. After being thoroughly reprimanded by Su Longyue, she engaged in deep self-reflection, realizing that she had not truly lost. For she had discerned that Qin Fan was not a superficial man easily swayed by mere beauty. Chapter 73. Qin Xianyue's Astonishment. The bathtub was forged by Qin Fan. Su Longyue inquired, "What is your connection with the Wanqi Pavilion?" Qin Xianyue was momentarily taken aback, noticing the peculiar expression on Su Longyue's face. A sense of foreboding crept over her. She replied earnestly, "There's nothing much to it. This small merchant has released some intriguing new products. So I engaged with one of their chief craftsmen. Did Wanqi Pavilion provoke you?" Su Longyue pressed on. "The bathtub, the lifelike dolls." Qin Xianyue hesitated. "Oh well. How do you know about that, Yaya?" In just a few words, Su Longyue recounted how Wanqi Pavilion, in an attempt to curry favor with her, the saintess of the Falling Cloud Sect, fabricated a story claiming that the bathtub and lifelike dolls were their creations. Subsequently, they dispatched individuals to Qingzhou Fang to acquire Qin Fan's production rights. When Qin Fan refused, they sent assassins after him, hoping to eliminate him so that Qin Xianyue would remain oblivious to Wanqi Pavilion's deceit. Upon hearing this, Qin Xianyue was utterly shocked, incredulous. "Am I mistaken? Are you implying that the bathtubs and lifelike dolls I adore, along with those exquisite bowls and jars, were all crafted by Qin Fan? Goodness! I thought that when I saw so many beautiful dishes at your home, it was because you also liked them and had purchased a batch from Wanqi Pavilion." Su Longyue raised her hand to her forehead, exclaiming, "You've missed the point." Immediately, Qin Xianyue broke into a silly grin, raising her hand in acknowledgement. "I was wrong. This incident was indeed my fault. I nearly caused Qin Fan to be killed by the people of Wanqi Pavilion. Rest assured, if Wanqi Pavilion dares to deceive me, they shall face the wrath of my indignation. I, Qin Xianyue, am not to be trifled with. Yaya, trust me, I will provide you with a satisfactory response. The Han family of Wanqi Pavilion shall henceforth be erased from the ranks of the immortal families of the southern region. At the Baqiong Peak, where the Han family of Wanqi Pavilion resides, ever since the death of the foundational ancestor Han Jinxiong, who managed the Qingzhou Fang branch, the Han family has sent several individuals to search for Qin Fan, scouring Qingzhou Fang to no avail. From the information they gathered, they only learned that Qin Fan was acquainted with an outer disciple of Qiu Yegu, and that Lingbeige publicly proclaimed a friendly relationship with Qin Fan. After much speculation during their nights of deliberation, the elders unanimously concluded that Han Jinxiong had fallen at the hands of the foundational ancestor of Lingbeige. This was deduced from the news that at the time of Han Jinxiong's demise, Qin Fan's acquaintances from Qiu Yegu were present within Qingzhou Fang and had not ventured outside. Moreover, the outer disciples of Qiu Yegu had no reason to oppose the Han family for the sake of a mere Qin Fan. Once they confirmed Lingbeige's involvement, they summoned all foundational cultivators from afar back to Baqiong Peak, preparing for a direct confrontation with Lingbeige. At this moment, the Han family was in a frenzied state of battle preparation. As night fell, Baqiong Peak was ablaze with lights. The Han family's cultivators were beating drums and sounding gongs, rallying all late-stage Qi practitioners to participate in this imminent frontline battle, their spirits fervent and fierce. Meanwhile, not far from Baqiong Peak, at the Twin Peaks, the head of Lingbao Pavilion has returned to take command, summoning all external Foundation establishment cultivators back in preparation for war. For years, the two families have been adversaries, each embedding spies within the other's ranks. Hence, when Wanshur Pavilion planned an assault on Lingbao Pavilion, the latter was already aware of the impending threat. However, unlike Wanshur Pavilion's fierce demeanor, a melancholic atmosphere permeated Lingbao Pavilion. For this battle determined the very survival of the Seng family, with a 99% likelihood that their false Dan patriarch and all their foundational resources would be obliterated. At Bachong Peak, the ancestral figure of the Han family, Han Yuanwu, a false Dan patriarch aged 300, stood in the prime of his life. Typically, a Foundation establishment cultivator may live up to 400 years, while those in the false Dan realm can extend their lifespan by an additional century, reaching 500 years. The Han family boasts 3 false Dan masters, with varying strengths among them, one in the initial stage of false Dan, one in the middle stage, and Han Yuanwu along with the Seng family patriarch in the late stage. The distinction lies in the fact that the Seng patriarch is nearing the end of his life. At this moment, the 3 false Dan masters hovered in the air, their ethereal aura shimmering, radiating golden light that dazzled the eyes and commanded respect. Han Yuanwu's voice resonated throughout Bachong Peak, amplifying the long-standing grievances between the Han and Seng families, igniting the collective fury of the Han clan. He then declared with resolute clarity, "All descendants of the Han family, heed my command. In this battle, victory is our only option." The Han cultivators below were stirred into a fervor, chanting in unison, "Victory! Victory! The Han family shall prevail. Death to the Seng thieves." The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as Han Yuanwu prepared to issue the command to advance. Suddenly, a streak of light shot forth, accompanied by a melodious laughter that, although enchanting, sent shivers down the spines of the Han cultivators, rendering them mute in apprehension. Han Yuanwu stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully, and inquired, "Might I ask which esteemed elder has graced our Bachong Peak with their presence?" He had sensed that the visitor was a golden Dan patriarch. A stunningly beautiful woman materialized. Standing atop a lotus artifact, it was none other than the disguised Qin Xianyuan. Some recognized her. The Queen of Hell. Qin Xianyuan smiled. "Indeed, you remember this queen. Today, I grant you immortality, but," with a delicate finger, she pointed at Han Yuanwu and the other 2 false Dan masters, declaring, "You 3 are too unattractive, invoking this queen's ire, and thus deserve death." As her words fell, a thunderous roar erupted, igniting a fierce battle between the Golden Dan Patriarch and the 3 false Dan Masters. The scene was astonishing, with resplendent light soaring into the heavens and fierce winds sweeping across the landscape. The reverberations from the battle struck the surrounding mountains, causing rocks to shatter and clouds of dust to rise perilously high, even flattening the peaks with a single stroke. However, the false alchemist remained just that, false. Although Qin Xianyuan had reached the mid-stage of golden core through the aid of elixirs, her extraordinary talent, coupled with countless exquisite magical artifacts and talismans, as well as her activated charm body, rendered her formidable. In just the span of a single incense stick, 3 false alchemists from the Han family fell. The remaining practitioners of the Han family were engulfed in panic. Qin Xianyuan paid them no heed, yet scarcely had she departed when the false alchemist from the Seng family, accompanied by his entire clan, launched an assault. After a day and a night, all the practitioners of the Han family were annihilated, leaving only the common folk and a few elderly, weak, and women to be expelled from the Bachong Peak. 3 days later, Su Longyue arrived at the moonlit lake, while Qin Fan welcomed a neighbor, the upper-grade talisman master, Jipeng. Upon arriving in the Qinglong immortal city, Qin Fan chose not to conceal his cultivation. As a loose cultivator of middling status, he remained inconspicuous and was neither disregarded for his lower realm nor looked down upon for his inferior spiritual root quality. In fact, due to his 9th level of Qi cultivation and medium-grade spiritual root aptitude, he found himself visited by a neighborly upper-grade talisman master seeking his acquaintance. Chapter 74. The Overwhelming Mother-in-Law. Additionally, she presented 2 medium-grade talismans, a diamond talisman valued at 10 spirit stones, and a cleansing talisman worth 6 spirit stones. The total gift amounted to 16 spirit stones, a substantial offering even among scattered cultivators in the Qinglong immortal city. Qin Fan recognized that such a generous gift was indicative of an ulterior motive. Having recently relocated, It was an opportune moment for him to familiarize himself with the local circumstances. He placed the gifts on the table. If matters could be resolved amicably, he would graciously accept them. If not, he would instruct Ji Pengang to take them back. As he sipped his spiritual tea, Ji Pengang remarked, "Qin Taoist, have you heard? The Spirit Treasure Pavilion has annihilated the 10,000 Artifacts Pavilion." The news, which had just reached him, was indeed shocking. Previously, there were rumors that the two factions had engaged in a fierce duel in Qingjufang, driving the prices of magical artifacts below their cost, causing many small vendors to flee the area. Conversely, some opportunistic traders ventured to Qingjufang to stock up on goods for resale in Qinglong Immortal City, resulting in a modest profit for the daring. Initially, it seemed that the 10,000 Artifacts Pavilion would utterly defeat the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. However, in an unexpected turn of events, within just a day and night, the Sang family of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion obliterated the Han family of the 10,000 Artifacts Pavilion, sparing only the commoners and the elderly, women, and children. From that moment, the Han family vanished from the realm of cultivation entirely. Now, the 10,000 Artifacts Pavilion in Qinglong Immortal City had fallen under the control of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Goodness, the Sang family has truly reaped immense rewards. Ji Pengang continued. Do you know why the Sang family managed to turn the tide? Qin Fan quickly pondered this matter in his mind, recalling the chilling scene when Su Longyue had slain Han Jinxiong and employed the soul-searching technique on him. The swift destruction of the Han family must be connected to his own wife. Feigning surprise, he inquired, how did they manage such a turnaround? It is indeed remarkable. Ji Pengang deliberately built suspense, taking a few sips of tea before revealing the details. The Han family of the 10,000 Artifacts Pavilion offended a recently renowned figure, the Queen of Hell. The mention of the Queen of Hell illuminated the situation in Qin Fan's mind, though he maintained an expression of astonishment. Ji Pengang, no longer withholding information, recounted the entire tale. Indeed, the illustrious Queen of Hell from Qingjufang was a formidable cultivator at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. She operated outside conventional norms, and her methods of dealing with foes were notoriously ruthless, enough to instill dread even in the bravest of souls. At that time, the Han family had been preparing for a life-and-death confrontation with the Sang family, but unexpectedly, 3 of their false core cultivators, due to their unsightly appearances, inadvertently violated the Queen of Hell's taboos and were swiftly dispatched by her hand. Seizing the opportunity, the Sang family's false core cultivators launched a fatal strike against the Han family. The Sang family had truly experienced an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Such serendipity had fallen into their lap. They would likely find themselves waking with smiles even in their dreams. With the Sang family having absorbed the Han family, it would not be long before one more name would be added to the roster of the 7 great cultivation families of the southern region. Ji Peng was quite chatty and did not hold back in conversation despite just meeting Qin Fan. Rather, he was very affable. After discussing the Wanqi Pavilion and Lingbao Pavilion, the conversation shifted to the Qiu Mountain Grandmaster's Cave. These topics were the most trending discussions recently, akin to modern-day headlines. Engaging in such popular topics ensured a lively exchange, as everyone could contribute a word or two. Taoist Qin, I have just received news that the Qiu Mountain Grandmaster's Cave is actually a trap. A trap? Qin Fan inquired. Yes, have you heard of the Blackwind Valley? It is a treasure hunting site located near the Qiu Mountain Grandmaster's Cave. I have heard of it, Qin Fan replied. Ji Peng continued. Fortunately, Taoist Qin, you did not venture there. The Blackwind Valley is a vast abyss. A few months ago, many cultivators were vying for a mysterious map, of which only 7 copies exist. The struggle for these 7 maps resulted in a veritable river of blood. Ultimately, it remains unclear who acquired the maps, but it is rumored that one piece is in the hands of one of the 3 notorious villains. This mysterious map delineates the precise location of the Blackwind Valley. Gradually, tales emerged of individuals discovering rare century-old herbs, even breakthrough elixirs, exquisite magical artifacts, and superior talismans within the valley. Consequently, some began discreetly bringing friends to hunt for treasure, shrouded in secrecy. However, none of those who ventured were ever seen again. At this point, you might think these were mere robbers engaged in simple murder for treasure, correct? That is not the case. Those who lured them to search for treasure were not the ones who killed them. This brings us back to the Qiu Mountain Grandmaster's Cave. Qin Fan mused that Ji Peng would make an excellent storyteller. Nevertheless, he was indeed curious about the matter. Had it not been for the necessity of preparing for production, he might have considered visiting the Black Wind Valley himself. Now, hearing Ji Peng's account, the valley seemed like an immense, deep, and dark pit. After sipping some tea, Ji Peng continued his tale with fervor. The Qiu Mountain Grandmaster's cave is, in essence, a deep pit. If it weren't for the intervention of the Yuan Ying ancestor from the Lanyue sect, the 10 major sect cultivators venturing to the Qiu Mountain Grandmaster's cave, along with the surrounding people and beasts from Qingzhou Square, would have met an untimely demise. Qin Fan was taken aback. Is it truly that terrifying? Ji Peng continued. Upon hearing this, I too was greatly alarmed. If such an event were to transpire, it would mark the first major calamity in our southern region in hundreds of years and would incur significant losses for us. Fortunately, the Yuaning ancestor from the Lanyue sect intervened. Next, Ji Peng swiftly recounted the events leading up to this situation, his words flowing with enthusiasm. It turned out that both the Qiu Mountain Grandmaster's cave and the Black Wind Valley served as bait. The Qiu Mountain Grandmaster's cave was designed to lure the cultivators of the 10 major sects, while the Black Wind Valley attracted rogue cultivators. The mastermind behind it all was an evil cultivator in the early stages of Yuaning, seeking to break through to the mid-stage of Yuaning. The malevolent practitioner had cultivated dark arts, intricately arranging a grand blood sacrifice formation around the cave of the formidable Qiu Shan for over a century, awaiting this singular opportunity. He even went so far as to use the spirit body of a Qingmu to lure a primordial infant ancestor. What he did not anticipate, however, was that the ancestor from the Lanyue sect, despite being merely in the early stages of the primordial infant realm, possessed extraordinary power, endowed with an innate spiritual body and a celestial root, making his strength unparalleled. 5 days after the cave of Qiu Shan was disturbed, this primordial infant ancestor discerned the peculiarities of the Heifeng Gorge and ultimately uncovered the malevolent practitioner who was covertly preparing to activate the blood sacrifice formation. With a single swift motion, he struck down the adversary, annihilating him with a mere slap. Indeed, it was a single slap. Witnesses among the nearby cultivators in Heifeng Gorge beheld the spectacle. The ancestor of Lanyue sect swept forth a colossal hand that obscured the heavens, directly smiting the malevolent practitioner into the ground, creating an immense valley in the process. The practitioner's primordial infant did not even have the chance to flee, being reduced to nothing more than dust. Chapter 75. The meeting of the Empress and Mother Su. At this juncture, Ji Penggong's eyes sparkled with reverence and admiration, tinged with a hint of yearning. Truly, the ancient ancestor emerging from the top 3 sects is formidable indeed. With a mere flick of their hand, they vanquished a mid-stage nascent soul, rendering them invincible within the same realm. Remarkable. It is no wonder that the Lanyue sect is the most difficult among the top 3 sects to enter, as their criteria for selecting disciples are exceptionally stringent. Moreover, the female cultivators of the Lanyue sect are all breathtakingly beautiful, making it a celestial paradise for male cultivators to aspire to throughout their lives. Hearing these words, Qin Fan suddenly thought of Su Longyue's mother-in-law whom she was about to meet. He wondered what her cultivation level might be. However, he was acutely aware that, at this moment, he would surely be unable to withstand a single strike from her. Although he yearned to meet his mother-in-law, it seemed wiser to bide his time for now. After Ji Penggong finished expressing his admiration, he gazed at Qin Fan with envy and said, "Qin Taoist, you too are the envy of many. Your partner is a paragon of beauty and has blessed you with quintuplets, not to mention she is a formidable foundation-building expert. If only I possessed even a fraction of your handsome visage, I believe I could dispense with the arduous task of accumulating cultivation resources. I could simply live off the fruits of your labor." Qin Fan touched his own face, recalling his past life, where he had been the epitome of charm from school through to university. Now, in the realm of cultivation, none could rival his striking beauty. He considered himself the most dashing individual in the world, even captivating the Empress herself. With this thought, the confidence that had been dampened by his mother-in-law's presence surged back 1,000-fold. After chatting with Ji Penggong for about half an hour, Qin Fan calculated that it was time for the babies to start crying. He steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. After Ji Penggong's lengthy introduction and flattery, he finally began to articulate his purpose for visiting. "Qin Taoist, Might you and your wife possess any cultivation skills? Perhaps in alchemy, formation, weapon refining, or talisman crafting? He inquired. I specialize in weapon refining and am a first-tier superior weapon refiner, Qin Fan replied. In truth, he had already advanced to a second-tier inferior weapon refiner, but he deemed it prudent to keep this information concealed from someone he had just met. Upon hearing this, Ji Pingdong's face lit up with joy. He smiled and shared that he knew an intermediary named Ha Feng, who acted as a liaison between loose cultivators and major trading firms. Han Feng facilitated the sale of talismans drawn by loose cultivators, magical artifacts crafted, and formation plates created, thus alleviating the burdens of selling items for spirit stones. The prices offered by Hong Feng were slightly higher than those available at trading firms, ensuring a fair deal. Hence, capable loose cultivators residing on Chuanxi Road often collaborated with Hong Feng. However, Hong Feng's requirements were stringent, only working with cultivators of first-tier middle grade and above. After listening to this, Qin Fan took a sip of tea, finding the proposition appealing. Although he currently possessed 60,000 spirit stones, the expenses in Qinglong Immortal City far surpassed those in Qingzhou Workshop. Merely acquiring this courtyard consumed 200 medium-grade spirit stones belonging to Su Longyue. However, given that the courtyard is situated atop a second-tier spiritual vein, it is indeed worth the price, akin to the soaring real estate values in contemporary metropolises like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Prior to settling into the courtyard, he and Su Longyue had indulged in a lavish meal at a restaurant with their children, which cost several times more than their usual expenses at Qingzhou Fang. Due to the superior ingredients and the elegant decor of the establishment, not to mention the high rental costs of the location. In summary, residing in Qinglong Immortal City, coupled with the presence of 5 gold-devouring beasts in their home, foretells a future of visible financial drain. The urgency to generate income is palpable. Currently, with Su Longyue absent from home and 5 little ones requiring his constant care, he finds himself unable to spare the time to venture out and conduct business. Thus, temporarily collaborating with Hong Feng presents itself as a viable avenue for accruing spirit stones. Fortuitously, he possesses a batch of low-grade artifacts he had previously prepared for refining into second-tier items, which can now be presented. Setting down his teacup, Qin Fan spoke. Ji Pingdong, filled with delight, rose to his feet and utilized the communication talisman. Shortly thereafter, a well-rounded and graceful woman arrived at the door. Ji Pingdong facilitated introductions between the two parties. Qin Fan produced 5 of the least superior first-tier artifacts, which bore no offensive inscriptions, but merely basic cleaning and dusting runes. Upon seeing these artifacts, Hong Feng's eyes sparkled with interest, and she cheerfully offered a price of 5 for 100 low-grade spirit stones. She further elucidated that due to a price war between Wangquij and Lingbage, the market value of artifacts had significantly declined, with the acquisition price for ordinary first-tier artifacts dropping from 1,500 to 300 spirit stones. After a brief calculation, Qin Fan acknowledged that Hong Feng's offered price was indeed generous. The acquisition price will naturally be lower than the selling price. Considering that intermediaries and merchants must also profit, he mused. Dear Daoist Qin, may our collaboration be fruitful. Here is my communication talisman. Please prioritize me for any future artifact sales. Hong Feng smiled as she handed the talisman to Qin Fan. After concluding the transaction, Hong Feng departed, and Ji Pingdong prepared to leave as well. Qin Fan glanced at the gift Ji Pingdong had brought and, with a smile, produced a red envelope to present to him. Ji Pingdong immediately attempted to refuse, but Qin Fan insisted, noting that since Ji Pingdong had come to deliver a congratulatory gift, it was only fitting to reciprocate. After a polite exchange, Ji Pingdong accepted the envelope and exited Qin Fan's residence, finding within it 5 low-grade spirit stones. He was aware that Ji Pingdong would undoubtedly receive a referral fee from Hong Feng for introducing her to him. Nonetheless, the fact that Hong Feng approached him for artifact acquisitions alleviated much of his burden. Building amicable relations with neighbors is certainly advantageous for a devoted father like him. Suddenly, the wails of the little ones echoed throughout the house. Qin Fan hurried back to the room to attend to them. Unfortunately, even Su Longyue's clothing could not soothe the babies this time. He resorted to sending a text message to Su Longyue, inquiring if she was available for a video call. Just as he sent the message, Su Longyue initiated a video communication. Qin Fan accepted the communication and projected the image created by the jade pendant above the 5 babies who were wailing loudly. Big treasure, second treasure, third treasure, fourth treasure, fifth treasure, it's mommy. Please don't cry. Mommy misses you dearly and will return soon. Upon seeing their mother, the 5 little ones gradually ceased their tears, with the eldest still glistening with a pool of tears, blinking away. This sight tugged at Su Longyue's heartstrings. Qin Fan, why does Big Treasure have his ears wrapped in soft covers? She inquired. Qin Fan responded, he has taken to digging at his ears lately, and I feared he might injure himself, so I placed a soft cover on them and cast a minor spell to secure it without hindering his hearing. Su Longyue remarked. Big Treasure certainly keeps us on our toes. Qin Fan replied, this is merely the beginning. I can already envision how this spirited child, born of the earth's essence, will stir things up in the future. Even at just over half a month old, he is remarkably active. By the time he reaches 5 or 6 years, he will undoubtedly cause quite an upheaval. After a brief conversation, Su Longyue's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she said, Qin Fan, I need to make a communication. All right, he replied. After she concluded her communication, she activated another vibrating jade symbol, which bore a message from her mother. Upon connecting, the exquisite visage of Wen Changqing appeared, along with a serene lake behind her that glimmered like a mirror. Yeah, mother has arrived at Moonlit Lake. Where are you? Wen Changqing inquired. Su Longyue responded, Mother, I am at the Water Cloud Pavilion in the Moonlit Lake Marketplace. Very well, I shall come to you shortly. Once the communication ended, Su Longyue immediately cast several cleansing spells upon herself. After ensuring there was no lingering scent of milk, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. In a matter of moments, Su Longyue and Wen Changqing met in a private room at the Water Cloud Pavilion. Chapter 76 Mother Su, my daughter, your abdomen. Yeah, Mother. Wen Changqing gently grasped Su Longyue's hand, glancing around. It had been 2 years since they last met, and her daughter had gained some weight. However, a bit of plumpness was delightful and made her appear more attractive. Subsequently, she urged Su Longyue to take a seat and said, yeah, allow your mother to examine your condition to ascertain why, despite 9 months of training, your cultivation has not improved in the slightest. Su Longyue nodded softly. Wen Changqing infused a thread of her spiritual energy into Su Longyue's wrist. After a brief pause, she opened her eyes and regarded Su Longyue's abdomen with a hint of perplexity. Su Longyue explained, Mother, not long ago, while in the Kungsu mountain range, I was ambushed by a mid-stage Nascent Soul beast, resulting in an injury to my abdomen. I have only recently begun to recover. Before arriving, she had inspected her body countless times. Thanks to Qin Fan's restorative techniques, her body had healed from the effects of pregnancy and the scars from her cesarean section, rendering her physique akin to that of an untouched maiden. Although her uterine wall was somewhat thinner due to having given birth, this detail was not easily discernible. After all, the thickness of the uterine wall varied among individuals. Yet, despite her inner assurance, she felt a twinge of anxiety as Wen Changqing examined her body. Maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor, Wen Changqing withdrew her energy, her brow furrowing in concentration. The issue with her abdomen appeared minor. The meridians were intact. The only concern was the condition of her daughter's uterus, which seemed somewhat peculiar. An odd thought crossed her mind. Had her daughter given birth? The thinning of the uterine wall suggested as much. However, upon inspecting the cervical opening, she noted it was circular. In contrast, women who had given birth, like herself, typically exhibited a large and irregularly shaped cervical opening due to the passage of the baby during childbirth. Mother, did you find anything? Su Longyue inquired. Wen Changqing shook her head, her eyes betraying worry. We must return to the sect. I shall seek your grandmother's expertise. Her medical skills are exceptional. Su Longyue reassured her. As long as there is no problem, I have recently noticed that my absorption of spiritual energy has begun to yield a gradual increase in my cultivation. Perhaps my body has finally healed. Wen Changqing replied, we still need to return to the sect for a thorough examination. Only then can I be at ease. We cannot overlook any potential ailments that might hinder your future endeavors in the path of cultivation. Many wandering cultivators struggle to progress due to injuries acquired in their youth while vying for resources, often left untreated, which prevent them from breaking through at crucial junctures in their ascension. Mother, Su Longyue countered, grandmother is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the transformation stage. I do not wish to disturb her. I am aware that my body is fine. The stagnation in my cultivation was merely due to the suppression of my abilities to the first layer of qi refinement during my pregnancy. Now that I have regained my mid-stage golden core cultivation, my training speed has returned to its previous pace. She was uncertain whether it was merely an illusion. Yet she felt that her body was absorbing spiritual energy at a swifter pace. When Changqing furrowed her brows and suggested that her mother take her to see Dr. Yi. Mother, please do not worry. I truly feel fine. You have examined me, and indeed, there is nothing amiss. Perhaps I simply encountered a bottleneck, which is why, for a full 9 months, my cultivation did not progress. However, I sense that it has improved now, and my training speed seems to have increased slightly compared to before. Mother, 9 months without advancement in cultivation is nothing to fret about. Many practitioners face bottlenecks for decades, sometimes even a century, without making any progress. It is possible that my rapid advancement from Qi training to foundation establishment and then to the mid-stage of golden core left me unprepared for a halt in progression. In truth, my current state is quite normal. After being thoroughly persuaded by Su Longyue, when Changqing felt somewhat convinced, she decided to have Su Longyue observe her condition moving forward, instructing her to report any abnormalities. Su Longyue agreed. Once they had finished discussing this topic, when Changqing inquired about the baby's cry she had heard in the video, asking whose child it was. It is a friend I met while training in the Kungsa mountain range, mother. You do not know her, replied Su Longyue. When Changqing nodded, as long as it was not Chun Xianying's child, she felt there was no need to inform Chun Xianying's mother, Shi Shaofan. Su Longyue, not wishing to linger on this subject, redirected the conversation, asking when Changqing how she had come to be in the vicinity. The distance from their Lanyue sect was considerable, requiring at least 2 months of travel by flying boat. This was precisely why she had chosen to bring Qin Fan to Qingzhou Fang for the preparation of childbirth after her pregnancy. However, she had not anticipated the emergence of an esteemed cave dwelling near Qingzhou Fang. Coincidentally, her mother had also just exited seclusion and arrived at the cave dwelling. Although she was aware of her mother's destination, she pretended ignorance and inquired. When Changqing broached the subject, saying, "You have lived near Qingzhou Fang before. You must have heard of the esteemed cave dwelling, right? A secret technique related to the Qingmu spiritual body has appeared there, which is why I came here after my seclusion. If I had known you were nearby, mother, I would have contacted you sooner so that we could reunite earlier." Su Longyue remarked. Mother, the Qingmu spiritual body? Do you possess this secret technique? Yes, when Changqing replied. May I see it? Su Longyue asked. When Changqing, puzzled, responded. What do you wish to see it for? Yeah, you possess the innate water spirit body. This Qingmu spiritual body's technique is of no use to you. I am simply curious about the cultivation methods of acquired spiritual bodies, Su Longyue explained. With a fond smile, when Changqing said, very well. With that, she waved her delicate hand, and a scroll materialized in her grasp. She performed a hand seal to lift the restrictions she had placed upon the scroll and then handed it to Su Longyue. Su Longyue pressed the scroll against her forehead. In an instant, an abundance of information regarding the cultivation of the Qingmu spirit body flooded her mind. She meticulously inscribed this knowledge into her sea of consciousness, intending to replicate it later for Qin Fan's perusal. The further she inscribed, the more her enchanting eyes radiated with an otherworldly brilliance, culminating in a look of astonishment. Upon completing the inscription, she set the scroll aside and remarked to Wen Changqing, "No wonder my mother came in person. This secret technique encompasses not only the cultivation method for the Qingmu spirit body, but also the Imu Dharma body above it, and even the legendary Changxing Dao body, said to grant immortality." Her heart was brimming with joy. Setting aside the stringent requirements of the Imu Dharma body and the Changxing Dao body, she realized that she could procure enough resources for Qin Fan to cultivate the Qingmu spirit body. Considering Qin Fan's innate talent for the Da Yin sword technique, once he achieved the postnatal Qingmu spirit body, it was conceivable that he might surpass her on the path of Dao in the future. This venture to visit her mother proved to be exceedingly worthwhile. Chapter 77. Mother Su. Something seems off with my daughter as the mother and daughter dined together. Their conversation veered towards the matter of Wen Changqing inviting Su Longyue to accompany her back to the Lanyue sect. Su Longyue declined, stating, "Mother, I have a few matters to attend to. I may need to return to the sect in a few days." Instinctively, Wen Changqing sensed something amiss. At that moment, Her communication jade pendant emitted a faint glow. Upon reading the message, she replied, "That is acceptable. Coincidentally, I have some urgent business to attend to as well. We shall meet at home later." Upon hearing these words, Su Longyue felt a sense of relief. She had been genuinely concerned that her mother would insist on accompanying her back to the sect, which would hinder her plans to visit Qin Xianqing to see Qin Fan and the little ones. After finishing their meal, Su Longyue summoned the waiter to settle the bill, which amounted to 20 spirit stones and 50 spirit crystals. The waiter, beaming with delight, remarked, "It is rare to encounter such extravagant patrons these days." Su Longyue cast a glance at Wen Changqing. With 5 little ones to raise, and the need to prepare resources for Qin Fan's cultivation of the Qingmu spiritual body, her expenses were mounting, necessitating frugality. She subtly indicated that Wen Changqing should cover this meal's cost. Receiving Su Longyue's look, Wen Changqing turned her gaze toward the window. Feigning ignorance, Su Longyue thought to herself, "Indeed, a true mother." Reluctant to part with even a single spirit stone, she placed 21 spirit stones on the table and told the waiter, "No need for change." Only then did Wen Changqing turn to look, and upon noticing the spirit stones on the table, she glanced at Su Longyue, then pushed aside one of the stones and retrieved 50 spirit crystals from her storage pouch. Under the scrutiny of Wen Changqing's gaze, Su Longyue took the solitary spirit stone that had been set apart. Internally, she mused, "I knew my mother would be stingy. She would never allow me to contribute more spirit stones." Ultimately, she felt pleased to have gained 50 spirit crystals. The waiter, undeterred by this little exchange, maintained his cheerful demeanor and bowed deeply, expressing gratitude for their patronage. As they exited the tavern, Wen Changqing cast a soundproof barrier between them and said, "Yeah, 50 spirit crystals are still spirit crystals. Loose cultivators might even resort to murder for such an amount. Although our family is affluent, you must learn to manage your spending wisely and practice thriftiness. Do you understand?" Su Longyue replied, "What you say is true, mother." Satisfied, Wen Changqing dispelled the soundproof barrier. As they strolled down the street, suddenly, Wen Changqing's delicate nose twitched. She detected a peculiar yet familiar scent, a scent characteristic of nursing mothers. She glanced to the side, while Su Longyue discreetly performed a cleansing spell to rid herself of any lingering odors. Sensing something was off, Wen Changqing inquired, "Yeah, what was that cleansing spell for?" Su Longyue responded, "There was a fishy smell in the tavern that made me uncomfortable, so I decided to cleanse myself." At that moment, a mother cradling an infant passed by Wen Changqing and her companions, and the scent of milk wafted through the air. She shook her head, realizing that she had been overthinking. It was peculiar to think that the smell of milk emanated from her own daughter. After 2 years apart, her thoughts wandered to strange places upon seeing her child again. It had been a while since she had strolled through the streets, and today the atmosphere was bustling. "Come on. Yeah, let us accompany your mother on a shopping trip," Wen Changqing suggested. "All right," Su Longyue replied. Today coincided with the market day at the Moonlit Lake Square, akin to rural markets in modern times, where numerous vendors gathered to sell their wares and shoppers flocked to acquire goods. The scene was vibrant, filled with the sounds of haggling, calls of vendors, and the clattering of items. Witnessing this lively spectacle softened Wen Changqing's gaze as she and Su Longyue joined the throng. High-quality fragrant cloud gauze clothing has arrived. Parents with children, come take a look. Fragrant cloud gauze is perfect for making clothes for babies. Act quickly. The tailor has just released 10 pairs of exquisite tiger shoes for infants. Fresh stock just in. Buy swiftly. Amidst the cacophony, Su Longyue's attention was drawn by the sound of a rattle drum. She spotted a mother holding her baby, who was joyfully shaking the drum, her large eyes following its movements, utterly adorable. The sight made her yearn to purchase one for her own child. She instinctively took a step towards the stall selling rattles, but quickly regained her composure and averted her gaze, only to find herself drawn to the stall displaying charming tiger shoes. The array of small, delicately crafted shoes in various colors tugged at her heartstrings. She longed to buy them. Moreover, the assortment of beautifully designed little garments hanging on the rack tempted her further. "Yeah?" Wen Changqing inquired, noticing the look of desire on Su Longyue's face. After a moment's thought, she added, "Are you looking to buy a gift for your friend's baby?" "Yes. I was injured in my abdomen before, and my friend took care of me," Su Longyue explained. Without hesitation, Wen Changqing responded, "Let us go buy some gifts for her baby. I find these little shoes, clothes, and socks quite adorable." After I gave birth to you, I developed a fondness for purchasing such items. I could hardly resist whenever I spotted them. So this is hereditary. Su Longyue mused. Mother, I lack experience in this. I don't know what babies like. Could you help me choose? You're asking the right person. Come, let your mother assist you. When Changqing replied, her selections filled with thoughtfulness. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the cultivation chamber, Qin Fan opened his eyes and smiled. Truly, this independent courtyard on the second-tier spiritual vein is remarkable. The abundance of spiritual energy here is palpable, and the speed of cultivation far surpasses that experienced in the Qingzhou Fang. In recent days, Qin Fan has been quite occupied, leaving little time for his practice. But today he finally finds a moment to engage in cultivation. As he begins, he immediately senses the advantages of residing here. It is no wonder that property prices are so steep. Indeed, there is a reason for such expense. After completing his cultivation, Qin Fan rises to check on the little ones, all 5 of whom are awake. Fortunately, they are not crying and are engaged in their own playful activities. Qin Fan proceeds to feed them one by one. The breast milk that Su Longyue has accumulated over the past half-month is sufficient to nourish the babies for another couple of days. After feeding the first 4, when it comes to the 5th, she turns her head away. No matter how Qin Fan presents the bottle to her, she stubbornly keeps her mouth shut and refuses to eat, even pushing the bottle away with her tiny hands. Little treasure, be good and drink your milk. It will help you grow quickly. You want to catch up with your older siblings, don't you? Our little treasure is the most obedient. Yet, she remains unwilling to nurse. Typically, her daily intake is already less than that of her siblings, and today, she resolutely shuts her mouth, refusing to consume any milk at all. Chapter 78. The Emerald Fairy's Astonishment. Qin Fan, you have reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Detected that the host's 5 treasure body is weak and requires physical enhancement. Therefore, a low-grade alchemy skill of the 1st tier has been granted to the host. 1 minute later, Qin Fan comprehended the low-grade alchemy skill of the 1st tier. In the character list, alchemical proficiency, low-grade alchemist of the 1st tier, 0500 000. Indeed, the nurturing system has seamlessly elevated him to the status of a low-grade alchemist of the 1st tier. Coincidentally, the independent courtyard purchased by Su Longyue includes a furnace chamber equipped with underground fire for alchemy. Beneath the Azure Dragon Immortal City lies underground fire. Yet not every residence possesses this supply. Only those expensive homes, such as the one acquired by Su Longyue, which are built on at least a 2nd-tier spiritual vein, are graced with such facilities. No wonder, when I infused my longevity mana into 5 treasures body, it merely improved his gastrointestinal health without igniting his appetite. The underlying issue lies in his constitution, which must be rectified. It appears that I must procure some medicinal pills that can enhance his physical constitution. The little one, though not eating, remained quiet and listless, evoking Qin Fan's tenderness. He gently placed the 5 little ones into a large baby carriage and, pushing it, ventured outside to search for a shop that specializes in medicinal pills aimed at improving the physical health of infants. Upon reaching the street, he noticed that aside from 5 treasure, the other 4 had become increasingly animated, their eyes sparkling with curiosity as they glanced around. Thanks to the transparent glass surrounding the baby carriage he had crafted, even while lying inside, the babies could observe their surroundings. A significant improvement over their previous view of only the sky. As Qin Fan strolled with the babies, he quickly attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, particularly women. What an adorable baby. 5 of them, all the same age. Are they quintuplets? Inquired a female cultivator who had just arrived in the city. Indeed, quintuplets. And their parents are a perfect match. Another female cultivator responded. The last time Qin Fan and Su Longyue entered the city with the 5 little ones, they had sparked considerable interest and discussion among cultivators. Gradually, the tale of a couple blessed with quintuplets spread throughout Azure Dragon Immortal City, becoming a topic of conversation among many practitioners during their leisure time, astonished by the fact that foundational cultivators could bear quintuplets. Thus, when Qin Fan appeared in public with the babies today, he was readily recognized. As they ambled down the street, Qin Fan observed the shops on either side. Suddenly, he spotted an opulent carriage ahead, drawn by splendid steeds with silvery manes and single horns, clearly top-tier spiritual horses. Surrounding the carriage were numerous cultivators clad in matching attire. While at the entrance of a nearby shop stood several practitioners in high-quality robes, evidently waiting to greet the carriage's esteemed occupant. Whispers surged through the crowd. It must be the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Such grandeur. It seems the individuals from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion hold significant status. It is said that the young master of Lingbao Pavilion has arrived today. The one who vanquished the nefarious Green Fairy in King's Hufang City? Indeed, it is she. And I have heard that she has been accepted as an inner disciple of the Lihua sect. How astonishing. Previously, it was thought that the Sang family of Lingbao Pavilion would be devoured by the Waki Pavilion, yet unexpectedly, a queen of hell emerged, and the Sang family instead absorbed the Han family of Waki Pavilion. Now their young master has also become an inner disciple of the Lihua sect. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Qin Daoyu, may I request a moment of your time? Just as Qin Fan was preparing to lead his little ones away, he received a transmission from the Green Fairy. Qin Fan, I am occupied. He intended to find medicinal pills for the children. Green Fairy, Qin Daoyu, as ever. You are so sincere. Are those your little ones? Qin Fan, yes. A look of astonishment flickered in the beautiful eyes of the Green Fairy seated in the carriage. She had not anticipated that the 5 little ones in the cart, pushed by Qin Fan, were all his. Even more surprising was the revelation that when she encountered Qin Fan in Qinglong Immortal City, he had already reached the 9th level of Qi training. Recalling what Manager Fan had previously mentioned, she lifted the curtain of the carriage and disembarked. Young Master, the smiling shopkeeper, who had long awaited at the entrance of Lingbao Pavilion, stepped forward to greet her. The Green Fairy nodded slightly and instructed her companions to disperse before walking towards Qin Fan. The shopkeepers were collectively taken aback, pondering, who is that person? How does he hold such significance? Their young master had just arrived in Qinglong Immortal City and had not yet entered the treasure pavilion. Yet she was eager to converse with him. Nonetheless, they etched Qin Fan's visage in their memories. The next time he visited their shop, they would ensure he received a warm welcome and special discounts. As the Green Fairy approached Qin Fan, she remarked, Qin Daoyu, I never expected you to have quintuplets. Congratulations. It appears the woman who bore your children is immortal. Thank you, and congratulations to the fairy for becoming an inner disciple of the Lihua sect. Qin Fan responded with mutual flattery. Hearing this, the Green Fairy smiled and said, I must extend my gratitude to Qin Daoyu for your assistance last time. May I inquire what urgent matter has you so preoccupied that you cannot catch up with me? Qin Fan thought to himself, what do I have to discuss with you? Qin Fan, I am here to purchase medicinal pills. Green Fairy, oh? Medicinal pills, of course. Your cultivation speed is astonishing, having reached the 9th level of Qi training. It is indeed time to consider foundation establishment. Coincidentally, I know a 2nd-tier mid-grade alchemist in Qinglong Immortal City who could be of assistance to you. Qin Fan thought internally, when did this scheming woman become so benevolent? Indeed, the Green Fairy's next words were, however, this alchemist has a peculiar quirk. Upon saying this, the Green Fairy gazed at Qin Fan. He felt a chill under her scrutiny, an inkling forming about the peculiar quirk. He decisively declined, saying, no, thank you. The Green Fairy offered a gentle smile and asked, where are you currently residing, Qin Daoyu? During this period, I shall reside in the Qinglong Immortal City. Qin Fan, Chuanxi Road. He did not specify the exact location. The Green Fairy was slightly taken aback. Those residing around Chuanxi Road were typically cultivators of at least mid-tier skills, as the rental prices in that area were considerably high for those in the Qi refinement stage. It was unexpected that Qin Fan had chosen to rent a place there. Contemplating this, the Green Fairy's enchanting eyes shimmered like emerald waves as she gazed at the 5 little ones in the cart, her expression softening. You 5 little darlings are truly adorable, resembling you quite a bit. She continued, in this lifetime, I have little desire for a partner, but it is indeed time to consider leaving behind an heir. Upon saying this, the Green Fairy turned her gaze towards Qin Fan. Internally, Qin Fan mused. That last remark was unnecessary, wasn't it? Noticing Qin Fan's silence, the Green Fairy smiled gently and said, Friend Qin, I still owe you a favor. Do remember to come and collect it at your convenience. Chapter 79. Homecoming 2 days had swiftly passed, and Qin Fan scoured several shops and pharmacies in the Azure Dragon Immortal City, yet he found no suitable elixirs to nurture the 5 treasures physique. However, the enchanting Green Fairy sent him a message containing a formula. Upon learning that Qin Daoist was in search of elixirs to enhance the constitution of infants, she fortuitously had a recipe to share. At that moment, Qin Fan perused the lower-grade first-tier recipe before him, the green grass pill. This concoction could ameliorate the frail conditions of newborns up to 3 years of age, boasting properties that strengthened the body and promoted digestive absorption. Qin Fan, exercising caution, refrained from hastily employing the formula. Instead, he forwarded it to Su Longyue for her appraisal. Her response was reassuring. The formula presented no issues. With her approval, Qin Fan commenced the preparation of the elixir. He visited the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion to procure the necessary materials for crafting the green grass pill. Despite being a lower-grade first-tier recipe, several of the required ingredients were exceedingly rare, which contributed to the absence of such elixirs in the Azure Dragon Immortal City. Furthermore, although it was a first-tier recipe, its categorization as a specialized formula rendered it beyond the capabilities of many high-tier alchemists, even those at the second tier. Additionally, cultivators seldom utilized the green grass pill, and mortals lacked sufficient spirit stones to afford it, resulting in minimal sales and a reluctance among alchemists to produce this particular elixir. Having acquired the ingredients and alchemical furnace, Qin Fan returned home and entered his alchemy chamber. 5 hours later, he opened the furnace to unveil 5 exquisite elixirs, each enveloped in a gentle, luminous glow, and a smile graced his lips. Truly, the alchemical skills bestowed by the system were remarkable. No matter how challenging the recipe, success was achieved in a single endeavor. Moreover, the yield met the expected standards. He placed the 5 elixirs into a jade box and meticulously inspected each one. They were indeed flawless green grass pills, devoid of any impurities or residual toxins, and their quality was impeccable. However, as these were intended for a small infant, Qin Fan remained diligent and first consumed one himself. Satisfied, he noted that it bore no adverse effects on his body, thus deeming it safe for the 5 treasures. Since the moment 2 days prior when the infant had refused to drink milk, Qin Fan had pondered numerous solutions, managing only to feed her a meager amount when she cried out in hunger. This had left him, as a concerned father, deeply troubled. During their video call, he could sense Su Longyue's anxiety even through the screen. Upon entering the room, Qin Fan crushed the elixir and, utilizing his spiritual energy, carefully administered the powdered concoction into the small mouth of the 5 treasures. Initially, the little girl seemed poised to reject it, using her tongue to push the powder away. Yet, unexpectedly, she opened her mouth wide, willingly consuming the elixir. Is she enjoying it? That is splendid. Qin Fan finally felt a sense of relief, for he had harbored concerns that the 5 treasures might refuse to eat. He found the peculiar taste of the green grass pill somewhat strange, and even he had grimaced when sampling it. Unexpectedly, Wu Bao has developed a fondness for this flavor. Following the dosage indicated in the formula, he administered 1/8 of a pill to Wu Bao. After consuming it, the little one smacked her lips and gazed longingly at Qin Fan with her large, expressive eyes, clearly indicating her desire for more. Qin Fan chuckled softly, gently ruffling her little head as he said, "You can have more at the next meal." He then offered her the bottle, saying, "Here, drink your milk." This time, Wu Bao opened her small mouth. However, after taking just a sip, she immediately pushed the nipple away with her tongue, closing her mouth defiantly and refusing to drink. Her gaze towards Qin Fan was somewhat melancholic, almost as if to say, "This is not what I like." Qin Fan felt helpless. It seemed the effects of the medicine required a bit more time to manifest. When it was time for the second dosage of the pill, he decided to smear the medicine on the nipple, allowing her to take a sip of the pill and then a sip of milk. Finally, the little one managed to consume 12 milliliters of milk, which fell within her normal range. While Debao and the others weighed more than Wu Bao and currently consumed 130 milliliters of milk daily, Wu Bao's standard intake was 100 milliliters, which she had previously failed to meet. With this new feeding method, Qin Fan felt hopeful that Wu Bao could achieve her daily milk intake of 100 milliliters. He was now feeding the babies 8 times a day. After finishing the milk for Wu Bao, the 1/8 of the pill was also consumed. Qin Fan beamed with a paternal smile. Just then, Su Longyue sent a message. As soon as the connection was established, Su Longyue asked with concern and worry, "How is Wu Bao? She just drank 12 milliliters of milk. Is she behaving well this time? I gave her the grass pill. Did you manage to acquire it?" "I refined it myself." "You crafted the grass pill?" "Yes." Su Longyue was astonished. When had Qin Fan learned to concoct pills? Moreover, she had inquired with a third-tier alchemist about the grass pill, which was notoriously difficult to refine and had no guaranteed success rate. Remarkably, it had been less than half a day since Qin Fan had asked her about the grass pill, and now Wu Bao was already consuming it. Qin Fan was becoming increasingly enigmatic to her. What other secrets did he harbor that she was unaware of? As her thoughts lingered on Qin Fan and the babies, her yearning intensified. Unfortunately, it would still take a day to return home. She had pushed the flying boat to its maximum speed. After checking on each baby, rather than alleviating her longing, it only deepened it. After ending the communication, Su Longyue took out a memento from her departure from Qinglong Immortal City. In the memento, there were 5 little babies, yet her gaze was fixated on Qin Fan, who lay on his side on the bed. Gradually, her gaze grew warmer. Finally, she closed her eyes and shut off the memento stone. In that fleeting moment of closure, although Qin Fan's figure vanished from her sight, he became ever clearer in her mind. The scenes of Qin Fan helping her detoxify over the past 10 months began to resurface vividly in her memory. The long yet powerful fingers, the slightly stubbled chin that was not prickly as her dress gradually slipped away. His breath lingered in the air. Half an hour later, Su Longyue, her face flushed, covered her eyes with her hands, shyly rolling into the covers. It was a disaster. Cursed Qin Yuan. I should never have looked at the illustration she sent. It has tainted my heart's path. The following day, as Su Longyue opened her front door and stepped into the courtyard, she was greeted by the sweet, childish laughter that echoed, giggling. It was the sound of little ones laughing. Following the sound, she beheld a tall, elegant figure soaring through the air on a sword. Below the sword dangled a large cradle, within which 5 little babies were nestled. As Qin Fan skillfully maneuvered the flying sword, the laughter of the babies continued to resonate. Giggling, the sky was filled with Qin Fan's hearty laughter. Eldest, second, third, fourth, fifth. Are you having fun? Daddy is taking you for a flight. Hold on tight. We shall soar even higher. Giggling. Witnessing this tender scene of paternal affection, Su Longyue felt her heart soften, and with a gentle lift, she ascended on her sword, gliding through the air. Wife! Qin Fan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Su Longyue rise to join him. Chapter 80. Baptizing the Little Ones. The eldest exhibits a mutated talent. Su Longyue nodded, her gaze falling upon the 5 exuberant little beings in the cradle, their faces alight with joy. A wave of tenderness washed over her heart. However, upon seeing her, the once gleeful expressions of the little ones froze, and the 4th child's mouth curled into a pout, on the verge of tears. The eldest 4 stared at her with wide, bewildered eyes, as if she were a stranger. Su Longyue. I am your mother. Her heart ached. Had it truly been only 10 days since they last met? The children she had borne seemed to have forgotten her. Suddenly, the 5th child wailed first, reaching out with tiny hands towards Su Longyue, evidently recognizing her. This recognition rejuvenated Su Longyue's wounded heart. With a gentle gaze, she soothed, "Do not cry, my dear Wu Bao. Mother has returned." Qin Fan, wielding his sword, gently lowered the cradle to the ground, detaching it from the iron chains of the flying sword. Su Longyue swiftly scooped up Wu Bao, who immediately ceased crying upon being cradled in her arms, his tiny hands grasping at her clothing playfully. The other 4 children soon realized who she was, and they began to wail in unison, particularly the eldest, who, being the healthiest, cried the loudest in a bid to capture Su Longyue's attention for a hug. Observing this scene, Qin Fan chuckled. It seems our 5 little ones are quite astute. Su Longyue planted a kiss on Wu Bao, then handed him to Qin Fan, proceeding to embrace Daba, Bao, Sanbao, and Sibao in turn, comforting each with gentle words and kisses. The 4 little ones finally found solace and ceased their cries, their faces lighting up with joy as they gazed at Su Longyue, as if fearful that a mere glance away might cause her to vanish once more. This warmed Su Longyue's heart profoundly. Darling, having kissed the little ones, do you not wish to bestow a kiss upon me as well? Qin Fan teased, leaning closer with a charming smile. Su Longyue tightened her hold on Sibao. Captivated by the handsome profile of Qin Fan, she bestowed a fleeting kiss upon his cheek before retreating into the house, cradling Sibao. The sound of Daba's laughter rang out, and upon hearing the children's joyous giggles, Su Longyue quickened her pace, her earlobes tinged with a faint blush of embarrassment. How had she so boldly kissed Qin Fan? With the children as witnesses? That evening, Su Longyue retrieved a jar of blood. Qin Fan, this is the blood of a low-level 4th-tier beast king. I intend to use it to baptize the little ones and lay a solid foundation for them. Originally, she had planned to hunt a high-level 3rd-tier beast king, but after encountering her mother at Moonlit Lake, she had found a convenient excuse to bring her along and instead hunted 5 low-level 4th-tier beast kings, including a gold-type golden devourer, a water-type ink flood dragon, a wood-type soaring serpent, a fire-type scorching scorpion, and a soil-type earth dragon beast. This was why her return was delayed by 2 days. Qin Fan replied, "Very well, I shall provide protection for you." Su Longyue nodded in agreement. Then, according to the ancient rites of the sect, the necessary ceremonial objects were brought forth and arranged meticulously. Instantly, upon the altar within the chamber, a formation pool emanating a champagne golden glow materialized. In the center of the pool lay 5 large meditation cushions, encircled by 5 indentations. Each indentation contained the blood of a mystical beast, representing the 5 elemental attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, each radiating hues of gold, blue, green, red, and bright yellow. The atmosphere was thick with an air of mystery. Su Longyue gently placed the 5 freshly bathed infants onto the 5 large cushions within the formation pool, subsequently activating the formation's patterns. Before long, the 5 bare little ones were enveloped in a champagne golden light, ancient symbols emerging on their fair skin. The beast blood in the indentations began to bubble, wisps of it spiraling upwards, encircling the 5 little creatures. Standing outside the formation pool, Su Longyue observed this scene, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Qin Fan tenderly grasped her delicate hand. Su Longyue spoke. "This formation is an ancient legacy of our Lanyue sect. Not only can it assess the spiritual roots of newborns, but it also aids them in absorbing the beast blood suited for their cultivation, fortifying their bodies and laying a foundation for their path. I wonder if Dabao possesses a spiritual root. However, even without one, this baptism of beast blood will render their bodies stronger, allowing them to pursue a path of physical cultivation. Many who lack spiritual roots aspire to become cultivators and choose the path of body refinement. Furthermore, with sufficient cultivation, it is indeed possible to forge an innate spiritual root. I have not paid much attention to this knowledge in the past, but upon returning to the sect, I shall delve into the ancient texts in the treasure pavilion to explore the matter of acquired spiritual roots." At that moment, wisps of beast blood began to flow into the infants through the runes on their bodies. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from Dabao, which deepened into a rich hue, eventually transforming into a vibrant purple lightning glow. The purple light was fervently absorbed into Dabao's body, forming a vortex around him. Su Longyue gasped in astonishment. Dabao had manifested an anomalous lightning spiritual root. Her gaze fell upon a line of text that appeared before Dabao: lightning attribute spiritual root sensitivity, 70, which precisely met the minimum standard for an earth spiritual root. The quality of a spiritual root is determined by its sensitivity. Low-grade spiritual root. Sensitivity 10 to 19 mid-grade spiritual root. Sensitivity 20 to 39 high-grade spiritual root. Sensitivity 40 to 69 earth spiritual root. Sensitivity 70 to 99 heavenly spiritual root. Sensitivity 100 after Dabao's spiritual root sensitivity was determined. The results for air bao, sand bao, sea bao, and wu bao were revealed. Air bao would attribute spiritual root sensitivity 56, high-grade spiritual root. Sand bao, spiritual root sensitivity 0, no spiritual root. Sea bao, fire attribute spiritual root sensitivity 20, mid-grade spiritual root. Wu bao, water attribute spiritual root sensitivity 16, low-grade spiritual root. The qualities of the spiritual roots of the 5 children exceeded Su Longyue's expectations. She initially believed that it would be remarkable if even one of the 5 infants possessed a medium-grade spiritual root. To her astonishment, 4 of the children indeed had spiritual roots, and the eldest, in particular, exhibited a rare mutated lightning attribute earth spiritual root. The absence of a spiritual root in the 3rd child only strengthened her resolve to return to her sect and seek methods to cultivate acquired spiritual roots. Noticing the concern in Su Longyue's gaze directed at the 3rd child, Qin Fan gently embraced her shoulder and reassured her, though the 3rd child lacks a spiritual root, he can still learn physical cultivation from me by embarking on the path of body refinement. I believe we will eventually discover a way for him to continue his cultivation journey. On the day of the children's birth, he had already discerned their spiritual root qualities and was aware of the third child's deficiency. At that moment, he had inquired with the system and learned that, while the third child currently lacked a spiritual root, this did not preclude the possibility of altering that condition in the future. There remained a chance for change. Chapter 81. Celebrating the baby's full moon, Su Longyue nodded gently. The 5 little ones, having been blessed, were peacefully asleep. Qin Fan intended to carry them to their bed, but Su Longyue grasped his arm. "What's the matter?" Qin Fan inquired. With her delicate, fair hand, Su Longyue gestured toward the spacious crib beside them, indicating that they should place the babies there. Qin Fan, realizing something, chuckled. "It's all right. This bed is ample enough for our family of 6 to lie comfortably." Su Longyue tightened her grip on Qin Fan's hand, her pearly teeth nibbling at her lower lip as she spoke softly. "Qin Fan." Noticing the flush creeping to his wife's ears, Qin Fan decided not to tease her further, responding with a smile. "All right, tonight the little ones shall sleep in the crib." With that, he gently placed the eldest baby into the crib. That night, the moonlight was exquisite. 1,000 miles away from Qinglong Immortal City, a landscape unfolded unlike the summer's embrace, blanketed in white snow, pressing down on the verdant pines. In the midst lay a narrow gorge, shrouded in white mist, where the wind howled. In the snow, tender shoots had just emerged, only to be uprooted and shredded into powder by the gray winds, scattering into the air. Birds and beasts kept their distance from this ominous gorge. A flying vessel appeared, gliding through the air. As it approached the gorge, a pale golden shield enveloped the entire craft. On board stood 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man donned an elegant light blue scholarly robe, strikingly handsome. The woman wore a light purple V-neck robe, cinched at the waist, the soft, cloud-like fabric accentuating her alluring silhouette. Her long black hair was elegantly styled into a bun, with loose strands cascading softly over her left shoulder. Beneath her dark locks lay a graceful countenance. These 2 were none other than Qin Fan and Su Longyue. "Qin Fan, this is Taiyin Valley, a perfect environment for your cultivation at the 2nd layer," Su Longyue remarked. "Thank you, my dear wife, for your thoughtful consideration," Qin Fan replied appreciatively. Su Longyue produced a talisman and handed it to Qin Fan, instructing, "If you find it unbearable, shatter this talisman. I will come to rescue you from Taiyin Valley." Taking the talisman, Qin Fan smiled. "My dear, do not speak of impossibilities. I, your husband, shall surely succeed." A blush crept onto Su Longyue's cheeks as she waved her hand, using her magical power to gently lower Qin Fan from the flying vessel to the ground. Upon landing, he was immediately met with a chilling gust of wind. Fortunately, he wore the 3rd-tier robe gifted by Su Longyue, which activated its defensive properties, enveloping him in a faint blue shield. The wind felt as if it could tear him apart. But now, with the robe's assistance, he would soon have to face the rigors of cultivation bare-skinned. The very thought was painful. However, with his wife and the babies watching from above, he, Qin Fan, would undoubtedly persevere. He promptly retrieved the medicinal cauldron rewarded by the system from his storage pouch, placing the necessary herbs for the 2nd layer of cultivation within, preparing to brew them. As the chilling winds of the lunar realm swept in, the medicinal cauldron emanated a faint golden aura, safeguarding both itself and the precious herbs contained within. Qin Fan shed his robe. The moment it fell away, the protective barrier vanished, and the icy winds surged towards him. Having already mastered the 1st layer of utilizing his body as a vessel, his skin was immediately ravaged by the frigid gusts, leaving him bloodied and battered. Before he could even register the pain, he leapt into the cauldron. Hissing, the herbs and concoction within the cauldron remained shielded from the biting winds. Yet I found myself outside, enduring the same merciless onslaught. Several strands of hair were torn away, and I pondered if I would emerge bald. Desperate to avoid such a fate, Qin Fan swiftly grasped a lotus seed from the cauldron and consumed it. As he refined his body, he absorbed the essence of the herbs to restore his vitality. This round of body refinement was 100-fold more excruciating than the first, for it not only involved boiling water, but also withstanding the frigid assault of the lunar winds. In midair, upon a flying vessel, Su Longyue emerged, gently pushing a stroller. Through the transparent glass, the infants could glimpse Qin Fan refining his body in the cauldron below. After having undergone the baptism of beast blood, The 5 babies had significantly improved in health, particularly the eldest, who possessed a rare lightning attribute root. His vision was remarkable, allowing him to see Qin Fan clearly within the cauldron, his large eyes wide with wonder. Although the 3rd child's sight had improved, lacking a spiritual root, he could only discern a vague dark figure. Su Longyue softly addressed him. Sanbao, your father is refining his body below. Though you lack a spiritual root, you may one day follow in his footsteps and learn from his indomitable spirit. 7 days passed. Qin Fan expelled a vibrant, multicolored mist, the fragrance of herbs rich in the air. His skin visibly rejuvenated, becoming fairer, each pore releasing a cascade of colorful light that transformed into a delicate silver mist enveloping his form. The nearly bald crown of his head sprouted a thick mane of dark hair. His handsome features became even more defined, taking another step forward in the realm of attractiveness. His 6-pack abs radiated strength, embodying the ferocity of a primordial beast, exuding an aura of danger and power. Qin Fan opened his eyes. He had ascended to the 2nd layer of body refinement. Now, even a low-grade 2nd-tier magical artifact could not breach his physical defenses. Emerging from the cauldron, he stood unafraid of the lunar winds. However, he did not flaunt for long. He donned a simple yet elegant robe, and Su Longyue floated gracefully from the vessel. Indeed, she remarked. Qin Fan chuckled. My dear, are you referring to my physique or my prowess? A blush crept across Su Longyue's face as she shot him a playful glare, exuding endless charm. Unable to contain himself, Qin Fan reached out and grasped Su Longyue by the nape of her neck, drawing her close as he pressed his lips fervently against hers. Upon returning to the misty rain abode within the Qinglong Immortal City, a name bestowed by Qin Fan upon the independent courtyard they currently inhabited, Su Longyue spoke with a hint of reluctance in her enchanting eyes. Qin Fan, you have now advanced to the 2nd level of body refinement, and the little ones have been baptized. It is time for me to return to the sect. In a gentle tone, Qin Fan inquired, when will you depart? Tomorrow, she replied. Could it be the day after? He suggested. The little ones have just turned a month old, and I wish to host a celebration for their full moon. Of course, Qin Fan continued softly. For the full moon celebration, what preparations are necessary? Su Longyue, unfamiliar with such customs, nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. What shall we prepare for the celebration? Qin Fan explained, we shall not invite many friends, so the arrangements will be minimal. I will visit the market shortly to procure some decorative materials and fresh ingredients. We must not forget the spiritual chicken eggs, as I will prepare red eggs for the occasion. Su Longyue suggested, you could invite your friends to join. It would be livelier, provided they are not from the top 3 sections. Few are acquainted with me, Qin Fan replied. Chapter 82. Strength through marriage and progeny. The following day dawned auspiciously, with clear skies and a gentle spring breeze heralding the revival of nature. At the Lanyue residence, the verdant lawn flourished, the spirit vegetables glistened in their lush green, and the spirit chickens heralded the morning. The courtyard was adorned with colorful decorations, predominantly hues of sky blue, pink, and red, perfectly blending childlike whimsy with festive cheer. At the entrance hung 2 red lanterns, accompanied by a large red couplet, upper line, a gathering of blessings and wealth, lower line, delight in a good life, horizontal inscription, joy blossoms on the brow with the arrival of spring, rain, and awakening of insects. They busied themselves tidying the courtyard and trimming the lawn. In the kitchen to the left, Qin Fan personally prepared the dishes. Once the preparations were complete, he entered the room where Su Longyue was dressing the babies in their new crimson garments, which Qin Fan had purchased from the tailor the previous day. The bright red attire accentuated the delicate pallor of the little ones' faces, making them utterly adorable, each resembling a little glutinous rice ball. The 5 youngsters seemed to sense the significance of the day, their excitement palpable as they gurgled and grinned with delight. Qin Fan approached with a smile, inquiring, whose babies are these? How striking and beautiful they are. The 5 little ones gazed at him with a confused yet innocent expression. Qin Fan continued, ah, so they are my little ones. How magnificent and lovely. I almost didn't recognize you. The babies responded with cheerful coos and laughter. Qin Fan turned to Su Longyue, saying, my dear, look at them. Although they cannot comprehend our words, they smile at our compliments. We should shower them with praise. As she folded the infant's tiny garments, Su Longyue looked at Qin Fan and the babies, her face radiating a gentle and elegant smile. Then, she produced a jade box and handed it to Qin Fan. Cradling the eldest in his left arm, he opened the jade box with his right hand to reveal 3 radiant foundation establishment pills nestled within. Each pill bore 5 complete Dao patterns, signifying their exceptional quality. The last time a premium foundation establishment pill had appeared at the Qingzhou auction, Qiyu had spent 10,000 spirit stones to acquire it, and that particular pill only possessed 4.5 Dao patterns, inferior to the ones contained in this jade box. These extraordinary foundation establishment pills could enhance the success rate of establishing a foundation by a remarkable 30%. Their worth was immeasurable. Su Longyue had generously presented herself with 3. If these were to be auctioned, they would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among cultivators. Indeed, Qin Fan marveled at his wife's lavishness. For cultivators, attempting to establish a foundation without the aid of foundation establishment pills not only posed a low success rate, but also carried a significant risk of life-threatening consequences. With the pills, not only was the likelihood of success increased, but even in the event of failure, the danger to one's life was mitigated. This is why foundation establishment pills, upon their appearance at auctions, are met with frenzied bidding. Many rogue cultivators would betray even their closest friends in pursuit of a single pill, risking life and death for the chance at success. Gratitude enveloped Qin Fan as he smiled at Su Longyue. Just as he spoke, his chubby son, Debao, reached out with his plump little hand, eager to grasp the foundational elixir, his wide eyes brimming with curiosity. Su Longyue gently seized Debao's hand, assisting Qin Fan in closing the jade box, and, cradling Debao in her arms, remarked, "Debao, that elixir is for your father. You cannot consume it." Reflecting on his son's earthly spirit root, Qin Fan inquired of Su Longyue, "My dear, will Debao require foundational elixirs for his future cultivation?" He understood that cultivators with heavenly spirit roots effortlessly transitioned from Qi refinement to golden core, facing no obstacles, and thus did not necessitate breakthrough elixirs such as foundational elixirs or crystallization elixirs. Su Longyue responded, "No. However, when it comes time to condense his golden core, he will need crystallization elixirs. The earthly spirit root serves as a golden core seed, allowing for a smooth passage from Qi refinement to foundational establishment." Earlier that morning, Ji Peng had visited with his wife to offer congratulations. "Qin Daoyu, congratulations. May your 5 children each possess spirit roots, and may your path to immortality be unobstructed." "Thank you. Ji Daoyu, please come in." Qin Fan welcomed them with a smile. Shortly thereafter, the early-stage foundational swordsman Zhong Nanyang and his mid-stage Qi refinement wife, Du Manman, arrived to present their respects. "Qin Daoyu, I have heard that you are hosting a full moon celebration for your child today. I, Zhong Nanyang, have come uninvited. I hope you do not mind," he said with a hearty laugh. Zhong Nanyang, a robust figure with a full beard and a long scar running from his eyelid to his ear, exuded an air of fierce gallantry. His wife, in contrast, appeared particularly petite, embodying a juxtaposition of beast and beauty. Du Manman, though small in stature, proudly showcased her pregnancy with a gentle smile. "Not at all. You are most welcome," Qin Fan replied warmly. "In due time, you too shall have joyous news." Zhong Nanyang's gaze fell upon Du Manman's belly, and he chuckled. "It is a pity we are only expecting one. We lack your good fortune of 5 quintuplets. We came today hoping to share in your blessings, aspiring for twins in our next endeavor." Soon after, Wang Pengzi, Qiyu, and Ji Zibing also arrived. Upon deciding to hold the full moon celebration for the babies, Qin Fan had utilized a messaging talisman to reach out to Wang Pengzi, who happened to be near the Lehe mountain range, not far from Qinglong Immortal City. However, the range of messaging talismans is limited beyond a certain distance. One must resort to spirit pigeons or more expensive messaging jade talismans, which are typically only affordable for the great Sect's high-ranking cultivators. Qin Fan possessed only 1 jade talisman from Su Longyue for communication, while the rest were standard messaging talismans. When Wang Pengzi learned of Qin Fan's quintuplets and the celebration, he was utterly astonished, his shock coalescing into the exclamatory phrase, "Whoa, impressive." He marveled at the secret union and the arrival of 5 babies, declaring his determination to partake in the full moon feast, as he had never before encountered quintuplets, nor even twins. Upon encountering Qin Fan, he was once again astounded. Qin Fan. He could not discern his cultivation level. Previously, when he had ascended to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he sensed that Qin Fan was on the same tier. However, upon this visit, the aura of magical energy emanating from Qin Fan was evidently superior to his own. It was almost comparable to that of his elder brother, Ji Zibing, who had already advanced to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Could it be that Qin Fan had also ascended to the 9th layer of Qi refinement? Could marrying and having children truly enhance one's strength? Ji Zibing and Qi Yu were equally astonished by Qin Fan's cultivation prowess. Was this truly the cultivation speed of one with inferior spiritual roots? Then what of their own superior spiritual root qualifications? Were they to be deemed as moving at a snail's pace? Previously, Ji Zibing had felt a sense of elation upon reaching the 9th layer, but he immediately suppressed his pride, resolving to strive even harder in his cultivation. Otherwise, if his rate of advancement was outpaced by one with inferior spiritual roots, it would be a profound disservice to the superior spiritual root gifts bestowed upon him by the heavens. Chapter 83. The mother-in-law, the father of the quintuplets, is Qin Fan. Congratulations, Taoist Qin, on the joyous arrival of your quintuplet sons, advancing your cultivation further, Ji Zibing stated with hands clasped in respect. Qin Fan smiled and replied, "Thank you. Please come in." Wang Pengzi, trailing behind, transmitted a thought to Qin Fan. "Old Qin, you are truly remarkable. First, you quietly married and had children, and now your cultivation has skyrocketed to the 9th level of Qi refinement. I am filled with envy. When we entered the city earlier, I heard your wife is a female cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment." The vast Qinglong immortal city buzzed with the news that a couple in the realm of cultivation had given birth to quintuplets, a rarity in the entire cultivation world. Thus, the tale of Qin Fan, the father of quintuplets, spread widely not only throughout Qinglong immortal city, but also to the surrounding regions. Qin Fan replied with a smile. "Just fortunate." Wang Pengzi said, "Your luck is truly unparalleled. I envy you. After we assist senior brother in hunting 2nd-tier intermediate-grade demonic beasts, I will return to the sect to focus on my cultivation. With a good brother like you ahead, I cannot afford to lag behind. By the way, now that you have reached the late stage of Qi refinement, you can begin planning for foundation establishment pills. My senior brother is also preparing for the same. Our expedition to the Laga Mountains to hunt 2nd-tier intermediate-grade demonic beasts is to acquire their inner cores as the main ingredient for the foundation establishment pill. Would you like to partner with my senior brother in alchemy? Our sect boasts a 2nd-tier intermediate-grade alchemist with a high success rate." Qin Fan replied, "No need. I have just become a new father, and the little ones require care. Besides, I have only just reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, and I am still far from foundation establishment. Let's discuss this in 5 or 6 years." It was inappropriate to mention his possession of foundation establishment pills. Wang Pengzi responded, "Indeed, while marrying and having children is wonderful, it consumes much time and energy for cultivators." Previously spurred by Qin Fan, he had contemplated marriage and family. But upon hearing Qin Fan's words, he felt that a singular focus on the path of cultivation was more suited to him. Moreover, with Qin Fan 2 minor realms ahead of him, his determination to grow stronger was further ignited. Meanwhile, Chen Xianyuan was emerging from a shop specializing in maternity and baby products, her arms laden with packages. Although she could easily store the items in a spatial pouch, she relished the tangible ritual of carrying gifts in her hands. The thought of soon reuniting with Su Longyue and the 5 little ones filled her with anticipation. She wondered what the quintuplets looked like now. "Xianyuan?" A crisp voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Chen Xianyuan turned, stunned to see Su Longyue's mother, Wen Chanqing. Despite her disguise as a beautiful late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, she could not hide from the discerning eyes of the Nascent Soul master, Wen Chanqing. "1 Chen Xianyuan tightened her grip on the packages, a wave of regret washing over her. Why hadn't she calculated the timing before stepping out of the shop? When Chanqing approached Chen Xianyuan, her gaze fixating on the myriad of bags in Chen's hands, before glancing at the Joyful Beginnings maternal and infant store from when she had just emerged. A glance within revealed a dazzling array of infant garments and supplies in various colors and styles. Retracting her gaze, when Chanqing inquired, "Xianyuan, have you purchased so many baby items for a reason?" Chen Xianyuan, having mentally reassured herself numerous times to remain calm, managed to conjure a smile as she replied, "A friend's child is celebrating their 1st month today, and I was invited to the banquet. These are gifts. When Chongqing remarked, for one child. You've bought so many clothes? The bags Chun held contained no fewer than dozens of tiny garments. Chun Xianier explained, they have 5 babies. When Chongqing asked, quintuplets? Are they the couple known as Qin Fan? Earlier at the tea house, she had overheard discussions about a pair of cultivators from Qinglong Immortal City who had welcomed quintuplets. It was mentioned that the male cultivator was named Qin Fan, of late-stage qi refinement, while the female cultivator's name was unknown, though she was at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The rarity of such occurrences among cultivators had piqued her interest. Chun Xianier, startled by this revelation, concealed her surprise, fearing any hint of her thoughts might be detected by Wen Chongqing. She simply replied, yes, that's right. Aunt Wen, it's almost time for the banquet. I shouldn't arrive too late. I'll take my leave now and visit you later. Eager to avoid any further conversation, she hastily made her exit. When Chongqing nodded in acknowledgement, Chun Xianier quickly departed the main road, veering into a series of smaller paths. After traversing for nearly half an hour, ensuring she was not being followed, she hurried towards Lanyue residence. On her way, she sent a message to Su Longyue. I just saw your mother while buying gifts for the babies. She seems to know about Qin Fan's quintuplets, but likely has no idea about you. It seems there has been much discussion regarding your family's quintuplets lately, which your mother might have overheard. Aunt Wen should still be in Qinglong Immortal City. Please be cautious. Su Longyue replied, understood. After sending the message, she rubbed her temples, perplexed by her mother's sudden arrival in Qinglong Immortal City. Furthermore, it was concerning that her mother had learned about the quintuplets. However, as she had been veiled and presented herself at the initial stage of foundation establishment, her mother should not suspect her. Nonetheless, she resolved to depart the next day to return to her sect. Remaining any longer would inevitably raise her mother's suspicions. If she continued to stay away, her father would likely inquire via video call, making it increasingly difficult to keep her secrets. Today's banquet for the newborns was attended by a table full of guests. Qin Fan personally prepared an exquisite feast, complete with an array of delectable dishes and pastries, crowned by a magnificent 5-tiered cake at the center of the dining table. As he emerged with the cake, the gazes of Chun Xianier, Du Man, and the other female cultivators were instantly drawn to its splendor. The 5 little ones nestled in their stroller also turned their bright, sparkling eyes towards it in unison. What is this? Chun Xianier inquired of Su Longyue. It is a cake, Su Longyue replied. Chun Xianier felt a sense of astonishment. What exactly was a cake? Yet, she found herself captivated by this whimsical and innovative creation. It was no surprise that the master of the Moonlit Pavilion, renowned for inventing bathtubs, lifelike dolls, and a myriad of other enchanting wonders, possessed such a creative mind. No wonder he had captured the heart of his close friend. After giving birth, her friend had stayed by her side, and today, they were celebrating a full month since the baby's arrival, inviting friends of both her and Qin Fan, clearly signaling a desire to forge a lifelong bond with him. Chapter 84. The enlightened mother of Su. As Chun Xianyuan savored the cake, she was once again taken aback. The texture was simply exquisite, delightfully delectable. Both the cake and the cream nestled within were exceptionally delicious. Indeed, to win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. This celebration of a full moon was enjoyed by all in high spirits. At this moment, in a residence situated within the core of a 3rd-tier spirit vein in the Qinglong Immortal City, 2 stunningly beautiful women sat by a lotus pond, indulging in tea. The pond radiated an ethereal ambience, accompanied by the gentle flow of elegant music. One of the enchanting women, donned in a purple cloud-patterned robe, spoke with a smile. I have long heard of your emergence. Today, we finally meet. This captivating woman was none other than Shi Shaofan, Chun Xuanyuan's mother. Her figure was alluring, her curves magnificently pronounced, exuding an innate charm with every gesture. Opposite her was the equally exquisite Wen Chongqing. How long has it been since you last saw your daughter Xianyuan? She inquired after taking a sip of tea. Reflecting on her daughter's circumstances and the anxious demeanor she displayed upon their meeting, as well as her deliberate circumnavigation of the city's defenses, she felt a surge of conviction. There was a 90% certainty that the mother of the quintuplets was indeed Chun Xianyuan. After all, Xianyuan was a golden core cultivator, associating only with peers of her caliber. How could she forge a close friendship with a mere foundation establishment novice? Furthermore, upon their encounter, Xianyuan appeared desperately intent on concealing her unease. Her daughter had suddenly acquired a friend who had just given birth, and not long ago. She had mentioned accompanying her to hunt 5 initial stage 4th-tier demon beasts to earn some spirit stones. When they successfully hunted down those 5 demon kings, Xianyuan had only requested their blood, claiming it was for her friend's children's body refinement. At that moment, she felt a swell of pride, recognizing her daughter as thoughtfulness, as if she were a precious little cotton-padded jacket, eager to assist her mother in earning spirit stones. Now, in retrospect, her daughter had essentially enlisted her as a hand in the hunt for those 5 initial stage 4th-tier demon kings, with a singular goal in mind: the 5 vials of demon king blood. Each vial corresponded to one of the quintuplets. What kind of friend would warrant such a sacrifice from her daughter, compelling her to slay 5 formidable beasts to obtain their blood? There could only be one answer: Xianyuan. As for the Foundation establishment female cultivator, she was likely a shield summoned by Xianyuan for protection. After all, it was rumored that Qin Fan was merely a late-stage qi refinement rogue cultivator, while Xianyuan, as the holy maiden of the Falling Cloud sect, had recently awakened her enchanting physique. Her future on the immortal path promised to be far brighter than that of any late-stage qi refinement rogue. The more she pondered, the more she felt justified in her conclusions. Thus, she sent a message to Xianyuan, who had already arrived in the northern region of the southern domain, and they arranged to meet at this location. With a furrowed brow, Xianyuan lamented, "You know, I hadn't even thought to count. It must have been 4 or 5 years since I last saw her. She often runs around the world. Either when I am at the sect, she is absent, or when I am away, she returns. Even when both of us are at the sect, she does not visit me, her mother. Her days are consumed with feasting, drinking, and revelry. Now that she has reached the mid-stage of the golden core, she remains reluctant to cultivate, content instead with consuming elixirs. How will she ever break through to the Nascent Soul stage? It troubles me immensely. If only my dear Xianyuan were as sensible as your Yaya, sparing me from worry, allowing me to offer daily incense to the 3 pure ones." Upon hearing this, when Changqing felt a sense of helplessness within, it seemed her earlier conjectures were not mistaken. The mother of those quintuplets was indeed Xianyuan. This girl indulges in pleasure and revelry, neglecting her cultivation and relying solely on elixirs. How did she end up bearing a child with a rogue cultivator in the late qi refinement stage, causing half the southern domain to be aware of it? Should news of this spread, her reputation as the saintess of the Falling Cloud sect would undoubtedly be tarnished. Nevertheless, she was quite curious about how Xianyuan came to be pregnant with quintuplets and successfully gave birth to them. She raised her hand and sipped her tea, listening to Xianyuan lamenting about her daughter. She spoke, "Xianyuan, if your Xianyuan secretly bore a child with another male cultivator, what would your thoughts be?" Xianyuan paused momentarily, then replied earnestly, "I hadn't considered it until you mentioned it. Now that you have, it does cross my mind. Xianyuan is already 19, at that tender age where emotions blossom. Moreover, our bloodline is easily ensnared by love. It seems I must have a serious talk with her. While I may overlook her indulgences, she must not entertain thoughts of a partner until she reaches the transformation stage." With that, Xianyuan produced a communication jade talisman and attempted to contact Xianyuan. However, her call was rejected. Xianyuan cursed, "This girl dares to refuse my call. I wonder what she is up to." When Changqing wished to interject, "She is likely busy with the children, making it inconvenient for her to answer. Otherwise, wouldn't her secrecy be compromised?" She resolved to first ascertain the situation, to see what kind of male cultivator, Qin Fan, could lead Xianyuan to disregard propriety and bear quintuplets outside, and then inform Xianyuan, lest their mother-daughter relationship deteriorate further. After her tirade, Xianyuan continued to speak well of her daughter. "Ahem, this girl, I shall not concern myself with her. Yet, despite her daily feasting and revelry and seemingly forgetting her mother, she indeed thinks of me. Let me show you this wonderful thing." With a graceful wave of her hand, a bathtub appeared in the spacious area beside them. Xianyuan smiled and said, "What do you think? You've never seen a bath like this, have you? This is called a bathtub, a gift from Xianyuan to me. Come, let's visit your water room. I will show you the special effects of this bathing pool." After a fragrant incense sticks time, while soaking in a rose-infused hot bath, when Changqing remarked, "This is truly delightful. In terms of enjoyment, your Xianyuan is unparalleled. Where did you procure this?" I shall have my yaya by me one as well. Smiled as she said, I will inquire with my dear Shinner when the time comes. After the banquet for the full moon concluded, the guests gradually departed. Wang Fatty and his companions were eager to continue their hunt for demonic beasts, striving to soon capture a second-tier, high-quality beast with pure bloodline attributes, in hopes of refining foundational pills. Chun Shinner, having declined to respond to Shi Shaofan's message, was apprehensive that Shi Shaofan might attempt to contact her again, and given that when Changqing was likely still in Qinglong Immortal City, she dared not linger any longer at Su Longyue's place. The following day, as the first light of dawn broke, Qin Fan slipped into the kitchen. After Su Longyue finished nursing the babies and stored the excess milk in a preservation jade bottle, she gazed down at her breasts, which had grown more than twice their original size. Since giving birth, Qin Fan had been preparing soups to increase her milk supply daily, such as tofu and crucian carp soup, stewed pig's trotters with yellow beans, along with peanuts and peas, among others. Chapter 85. Qin Fan, my dear wife, I have met your mother. Moreover, he instructed her that after each feeding of the baby, any surplus milk should not be retained but expressed into a preservation jar. For emptying the breast aids the mother in producing a copious amount of lactation hormones, thereby augmenting milk supply and creating a reserve of nourishment. Reflecting on this, Su Longyue probed into the storage pouch designated for her milk reserves. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 4 bottles. She had managed to store only 25 bottles. With her impending departure tomorrow, this was far too few. Fortunately, she had recently acquired a remarkable item. At that moment, Qin Fan entered and said, My dear, you should take these provisions for the journey. He then produced over 20 glass containers from the storage pouch. Each container held a different delicacy: biscuits, mung bean cakes, red bean cakes, snowskin pastries, salted egg yolk pastries, and various long-lasting snacks such as beef jerky, duck legs, and duck wings. All these were crafted by Qin Fan during his leisure hours, intended as treats for Su Longyue on her return to the sect. Su Longyue gazed at the array of delectable snacks in astonishment, turning to Qin Fan. When did you prepare all this? Just a bit each day? And it accumulated to this much, Qin Fan replied with a smile. A tender warmth enveloped Su Longyue's heart, accompanied by a trace of sweetness. No wonder Qin Fan had been rising early and toiling late. He had been quietly preparing these delights for her, having grown accustomed to his culinary creations. The tasteless fasting pills now seemed utterly insipid, and other meals paled in comparison. She carefully stowed the glass containers into her pouch, and then retrieved a collection of items from another pouch. Selecting an ancient copper mirror, she presented it to Qin Fan. This is the Xiantian mirror, a defensive artifact. Its maximum protective capability can withstand an attack from a Nascent Soul cultivator. Beyond that, it may shatter. Attacks below the Nascent Soul stage can be entirely absorbed by the Xiantian mirror. Additionally, it possesses a storage space. Anything absorbed, whether living or inanimate, remains within, though living beings will be killed by the mirror's magical energy. Keep it for your protection. This was a defensive artifact bestowed upon her by her mother. Yet she was to be away from Qinglong Immortal City for at least 4 months. While her safety was largely assured as long as Qin Fan and the children remained within the city, she still harbored concerns about unforeseen circumstances. Thus, she entrusted the Xiantian mirror to Qin Fan for his safeguard. Qin Fan accepted the Xiantian mirror and examined it closely, feeling profoundly moved. This mirror was not merely as Su Longyue described. In the original narrative, the Xiantian mirror had made its own appearance. It had also been referred to as the Xiantian mirror. At that time, the now Empress Su Longyue had used this very mirror to deflect a lethal strike from a formidable figure in the Immortal Sect, that very figure having reached the combined stage, ultimately killed by the damage reflected back upon him. This illustrated the extraordinary capabilities of the Xiantian mirror. It appears that the Xiantian mirror remains incomplete, failing to unleash the terrifying powers described in the original text. Nevertheless, Su Longyue has chosen to bestow such a precious artifact upon me at this moment, indicating that my standing in the Empress's heart is steadily ascending. To reside permanently within the Empress's affections is merely a matter of time. However, rather than accepting this treasure, I addressed Su Longyue, saying, My dear, this is far too valuable. I do not venture outside the Qinglong Immortal City and face no peril. You should keep it as you journey back to your sect, passing through numerous places. Su Longyue was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response from Qin Fan. She replied, I possess many treasures. Please take this one, as it would ease my mind. Seeing Su Longyue's insistence, I reluctantly accepted the gift. Subsequently, Su Longyue handed me a jade slip. Qin Fan, this slip contains a simple likeness of my mother. Please take a look. If you encounter her while outside, do your utmost to keep your distance. With utmost seriousness, I pressed the jade slip against my forehead. Upon glimpsing the visage of my future mother-in-law, I was instantly struck dumb. Wasn't she the stunning matron I had encountered earlier at the Qinji Pavilion in Qingjufang? At that time, she had remarked on the exquisite beauty of the sachet I wore, which was, in fact, a gift from Su Longyue. As this realization struck me like a thunderclap, I withdrew my spiritual awareness, set down the jade slip, and turned to Su Longyue. What is it? Su Longyue observed my change in demeanor with concern. I have met your mother, I stated, and then recounted in detail how I had encountered Wen Zhanqing at Qingjufang, including the conversation we shared. Su Longyue, upon hearing this, was left in a state of shock, coupled with what Qin Xinyuan had mentioned to her the previous day, and the fact that the Qinji Pavilion was one of her mother's family assets. A sense of dread gripped her heart, causing her pulse to quicken. A hint of unprecedented panic flickered in her beautiful eyes, yet she quickly regained her composure. If her mother were indeed aware that the father of the quintuplets, Qin Fan, was the same Qin Fan she had seen at the entrance of the Qinji Pavilion, and she connected that to herself, her mother would have already come to apprehend him. It was inconceivable that there had been no movement or even a single message sent to her. After all, her mother had been in Qinglong Immortal City just yesterday. It seemed imperative for her to depart immediately, without further delay. She instructed me, continue wearing that sachet. My mother likely remains unaware of our relationship. Just avoid meeting her. Should you happen to encounter her and she learns of our bond, do not fear. Send me a message, and I will speak with her. Understood, I replied internally, thinking, I absolutely do not wish to meet my mother-in-law again. Suddenly, I recalled something and inquired, my dear, what is your mother's cultivation level? She is at the early stage of the Nascent Soul. With a tremor in my voice, I asked, was it your mother who previously crushed a half-step Nascent Soul mid-stage evil cultivator with a single strike at Qingjufang? Indeed, Su Longyue confirmed. In the depths of Qin Fan's heart, a chilling thought crossed his mind. He would ensure that his future mother-in-law would never again catch a glimpse of him. Good heavens! A single slap from her could obliterate a mid-stage Yuan-ing evil cultivator, and she is to become my future mother-in-law. He trembled with trepidation. The mere realization that he stood before this formidable Yuan-ing elder, recognized by her as the bearer of a sachet belonging to her daughter, left him with an overwhelming sensation akin to having faced death itself. The prospect of having an empress as a wife and bearing her children was undeniably exhilarating. Yet the looming presence of her parents posed a constant threat to his very existence. It felt as though he were precariously balancing on a tightrope. Su Longyue presented him with an array of resources, including various second-tier low-grade attack talismans, second-tier high-grade defensive talismans, defensive artifacts, healing elixirs, and spiritual liquids, among others. The bounty she bestowed upon him was particularly generous, most of which she had procured in the Qinglong Immortal City, as she possessed many items that Qin Fan could not utilize. As the time for parting drew near, Su Longyue felt a profound sense of reluctance. However, even in her sorrow, she resolved to depart without allowing Qin Fan and the 5 little ones to escort her out of the city, lest her mother discover their whereabouts. For the time being, Qin Fan and the quintet had garnered considerable fame in Qinglong Immortal City. As Qin Fan gazed at Su Longyue's retreating figure, a sudden thought struck him. During their recent intimate encounters, he had neglected to take protective measures. Would Su Longyue, perchance, become pregnant? Chapter 86. Chun Zuanure as a nursemaid in the skies. Several hundred kilometers away from the Qinglong Immortal City, 2 flying vessels chanced upon each other. Chun Zuanure leaped from her vessel onto Su Longyue's. Yeah, what brings you here? Chun Zuanure inquired with curiosity. Su Longyue produced a spirit beast pouch and handed it to Chun Zuanure. What is this? Chun Zuanure asked, as her consciousness scanned the pouch. Upon discovering a cow inside, mooing softly, she was taken aback. A cow? What does this mean? She gazed up at Su Longyue in confusion. This is a low-tier, 3rd-grade Qingfeng grass cow. I need you to care for it, milking it daily and storing the milk in these glass bottles. Every 7 days, deliver the milk to Qin Fan. I have prepared some feed for the cow, but if I do not return in time and the feed runs out, you will need to buy more. There are ample spirit stones within, Su Longyue explained, handing Qin Fan's another storage pouch. Stunned, Qin Fan's eyes widened. Yeah. Are you suggesting that I take care of a dairy cow? And milk it? Am I to be a nursemaid? She lamented dramatically. Su Longyue replied. Did you not say you would be a godmother to my 5 children? A godmother only looks after the children and does not do anything for them. You need not do anything if you choose not to. I can find someone else to tend to it, she added. Immediately, Qin Fan's grasped Su Longyue's arm, playfully smiling. Is it just about raising a dairy cow? Before your return, I will milk it daily and deliver the milk to Qin Fan every week. This is far too simple. I will certainly manage it excellently. Moreover, this cow is a low-tier spirit beast, and milking it is not a task for golden core cultivators, is it? They could not match my attentiveness. You can entrust this matter to me without worry. Upon returning to her opulent residence in Qinglong Immortal City, Qin Fan's reverted to her original appearance. She then produced a specialized formation plate for raising spirit beasts and began to plan the layout. This courtyard is quite spacious. How large of an area should I allocate for this cow? 1/5 should suffice, right? That would still amount to 5 acres. However, after setting up the formation flags and activating the array, she soared into the sky on her sword, surveying the entire pasture, and furrowed her elegant brows. The pasture still seemed a tad small. Let us allocate 1/3 instead. That would be 3 acres. Yet, Qin Fan's still found it inadequate. Ultimately, she expanded the range to 4/5, a generous 20 acres, before nodding in satisfaction and activating the formation. She then led the low-tier, 3rd-grade Qin Fan grass cow out of the spirit beast pouch and into the pasture. This cow was twice the size of an ordinary dairy cow, appearing particularly diminutive amidst the vast expanse of 20 acres of grassland. Rubbing her chin in contentment, Qin Fan was pleased. Indeed, this pasture is ample enough for the cow to roam freely, rolling about on the grass as it pleases. It can graze at leisure, enjoying a comfortable life, which will surely enhance both the quantity and quality of the milk produced. Indeed, it is essential for Chushu to serenade the cow with melodious tunes daily, while Qiushuang dances gracefully under the moonlight for the same cow. Such attentiveness will undoubtedly enhance the quality of the milk produced, infusing it with an artistic essence. My goddaughters, upon tasting this milk, are destined to become remarkable talents. I, too, must practice my swordplay here each day, so that my sons will flourish on their paths to immortality. The more I ponder, the more invigorated Qin Xinyuan becomes. At once, she summoned her sword attendants, Chushu and Qiushuang, to convey the daily tasks they were to undertake. The 2 female sword attendants stood in bewilderment, as if they had heard a most incredulous proclamation, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they gazed at Qin Xinyuan. Miss, are you certain you wish to care for the cow in this manner? However, the area for raising the cow is abundant with the spiritual flowers and herbs you adore, as well as freshly planted medicinal herbs and delightful spiritual fruits, along with exquisite landscapes showcasing the diverse customs from afar. If we confine the cow to such a vast area, all these treasures shall surely be ruined. Qin Xinyuan cast a disapproving glance at her 2 attendants and said, You must broaden your perspective. The spiritual flowers and the exquisite landscapes we have transported are meant for the cow's enjoyment, while the herbs and fruits are for its nourishment. Remember, from this moment forth, treat the cow as you would treat me. Do you understand? Should I discover any negligence on your part, the consequences will be dire. Chushu and Qiushuang trembled at her words and quickly bowed their heads in acknowledgement, saying, Yes, Mississippi Qin Xinyuan instructed, you must give the cow a magical bath every day. Understood, replied Chushu and Qiushuang. Each day, you shall play different enchanting melodies and perform various dances. Very well, they responded. Do not interfere with the cow unless it shows signs of distress. Only then should you inform me. At all other times, it must be granted ample freedom, understood? Yes. Satisfied, Qin Xinyuan nodded and returned to her quarters. 3 days later, Qin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, then closed them again, only to open them once more, a look of unrestrained joy illuminating his handsome face. I never anticipated that cultivating the Qingyuan longevity technique would allow me to develop spiritual awareness even at the Qi refinement stage. Though my awareness extends only 8 zhang, equivalent to approximately 27 meters in modern terms, It is a standard attribute reserved for foundational cultivators. Achieving this at the Qi refinement stage is akin to possessing a hidden card. How exhilarating. With the ability to project his awareness, Qin Fan closed his eyes once more, extending his spiritual perception as if opening his eyes anew. He could see through walls and directly observe 5 adorable little babies sleeping peacefully in the adjacent room. What a delight. The longevity technique inherently possesses stealth capabilities. Combined with this newfound spiritual awareness, along with my body refinement at the second layer and the Dian sword technique, I am fearless even in the face of early foundational cultivators. How exhilarating. 2 days later, a visitor arrived, and to everyone's astonishment, it was Manager Fan. Accompanying him were 3 individuals, 2 women, Song Xiaozhi and Yun Yun, along with a man, Lu Chonghe, who had recently ascended to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Upon seeing Qin Fan, a look of delight illuminated Manager Fan's face as he exclaimed, "Daoist Qin. I never expected it would truly be you." Manager Fan explained that they had heard in Qingzhou Fong about a couple from Qinglong Xiancheng who had welcomed quintuplets, and subsequently learned that the father of these quintuplets was none other than Qin Fan himself. Moreover, having reached the late stage of Qi refinement, Manager Fan was contemplating foundation establishment and had come to Qinglong Xiancheng in hopes of acquiring some foundation establishment pills. Song Xiaozhi and Yun Yun had already acknowledged Manager Fan as their godfather, and the 3 of them encountered Lu Chonghe on their journey, thus forming a company to arrive at Qinglong Xiancheng together. Their purpose for visiting was to meet the father of the quintuplets, curious to see if he was indeed the Qin Fan they knew. To their astonishment, it turned out to be true. Chapter 87. Is this really a competition? They were astounded by Qin Fan's cultivation level, realizing that he had unexpectedly reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. They had known him since he was at the 5th layer. However, regarding the remarkable speed of Qin Fan's progress, they seemed to have an unspoken agreement not to mention it. They likely speculated that he had deliberately concealed his true abilities while at Qingzhou Fong, much like the Queen of Hell, especially with the knowledge that Qin Fan had a golden core master as a mentor. The Steward Fan felt that perhaps the 9th layer of Qi refinement was merely a fade presented to the world, and that Qin Fan might have already become a foundation establishment cultivator. The more he pondered, the more he believed in this possibility, particularly upon seeing Qin Fan again. He sensed an undeniable pressure emanating from his realm, reminiscent of facing a powerful foundation establishment expert. Yun Yun was equally shaken. Before arriving, she had firmly believed that her 5 siblings' father could not be Qin Fan. To her astonishment, not only was he indeed Qin Fan, but his cultivation level surpassed even that of Steward Fan. She suddenly recalled the words spoken by Steward Fan when he took her to Moonlight Pavilion for an interview. She silently congratulated herself for having followed his advice back then. Qin Fan warmly welcomed Steward Fan and his companions into his home for tea. After some conversation, he learned that they were temporarily renting a place on the outskirts of Qinglong Immortal City. Although it was on the periphery, it still possessed a mid-grade spiritual vein, sufficient for their cultivation needs. The primary concern was the exorbitant rent within the city. Even a small courtyard on the edge of the city required 80 spirit stones annually. Many penniless roaming cultivators or mortals pursuing martial arts could only reside outside the city. The independent courtyard where Qin Fan lived was situated atop a high-grade spiritual vein, making its purchase price exceedingly high. After some pleasantries, Steward Fan discussed the matters of whackage and lingbage with Qin Fan, then inquired whether he had considered reopening the Moonlight Pavilion in Qinglong Immortal City. He was aware of the reasons behind the pavilion's closure. Now that the Han family of whackage had been eradicated, he believed Qin Fan would no longer harbor such concerns, especially since the Moonlight Pavilion had proven to be quite lucrative. Song Xiaozhi remarked, "Boss, our dishes, bathtubs, toilets, and even the lifelike dolls, which we have ceased selling, have seen their market prices double. Many of my friends frequently ask me when the Moonlight Pavilion will reopen." Lu Chonghe gazed intently at Qin Fan. He had accrued spirit stones by crafting rough pottery for Qin Fan, which he then used to purchase cultivation resources, subsequently breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. He fervently hoped that Qin Fan would reopen the Moonlight Pavilion, as he wished to continue working for him. Earning spirit stones through labor for Qin Fan felt remarkably secure. He had no desire to battle ferocious beasts for spirit stones, as it was far too perilous and uncertain. Instead, he preferred to remain in a safe zone, diligently crafting pottery while counting his earnings in spirit stones, finding greater peace of mind in such a life. Qin Fan took a sip of the spiritual tea, pausing before responding. With Su Longyue having just departed, a separation that would last at least 4 months, he found himself unable to take his eyes off the infants, who were merely over a month old. Previously, the Hongfeng Association would come every 7 days to purchase magical artifacts. The prices offered were reasonable, yet naturally not as high as what he could achieve through personal sales. Moreover, since he entrusted the Hongfeng Association with the sale of his artifacts, he provided only those of inferior quality, reserving the premium items for himself, anticipating a future sale to Wang Pengzi's operation. Now, with 5 infants at home, 4 of whom possessed spiritual roots, particularly the eldest with an earth spiritual root, the resources required would undoubtedly be immense. Compounding this urgency was the likelihood that Su Longyue's mother would soon discover the nature of his relationship with her daughter. While enjoying the comforts of living off a powerful woman was tempting, as a man, he felt the need to establish his own career. Furthermore, he had been collaborating with Song Qiaoji, Yun, Lu Changhe, and Manager Fan for several months. After another sip of the tea, he noticed Lu Changhe becoming increasingly restless, Song Qiaoji fidgeting with her clothing, and Yun lowering her gaze, too timid to meet his eyes. Finally, he spoke. Manager Fan, do you have any connections regarding rental shops in Qinglong Immortal City? Since arriving in Qinglong Immortal City, he had only befriended a couple of neighbors. Upon hearing his inquiry, Manager Fan immediately smiled and said, I know a few people. I understand that you need to care for the children and may not have time to scout for shops. Allow me to handle this. I will visit a few shops and you can evaluate them later. Joy spread across the faces of Song Qiaoji, Yun, and Lu Changhe. Qin Fan smiled in return. Thank you, Manager Fan, for your assistance. Manager Fan worked with remarkable efficiency. Although they were in Qinglong Immortal City, its proximity to Qingzhou Square and being within the territory of Yingzhong allowed him to tap into some connections. Soon, he presented Qin Fan with 3 shops that boasted good foot traffic and were conveniently close to his residence, Lanyue House. Ultimately, Qin Fan selected a shop that, while not as busy as the other 2, had 4 spacious levels. The distance from Lanyue House to the shop was a mere 20-minute walk with a stroller, or just 5 minutes by spiritual steed carriage. His plans for the 4 levels were as follows. The first level would sell dishes, porcelain, and essential household items like toilets and bathtubs. The second level would feature magical artifacts. The third and 4th levels were temporarily closed to the public, with the third intended for the sale of elixirs, as he was now a novice alchemist, and the 4th level was designated for rest for himself and the infants. Each level encompassed a generous area of 300 square meters. Given the higher foot traffic in Qinglong Immortal City compared to Qingzhou Square, and with only Lu Changhe, a lone artifact craftsman, producing coarse pottery, Manager Fan recruited 3 junior female apprentices, all orphans like Song Qiaoji and her companions. They were obedient and slightly younger than Song Qiaoji and Yun, being only 13 years old, yet each possessed skills in crafting. Under the guidance of Lu Changhe, it did not take long for Qin Fan to produce a rough draft that met his satisfaction. The renovation of the Moonlight Pavilion was in full swing, bustling with activity. One day, Qin Fan received a message from Chun Xinyuan inquiring whether he was at home. At that moment, Qin Fan had just returned from overseeing the construction at the Moonlight Pavilion with the little ones. Qin Fan replied, yes, while pondering what matter Chun Xinyuan might wish to discuss. Shortly thereafter, she arrived, her countenance reminiscent of the last occasion when they celebrated the full moon banquet. Both her true self and her regal demeanor were strikingly captivating. Here you go, Chun Xinyuan said, gracefully gesturing with her delicate hand, as 7 large glass jars were neatly arranged on the table beside her. Each jar was filled with fresh, creamy milk. Concerned that the little ones might not have access to high-quality milk, Yaya had specifically purchased a 3rd-tier dairy cow, entrusting Qin Fan with the responsibility of caring for it and milking it. As she spoke, Chun Xinyuan proudly lifted her ample bosom, as if to boast to Qin Fan that such an important task had been assigned to her by Su Longyue, implying her elevated status in Su Longyue's esteem compared to his own. Chapter 88. Remedies for Lactation After Delivering the Milk and Tending to the Babies. Chun Xinyuan took her leave. Qin Fan heated the fresh milk for the infants. The eldest and the 3rd child drank it as usual. However, the 2nd, 4th, and 5th little ones refused to drink. They were willing to consume breast milk instead. Fortunately, there was still breast milk available, preventing the fresh milk from spoiling. He transformed the fresh milk into powdered milk. Subsequently, he sent a message to Su Longyue, informing her that Qin Fan had delivered milk today. Su Longyue responded affirmatively. Qin Fan inquired if she was still experiencing engorgement, as she was still in her nursing period but needed to return to the sect and would no longer breastfeed. Not breastfeeding would lead to painful engorgement. Su Longyue replied that after following his advice and consuming fried malt water, she felt significantly better. Qin Fan assured her that in a few days, after weaning, she would no longer experience engorgement. Su Longyue asked if upon her return, there would be no milk left to feed the babies. Qin Fan reassured her that by then, they would be nearly 6 months old. He then discussed the matter of the babies drinking cow's milk. Although the second, fourth, and fifth children were currently unwilling to drink it, he promised to find a way to encourage them when the breast milk was no longer available, urging Su Longyue not to worry. 2 days later, their neighbor, Lanyue, approached Qin Fan, troubled, holding a floral bowl with a broken corner. Qin Daoist, you are a weapon refiner. I wonder if you could assist me in repairing this bowl? The price is not an issue. My wife has a particular fondness for this bowl. While washing dishes today, I accidentally knocked it against the counter, breaking a corner. She claims it is a unique piece that cannot be found on the market, and if I do not repair it, I shan't return home. The robust Lanyue wore a face of grievance. Qin Fan had not anticipated that amidst the combination of beasts and beauties, the beast was under the thumb of his wife. He was further surprised to find that the bowl in Lanyue's hand appeared to be a product of Liangxian. He took the bowl, flipped it over, and indeed saw the stamped letters YLX along with a small moon icon, the exclusive trademark of his establishment. It was confirmed to be a floral bowl from Liangxian. He was astonished that since the closure of Liangxian, his bowls had indeed become increasingly precious. Lanyue, a cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment, was now being made to feel aggrieved by his wife over a mere bowl from Liangxian. With a smile, Qin Fan said to Lanyue, "It's a trivial matter. This bowl has merely a broken corner, so no need to use it." Lanyue looked confused. Qin Fan continued, "Just replace it with a new one." Lanyue was taken aback. Qin Fan retrieved a perfectly identical pink floral bowl from his storage bag, which had been crafted from the rough clay produced by Lu Changhe over the past 2 days. He handed it to Lanyue. Lanyue carefully examined the bowls and dishes, discovering they were identical, even down to the markings on their bases. It turned out that his companion, Qin Dao, also shared a passion for collecting such items. "How much for these? I will offer you double in gratitude for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have remained unaware of when I could return home." Lanyue expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Qin Fan smiled and replied, "It's a trivial matter, no need for payment. These bowls and dishes are products of my own shop." Lanyue gazed at Qin Fan in astonishment. "You own the Moonlight Pavilion?" He recalled that his wife had mentioned the exquisite items they had purchased, which she cherished, and how she always urged him to handle them with utmost care. Those items had originated from a shop called Moonlight Pavilion, and he had never imagined it was run by his neighbor, Qin Fan. "This is truly astonishing." Qin Fan nodded with a smile. "Yes, I had to close the shop for a time due to certain matters, but now that I am in Qinglong Immortal City, I am in the process of renovating it, and it will soon reopen." Lanyue's face lit up with joy. "That's wonderful. My wife has been raving about your bowls and dishes for quite some time. I shall inform her of this news. She will undoubtedly be thrilled. When your Moonlight Pavilion opens, please let us know in advance. We will certainly come to support you." "Certainly," Qin Fan replied with a smile. Suddenly, Lanyue recalled something and asked, "Qin Dao, as a top-tier artifact refiner, will you be selling magical tools at Moonlight Pavilion?" "Indeed, we previously sold magical tools there," Qin Fan affirmed. Lanyue directly inquired, "Will you be purchasing materials from demon beasts?" Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Yes." Lanyue spoke bluntly, "Qin Dao, I am a straightforward person, so I shall be frank. Here is the situation. I am a warrior cultivator. Unlike you and Jipeng, who possess unique skills to earn spirit stones, I rely on hunting demon beasts and exchanging their materials for spirit stones. In recent years, the merchants purchasing our demon beast materials have become increasingly outrageous. This time, they have gone too far, not only pushing the prices to the extreme, but also coercing us into signing a 30-year exclusive sales agreement. which stipulates that any demon beast materials we hunt for the next 30 years can only be sold to their establishment. Moreover, this is not limited to one merchant. Others have formed an alliance, making matters even worse. They are colluding against us, the warrior cultivators who hunt demon beasts, exploiting us excessively. The captain of the demon hunting team I was part of ultimately chose to compromise and continue collaborating with that merchant. Unable to bear it, I left with a group of brothers who felt the same and formed our own demon hunting team. If you are considering purchasing demon beast materials, would you be open to acquiring them from our team? I assure you, our prices would be at least 40% cheaper than if you were to buy directly from the merchants. Qin Fan sipped his spirit tea and then presented a selection of high-quality demon beast materials for magical tools. The two engaged in negotiations, free from the interference of middlemen, and both parties were thoroughly satisfied. At last, Qin Fan remarked with a smile, "Very well, as long as the materials from the beasts you hunt are satisfactory. I shall procure them at the price we have just discussed." Zhong Nanyang chuckled heartily. "Excellent. Your generosity is commendable, Qin Daoist. I hope you swiftly ascend to the rank of a second-tier artifact refiner. In that case, we shall be able to sell you the second-tier beast materials we possess." He was a foundational stage cultivator, and most of his team consisted of foundational battle cultivators, although there were also some at the 9th level of Qi refining. The beasts they hunted were primarily of the second-tier low grade. However, in pursuit of spirit stones, collaborating with Qin Fan to hunt first-tier high-grade beasts posed no issue. Qin Fan took another sip of spirit tea and stated, "I am also willing to purchase second-tier beast materials." Previously, he had refrained from disclosing his status as a second-tier low-grade artifact refiner because he wished to maintain a low profile. Now, although he was still merely at the 9th level of Qi refining, having cultivated his divine sense and successfully refined his body to the 2nd level, his combat prowess was already on par with foundational stage cultivators. Thus, he no longer felt the need to conceal his identity as a second-tier low-grade artifact refiner. Chapter 89. Chen Xinyuan stayed over tonight, and Zhong Nanyang was initially taken aback, followed by a sudden realization. A second-tier artifact craftsman at the 9th level of Qi refinement? Crafting artifacts necessitates true fire. If the craftsman's true fire does not meet the required grade for the artifact, the corresponding item cannot be successfully forged. For instance, a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement should only possess true fire of the same level, which can at most produce a first-tier upper-grade artifact. To forge a second-tier artifact, one must reach the foundation establishment stage. However, there do exist prodigious artifact craftsmen who, even at the 9th level of Qi refinement, can create second-tier lower-grade artifacts, thus earning the title of second-tier craftsman. Such artisans have a promising future ahead, surpassing the average craftsman. Zhong Nanyang's gaze toward Qin Fan shifted immediately. Previously, he regarded him as a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner, but now he saw him as an equal at the foundation establishment stage. "Friend Qin, let us look forward to a fruitful collaboration," Zhong Nanyang said, rising to solemnly shake hands with Qin Fan. Agreed. Time flew by, and half a month passed. The Moon Pavilion was completed and officially opened for business. On the day of the opening, Zhong Nanyang arrived with his wife to offer congratulations. The Green Fairy sent someone with a floral bouquet and gifts, while Hong Feng, ever astute, came bearing presents with a smile, undeterred by the fact that Qin Fan had opened his own establishment and ceased their collaboration. Although the Green Dragon Immortal City was significantly larger than the Green Bamboo Workshop, many practitioners from the Green Dragon Immortal City had visited the Green Bamboo Workshop during the excavation of the Chiu Mountain Mighty-S Cave. The bowls, dishes, bathtubs, and inscribed artifacts from the Moon Pavilion quickly gained a modest reputation, especially after the esteemed Ingzong used its tableware to serve meals at an auction, further elevating the Moon Pavilion's status. Both sect practitioners and members of immortal families favored dining with Moon Pavilion's tableware, making it a point of pride for those unattached to sects or immortal families to partake in meals with Moon Pavilion's dishes, resembling the trend of celebrities endorsing products. Witnessing the bustling crowd today, Song Xiaoji and Yun Yun found themselves overwhelmed and promptly directed Steward Fan to summon Lu Changhe and 2 other female apprentices for assistance. Initially, the first floor was packed, and gradually, the second floor, which sold artifacts, became equally busy. This time, Qin Fan not only offered swords and combat artifacts, but also crafted various styles of magical robes, inspired by Dunhuang attire. as well as costumes from popular animated series featuring female protagonists and outfits from trending female-focused immortal drama series. Each robe crafted was exceptionally beautiful. Indeed, some female practitioners engaged in verbal battles to claim a favored robe, as combat was prohibited within the premises, leaving only sharp tongues to clash. The air was filled with a cacophony of noise, reminiscent of a bustling morning market. Qin Fan couldn't help but reflect on the situation. Truly, earning money from women is a lucrative endeavor. The Moon Pavilion flourished, and Steward Fan, aware of Qin Fan's expectations for his employees, recruited 5 orphan girls as sales staff. As the Green Dragon Immortal City had more orphans than the Green Bamboo Workshop, in pursuit of the opportunity to work at the Moonlight Pavilion, Manager Fan initially selected 10 orphan girls as sales representatives, evaluating their performance over a span of 3 days, ultimately identifying the 5 most exceptional female salespersons. Yun once again felt grateful for heeding Manager Fan's advice. Otherwise, with her third-tier Qi cultivation and inferior spiritual root, it would have been exceedingly challenging for her to secure a foothold as a mere auxiliary staff member. The candidates for this position were all female cultivators at the mid-Qi stage. Gritting her silver teeth, she resolved to use her accumulated spiritual stones to purchase elixirs in hopes of breaking through to the mid-Qi stage, thereby solidifying her position at the Moonlight Pavilion. As the Moonlight Pavilion officially found its rhythm, Qin Fan took on the role of a hands-off manager. After crafting a batch of elixirs for Wu Bao, he observed the white jade centipede, Xiaobai, being playfully squeezed and flattened in the palm of Dabao's hand. Xiaobai wore an expression of utter despair as it gazed up at Dabao, regretting its decision to engage in playful antics with such a troublesome child. Qin Fan thought to himself, I shall refine some spirit-feeding pills for Xiaobai, while also enhancing my alchemical experience. Elixirs are indeed best when crafted by oneself, ensuring a greater sense of security. In the future, both he and the little ones would need these elixirs, and improving his alchemical skills would be beneficial for them all. Having perused various fantasy novels, he recalled a particularly formidable alchemist who concocted a pill laced with mutated corpse poison, which was later sold to a nascent soul cultivator. Unbeknownst to the cultivator, he consumed the tainted pill, and before long, he and others became puppets, mindlessly obeying the alchemist's commands. The thought was chilling. After successfully refining a batch of spirit-feeding pills, his alchemical prowess was recorded as low-grade alchemist, first tier, 900-500-000. The difficulty of acquiring alchemical experience was significantly greater than that of forging. It was no wonder that formation, alchemy, and talismans were prioritized above weaponry. Xiaobai, come here. I have a treat for you. Qin Fan called to the lethargic Xiaobai, who had been discarded by Dabao and lay motionless on the ground. Xiaobai crawled over, whining in a melodious manner, expressing its grievances. Although Qin Fan could not comprehend its words, he understood its sentiments well enough. He gently patted its little head and offered it a spirit-feeding pill, saying, Good boy, your future task will be to protect Dabao and keep them company. Just as Xiaobai was about to vehemently shake its head, upon consuming the pill, its eyes sparkled with newfound energy, and it nodded vigorously, as if trying to keep pace with a rapid drumbeat. A few days later, Chun Xin'er came to deliver fresh milk. After completing her delivery and spending time with the little ones, she did not leave immediately. Qin Fan, I've noticed that your cultivation has not improved at all. Have you been focusing all your energy on the shop? She remarked. For the sake of you, I must oversee your training daily. I suppose I shall reluctantly stay here for a while. Internally, she thought, having heard of the recent popularity of the Moonlight Pavilion, where the majority of shoppers were female cultivators, and knowing that Qin Fan visited the shop daily. Who knows whether Qin Fan might be enchanted by some charming young lady, thereby committing an indiscretion against his beloved Yaya? She ought to keep a watchful eye on him. Moreover, those 5 little ones are growing increasingly adorable. She is utterly captivated by them. Each morning, the first thought that greets her upon awakening is the desire to see their faces. Additionally, there is one thing she would never admit. Qin Fan's culinary skills are simply exquisite. Thus, Qin Xianyuan chose to stay. Initially, Qin Fan believed he would be liberated from his duties, but to his surprise, in the past couple of days, Qin Xianyuan insisted on changing the baby's diapers and feeding him, despite her inexperience. Her determination led to a cacophony of cries that transformed their once orderly home into utter chaos. Qin Fan was tempted to scold her, thinking. She is inexperienced, yet has such lofty aspirations. However, recalling that she is a formidable figure, a ruthless queen with no regard for rules. At the mid-stage of her golden core, he decided to swallow his words. Chapter 90. You have done well. But do not continue. He had no choice but to patiently instruct Qin Xianyuan. Unfortunately, Qin Xianyuan was not naturally inclined to care for children. She was careless and rather clumsy, completely incomparable to his wife, Su Longyue. Although his own spouse had initially struggled with changing diapers and feeding the baby, after 2 or 3 rounds of instruction, she had mastered it. With a serious expression, Qin Fan stopped Qin Xianyuan, who was trying to change the diaper of the wailing baby, and said, Qin Xianzi, you have done well, but please refrain from continuing. Allow me to take over. Qin Xianyuan replied, do you look down on me? Qin Fan insisted, not at all. Qin Xianyuan retorted, you do. I can't help it if that is how you interpret it, he said. Isn't it merely changing a diaper? I can certainly manage. There is nothing in this world that I, the fairy, cannot accomplish. After 5 days of persistence, during which she was soaked by the first baby, splattered by the second, confronted by the foul gas of the third, had her hair pulled by the fourth, and received a slap from the fifth, Qin Xianyuan, disheveled and odorous, finally learned to change diapers and feed the babies. She then lifted her head, proudly flaunting her ample bosom, and provocatively gazed at Qin Fan, declaring, see, I told you I could do it. How simple it is. Qin Fan gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, excellent. Once Qin Xianyuan had mastered the art of caring for the babies, Qin Fan found himself largely unoccupied, as she spent her days doting on the little ones. After observing for a few days and feeling assured, he immersed himself in his cultivation. Previously, he had hesitated to engage deeply in his practice, fearing that if he did, an entire day would pass, and upon opening his eyes, he would find the babies starving. In the days that followed, he meditated, refined weapons, and spent time with the children. Before he knew it, 5 days had passed. One day, Zhong Nanyang arrived with 5 burly men to see Qin Fan. He introduced them as the leaders of other demon hunting teams, who also wished to sell their materials to Qin Fan. Until now, only Zhong Nanyang had been supplying materials, and Qin Fan had to purchase from external merchants. With the arrival of these 5 individuals, Qin Fan was delighted. It seemed as though the 6 teams had been pre-assigned their tasks, as the materials they had hunted were all distinct. If the materials were repetitive, Qin Fan would have little use for them. However, with unique materials, he could refine a greater variety of magical artifacts. The trade proved satisfactory for all. Qin Fan acquired the desired demon materials at a price 40% below market value. Although Zhong Nanyang and his companions received only 60% of the market price, they had previously sold their materials to the merchants for merely 70%, and now they were bound by a contractual agreement. They preferred to sell to Qin Fan at a 10% discount. With the materials provided by Zhong Nanyang, Qin Fan could refine artifacts for 2 months. What a delight! After Zhong Nanyang and the 5 men departed, he turned back to ask Qin Fan if receiving materials from 6 hunting teams felt excessive. If there are too many next time, he should bring fewer people along. Qin, my friend, to be frank, I brought them here this time because I owed them a favor. They have been pressured by the Materials Merchant Association and are left with hardly any spirit stones, struggling to make ends meet. So I had to muster the courage to bring them along. Qin Fan replied, it's all right. Next time, you may bring even more people. Once the materials from the demon beasts are processed, they will not spoil. He currently possesses ample spirit stones, as Su Longyue left him with 300 medium-grade spirit stones before her departure. Furthermore, the Materials Merchant Association's treatment of the demon hunting team suggests they intend to monopolize the refining materials market, indicating that the time for them to harvest the downstream refiners, who rely on these materials, is fast approaching. The opportunity to stockpile refining materials at such low prices is indeed favorable for him. Upon hearing Qin Fan's words, Zhong Nanyang was taken aback and then elated, laughing heartily. Qin, you are truly a magnate and a benefactor. After Zhong Nanyang departed, Qin Fan sent a message to Manager Fan, urging him to expedite the procurement of refining materials. A week later, a troubled Manager Fan approached Qin Fan, informing him that the prices of magical tools had surged. Qin Fan thought to himself, as expected, the Materials Merchant Association has begun its harvest. Manager Fan, now the steward of Yaya Pavilion, expressed his concerns to Qin Fan. Master, although the prices of magical tools have risen, our profits have not increased. In fact, they have diminished. Due to the rise in material prices, it is fortunate that you foresaw this and had me procure a batch early. Otherwise, we would now face a 30% increase in material prices and find many primary materials unavailable due to insufficient supply. Suddenly, the materials market seemed to be in disarray. After leveraging his connections, he discovered that the Su family, ranked 5th among the 7 great families of cultivation, was suppressing the newly ascended Sang family, which is none other than Lingbeige. Manager Fan recounted the rivalry between the Su and Sang families. It turns out that the Han family of Wanshij had a mortal lady who gave birth to a daughter named Han Xiong, possessing spiritual roots. After the Sang family annihilated the Han family, the remaining mortals sought out this lady and, utilizing all their connections, presented her daughter, Han Xiong, to Su Mingji, the fake Dan patriarch of the Su family. Su Mingji took a fancy to Han Xiong and held a grand concubinage banquet, making her his 108th concubine. Han Xiong is now particularly favored and has taken the opportunity to incite the Su family to avenge the Han family. Ostensibly, the Su family aims to uphold justice for the Han family, but in reality, it seems they are also coveting the spiritual veins, spiritual minds, and properties that the Sang family seized from the Han family. The Su family has a dedicated merchant association for refining materials and holds a prominent position as the vice president of the Refining Materials Merchant Association in the southern region. Following a series of maneuvers, they demanded that the Demon Hunting team sign a 30-year exclusive selling agreement with the Materials Merchant Association and collaborate with other merchant associations to suppress the Sang family. The Sang family has ceased to supply refining materials, which are crucial for their livelihood, as their primary source of income derives from the sale of magical artifacts. The process of crafting these artifacts necessitates a substantial quantity of refining materials. Without them, even the most skilled artisans cannot produce any wares. Consequently, the CF family has seized a critical advantage over them. Within the Sang family, a rift has emerged. Some members advocate for appeasing the CF family by allocating a portion of the Han family's assets to them, hoping to secure leniency. Conversely, a faction remains steadfast and resolute, determined to carve their own path by establishing an independent materials trading company. They believe that mere flattery will not restore peace. Rather, it will lead to further exploitation. However, the establishment of a materials trading company is no simple feat, especially for the suddenly expanded Sang family, as their newly formed enterprise cannot adequately supply the vast array of refining materials required by the Lingbao Pavilion. It is but a drop in the bucket. Chapter 91. Supreme Dual Cultivation Technique. In the end, the Sang family chose to bow to the Su family, presenting a portion of Han family shops and spiritual mines as a belated congratulatory gift for the Su family's patriarch, the false Dan ancestor, taking a concubine. Upon receiving the gift, the Su family did not lift their oppression over the Sang family. Instead, they eased their grip somewhat, allowing material suppliers to continue providing goods to the Sang family. However, the released supplies were still scarce, particularly the essential materials for weapon forging, which were even more limited. It was evident that the Sang family's offerings had not satiated the Su family's appetite. Manager Fan sighed, remarking that the Han family had a substantial pie, and the Sang family had relinquished a quarter to the Su family, yet they remained unsatisfied, likely yearning for the entire pie. If not the whole, they would at least demand 2/3 before relenting, and perhaps even contemplate swallowing the entire Sang family whole. As he lamented, Manager Fan expressed his frustrations, stating that the conflict between these powerful families was wreaking havoc on small businesses. Qin Fan stroked his chin in contemplation. He recalled that when the protagonist first appeared in the original narrative, the Sang family's name was conspicuously absent among the 7 prominent cultivation families of the southern domain. However, the Su family was mentioned, albeit briefly. It appeared that the Sang family had been vanquished by the Han family during their confrontation with the Wanshi Pavilion. Yet, due to his unexpected arrival in this world, the 3 false Dan masters of the Han family had been defeated by Chen Xiner, leading to the annihilation of the Han family. Whether the Sang family could withstand the Su family's aggressive advance remained to be seen. Qin Fan sipped his spiritual tea and reassured Manager Fan, "I have a strategy for the forging materials. You need not concern yourself." Manager Fan gazed at Qin Fan in surprise, who offered no further explanation. Suddenly, Manager Fan recalled the Golden Core Master standing behind Qin Fan and immediately understood. With a smile, he replied, "Excellent. Then I shall not worry any longer." These past days had nearly driven him to the brink of baldness with anxiety over these matters. After all, it had been a challenge to re-establish the Yuexiang, only for the Sang and Su families to resume their celestial conflicts. Earning a steady profit proved to be a formidable task. Although items such as dishes and toilets faced no competition and sold well, their prices were too low, and the true profits of Yuexiang lay in the sale of magical artifacts. Fortunately, his employer had the backing of a golden core master, which provided a significant advantage. After discussing the forging materials, Manager Fan presented the account books for Qin Fan's review. Upon finishing his examination, Qin Fan instructed Manager Fan to seek out 2 mid-tier forging masters proficient in crafting female robes, as the sales of mid-tier robes at Yuexiang had been exceptional. Since Qin Fan was merely a low-grade second-tier forging master, it would be a waste of time and resources for him to attempt crafting mid-tier robes. After Manager Fan departed, Qin Fan entered the forging room. He retrieved the storage bag containing the forging materials sent by Manager Fan, which included the second-tier low-grade silk from the blood jade spider that he had specifically requested, along with second-tier obsidian and other materials. After laying out the silk and other components, Qin Fan took out the previously malevolent first-tier high-grade artifact, the black net. This artifact was capable of being upgraded, and the silk from the blood jade spider, along with the obsidian and other materials, were required to elevate it to a second-tier spiritual artifact. Though a Qi refinement practitioner cannot wield a second-tier spiritual artifact, he currently possesses divine consciousness and has reached the second level of body refinement, allowing him to tenuously utilize such an artifact. Moreover, he holds 3 exquisite foundation establishment pills, making his future advancement to foundation establishment inevitable. It is now time to prepare for the spiritual artifacts required for this stage. The weapon used by Qi refinement practitioners is termed a talisman, while foundation establishment practitioners wield spiritual artifacts. He had previously witnessed the formidable prowess of this black net, with its stealth and corrosive capabilities, which could serve as an unexpected trump card. After a day and a night, Qin Fan gazed with immense satisfaction at the black net in his hands, which had successfully ascended to a second-tier spiritual artifact. Each strand of the net was a harmonious blend of obsidian and spider silk, exuding an air of sophistication. It was no longer merely black, but rather a lustrous dark red, imbued with elegance. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the entire black net expanded instantaneously, enveloping a second-tier low-grade trial stone before him. The black net flowed like liquid silver, morphing to the contours of the trial stone, enveloping it completely. In a heartbeat, the net emitted a dark green luminescence. The second-tier low-grade trial stone diminished from the size of a water tank to that of a soccer ball, ultimately vanishing into thin air. Witnessing this, Qin Fan's face radiated joy. How impressive! Regrettably, he had yet to reach foundation establishment. Using the black net once would deplete most of his spiritual power, leaving him with only a solitary opportunity to utilize it in his prime state. From now on, you shall be known as the Obsidian Binding Spirit Net. Retrieving the net, Qin Fan took out a runic pen to inscribe it. He engraved the ice-breaking rune, the whirlwind rune, the ink ruler rune, the dust prevention rune, and finally, the most potent second-tier low-grade breaking blade rune. Observing the net radiating a black-red glow, each rune shimmering brightly before fading into obscurity, Qin Fan felt immense satisfaction. At that moment, Chun Xin'er approached Qin Fan. Upon catching sight of the recently dimmed runes on the obsidian binding spirit net, her body quivered at the sight of the breaking blade rune. Is that the breaking blade rune? She pondered, sensing something amiss. Qin Fan replied, yes, this is a simplified version of the breaking blade rune. Chun Xin'er looked at him in astonishment. A simplified version of the breaking blade rune? Indeed, this is a spiritual artifact, and the complete breaking blade rune is of the 3rd tier. Since she had initially acquired this rare rune, she was well aware that it was a 3rd-tier inscription. Did you inscribe this rune yourself? Qin Fan affirmed, yes. Chun Xin'er, stunned, trembled as she questioned, did Yaya teach you this? Qin Fan responded, I comprehended it on my own. You're boasting. I don't believe it. Chun Xin'er retorted, turning to leave. She could not fathom that Qin Fan, merely a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner, could thoroughly understand a 3rd-tier rune and inscribe it as a simplified 2nd-tier low-grade rune onto a talisman. Only a genius rune master could achieve such a feat. It was undoubtedly Qin Fan boasting. However, after she inquired about the truth through the communication jade talisman with Su Longyue, she spent an entire day rolling her eyes at Qin Fan. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself and requested Qin Fan to craft for her a splendid robe, insisting that the simplified version of the broken blade inscription be engraved upon it. In return, she offered Qin Fan a set of dual cultivation techniques she had obtained from the secret realm. As she spoke, Chun Xianin produced a tome, prominently inscribed with the title, The Art of Loving Me 99 Times Every Day. Qin Fan raised an eyebrow, clasped his hands in apology, and said, "My apologies, Miss Chun, but I have other matters to attend to." The notion of a daily obligation to express love 99 times. What a nonsensical dual cultivation technique. Surely a ruse to deceive him. Chun Xianin intercepted Qin Fan, her expression one of disdain for his lack of taste, then with a graceful wave of her delicate hand. The exterior of the technique peeled away, revealing its true name, Watermarsh Cave Heaven. Upon seeing this name, Qin Fan felt a profound shock within. Watermarsh Cave Heaven. Wasn't this the most renowned and prestigious dual cultivation technique from the original text? Chapter 92. Chun Xianier's astonishing revelation. Qin Fan, you are indeed a remarkable individual. In the original narrative, the male protagonist Lin Outyin acquired this set of martial arts from the treasure pavilion, subsequently embarking on a relentless quest to gather female companions. The more women he collected, the stronger Lin Outyin became, with this particular technique, Water Cave of the Abyss, proving to be the most effective. However, in the animated adaptation, certain pivotal scenes related to this technique were omitted, even from the VIP viewing, inciting viewers to escalate the matter to trending discussions on Weibo. They vehemently criticized the original company for its lack of integrity, lamenting that despite the trailers showcasing the technique's marvels, they were left disappointed upon finally viewing the official release, which turned out to be a censored version. Numerous viewers expressed that they had endured 2 months of instant noodles just to afford the membership for this episode. "And you expect me to watch this?" they exclaimed in outrage, directing a barrage of insults towards the original company for being unscrupulous and manipulative, demanding the immediate release of the uncut version or else they would report and seek refunds for their memberships. Qin Fan was among those disgruntled individuals. Ultimately, he could only revisit the classic scenes from the original text. In the novel, during the dual cultivation using this technique, the author penned a striking line that lingered in his memory. After 99 times, Lin Outyin felt not the slightest fatigue, but instead was invigorated, brimming with potent vitality. Reflecting on this, Qin Fan wore a peculiar expression. He finally understood why Qin Xianier had named this technique the art of loving me 99 times a day. How audacious. 99 times a day, the name truly strikes at the very soul. What do you think? Chun Xianier said with a hint of pride, lifting her chin slightly. Your cultivation is too low. Utilizing this technique with Yaya will accelerate your growth. Qin Fan replied, crafting a second-tier low-grade robe is no issue. However, inscribing the Blade Breaker inscription on it is unnecessary. The Blade Breaker inscription is for offensive purposes, effective when engraved on weapons, but utterly pointless on robes. He was merely yielding to Chun Xianier's formidable presence, reluctantly agreeing to assist her in crafting the robe. Certainly not due to the art of loving me 99 times a day or the Water Cave of the Abyss technique. Chun Xianier, with a hint of pride, declared, "This fairy delights in such unconventionality." Initially, she had presumed that Su Longyue's request for rare inscriptions was intended for her own use. Little did she know, it was actually for Qin Fan. Now, Qin Fan had even learned the Blade Breaker inscription, albeit only capable of inscribing the second-tier low-grade variant. Yet, she could hardly wait to don the robe adorned with the second-tier low-grade Blade Breaker inscription and show off at the Qianji Sect's summit. She wanted that young disciple from the Qianji Sect, who claimed she lacked understanding of inscriptions and criticized her for acquiring 3 inscriptions as wasteful, to witness whether her actions were indeed extravagant. Qin Fan. Fine, let us inscribe the Blade Breaker inscription on the robe. Indeed, very much like Chun Xianier, unconventionally unpredictable. Regardless, he found himself unable to comprehend this woman's thought process. Qin Fan presented 3 styles of ceremonial robes for Chun Xianier to choose from. She opted for the Dunhuang Feiqian style. Qin Fan, the garment you designed for me must be unique, unlike any other. Furthermore, once you create it, You cannot sell the design or craft another robe for yourself, she insisted. Understood, Qin Fan replied, recognizing the abundance of exquisite Dunhuang Feitian garments available in the modern era. With a top-tier dual cultivation secret technique, he could exchange it for a design draft of the Dunhuang Feitian attire and a second-tier inferior robe, which would be a profitable venture for him. After inquiring about Chen Xin'er's color preferences, he sketched a design draft inspired by a photo shoot featuring a female celebrity adorned in Dunhuang Feitian attire. Upon viewing the design draft, Chen Xin'er was thoroughly pleased, noting that even the headpiece was included, showcasing Qin Fan's undeniable talent. This design is acceptable, let us commence production, she declared. After dedicating a day to the task, Qin Fan fashioned a pink-blue Dunhuang Feitian robe, inscribing it with various functional runes such as cleansing, blade breaking, cold resistance, heat resistance, and size-adapting inscriptions. When Chen Xin'er received the robe, she was astounded, though her expression betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction as she remarked, "It's just passable. Here you go." With that, she handed him the Shuai's Dantian secret technique. As Qin Fan opened the manuscript, his countenance darkened. The technique was incomplete. "This is merely the first part. If you forge me another robe, I will provide you with the second part," Chen Xin'er stated. "I'd prefer to receive the second part first before crafting for you," Qin Fan countered. She then produced the second volume of Shuai's Dantian for him. After perusing it, he sensed something was amiss. The two parts of Shuai's Dantian were merely fragments. The original text required one to experience love 99 times in a single day. Yet this version only outlined a method for 10 instances. Despite its incompleteness, exchanging 2 sets of Dunhuang Feitian robes for it was still a lucrative deal. The full version likely resided in the treasure pavilion. Moreover, convincing Su Longyue to engage in love 99 times a day would likely result in him being unceremoniously kicked away. After setting the manuscripts aside, Qin Fan inquired about Chen Xin'er's specifications for the second robe. She chose the Dunhuang Feitian style once more, and, with a glimmer in her eyes, envisioned the elegance of Wen Zhanqing, saying, "This one should differ from the first. It should primarily feature white with blue as an accent, embodying grace, elegance, and nobility." Given Qin Fan's remarkable design skills, she felt compelled to lend a hand to her dear friend in navigating his romantic endeavors. After pondering for a while, Qin Fan began to sketch anew. Half a day later, he produced a second design draft of the Dunhuang Feitian attire, featuring the Dunhuang blue sacred fire skirt. In addition to the skirt, he also designed complementary accessories, such as arm adornments and makeup. The second set of Dunhuang flying celestial garments. Please delete if infringing. When Chen Xin'er beheld them, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment flickered in her beautiful eyes, difficult to conceal. It made her somewhat reluctant to part with this exquisite robe. How breathtaking it is! What extraordinary thoughts occupied Qin Fan's mind to create such a stunningly beautiful and ethereal robe, so uniquely designed. He even crafted the accompanying makeup. Truly a remarkable individual. No wonder he has captivated her friend, who has been practicing the supreme emotionless technique. I can only imagine that her friend's mastery of the technique has regressed to its initial stage by now. Chen Xin'er, not bad. Let's commence production. Qin Fan, you must dedicate yourself to crafting this robe, including the accessories. The inscriptions should match those of my current set. Qin Fan, understood. As Qin Fan set about forging the robe, Chen Xin'er promptly closed the door, delightfully donning the new Dunhuang celestial robe made for her by Qin Fan. Then, she stood before the mirror, indulging in self-praise. A beautiful person looks exquisite in anything. What to do? She yearned to stroll around the entrance of Qianji Gate immediately, but decided to wait until Yeye returns before making her appearance there. For now, she must attend to the little ones. She eagerly anticipates the moment she can show off at the summit of Qianji Gate. Chapter 93, Mother Su. Indeed, 2 days later, in the Yiyun Valley, not far from the Qinglong immortal city, there stood a lakeside elegant residence. Within this abode, Chen Xin'er was seated cross-legged on a mat, adorned in a flowing Dunhuang Feitian robe, while opposite her sat Wen Zhanqing. The familiar scent of milk wafted through the air, a fragrance that naturally lingered from her frequent nursing of the baby. Her gaze deepened slightly as she remarked, "Xin'er, this robe you wear today complements your complexion beautifully. You have become even more radiant." Chen Xin'er smiled in response. "Thank you, Aunt One, for your kind words. This robe was custom-made for me by the owner of the Moonlight Pavilion a few days ago, and I have also ordered a set for you. With that, she produced the elegantly crafted blue sacred fire robe and accompanying golden accessories she had specifically made for Wen Changqing, placing them neatly upon the table. A gentle smile graced Wen Changqing's lips as she pondered the unexpected gift. What a thoughtful gesture, Xianin. What prompted you to present me with a robe? Xianin replied. Seeing how exquisite this robe is, I felt it perfectly suited your noble and elegant demeanor, so I had one made for you as well. Although it is merely a low-grade second-tier robe, its design and style are truly distinctive. You may wear it during your leisurely days. With a graceful wave of her hand, Wen Changqing unfurled the previously folded robe, which now hung suspended in the air, akin to a 3D display, allowing for a full 360-degree view. After observing it, she commented, "Indeed, the design is quite unique." Her gaze fell upon the runes etched upon the robe, and she inquired, "The inscriptions on this robe were engraved by a craftsman, I presume?" Xianin affirmed, "Yes, this craftsman is remarkable. Although he is only at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he is already a low-grade second-tier artifact craftsman and a low-grade second-tier rune master." Internally, she mused, "Qin Fan, let's see how you express your gratitude for my efforts to enhance your standing before your future mother-in-law." Wen Changqing remarked, "Ah, indeed. A 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner can possess some skill in both artifact crafting and rune engraving." Xianin then retrieved a bathtub from her storage ring, smiling as she said, "Aunt Wen, my mother mentioned that you quite liked the bathtub I gifted her, so I brought one for you as well. It truly offers a delightful bathing experience." Wen Changqing responded, "Xianin, you are very considerate." After chatting for a while longer, Xianin took her leave. Standing by the lakeside, Wen Changqing watched the departing flying vessel of Xianin, her beautiful eyes clouding with thought. Xianin had come specifically to pay her respects, presenting both a robe and a bathtub, all while carrying the lingering scent of a nursing child. It appeared my previous deductions were indeed correct. The mother of the quintuplets is Xianin. She likely sensed that I had uncovered something, hence her deliberate gifts. Hoping to dissuade me from revealing her secret regarding the child, she bore, with a Qi refinement loose cultivator, a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner, an artifact craftsman, and a rune master, all intertwined with the owner behind the Moonlight Pavilion. Today, Su Longyue spoke highly of the proprietor of the Moonlight Pavilion on several occasions. As WNCH and Qing's silhouette shifted, she materialized atop a lofty peak, from which she could survey the entirety of the Qing's immortal city. After much deliberation, Su Longyue finally took to her flying vessel, returning to the Qing's immortal city, where she altered her appearance and entered Qin Fan's misty rain abode. It is now May, the tail end of spring, as the weather begins to warm, hinting at the approach of summer. Qin Fan is presently engaged in playful antics with 5 little ones upon a carpeted lawn. The baby, now over 2 months old, is beginning to practice crawling. The eldest is the most eager, propping himself up on the carpet with his tiny hands, his little bottom bobbing, emitting delightful sounds of why and why. The little one is eager to crawl, but can only wiggle his bottom for now. When Qin Fan gently pushes him from behind, he bursts into joyful giggles. The 2nd and 3rd babies also show keen interest in crawling, while the 4th and 5th exhibit a lack of enthusiasm, especially the 5th. After more than a month of nourishing treatment with grass and pill, the 5th baby's appetite has matched that of her sisters, and her tiny frame has filled out, though still lighter than her siblings. She no longer appears frail, but rather a normal baby, achieving a weight appropriate for her 2.5 months of age. However, this little one is lazier than the 4th, lying on the ground without a hint of movement, even refusing to lift her head. Although the 4th is disinclined to crawl, she occasionally lifts her head to gaze around. "Look at Daddy." Qin Fan entices the 5th baby with a small bell to encourage her to raise her head. Yet, she remains obstinately still, refusing to budge. Qin Fan continues to coax her, www, prompting the 5th baby to cry, displeased with her position. The beleaguered father, at a loss, decides to pick her up. Once cradled, her tears cease. "You little lazybones, you can hold your head upright when I hold you. Why won't you practice lifting it while lying down?" At that moment, Su Longyue returns. Upon hearing Qin Fan's words, she approaches and says, "If the 5th baby doesn't wish to lift her head, then let her be. She will surely do so when she grows up. Qin Fan. In matters of parenting, he and Chun Su often find themselves at odds. Initially, he hesitated to counter her opinions, mindful of her formidable presence in the mid-stage of her golden core, but now they occasionally engage in spirited debates. After all, this is their own child. He yearns for Ju to return swiftly and to send away this enchanting witch, Chun Su. Chun Su takes the fifth baby, gently tapping her little chin, and cheerfully encourages, "Fifth baby, call me mother." The fifth baby gazes up at Chun Su with her big, sparkling eyes. Chun Su continues her gentle instruction, "Call me mother." Previously, she had taught the fifth baby to call her godmother, but she deemed it inappropriate. Considering the baby belongs to Yu, it is essential for the little ones to first learn to call her mother before introducing the term godmother. The fifth baby responds with a sweet, melodious cooing sound. The sight of Chun Xian'er's affectionate laughter, reminiscent of a loving mother, was heartwarming. However, Qin Fan soon sensed an unsettling presence in the air. Despite glancing around, he found nothing amiss. Could it be that a powerful being had merely passed by, casting a fleeting glance in this direction? Indeed, as Qin Fan suspected, when Zhanqing had just swept his area with her divine sense. At this moment, Chun Xian'er was embracing Wu Bao, encouraging the little one to call her mother, while Qin Fan stood nearby, their image captured before Wen Zhanqing's eyes. Upon seeing Qin Fan, Wen Zhanqing was taken aback. It was him, the same young man she had encountered earlier at the entrance of the Qianji Pavilion in Qingzhou Square. She had inquired with the shopkeeper about that young man, who wore a spirit fish pouch akin to her daughter's, and learned that his name was Qin Fan. Initially, she had thought it merely a coincidence. Little did she realize that Qin Fan was the father of the quintuplets. They shared the same name, Qin Fan, and were indeed one and the same. Her gaze fell once more upon the deep purple spirit fish pouch tied at Qin Fan's waist. Chapter 94. Chun Xian'er misunderstood? She recalled Qin Fan mentioning that this sachet was a gift from his wife. Thus, was this sachet bestowed upon Qin Fan by their own daughter? Or had their daughter presented it to Chun Xian'er, who then passed it on to Qin Fan? "Dear, call me mother." As Chun Xian'er uttered this phrase to the baby in her arms, and considering the milky fragrance that enveloped her when she visited today, Wen Zhanqing shook her head. It appeared that the sachet had indeed been given by their daughter to Xian'er, who subsequently transferred it to Qin Fan. Indeed, my previous judgment was correct. Xian'er is truly the mother of quintuplets. These 5 little cherubs are remarkably adorable, resembling Qin Fan as if they were carved from the same mold. However, Qin Fan's cultivation is rather lacking. At 16 years of age, he is merely at the 9th level of qi refinement and possesses only a mid-grade spiritual root. While he may be considered talented among scattered cultivators, he is still light years away from being a match for the holy maiden of the Falling Cloud Sect. I wonder how Shi Shaofan would react upon discovering that her daughter has taken a scattered cultivator as a partner and borne 5 children with him. She would surely be infuriated. Xian'er is truly being reckless. At this point, when Zhanqing sighed again, yet thought, after having tasted the flavor of love, Qin Fan and the quintuplets' lifespan would not exceed 300 years. With Xian'er's potential, she could achieve the Nascent Soul stage in the future, and having this experience may help her temper her disposition, which might not be entirely detrimental to her future cultivation. After this contemplation, when Zhanqing felt relieved that her daughter remained dutiful and singularly focused on her path, with a graceful wave of her hand, she inscribed the scene before her into a jade slip. She then turned and departed on her sword to meet Shi Shaofan. Upon seeing Wen Zhanqing approach, Shi Shaofan furrowed her brows in worry and said, "They have yet to locate its precise position. We do not know how long we must remain here." Wen Zhanqing replied, "Do not fret. Shaofan, may I ask you something? Do you like little babies?" Shi Shaofan, "What kind of train of thought is this?" The question seems entirely disconnected from their conversation. Wen Zhanqing cleared her throat and said, "I simply inquired. If you were to suddenly learn that you have a grandchild, how would you feel?" Shi Shaofan, That is impossible. I already told Xian'er last time that unless she breaks through to the god transformation stage, she shouldn't think about having a partner." Wen Zhanqing gazed at Shi Shaofan, her expression hinting at unspoken words. Meanwhile, in Qin Fan's realm, in the following days, Steward Fan brought forth 2 meticulously selected female alchemists, whose backgrounds mirrored those of Song Qiaoji and the others. They were both orphans, obedient and docile. now at the intermediate level of first-tier alchemy. Due to the skyrocketing prices of alchemical materials in the market, the two could no longer afford to refine magical artifacts for sale. Just as they were preparing to seek employment at a shop, Steward Fan found them. Both women were detail-oriented, and when Qin Fan presented them with a set of robes for their assessment, they swiftly replicated it without any minor issues arising. Qin Fan was quite pleased as he signed contracts with the two individuals and exchanged solemn oaths to ensure that not a single word of his design drafts for the ceremonial robes would be disclosed. He then handed over a selection of well-received designs for intermediate-grade ceremonial robes to the two women. Manager Fan subsequently reported to Qin Fan that the prices of refining materials had surged by another 40%, largely due to the scarcity of available supplies. Many independent refiners were lamenting their plight, and numerous small magical artifact shops were on the brink of collapse. In this context, Manager Fan once again lavished praise upon Qin Fan, as their moon pavilion was not lacking in raw materials for crafting magical artifacts. A few days later, Zhong Nanyang arrived at Misty Rain residence accompanied by 12 individuals, each leading their own demon-hunting teams, to sell monster materials to Qin Fan. The Qinglong Immortal City was not far from the Lanyue mountain range, leading to a proliferation of demon-hunting teams within the city. After the transaction, the 12 individuals left in high spirits. Zhong Nanyang, however, chose to stay behind and informed Qin Fan that a group of bandits had recently emerged on the outskirts of the Lanyue mountain range, specifically targeting demon-hunting teams. Any team that fell under the gaze of these bandits faced near certain death. It was said that the leader was the Queen of Yama, a genuine golden core cultivator. She could dispatch our foundation establishing and Qi refining demon-hunting teams with ease. Qin Daoist, in the days to come, our outings to hunt demons will be significantly reduced. It is simply too perilous. Why has the Queen of Yama come to our Qinglong Immortal City, specifically hunting down demon-hunting teams? Upon hearing this, Qin Fan furrowed his brow. The Queen of Yama referred to none other than Chen Xianyuan. Yet, during this period, Chen Xianyuan had been tending to the little ones at Misty Rain residence and had not ventured outside. Moreover, she had no reason to hunt demon-hunting teams. Thus, it seemed there was but one possibility. The Queen of Yama roaming outside was an impostor. After all, using the name of the Queen of Yama to commit murder would inevitably draw hatred toward her. Furthermore, this individual was likely connected to the Su family. Fortunately, with the recent acquisition of a batch of monster materials, Moon Pavilion could sustain itself for at least half a year. 3 days later, after concluding his business at Moon Pavilion, Qin Fan returned to Misty Rain residence and encountered the Emerald Fairy seated in a spirit steed carriage. The Emerald Fairy invited him for a conversation. In the private room of the tea house, she gazed at Qin Fan, somewhat astonished. Upon seeing him again, she realized that the impression he left her with now bore the distinct feeling of a foundation establishment cultivator. In the brief span of time within Qinglong Immortal City, Qin Fan had grown even more formidable. No wonder his partner was a foundation establishment female cultivator. She had previously believed that the woman capable of bearing him quintuplets was merely an ordinary mortal. Later, upon learning that she was, in fact, a cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment, she had been quite taken aback. Now, sensing the aura emanating from Qin Fan that was no less potent than that of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, she recalled Manager Fan's words from that day. She poured tea for Qin Fan and then spoke. "Qin, my friend, congratulations on your thriving business." Qin Fan took a sip of tea and remained silent. The Green Fairy continued, "I have heard that members of the demon hunting team have been selling beast materials to you. I wonder if you have any surplus beast materials available? I am willing to pay a handsome price." "No," Qin Fan replied curtly. Given the affairs of the Su and Sang families, he, a wandering cultivator and father of 5 little ones, preferred not to get involved. The Green Fairy smiled and produced a jade box, sliding it towards Qin Fan. "Do not be so hasty in your refusal, Qin. Take a look at what lies within." Qin Fan opened the jade box to reveal a premium foundation-building pill inscribed with 4.5 Dao patterns. This particular pill had once been auctioned at the Qingzhou Pavilion, where Qiyu had spent 10,000 spirit stones to secure it. Chapter 95. Difficult birth this gift. Whether for loose cultivators in the Qi refinement stage or those who have already established their foundations, holds immense allure. Although foundation establishing loose cultivators do not require foundation establishment pills for themselves, it does not hinder their need to procure them for future use. Particularly, the Foundation Establishment Pill. Due to one of its primary ingredients, the 300-year-old Xianling fruit, can only be found in the Kanglan secret realm within this vast region. However, the Kanglan secret realm is under the control of prominent sects such as the Ying sect, making it impossible for loose cultivators to enter and gather the fruit. The Foundation Establishment pills within the sects will not be made available for external sales. Those appearing at auction houses are typically concocted by various loose cultivator alchemists who substitute the Xianling fruit with second-tier low-grade demon beast inner cores, which also have a considerable chance of producing Foundation Establishment pills. The inner cores from second-tier low-grade demon beasts originate from those with superior bloodlines. Not all second-tier demon beasts possess inner cores, and not every inner core can serve as the main ingredient for the Foundation Establishment pill. It is crucial that the demon beast possesses a high-quality bloodline, and its inner core must possess pure attributes. This is also the reason why Wang Fatty and his companions had been hunting second-tier mid-grade demon beasts in the Laga Mountains for quite some time. The green fairy gazed intently at Qin Fan across from her, her beautiful eyes reflecting determination. Qin Fan closed the jade box and pushed it towards the green fairy. Under her astonished gaze, he said, "Such a fine item, my lady, is better suited for your own kin." The green fairy was momentarily taken aback, her tone becoming somewhat urgent, her ample bosom quivering in a delightful arc. "Qin Fan, this is a premium Foundation Establishment pill." She believed that Qin Fan must not have recognized it as such. Otherwise, how could he refuse? Especially considering he was already at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. On the cusp of Foundation Establishment, loose cultivators would go to great lengths for a Foundation Establishment pill. Now, Qin Fan had the opportunity to acquire one that could enhance his success rate by 25% without any strenuous effort. He had no reason to decline. Qin Fan replied, "I understand, but I do not require it. My spiritual root aptitude is poor, and at merely 16 years of age, I still have several decades before Foundation Establishment. I am in no rush." The green fairy's gaze was piercing. She recognized that Qin Fan's words were merely an excuse. Could it be that he already possessed a Foundation Establishment pill? It made sense. Manager Fan had indeed mentioned that even their Lingbao pavilion could not afford to offend Qin Fan. With his Qi refinement prowess, having a Foundation Establishment female cultivator bear his child must signify that his background was quite profound, perhaps a bastard offspring of a prominent sect leader. He had no worries regarding the Foundation Establishment pill. Taking a deep breath, she spoke earnestly to Qin Fan, "Friend Qin, I understand that the Foundation Establishment pill may not sway you, but we are currently in the same boat. The Su family dares to suppress our Lingbao pavilion, while they are also hunting demon-slaying teams that do not collaborate with material merchants. How long do you think your Yaya pavilion can endure? Will you ultimately have to bow to the Su family and accept their exploitation? All you need to do is introduce your allied demon-slaying team to our Sang family, and we will send a fake Dan Real person to escort them to hunt demon beasts, ensuring they do not perish in the Laga Mountains. At that time, both you and I will possess materials from the demon beasts, freeing us from the suffocating grip of the Su family. How delightful would that be? Qin Fan, the demon hunting team collaborating with me is more than capable of seeking partnerships without my introduction. I believe the Sang family has that ability." The Emerald Fairy's expression soured, her grip on the teacup tightening. The entire city is aware that the Sang family is being bullied by the Su family, unable to lift their heads, enduring territorial concessions and reparations, and yet the Su family remains relentless. They have sought out Zhong Nanyang and his associates, but they refuse to engage, unwilling to entangle themselves in the Sang and Su families' conflict. The Emerald Fairy departed, understanding that Qin Fan also wished to remain uninvolved in their affairs. 3 days later, Manager Fan visited Yinyu Pavilion to deliver the account books, informing Qin Fan that the prices of refining materials had surged by 50, prompting many independent refiners to abandon their craft for alternative livelihoods. The Sang family, unable to withstand the Su family's pressure, selected a young and beautiful female cultivator with mid-grade spiritual roots from their clan, intending to offer her as a concubine to the false alchemist Su Mingji. However, Su Mingji rejected the proposal, suggesting instead that among the Sang women, he only had eyes for Sang Xinyu, the Emerald Fairy, who had already become an inner disciple of the Lihua sect. This incident incited internal strife within the Seng family. A faction supported sending Seng Xinyu to the Su family for a marriage alliance to alleviate the Seng family's perilous predicament. Conversely, a minority, including the family head, vehemently opposed such a commodification of their kin. Seng Xinyu herself was outraged, declaring that if she were to be offered to the decrepit Su Mingji, she would sever ties with the Seng family, asserting her independence as an inner disciple of the Lihua sect, capable of thriving without the Seng family support. Her father echoed her sentiments with fury, stating that if they intended to offer his daughter to Su Mingji, they would have to step over his corpse first, emphasizing her bright future and potential for becoming a golden core cultivator, unworthy of being a mere concubine to a false alchemist. He proclaimed that compromise would not restore peace. Rather, it would lead to further oppression, and only through counterattack could the Seng family secure its position among the 7 great immortal families. Seizing the opportunity, Seng Xinyu proposed the establishment of their own demon hunting team, asserting that even if the materials they hunted could not fully sustain the operations of Lingbao Pavilion, it was better than having nothing at all. Manager Fan continued, stating that the Seng family had temporarily declined the Su family's proposal and would not send Seng Xinyu to become a concubine. Qin Fan sipped his tea, sensing that the Seng family was on the brink of division. However, this matter bore no relevance to him. Currently, the materials from the demon beasts were sufficient to sustain Moonlight Pavilion for half a year. He would observe the situation for now. Since the Seng family rejected the Su family's overtures, the Su family intensified their oppression, causing the prices of refining materials to double. Many independent refiners lamented their plight, and the demon hunting teams operating in the outskirts of the Lagu Mountains faced increased attacks from bandits, targeting those teams that refused to sign contracts with material merchants. On this day, Zhong Nanyang approached Qin Fan, venting his frustrations and cursing the Su family's ancestors across 18 generations. Then he informed Qin Fan that, in recent days, they had refrained from hunting the demon beasts, opting to wait until the turmoil surrounding the Su and Seng families subsided. Additionally, Zhong Nanyang's wife was about to give birth, and he was disinclined to venture out. Half a month later, cries of sorrow echoed from Zhong Nanyang's courtyard, with a steady stream of people entering and exiting. After Chen Xiner had lulled the baby to sleep, she turned to Qin Fan and said, "Zhong Nanyang's wife is in labor." The commotion next door was so loud that Chen Xiner scanned with her consciousness and quickly grasped the situation. The earlier wails of despair were indeed the suppressed roars of Zhong Nanyang. Knock, knock. The door to the courtyard was rapped upon. Zhong Nanyang entered, and Qin Fan noticed that he appeared entirely different from his usual rugged self. His eyes were sunken and red, his hair disheveled, and there were blood-red handprints on his face, possibly from his own doing. Upon seeing Qin Fan, he grasped Qin Fan's hand, speaking with urgency. "Brother Qin, only you can save my wife Man this time. Could you share with me the means to contact the midwife who assisted your wife during her delivery?" It was only after being prompted by the midwife that he remembered the quintuplets born next door. The midwife who had attended to Qin Fan's wife must undoubtedly be an extraordinary practitioner, capable of ensuring a safe delivery for his own wife as well. Chapter 96. A safe delivery for mother and daughter. Qin Fan found himself in a dilemma. He had personally assisted in the delivery of Su Longyue's child, yet it was not something he could openly disclose, given that he was delivering for another's partner. Regardless of whether the birth was natural or via cesarean section, the process necessitated certain preparations, including shaving. Moreover, in the case of a natural birth, one would have to. The midwife's presence would not be an issue for the male partner, but a male obstetrician would certainly raise concerns for both parties involved. Allow me to recommend another midwife's contact, though I am uncertain if she is in close proximity to Qinglong Immortal City, Qin Fan suggested. Zhong Nanyang's eyes widened in confusion. Another one? Friend Qin, is it inappropriate for you to share the contact of the midwife who assisted your wife? I am genuinely worried that other midwives may lack the ability to deliver my wife Man's child. To be frank, the midwife I have engaged is already the most skilled in Qinglong Immortal City, yet she has informed me that the child's position is incorrect and that the fetus is too large. Even with forceps, it remains stuck, and we cannot afford to delay any further. If we do, it could lead to a tragic outcome for both mother and child. As he spoke, Zhong Nanyang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his whole body trembling with emotion. Qin Fan discreetly conveyed that he had delivered Su Longyue's child via cesarean section. Zhong Nanyang was taken aback, looking at Qin Fan in astonishment. With a nod of affirmation, Qin Fan produced the contact information for Song Wanjun, the midwife, and handed it to Zhong Nanyang. This is the contact for Song the midwife. She resides in Qingzhou Fong, but often travels to assist in deliveries. I cannot guarantee her availability. At that moment, a maid from Zhong Nanyang's household rushed in, panic-stricken and in tears, exclaiming, "Master, Madam is in critical condition. You must come quickly." Zhong Nanyang, trembling, did not take the communication talisman, but instead grasped Qin Fan's hand tightly. His eyes wide with desperation, as if making a monumental decision. "Friend Qin, I implore you, please assist my wife Man with the cesarean delivery, as you previously mentioned." Chun Xianyuan, nearby, looked at Qin Fan in astonishment. What? Zhong Nanyang wants Qin Fan to deliver the child? Can he even do that? Qin Fan replied, "Friend Zhong, let me clarify. While a cesarean section carries its own risks and is not guaranteed to be successful, I can assure you that the child can be preserved with absolute certainty, though the same may not be said for the mother." Zhong Nanyang immediately responded, "Friend Qin, prioritize the mother's safety, I beg of you." "Very well," Qin Fan agreed. The last time he prepared surgical instruments for Su Longyue's cesarean, he had forged several sets to ensure he would not be caught short in a critical moment. Thus he still possessed ample new tools. Summoning his puppets Lichuan, Yushui, and Jingjia, Qin Fan proceeded next door. Inside the delivery room remained only the midwife and Zhong Nanyang, who insisted on staying, while all others waited outside. Although Chun Xianyuan did not follow them, she remained nearby, using her spiritual sense to monitor the unfolding situation. She pondered, what if Qin Fan were to harm someone's wife and child? Would Zhong Nanyang seek vengeance against him? In that case, she would preemptively eliminate Zhong Nanyang. Above all, she could not allow her beloved Yeye to return and discover Qin Fan's lifeless body. That would reflect her inadequacy. However, to her astonishment, an hour later, the sound of a baby's cries echoed from next door. Her expression turned peculiar. Mother and child were safe? Had Qin Fan truly succeeded in delivering the child? Could Qin Fan really assist in childbirth? Was he now a midwife? Incredible. This Qin Fan was truly remarkable, capable not only of crafting unique and aesthetically pleasing magical artifacts, but also designing distinctive and elegant robes, inscribing rare runes, and now even handling such a specialized task as childbirth? What else could he possibly do? She immediately sent a message to Su Longyue. After informing her of the situation, she curiously inquired, "Yeah, is Qin Fan some sort of celestial being? How can he do everything? Was it really him who assisted in your delivery?" Su Longyue replied, "Yes, it was him." Unbelievable. 1,000 exclamations of disbelief. "Yeah, you are incredibly bold. How could you let Qin Fan assist in your delivery? Aren't you afraid of complications?" Chun Xianyuan was utterly astonished. After all, Qin Fan was merely 16 years old. What experience could he possibly have? Allowing a novice like Qin Fan to assist her best friend in delivering quintuplets during such a perilous time was a tremendous gamble. How much faith must she have in Qin Fan? Su Longyue responded, "He is quite capable. Just look next door." Qin Fan successfully delivered the baby despite the complications. Chun Xianyuan had no retort to that. It did seem plausible. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, Zhong Nanyang trembled as he cradled the wrinkled infant, presenting her to the nearly fainting Du Man. Overcome with joy, he exclaimed, Man, our daughter is beautiful." Du Man nodded weakly and turned her gaze towards Qin Fan, who was tidying up. "Thank you, Taoist Qin." Qin Fan replied, "You exerted a great deal of energy. You should rest now." Du Man promptly fell asleep. After attending to the aftermath, Qin Fan instructed the midwife on how to insert a catheter and perform gentle abdominal compressions before exiting the delivery room. Zhong Nanyang followed him out, leaving the newborn in the care of the midwife. "Taoist Qin, I cannot thank you enough for today. Had it not been for you, I would have lived with this regret for the rest of my life. This gift is for you. I must return to care for Man, and once she has recovered, I will bring both mother and daughter to express my gratitude." Upon returning to his courtyard, Qin Fan used his spiritual sense to scan the spirit beast pouch Zhong Nanyang had handed him. Inside lay a small fish, measuring over 20 centimeters in length. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was neither a carp nor a goldfish. Its head bore a resemblance to a dragon, while its body resembled that of a horse. Was this a seahorse? He carefully extracted the tiny seahorse from the pouch, finding it enveloped in a bubble of blue water, floating gracefully in the air. As soon as the seahorse appeared in the air, its original green hue transformed into a color akin to the sky's deep black. Intriguingly, it possesses the ability to change its coloration in accordance with its surroundings. This little seahorse bears the esteemed earthly bloodline. Zhong Nanyang has indeed been quite generous this time. In this world, demonic beasts do not cultivate through spiritual roots like cultivators. Instead, they refine their abilities through the inheritance of bloodlines. The classification of bloodlines, much like spiritual roots, follows a hierarchy. The higher the bloodline grade, the greater the potential of the demonic beast. The bloodline classifications are as follows: mixed bloodline, low-grade bloodline, mid-grade bloodline, high-grade bloodline, earthly bloodline, and heavenly bloodline. The potential of an earthly bloodline is comparable to that of earthly spiritual roots among human cultivators, making it exceedingly rare. The previous white jade centipede possessed only a high-grade bloodline. Zhong Nanyang is sincerely grateful for this gift. The seahorse with an earthly bloodline is classified as a mid-grade demonic beast of the first tier. On land, there is the white jade centipede, while in the water, the seahorse thrives, quite remarkable indeed. Chapter 97. A conversation with my wife Qin Fan placed the little seahorse into the pond in the courtyard and returned to his room. Shortly after, he received a message from Su Longyue. "Wife, have you arrived at the sect?" Qin Fan inquired. Su Longyue replied, "I was delayed a bit today. I will reach the sect tomorrow." "All right, come back early. Both I and the little ones miss you dearly," Qin Fan expressed. "Okay," she responded, her heart echoing his sentiment. Su Longyue then mentioned, "I heard from Qin Xianyue that you assisted in a delivery for the neighbors today?" "Yes," Qin Fan acknowledged. "I performed a cesarean section, but I entrusted the more private aspects to the midwife. My role was purely surgical. Please do not overthink it, my dear wife." Knowing his wife's propensity for jealousy, Qin Fan quickly clarified. Moreover, Du Manman's husband, Zhong Nanyang, was present during the procedure. Su Longyue momentarily felt taken aback. She had not considered that angle, but seeing Qin Fan's anxious explanation warmed her heart. A gentle smile graced her lips as she said, "All right, I understand. I have something to share as well. My cultivation speed has recently accelerated, and I have reached the late stage of the golden core." Qin Fan exclaimed, "Wow, congratulations, my wife. This advancement will allow you to protect both me and the little ones even better. By the way, let me show you something." With that, he revealed the Water's Edge Cave Heaven manual he had exchanged with Qin Xianyue for her to see. "Water's Edge Cave Heaven?" Su Longyue inquired. "Indeed. It is a dual cultivation technique. Once you return, we can study this book together and exchange our insights," Qin Fan proposed. Su Longyue's cheeks flushed at the thought. She playfully glared at Qin Fan, her body instinctively softening at his teasing. Having been away from Qinglong Immortal City for over 2 months, Qin Fan's image had become increasingly vivid in her mind, especially during the quiet of the night. She could vividly recall the calluses on his hands. Unable to withstand his playful banter, she yearned to instantly traverse to his side and embrace him. Suppressing her emotions, she redirected the conversation, asking, "Are the little ones behaving well lately?" "They are quite obedient," Qin Fan replied. "They are not yet crawling, so they can't cause too much trouble. However, a few days ago, Si Bao had a bout of colic and cried incessantly. No matter how I held him, he continued to wail, especially at dusk. After consulting a physician, I learned how to massage Si Bao to alleviate the colic, and he has since recovered." Upon hearing this, Su Longyue's furrowed brow relaxed as she softly said, "That's a relief. I will return as soon as possible." "Dear wife, there is something I wish to discuss with you," Qin Fan began. "What is it?" she asked. "It concerns the Queen of Hell. I know it is Qin Xianyue. Recently, someone has been using her name to hunt down the Demon Slayer teams on the outskirts of the Lagushan Mountains near Qinglong Immortal City, causing quite an uproar." He was reluctant to speak directly to Qin Xianyue about this matter, considering that she had previously harbored murderous intent towards him. Although they appeared to coexist peacefully now, who could predict whether this woman might suddenly have a lapse in judgment and wish to harm him again? It would be wiser to have his wife address this issue with Qin Xianyue. Only she could subdue this sorceress. Su Longyue, "All right, I understand. Are you all right?" Qin Fan, "I'm fine. I've been in Xian City, not venturing out." As he spoke, Qin Fan recounted to Su Longyue the circumstances surrounding someone masquerading as the Queen of Hell to assassinate members of the demon hunting squad. including the grievances between the Su and Seng families. 2 days later, Qin Fan beheld the golden light emanating from the robe before him, a smirk playing on his lips. The second-tier low-grade celestial veil inscription had finally been etched. The celestial veil inscription was one of the 3 rare inscriptions Su Longyue had previously gifted him, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. With the second-tier low-grade robe inscribed with his enhanced second-tier low-grade celestial veil inscription, it could withstand an attack from a Nascent Soul cultivator. 4 foundational stage cultivators. This was nothing short of a life-saving artifact. After all, for a Nascent Soul to slay a foundational stage practitioner was akin to slicing through vegetables. A foundational stage cultivator would scarcely have a chance to flee. With this robe, at least there was a glimmer of hope for survival. Truly, rare inscriptions were remarkable, their additional attributes nothing short of extraordinary. After securely storing the second-tier low-grade robe, Qin Fan removed his first-tier high-grade robe and inscribed a simplified version of the first-tier high-grade celestial veil inscription upon it. Success on the first attempt. Exhilarating. 2 days later, Manager Fan delivered the robes crafted by the 2 female artifact smiths. These smiths were responsible for creating the robes, which Manager Fan would bring to Qin Fan for inscription. Upon delivering the robes, Manager Fan, visibly distressed, remarked to Qin Fan, "Master, recently a Sun Pavilion has opened across from the Moon Pavilion, specifically selling robes identical to ours, and at prices lower than ours. Isn't it infuriating? Many female cultivators who initially intended to purchase robes from our shop have been lured away to buy from across the street. It's utterly vexing. The Sun Pavilion, named in contrast to our Moon Pavilion, has set up right across from us, clearly intent on stealing our business. How unscrupulous. Moreover, through some connections, I learned that the proprietor behind this Sun Pavilion is none other than a young master from the Su family, named Su Longyue." At this point, Manager Fan spat disdainfully, his face contorted with anger. The Su family is simply reprehensible. Not only do they control the prices of demon beast materials, but now they seek to encroach upon our Moon Pavilion's business. It is utterly despicable. Especially this Su Longyue, seeing the popularity of our robes, has sought artifact smiths to replicate our designs. I've heard he is currently vying for the position of Su family heir and likely aims to boost his performance through copying our robes. Shameless. How immoral. Aside from scolding, there exists no other recourse for the affairs of Manager Fan. After hearing this, Qin Fan took a sip of tea, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. In this realm of cultivation, the concept of copyright is non-existent. Even if the design blueprints of a robe are not disclosed, a skilled craftsman could effortlessly replicate it. Furthermore, the Su family is inherently engaged in the trade of materials derived from magical beasts, which allows the Sun Pavilion to acquire these materials at remarkably low prices. Presently, the market for magical beast materials is characterized by exorbitant prices and restricted supply. The Sun Pavilion appears intent on undercutting the clients of the Moon Pavilion, planning to eliminate it before subsequently inflating prices to monopolize the robe market. This strategy is reminiscent of modern business tactics employed by large capital to suppress unique small enterprises. Fortunately, he had anticipated this eventuality. Qin Fan sipped his tea once more and addressed Manager Fan, instructing him to wait a moment. Manager Fan, bewildered, responded with a confused "huh?" just as he observed Qin Fan entering the crafting chamber. Shortly thereafter, Qin Fan emerged, holding a blue, wide-sleeved, first-tier, mid-quality robe. Chapter 98. Who is to dress whom in wedding garments? He handed the robe to Manager Fan, who was somewhat bewildered, as this was indeed the robe he had brought today. Nevertheless, he accepted the robe and soon noticed the inscriptions etched upon it. Qin Fan instructed him to take this artifact outside and test it with his strongest attack. Before long, Manager Fan returned joyfully, exclaiming, "Master, what is this new inscription on the robe? Its defensive capability has significantly increased. I was unable to breach the defenses of this robe, even with my ultimate move." He was now at the 9th level of Qi refinement, yet he could not break through the defenses of a first-tier mid-grade robe. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. The purpose of purchasing a robe, besides its aesthetic appeal, was, of course, to enhance one's defensive capabilities. Even a slight increase in defense could mean the difference between life and death for a cultivator. Qin Fan nodded, stating, "Indeed. This is a rare inscription I have recently developed, known as the Celestial Canopy inscription. When inscribed on a first-tier mid-grade robe, It can withstand an attack from a foundational level cultivator in their early stages. Manager Fan's face was filled with astonishment. It can withstand an attack from a formidable foundational cultivator. This is extraordinarily powerful. He finally understood why Qin Fan had remained so nonchalant when he mentioned the solar pavilion earlier, responding with a mere "it's nothing." The celestial canopy inscription was the core competitive advantage of their moon pavilion. While the robe's design could be replicated, the celestial canopy inscription could not be imitated without exceptional mastery in inscription techniques and first-hand experience in engraving such a rare inscription. Furthermore, a robe worn by a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator capable of withstanding attacks from early foundational cultivators was typically found only in major sects. Casual practitioners could not acquire it even with sufficient spirit stones. Now, it was available at the Moon Pavilion, and Manager Fan could already envision the booming business that awaited them. What a relief! The frustration caused by the Su family had dissipated entirely, replaced by an overwhelming surge of motivation. The following day, Qin Fan inscribed the celestial canopy inscription on all the robes in the shop and instructed Manager Fan to take them back to the Moon Pavilion. Manager Fan lavished praise upon Qin Fan and left with the robes, feeling immensely fortunate to have aligned himself with the right person. Had it not been for Qin Fan, the Moon Pavilion might have crumbled under the Su family's oppressive scrutiny, becoming nothing more than a pawn for the Solar Pavilion. After the Moon Pavilion's robes were inscribed with the celestial canopy inscription, their prices doubled. Even though the Solar Pavilion's robes were a quarter cheaper than those of the Moon Pavilion, customers still flocked to the latter. No matter how loudly the Solar Pavilion shouted for customers or how many discount promotions they launched, their entrance remained desolate. Despite the Solar Pavilion's various promotional activities and intensified advertising efforts, they attracted only a modest number of patrons. However, the customers attracted will inevitably compare prices, and upon entering the Sun Pavilion, they may also visit the Moon Pavilion across the street, ultimately choosing to remain there, joyfully purchasing the Moon Pavilion's robes and departing. In essence, this means that despite the Sun Pavilion's substantial expenditure on advertising, 99% of the foot traffic it garnered ended up benefiting the Moon Pavilion, essentially crafting garments for its rival. Manager Fan was elated, nearly wishing to set off firecrackers in celebration at the store entrance. Yet, considering the formidable reputation of the Su family, he restrained his exuberance, wary of attracting unnecessary trouble for Qin Fan. At the outskirts of the Laga mountain range, 5 beams of light swiftly darted towards its periphery. 2 early-stage foundation-building cultivators were communicating via sound transmission. "Brother Sun, we are truly fortunate today. We did not encounter the Queen of Hades." Silence. "All right. I estimate that the Queen of Hades will not appear now. We have been overly cautious. It's been a week since we last ventured out to hunt demon beasts. Our harvest this time is indeed bountiful. May I accompany you to Chuanchi Road later, Brother Sun? You can trade with Taoist Qin, and I wish to visit Brother Zhong. I heard he has welcomed a daughter, and I would like to see her." "Sun Guangda, be quiet. We shall speak upon our return to the Azure Dragon Immortal City." Gu Dongming smiled faintly and transmitted, "Understood." Suddenly, Sun Guangdao's dark eyes narrowed, and the 5 beams of light came to an abrupt halt. The 5 men landed with serious expressions, forming a circle and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. A silvery, bell-like laughter echoed, instantly altering the expressions of the 5. Gu Dongming felt an overwhelming urge to bite his own tongue. They were on the verge of leaving the outskirts of the Laga mountain range, yet they had encountered the Queen of Hades. This was the signature laughter of the Queen of Hades, heralding death for the cultivators in its vicinity. There was no escape. How could his words be so ill-fated? He had truly summoned the Queen of Hades. Sun Guangda shot him a fierce glare, causing Gu Dongming to lower his head in submission. Then, an exquisite figure appeared above them. "There are 5 little pests here. Today, this king is in a good mood and grants you the mercy of 5 minutes to live. After 5 minutes, you shall all perish." Gu Dongming could no longer contain his suppressed rage. "Queen of Hades, do you serve the Su family like a dog? Are your family members aware of this?" Sun Guangdao recognized their dire predicament and refrained from scolding Gu Dongming. Instead, he coldly snorted, "Previously, I had heard that while the Queen of Hades kills indiscriminately, she does not engage in wanton slaughter. Yet, for the Su family, you now recklessly take lives, disregarding the value of human life, and still dare to call yourself a king? I deem you the foulest pest in the realm of cultivation." No sooner had he spoken than a streak of green light surged forth. Sun Guangda and Gu Dongming each lost an arm, both gritting their teeth in pain but not uttering a sound, their eyes filled with indignation directed at the Queen of Hades. What does it matter if you kill us today? It does not change the fact that you are the most repugnant pest in the southern cultivation world. Gu Dongming added. Indeed, a great pest. A lapdog of the Su family, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. If you have the capability, go and slay a nascent soul cultivator. Only capable of hunting U.S. Foundation establishment cultivators. What sort of skill is that? The Queen of Hell coldly snorted. I have changed my mind. You worthless insects do not deserve to live for even 5 more minutes. Now, I shall grant you an audience with the King of Hell. Suddenly, just as Sun Guangda and the others prepared to risk their lives against the Queen of Hell, a voice identical to hers echoed through the air. In an instant, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, resembling the Queen of Hell but dressed differently, appeared in the sky. Golden core cultivators are already capable of standing in midair without relying on magical tools. Gu Dongming was astonished. 2 queens of hell. Sun Guangda and his companions stared in bewilderment at the 2 queens of hell standing on either side. Qin Fan gazed at the impostor mimicking her, arms crossed, and remarked, How dare you impersonate me? You resemble me quite well, even mimicking my aura and cultivation level. TSK. Let me see what manner of being you truly are. How dare you impersonate me? Are you tired of living? Chapter 99. One must repay their debts in the underworld. The Queen of Hell instantly trembled at the sight, and without a moment's hesitation, she turned to flee. Qin Fan bellowed, There is no escape. Her figure darted forward, creating a flurry of afterimages as she swept through the air, stirring up a tempest of wind, and swiftly positioned herself before the Queen of Hell. Simultaneously, Qin Fan summoned a low-grade 3rd-tier artifact, the Azure Water Sword. The sword blazed with a vibrant emerald glow, generating a blade of wind that rustled the leaves around them. Please, spare me, Queen. The Queen of Hell, thoroughly frightened by this display, immediately pleaded for mercy, with a flick of her right hand across her face. It was as if she had peeled away a mask of human skin. As the white mist dissipated, the figure of the Queen of Hell, previously identical to Qin Fan, transformed into a tall man with thick brows and large eyes, standing at 6 feet. The man fell to his knees before Qin Fan, bowing his head in submission. At that moment, it became evident that his true cultivation level was merely that of the false core stage, not the mid-golden core level he had previously portrayed. With a graceful sweep of her hand, Qin Fan seized the mask from the man's grasp. After a moment of examination, she cast the mask into her storage ring, casting a cold glare at the trembling figure prostrated before her. Under the true pressure of her mid-golden core cultivation, the man dared not conceal anything. He divulged all he knew in a rush. He was a rogue cultivator from the central state who had fled to the southern region due to certain circumstances, where he was hired by the Su family as a guest elder. He possessed a special mask capable of mimicking anyone's appearance and aura, even that of individuals of higher cultivation, albeit with limitations, never exceeding the late golden core stage. Thus, the Su family had chosen him to impersonate the Queen of Hell, targeting the demon hunting teams on the outskirts of the Lugu Mountains, particularly those who had not signed contracts with material merchants. This scheme coerced the demon hunting teams into agreements, while all the infamy fell upon the Queen of Hell, and the Su family reaped the benefits. Queen of Hell, I have told you everything I know. I beg for your mercy. I was merely following orders and never intended to impersonate you. The man continued to bow and plead. However, in the next instant, his neck was neatly severed by the gleaming azure water sword, his head rolling aside. Qin Fan sheathed her sword and shattered the man's corpse with a swift strike of her palm, subsequently lifting his head with her spiritual energy. Su family, she uttered with disdain, before departing with the head in tow. It took Sun Guangda and the other 5 several moments to regain their senses, all of them collapsing to the ground. Sun Guangda then knelt in the direction Qin Fan had taken, bowing deeply as he proclaimed loudly, Thank you, Queen of Hell, for saving our lives. The others, including Gu Dongming, promptly followed suit, echoing, Thank you, Queen of Hell, for your life-saving grace. Suddenly, Sun Guangda and Gu Dongming picked up their severed arms, hastily applying hemostatic medicine to their wounds before swiftly making their way toward the Qinglong Immortal City. Each bore a significant secret, yearning to return to the city and proclaim it to the world. At that moment, the splendid flying vessel of the Su family was cutting through the air, hovering above Qinglong Immortal City. All flying vessels arriving at Qinglong Immortal City were required to dock at the city gate, where passengers would proceed on foot or by horse-drawn carriage, as flying was prohibited within the city. On board the Su family's grand flying vessel, a figure from the Su family, a false Dan ancestor, was accompanied by a retinue as they approached the bow, preparing to disembark. The onlookers below gazed up in unison, marveling at the Su family's opulent vessel. That was Su Longyue, the false Dan ancestor of the Su family. It seemed he had come to attend the triennial auction event at Qinglong Immortal City. When would the conflict between the Su and Sang families conclude? The prices of magical artifacts had soared exorbitantly, and with the Queen of Hell wreaking havoc in the Luhu Mountains, the opportunity to hunt ferocious beasts for spirit stones was lost. I was nearly destitute. While the crowd murmured among themselves, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air pierced the atmosphere. Then came a resounding bang as an object crashed onto the opulent deck of the Su family's flying vessel. Among the group behind Su Longyue, a man clad in a blue robe stepped forward, bellowing, "Who dares to act so recklessly? Throwing objects onto my Su family's vessel. Step forth." Before he could finish, Su Longyue swept him aside with a flick of his sleeve. He then turned toward the sky, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and intoned, "I am unaware of which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence. It was a lack of decorum on the part of my Su family's junior. I hope the elder will not take offense." As his words faded, a chilling scoff sliced through the air, and a figure approached rapidly from the distance, materializing before the Su family's vessel. A collective gasp escaped the Su family members. It was the Queen of Hell, the blue-robed man, who had been brushed aside moments earlier, stepped forward once more, shouting, "Queen of Hell, you have been notorious for your bloodshed. How dare you appear before my Su family? How dare you show yourself at the gates of Qinglong Immortal City? Do you truly believe that our righteous cultivators cannot vanquish you? My Su family has a Golden Dan ancestor. Qinglong Immortal City also boasts a Golden Dan ancestor to guard it. You may run rampant in the Luhu Mountains, but you dare not extend that arrogance to my Su family and Qinglong Immortal City. You seek your own demise." As the blue-robed man's words echoed, his arm was severed in an instant. Shocked, he turned to Su Longyue, his eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming, "Uncle Wu." Su Longyue retracted his blade and coldly commanded, "Silence. Uncle Wu, how can we allow this?" The blue-robed man began, but his words were cut short as a silencing spell was cast upon him, and those nearby swiftly covered his mouth. Su Longyue turned and, bowing respectfully toward Qin Xinyuan, said with utmost reverence, "Please, esteemed elder, do not be angered. My family's junior is young and impulsive, having offended you. It is our fault. We beseech you, revered elder, to show mercy upon us." Furthermore, at this juncture, Su Longyue's voice resonated with a deep timbre, echoing outward. Even within the ethereal confines of the Qinglong Immortal City, one could hear Su Longyue's proclamation. Recently, those who masqueraded as the Queen of Hell, attacking cultivators at the periphery of the Luhu mountain range, were none other than our esteemed guest, Chai Fanbua of the Su family. This matter holds no connection to the Queen of Hell. He reiterated this statement 10 times. Subsequently, Su Longyue bowed and inquired of Qin Xinyuan, "Are you still satisfied, esteemed elder?" "Humph." With a disdainful huff, Qin Xinyuan shattered the Su family's arc with a single strike, severely wounding Su Longyue and slaying numerous Su disciples. She then ascended upon a radiant cloud, her long hair billowing in the wind as she soared into the distance, her voice lingering behind. "Qin Fan of the Moonlight Pavilion, today, in consideration of your master's standing, I shall spare this city. Otherwise, should the Su family provoke my wrath, I shall undoubtedly lay waste to the entire Qinglong Immortal City in retribution." Chapter 100. The City in Shock. Qin Fan's Remarkable Master. Rebels, how dare they inflict harm at the gates of the Qinglong Immortal City? Where can they flee? Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of the golden core stage enveloped the scene. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in green robes and wearing a jade crown floated majestically above the Qinglong Immortal City. Undoubtedly, he was a practitioner of the golden core stage. The green-robed man then transformed into a streak of light, pursuing the direction in which Qin Xinyuan had departed. After traversing a considerable distance and sensing no one was aware of his presence, he came to a halt, uttering a few harsh words before lingering in the air for a moment, ultimately returning to the Qinglong immortal city. Inwardly, he mused, only a fool would genuinely pursue the mid-golden core queen of hell for the sake of the Su family. Yet the reputation of the Qinglong immortal city must be upheld. Meanwhile, Su Longyue, having spat out several mouthfuls of blood and sustained severe injuries, hastily consumed a potent healing elixir to barely maintain his composure. However, the sight of the shattered family's luxurious ark, now beyond repair, and the lifeless bodies of his kin elicited a heavy sigh from his heart. Among the 22 individuals aboard the Su family's ark, 20 had perished, leaving only Su Longyue, who was at the false core stage, and Su Tianshi, who had lost an arm in the skirmish but survived. At this moment, Su Tianshi lay gravely injured and unconscious on the ground. Without delay, Su Longyue hoisted Su Tianshi and paid the spirit stones to swiftly enter the Qinglong immortal city. At the city gates, the scattered cultivators, now realizing the gravity of the situation, included many who had lost friends and family to the Queen of Hell in the surrounding Gushan Mountains. They immediately erupted in furious cries, "Su scoundrel! You owe my husband a life. Su dog! Avenge my brother!" The cultivators harboring grievances against the Su family surged into the immortal city, while others remained in shock over the words spoken by the Queen of Hell before her departure. Qin Fan of the Moonlight Pavilion? Qin Fan's master is feared even by the Queen of Hell? My goodness, who is Qin Fan? What does the Moonlight Pavilion do? In an instant, not only at the city gates, but throughout the Qinglong immortal city, everyone was engrossed in discussions about this matter. Those in the know clarified, the Moonlight Pavilion is a recently opened shop selling exquisite women's robes, along with various novelty items like bowls and dishes. My wives adore shopping at the Moonlight Pavilion. The proprietor, Qin Fan, is the father of quintuplets. Heavens, it's him. I suspected that a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner could marry a foundation establishment female cultivator. I thought it was due to his looks, but it turns out his master is extraordinarily formidable. The Queen of Hell is a mid-golden core practitioner, and if Qin Fan's master instills fear in her, surely his cultivation must be at least at the late golden core stage? Regardless of whether they were Qi refinement practitioners, foundation establishment practitioners, or even golden core practitioners within the city, all began to reassess the significance of the name Qin Fan. Previously, Qin Fan was known in Qinglong Immortal City as the father of quintuplets, eliciting mere curiosity. Now, he is renowned as the disciple of a late-stage golden core powerhouse, garnering respect and a desire for camaraderie among all. At this moment, Qin Fan, having just concluded a transaction involving monster materials with Sun Guangda at the Misty Rain Pavilion, overheard the conversation between Su Longyue and Chun Xianin at the city gate. Upon hearing Su Longyue's words, he realized that his wife had informed Chun Xianin about the matter concerning the false Queen of Hell, and Chun Xianin had taken action. The mention of Chun Xianin caused Qin Fan's brows to twitch slightly. It seemed that everyone in Immortal City was now aware of his name. However, this was not entirely unwelcome. At least, anyone wishing to suppress his Moon Pavilion would need to reconsider their approach. It was likely that Chun Xianin had shared the difficulties faced by the Moon Pavilion with Su Longyue, who encouraged her to create a stir. Otherwise, given Chun Xianin's somewhat simplistic nature, she would not have been able to devise such a strategy. With this thought, warmth spread through Qin Fan's heart. Even thousands of miles apart, his wife still thought of him, her husband. He had become the favored man of the Empress. Just as Sun Guangdao was about to leave, he was taken aback by Chun Xianin's remarks and stared wide-eyed at Qin Fan. Previously, he had merely accompanied Zhong Nanyang to meet Qin Fan to sell monster materials, feeling gratitude toward him, yet he regarded Qin Fan as just another casual cultivator. But now, he discovered that Qin Fan had an impressive master, one so formidable that even the Queen of Hell would tread carefully around her. The vivid image of the false Queen of Hell effortlessly dispatching a false alchemist lingered in his mind, underscoring the might of Qin Fan's master. It was no wonder few dared to acquire monster materials from uncontracted hunting teams while the Su family suppressed them, but Qin Fan had the audacity to do so. It turned out he had powerful backing. Qin Daoist, Sun Guangdao was eager not to miss the opportunity to deepen his friendship with Qin Fan. He recounted their recent encounter with the false Queen of Hell on the outskirts of the Luhe mountain range, which had been followed by a rescue from the true Queen of Hell. His demeanor was notably gentler, even attempting to ingratiate himself. Manager Fan of the Moon Pavilion, after a moment of exuberance, felt a chill run down his spine. Internally, he thought, indeed, Qin Fan's master is extraordinary. Even the Queen of Hell fears her. Last time at the Qingzhou workshop, when I was protecting Qin Fan, I had the audacity to consider taking advantage of him. Thankfully, he left quickly, and I was fortunate not to act on my ill intentions. Reflecting on it now, I must have been blessed, otherwise, I would have met my demise by now. The strength of Qin Fan's master surpasses even my imagination. Manager Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that he had remained diligent and loyal to Qin Fan throughout the past days. He promptly instructed the selected women, including Song Xiaoji and Yun Yun, to harbor no rebellious thoughts. That evening, upon returning, Chun Xiaoning tossed an object to Qin Fan and teasingly remarked, "I'm tired of this, it's yours now. Make me a delicious meal, and don't forget the yellow braised chicken with a chicken leg." Having spoken, Chun Xiaoning entered her room. Qin Fan gazed at the object in his hand, an exquisite mask. As his consciousness delved into it, he was taken aback. Donning this mask not only allowed one to alter their appearance, but it could entirely replicate another person, encompassing their age, visage, voice, stature, and even the aura of their cultivation. Most remarkably, it could simulate individuals whose cultivation surpassed his own. The longevity technique and body refinement secrets he had previously mastered also possessed the capability to alter appearances, yet they could only imitate at will, lacking the precision to deliberately mimic a specific person, and were bound by limitations. He could only suppress his own cultivation. For instance, at his current level of Qi refinement, which was the 9th layer, he could only replicate someone whose cultivation was at or below that level. However, with this marvelous shape-shifting mask in hand, he could now emulate someone at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage while remaining at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. A truly extraordinary artifact. Chapter 101. The return of the father-in-law after acquiring a remarkable artifact. It was the first time in over a month that Qin Fan ventured into the kitchen. Ever since he commenced his cultivation journey, he had forsaken the culinary arts. With the little ones still too young to require solid food, their sustenance was merely milk. In his fervor for cultivation, he often neglected meals, subsisting instead on fasting pills, compounded by his obligations at the Moon Pavilion, leaving him no time for cooking. Qin Fan prepared a feast of 6 dishes and a soup, which included the yellow braised chicken requested by Chun Xiaoning, enhanced with 2 chicken legs. Chun Xiaoning filled her bowl with half of the food and retreated to her room to enjoy her meal, her face smeared with grease. She murmured, "Qin Fan, you haven't returned for months, and yet you refuse to cook. The chicken legs are simply delicious. It would be splendid if Yaya comes back soon. Who knows when I shall indulge in such delicacies again." Meanwhile, Su Longyue had arrived at the Lanyue sect, where she diligently replicated numerous esoteric texts related to naming the children within the sect's scripture pavilion. During her journey back to the Lanyue sect, she also scrutinized the esoteric tomes that Qin Fan had procured. Upon completing her studies, she intended to select auspicious names for the babies. Furthermore, she arranged for the sect's treasury to allocate the resources she required, which she managed to exchange for using her merit points that very day. These resources were prepared for Qin Fan's cultivation of the Qingmu spiritual body. Collecting them individually would take several years, yet with the sect's vast repository, she could amass them swiftly. In the past 2 days, she had not been idle. She paid visits to the various peak leaders to establish her presence and then immersed herself in the scripture pavilion, searching for secrets of mortal cultivation. She unearthed a few leads, albeit fraught with peril. She meticulously replicated the findings, intending to consult with Qin Fan upon her return to the Qinglong Immortal City. After receiving several tasks in the vicinity of Qinglong Immortal City from the sect's mission hall, Su Longyue prepared to return. Suddenly, her communication jade talisman trembled. Upon inspection, her expression shifted slightly. It was a message from her father, Su Changming. "Su Changming, yeah, I shall arrive at the sect in 3 days with good news to share. Let us meet then." Su Longyue responded affirmatively. "All right." Following this, she sent a message to Qin Fan. "There is an urgent matter. I cannot return today." "Qin Fan, what is it?" "Su Longyue, my father returns in 3 days." "Qin Fan, very well, no rush." "Su Longyue, yes, my mother has not yet returned. She remains near Qinglong Immortal City, so please take care." "Qin Fan, understood." The next day, Qin Fan summoned Manager Fan to the Misty Rain residence to oversee the reception of guests. As anticipated, around 9 in the morning, numerous visitors, having heard of Qin Fan's formidable mentor, arrived bearing gifts to pay their respects. All were guided to the tea hall by Manager Fan. Qin Fan chose not to make an appearance, opting instead to retreat to his cultivation chamber. The weight of his father-in-law and mother-in-law loomed like two mountains upon his shoulders, intensifying the pressure he felt. For the past 2 days, the number of guests visiting the Misty Rain Pavilion has increased rather than diminished. Manager Fan has been inundated with gifts, yet he dares not be negligent, as all the visitors are at least foundational practitioners, and those at the Qi refinement stage do not dare to approach. Today, a man in a green robe arrived. Although he suppressed his golden core aura, the presence of a golden core expert still overwhelmed Manager Fan, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, leaving him tense and weak-kneed. Esteemed senior, please wait a moment. I will summon my master, he stammered, realizing that this was a figure he could not accommodate. He hurried to notify Qin Fan. Before long, a handsome man clad in an elegant white scholarly robe, resembling a jade tree amidst orchids, emerged from the room. It was Qin Fan. Upon seeing the man in green, Qin Fan clasped his hands in a traditional greeting, esteemed senior. No need for such formalities, Qin Daoyu. I am GZ, the 38th disciple of the Qinglong Taoist from Qinglong Immortal City. At the initial stage of Golden Core, the man replied with a gentle smile. GZ was the same individual who had pursued Chen Xian out of Qinglong Immortal City a few days prior. Senior G, please take a seat. Qin Fan invited him to sit down. Though Qinglong Immortal City fell under the jurisdiction of the Yongzong, it was managed by the renowned scattered cultivator, the Qinglong Taoist, who had a following of 99 disciples, including several Golden Core practitioners. Qin Fan had not anticipated that GZ was drawn here following Chen Xian's remarks at the city gate. I have heard that across from your moon pavilion, a sun pavilion has opened, selling robes identical to those of your establishment. We have received word of this and have dispatched the law enforcement hall today to address this malicious act of plagiarism. The sun pavilion has been fined 10,000 spirit stones, and all the robes they displayed, which were plagiarized from your moon pavilion, have been confiscated. And their shop has been sealed, GZ explained, handing Qin Fan a storage bag. With a kind smile, he added, the robes maliciously replicated by the Sun Pavilion and the fine of 10,000 spirit stones are all contained within this bag. As compensation for the recent detriment to your Moon Pavilion's business, Qin Fan accepted the storage bag and, upon inspection, discovered it contained hundreds of various replicated robes from the Moon Pavilion, all of medium to high quality. The value of these robes alone exceeded 10,000 spirit stones. And with the additional 10,000 spirit stones and fines, the total compensation amounted to over 20,000 spirit stones, an amount the Sun Pavilion had not earned in recent days. This compensation was indeed considerable. However, he understood that Qinglong Immortal City could not have only just learned of the Sun Pavilion's malicious imitation of the Moon Pavilion. Such matters were common in the Immortal City and across the entire southern region's cultivation world. Previously, no one from Qinglong Immortal City had intervened to rectify the Sun Pavilion's actions, but now they had taken decisive action. He realized this was due to Chen Xian's words that day, which indicated to the people of Qinglong Immortal City that he had a powerful golden core master behind him, someone not to be trifled with. Thus, the swift closure of the Sun Pavilion and the subsequent compensation were inevitable, especially considering the Sun Pavilion was backed by the Su family. There is no need for the Qinglong Immortal City to offend the Su family over a mere ordinary rogue cultivator. However, they also find it unnecessary to antagonize the disciples of formidable golden core experts for the sake of the Su family. Qin Fan pondered, reflecting on the rigid hierarchy of the cultivation world, which indeed reveres martial prowess above all. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Senior G for your fair reasoning. On behalf of our Moon Pavilion, I appreciate your unwavering adherence to justice, Qin Fan said, clasping his hands respectfully. GZ gently waved his hand, and the two engaged in a brief conversation on inconsequential matters before GZ took his leave. Once the Golden Core expert departed, Manager Fan plopped down onto the ground, only to spring back up with excitement, exclaiming, Master, this is splendid. The Sun Pavilion has been shut down. Moreover, they have been made to compensate a substantial sum of spirit stones. What a delight. truly a relief for the heart. Qin Fan then inscribed runes onto the robes confiscated from the Sun Pavilion, instructing manager Fan to deliver them to the Moon Pavilion for sale. Another day passed, and Qin Fan found himself at a bottleneck in his cultivation. Thus, he ceased his meditative practice and proceeded to the nursery to check on the little ones. Chapter 102. My wife and children are my blessings. The little ones, nurtured by Qin Xiner, have grown plump and rosy, though their garments are somewhat soiled. Qin Fan tenderly changed each of their outfits and replaced their diapers. Gradually, he trimmed their newly sprouted nails with utmost care. Unbeknownst to him, the babies had already reached the age of 3 months, and their charm had only intensified. The eldest and the third, both chubby little boys, radiated cuteness, while the second, fourth, and fifth daughters were fair and delicate, exuding an endearing allure. Having just finished clipping the nails of the fifth, the little darling promptly thrust her fingers into her mouth, eagerly gnawing on her thumb with delightful enthusiasm. Had she not had her fill before bedtime? Qin Fan smiled indulgently, choosing not to remove her thumb, for he understood that at this moment, she simply relished the taste of her own fingers. Even if he took it away, she would continue her nibbling as long as her hands remained clean. Gazing at the 5 little cherubs, Qin Fan felt an invigorating sense of purpose wash over him. They were truly enchanting. The second, fourth, and fifth daughters were beginning to resemble Su Longyue, and it was certain that each would blossom into breathtaking beauties. The eldest and the third had perfectly inherited their father's handsome visage, destined to become dashing young men. Detected that the host has spent 2,000 hours accompanying the babies, granting the host a reward. Breakthrough to the great perfection of Qi training. Experience points are being transmitted. In an instant, Qin Fan felt the cultivation bottleneck he had previously encountered shatter under the influx of potent spiritual energy, followed by his body rapidly absorbing the overwhelming spiritual force. His meridians expanded, and spiritual power surged within him. Without hesitation, Qin Fan settled into a meditative posture to regulate his breath. After a brief interval, he opened his eyes. Great perfection of Qi training. He was ready to establish his foundation. Overcome with excitement, Qin Fan immediately sent a message to Su Longyue to share this joyous news. He had initially presumed that without her presence, his spiritual roots would fail to flourish, and his cultivation speed would dwindle, potentially delaying his foundation establishment for several years. To his astonishment, he had now reached the threshold for foundation establishment. He was poised to make the breakthrough at any moment. How delightful it was to have a system. His wife and children were indeed his fortunate stars. Qin Fan, my dear wife, I have achieved the great perfection of Qi training and am preparing to challenge the foundation establishment soon. Foundation establishment is a significant milestone. Many cultivators, lacking foundation establishment pills, find success to be a rarity. Those who fail often meet dire consequences, either perishing or suffering severe bodily harm, leading to a shortened lifespan. Cultivators must establish their foundation before the age of 60. Beyond that, they are considered elderly and face a grave risk of mortality due to insufficient vitality, with a staggering 99 probability of death. Consequently, many cultivators who find themselves unable to meet the foundation requirements after 60 often choose to marry and have children to leave offspring behind. Some even opt to embrace life in the mortal realms. While there are instances of possessing foundation establishment pills, the possibility of failure still exists, though it does not pose a threat to one's life. Should one fail to establish their foundation on the first attempt, there remains the opportunity to try again, twice, thrice, or more. Su Longyue left Qin Fan with 3 exquisite foundation establishment pills, each capable of enhancing the success rate of foundation establishment by a remarkable 30%. Su Longyue's clever message conveyed her approval. Shortly thereafter, Qin Xinyu, having received Su Longyue's message, approached Qin Fan with a peculiar expression. She had witnessed Qin Fan's initial foray into the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and in just over 3 months, he had remarkably ascended to the peak of Qi refinement. Only a month prior, she had used her spiritual eyes to assess his progress and noted no improvement, even encouraging him to practice diligently. Yet now, he had achieved the pinnacle of Qi refinement in such a short span. Did Ye leave you some pills? She could not help but inquire. Qin Fan replied, I haven't consumed any pills. Qin Xinyu felt a twinge of disdain. Despite her innate spiritual root, which allowed her to cultivate effortlessly, her progress relied heavily on consuming pills. Even with her reliance on them, it took her 2 months to transition from the 9th layer of Qi refinement to its peak. Yet here was Qin Fan, diligently cultivating from the 9th layer to the pinnacle in just over a month. It was infuriating. The comparison was indeed maddening. Qin Fan was a talented cook, handsome, adept at caring for children, and skilled in designing robes and inscribing runes. Now, even his cultivation speed threatened to surpass hers. Fortunately, she found solace in the fact that there were aspects in which she excelled beyond Qin Fan. With this thought, she proudly puffed out her ample bosom and declared to him, "Bring the little ones and accompany me to my residence. The spiritual vein here is merely of the 2nd tier, whereas my estate is built upon a 3rd-tier spiritual vein. Cultivators require a substantial amount of celestial spiritual energy during foundation establishment, and doing so atop a 3rd-tier vein is far more secure. Many cultivators opt to rent caves within Qinglong Immortal City that are situated on 3rd-tier veins for their breakthroughs. Qin Fan had originally intended to rent a cave for his breakthrough, but Su Longyue's arrival changed his plans. Due to the need to tend to the chickens, ducks, geese, and fish at Yinyu residence, he decided to leave Shaohong, Shaolon, and Li Chun behind while taking Yushui, Jingzhe, Chun Fun, and Qing Ming to Chun Xinyue's estate. Chun Fun and Qing Ming were 1st-tier low-grade puppets that Qin Fan had crafted recently, capable of assisting with the care of the little ones. Upon arriving at Su Longyue's residence, she led Qin Fan to her training room, which was equipped with a spirit-gathering array, providing significantly more spiritual energy than the outside. "Qin Fan, you may break through here. I will take excellent care of the little ones. When you attempt to establish your foundation, do not rush. It's perfectly fine if you do not succeed. But you must not perish or sustain any debilitating injuries. Do you understand?" Chun Xinyue earnestly advised. If Qin Fan were to die or become crippled during his foundation establishment, she would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences at the hands of Su Longyue. Qin Fan's brows twitched slightly. He was certain he would not rush. After all, he had a family to care for, and he had no intention of allowing himself to be crippled or to perish during the process of foundation establishment. "Qin Fan, all right. My dear ones, I entrust you with this matter. Chun Xinyue, go on in. After you finish the foundation building pills I have for you, call me. I still have some here. Do not feel pressured." Qin Fan. He has failed to establish a foundation even with 3 pills. How inept must he be? Nevertheless, this sorceress does seem to care. Meanwhile, Su Longyue sat in the hall, her brow furrowed in concern over Qin Fan's foundation-building endeavors. Suddenly, an exuberant laughter echoed from outside the door. Moments later, a tall and handsome figure strode in confidently. Upon seeing Su Longyue seated, the man exclaimed with a hearty laugh, Yeah, your Uncle Meng told me you have advanced to the late stage of the Golden Core." I rushed back immediately. Excellent, excellent. My daughter Su Changming is indeed remarkable, achieving the late stage of Golden Core at just 19. There is not a single peer in the entire southern region. Haha, my daughter is truly a prodigy. Chapter 103, Foundation Building Father. Su Longyue rose from her seat. Su Changming smiled and gestured for her to sit down. Once they were both seated, Su Changming inquired about Su Longyue's experiences during her year of training outside. Su Longyue's recounting mirrored that of Wen Chanqing. Upon hearing that Su Longyue had sustained serious injuries, Su Changming immediately asked about her current condition. "Father, I am fine now," Su Longyue replied. "That is good to hear. I had mentioned to you previously that I had some joyous news to share. I have received word that within the soon-to-be opened Tianshu secret realm, there exists a rare herb, the 9-turn spirit ginseng pill, which can significantly increase the success rate of forming a baby spirit. The materials include thousands of years old spirit ginseng, agate branches, and myriad leaf dew," Su Changming stated, activating a soundproof barrier as he spoke. A pill that can enhance the chances of successful spirit formation is an exceedingly rare resource, even among the 3 major sects of the southern domain. Particularly, the 9-turn spirit ginseng pill, if a genuine product is refined, can augment the success probability by 10%. Previously, he and Wen Chanqing, along with others in their sect, relied on the stabilizing spirit pill during their attempts to form a spirit. While the stabilizing spirit pill did not increase success rates, it helped to calm the mind and alleviate the intrusion of inner demons, which poses a significant hurdle during the spirit formation process. Many late-stage core formation practitioners have endured the 6-9 lightning tribulations only to succumb to their inner demons. Thus, the stabilizing spirit pill is a coveted treasure among major sects and independent core formation practitioners alike. The 9-turn spirit ginseng pill, however, is even more precious than the stabilizing spirit pill. For millennia, it has only been mentioned in ancient texts of the southern domain's cultivation history, and no one has laid eyes on it in 5,000 years. It is only in the past decade that information regarding the 9-turn spirit ginseng pill has resurfaced, along with news of the Tianshu secret realm. Yet, accessing the Tianshu secret realm requires gathering all the keys. For over a decade, Su Changming has been tirelessly pursuing this matter, and he has finally achieved success. The keys are now complete, and the Tianshu secret realm is on the brink of opening. Fortuitously, his daughter has reached the late stage of core formation, a true blessing. Father, the Tianshu secret realm has not been opened in 5,000 years. Its opening will surely be fraught with peril. Even without the 9-turn spirit ginseng pill, I am confident that I can strive for the Nascent Soul stage, Su Longyue declared. Su Changming laughed heartily, saying, "Rest assured, I will exercise caution. This journey to the Tianshu secret realm is not solely for the 9-turn spirit ginseng pill. There are many other hidden treasures within." Su Changming was resolute in his intention to enter the Tianshu secret realm. Noticing her daughter's distracted gaze, Su Longyue ceased her attempts to persuade him and let her thoughts wander. Yeah, what occupies your mind?" Su Changming asked. "Our conversation has led you to gaze off into the distance. Is there something or someone more enticing than your father?" Snapping back to attention, Su Longyue responded, "I was not thinking of anything in particular, father. Where were we in our conversation?" Su Changming chuckled. "Even my dear Yaya has her moments of distraction. You have worked hard during your training this past year. Take some time to rest at home, consolidate your cultivation, and do not rush for success." Su Longyue said, "Father, I am fine. I have already rested well, and I am prepared." Just as she was about to express her intention to leave the sect the following day to continue her training, her father, Su Changming, interrupted her, saying, "Do not overexert yourself. While cultivation is indeed important, one must also find time to relax. When the time comes for conception, there will be trials of the mind. Thus, this year, refrain from venturing out for training and focus on nurturing your heart and spirit within the sect." Su Longyue replied, "Father, I cannot remain idle. Let me stay in the sect for just 2 more days." Su Changming countered, 2 days is insufficient. I have just returned, and you shall stay for no less than half a month." "That is settled, Yaya. I have matters to discuss with the elders, so I must take my leave." With that, Su Changming departed. Su Longyue felt troubled. Another half month. I wonder if Qin Fan has begun his foundation building. I wonder if he will succeed. She tugged at her hair, feeling a rebellious urge to leave the sect immediately and return to Qinlong Xianqing to see Qin Fan. Meanwhile, after entering the training room, Qin Fan did not immediately sit cross-legged to attempt foundation building. Instead, he first offered incense and took a cleansing bath to pray for blessings. Only then did he calm his mind and sit cross-legged on the mat. The foundation building process involves 3 critical stages. The first stage is the blood qi stage. At 17, Qin Fan was at the height of youth, with vigorous blood and energy. Coupled with his human as a vessel body refining technique, he had reached the 2nd level, rendering his physique exceedingly robust. Additionally, he bore no significant injuries from frequent duels, making this first stage relatively straightforward for him. The second stage is the mana stage. For practitioners at the qi refinement level, mana exists as a form of vapor, whereas for foundation building practitioners, it condenses into a liquid state, known as liquid mana. Only by compressing mana into this liquid form can one successfully overcome this stage. The experience rewarded by the system had broadened Qin Fan's meridians more than those of the average qi refinement practitioner, resulting in highly concentrated mana within his pathways, hinting at the imminent formation of liquid mana. The third and final stage requires the emergence of spiritual awareness, a hallmark of foundation building practitioners. Having cultivated his spiritual awareness during his training in the longevity technique, Qin Fan reviewed the key points for overcoming the foundation building challenge. With the aid of a premium foundation building pill, he felt confident in his chances of success. Even if he were to fail, it mattered little. At 17, he still had several decades until the latest possible age for foundation building, which was 60. However, the thought of his future in-laws weighed on him. instilling a sense of pressure. He decided not to dwell on it. If it happens, it happens. If not, he would try again, casting aside his mental burdens. Qin Fan solemnly consumed a premium foundation-building pill and began to regulate his breathing for the challenge. Time passed swiftly, and after 3 days, the spiritual energy above the training room surged violently towards it. Su Longyue, playing on the grass with the little ones, looked up and murmured, "It has begun. My dear treasures, you are now aware that your father has commenced the process of foundation establishment. Should he encounter failure in this endeavor, how about you shower him with affection?" For her, the process poses no obstacles, yet for Qin Fan, who possesses merely a medium-grade spiritual root, it is akin to an insurmountable chasm. It is entirely normal for one to falter at the first attempt. The eldest treasure gazed blankly at Qin Fan, then seized the tail of the cow, which was prostrate before him. His chubby little hand tugged vigorously, prompting the cow to turn its head, eyes wide with indignation, ready to retaliate against this audacious child. However, upon catching a glimpse of Qin Fan's gaze, it hesitated. The eldest continued to tug at the cow's tail, giggling incessantly. The second treasure, with small hands, grasped and pulled at the cow's udder, tugging persistently until it was drawn close to him, after which he lowered his head and took a hearty bite, laughing with an angelic glee. The cow cast a resigned glance and closed its eyes in acceptance of its fate. Su Longyue had been attentively observing the Qinglong immortal city and noticed a significant surge of spiritual energy above her daughter's residence. With a leap, she ascended into the air, surveying the entirety of the Qinglong immortal city, her focus fixed on Qin Fan's abode. Who could be attempting to establish a foundation in Fan's residence? Chapter 104. Su Longyue's astonishment. The mother of quintuplets turns out to be. Su Longyue entered the Qinglong immortal city and arrived at Qin Fan's residence. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of Qin Fan playing on the grass with the quintuplets. What on earth is happening? Where did these 5 tiny infants come from? Su Longyue's mind became momentarily bewildered. She cleared her throat and called out, "Fanir." Qin Fan turned around and was startled to see her mother, who had arrived unannounced. Mother? A jolt of surprise coursed through Qin Fan's heart. Why had her mother come without prior notice? In an instant, Su Longyue was beside her daughter, and the 5 little ones, who had been playing moments ago, turned in unison to gaze at her. Their large, dark, and beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity, exuding an adorable innocence. The youngest, Wu Bao, appeared dazed for a few seconds before pouting her lips, on the verge of tears. Qin Fan quickly scooped her up and gently soothed. "Don't cry, Wu Bao." Su Longyue scrutinized the 5 little ones, 3 girls and 2 boys, all of similar age, just over 3 months old. Quintuplets? This reminded her of the rumors circulating in Qinglong Immortal City regarding a set of quintuplets. "Fanir, what is going on? Who is establishing a foundation in your residence?" Su Longyue inquired. Despite her thoughts, she could not fathom that these 5 children belonged to her daughter, for the 3 girls bore no resemblance to Qin Fan. Yet, there was a fleeting resemblance. At this thought, her expression stiffened. Suddenly, she recalled a recent, perplexing comment made by Wen Zhanqing, who had asked her whether she liked babies and how she would feel if she unexpectedly had a grandson or granddaughter. Could it be? Her heart raced with shock as she gazed intently at the 5 infants, particularly at Wu Bao cradled in Qin Fan's arms. The more she looked, the more she felt a striking resemblance to the young Su Longyue. It couldn't be true, could it? She was in disbelief. Qin Fan observed the changes in her mother's expression and prepared to fabricate a lie, but was met with a stern gaze from Su Longyue. "Do not attempt to deceive me. I already know." "Mother." Qin Fan bit her lip. "If you know, then why do you still ask?" She sensed her mother was trying to extract information from her. Su Longyue pressed, "Whose children are they?" "Qin Fan's," Qin Fan replied. It was common knowledge throughout Qinglong Immortal City that the father of the quintuplets was Qin Fan. "I am asking who their mother is." Qin Fan blinked her bewildered eyes and said, "Mother, didn't you say you already knew? I'm just as curious about their mother as you are." In the residence, it was Qin Fan who was establishing his foundation. "I have a transaction with him. I agreed to let him establish a foundation here in exchange for a beautifully tailored and unique robe." Su Longyue glanced at Qin Fan and then said, "I will stay with you tonight. Where are Chu Shu and Qiu Shuang? Why is there no one else in the residence?" "I sent them on errands. They will return after a while." "Mother, do you really intend to stay with me?" Qin Fan asked while cradling Wu Bao. Shi Shaofan raised her gaze. Is that not permissible? Qin Fan replied, Mother, there is a generational gap between us. Distance breeds beauty. I believe that not living together would enhance the bond between us. Shi Shaofan scrutinized Qin Fan for a moment before responding, I am not accustomed to your way of living. I shall take my leave. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Knowing her daughter well, Shi Shaofan was certain that Qin Fan was lying this time. Could it be that these 5 little ones truly belonged to Su Longyue? Heavens! She could hardly fathom it. No wonder when Changqing had abruptly changed the subject that day and questioned her about those matters. Surely, Changqing must have been aware of this situation for some time. It was likely that she had been unable to sleep well lately. The saintess of the Lanyue sect had secretly given birth to quintuplets with a wandering cultivator who had yet to establish his foundation. What an exhilarating piece of news. It was no wonder that recently, Changqing had been particularly ruthless in her hunts for demonic beasts. Perhaps she was venting her frustrations. Ah, how unexpected. Mother. Qin Fan suddenly recalled something and hurriedly called out to Shi Shaofan. Shi Shaofan turned back. Qin Fan rushed to her side, holding Wu Bao, and said, Mother, about the babies, please do not speak of it to anyone. At this, Qin Fan added with a playful pout, if you do, I shall seek a partner and have babies of my own. Shi Shaofan was momentarily speechless. Her daughter was indeed capable of such actions. What is there to discuss? Is it not common knowledge in the entire Qinglong immortal city that the father of the quintuplets is Qin Fan? Qin Fan fixed her gaze upon Shi Shaofan. Their eyes met in a silent exchange. Then, with a bright smile, she said, Mother, I knew you would always have my best interests at heart. From that brief exchange, she was certain that her mother would not divulge the matter of the 5 children to Wen Changqing. Mother, why have you and Aunt Wen remain near Qinglong immortal city? How much longer do you plan to stay here? Qin Fan inquired. It was too perilous for Qin Fan and the others to remain here. The risk of discovery loomed at all times, especially now that Wu Bao increasingly resembled Su Longyue. Previously, the quintuplets had all appeared as though they were carved from the same mold as Qin Fan, showing no resemblance to Su Longyue. However, as the 3 little girls grew, they began to bear a striking resemblance to her. Is this now a concern for you? Mind your own business, young lady. Such matters are for adults. It could be a matter of several months, or even years. With that parting remark, Shi Shaofan departed. Once Shi Shaofan had left, Qin Fan promptly sent a message to Su Longyue, inquiring if it was convenient for her to transmit a visual message. Su Longyue's reply arrived shortly thereafter. Qin Fan, along with her 5 little ones, returned to her room to receive the visual transmission. The 5 little ones, upon seeing Su Longyue, immediately began to chirp with excitement. Debao reached out to grasp at her. Observing this, Su Longyue's face softened with affection. She yearned to traverse the distance and bestow kisses upon each of the little creatures in turn. Debao, Bao, Sanbao, Sibao, Wu Bao, your mother is here. She will return soon. And when she does, she shall bestow names upon you. After engaging with the children, Su Longyue inquired of Qin Fan about any urgent matters. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Could it be that Qin Fan encountered difficulties in his foundation establishment? Qin Fan recounted how her mother had unexpectedly arrived, witnessed the 5 little ones, and learned of Qin Fan's endeavor at her place. In conclusion, she remarked, I believe my mother has deduced that these 5 little ones belong to you, for Wu Bao is increasingly resembling you. Moreover, from my mother's tone, it seems she is aware of the truth. However, rest assured, I have already threatened her, should she dare to disclose this matter. I shall seek a male cultivator to become my partner and have children. She will not speak of it. Chapter 105. Father Su, my daughter has concerns Su Longyue. How is Qin Fan's foundation establishment progressing? Qin Fan, why are they not on the same wavelength? She is referring to their matter being discovered by her mother. In the face of such an important issue, her dear friend is instead inquiring about Qin Fan's foundation establishment. With the foundation establishment pills on hand, he certainly will not perish. It appears that her friend prioritizes Qin Fan's well-being over all else. She couldn't help but roll her eyes internally, but outwardly, she maintained her composure and replied earnestly. Today marks the 3rd day. He should be initiating the breakthrough to the Qi and Blood realm soon. Yeah. Qin Fan possesses the exquisite foundation establishment pills you provided. He will be fine. At most, he may fail in establishing his foundation. Su Longyue, he will not fail. Qin Fan, all right, successful foundation establishment. it will be a one-time success. Su Longyue's expression finally softened, and she continued, "It matters not if my mother learns of this. They will find out sooner or later." Chen Xian'er, astonished, "Ah? Yeah. If Aunt Wen discovers this, I fear she may very well kill Qin Fan." Previously, when Aunt Wen contemplated killing Qin Fan, she had no objections and could even wholeheartedly support the idea. However, after spending months with Qin Fan, she couldn't bear the thought of him being harmed. After all, Qin Fan possesses several remarkable qualities that others lack. Moreover, despite his poor spiritual roots, his cultivation speed is truly impressive. She could attest to that. Given enough time, she believed that Qin Fan might indeed achieve the golden core stage within a century. Su Longyue, I will not allow my mother to harm Qin Fan. I shall depart for Qinglong Immortal City tomorrow, regardless of how her father tries to persuade her. She must leave. She is worried about Qin Fan, yet also longs for him. Chen Xian'er, very well. After conversing with Wen Chanqing for a while, Su Changming remarked, "Chanqing, I have noticed that Ye's demeanor has been somewhat off lately. During our conversations, she occasionally seems lost in thought. Does she have something weighing on her mind? Has she confided in you, her mother, rather than me, her father?" Wen Chanqing, perhaps her rapid cultivation progress has left her somewhat bewildered. Over 2 months ago, I encountered Ye, and at that time, her cultivation had not improved. It was the same as when she left the sect. Yet, in this short span, she has suddenly advanced to the late golden core stage, which is indeed quite extraordinary. However, I previously examined her health, and there were no issues or hidden injuries. It seems she has experienced some fortuitous event, but she herself is unclear about its nature, thus her distraction. Do not worry about Ye. She has never caused us concern since she was little. However, during your expedition to the Celestial Void's secret realm, while being mindful of your safety, it is of utmost importance to gather all the required ingredients for the 9 transformations spirit ginseng elixir. Our repeated attempts at the Nascent Soul stage have taken a toll on our bodies, and it remains uncertain whether we shall have another opportunity to successfully achieve the God transformation in this lifetime. With such remarkable talent, Ye stands a good chance of successfully forming her nascent soul in one attempt if she possesses the 9 transformations spirit ginseng elixir, thus paving the way for her future God transformation. Su Changming, indeed, I understand. During this journey to the Celestial Void's secret realm, I shall certainly procure all the ingredients for the 9 transformations spirit ginseng elixir for Ye. Wen Chanqing, how is mother faring? Su Changming, she has yet to emerge from her seclusion, but I believe all is well. Although her talents are somewhat modest, she has consistently defied the odds with her extraordinary luck. While she chooses to break through only during critical junctures, she has successfully advanced each time. Wen Chanqing, the addition of another God transformation cultivator to our Lanyue sect would undoubtedly enhance our foundation. For 3 consecutive days, the fluctuations of spiritual energy above Chen Xian'er grew increasingly potent, exuding an impressive aura. Finally, within the training chamber, Qin Fan opened his eyes, his dark orbs sparkling with vitality. He had successfully established his foundation. The spiritual energy above his dantian had transformed into liquid mana, coalescing into a remarkable 20 droplets. For an ordinary cultivator just establishing their foundation, reaching 15 droplets is already a significant achievement. I have surpassed that limit. My lifespan has also been extended. The maximum lifespan for a foundational cultivator is 400 years, while the longevity technique grants an additional 50%, equating to a foundational lifespan of 600 years. Furthermore, the enhancement from refining my body with human instruments adds an additional 20 years, along with another 60 years from the second level of body refinement, and 10 years from the longevity elixir I previously consumed. After deducting 5 years of lifespan consumed by Xiaobai, my current lifespan limit reaches an astonishing 675 years. The maximum lifespan for those at the Golden Core stage is merely 700 years. At this initial stage of foundation establishment, my lifespan is already comparable to that of Golden Core cultivators. This will ensure that Su Longyue does not feel lonely and desolate during the long passage of time. Moreover, my spiritual awareness has expanded. Previously limited to a range of 8 zhang, it now extends to a remarkable 50 zhang, equivalent to 166.6 meters. An ordinary foundational cultivator's spiritual awareness can scarcely reach 100 meters. I have once again transcended the limits. With my awareness extending outward, I observed the children playing with a snow-white calf on the lawn, alongside Qin Fan. Suddenly, Qin Fan turned around, her expression filled with astonishment. For she had sensed the spiritual awareness emanating from Qin Fan. This signifies that Qin Fan has successfully established his foundation. Spiritual awareness is a privilege of foundational cultivators, non-existent among Qi refining practitioners. Qin Fan retracted his awareness, opened the door, and stepped outside. Qin Fan immediately composed herself, her astonishment replaced by calmness as she remarked, "Having consumed 3 foundation establishment pills, you have successfully established your foundation. Quite commendable." Qin Fan, "I have only consumed 1. Qin Fan, "Only 1?" Her expression was one of disbelief. Qin Fan found her reaction amusing, but chose not to reveal the 2 untouched foundation establishment pills in the jade box. Instead, he approached the children who had spotted him, their faces lighting up with excitement as they chirped joyfully. He bent down to embrace each of them. "Dear ones, Father has successfully established his foundation. It has been many days since we last saw Father. Do you miss him dearly? Come, give Father a kiss. 1 kiss on the left, 1 on the right. What good children you are, truly the pride of Father." With their saliva adorning his face, Qin Fan beamed with joy. He then took out a communication talisman and sent a message to Su Longyue, informing her of his successful foundation establishment. In an instant, Su Longyue's image transmission arrived. Qin Fan answered the call. "Wife, I have succeeded in establishing my foundation." Su Longyue's face lit up with genuine happiness, her expression far removed from the usual tranquility, now graced by a rare smile that accentuated her captivating beauty, like a blooming lotus that outshines 100 flowers. Qin Fan found himself entranced, while the children gazed wide-eyed, their expressions adorably dazed. "Wife, you are truly beautiful when you smile." Su Longyue's cheeks flushed as she composed herself, replying, "It is good that you have succeeded in establishing your foundation. I am already on my way back." She had left a letter the previous day and departed from the sect, taking a flying vessel back to Qinglong. Now, upon learning of Qin Fan's success, the anxiety she had felt for several days finally eased, allowing her heart to settle in relief. Chapter 106, Astonishment. Qin Fan, you have established your foundation. Despite the availability of foundation establishment pills, the failure of a cultivator to successfully establish their foundation, compounded by ill fortune, could lead to debilitating injuries or even damage to the heart meridian, leaving indelible scars. Thus, she had been sleepless for days, tossing and turning in anxiety. She had never felt such trepidation, even when she herself broke through to the golden course stage. However, the prospect of Qin Fan establishing his foundation filled her with unease. Su Longyue inquired, "How many times have you successfully established your foundation?" Qin Fan, feeling a bit smug in front of his wife, replied, "Of course. I succeeded on the first attempt. Your husband is indeed a prodigy." Although he had encountered protagonists in the fantasy novels he read, who often established their foundations without the aid of pills, he recognized the inherent dangers. Though the strength gained from self-establishing a foundation surpassed that obtained through pills, the risk of death was far too great. Now, equipped with a system and a beloved wife and child, he deemed it unnecessary to gamble with his life for the sake of a marginal increase in power. Survival was paramount, especially as he cultivated the Qingyuan longevity technique, granting him an extended lifespan. Su Longyue gasped in surprise. "You took a foundation establishment pill and succeeded. Excellent," she exclaimed. After conversing for a considerable time, Qin Fan reluctantly ended the communication. Meanwhile, Qin Fan, who had been absorbing the sweetness of their exchange, suddenly had a thought and turned to Qin Fan. "Qin Fan, could you assist me in crafting a lifelike doll? Please replicate this exact appearance." As she spoke, Qin Fan produced a jade slip and handed it to Qin Fan. Upon receiving the slip, Qin Fan probed its contents with his consciousness, revealing the visage of a strikingly handsome man. Though the man was attractive, he did not surpass Qin Fan in looks. There was an undeniable aura of authority about him, and while the slip did not reveal the man's cultivation level, Qin Fan furrowed his brow at first glance. The man bore a resemblance to Qin Fan, and it was evident that his cultivation was beyond the golden core stage. Retrieving his consciousness, Qin Fan returned the jade slip to Qin Fan. "I'm afraid I cannot assist with this. If the individual in question were an ancient Yuan Ing ancestor and he crafted a doll resembling them, the consequences would be dire if they discovered it. Moreover, given the resemblance to Qin Fan, he felt even less inclined to proceed recklessly. Qin Fan paused momentarily before forcefully thrusting the jade slip back into Qin Fan's hands. Narrowing her eyes, she said, "Qin Fan, during these days of your foundation establishment, I will care for the baby. Are you truly going to refuse my request to create this doll? Are you certain you want to turn me down?" Qin Fan regarded her with a peculiar expression. Qin Fan pressed, "What else with that look? The man in the jade slip is my father. This doll is a gift from my mother." Qin Fan replied, "Oh. Do you have any other requests?" Qin Fan rolled her eyes. "I don't know. Just do as you have done before. In any case, ensure it is done well. If it satisfies my mother, you can smile with your eyes closed." Though Qin Fan had initially intended to return to the Misty Rain abode to craft the doll, Qin Fan, unable to wait, insisted that he create it right there, urging him to expedite the process. In a matter of half a day, Qin Fan successfully crafted a one-to-one replica doll of Qin Fan's father, Qin Jiushan. Upon receiving it, Qin Fan joyfully escorted Qin Fan and the others back to the Misty Rain residence before hastily departing for an urgent matter. Upon returning to the residence, Steward Fan approached Qin Fan with a message. The moment he laid eyes on Qin Fan, he was taken aback, as an aura of foundational power subtly emanated from him. Instantly overjoyed, he knelt before Qin Fan, exclaiming his congratulations on the successful establishment of foundation. With a wave of his hand, Qin Fan conjured a pile of low-grade spirit stones, no less than 20, onto the nearby table, stating, "Distribute these as rewards." "Of course, master," Steward Fan replied, brimming with delight. Subsequently, he handed Qin Fan the letter, mentioning that it had arrived 3 days prior from the courier station. Qin Fan unsealed the letter, at which point the magical restrictions dissipated. The correspondence was from Wang Pengzi, sent from the Autumn Leaf Valley. Due to the considerable distance between Autumn Leaf Valley and the Qinglong Immortal City, communication talismans could not bridge the gap, necessitating the use of written letters. This led to the establishment of dedicated courier stations, reminiscent of ancient postal services. Each letter bore a private seal affixed by the sender, ensuring that if the letter were opened, the seal would vanish, alerting the recipient that the letter had been tampered with. The courier station would then be liable for compensation in spirit stones, along with a significant blow to its reputation. Thus, written correspondence remained relatively secure, although sensitive matters were seldom inscribed within. In the letter, Wang Pengzi conveyed 2 important messages. The first was to inform that Ji Zibing had successfully established his foundation today and that a celebratory banquet would be held at the Sect in half a month, inviting Qin Fan to attend with his family. The second matter concerned the 50 sets of magical artifacts that had been pre-ordered during Wang Pengzi's last visit for his child's full moon celebration, which could be delivered this time. Setting the letter aside, Qin Fan pondered the logistics. Traveling from Qinglong Immortal City to Autumn Leaf Valley by flying boat would take 10 days, meaning a round trip would require at least 20 days. He needed to discuss this with Su Longyue. After placing the letter down, Steward Fan respectfully presented Qin Fan with a gift list, stating, "Master, this is the list of gifts sent by visiting cultivators over the past few days. All the gifts have been placed in the gift room." Qin Fan took the list and glanced through it. Steward Fan had meticulously recorded every detail, including the cultivator's realm, age, identity, date of visit, specific gifts, and additional background information, all organized by cultivation level for clarity. It was evident that Steward Fan had devoted himself to managing affairs diligently. The majority of visitors were foundational cultivators, ranging from early to late stages, with additional visits anticipated from practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refining in the coming days. Among the visitors were small family factions from Qinglong Immortal City, as well as merchants, second-tier alchemists, array masters, and talisman masters, alongside representatives from 3 of the 7 great immortal clans, including the Su family, which had sent a particularly generous gift, a low-grade second-tier boundary-breaking talisman, capable of dismantling second-tier formations. It is indeed a remarkable item, one that is seldom found in the marketplace, appearing only in auction houses. Although it is classified as a second-tier talisman, the average second-tier low-grade talisman master is incapable of forging a boundary-breaking talisman. The Su family is likely offering this as a gesture of goodwill. There is no compelling reason to refuse it. As for Liang, it is evident that animosity has been established. He will not genuinely reconcile with the Su family. "My lord, After the incident where the Su family was exposed for hiring someone to impersonate the Queen of Hell to commit murder, they have not publicly denied any connection to the false queen. However, there are subtle maneuvers suggesting that this imposter is a cultivator from Zhongzhou, indicating that the Su family has misjudged their associates. They have employed this individual as a guest elder of the family, asserting that the actions of the false Queen of Hell are unrelated to them. At this crucial juncture, the Su family has publicly declared that they will provide burial compensation for the cultivators slain by the false queen. Chapter 107. The Audacious Daughter. Now, the situation has taken a turn. The members of the demon hunting team who did not sign contracts with the materials merchant have become polarized. Particularly those who received burial fees have begun to speak favorably of the Su family. Moreover, some who were intimidated by the Su family's actions have ultimately capitulated and signed contracts with the materials merchant of the Su family. In contrast, the number of demon hunting team members who continue to oppose the Su family is scarce, rendering their resistance futile against the Su family's overwhelming influence. At this juncture, Manager Fan spat disdainfully and exclaimed, "The Su family is utterly shameless." As a result, nearly 90 of the demon hunting teams in Qinglong Immortal City have entered into contracts with the materials merchant, further constricting the living space of the Sang family. Turning his gaze towards Qin Fan, Manager Fan continued, "Recently, Sun Guangda and others have visited 3 times, seeking an audience with you." Sun Guangda and his associates belong to the faction that continues to confront the Su family. Qin Fan sipped his tea and replied, "Indeed. The Su family has mastered the art of wielding power to its fullest extent. Master, shall we begin preparations for your foundation-laying banquet?" Manager Fan inquired. "Let us discuss it later," Qin Fan responded. Once Manager Fan departed, Qin Fan sent a message to Su Longyue, informing her of Wang Pengzi's invitation for their family to attend the foundation-laying banquet for Ji Jibing in Qiyigu. Su Longyue replied, "We can go." She would still require 2 more months to reach Qinglong Immortal City, during which time Qin Fan could visit Qiyigu without encountering her mother, ensuring greater safety. "All right, I shall go early and return early," Qin Fan affirmed. "You may stay a bit longer," Su Longyue suggested. "Very well, my dear. I plan to hold my foundation-laying banquet after your return," Qin Fan declared. "Good. I must prepare a special foundation gift for you." Meanwhile, on Chen Xianier's side, Shi Shaofan gazed in astonishment at the object that Chen Xianier had retrieved from her storage ring, and then solemnly remarked, "Chen Xianier, what are you doing? Your father is still alive. Why have you carved a statue of him?" The likeness was strikingly lifelike. Chen Xianier chuckled and replied, "Mother, this is not a statue. It is a lifelike doll made from special materials, crafted specifically for me. It is a 1-to-1 replica of Father's appearance, meant as a gift for you." She then whispered to Shi Shaofan about the doll's remarkable functions. Upon hearing this, Shi Shaofan's face flushed with indignation, and she sternly admonished Chen Xianier, "You rebellious daughter. All day long, instead of cultivating, you indulge in these bizarre creations. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. Get out of here." Chen Xianier laughed and said, "Mother, don't be so rigid. You must keep up with the times. Besides, look at it this way. Father has been in seclusion for decades, even centuries at times. Don't you feel lonely and empty during his absence? Don't you need some solace? This lifelike doll, modeled after Father, is powerful and will undoubtedly fulfill your needs." Moreover, before Chen Xianyuan could finish her words, she was unceremoniously thrown out by Shi Shaofan. "Get lost. Take your belongings with you." "How could I, Shi Shaofan, raise such a daughter?" Chen Xianyuan managed to stabilize herself mid-air, scanning her surroundings, but finding no sign of the lifelike doll being discarded. She smiled gently and, employing a sound amplification technique, projected her voice into Shi Shaofan's courtyard. "Mother, I was in the wrong. I won't bring gifts next time." With that, she floated away in high spirits. Shi Shaofan, glancing at the standing Qinjishan doll, swept her hand, storing it within her storage ring, feeling a sense of helplessness. This girl is becoming increasingly unruly, daring to do anything, audacious beyond measure. To concoct such a gift for me, undoubtedly related to Qin Fan and the quintuplets. The gift has been accepted. Sigh. The next day, upon learning that Qin Fan had returned, Zhong Man Yang, accompanied by Du Man Man and their swaddled daughter, came to visit him. The moment he laid eyes on Qin Fan, he was struck with astonishment. "Congratulations, Taoist Qin. You've successfully established your foundation." Du Man gazed at Qin Fan in surprise, exclaiming, "Congratulations, my benefactor. What a splendid achievement in foundation establishment." Turning to her daughter, she said, "Wang Quan, your uncle Qin has succeeded in his foundation. Let us show him a gesture of congratulations." Du Man brought her daughter's tiny hands together. The little one, merely 10 days old, gazed curiously at Qin Fan with wide eyes. Qin Fan chuckled, playfully engaging with her before inviting Zhong Nanyang and Du Man to sit and enjoy some tea. Zhong Nanyang inquired about the date of the foundation establishment banquet. Qin Fan replied, "It will be held in 2 months. Once the specific date is confirmed, I will send a notice to you, Taoist Zhong." Zhong Nanyang smiled and responded, "Very well." He then proceeded to discuss matters concerning the monster hunting team, mentioning that he and Sun Guangda had yet to sign a contract with the materials merchant. Due to the incident concerning the false queen of hell and the patrols initiated by the law enforcement team from Qinglong Immortal City around the outskirts of the Laogu Mountains, there had been no recent occurrences of banditry. Zhong Nanyang also led an outing, hunting down several demon beasts, along with the materials collected by Sun Guangda and the monster hunting team. They had amassed over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and inquired if Qin Fan would be interested in purchasing them. Qin Fan affirmed his interest. Zhong Nanyang suggested, "Taoist Qin, with your financial resources, you could establish a materials merchant shop for demon beast products." Qin Fan replied, "Not at the moment. I have just embarked on my foundation journey. Although I have the support of Su Longyue in the late golden core stage, I also have the quintuplets to care for. And Su Longyue may not always be by our side. I wish to remain uninvolved in the conflicts between the Su and Sang families. The Moonlight Pavilion is developing quite well at its own pace." Zhong Nanyang then sought Qin Fan's advice on parenting, while Du Man listened attentively. The couple, as novice parents, found themselves grappling with many uncertainties, and Qin Fan was more than willing to share his insights. Not long after the couple Zhong Nanyang departed, Su Tianshi arrived with his servants and gifts. "Taoist Qin, having heard of your return, I have come to pay my respects today," Su Tianshi said with a smile as he entered the courtyard. He gestured, prompting his servant to promptly present the offerings to Manager Fan. "A mere token of my esteem. Not worthy of your attention," Su Tianshi added with a grin. Qin Fan's gaze fell upon Su Tianshi's right arm, which had been severed by Su Changwu. Su Tianshi chuckled, raising his right arm, and remarked, "Fortunately, my martial uncle struck in a favorable spot. With excellent ointment, I have managed to reattach this arm. Taoist Qin, previously we were strangers by circumstance. Had I known that the Moonlight Pavilion belonged to you, I certainly would not have dared to embarrass myself with the Sunlight Pavilion." He continued. Qin Fan offered a faint smile, dismissing Su Tianshi's words as mere pleasantries. Su Tianshi then began to subtly inquire about Qin Fan's master and the sect he belonged to. Upon learning that Qin Fan was a solitary cultivator, Su Tianshi immediately extended a warm invitation. "Taoist Qin, would you consider joining our Su family as a guest elder? The benefits and treatment would undoubtedly surpass those of other guest elders. Moreover, our Su family is renowned for producing exquisite beauties, from whom you may select 1 or 2 at your leisure." Chapter 108. A chilling sensation at that very moment, Chun Xin'er entered the room, and the atmosphere shifted into an enigmatic silence. She cast a fleeting glance at Su Tianshi, her gaze lingering momentarily on his severed arm before coolly averting her eyes. She then approached Qin Fan, picked up the teapot, and exited without a word. Throughout this encounter, Su Tianshi was inexplicably engulfed by a spine-chilling sensation. Although the woman who entered possessed breathtaking beauty, her cultivation level was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Yet, her mere presence subdued the ambience to an eerie stillness. When she glanced at his dismembered arm, he felt an involuntary tremor coursing through his body, as if his right arm instinctively sought refuge behind his back. Only after she had departed did he regain his composure. He promptly adjusted his demeanor and, with a smile, inquired of Qin Fan, "Friend Qin, may I ask who that enchanting lady was?" Qin Fan replied, "A friend." He had not anticipated such a fortuitous timing, as Su Tianshi had just remarked about the exquisite beauties of the Su family, and coincidentally, Chun Xin'er had returned. It was worth noting that this sorceress had previously taken the life of Qin Fan outside Qingzhou Square, under the pretext that Qin Fan was surrounded by 2 beautiful women. He had no interest in the Su family's captivating beauties. He merely wished to clear any misunderstandings with Qin Fan. Despite having established his foundation, he knew he was no match for Qin Fan, a formidable golden core cultivator. With a sense of righteousness, he addressed Su Longyue. My esteemed friend Su, I apologize, but I cherish a life of freedom and am not fond of constraints. Moreover, I already have a partner and thus hold no interest in other women. He was acutely aware that even though Qin Fan was not present in the hall, she would still discern their conversation through her spiritual sense. Initially indifferent to the Su family's guest elder, he found himself emboldened by Qin Fan's return, adopting an image of a principled gentleman. Su Longyue, still intent on persuading him, was interrupted by Qin Fan raising his hand. Esteemed friend Su, I have other matters to attend to today. Su Longyue was taken aback by Qin Fan's insistence on dismissing him. Internally seething, he maintained a facade of amiability, exchanging a few pleasantries before departing with his attendant. Upon entering the carriage of the spirit steed, his attendant, Su Mingfang, indignantly remarked, "This Qin Fan is utterly ungrateful. Master, you reached out to him, and he dares to refuse. Were it not for his master's reputation, how could a mere foundation establishment novice with mediocre spiritual roots presume to be a guest elder of our Su family? Every guest elder from our family boasts at least a late foundation establishment cultivation level. He has just begun his foundation and already acts so arrogantly. And that woman, merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, had the audacity not to greet you. She brazenly entered the hall, took the teapot, and left without uttering a single word, showing not a shred of humility. What audacity! Does she think her beauty grants her superiority?" Su Longyue waved his hand, silencing him. Previously, he had received news that Qin Fan was merely a ninth-layer qi refinement cultivator, yet to his astonishment, it appeared that Qin Fan had successfully established his foundation. However, with Qin Fan's medium-grade spiritual root aptitude, reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment is indeed his utmost limit. Logically, at this juncture, Qin Fan ought to seize the opportunity of his greatest advantage to select a stable and formidable partner, such as taking on the role of a guest elder within the Su family. Could it be that someone more powerful than the Su family has invited Qin Fan? Suddenly, he recalled the aloof woman from the living room earlier, who sent chills down his spine. He feared she was not merely a friend of Qin Fan, but perhaps a representative from another prominent family sent to curry favor with him. It was unheard of for any family to possess a female cultivator of such exquisite beauty at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, Qin Fan was tidying up his belongings in preparation for his journey to Qiyu. He placed the seahorse, with which he had formed a spiritual pet contract, into his spirit beast bag. Afterwards, he intended to summon Xiaobai. With a sweep of his divine sense to the ground, he exclaimed softly. In an instant, the earth trembled, and a magnificent white jade centipede, as large as a python, emerged from the depths, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The white jade centipede stood upright, its head held high, emitting a hissing sound that reverberated through the surrounding air, creating waves of sonic ripples. The first-tier spirit fowl, ducks, and spirit cattle that had not yet been stored in the spirit beast bag were immediately cowed, prostrating themselves on the ground in trembling fear. The infant in a stroller, Dabeo, initially bewildered, soon erupted with excitement, reaching out with his chubby little hands towards the imposing white jade centipede. However, the once proud and formidable centipede, witnessing Dabeo's innocent gesture, instantly shrank in size, transforming into a miniature version no larger than a small snake. It scuttled to the ground, and then climbed onto Qin Fan's arm, raising its tiny head in a gesture of seeking praise. Qin Fan chuckled as he affectionately patted its small head, saying, "Well done, you've advanced to the first tier. Continue your training, and when the time comes, I will provide you with foundation establishment pills to help you break through to the second tier." While humans can consume foundation establishment pills to ascend, I wonder if they hold any efficacy for spirit beasts. In any case, I still possess 2 exquisite foundation establishment pills. If Xiaobai truly reaches the point of needing a breakthrough, it would be no issue to offer one. After all, it is my contracted spirit beast, nurtured since its infancy with my longevity technique, and I could easily subdue it even if it were to advance to the second tier. Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with delight as it nuzzled against Qin Fan, emitting a series of joyful sounds. Qin Fan then returned it to the spirit beast bag. He left Xiaohong and Zilve behind to continue caring for the spirit fowl, spirit fish, and spirit vegetables, for during his time in Qinlong Immortal City, he had learned that the cultivation world possesses various means, not inferior to modern technology, to promote the rapid growth and aesthetic appeal of spirit fowl, fish, and vegetables, such as utilizing high-tech spirit feed and fertilizers infused with dantoxin. It was said that some families had children with spiritual roots who, after consuming excessive amounts of such high-tech spirit produce, suffered degradation of their spiritual roots due to the overwhelming toxicity within their bodies, rendering them unable to cultivate. Additionally, there was an incident where a batch of spiritual cattle raised encountered issues, resulting in several infants consuming the fresh milk derived from these cattle developing hydrocephalus and ultimately facing premature demise. Thus, it is undoubtedly safer to consume the spiritual vegetables one has personally cultivated and the spiritual poultry and fish one has raised by hand. In a few months, the little ones will begin to eat supplementary foods, necessitating the consumption of spiritual vegetables, poultry, and fish, which must be entirely free from pollution, harm, and advanced technology. Accompanied by the little ones, they ventured to the Qinlong Immortal City, where he retrieved the magnificent flying vessel left to him by Su Longyue. It was an enormous luxury airship. Upon its appearance, the gaze of those nearby turned towards it, yet they quickly averted their eyes upon sensing the formidable pressure emanating from Qin Fan's foundational power. Qin Fan boarded the airship with the children. The vessel was vast, comparable to a sizable yacht, and comprised 2 levels. Once aboard, Qin Fan unfolded a map and directed the airship to soar towards the direction of Qiwigu. Chapter 109. Encountering the terrifying mother-in-law. Subsequently, the humanoid puppets and various items were retrieved from the storage bag. Li Chuan, Yu Shui, Jingzhe, Chuanfen, and Xingming were responsible for entertaining the baby and organizing the items. Now that the infants were over 3 months old, they were awake longer, had more toys to play with, and were also practicing crawling. Qin Fan had specifically prepared a storage bag filled with everything the babies needed, not including diapers and formula. With the assistance of the humanoid puppets, his hands were freed for other tasks. These puppets, crafted from first-grade spiritual wood, served as excellent aids in household chores. However, for combat, puppets made from the bones of demon beasts were far more effective. Conveniently, the last batch of materials sent by Zhong Nanyang included 3 complete first-grade superior demon wolf specimens, ripe for crafting. Qin Fan's puppet mastery had now advanced to the first-grade superior level. He frequently created small puppet toys for the infants, such as fish that would swim with a gentle tap and various styles of Ultraman and flower fairies. The sheer volume of toys could easily fill a large cabinet, showcasing his indulgent affection for the children. That night, Su Tianshi and Su Mingfang exited Miaoyinfang. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them as a black net ensnared both individuals, swiftly dragging them into a shadowy alley. A blood-curdling scream echoed, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, yet it was muffled almost immediately by a soundproof barrier. Outside, the street bustled with light and life, while inside the dark alley, the two were mercilessly beaten, utterly defenseless. After enduring a relentless assault for what felt like an eternity, Su Tianxi's voice pierced the air in terror. "My right arm. Ah, it hurts. Please, spare me." Su Mingfang fared worse. Not only was his face scorched by an unknown corrosive liquid, rendering him unrecognizable, but his vocal cords were severed, leaving him only able to emit hoarse whimpers. As if that were not enough, a sharp instrument suddenly pierced his chest, ripping out his liver and reducing it to a powder in midair. In despair, he clasped his hands over his trousers, blood tears streaming down his face, crying out in agony. Then, as swiftly as it had begun, all pressure dissipated, and the soundproof barrier vanished. Su Tianxi's desperate cries attracted onlookers from the outside, while Su Mingfang had already succumbed to unconsciousness beside him. Heavens, is that not the young master of the Su family? How could he have his arm severed in the city? That arm, wasn't it just severed by the false Dan practitioner from his family? After being reattached, it's been severed again. Now, it's completely gone. Given the nature of his injury, and without the right elixirs, he will likely never regain his arm. And who is the one lying beside him? It must be his servant, identifiable by the distinctive attire of Su family retainers. Goodness, his face is utterly destroyed. It's horrifying. Don't look. It is not merely his face. Look closely. There is a gaping wound on his chest, revealing the entrails within. What has been extracted from him? My goodness. Has the security in the inner city not always been impeccable? For over a century, there has not been a single incident of brawling or robbery. How could this have happened to the young master of the Su family and his servant? With one losing an arm and the other being disfigured and having their organs removed? Could it be that a high-ranking demonic cultivator has infiltrated the inner city? Otherwise, how could they dare to harm even the young master of the Su family? In an instant, the cultivators within the inner city of Qinglong Immortal City were engulfed in fear and unease, prompting the city's law enforcement and the elders of the Su family, along with guest cultivators, to mobilize en masse. Chen Xian stood amidst the crowd, coldly snorting. To think one could reattach an arm severed before me? Do they dare to claim that I possess extraordinary audacity? Do they believe my beauty to be so exceptional? How dare they attempt to win over Qin Fan with a mere woman? Spare me such trivialities. The following day, Qin Fan basked in the sun at the bow of the ship with the little ones. Suddenly, a streak of escape light approached him. Soon, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, clad in attire reminiscent of the Dunhuang flying heavens, gracefully descended upon a flying sword, gliding alongside Qin Fan's vessel. The little treasure, Wu Bao, noticed her and let out an adorable coo, extending her tiny, delicate hands. Qin Fan recognized her as well, lowering the ship's defensive barrier to allow the enchanting woman to land on the deck, retracting her flying sword. The visitor was none other than Chen Xian. Chen Xianzi, do you seek me for something? Qin Fan inquired. Before departing from Qinglong Immortal City, he had sent a message to Chen Xian, informing her of his intention to take the little ones away for a time, as she had previously cared for them. He deemed it respectful to notify her of his plans. Yeye has entrusted me to escort you to Qiuyegu, she replied, her face radiating warmth as she approached the baby carriage of Wu Bao, bending down with a smile to lift the child effortlessly. Planting a kiss on Wu Bao's cheek and asking playfully, Wu Bao, do you miss your godmother? Wu Bao leaned in towards Chen Xian, planting a smacking kiss on her cheek, leaving a drool mark that elicited a hearty laugh from her. My little Wu Bao is truly the apple of her godmother's eye, growing more adorable by the day. The other four little ones chimed in with their tiny voices, protesting for Chen Xian's embrace as well. 3 days swiftly passed, and the flying vessel soared above the treacherous hilly mountains. These hills spanned across the southern domain and central continent, characterized by sparse human habitation. Many areas were overrun by ferocious beasts, with third-tier demon kings, and even fourth and fifth-tier demon kings lurking within. Third-tier demon beasts corresponded to golden core cultivators, while fourth-tier beasts matched with Nascent Soul true lords, and fifth-tier beasts were aligned with transformation god true masters. The journey from Qinglong Immortal City to Qiuyegu necessitated passage through a particularly perilous area, dominated by a third-tier demon king. However, they would skirt the edges and not venture into the heart of the demon king's territory. Nevertheless, every time cultivators navigated their vessels through this region, they exercised the utmost caution and vigilance. It is not uncommon for monks to encounter flying beasts while foraging, resulting in their demise. Su Longyue has inscribed a third-tier superior defensive formation onto the flying vessel provided for Qin Fan, which is more than adequate to counter typical second-tier and ordinary third-tier avian creatures. Nonetheless, for the sake of safety, she has assigned Chen Xianying to escort Qin Fan and his companions. At this moment, Chen Xianying has also placed the children inside the cabin and affixed several third-tier protective talismans, before solemnly making her way to the deck. Suddenly, from the distant forest, a towering inferno erupts as a colossal ape, obscuring the sun, stands majestically. In its gargantuan hand, it wields a massive staff that it brings crashing down to the ground, leveling the terrain as birds and beasts flee in panic. The distance from Qin Fan and his group renders the residual shockwaves negligible by the time they reach them. Qin Fan is astounded, pondering the level of this beast. How terrifying it must be. Even from such a distance, fear grips him. It must be at least a fourth-tier beast. As his thoughts linger, he witnesses the enormous ape engulfed in a scorching violet flame that engulfs the entire sky. Soon, the colossal creature succumbs and collapses. Qin Fan is even more astonished. What beast possesses such flames? He sees no other creatures around. Could it be the work of human cultivators? Chen Xianying regards the distinctive flames and the small point of light hovering above the fallen giant, her expression somewhat peculiar. Chapter 110. The mother-in-law. She remained silent. immediately channeling her spiritual energy into the flying vessel, accelerating its speed as it swiftly traversed the area. Only after the massive battlefield was no longer visible did she turn to Qin Fan and say, "What just transpired was a battle between cultivators and a fourth-tier giant ape. The one who injured the fourth-tier giant ape was Ye's mother." Qin Fan was taken aback. Previously, he had learned from his neighbor, Ji Penggang, that the Yuaning patriarch of the Lanyue sect had single-handedly slain a fellow Yuaning evil cultivator of the same realm. He later confirmed with Su Longyue that this Yuaning patriarch was indeed Su Longyue's mother, the stunning woman he had chanced upon outside the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion in Qingzhufang. When Ji Penggang had described the battle scenario, Qin Fan had felt a chill. Additionally, having witnessed the ferocity of Yuaning cultivators' battles through the original animated series, he understood the cataclysmic nature of such encounters. Each conflict seemed capable of shaking the very screen, and on inferior televisions, one might even encounter static or complete blackout. Now, witnessing the grandeur of a Yuaning battle firsthand, even from a distance, sent a shiver down his spine. Instantly, the joy of having successfully established his foundation dissipated. In recent days, as news of his breakthrough spread, many had come to pay their respects, and he had grown somewhat complacent. He reminded himself, he must not become arrogant. Absolutely not. With a future mother-in-law of such formidable prowess, should she disapprove of him as a son-in-law? A mere swipe of her hand could spell his doom. He resolved to continue his cultivation diligently, maintaining a low profile, being cautious, and eschewing arrogance. 10 days later, Qin Fan and his companions arrived at Chuya Valley. This marked Qin Fan's inaugural visit to Chuya Valley. However, in his original life, he had come here at the age of 12 with Wang Pengzi, who had intended to introduce him to the sect. Unfortunately, the elder responsible for receiving new disciples had coldly declined his admission upon discovering that Qin Fan possessed only inferior spiritual roots. Qin Fan had traversed into this world, yet his identity here was intertwined with that of his original self, whose information, including cultivation level and possessions, had been thoroughly integrated into him by the system. Thus, he could recall the events of 5 years prior, when his original self had visited Chuya Valley. True to its reputation as a major sect in the southern region, despite being one of the lower 7 sects, Chuya Valley was still a renowned establishment, far surpassing Qinglong Immortal City and aristocratic families of the cultivation world. The entire sect was enveloped within a massive and intricate formation, filled with densely packed buildings, grand halls, pavilions, and intricately carved towers. Occasionally, disciples wielding flying artifacts shaped like maple leaves soared through the air at low altitudes, and flocks of celestial cranes would glide by, carrying elegantly attired women in white robes. The beauty of women in the cultivation world was universally acknowledged. It was rare to encounter an unattractive visage. The process of cultivation naturally expels impurities from the body, and with the aid of beauty-enhancing elixirs, many women in their hundreds appeared to be merely 18. At this moment, in the reception area of Chuya Valley, a male cultivator dressed in the outer disciple robes of the sect received a communication talisman. The message was sent by Wang Pengzi, stating, "Brother Duan, my friend Qin Fan will arrive today. Please notify me when he does." Duan Wenjiao merely glanced at it, inscribing Qin Fan's name onto the list of visitors for the day before returning to his duties. At that moment, a male cultivator, riding a leaf boat, landed at the reception desk. Approaching the entrance of the reception room, he clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am Dewey, here to attend the foundation-laying banquet of your esteemed sect's Jizibing. Here is my invitation." With that, He handed the invitation to Duan Wenjiao with both hands. Duan Wenjiao opened the invitation, compared it with Du Yi's appearance, and cross-checked it with the visitor list. After confirming that Du Yi was not impersonating anyone, he merely nodded indifferently and gestured to the left without uttering a word. Du Yi, somewhat bewildered, was a loose cultivator visiting a grand sect for the first time and was unfamiliar with its customs. Unsure of the meaning behind the gesture, he feared making a misstep and causing trouble for Ji Zibing, so he humbly inquired, "May I ask what this signifies?" Without looking up, Duan Wenjiao maintained an indifferent expression, displaying a hint of impatience akin to a surly attendant. "Proceed to the reception hall. Someone will come to escort you," he replied. Du Yi's complexion shifted several times before he ultimately smiled and returned the greeting, saying, "Thank you, fellow cultivator. He then moved towards the building on the left. Just as Du Yi departed, having not yet entered the structure, he spotted a lavish flying boat gliding towards him. It was his first encounter with such opulence, and he couldn't help but gaze upwards in awe. Meanwhile, Duan Wenjiao also noticed the extravagant vessel, and a smile instantly illuminated his previously indifferent countenance. He straightened his posture slightly, brushed off his garments, and stepped out from the reception room. The flying boat docked at the reception desk, and Qin Fan descended, accompanied by Chun Xianin and 5 sleeping infants nestled in a stroller. Duan Wenjiao promptly approached, respectfully clasping his hands before Qin Fan and inquiring, "Esteemed cultivator, may I ask if you possess a visitor's invitation for our Qia Valley?" At that moment, Qin Fan revealed a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. His visit to Qia Valley was to attend Ji Zibing's foundation-laying banquet. Revealing his true cultivation level would overshadow the host, Ji Zibing, and there was no need for that. Chun Xianin, for her part, concealed her cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, modestly taking on the role of a caretaker. However, even though Qin Fan currently displayed only the 9th layer, the luxurious flying boat he arrived in, frequently seen at the reception, indicated to Duan Wenjiao that its owner was surely at the golden core level. Thus, he dared not treat Qin Fan with anything less than utmost respect. Qin Fan produced the invitation letter from Wang Pengzi and presented it to Duan Wenjiao. Upon reading it, Duan Wenjiao felt a surge of surprise. He had not anticipated that Wang Changfeng, hailing from a humble village, would have such influential connections. Wang Changfeng was the true name of Wang Pengzi. He produced the scanning device used earlier on Du Yi and politely addressed Qin Fan. "Daoist Qin, this is a scanner designed to detect any facial disguises. Every cultivator visiting our sect must undergo this procedure, and even our own disciples returning from outside are required to be scanned. I apologize for any offense this may have caused." Qin Fan replied, "It's quite all right." Du Yi, observing this interaction, was taken aback. While he had encountered double standards before, he had not anticipated that even the reception officer of a prominent sect would exhibit such bias. With a bitter expression, he averted his gaze and silently turned to enter the reception hall. Respect is paramount. Power is paramount. Despite being cultivators at the same stage of Qi refinement, the disparity in treatment based on the artifacts they wielded was stark. Duan Wenjiao merely scanned Qin Fan to confirm there was no facial disguise, then smiled and said, "Just now, Brother Wang specifically instructed me to inform him of your arrival. I shall send him a message immediately." With that, Duan Wenjiao activated a communication talisman. Subsequently, he personally escorted Qin Fan and the others to the reception hall, allowing Qin Fan to rest while informing him that Wang Changfeng would come to meet him shortly. Chapter 111. The Foundation Establishment Banquet. Before long, 2 beams of light shot down from the mountain towards the reception hall at the gate. Wang Fadi and Ji Zibing had arrived. Upon entering the reception hall, the 2 spotted Qin Fan and his companions. "Qin Fan," Wang Fadi exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he approached, boasting, "Look, I've broken through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. I hope I haven't held you back." Since attending the full moon celebration of the babies, Wang Fadi had been spurred into intensive training. Upon returning to the sect, he dedicated himself to rigorous practice, ultimately achieving his breakthrough to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. He eagerly awaited Qin Fan's arrival to flaunt his accomplishment. "Very well done," Qin Fan replied with a smile. Subsequently, he cupped his hands in salute towards Ji Zibing, congratulating him. "Congratulations, Daoist Ji, on successfully establishing your foundation." Ji Zibing smiled in response, saying, "You're not far behind." At this, he cast a mysterious glance at Wang Fadi, who returned a knowing smile to Qin Fan. What secrets does this young man harbor? Qin Fan refrained from inquiring further. After conversing with Qin Fan, Ji Zibing approached Du Yi with a smile. "Brother Du, it's been a challenging journey." Du Yi was taken aback to find that Qin Fan, who had traveled here on a luxurious flying vessel, was also attending Ji Zibing's foundation establishment banquet. "It wasn't too arduous," Du Yi replied with a smile. Ji Zibing then introduced Qin Fan and Du Yi to each other. Du Yi and Ji Zibing had both participated in the entrance examination for the Autumn Leaf Valley years ago. Ji Zibing was selected as a disciple, while Du Yi was eliminated due to slightly lower scores on the Illusory Heart platform. Over the decades, they had become friends. Ji Zibing's successful foundation establishment was undoubtedly aided by Du E's assistance in gathering materials from outside, allowing him to exchange for merit points at the sect and expedite his wait for the alchemy of foundation establishment pills. The Autumn Leaf Valley had dedicated alchemists. However, due to the large number of disciples, one had to queue according to merit points to request the crafting of foundation establishment pills. The more merit points one possessed, the closer to the front of the line they could be, thus expediting their chances of obtaining the foundation establishment pill and making their breakthrough. Daoist Qin. Brother Du is a first-tier high-grade formation master. Brother Du, Daoist Qin is a second-tier low-grade artifact craftsman. Daoist Qin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Du Yi said with a smile and a bow. Qin Fan reciprocated with a smile and a bow. Brother Du, the pleasure is mine. He thought to himself that Ji Zibing was quite a decent fellow, not forgetting his old friends among the loose cultivators after his foundation establishment. It showed he had a bit of conscience. After the introductions, Ji Zibing led everyone to their Sect's location on Wujiao Peak. Along the way, Ji Zibing did not exhibit the airs of a newly established powerful cultivator. Instead, he was considerate of everyone's feelings during their conversation. Furthermore, the spiritual energy abundant in the Autumn Leaf Valley's fourth-tier low-grade spiritual vein was invigorating, making the journey refreshing. The ample spiritual energy was indeed delightful. It was no wonder so many cultivators aspired to join the sect. Training daily in such a spiritually rich environment made it difficult for one's progress to be slow. As they ascended the mountain, they happened upon an elderly cultivator with graying hair. Elder Xia, Wang Fati called out. Elder Xia first cupped his hands in salute to Ji Zibing, Senior Ji. He then turned to Wang Fati and gave a slight nod. He was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, having lingered here for over a decade. Upon encountering the foundation establishment cultivator Ji Zibing, despite Ji Zibing's youth, he was compelled by the customs of the cultivation world to address him as senior. Conversely, with Wang Fati, who was merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he naturally did not extend the same courtesy. Wang Fati chuckled, giving Qin Fan a hearty pat on the shoulder, and turned to Elder Xia, saying, Elder Xia, do you still remember my brother? Qin Fan. Elder Xia glanced at Qin Fan, his eyes widening in astonishment. Cultivators possess remarkable memories, and although he had only encountered Qin Fan 5 years prior, he recognized him instantly. What astonished him even more was that the young lad, who had once been merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement with a low-grade spiritual root, had now ascended to the same level as himself, 9th level. In fact, he sensed that Qin Fan might even be closer to achieving the great perfection of Qi refinement than he was. This was utterly shocking. A mere 5 years had passed. What immense fortune had Qin Fan encountered to achieve such a feat? Qin Daoist, Elder Xia said with a respectful clasp of his hands. It appears you have indeed obtained good fortune. I must admit, I underestimated you back then. However, perhaps your decision to not enter Qiuyegu was also a stroke of luck for you. He smiled and continued. I wonder if you have considered joining us in Qiuyegu once more. In a short while, we will have entrance examinations for new disciples, and given your current standing, you would undoubtedly pass. No need for that, Qin Fan replied. I am quite accustomed to being a loose cultivator. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Xia. After exchanging a few more words, Elder Xia left, somewhat disheartened. Wang Fati, feeling a bit smug, lifted his chin, almost tempted to say, back then, you were indifferent towards me. Now, it seems you cannot reach my heights. Upon reaching the mountain peak, Ji Zibing had already arranged individual residences for Qin Fan and Du Yi. After escorting them to their courtyard, Ji Zibing had matters to attend to and departed, leaving Wang Fati to stay with Qin Fan. At that moment, the 5 little ones were gradually waking up, their curious eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. 5 Treasure felt like crying, but upon seeing the familiar figures of Qin Fan and Chen Xin'er, his frown transformed into a slight smile, and he began to explore the area with his siblings. Look at the little gifts Uncle Wang brought you, Wang Fati exclaimed, pulling out a collection of plush toys from his storage space. Qin Fan chuckled and remarked, these are meant for children over a year old. Our baby is only 4 months. Wang Fati scratched the back of his head. Oh, I see. Then, an idea struck him, and he added, no worries. I can take them flying. With that, he scooped up the eldest and soared into the sky on his sword. The little ones delighted in this game. Whenever Qin Fan took them flying at home, their laughter would fill the air. Before long, Qi Yu and Mumu arrived. Hearing the delightful sounds of laughter from the little ones in the sky, Mu exclaimed with excitement, Taoist Qin, I truly did not expect you to have quintuplets. Congratulations. When Brother Wang mentioned this matter last time, I was utterly astonished. I have never heard of quintuplets being born in the realm of cultivation. As she spoke, Mu could hardly contain her eagerness and soared into the air to catch a glimpse of the 5 little babies, carried aloft by the rotund Wang. Her voice was filled with awe. The babies are so adorable, absolutely delightful, with her lively demeanor contrasting with Qi Yu's composed nature. She nodded towards Qin Fan and Qin Xianer. 2 days later, the foundation-laying banquet for Ji Zibing was held at Wuzhou Peak. Many attendees were present, including disciples from Qiuyi Valley who shared a close relationship with Ji Zibing, as well as disciples from other sections. Among the scattered cultivators, only Qin Fan and Du Feng were present. Taoist Qin, by Li Yunlong approached Qin Fan, his astonishment palpable. To what level have you advanced in your cultivation? I cannot discern your realm. Chapter 112. The middle-aged female cultivator and her 3 dearest pursuits this time. Ji Zibing also extended an invitation to Bailey Yulong from the Fengjian sect. Qin Fan, at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Bailey Yulong remains at the 6th level. It appears that his spiritual root has not yet mutated. Bailey Yulong was utterly astonished. How long has it been? A year, perhaps. Qin Fan has ascended from the 6th to the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Meanwhile, he has only progressed from the 5th to the 6th level. Previously, at Qingzhou Square, upon witnessing Qin Fan's breakthrough to the 6th level, he had not inquired further, presuming that when they first met, Qin Fan was already at the pinnacle of the 5th level, on the verge of breaking through to the 6th. Now, Qin Fan placed a reassuring hand on Bailey Yulong's shoulder and solemnly remarked, Women only impede our cultivation speed. Therefore, you understand, right? Bailey Yulong blinked in confusion, as if he grasped the meaning, yet simultaneously understood nothing at all. Qin Fan gestured toward Wang Pengzi. Look, the fat man has reached the 8th level of Qi cultivation. How is it that you remain at the 6th? Wang Pengzi, devoted to the path, is without women. Bailey Yulong's eyes widened in disbelief. He was indeed the weakest in the entire gathering. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he sank into his seat and took a sip of wine. As Qin Fan settled down, he felt he had conveyed all that needed to be said to the most unfortunate figure in the gathering. What Bailey Yulong chose to do next was entirely his own affair. With a sigh, Bailey Yulong confessed, I have indeed been troubled by matters of the heart. A month ago, my fiancée suddenly told me that she has delayed my progress over the years, leading to my stagnation in cultivation. She wishes for me to focus solely on my path, and has decided to dissolve our engagement, promising to reconsider once I achieve foundational success. I find this distressing. My lack of progress in cultivation has nothing to do with her. She has not hindered me. I do not wish to sever our engagement. Yet she insists on doing so for my sake. As he spoke, Bailey Yulong took another troubled sip of his drink. Qin Fan inquired, last time at Qingzhou Square, did you gather enough spirit stones to purchase the binding dan? Bailey Yulong replied, yes, I managed to buy it. Qin Fan asked, has your fiancé advanced to the later stages of Qi cultivation? At this, Bailey Yulong seemed to regain some spirit, proudly stating, yes. Wang Yun is now at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, with the foundation building in sight. Internally, Qin Fan mused, what a pity for the devoted suitor. Truly, the strongest figure of misfortune, the extent of his devotion is remarkable. Even after all this, he still speaks well of Wang Yun. Has he not noticed that she has merely reached the 7th level, perhaps seeking to distance herself from the son of a mere concubine born of a sect leader with no power, influence, or wealth? Qin Fan placed a serving of green vegetables into Bailey Yulong's bowl. Bailey Yulong questioned, what is this for? Qin Fan replied, consume more green vegetables. They are beneficial for health. Bailey Yulong acknowledged, indeed, you possess a point, Qin Taoist. Qin Fan continued, have you ever heard the saying, the ascent to fortune is fraught with peril, my esteemed husband? Bailey Yulong inquired, what do you mean by that? Qin Fan replied, do not concern yourself with the origins of this phrase. It conveys that for a middle-aged female cultivator, her 3 greatest desires are to break through in cultivation, attain wealth, and dispose of her husband. The notion of a breakthrough is straightforward, is it not? Wealth is equally comprehensible. Only with spirit stones can one procure additional resources for further cultivation and advancement. As for the disposal of her husband at this juncture, Qin Fan cast a sidelong glance at Bai Li Yunlong, his dark eyes veiling an enigmatic depth, causing Bai Li Yunlong to feel a sudden tightening. He cautiously shifted to the left, establishing a safer distance between them. Qin Fan continued, to dispose of her husband implies abandoning both husband and child. Without such a sacrifice, how can she pursue the path to divinity? How can she slay her husband to achieve enlightenment? How can she cultivate with an undistracted heart? Or, how can she claim her husband's inheritance to seek more advantageous connections with male cultivators? Having stated this, Qin Fan patted Bai Li Yunlong on the shoulder and remarked, "My corpulent friend has summoned me. I shall pay him a brief visit. Ensure you consume ample greens." With that, Qin Fan departed. Bai Li Yunlong took a bite of the greens, finding them surprisingly delectable. Has Qin Dao friend become bewitched? Why does he utter such peculiar words? It seems he has suffered greatly at the hands of women. Fortunately, my beloved Wang Yun has consistently held affection for me. And even after achieving the 7th level of qi refinement, she has not looked down upon me. Rather, to avoid hindering my cultivation, she has willingly agreed to a temporary dissolution of our engagement. Although my progress in cultivation is slow, I am indeed happier than Qin Dao friend. I possess love. I must strive earnestly in my cultivation to establish my foundation and marry Wang Yun. Wang Fatty summoned Qin Fan and subsequently introduced him to his fellow foundational cultivators. Though Wang Fatty's cultivation was merely at the 8th level of qi refinement, he was astute and possessed a natural talent for business. With just a few words, he elevated Qin Fan's reputation as a master of weapon forging. He emphasized that although Qin Fan could currently only forge low-grade second-tier spirit weapons, his ability to inscribe runes upon them rendered them comparable to mid-grade second-tier spirit weapons. The runes not only enhanced the weapon's potency, but also preserved the wielder's mana. This captivated the interest of the mid-foundational cultivators. While they were capable of wielding mid-grade second-tier spirit weapons, the excessive mana consumption limited their usage in combat. Thus, they still relied on low-grade second-tier spirit weapons during actual confrontations. With this groundwork laid, Wang Fatty observed the eager glimmers in the eyes of his fellow disciples and adeptly introduced a sense of urgency to the marketing. He declared that Qin Fan was currently at the 9th level of qi refinement, preparing to breach into foundation establishment, and thus had little time to forge second-tier spirit weapons. However, considering they were his fellow disciples, he would offer them a few tokens of favor and forge 1 or 2 weapons. He even concocted 2 reserve slots, albeit with a competitive bidding requirement. The group of mid-foundational cultivators, caught off guard by this clever maneuver, found themselves shouting and competing for the reservation slots before they could fully comprehend the situation. During the bidding, the previously amicable monks, who had shared drinks together, exhibited no willingness to concede an inch when it came to raising their offers. Their verbal exchanges were marked by a refined eloquence, showcasing the sophisticated art of debate prevalent among the prestigious sects, devoid of any vulgarity. Ultimately, 2 slots were secured by Yin Zi, who had just broken through to the mid-foundation stage and was supported by a prominent cultivation family, for 300 low-grade spiritual stones, and by CLS Wang, the favored granddaughter of an elder from Qiyegu, for 450 low-grade spiritual stones. Yin Zi reserved a formidable spirit weapon resembling a large blade, while CLS Wang selected a lotus spirit weapon, both inscribed with the whirlwind, ice-breaking, and blazing fire runes. Qin Fan offered a price of 100 mid-grade spiritual stones. The cost of second-tier spirit weapons is significantly higher than that of first-tier magical artifacts, with the typical price for ordinary second-tier low-grade spirit weapons ranging between 70 to 80 mid-grade spiritual stones. Furthermore, the intricacy of inscribing runes on second-tier spirit weapons surpasses that of first-tier magical artifacts. Thus, Qin Fan's offer of 100 mid-grade spiritual stones was not exploitative. Rather, it was a reasonable price, considering his relationship with Wang Pengzi. The two immediately acquiesced, each providing a deposit of 20 mid-grade spiritual stones. Chapter 113. The impending conflict word of Wang Fatty's dealings in the sect regarding the sale of magical artifacts had reached them. They had also confirmed Qin Fan's prowess in crafting through Ji Zibing and learned from Qiyu that Qin Fan had once lent her 20 medium-grade spirit stones. Thus, they felt no trepidation regarding the prospect of Qin Fan seizing their 40 medium-grade spirit stones. Upon the conclusion of the Foundation establishment feast, Wang Fatty sought out Qin Fan in the courtyard. The moment he laid eyes on Qin Fan, A broad grin spread across his face as he presented him with a storage bag containing the monetary equivalent of 50 magical artifacts and spirit stones. Shortly thereafter, he produced a jade box, wearing a mysterious smile, and handed it to Qin Fan, inviting him to discover its contents. As Qin Fan opened the box, he was astonished to find a foundation establishment pill adorned with 3 intricate patterns. Although this was not a genuine foundation establishment pill, but rather a lower quality version that could only enhance the success rate of foundation establishment by a modest 15%. It remained a highly valuable item for qi refining practitioners. The scarcity of such a pill often drove individuals to desperate measures, yet Wang Fatty had generously gifted him one. Chuckling, Wang Fatty explained, "This time, Senior Brother G refined 3 foundation establishment pills, 1 genuine and 2 lower quality. This particular one is the finest among the lower quality pills and has been allocated to me. Since you are on the verge of foundation establishment, you should take it. Though it pales in comparison to the genuine pill, having one is certainly better than none, and it increases your chances of success." Qin Fan accepted the lower quality foundation establishment pill. Even though he possessed 2 superior foundation establishment pills and had already succeeded in his foundation establishment, he appreciated Wang Fatty's kindness. Wang Fatty, adamant about not accepting any spirit stones from him, insisted that he would earn a commission from selling the magical artifacts, which was already quite profitable. To demand further payment would be akin to belittling Wang Fatty. Reluctantly, Qin Fan acquiesced. Wang Fatty then shared a plethora of insights regarding foundation establishment, wisdom he had gleaned from various practitioners within the sect. For those at the grassroots level, foundation establishment represented a critical threshold, a gateway to an expansive new realm. Ji Zibing extended an invitation to Qin Fan to linger a few more days in the Autumn Leaf Valley. During this time, Wang Fatty and Mu Mu visited Qin Fan's residence daily, with Mu Mu purely there to play with the little ones, as she held a deep affection for the adorable creatures. After spending 5 days in the Autumn Leaf Valley, Qin Fan bid farewell to Wang Fatty, who was visibly reluctant to see him go. Qin Fan smiled reassuringly. "We shall meet again soon," alluding to his upcoming foundation establishment feast. Upon leaving the Autumn Leaf Valley, Qin Fan did not immediately return to Qinglong Immortal City, for Su Longyue had confirmed the timing of their return, encouraging him to enjoy some time outdoors. Nearby the Autumn Leaf Valley lay a foundation establishment market known as Maple Leaf Square. Qin Fan discreetly switched to a commonplace flying vessel during his journey. Maple Leaf Square was larger than Qing Bamboo Square, enveloped by a second-tier Qingguang Grade formation, with a second-tier medium-grade spirit vein beneath it. The scenery diverged from that of Qing Bamboo Square. While the latter was renowned for its lush bamboo groves, Maple Leaf Square was celebrated for its first-tier superior maple trees. As Qin Fan entered Maple Leaf Square, he was filled with a sense of vacationing with children. The main thoroughfare of the market was lined with rows of maple trees, and the summer breeze brought a refreshing coolness. Qin Fan calculated that he would reside here for a month and directly rented a courtyard overlooking the lake, backed by a grove of maple trees. Chun Xianer set up a simple array of flags in the courtyard. She was not skilled in complex formations, but could manage the simpler ones. Qin Fan took out a small seahorse from the spirit beast pouch, which immediately conveyed its desire to venture into the lake. "Go ahead," Qin Fan said, tossing the seahorse into the azure waters of Tianlang Lake. He subsequently released Xiao Bai, who quickly burrowed underground, fearful of being discovered by De Bao and the others, and thus subjected to the torments of being grabbed, pulled, bitten, and tossed around like a helpless child. The little ones were currently napping, so Qin Fan took out the puppets, such as Li Chun, assigning them the task of cleaning and organizing. He then retreated into his room, seated himself on a cushion, and retrieved an unfinished wolf puppet from his storage pouch. 2 hours later, he placed a low-grade spirit stone on the puppet's drive, and instantly, the wolf puppet's eyes gleamed with vitality, exuding an aura of superior first-grade quality. Its appearance was indistinguishable from that of a true demonic wolf, as both its exterior and internal structure were crafted from the essence of the demonic wolf itself. After half a month's labor, he finally succeeded in forging this demonic wolf puppet. Creating attack-oriented puppets proved to be significantly more arduous than those for daily use. Yet he was relieved to have succeeded. He resolved to seek an opportunity to test its combat prowess. As he stored the puppet back into his pouch, Qin Fan noticed a gift list within. Upon extracting it, His gaze fell upon a gift sent by the Yin family, one of the 7 prominent families of the cultivation world, 6 tianling fruits aged 300 years. The tianling fruit served as a primary ingredient in the concoction of longevity pills, truly a testament to the opulence of a cultivation family. Having encountered Yin Ji from the Yin family at Ji Zibing's Foundation establishment banquet, he lingered a moment longer on the Yin family's offering. When departing from Qinglong Immortal City, Qin Fan had collected all the gifts into his storage pouch. He retrieved a jade box labeled with the characters Yin family. Upon opening it, a rich fragrance wafted forth, revealing 6 fruits radiating a white luminescence. These were indeed the 300-year-old tianling fruits. Inside, he also discovered a jade slip. After dispelling the seal, he pressed it to his forehead and heard a voice. Daoist Qin, I am Yin Yuanzheng of the Yin family. The Su family acts without regard for righteousness, and their fate is nearing its end. The 6 tianling fruits are but a modest gift, not meant to offend. I hope Daoist Qin will not take offense. Qin Fan set down the jade slip, his expression somewhat peculiar. It appeared that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Since he was not embroiled in the matter, he could simply observe. Contemplating the tianling fruits, Qin Fan planned to refine a batch of longevity pills for experimentation. After informing Qin Xiner, he ventured out to purchase a set of fire-controlling array discs, as the rented courtyard lacked a source of ground fire, necessitating the use of a fire-controlling formation. Upon arriving at the main thoroughfare of the market, he observed individuals at the entrance of Lingbao Pavilion dismantling the sign, replacing it with one for Fubao Hall. Daoist Qin, he remarked. The Lingbao Pavilion has been sold to Fubao Hall. Recently, the Sang family has been divesting numerous properties in the market, including those near the Qinglong Immortal City, as they strive to consolidate their finances. Turning around, Qin Fan spotted Du Yi approaching him. Daoist Du, Qin Fan greeted. Du Yi informed him that the Sang family is actively seeking talented practitioners of various arts and combat cultivators to join their residence at Twin Peaks. As a first-tier superior formation master, he intended to explore this opportunity. He mentioned that the Shou family, particularly young Master Su Tianshi, is likely to retaliate after suffering a permanent injury to his arm and being rendered unable to sire offspring, which they believe to be an act of vengeance from the Sang clan. The Su family has openly declared their intention to assault the Sang family in a month's time. Upon hearing these words, Qin Fan was convinced that the incident involving Su Tianshi was not orchestrated by the Sang family. However, this would not deter the Su family from using it as a pretext for their aggression. After all, the Su family is a Golden Core clan, and in their bid to attack a false core family, they would need a reputable justification to avoid public reproach. Du Yi remarked, in this upcoming battle, the Sang family has a significant chance of victory. Daoist Qin, would you care to accompany me to Twin Peaks and seek your fortune? Chapter 114. The mother-in-law stopped Qin Fan immediately afterward. Du Yi explained to Qin Fan why the seemingly weaker Sangs, with only the false Dan realm, had a greater chance of victory. Firstly, the Sang family had concealed a genius at the late Foundation establishment stage. They had sold nearly all their assets to acquire spiritual stones, one of which was intended for purchasing a Golden Dan item, preparing for this genius to make a desperate attempt to break through to the Golden Dan realm, with the Zus also preparing to strike. If they were to fail, the entire Sang family would face annihilation. Thus, it was better to sell everything and gamble for the Golden Dan. As long as the Sang family could produce a Golden Dan practitioner, even if only at the early stage, they would possess the capability to contend with the Zus, and even in defeat, their clan would not face extermination. Secondly, the incident involving the Su family dispatching the false Yama Queen to slay the demon hunting team in Qinglong Immortal City had ignited the fury of numerous cultivators, particularly those who bore a grudge against the Zus. Almost all of these cultivators would rally to the Sang family to assist in resisting the Zus. After all, when a nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? Once the Sang family was eliminated by the Zus, the entire demon hunting teams in Qinglong Immortal City and surrounding mountains would fall under the Zus control, akin to fish on a chopping board, awaiting slaughter. After listening, Qin Fan remarked, I shall not participate. The battle between the two great clans was one he could observe from afar. Du Yi expressed a hint of regret. For while this conflict between two prominent cultivation families was fraught with peril, it also presented the greatest opportunities for cultivators like them. In such a grand confrontation, Both families would risk their entire fortunes for a desperate struggle. Merely stumbling upon the corpse of a foundation establishment expert could lead to immense wealth. Not to mention, if by chance one were to find the body of a Golden Dan master, it would indeed be a stroke of ancestral fortune. However, recalling the luxurious flying vessel he had seen Qin Fan aboard in Qiyigu, Du Yi felt reassured. It seemed that despite being a loose cultivator, Qin Fan had someone backing him. Additionally, Qin Fan's prowess in artifact crafting was genuinely profitable. At Ji Zhibing's foundation banquet, Du Yi had witnessed Wang Pengzi securing 2 reserved spots, thereby allowing Qin Fan to earn a substantial 750 spiritual stones, which had instilled a deep envy in him. Du Yi smiled and said, "Well, my friend Qin, if you have any items you wish to sell, it would be best to offer them to the Sang family's Lingbao Pavilion on Shimen Street. That pavilion has not been sold off and is currently acquiring talismans, magical tools, elixirs, and formations at significantly higher prices than elsewhere." "All right," Qin Fan replied. He then inquired if Du Yi had any fire control formation plates for sale, as he intended to purchase a set. Du Yi happened to possess a set of first-tier superior fire control formation plates, which he sold to Qin Fan at a friendly price. 2 days later, Qin Fan donned the ever-changing mask, a gift from Chun Xin'er that could simulate the appearance and magical aura of cultivators of higher realms. He had tested it and found that the mask could store the features and energy of up to 4 individuals. 1 slot had already been used, containing the visage of Chun Xin'er as the Yama Queen at the mid-Golden Dance stage. 3 slots remained available. This time, I am headed to the Lingbao Pavilion to conduct business and betray the Su family. Clearly, I cannot utilize the overly renowned persona of the Queen of Hell. After some contemplation, Qin Fan ultimately crafted a visage of a gaunt old man with silvery hair and a beard, while setting his cultivation level at the False Dan realm. The False Dan realm would facilitate his endeavors and enhance his credibility when selling his possessions. At this moment, within the Lingbao Pavilion located on Shimen Street, a breathtakingly beautiful woman at the 9th level of Qi refining was engaged in a spirited negotiation with a female attendant. "Esteemed fairy, this inner core of my 2nd-tier demon beast possesses exceptionally pure attributes, being of the water element. It could fetch a price of 40 medium-grade spirit stones in the Qinglong Immortal City. I was informed that your establishment offers higher purchase prices, which is why I came here to sell. Yet, you only offer 38 medium-grade spirit stones. This is far too low. I do not ask for much. Just an additional 3 medium-grade spirit stones," she insisted. The attendant responded, "Fairy, 38 medium-grade spirit stones is indeed the highest price we can offer. We also have a store in Qinglong Immortal City, and due to the Su family's suppression, the prices for inner cores have decreased. For cores of this quality, they would only offer 30 medium-grade spirit stones. Our offer is already quite generous. Besides, 38 is a rather auspicious number, isn't it?" the captivating woman retorted. 38 is not an auspicious number. 38. It sounds like an insult. The number 41, however, is quite pleasant. I do not care about the current prices in Qinglong Immortal City. Previously, the purchase price there was indeed 40. At that moment, an old man with white hair entered the pavilion. The spiritual pressure emanating from the False Dan real master instantly overwhelmed the entire Lingbao Pavilion. Aside from the enchanting woman who continued to haggle, everyone else held their breath in silence, particularly the cultivators standing before the old man, who immediately stepped aside in reverence. When the old man's gaze fell upon the beautiful woman bartering, a fleeting glimmer of surprise crossed his dark eyes, unnoticed by anyone else. Who would dare to meet the gaze of the False Dan ancestor, especially in a mere foundation establishment marketplace, where the highest cultivation level among those present was merely the peak of Qi refining? This white-haired old man was none other than Qin Fan. However, he was taken aback to encounter his future mother-in-law in this very place. Furthermore, she had suppressed her cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refining, and here she was, haggling over a mere 3 medium-grade spirit stones with a young girl, utterly shattering his perceptions. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, the image of his mother-in-law effortlessly slaying a Yuanying old ancestor with a single strike and incinerating a 4th-tier giant ape instantly flashed through his mind. Although Su Longyue had informed him that her mother had yet to recognize him, the urgency of escape took precedence. As he turned to flee, he was unexpectedly intercepted by his mother-in-law's delicate arm. Their eyes met. Qin Fan thought, "Today, I failed to consult the almanac before leaving home. This is the end. I am surely doomed. I am not ready to die yet. At this moment, he contemplated whether he should contact the Empress's wife, who could arrive at the scene in an instant. When Chongqing, Xin'er, the mask you procured this time is rather intriguing. It enables Qin Fan to masquerade as someone who has transcended his own cultivation level, allowing him to feign the prowess of a false Dan realm. When Chongqing, my friend, you seem somewhat familiar to me. Qin Fan remained silent. When Chongqing, my friend, I implore you to assist me in resolving a dispute. This second-tier demon beast's inner core I possess is exceptionally pure and is indeed worth 41 medium-grade spirit stones, yet they insist on undervaluing it. The female shop assistant, under immense spiritual pressure, dared not utter a word, for the stunningly beautiful woman had truly brought the false Dan realm Qin Fan before her. Furthermore, the false Dan cultivator showed no signs of disdain towards the enchanting beauty, gazing at her with a very serious expression. She was nearly overwhelmed with fear. Trembling, she stammered, "Esteemed one, 41 medium-grade spirit stones. That is acceptable. The highest valuation offered by my family is precisely 41 medium-grade spirit stones. Yet if she could procure it at a lower price, her commission would increase, which is why she persistently negotiated with the beautiful woman." Chapter 115. The mother-in-law's growing satisfaction with Qin Fan picked up the second-tier demon core and remarked, "This second-tier demon core is derived from a water attribute Xian tortoise, which possesses a unique bloodline. The core is infused with a rich and pure Xianyin attribute, making it particularly suitable for crafting pills intended for women with a water affinity. Given that your Sang family is on the brink of war with the Su family, you are in dire need of foundation-building pills, and this second-tier demon core serves as the primary ingredient for their creation. Although the price of second-tier demon cores in Qinglong Immortal City has recently plummeted, rarity dictates value. Even if you ventured to procure demon cores from Qinglong, the round trip would take at least a month. By then, would you have sufficient time to concoct the foundation-building pills? Would your Sang family's perfected Qi cultivators have ample opportunity to break through to the foundational stage? Furthermore, why would you assume that the purchasing price for second-tier demon cores in Qinglong would remain low during this period? With the impending conflict between your two prominent families, the price of strategic resources like the primary ingredients for foundation-building pills will only escalate. The offered price of 41 medium-grade spirit stones is already a concession. It is worth at least 45 medium-grade spirit stones. Elevating a single member of your family to the foundational stage at this critical juncture could very well alter the course of the battle." The young shop assistant lowered her head even further, for Qin Fan's assertions were indeed accurate. The Sang family was in urgent need of second-tier demon cores to produce foundation-building pills. Yet, 41 medium-grade spirit stones had already been appraised as the maximum purchasing price by the family. "Esteemed senior, I will agree to 45 medium-grade spirit stones," a male cultivator in the early foundational stage said with a smile as he emerged from the inner chamber. When Zhangqing glanced at the 45 medium-grade spirit stones in her hand, and then at the disguised Qin Fan, her eyes reflecting admiration. This little girl, Xin'er, certainly has an eye for men. One cannot merely assess a person by their cultivation level or spiritual root quality. This young man, Qin Fan, does not rely on power to intimidate. Rather, he possesses a keen intellect and extensive knowledge. Is he an alchemist? But isn't Qin Fan the proprietor of the Moonlight Pavilion, specializing in artifact forging? He is proficient in both forging and simplifying third-tier inscriptions into second-tier ones for artifacts. As a second-tier artifact master, a second-tier inscription master, and now knowledgeable in medicinal materials, he is quite remarkable. Moreover, with his medium-grade spiritual root, he successfully established his foundation at the tender age of 17, which places him among the promising talents within the 7 sects. However, his medium-grade spiritual root may hinder his progress in the path of cultivation. Nonetheless, his primary focus on wood-based techniques, coupled with a wood attribute spiritual root, is optimal. She recalled the Qingmu spirit body secret method acquired in the Qiu Mountain secret realm. Given the relationship between the Su and Qin families, if Qin Fan were to gain the Qin family's recognition, she might consider exchanging the Qingmu spirit body secret method for some valuable treasures from Shi Shaofan. As she pondered, she began to envision which of Shi Shaofan's treasures she coveted the most. The more she thought, the more she found herself satisfied with Qin Fan. However, Qin Fan sensed something amiss in his mother-in-law's gaze and cleared his throat. When Changqing, "Ah, my dear fellow, you possess quite the discerning eye. Young man, you are commendable. Until we meet again." With those words, when Changqing stowed the spirit stones into her storage ring and departed with a rather buoyant spirit, Qin Fan refrained from using his divine sense to ascertain whether when Changqing had truly left, for if he were to turn and walk away now, she would undoubtedly harbor suspicions about him. Sensing her unease, he chose to continue along his original path. "This esteemed senior, I am the manager of the Lingbao Pavilion." The courteous male cultivator, Manager Sang, respectfully invited Qin Fan as they entered the inner hall. Manager Sang attended to him with great care, inquiring if Qin Fan had any items for sale. Qin Fan produced a peachwood sword he had crafted over the past 2 days. Manager Sang received the sword with both hands, his eyes widening in astonishment. "A second-tier inferior spirit weapon," he exclaimed, particularly captivated by the rare inscription etched upon it. As he infused his mana into the sword, his eyes gleamed even brighter. This inscription was indeed extraordinary. However, his expression soon darkened. This was not a standard spirit weapon, but rather a one-time use artifact. Once utilized, it would be rendered useless. Nonetheless, given that this item was presented by a false Dan cultivator, he felt compelled to accept it without hesitation. With a smile, he respectfully asked, "Esteemed senior, may I inquire your name?" Qin Fan replied, "Shan Yin Daorun." Manager Sang responded, "Senior, what price do you wish for this item?" Qin Fan stated, 500 middle-grade spirit stones. Manager Sang nearly fainted at the audacity of the price, and his gaze towards Qin Fan became less reverent. Earlier, he had mentally applauded Qin Fan for his words outside, but now, hearing him demand such an exorbitant sum for a disposable second-tier inferior spirit weapon, he felt an urge to roll his eyes. Yet, due to the identity of the false Dan cultivator, he dared not exhibit any overt disrespect. He maintained a polite demeanor, carefully crafting his response in his mind before speaking. "Esteemed senior, we are grateful for your consideration of our Lingbao Pavilion. However, our funds are currently constrained, and we are unable to meet such a lofty price. I kindly request that you seek another establishment." Qin Fan replied, "It seems Manager Sang has failed to recognize the true power of this spirit weapon. Very well, it is unfortunate for you. Although this peachwood sword is indeed a one-time use second-tier inferior spirit weapon, the inscription upon it is the blade-breaking inscription, which possesses the unique ability to bypass the defenses of early golden core cultivators." Manager Sang was taken aback, his hand trembling as he held the sword. The prospect of ignoring the defenses of early golden core cultivators was of paramount importance, especially with their impending conflict against the Su family. Moreover, being a second-tier inferior spirit weapon, it could serve as a trump card. Even a foundation establishment cultivator could wield it. However, Manager Sang quickly adjusted his demeanor, restoring his previous respectfulness. "Esteemed senior, such a precious artifact is beyond my authority to negotiate. Please allow me a moment to inform Elder Sang from our family to discuss this matter with you personally. Since the Sang family conquered the Han family and absorbed their assets, they have been rapidly rejuvenating. Currently, there are 4 false Dan realms among them. Prior to assimilating the Han family, the Sang family possessed only one elder at the late stage of false Dan, who was nearing the end of his lifespan. Now, 3 more elders have recently entered the realm of false Dan. Their combat strength has significantly increased compared to before. However, when compared to the Su family, which boasts Golden Dan ancestors, they still fall short. After all, the Su family has firmly held its position among the 7 great immortal cultivation families in the southern region for centuries, ranking in the middle tier with an exceptionally profound heritage, further complemented by the presence of guest elders at the false Dan level. Due to their acquisition of materials in Maple Leaf Square, the Sang family has stationed a false Dan realm cultivator there. In the span of a tea session, Sang Liyuan, the false Dan realm cultivator from the Sang family, arrived at the inner hall of Lingbao Pavilion. Since this was a one-time spiritual artifact and could not be tested, Sang Liyuan found himself uncertain. However, the individual selling this artifact was of the false Dan realm. The name of Shanyan Daoist was unfamiliar to him, likely due to his recent entry into the false Dan level, resulting in a limited acquaintance with cultivators of that tier. Chapter 116. The distinct transformations of the young one's Sang Liyuan, Daoist Shanyan, This inscription is indeed the Breaking Blade inscription. However, to my knowledge, only the third-tier Breaking Blade inscription has appeared in the market, and its power is undeniably formidable, capable of disregarding defenses. Yet, my friend, I cannot ascertain whether your simplified second-tier Breaking Blade inscription can bypass the defenses of an early Golden Core cultivator. Furthermore, as this is a one-time use spiritual treasure, testing it is not an option. The price of 500 mid-grade spirit stones is excessively steep. Qin Fan, since I dare to make this claim, it must be feasible. Therefore, I propose 300 mid-grade spirit stones along with a treasure. This is my final offer. Sang Liyuan appeared conflicted and mentioned he would consult with the ancestor. Shortly thereafter, he returned, offering 300 mid-grade spirit stones in addition to 2 blueprints for rare third-tier inscriptions, inquiring if Qin Fan would agree. This was the highest price they could offer, and they felt that even 300 mid-grade spirit stones was a loss. However, what if this peachwood sword truly could disregard the defenses of an early Golden Core cultivator? They had no choice but to take a gamble. Had this peachwood sword been a standard second-tier spiritual weapon, it could have been tested and even passed down. As a one-time use spiritual weapon, it was a guaranteed loss. Qin Fan agreed. He had crafted this one-time use spiritual weapon in merely 2 days. His primary intention in selling this weapon was to strike at the Su family during their conflict with the Sang family, aiming to severely injure the Golden Core expert of the Su family. This action would also serve as retribution for the past grievances in Qinglong Immortal City, where the Su family had oppressed him by replicating his Moon Pavilion robes for the Sun Pavilion. After all, had it not been for his system and the support of Su Longyue, the Moon Pavilion would have been driven to bankruptcy by the predatory Su family, and he might have even been captured and imprisoned in a dark cell, forced to forge weapons day after day. Now, burdened with family responsibilities and only at the foundation establishment stage, he could not confront the formidable Su family directly. However, dealing a covert blow was within his capabilities. As for why he did not sell a standard Breaking Blade inscription spiritual weapon to the Sang family, it was simply too perilous. There was a significant risk that this weapon could backfire against him in the future. Thus, a one-time use spiritual weapon was ideal. Once the Sang family used it, it would no longer exist. The Breaking Blade inscription was one of his trump cards. Aside from Qin, he would not inscribe it onto any magical artifacts or spiritual weapons for sale. After receiving the spirit stones and the 2 blueprints for the rare third-tier inscriptions, Qin Fan departed. Sang Liyuan gazed at the peachwood sword in his hand, feeling a pang of regret. Why did it feel as though he had been swindled? If the Breaking Blade inscription failed to unleash its intended power and could not breach the defenses of the Su family's Golden Core ancestor, it would be a hefty price of 300 mid-grade spirit stones. As for the 2 blueprints for rare third-tier inscriptions, he was not overly concerned, as the Sang family had backup blueprints, and, to date, no one in the Sang family had been able to comprehend these 2 third-tier inscriptions, leaving them to gather dust as treasured relics for future generations. Qin Fan returned to the courtyard and sent a message to Su Longyue, detailing his recent encounter with Wen Chanqing at Lingbao Pavilion. Su Longyue responded, "Indeed, my mother occasionally suppresses her cultivation to sell beast materials at the market. Bargaining is one of her greatest pleasures. She revels in the joy of a successful negotiation. Of course, I did not mention to you that she is rather frugal. I only conveyed that if you helped her earn an additional 4 medium-grade spirit stones, she would be quite pleased." Qin Fan remarked, "Your mother does seem genuinely happy. Yet I can't shake the feeling that her gaze towards me is somewhat peculiar, as if she increasingly finds satisfaction in my presence. At times, I even wonder if I have become a treasure in her eyes, though I am uncertain if that is merely my imagination." Su Longyue reassured him, "Do not fret. My mother is still unaware of our relationship." Perhaps, her expression turned somewhat strange at this juncture, prompting her to shift the conversation to the children. Qin Fan brought the little ones into the room. Upon seeing Su Longyue's image, the little ones erupted with joy, chattering and squealing in excitement, creating a lively atmosphere. Su Longyue was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 5 children, realizing how much they had grown since her departure when they were so small. "Qin Fan, what happened to their hair? It seems to be sticking up in all directions, like a bunch of frizzy lions." Qin Fan chuckled and explained, "We haven't shaved their birth hair yet, so it has not settled down. Once you return, we shall perform the shaving ceremony, which is quite significant. By then, they will be sitting up, and their hair will grow downwards. Su Longyue smiled gently. I see. Please capture their images with the recording stone, so when they grow up, they can look back at their wild hair. Certainly, Qin Fan replied, and proceeded to share each child's unique traits. For instance, the eldest can now sit and crawl, and has begun to cause mischief by poking faces and eyes. Chun Xinyuan, often the target of his antics, can only laugh despite her frustrations. The second child is not yet able to sit independently, but can lean against things and wiggle around adorably. Qin Fan encouraged the second child to perform for their mother, who was utterly charmed as the little one wiggled and turned in circles. The third child, still unable to crawl, entertained them with rolling over, while the fourth had developed a fondness for nibbling on her toes, even breaking the skin on her fingers in the process. Qin Fan remarked, I must keep a close watch on her habit of chewing her fingers, otherwise, they may become deformed in the future. As Su Longyue glanced over, she spotted Si Bao delightfully gnawing on two pig trotters, her mouth smeared with saliva, thoroughly relishing the moment, exuding an adorable charm. Su Longyue mused, indeed, I must impose some discipline. I never had such a penchant in my childhood. Qin Fan replied, neither did I. After all, I can't quite recall. He doesn't remember indulging in nibbling on toes and fingers. Curious about Wu Bao, Su Longyue inquired whether Wu Bao had yet learned to roll over or practice lifting his head. At that moment, Wu Bao lay on a blanket, gazing with his big, innocent eyes, curiously observing his surroundings. Upon noticing Su Longyue, he beamed a delightful smile, utterly endearing. Thanks to the nourishment from Qingqiao Dan, Wu Bao had developed into a perfectly normal baby. Qin Fan remarked, do not underestimate her apparent laziness. She is quite astute. He proceeded to share anecdotes about the cleverness of little Wu Bao. For instance, whenever it was time for feeding, Wu Bao would wail loudly, drawing the attention of either him or Chun Xinyuan, ensuring he was the first to receive milk. Upon spotting appealing toys, before his siblings could react, she would already be wailing, claiming her choice first. Reflecting on these moments, Qin Fan, the weary father, couldn't he help but chuckle with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 117. The Empress's gift. As Su Longyue reluctantly closed the communication, her beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. She had already decided on a foundational gift for Qin Fan, which would surely bring him immense joy. The thought of his happiness made her cheeks flush. That evening, after soothing the little ones to sleep, Qin Fan retrieved two rare inscription blueprints he had earned from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion earlier that day. His gaze fell upon one of them, the Thunderstorm inscription, with the ice-breaking and whirlwind inscriptions already in his possession. He pondered whether mastering the Thunderstorm inscription would allow him to combine these three into a singular, more potent inscription. Having utilized his insight skill on inscription techniques, his thoughts flowed freely, enabling him to conceive ideas that others might not dare entertain. In the realm of cultivation, the elements of wind, ice, and thunder could be intertwined to form the three wonders of the earth, although less formidable than the five elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This combination proved significantly stronger than any singular element alone. With two rare inscriptions already mastered, Qin Fan had ascended to the intermediate level of second-tier inscriptions. Therefore, after dedicating 5 days, he comprehended the Thunderstorm inscription. Subsequently, he spent an additional 2 days simplifying the third-tier Thunderstorm inscription into a second-tier inferior one. While his proficiency in artifact refining had also reached the intermediate second tier, as he was just beginning his foundation stage, utilizing a second-tier inferior spirit artifact would be more adept. Employing a second-tier intermediate spirit artifact would demand excessive mana during combat, proving somewhat taxing. Most mid-foundation cultivators wielded second-tier inferior spirit artifacts, reserving the choice of second-tier intermediate artifacts for those in the late foundation stage. Qin Fan did not immediately inscribe the Thunderstorm inscription onto his primary spirit artifact, the Great Yin Wujia sword. Instead, he contemplated how to amalgamate the Thunderstorm, Icebreaking, and Whirlwind inscriptions into a single inscription. This endeavor consumed a full 10 days of his time. On one particular day, within his chamber, a golden light flickered, revealing a complex inscription radiating brilliance. Qin Fan's face lit up with joy. He had succeeded. What name should he bestow upon this creation? The triad inscription must be distinguished from ordinary inscriptions, so he designated a new category for it, spirit patterns. The spirit pattern composed of Thunderstorm, Icebreaking, and whirlwind would be termed the three wonders of the Earth spirit pattern. As it was his first conception of a spirit pattern, Qin Fan ventured outside to the bathing room, indulging in a cleansing ritual and offering incense, praying for blessings. Once his mind was steadied, he returned to his room, taking out his primary spirit artifact, the great Yin Wujie sword. Having recently acquired numerous materials from second-tier demonic beasts, he crafted 4 great Yin Wujie swords. Such is the privilege of a wealthy artifact refiner. A personal spirit artifact can be forged multiple times, while other newly established foundation cultivators often take pride in possessing a single second-tier inferior spirit artifact. Many still relying on first-tier superior tools from their Qi refinement stage. The great Yin Wujie sword Qin Fan presented was untouched by any inscriptions. After half a day had passed, Qin Fan gazed at the shimmering spiritual patterns on the sword, which soon faded away, and he exhaled with a joyful expression. After successfully engraving the third earthly wonder spiritual pattern onto this final day Yin Wujie sword, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Indeed, the spiritual patterns I have created are extraordinary. Previously, I had never failed while inscribing runes, yet this time, I experienced 2 failures with the spiritual patterns. Fortunately, as a wealthy artifact refiner, I could afford such endeavors. Otherwise, many other refiners would have depleted their resources trying to inscribe such intricate runes. The cost of a second-tier inferior magic weapon amounts to 70 or 80 medium-grade spirit stones, meaning I had squandered over 150 medium-grade spirit stones this time. However, Qin Fan felt no sorrow over the loss because the Dai Yin Wujie sword, now adorned with the earthly wonder pattern, boasted tremendous power, truly worth the investment. With mana infused, the entire sword radiated a brilliant blue-purple light, accompanied by flickering lightning, showcasing its ferocity. With this sword, combined with my second-level body refinement and the Dai Yin sword technique, vanquishing mid-foundation stage cultivators would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. How exhilarating! After successfully crafting the spiritual weapon, Qin Fan prepared to refine longevity pills. Such pills were virtually non-existent in the market, appearing only occasionally at auctions. Previously, he had only seen longevity pills at the auction in Qingzhou workshop, but they were exclusively sought after by foundation stage cultivators. When Du Yi sold him a first-tier superior fire control array plate, he provided an installation manual for the array, lacking any foundational knowledge of arrays. Qin Fan followed the manual's instructions to set up the array plate, yet he still failed to activate it. He felt disheartened, realizing that despite having learned the theory, his practical attempts had proven futile. It was no wonder that among the 4 arts of refining, array formation ranked first in difficulty. Selling array plates could yield substantial profits, and setting them up would also allow him to charge a service fee. In the future, array maintenance would provide further opportunities for earnings, akin to the modern practice of profiting from product maintenance fees after a sale. After securing the array plate, Qin Fan discarded the idea of refining longevity pills in that location. He stepped out of the room to check on the little ones. Thanks to the method Qin Fan devised for the 4 treasures, they had finally stopped sucking their fingers. In a modern context, finger cots would likely be torn off by the little ones, rendering them ineffective. However, here, Qin Fan employed a minor binding spell to secure the finger cots onto the thumbs of the 4 treasures, making them impossible to remove, thus ending their thumb-sucking habit. Upon witnessing this success, Qin Fan immediately relayed the good news to Su Longyue, and the novice parents celebrated with enthusiasm. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days later, the little seahorse, which had been absent since their last venture into Tianlang Lake, returned. When it resurfaced, it caused a substantial wave across the lake, gliding through the water like an airship. Watching the little seahorse speedily returning, Qin Fan could hardly recognize it. It had grown considerably. Previously, it measured only a mere 20 centimeters in length, appearing quite miniature. Now, it has grown to an impressive size akin to that of a whale, estimated to be over 30 meters long. Its colossal form is unmistakable, with the dragon's head and tail becoming increasingly pronounced. It has ascended to the second tier of low-grade status. Evidently, during my time in the lake, I encountered a significant opportunity. No wonder I felt compelled to venture there upon my arrival. Indeed, possessing a second-tier low-grade aquatic beast significantly enhances my combat prowess. Furthermore, this creature boasts an earthly bloodline. I wonder if my companion, Taoist Zhong, will regret his decision upon learning of this development and wish to reclaim the little seahorse. Huh. Since it has been bestowed upon me, it rightfully belongs to me, Qin Fan. 10 days have passed, and Qin Fan received a message from Du Yi, informing him that the esteemed patriarch of the Su family, accompanied by their formidable army, is advancing upon them. Additionally, the concealed genius of the Sang family, who has reached the late foundation establishment stage, has obtained the alchemical treasure known as the condensing golden pill and is now striving to attain the golden core realm. A great battle is on the horizon. Chapter 118. The reversal of battle in the following days. Fragmented news trickled in from Du Yi. As the member of the Sang family attempted to break through to the golden core stage, the Su family launched an offensive against them, seeking to dismantle their defenses. Initially, the Su family had managed to persuade a member of the Sang family to use a third-tier breaking charm from within the Sang family's triad formation in an attempt to breach it. However, their efforts proved futile, for the Su family soon discovered that the Sang family had stealthily upgraded their protective array to a third-tier forbidden formation. This formidable array could obstruct the terrain of the mountains, rendering any internal attempts to use breaking charms ineffective. It appeared that the Sang family was well aware of the potential for betrayal in such circumstances. After realizing that internal sabotage was in vain, the Su family resorted to a forceful assault on the formation. The Golden Core ancestor of the Su family did not engage immediately. Instead, he sent forth the family's fake Golden Core practitioners to confront their counterparts from the Sang family. The Su family boasted 8 fake Golden Core practitioners, while the Sang family, including their elder, could muster only 4. However, they managed to recruit 4 external reinforcements, allowing them to maintain a tenuous balance in power against the Su family. The 16 fake Golden Core practitioners clashed above the twin peaks of the Sang family, creating a tumultuous spectacle. The battles between the fake Golden Core practitioners did not affect the Foundation establishment and Qi refinement cultivators. Observing that the main forces of the Sang family had mobilized, the Su family elder refrained from targeting the Sang family elder, as he needed to command the dismantling of the Sang family's third-tier forbidden formation to thwart the genius attempting to break through to the Golden Core stage. As long as the Sang family could not produce a Golden Core practitioner, their resurgence would remain improbable. The Su family had come prepared, bringing along numerous formation masters who labored tirelessly for 3 days and nights to breach the array, while the fake Golden Core practitioners battled relentlessly as well. At last, the Su family's formation masters succeeded in opening a breach in the Sang family's forbidden array. In an instant, the morale of the Su family surged, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Kill. The disciples of the Sang family, alongside hired reinforcements and a small faction of demon-hunting practitioners resisting the Su family, charged forward in a chaotic melee. Simultaneously, amidst the turmoil, some opportunists among the reinforcements, sensing the Su family's overwhelming strength and wavering allegiance, swiftly switched sides, joining the Su family in their assault against the Sang family, their battle cries even louder than those of the Su family. As the array fell, the Golden Core ancestor of the Su family pinpointed the location of the Foundation establishment stage genius from the Sang family, attempting to break through to the Golden Core. With a swift strike, he obliterated the site, reducing it to rubble. The Sang family's aspiring Golden Core practitioner is dead. Kill. The Su family elder bellowed. At this crucial moment, an overwhelming aura of Golden Core pressure descended like a whirlwind from afar. Who dares to act so recklessly on the territory of the Sang family? A pure and palpable Golden Core pressure surged forth, approaching from beyond the twin peaks rather than from within. For a few moments, the Su family members stood frozen in shock until a brilliant streak of light cut through the sky, revealing the true form of a stunning woman. This woman bore a resemblance to Sang Xinyu, yet exuded an even more aloof demeanor, possessing an ethereal grace akin to a secluded orchid in a tranquil valley. She was Sang Xinyu's great-aunt, Sang Yuna. The Su family finally came to the realization that the previous display of overwhelming momentum towards breaking through to the Golden Core stage by the Sang family was merely a ruse. The so-called genius in the late Foundation establishment stage was an illusion, crafted solely to confuse the Golden Core ancestors of the Su family and buy time for the true contenders of the Sang family. In reality, it was Sang Yuna who was genuinely on the verge of achieving the Golden Core realm, and it was evident that she had already succeeded in forming her Golden Core outside. As soon as Sang Yuna unleashed her Golden Core pressure, The members of the Sang family, along with their external allies and the demon-hunting team, who had previously expected annihilation, felt their spirits soar. Haha, the Sang family now boasts a golden core cultivator. Ancestor Yuna has successfully formed her golden core. Truly, the heavens have blessed our Sang family. The golden core ancestor of the Su family, realizing he had been outmaneuvered, was filled with rage and immediately unleashed 2 waves of golden core pressure that collided with one another. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 golden core ancestors soared into the heavens, clashing against the firmament. Alongside Sang Yuna, a contingent of Foundation establishment and Qi refinement allies had also arrived. Noticing the shift in allegiances, many former fence-sitters discreetly changed into battle robes and charged towards the Su family, shouting, "Su traitor, perish!" Their voices resounded with great fervor. The scene was utter chaos. Du Yi sent a message to Qin Fan. "Qin, my friend, the Su and Sang families are evenly matched, making this the perfect opportunity for us loose cultivators to fish in troubled waters. I sincerely suggest you come over. There will undoubtedly be great rewards." After sending this message, Du Yi ceased further communication, likely engrossed in the ensuing turmoil. Qin Fan checked the time. The battle had escalated sufficiently, prompting him to see for himself. He entrusted the care of the little ones to Chun Xian'er and mounted his sea horse, making his way towards the Twin Peaks where the Sang family resided. Tianlang Lake, a vast body of water connected to the Mo River, which stretched for tens of thousands of miles and flowed past the Twin Peaks, was where the second-tier sea horse raced swiftly, causing the aquatic beasts below to retreat in fright. Instead of approaching the Twin Peaks directly, Qin Fan halted at another mountain peak nearby. Even from a distance, he could see the flames rising from the Twin Peaks, the clash of various magical artifacts and spirit weapons, and the mountains being flattened. While watching fantastical animations, Qin Fan had witnessed numerous grand battles, yet none compared to the visceral reality of this chaotic confrontation. He left the seahorse behind and ascended the mountain peak alone. At the summit, the scene was even more vivid. The Twin Peaks had been ravaged beyond recognition, and the Sang family faced devastating losses. However, they had fortuitously activated a superior third-tier forbidden formation amidst the chaos, and with clan members successfully forming golden cores, as well as formidable external reinforcements at the level of false golden cores, it was evident that the Yin family was secretly aiding them. Otherwise, at such a critical juncture, loose cultivators with false golden cores would not openly assist the Sang family against the Su family. The Sang family had also shown remarkable resilience, with members genuinely achieving golden core status at this pivotal moment. In the Su family encampment, Su Longyue, who had returned from battle, called upon 3 Su family disciples in the mid to late stages of Foundation establishment. Su Tianshi poured tea for Su Longyue, saying, "Uncle Wu, please enjoy some tea." Su Longyue took a sip of tea and then solemnly addressed the 3 late-stage foundation-building disciples. The Sang family has transformed from a weak entity into a formidable force, undoubtedly aided by other immortal clans harboring animosity towards our Su family. However, we must decisively conquer the Sang family this time. Otherwise, where will our Su family's dignity reside? Xiaohong, Jinan, Chengqiao, you 3 must eliminate the new prodigy of the Sang family, Sang Xinyu. This task must be executed discreetly. Currently, she is an inner disciple of the Lihua sect, and if we fail to subdue the Sang family this time, she is highly likely to become the second member of the Sang family to attain the golden core. Now is the opportune moment to strike. Under ordinary circumstances, we cannot kill her, but after this battle, regardless of the Sang family's fate, they cannot openly assassinate Sang Xinyu without facing the wrath of the Lihua sect. As long as Sang Xinyu lives, she remains a ticking time bomb for our Su family. Yet, this chaotic conflict presents the perfect opportunity to eliminate her. If we act stealthily, even if the Lihua sect learns of Sang Xinyu's demise amidst this clan war, they will find themselves without recourse. For the sect has always remained indifferent to the disputes among clans. Su Tianshi immediately interjected, "Uncle Wu, allow me to take on this task. As a mere early-stage female cultivator, I am more than capable of slaying her." Chapter 119, Astonishment. This peachwood sword is truly remarkable. After Su Tianshi lost an arm to Chun Xianyue and found himself unable to recover, he suffered significant depletion of his vitality and blood, rendering any hope of achieving the golden core futile. Furthermore, The inability to leave behind descendants had already disqualified him from the competition for the position of the Su family's heir. Now, his sole desire was to achieve merit. If he could accomplish a great feat in this battle by slaying Sang Xianyu, he stood a considerable chance of receiving a Tier 3 demon pill from his family, enabling him to strive for the false core realm. Though the golden core seemed beyond his reach, he still aspired to attain the false core. On the other hand, Qin Fan had altered his appearance, assuming the guise of an unremarkable male cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Presently, he could dispatch ordinary cultivators at the mid-stage of foundation establishment with the ease of slicing vegetables. However, the Su family's mid-stage foundation establishment practitioners likely possessed hidden trump cards, making such encounters somewhat challenging. Given this, why exert oneself in combat against foundation establishment cultivators? It would suffice to eliminate those at the Qi refinement stage. He transformed into a streak of light, swiftly dashing toward the Qi refinement area. Before long, he spotted a Su family Qi refinement expert at the Great Perfection stage pursuing 5 scattered cultivators. The Su family's cultivators were easily identifiable, clad in the unified robes of their clan. Qin Fan brandished a first-tier superior blade inscribed with thunderstorm runes and struck decisively. In an instant, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. The Su family's Great Perfection practitioner, startled, immediately summoned his defensive artifact, but before he could discern who had ambushed him, he was slain by Qin Fan's single stroke. Observing the charred crater left by his blade, Qin Fan summoned the defeated cultivator's storage bag into his palm with a flick of his magical power. The exhilaration of dispatching an enemy in one swift move was truly gratifying, akin to the thrill of achieving a 999 damage in a game. Just as he prepared to depart, 5 figures returned, blocking his path. These 5 were the scattered cultivators previously pursued by the Su family practitioner, consisting of 2 at the 8th level of Qi refinement and 3 at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. The leader, a burly man, regarded Qin Fan with a frown. Expressing his displeasure, "Fellow cultivator, this Su family practitioner was deliberately lured here for us to encircle and eliminate. Now that you have slain him, would you consider splitting the contents of his storage bag with us?" They were inclined to offer him half, considering his status as a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator. Otherwise, they would have resorted to outright murder for the spoils. As the Su and Sang families engaged in a fierce stalemate, many scattered cultivators had transformed into bandits, infiltrating the chaos to reap rewards. Some operated solo, while others formed small factions, and whether these groups would unite or turn against one another ultimately depended on fate. Every large-scale melee resembled the gates of a treasure vault flung wide open. Those without the means to establish a foundation might seize astonishing opportunities in this battle, successfully entering the foundation stage and thereby founding a prominent clan. Qin Fan's response was but a single word: "Begone." The burly man and another female cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement exchanged glances, then lunged towards Qin Fan with fierce intent. With 2 at the 8th level of Qi refinement and 3 at the mid-stage, they were confident they could vanquish a mere 9th level Qi refinement cultivator. Yet, the outcome was that they were utterly mistaken. Not only could they not prevail, but both the burly man and the female cultivator were slain by Qin Fan's blade, falling lifelessly to the ground. Upon witnessing this, 3 mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators were so frightened that they immediately knelt before him, voluntarily surrendering all their spoils, pleading for mercy from the esteemed elder. This was undoubtedly a formidable foundational power that had concealed its strength and infiltrated their Qi refinement faction. Alas, they had misjudged the situation. With their 2 leaders deceased, the 3 of them could only kneel in supplication. Qin Fan commanded, "Depart." He harbored no penchant for taking lives. The trio hastily scrambled away, their fear evident as they fled from his sight. Collecting 5 storage bags, Qin Fan dispelled the prohibitions upon them and extended his consciousness into their contents. No wonder Du had persistently urged me to come here. The rewards were indeed substantial. These 5 individuals were merely rogue cultivators at the Qi refinement stage. Typically, one might find 3 spirit stones in a storage bag, which would already signify considerable wealth. Yet, within these 5 bags, he discovered a total of 100 low-grade spirit stones, in addition to 10 storage bags. A modest collection of elixirs, talismans, and array discs. It appeared this little band had eliminated quite a number of practitioners from both clans. as evidenced by the robes found within the storage bags, originating from both the Su and Seng families. It seemed that robbing cultivators was a surefire path to wealth. No wonder rogue cultivators were so quick to transition into bandits. Tossing the 5 storage bags into his storage ring, he delved into the bag belonging to the Su family's perfected Qi refinement cultivator. To his astonishment, he discovered a substandard foundation establishment pill nestled within. What a windfall! It was no wonder this small group dared to target the perfected Qi refinement member of the Su family. They had likely calculated that he possessed a foundation establishment pill. Although there were only 10 spirit stones, remarkably, there were 3 second-tier talismans. The supply of blood-replenishing elixirs was even more abundant, indicating that the Su family had generously provisioned a batch of family elites in their quest to eliminate the Seng family. How exhilarating it was to kill and seize treasures. Bah, I am merely acting in the name of righteousness. Qin Fan, the one who upholds justice, thrived amidst the chaos of the Qi refinement faction. Suddenly, the entire sky appeared to be stained with blood, as a piercing cry resonated above the heads of the assembled cultivators. No, it could not be. That was the voice of the Su family's golden core ancestor. In an instant, Qin Fan leapt to the highest nearby peak and beheld the distant sky, where the Su family's golden core ancestor bore a gaping hole the size of a fist in his chest, blood pouring forth incessantly. The ancestor clutched his wound in agony, desperately attempting to mend the grievous injury. Disbelief etched across his face. Opposite him, suspended in the air, was Sang Yuna, radiating an ethereal purity. Her voice, amplified by a deliberate incantation, resonated so that all combatants could hear. The depth of my Sang family's foundation is beyond your comprehension. Internally, she marveled. I never anticipated that the family would expend 300 medium-grade spirit stones along with 2 rare third-tier inscriptions for this disposable peachwood sword, which indeed possesses the capability to bypass the defenses of the Su family's golden core ancestor. When I launched my surprise attack on Su Xuanda, I was able to disregard the third-tier defensive robe he wore and the protective barrier surrounding him, striking directly through his chest with a single thrust of the sword, inflicting a grievous blow. Regrettably, this is a one-time magical artifact. Had it been a complete relic, she would undoubtedly have been able to vanquish the overbearing old rogue, Su. She should send Sang Liyuan to seek out the acquaintance who sold this peachwood sword. That individual is likely in possession of great treasures and should harbor enmity towards the Su family. Otherwise, they would not have sold such a potent one-time magical artifact to the Sang clan at such a critical moment. At this moment, above the clouds, a considerable distance from the Twin Peaks, a 4th-tier flying vessel hovered gracefully. On board, Wen Changqing and Shi Shaofan were indulging in tea. Suddenly, Wen Changqing let out a soft exclamation, followed by a subtle smile curling at the corners of her lips. How intriguing. That second-tier inferior peachwood sword managed to strike a heavy blow against the Su family's golden core, effortlessly bypassing their defenses. This reminded her of the robe inscribed with the broken blade inscription that Qin Xianyuan had gifted her last time. With a flicker of her consciousness, she scanned the surroundings again and smiled once more. Indeed, Qin Xiaoyu is present. Chapter 120. Qin Fan. When did I acquire a concubine? When Changqing turned to the woman seated across from her, Shi Shaofan, and inquired, Shaofan, what expectations do you have for Xian'er's future husband? Shi Shaofan replied, I haven't given it much thought. Suddenly, a peculiar expression crossed her face as she posed a question to Wen Changqing. Changqing, what are your expectations for your daughter Yeye's husband? Upon reflection, she realized that Qin Fan possessed an extraordinary handsomeness, the kind that left a lasting impression. Additionally, his remarkable fertility was noteworthy. His Qi cultivation alone enabled Su Longyue, who had reached the golden core stage, to bear 5 children, an unprecedented feat in the entire southern region of the cultivation world. Moreover, those 5 little ones appeared quite adorable. Although Qin Fan's aptitude was somewhat lacking, classified as merely mid-grade spiritual roots, the fact that they had a remarkable inheritor in Su Longyue rendered the son-in-law's lesser qualifications inconsequential. Furthermore, the ability to prompt Su Longyue, known for her stoic demeanor, to bloom and conceive suggested that Qin Fan held a significant place in her heart. Should the Su family forcibly separate the couple, it could potentially affect Su Longyue's ascension to the Nascent Soul stage and her state of mind. When Changqing paused for a moment, then chuckled, "My Yaya's husband? I have never contemplated that." She continued, "Yaya is wholeheartedly devoted to her path and has always shown little interest in mundane matters such as a partner." Shi Shaofan replied, "Indeed, she seems disinterested, yet she has quietly taken a partner and given birth to quintuplets. What a surprise that is." Upon discovering this secret, she was genuinely astounded. It became evident that one should not judge others solely by appearances. Look at her daughter. Although she seemed playful and mischievous on the surface, at least she did not choose a husband of low aptitude from the Qi refinement stage, nor did she secretly bear children outside of wedlock. With this realization, Shi Shaofan felt a long-buried sense of superiority rise within her, having been overshadowed by Wen Changqing for 19 years. Noticing the air of superiority emanating from Shi Shaofan, Wen Changqing opened her mouth, hesitated, and ultimately decided against speaking. After all, Xin'er had gifted her a set of ceremonial robes, and Qin Xiaoyu had helped her earn 4 additional mid-grade spirit stones. What a delightful couple they were. It would be unthinkable for Shi Shaofan to break them apart now. The image was simply too disheartening. Given Qin Xiaoyu's sharp intellect, it was possible that with a little more time, he might break through to the golden core stage or even become a third-tier alchemist or inscriptionist, especially with Qin Xin'er by his side. Perhaps they could be granted the time to accumulate their strength, potentially leading to a beautiful union. When the two eventually became partners, Qin Xin'er would undoubtedly invite her considerate elder to the honored seat. Meanwhile, Qin Fan sensed a powerful consciousness sweeping past him, leaving him curious about its origin. Perhaps a golden core cultivator? It seemed that a formidable presence was observing nearby. Shortly thereafter, Qin Fan sneezed and touched his nose, wondering who was speaking of him. Could it be that they were envious of his flourishing life in the Qi refinement stage? Upon seeing the situation unfold, Qin Fan decided to withdraw from the Qi Refinement Bureau, for even a blade that strikes at 999 becomes tedious with prolonged use. He intended to find a hilltop to survey the circumstances, with the patriarch of the Su family having been successfully ambushed by his peachwood sword. The momentum of the Sang family surged forth. The Su family would undoubtedly retaliate with greater ferocity. As Qin Fan maneuvered his flying sword low over a wooded area, he chanced upon a woman clad in a verdant celestial robe, clutching her chest and coughing up blood. After a fleeting glance, he averted his gaze and continued onward. "Fellow cultivator, hold on." The woman called out to Qin Fan. "What is it?" he inquired. The woman was none other than the verdant fairy, Sang Xianyu. "This esteemed cultivator, I am a disciple of the inner sect of the Lihua sect. Could you lend me your aid? Once I successfully escape this pursuit, I shall duly reward you," she pleaded. Without responding, Qin Fan formed a hand seal to hasten his flying sword, transforming it into a streak of escaping light as he swiftly departed the battlefield. With a cough, Sang Xianyu expelled another mouthful of blood. Su Tianshi, who had arrived on the scene, felt a surge of satisfaction upon witnessing a mere 9th-level Qi refiner abandon Sang Xianyu instead of rescuing her. Otherwise, he would not have minded claiming another life. However, it was not long before 2 streaks of light, one green and one blue, surged after Qin Fan's retreating form. The sound of rushing wind filled the air. In an instant, Sang Xianyu fell before Qin Fan, while the blue streak of light intercepted her path, revealing the figure of Su Tianshi. "Sang Xianyu, cease your flight. It is futile. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." The patriarch of the Sang family had grievously injured their Su family elder, and today, slaying Sang Xianyu, the future golden elixir of the Sang family, would be a significant achievement. Qin Fan received a message from Sang Xianyu. "Fellow cultivator, how cruel-hearted you are. Even in such grievous condition, you show no compassion. If you assist me in escaping this peril today, I shall owe you a favor. In total, I owe you 2 favors. That fragrant pouch at your waist is quite exquisite." Qin Fan. How intriguing. Sang Xianyu recognized him. He glanced down at the fragrant pouch gifted to him by Su Longyue, which he had forgotten to remove while changing robes. Sang Xianyu, fellow cultivator, in addition to owing you 2 favors, how about I also offer you a secret treasure of the Sang family, 2 rare 3rd-tier inscription blueprints? Qin Fan. No, thank you. He had already grasped one of those inscriptions. Sang Xianyu turned her gaze towards Su Tianshi, her stunning visage emanating an icy demeanor. "Su Tianshi, it seems you are unaware that I am the concubine of Qin Fan. Should you dare to kill me today, he shall assuredly take vengeance upon you." He may even annihilate your entire Su family. My master, even the Queen of Hell fears him. I ask you, do you fear him? Have you forgotten who severed your arm? Who gave you the audacity to attempt my life? Qin Fan. Indeed, it is that scheming woman he knows all too well. She has never changed. Once again, she is resorting to her cunning ways. It is no wonder that the Su family has fallen into such a profound pit this time. Aside from their own peach-wood sword, they are inextricably linked to the schemes of the Sang family from top to bottom. How could the Su family have anticipated that the Sang family not only quietly altered their protective ancestral formation, but also orchestrated a ruse involving a fake foundation establishment to impact the Golden Core? While the true foundation establishment was occurring outside to form the core, Sang Xinyu once again conveyed a message to Qin Fan. Sang Xinyu, fellow Taoist, what do you think of the second-tier talisman inheritance? Qin Fan remained silent. Sang Xinyu, a special puppet control technique, capable of refining beasts, plants, and even cultivators into puppets. And this secret art can be cultivated to the third tier. Qin Fan, a special puppet control technique, coupled with your Sang family's ancestral method for forming a golden core. He had previously mentioned to him that the hidden late foundation establishment cultivator of the Sang family possessed a superior spiritual root. With such exceptional qualifications, the likelihood of successfully forming a golden core in the South Domain's cultivation world is exceedingly rare. Thus, it is certain that Sang Yuna possesses unique secret arts or insights, all of which must be closely guarded secrets. However, as a promising prodigy of the Sang family, it is likely that Sang Xinyu can obtain this secret method without issue. Chapter 121. Sang Xinyu's Astonishment. Sang Xinyu. Qin Fan, you have established your foundation. Qin Fan, indeed. Sang Xinyu. First, grant me the special controlling technique for puppets. Sang Xinyu tossed a jade slip to Qin Fan. As Qin Fan's consciousness penetrated the slip, he confirmed the integrity of the inheritance within and then communicated telepathically, secret technique. Sang Xinyu. At present, I do not possess it. However, the newly advanced golden core ancestor of our Sang family is my great-aunt. Acquiring this golden core secret technique is entirely feasible for me, as long as you, my Taoist friend, assist me in evading Su Tianchu's pursuit. I can vow to deliver this secret technique to you within 2 years. Qin Fan, make it 2 months. Sang Xinyu agreed. Subsequently, Sang Xinyu uttered her vow. At this juncture, Su Tianchu remained still, weighing the pros and cons. The information previously gathered about Qin Fan indeed indicated a solid relationship with the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, which had publicly declared its alliance with Qin Fan during the earlier conflict with the 10,000 Artifacts Pavilion. Now, Sang Xinyu was boldly claiming to be Qin Fan's concubine. A prominent inner disciple of the Lihua sect openly declaring herself as Qin Fan's concubine was likely 99 true. While feeling envious of Qin Fan, Su Tianchu smacked the back of his head. In this chaotic skirmish, to kill Sang Xinyu, he feared neither the Lihua sect nor Qin Fan. He was truly taken aback by Sang Xinyu's boldness. With a cold snort, he dismissed Qin Fan as insignificant, merely a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment. Although he might have a late-stage golden core master behind him, such golden core ancestors were typically several centuries old, each with hundreds of disciples. Qin Fan was simply one of his master's disciples. No matter how favored he was, would his master concern himself with the affairs of his disciple's concubine? Such arrogance was unwarranted. Sang Xinyu, you are destined to perish by my hand today. In this domain, our Su family has already set up a barrier to isolate spiritual sense. Not even communication talismans can escape. You shall die here today. And neither Qin Fan nor the Lihua sect will ever know who claimed your life. After all, amidst the chaos of our 2 clans, the death of an early foundation establishment cultivator is utterly commonplace. Without further delay, Su Tianchu gripped his flowing light blade and charged towards Sang Xinyu. As for Qin Fan, a mere 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, he regarded him with contempt. Sang Xinyu had previously witnessed Qin Fan, only at mid-Qi refinement, slay one of the infamous 3 evils. A half-step foundation establishment cultivator. Now that Qin Fan had reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he could assist her. Escaping from Su Tianchu, if not slaying him, was certainly within reach. Drawing on their past experience fighting together, Sang Xinyu refrained from concealing her strength this time, immediately consuming a medicinal pill, causing her vitality to surge dramatically. She commanded her flying sword to confront Su Tianshi while swiftly retreating to create distance. Qin Fan had already moved to a distant spot, unleashing a first-tier, high-grade Azure Wolf beast puppet he had crafted recently. With Sang Xinyu on the offensive, Qin Fan and the Azure Wolf would hold Su Tianshi at bay. Qin Fan fought effortlessly, all the while observing the condition of the Azure Wolf puppet. This marked his inaugural endeavor in crafting a battle-ready monster puppet. He meticulously documented the strengths and weaknesses exhibited by the Azure Wolf during combat, intending to refine his creation in future attempts. The adage experience begets knowledge rings true. As for vanquishing Su Tianshi, he was fully capable of achieving this alone, thanks to the first-tier premium white jade centipede lurking underground. Not to mention the second-tier seahorse yearning to join the fray nearby in the Mo River, alongside the numerous treasures bestowed upon him by Su Longyue. However, he would not impulsively lead the charge, revealing all his trump cards. Instead, he diligently recorded the experimental data of the puppet. After all, he was merely a ninth-layer Qi refinement cultivator at this point. Managing to restrain Su Tianshi, a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner, was already a formidable feat. As for the rest, that would be addressed once Sang Xinyu, the cunning woman, had exhausted her resources. Though Su Tianshi was in the late stages of foundation establishment, his combat prowess had diminished significantly due to the loss of an arm inflicted by Qin Xinyu, resulting in severe depletion of his vitality and blood essence. Consequently, his fighting ability had regressed to that of a mid to late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. Meanwhile, Sang Xinyu, having sacrificed some of her lifespan, experienced an explosive surge in her aura, elevating her to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, further bolstered by Qin Fan and a first-tier premium Azure Wolf monster puppet assisting her. They appeared to be gaining the upper hand. Encouraged by the unfolding events, Sang Xinyu grew increasingly emboldened and promptly communicated with Qin Fan, offering 10,000 spirit stones to persuade him to cease his passive approach and join forces with her to eliminate Su Tianshi. Qin Fan, taken aback by the rapid shift in the woman's demeanor, from merely wanting to escape to now seeking to counterattack, decided it was time to abandon his passive stance. Having nearly completed his observations of the Azure Wolf, he recalled Su Tianshi's previous grievances related to their business rivalry and the enmity stemming from the imitation robe incident. Thus, Qin Fan summoned his second-tier inferior 8-needle array. While Su Tianshi was engrossed in a fierce exchange with Sang Xinyu, he suddenly heard the sound of piercing air. First, he parried Sang Xinyu's assault, only to find himself besieged by long needles from 8 directions. One of the needles grazed him, but he dismissed it, considering it merely a concealed weapon from a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, incapable of injuring him or even breaching his defenses. However, unbeknownst to him, Qin Fan's 8 needles were imbued with inscriptions that could bypass the defenses of mid-tier golden core practitioners, alongside thunderstorm inscriptions and the venom of Little White, now evolved to a first-tier premium grade. This venom was potent enough to poison foundation establishment cultivators, albeit with a diminished effect on those in the mid to late stages. Yet it still induced a degree of dizziness. Upon being struck by a needle, Su Tianshi yelped in surprise, astonished that it managed to pierce his defenses. Almost instantaneously, the area where the needle struck seared with the intensity of a lightning bolt, leaving a charred wound. In agony, Su Tianshi was overtaken by a wave of dizziness. The next moment, he found himself ensnared by a black obsidian binding net. How could this be? What manner of artifact is this? No, this is a spiritual tool. Yu Tianshi, his body corroded by the dark green aura of the binding spirit net, writhed in agony, his face contorted in pain, and his wide, bell-like eyes fixed upon the male cultivator of merely the 9th layer of Qi refinement, whom he had always looked down upon. To his astonishment, this cultivator was, in fact, a foundation establishment practitioner. It was impossible for one without sufficient magical power to wield a spiritual tool, which only those of the foundation establishment could utilize. Sang Xinyu was equally astounded. She could hardly believe that Qin Fan had already reached foundation establishment. It had only been a year since he was at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. She felt a wave of relief that she had not made an enemy of him. With a sudden glimmer of joy, she seized the opportunity to strike while he was down, unleashing a barrage of second-tier fireball talismans, freezing talismans, storm talismans, and other offensive spells upon the ensnared Yu Tianshi. Yu Tianshi's anguished roar reverberated, his entire being radiating with a crimson glow as his aura surged explosively, consuming his soul power, propelling him swiftly to the pinnacle of late foundation establishment. In a moment of fury, he tore the dark net asunder with a single hand and cast it aside. His blood-stained eyes, shimmering with dark energy, locked onto Qin Fan with a vengeful glare. "You have forced me to this extent. You may now die with honor." Qin Fan replied, "Is that so?" Chapter 122. The eccentric woman. Just as Qin Fan was about to take action, Sang Xinyu floated before him and conveyed a message telepathically. "Qin Daoyu, it was my miscalculation. I did not anticipate that Su Tianshi possessed such formidable trump cards. My mid-foundation establishment strength is waning. You must leave at once. Should I perish here, take this token to the Sang family when they still exist, and they will honor their promise." With that, Sang Xinyu pressed a reflective jade tablet into Qin Fan's hand. In the next moment, she struck Qin Fan away with a powerful palm and charged towards the incoming Su Tianshi. Clang, clang, clang. "Think you can escape one? Not a chance. Both of you shall perish here today." Su Tianshi growled, flinging a talisman inscribed with a small sword. Under his magical influence, the small sword flew from the talisman, transforming into a streak of light that pursued Qin Fan relentlessly. This was a talisman treasure, crafted from the life essence of a golden core true person, imbued with a portion of its power. Seeing this, Sang Xinyu shouted fiercely, her hands forming intricate seals as she moved with a ghostly swiftness, intercepting the talisman treasure. Had she not taken such a reckless risk, opting to confront Su Tianshi rather than flee, with Qin Fan's initial foundation establishment strength, they would have already escaped. Qin Fan still had 5 little ones in the Qinglong immortal city, reflecting on the adorable little beings she had first laid eyes upon. Along with the constant surprises brought by Qin Fan, a flicker of conscience ignited within her. She did not wish for Qin Fan to share her tragic fate. As Sang Xinyu's mid-foundation establishment power diminished, the talisman treasure pierced through her defenses, stabbing into her left chest before circling back to Su Tianshi's talisman. Su Tianshi taunted, "Sang Xinyu, as Qin Fan's consort, you risk your life for another man. Are you not afraid of breaking his heart? I believe Qin Fan would be most pleased to see you dead. You have surely cuckolded him." Allow me to do you a favor. First, I will kill you, and then your lover, so you may both descend to the netherworld as a pair of ghostly lovers. I imagine that upon learning this, my brother Qin will not only refrain from blaming me, but will thank me for avenging him. Sang Xinyu spat out several mouthfuls of blood, managing a smile. Su Tianshi, you shall never experience the taste of love in your life, for you are but a broken shell of a man. Su Tianshi seethed with rage. Ever since he had been rendered incapable of offspring, he loathed any mention of the matter. He immediately directed all his attention towards Sang Xinyu, engaging her once more with his flowing light blade against her desperate struggle. From a distance, Qin Fan observed this scene. Why is this so melodramatic? This calculating woman, who is usually selfish and adept at concealing her cards, suddenly experiences a pang of conscience. Is she intentionally drawing Su Tianshi's ire to buy me time to escape? But when did I ever express a desire to flee? The wretched Su Tianshi, those who harbored murderous intent against him, particularly when the opportunity arose, would naturally not be spared. After slaying Sang Xinyu, the time for him to burn his soul power concluded, causing his cultivation to plummet back to the latter stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, due to the depletion of his vitality from burning his soul, he was in a more precarious state. Nonetheless, to eliminate a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment was still within his capabilities. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he prepared to pursue the direction in which Qin Fan had fled. Suddenly, an overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from a mid-stage golden core cultivator bore down on him, and in an instant, a figure approached at breakneck speed, appearing before him. He had just summoned his defensive spiritual artifact when a sword was cleaved down upon him. Instantly, a tempest swirled with violet lightning, imbued with a chilling aura, severed through his defensive light shield and spiritual artifact. A golden line appeared on his body, tracing from the crown of his head, through his brow, lips, and neck, ultimately cleaving him in two. In his final moments, he could scarcely believe his eyes as he beheld the Queen of Hell. Just as he had slain Sang Xinyu, poised to achieve great merit, He was instead struck down by the Queen of Hell's sword. His heart brimmed with unwillingness. Yet, despite his profound resentment, he could only close his eyes and succumb to death. This Queen of Hell was none other than Qin Fan, having donned the transformative mask. Qin Fan's choice to cleave Su Longyue in half was a precaution against any unforeseen schemes he might concoct. When a cultivator is bisected from head to toe, their soul Si and Dantian are severed. Unless one is a golden core or nascent soul cultivator, no amount of secret techniques can avert their demise. After dispatching Su Longyue, Qin Fan stowed away the talisman that had fallen to the ground, now devoid of its master's control, and then placed Su Longyue's body along with the flowing light sword into an empty storage pouch. The corpse served as a primary material for crafting puppets. As he prepared to cast Sang Xinyu into another storage bag, he discovered it was impossible to do so. Suddenly, he sensed the approach of a false golden core presence and hastily retrieved Sang Xinyu, making a swift escape. He had scarcely fled a few moments when the false golden core cultivator Su Longyue arrived on the scene. Detecting the remnants of battle energy left by Su Longyue, he noted the absence of Su Longyue and turned his gaze towards the direction Qin Fan had fled. Just as he contemplated pursuit, he sensed a powerful mid-stage golden core pressure and glimpsed a familiar silhouette that inspired dread. He immediately halted his advance. The Queen of Hell. What was she doing here? It was wise to avoid provoking her wrath. Consequently, he swiftly turned and fled in the opposite direction, fearful that any delay might lead to unwarranted retribution from the Queen of Hell. Noticing that the false golden core had not pursued him, Qin Fan quickly vacated the battlefield with the deceased Sang Xinyu, which he could not place into his storage bag. However, upon reaching the outskirts of the battlefield, he sensed a second-tier confinement array enveloping the area for hundreds of miles, blocking his exit. He promptly summoned the second-tier dispelling talisman gifted by the Su family, creating a breach and hastily departing the battlefield. The battle between the Sang family and the Su family has led to the demise of many rogue cultivators who sought to exploit the chaos. Having fled from the twin peaks of the Sang family for several hundred miles, he chose a secluded gorge by the banks of the Mo River to pause. He discarded Sang Xinyu onto the ground. The seahorse emerged from the river's surface, while Xiaobai burrowed up from below, subsequently presenting Qin Fan with 5 or 6 storage bags. Transforming into a diminutive white jade centipede, it scuttled up Qin Fan's arm, adorably seeking praise. Qin Fan affectionately patted its little head and offered it 2 spirit-nourishing pills. After consuming the pills, Xiaobai cast a provocative glance at the seahorse, which appeared to drool on the river's surface. Initially taken aback, the seahorse soon became agitated, splashing and rolling in the water, sending up countless waves as if to declare, "Master, I too wish to fight and assist in seizing the storage bags." Qin Fan was amused by its childlike demeanor. In truth, the seahorse was not much older than Xiaobai, merely 1 or 2 years its senior, which for a beast was still akin to infancy, comparable to a 2 or 3-year-old human child. After giving the seahorse a spirit-nourishing pill, he allowed the 2 little creatures to entertain themselves while he examined Sang Xinyu's body. This woman possessed an air of mystery. Chapter 123, Abundant Harvest. Overnight Wealth. Given the severity of her previous injuries, Sang Xinyu should have been beyond salvation. With no heartbeat or breath, she repeatedly eluded containment within the storage bag. Qin Fan meticulously scanned Sang Xinyu's body with his consciousness and discovered that her spirit had not yet dissipated. Astonishingly, this woman now exhibited signs of life. Though her heartbeat was faint, it was indeed present, accompanied by the rhythm of breath. Her severely damaged organs were quietly beginning to restore vitality. There was something peculiar within this woman's sea of consciousness. Observing her gradual revival, Qin Fan made an immediate decision to depart hastily. While it might be tempting to probe into Sang Xinyu's consciousness to uncover the nature of her enigmatic essence, such an endeavor was fraught with peril. His spiritual awareness was exceedingly fragile. A moment's carelessness could result in his own soul being extinguished by a powerful spirit concealed within her, or worse, lead to possession. He had encountered many fantastical tales wherein a nascent soul demon sought to usurp the protagonist's consciousness, only to be ultimately subdued and transformed into a demonic servant. Thus, for the sake of prudence, it was best to maintain distance from Sang Xinyu. That opportunity could very well lead to a treacherous pitfall, even costing him his life. He was, after all, a man with a wife and children. His life held paramount importance. As for the transaction with Sang Xianyu, he had already dealt with Su Tianshi. After relocating to a place far removed from the Twin Peaks, Qin Fan established a rudimentary cave dwelling, adorning its entrance with several protective talismans before he commenced his examination of the spoils. The rewards from this venture were indeed bountiful. A rough estimate suggested that the items from the Qi Cultivation Bureau alone were worth over 20,000 spirit stones. However, the majority consisted of materials suited for Qi cultivators. Apart from Su Tianxi's second-tier talismans and blood Qi pills, as well as a second-tier technique, transmutation of the 100 forms, from another slain Qi cultivator of great mastery. The remainder was of little use to him, now that he had established his foundation. He planned to exchange these unusable items for spirit stones at a black market in the future. The true prize was undoubtedly Su Tianshi, a scion of the Su family's direct lineage in the late foundation establishment stage. Not only had he acquired Su Tianxi's corpse, but he also possessed all of his treasures. He laid out the spoils from Su Tianshi. Among them was a talisman containing an ice-imbued sword, forged from the ancestral treasures of the Su family, retaining half of its original power. Impressive. Previously, Su Longyue had gifted him a talisman, which he used to vanquish a malevolent foe. Thus he understood the formidable nature of such artifacts. At that time, he was merely in the mid-Qi cultivation stage, his utilization of the talisman's power limited. Now, as a nascent foundation establishment cultivator, his liquid mana and consciousness were rapidly approaching that of an ordinary mid-foundation establishment cultivator. He could wield the talisman with far more potency. Next, Qin Fan grasped Su Tianxi's flowing light blade, a second-tier mid-grade spirit weapon, rather unremarkable, which he intended to keep for Su Tianxi himself. He then opened Su Tianxi's storage bag, and a smile crept upon his lips. The inheritance of second-tier talismans, the inheritance of second-tier alchemy, the inheritance of second-tier artifact refinement, and the inheritance of second-tier formations. Oh, is this not the second-tier technique, Xinxing Bai Bian? Qin Fan opened the manual, and his expression turned peculiar as he retrieved the Xinxing Bai Bian he had obtained from the wandering cultivator for comparison. Astonishing. Qin Fan could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Despite both manuals being second-tier agility techniques that enable practitioners to swiftly evade attacks and engage in combat with greater dexterity, the content within them diverged significantly. The version in the hands of the wandering cultivator was exceedingly simplistic, while the one possessed by Su Tianshi was far more systematic and comprehensive. It was akin to comparing the base model of a luxury vehicle. In terms of evasion speed and enhancement of combat agility, the latter far surpassed the former. Incredible. Indeed, not only in the modern world, but also in the realm of cultivation, competition is intense. Genuine, well-rounded techniques are concealed within the prestigious families of the cultivation world, while what is released to the public is a deliberately simplified version by the major families. When an ordinary cultivator faces one from a prestigious family, how could they possibly compete? This led Qin Fan to ponder the parallels between modern public education and elite education. Weakening the opponent only serves to magnify one's own strength. Thus, they continue to subjugate the common people. How cunning. If the publicly released techniques were to conceal some hidden trump cards, one could only imagine. The plight of the ordinary wandering cultivators is indeed dire. It is no wonder so many practitioners are eager to join sects, and even if they cannot, they aspire to enter prestigious families, willing to be nothing more than a breeding tool for offspring. Truly a case of dimensional oppression. In addition to Xinxing Bai Bian, Su Tianxi's storage bag contains secret techniques for forming false elixirs. My spiritual root has now advanced to the medium grade. Once Su Longyue returns, I shall diligently cultivate, and breaking through to the high grade is merely a matter of time. I am particularly intrigued by the secret method of forming a golden elixir possessed by the young master of the Sang family, who has a high-grade spiritual root. Su Longyue is destined to become an illustrious empress, and with my extended lifespan, my goal is undoubtedly to form a golden elixir. Only thus can I aspire to reach the Yuaning stage and attain a higher level of cultivation. The techniques and experiential knowledge regarding the formation of false elixirs are akin to a side dish for me. However, they hold potential for future transactions in the black market for spirit stones. After all, the formation of false elixirs is a lifelong pursuit for many foundation-building cultivators. False elixirs are challenging, but true elixirs are even more so. Even the Su family, positioned among the middle tier of the 7 great families of the southern region, has only one golden elixir ancestor. Qin Fan then retrieved another manual, Lanyue's secret method. Upon opening it, a glimmer of joy appeared in his dark eyes. This was the method Su Longyue had employed to burn his lifespan, rapidly advancing to the peak of foundation building. And it was a technique reserved exclusively for the direct descendants of the Su family. Such a method for burning one's lifespan is virtually non-existent in the outside world, clearly monopolized by sects and families. For an ordinary cultivator, such a secret technique should be employed only in dire circumstances. After all, a practitioner's life is devoted to the pursuit of longevity, and with their lifespan being finite, who would willingly sacrifice their own vitality unless absolutely necessary? They would rather seek to extend their own lifespan. However, this secret technique is indeed remarkable for me. Qin Fan has cultivated the Qingyuan longevity technique, which allows him to enhance his lifespan with each significant breakthrough in his cultivation. Currently, as a cultivator in the initial stage of foundation establishment, his lifespan already rivals that of golden core practitioners. To expend a modicum of lifespan in exchange for a substantial increase in cultivation during a desperate moment is quite suitable for him. This technique can be practiced until the later stages of the golden core, which is quite impressive. In addition to this, his storage bag contains 200 medium-grade spirit stones, second-tier talismans, magic artifacts, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and spiritual materials. There are also several third-tier attack and defense talismans, along with a small second-tier beast confinement formation plate capable of ensnaring a radius of 100 meters. While sorting through the medicinal materials, Qin Fan discovered 300-year-old rainbow grass, fu shun, and other ingredients essential for concocting golden core elixirs. Chapter 124. This method is more lucrative than robbing cultivators. A precious elixir consumed by cultivators at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage to enhance their chances of achieving the golden core realm was remarkably procured by Su Longyue, who managed to gather 1/6 of the materials required for its refinement. Slaying a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator in a single night was a ticket to instant wealth. However, this was also a consequence of the ongoing conflict between the two clans, compounded by the Su family's covert efforts to eliminate Sang Xinyu. They had employed formations to restrict spiritual perception and communication, which ultimately left Su Longyue unable to relay any information back to the Su family before his demise. Otherwise, the assassination of a direct descendant from the Su family would undoubtedly provoke a relentless pursuit by the entire clan and their golden core ancestors, posing an immense risk. After tidying up his belongings, Qin Fan took stock of his possessions and discovered that, although the obsidian spirit binding net had been violently severed by Su Longyue, it was still reparable. Unfortunately, the first-tier superior blue wolf puppet was utterly ruined and would require reconstruction. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Having eliminated a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator while only losing a single blue wolf puppet was a tremendous profit. Subsequently, he retrieved the special puppet controlling technique given to him by Sang Xinyu. Thanks to the system's previous reward of puppet mastery, which had initially granted him only a rudimentary understanding, his comprehension of puppetry had been significantly enhanced. Coupled with his insights gained from refining tools, inscriptions, the great transformation sword technique, and alchemy, his learning capabilities had expanded tremendously, broadening his horizons. After 2 hours, he successfully grasped the second-tier inferior spell from the special puppet controlling technique. He focused intently on the method of transforming a human into a puppet, especially since he had a ready-made corpse at hand. Initially, he had intended to salvage Sang Xinyu's body, but it turned out she was alive and possessed peculiarities. The technique for converting a person into a puppet was indeed beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. However, it was not beyond his capabilities. The transformation required not only a corpse, but also a crucial element, the art of spirit division, which involved fragmenting a cultivator's soul and infusing it into the human puppet, thereby allowing it to mirror a living being seamlessly. By chance, Qin Fan had mastered the very method of soul division through the great transformation sword technique, which he had cultivated to its 3rd layer. This level enabled him to divide his soul, making it feasible for him to control a puppet. This method of control was distinctly different from his previous approach. which merely required the installation of a spirit stone for the puppet to operate autonomously, akin to a robot in a science fiction film. In contrast, the current technique allowed him to imbue his own soul into the human puppet, granting it not only human characteristics, but also the ability to cultivate, rendering it indistinguishable from a living person. This was truly formidable. If successful, any skills or techniques he possessed could be utilized by this puppet, provided its physical body could sustain the requisite cultivation level. It was akin to acquiring an additional avatar. Remarkably, since Su Tianshi was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, if Qin Fan could successfully refine him, he would be able to employ all the techniques he had mastered. He then activated the system panel. His gaze fell upon the art of puppetry, realizing that he needed merely an additional 20,000 experience points to ascend to the rank of a second-tier low-grade puppeteer. Immediately, he commenced the crafting of proficient domestic puppets. After a day's toil, Qin Fan's puppetry finally broke through to the second-tier low-grade. He retrieved the materials required for transforming a human into a puppet. On ordinary days, he would certainly lack such an abundance of materials, but having looted the Qi Refinement Bureau and slain Su Tianshi, his stock was quite lavish. Fortuitously, he possessed all the necessary components for the transformation. Although Su Tianshi had been severed in two, this would not impede the crafting of the puppet. It could simply be stitched back together. 3 days later, Qin Fan gazed upon the lifelike humanoid puppet resembling Su Tianshi and marveled at the wonders of the cultivation world. This peculiar control technique for puppets was indeed remarkable. The crafted Su Tianshi bore no distinction from the living, unless one possessed a cultivation level of false core or higher. It was impossible to discern that this was merely a puppet. Subsequently, Qin Fan employed the longevity technique, sacrificing 5 years of his lifespan to regenerate the puppet's severed right arm. Restoring the arm was intended to enhance the puppet's combat prowess. As for the matter of lineage, Qin Fan chose to disregard it. After all, it would not be needed, thus conserving his lifespan. Who knows, in the future, there might be a need for a secret technique that necessitates self-castration to cultivate this skill, which could be practiced using this puppet. After a brief incense's worth of time, Qin Fan maneuvered Su Tianshi out of the cave dwelling, swiftly darting towards the direction of the Twin Peaks. He discovered that the battle between the Su and Sang families had escalated into a fierce and brutal confrontation, with chaos reigning in the midst of the fray. Qin Fan guided Su Tianshi to blend into the turmoil. Although the Su family had established a perimeter to ensnare their foes, this formation allowed entry without hindrance. Thus, Qin Fan entered the formation without issue. Once inside, he refrained from attacking the cultivators, for there were more lucrative methods to pursue. Why resort to violence? Qin Fan navigated unobstructed into the Su family encampment, striving to avoid the aura of false core practitioners. He spent half a day discerning the layout and circumstances of the Su family stronghold. By nightfall, he ventured to the supply distribution warehouse of the Su family. With the aura of a direct descendant of the family, he swiftly gained access to the warehouse and silently dispatched the 3 early-stage Foundation establishment administrators within. Given that a false core practitioner was stationed nearby, Qin Fan avoided making excessive noise or lingering too long. He rapidly swept all the spiritual herbs into his storage ring, erasing all traces of his presence before exiting the warehouse. After a brief reconnaissance, he made his way toward the camp's entrance. Young Master Su back again? Not taking a night to rest? The guards at the entrance of the Su family encampment inquired respectfully. Qin Fan merely responded with a nonchalant before aloofly stepping onto his flying sword and departing. Not long after, chaos erupted within the Su family encampment. The guardian of the warehouse, the false stand master, was filled with rage upon discovering that someone had audaciously stolen all the spiritual herbs from the Su family's warehouse right beneath his nose. Immediately, he unleashed his formidable spiritual pressure, sweeping across several thousand meters, and, accompanied by the family's cultivators, swiftly annihilated all non-Su practitioners within that vicinity, confiscating their storage bags. However, to his bewilderment, the storage bags contained none of the spiritual herbs valued at over 50,000 spirit stones that had been pilfered from the Su family. This false stand master was left in a state of confusion, who, under his very watch, had silently dispatched the 4 early Foundation establishment overseers of the warehouse and made off with all the herbs. The very guardian of the warehouse was none other than Su Mingji, who had taken Han Xiong of the Han family as his 108th concubine. If he could not identify the responsible party, he would bear the consequences himself. Meanwhile, Qin Fan, having successfully cleared out the spiritual herbs, nonchalantly exited through the exit of the besieged enemy formation, where no false Dan master was stationed. The Su family members exclaimed, "Did you see? Su Xiao's severed right arm has regrown. It seems he has encountered great fortune in this fierce battle. How enviable! I do not wish to remain here guarding the gate. I too wish to join the fray." Chapter 125. The Empress's Surprise. 3 days later, Qin Fan received news in Maple Leaf Square that the fierce conflict between the Su family and the Sang family had come to an end, thanks to the intervention of the Liyue sect. The resolution mandated that the Sang family relinquish a portion of the Han family's spiritual vein resources to the Su family and the Liyue sect. Although the Sang family had dispatched a golden core cultivator, their combat capabilities were limited due to their recent ascension into that realm, and their foundation was not as robust as that of the Su family. Had the Su family engaged in a protracted battle, it would have ultimately been the Sang family that succumbed. The Sang family's injury to the Su family's elder, inflicted by a peachwood sword, was merely a one-time artifact. Nonetheless, the Su family's elder was genuinely grievously injured and would require years of seclusion to heal. Weighing the pros and cons, he could not afford to continue the conflict with the Sang family, especially with the Liyue sect mediating, which warranted some respect. As the mediator, the Liyue sect did not act out of pure goodwill. They reaped significant benefits from the strife. However, the death toll among the rogue cultivators who had opportunistically entered the fray during the Su and Sang conflict was alarmingly high, particularly after the Su family lost several thousand spirit stones worth of medicinal herbs. Su Mingji began dispatching specialists to eliminate these rogue cultivators, as he was accountable for replenishing the lost spirit stones. Naturally, Su Mingji was unwilling to bear this expense. Thus, he sought to extract resources from the rogue cultivators to fill this substantial void. On the grand arc returning to their base, Su Wanqing, the father of Su Tianshi, who was at the False Dan realm, inquired about his son's whereabouts from Su Chongwu. Previously, Su Chongwu had sent someone to eliminate the future Golden Core candidate. Sang Xinyu and Su Tianshi had volunteered for this task, which Su Chongwu had granted him. There had been no news from the Sang family regarding Sang Xinyu's fate, but the Liyue sect had not stirred trouble, suggesting that Sang Xinyu had likely survived. However, Su Tianshi harbored a persistent sense of foreboding. The second elder, Su Xiaoyi, departed from the Twin Peaks 3 days ago, reported a Foundation establishment cultivator who had accompanied Su Chongwu. He was one of the guards at the exit of the enemy ensnaring formation when Qin Fan had left. The cultivator added, before leaving, Su Xiaoyi's severed arm had already regenerated. Su Wanqing and Su Chongwu exchanged astonished glances upon hearing this revelation. Su Tianshi's severed arm had regrown. They had previously consulted the family's Golden Core elder, who had shaken his head, indicating that it was beyond his capabilities to help unless a nascent soul-level expert could be found, as the severed arm could not regrow otherwise. Su Wanqing had been deeply troubled by this, for Su Tianshi was his most talented son and the one most likely to compete for the position of the Su family's heir. Yet, he had faced such a fate, with no hope of regaining his arm or advancing to Golden Core. In the recent conflict with the Sang family, Su Wanqing had exerted himself tremendously, achieving the highest military accolades among the False Dan cultivators, driven by a desire to avenge his son's lost arm and potential lineage. Su Wanqing and Su Chongwu locked eyes, conveying unspoken understanding. It seemed that Su Tianshi had encountered a great opportunity in the midst of this battle, leaving the battlefield early to seek out spiritual vein locations, thereby solidifying his foundational cultivation in preparation for the ascension to Golden Core. Su Chongwu felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. He had been deeply concerned that Su Tianshi might have fallen victim to the Queen of Hell. Earlier, he had traced the aura of Su Tianshi's battle to a location, only to discover that the Queen had just departed. Fortunately, Su Tianshi was alive and well. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, was filled with excitement and anticipation, pondering that by the next time his son returned, he would likely have achieved the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, at which point he could strive for the Golden Core. He needed to carefully strategize for his son's breakthrough into the Golden Core stage and hasten his efforts in gathering the necessary materials. Meanwhile, Qin Fan sent a message to Su Longyue. Previously, She had asked him to linger a bit longer in Maple Leaf Square, mentioning she would be visiting a certain place and might arrive in Qinglong Immortal City a few days late. Wife, I plan to set off for Qinglong Immortal City today, Qin Fan informed her. All right, Su Longyue replied. Days later, Qin Fan addressed Qin Fan, who was navigating their flying vessel. This isn't the direction to Qinglong Immortal City. Qin Fan chuckled. You remember quite well. Indeed, this isn't the route to Qinglong Immortal City. You will understand when we arrive. Qin Fan furrowed his brow, wondering what this enchantress was up to. It had been several months since he last saw Su Longyue, and with their return journey imminent, his impatience was palpable. He had dreamt countless dreams of playful encounters with Su Longyue over the past few nights, especially after poring over the water marsh cave heaven secret technique hundreds of times, eager to discuss it with her upon their reunion. Yet, even as he had already disrobed, Qin Fan was steering them away from Qinglong Immortal City. Alas, being a formidable mid-stage golden core sorceress, he felt powerless to resist. He could only send a message to Su Longyue to inform her of the situation. Was her simple reply. This implied that his beloved wife was aware that Qin Fan was not returning them to Qinglong Immortal City. With this understanding, Qin Fan felt reassured and immersed himself in his cultivation, spending time with the little ones and engaging in daily video communications with Su Longyue. Before long, 5 days had passed. Qin Fanu's ostentatiously luxurious flying vessel glided over a vast expanse of ocean, finally halting above an island. From their aerial vantage point, the island appeared extensive and boundless. Below the vessel lay a dazzling sea of flowers. Qin Fan pondered the purpose of Qin Fan bringing him to this location. All right, we've arrived, Qin Fan. You may disembark. I will take care of the little ones, she instructed. I will bring the little ones with me, he countered. No, you go alone. Hurry up, or I shall kick you off, she insisted. The evils of a world where strength reigns supreme, Qin Fan reflected. Through his recent conversations with Su Longyue, he had come to realize that Qin Fan, the powerful sorceress, had no intention of harming him or the little ones. He steered his flying sword away from the vessel, cautiously expanding his consciousness as he descended. After all, this was an uncharted realm he had yet to explore. Who can fathom the thoughts swirling in Qin Fan's mind? She is, after all, the illustrious queen of hell, renowned for her unpredictable nature. Nevertheless, he harbored a vague suspicion. Standing beneath the flying vessel, Qin Fan crossed her arms, gazing with keen interest at Qin Fan descending gracefully on his sword. There was an air of anticipation. Would she be fortunate enough to witness an unedited high-definition version? Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of peculiarity, and she promptly turned to maneuver the flying vessel, hastily departing the scene towards the palace perched atop the island's highest peak. As for Qin Fan, his divine sense found no lurking beasts or carnivorous plants beneath the sea of flowers. The area was indeed secure. To his surprise, Qin Fan had already piloted her vessel away. It seemed his suspicions were validated. Once the flying sword reached the floral expanse, he leaped down with exuberance. The scenery here was undeniably enchanting, featuring vast stretches of roses, hydrangeas, crepe myrtles, and many other varieties whose names eluded him. Most notably, this floral paradise appeared to be meticulously cultivated, rather than a mere haphazard growth. The arrangement was aesthetically pleasing, harmonizing the diverse species without creating chaos. Strolling along the cobblestone path through the flower sea, Qin Fan reveled in the rich spiritual energy, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. As he passed a wall of blossoms, his eyes widened with delight. Indeed, it was as he had hoped. Chapter 126. Triple Surprises. Each one more enchanting. Before the floral wall stood an astonishingly beautiful woman. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin was as fair as jade, and her eyes sparkled like stars. She possessed an elegant stature and graceful curves, adorned in a magnificent white fairy gown that flowed effortlessly, reminiscent of a delicate and ethereal blossom, unlike any earthly woman. This enchanting figure was none other than Su Longyue, who had not been seen for over 2 months. In the absence of their meetings, Su Longyue had grown even more exquisite. Her demeanor exuded a lofty and untouchable grace, akin to a secluded orchid, instilling a sense of reverence that deterred close proximity. A stirring in Qin Fan's heart compelled him to approach her. Upon seeing him, Su Longyue's gaze softened. Qin Fan, she softly uttered his name, her eyes revealing feelings she herself was unaware of. Her beautiful orbs fervently locked onto Qin Fan, her arms resting at her sides, yet barely containing the urge to leap into his embrace. Fearing to startle him, she restrained herself, though they could connect through video calls. The reality of his presence before her was incomparable. They could not embrace or kiss through screens. But now, Qin Fan stood right in front of her. "Wife." Qin Fan called out with a resonant fervor, striding towards Su Longyue. He enveloped her in a tight embrace, exclaiming, "Wife, I missed you," breathing in her unique fragrance. His voice was tender. Su Longyue's body trembled slightly, becoming even more rigid. Qin Fan gently released her, his starry black eyes gazing intently at her as he teased, "Wife, how mischievous of you to wait here without a word. Were you planning to surprise me?" Su Longyue remained silent, her gaze fixed on Qin Fan's face. Unable to resist, he playfully pinched her cheek. It was only then that she regained her composure. "What did you say? Did you miss me?" he inquired. Su Longyue lowered her gaze. Qin Fan, with a resigned yet gentle smile, leaned closer, his handsome face inches from hers, softly laughing as he said, "Here, a kiss for you." Understanding Su Longyue's shy nature, he encouraged her. With her glistening eyes fixed on him, she hesitantly bit her lower lip, as if grappling with a momentous decision. Qin Fan closed his eyes, inviting her to take the lead. In that instant, he felt her soft lips meet his. They had not seen each other for over 2 months, and being newlyweds who had tasted the sweetness of love, their reunion ignited a fervor. Although Qin Fan initially intended to be gentle, allowing Su Longyue to take control, aware that the Empress relished in wielding power, he found himself overwhelmed by the desire that had built over their separation. In a passionate turn, he pressed Su Longyue against the floral wall, capturing her hands above her head to deepen their kiss. A tempest of emotions ensued. As for the initial intention of discussing the Taoist methods of Water's Edge Cave, it has long been cast aside. Only the most primitive thought remains. In a vast expanse of pink blossoms, petals drift with the wind, floating gracefully in the air, following the rhythm of the summer breeze. At times, the wind rises in a spirited crescendo, while at others, it whispers softly. Petals twirl together, forming a magnificent floral cocoon, tenderly and romantically enveloping Qin Fan and Su Longyue within. When the flowers bloom, Su Longyue, with a face flushed with shyness, rests against Qin Fan's bare shoulder, surrounded by swirling pink petals. "Qin Fan, my dear, I just realized I forgot to do something." Su Longyue gazes at him in confusion. "Qin Fan, I neglected to share the secret technique I've recently learned. Water's Edge Cave, you know, the pinnacle of dual cultivation methods in the original text." Su Longyue's cheeks flush even deeper. "Let us discuss it tonight, but don't keep everyone waiting too long." "Qin Fan, everyone." Su Longyue. "Yes, let us go." The two donned their garments and departed the sea of blossoms, soaring on their swords towards the ethereal abode atop the island's highest peak. Along the way, Su Longyue inquired, "Do you like this island?" Qin Fan. "Yes, it's quite beautiful." Su Longyue. "It's a gift for you." Qin Fan. "My dear is truly extravagant. Gifting me an entire island?" Upon arriving at the island, he discovered it was situated atop a third-grade premium spirit vein, brimming with abundant spiritual energy. Even more so than the estate owned by Chun Xian'er in Qinglong Immortal City, which also rested upon a third-grade spirit vein. The immense value of such an island was immeasurable, and Su Longyue had casually mentioned gifting it to him. The sensation of being supported by a wealthy benefactor was utterly delightful. Su Longyue looked at Qin Fan. "Do you like it?" Qin Fan. "Absolutely love it." From this moment forth, he would also be the master of an island with a third-grade spirit vein. Qin Fan. "My dear, you mentioned handling some matters these past few days. Were you purchasing this island?" Su Longyue. "Yes, it's a foundational gift for you now that you have established your foundation." Qin Fan. "This gift is beyond my wildest dreams. To be gifted an island upon establishing his foundation. What might she present him upon achieving the golden core?" He felt a surge of anticipation. Suddenly, he recalled an important matter. During their earlier exchange amidst the petals, he had overlooked something. When Su Longyue had departed from Qinglong Immortal City, he had been concerned about the possibility of her becoming pregnant, as they had not taken any precautions during their exchanges. However, after some research, he learned that women do not ovulate while breastfeeding, meaning pregnancy was unlikely. Yet, now that Su Longyue had weaned successfully, he pondered, could she have conceived? The two soon arrived at a 4-story, 3-courtyard celestial residence, marked with the character's warm abode. The surroundings were lush and verdant, complemented by cascading waterfalls, exuding an ethereal ambience, rich with the essence of immortal romance. As the sword descended, Qin Fan was greeted by a familiar voice. Qin Fan, I never expected you to have reached the foundation establishment stage. If it weren't for your sister-in-law sending me an invitation, how long would you have kept this from me? The jovial voice of Wang, the portly figure, preceded his appearance as he strode out from the courtyard. Accompanying him were Ji Zibing, Qi Yu, Mu Mu, Yu Zhanqing, Lu Baohai, and the couple Zhong Nanyang, cradling a swaddled infant, along with Ji Penggang and his wife. Following closely behind were Manager Fan, along with Song Qiaozi, Yin Yun, Lu Changhe, and the apprentice craftsman Lu Tingting, all standing respectfully and cheerfully to one side. Qin Fan had initially assumed that when Su Longyue mentioned not to keep everyone waiting, she was referring to Chun Xinyuan and the babies. To his astonishment, she had gathered friends, neighbors, and employees from the Moon Pavilion that he had come to know since arriving in this realm of cultivation. Su Longyue had prepared a foundation establishment banquet for him on this island. The first surprise was the romantic sea of flowers. The second was the lavish island bestowed upon him. The third surprise was the discreet gathering of familiar faces to celebrate his achievement. With such a wife, what more could one desire? Chapter 127. Chun Xin'er. From now on, be a tad more courteous to Qin Fanke. The Empress has increasingly taken an interest in him. Even a robust man of 8 feet could be moved to tears by such sentiment. He composed himself and turned to Su Longyue, who offered him a gentle smile. At that moment, Su Longyue had adorned herself with a veil, yet even through the delicate fabric, Qin Fan could sense the warmth of her smile. Qin Fan took her snow-white, jade-like hand, and although Su Longyue initially hesitated, feeling shy in the presence of so many outsiders, she ultimately succumbed to his firm grasp. Her gaze shifted elsewhere, and a faint blush graced her cheeks. Su Longyue had meticulously arranged the foundation establishment banquet in a spacious courtyard near the flowing waterfall, setting 2 tables. One was for Qin Fan and his companions, while the other was for the steward Fan and his associates. The tables overflowed with exquisite delicacies, spiritual wines, and delightful pastries. A glance upwards revealed verdant mountains, flowing waters, and the occasional flight of elegant cranes, creating an exceptionally refined atmosphere. Having previously attended Qin Fan's celebration for the baby's first month, those at the main table felt at ease. In contrast, the atmosphere at Fan's table was somewhat tense, as they were not foundation establishment cultivators, but rather disciples of the sect, feeling the weight of their status. Nevertheless, a smile lingered on Fan's face, filled with profound gratitude for aligning himself with the right individual. Just look at this vast spiritual pulse venue. It's owned by their master. The power of the master's mentor is truly formidable. He resolved to hasten his accumulation of spirit stones to reach foundation establishment soon, ensuring he would not be a hindrance to his master. Women like Song Qiaozi, Yin Yun, and Lu Tingting felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. They never anticipated they would have the privilege of attending the East Master's Foundation Establishment Banquet, especially considering the grandeur of a third-tier spiritual pulse venue. They silently vowed to work diligently, cultivate fervently, and aspire to one day serve on this island owned by the East Master. With cultivation on a third-tier high-quality spiritual pulse, even the most modest talent could potentially reach the late stages of Qi training in one breath. At the main table, Wang Fadi reminisced about the recently tumultuous battle between the Su and Sang families. Zhong Nanyang expressed his regret, stating that had it not been for Du Man giving birth, leaving him to care for them, he too would have ventured to Twin Peaks. He noted that only 2 members of the demon hunting team he knew made it back alive. Upon their return, both were fortunate enough to find opportunities and immediately sought to rent cave dwellings in Qinglong Immortal City to break through. Upon hearing these accounts, Qin Fan thought of Du Yi and inquired with Ji Zibing about his well-being. He recounted their encounter in Maple Leaf Square, where Du Yi mentioned his intention to participate in the battle between the Sang and Su families. Ji Zibing responded that Du Yi had fortuitously broken through to a second-tier low-grade formation master, allowing him to escape from the second-tier enemy confinement formation set by the Su family. Otherwise, he too would likely have perished at Twin Peaks. The recent conflict at Twin Peaks has claimed the lives of numerous rogue cultivators. The battle was exceedingly brutal. Yet the Sang family displayed some measure of compassion by offering generous compensation to the rogue cultivators who had registered to assist them in the fight. Wang Fati remarked, I initially thought the Sang family would face annihilation, but it appears they possess a substantial foundation. I heard that the ancestral figure of the Su family was gravely injured by a nascent golden core elder from the Sang family, who wielded a disposable spiritual artifact, allegedly a low-grade second-tier item. Logically, such an artifact should be unable to breach the defenses of a golden core practitioner. Yet it managed to severely wound the Su family's golden core ancestor. The Sang family indeed has some depth. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan recalled that Qin Fan had ventured out multiple times during their time in Maple Leaf Square, and she was aware that he had participated in the conflict between the Su and Sang families. The fact that the Sang family's golden core utilized a low-grade second-tier spiritual artifact to inflict harm upon the Su family's golden core implied the necessity of an extraordinary artifact capable of bypassing defenses. This particular capability was precisely embodied in the blade inscription that Qin Fan had mastered. Moreover, Qin Fan happened to be a low-grade second-tier artifact craftsman. This suggested that the disposable peachwood sword was highly likely crafted by Qin Fan himself. If it could disregard the defenses of early golden cores, could it not also potentially bypass those of mid-level golden cores, should Qin Fan's crafting skills advance further? Contemplating this, she cast an odd glance at Qin Fan, thinking to herself that perhaps she could afford to be a touch more courteous towards him in the future. As the conversation shifted to the matter of the Sang family, everyone was eager to express their opinions. Even the usually reticent Qi Yu shared a few words. Su Longyue remained silent, gently seated beside Qin Fan. After discussing this topic, Wang Fati began recounting a humorous anecdote about how the Su family's camp had all their spiritual herbs stolen right under the noses of a false golden core elder, who also witnessed the demise of 3 foundation-building overseers guarding the herb storage. To this day, the perpetrator remains unidentified. Yu Zhanqing suggested, it is widely speculated that the Sang family must have employed a false golden core practitioner with special skills to carry out this covert operation. Wang Fati chuckled, indeed. That individual likely harbors a grudge against the Su family. It is said that the false golden core elder responsible for overseeing the storage vented his frustrations all the way back to the Su family. Ha ha ha. Listening to these tales, Qin Fan took a sip of spiritual wine, thinking to himself that this was all the work of Mountain Flame Taoist and Su Tianshi, and had nothing to do with him. The banquet celebrating foundation building was filled with joy and endless conversation. Wang Fati, particularly exuberant, continuously toasted Qin Fan, expressing his sentiments about being at the 8th level of Qi refinement while Qin Fan had already established his foundation. He resolved to work diligently on his cultivation to achieve foundation building as soon as possible. Under the influence of spiritual wine, Wang Fati became particularly loquacious, boasting about various matters, nearly mentioning his desire to bring a saintess home, but was interrupted by Ji Zibing's foot stepping on his, preventing him from voicing that thought. As night fell, Su Longyue and Qin Fan had already departed, and Zhong Nanyang had taken Du Man and their infant daughter to their guest room for rest. The majority of the others had also retired for the evening. Wang Pengzi continued to engage in jovial conversation with Qin Fan at the table. Ji Zibing cleared his throat lightly, addressing his junior brother. It is getting late. You ought to retire for the night. Wang Pengzi replied, Oh, it's still early. Master brother, if you are weary, feel free to return to your room. I still have much to discuss with Qin Fan. Reluctantly, Ji Zibing sent a telepathic message to Wang Pengzi, urging him to be more considerate. Junior brother, be perceptive. Qin Fan and his spouse have only just reunited. Your persistent chatter leaves them little opportunity for conversation. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi experienced a moment of clarity, sheepishly tapping the back of his head. He then turned to Qin Fan and said, Qin Fan, witnessing your foundation establishment fills me with immense joy. Come, let us finish this drink, and then I shall take my leave. Do make sure to rest early as well. After all, you have just returned from a long journey. Chapter 128. The Supreme Dual Cultivation Technique is indeed impressive. In the room, Qin Fan presented a delicate white gauze dress to Su Longyue, saying, This is a special creation I commissioned just for you. You can wear it tonight. As Su Longyue opened the dress, she was struck by its ethereal lightness and translucence. Imagining herself adorned in it, Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily tossed the garment onto the bed, exclaiming, "No." Her gaze then shifted to Qin Fan, who was clad in a magnificent Dunhuang celestial robe. "Your outfit is quite lovely," she remarked. Pleased by the compliment, Qin Fan twirled gracefully before Su Longyue and replied, "Isn't it splendid? Qin Fan has impeccable taste. He designed and crafted this robe. Look, it even bears the inscriptions of shattered blades." With a hint of annoyance, she continued, "You should have mentioned earlier that the rare inscriptions were purchased for Qin Fan. Otherwise, I would have insisted on an extra fee for his errands. It's clear that Qin Fan treats you better than I do. Take off your robe," Su Longyue commanded. Qin Fan stared in bewilderment. "Didn't you say you care for me? Remove it and give it to me." Qin Fan hesitated. The robe had cost her dearly in terms of a secret technique. "Is this how you show you care? You can't even part with a single robe for me?" Quickly, Qin Fan wrapped her arms around Su Longyue's, grinning sheepishly. "I'm heavier than you. It wouldn't fit you well." "The robe can adjust its size," Su Longyue countered. "But it's pink, too flamboyant for your taste." Qin Fan protested. "Quite the contrary. I've recently developed a fondness for pink," Su Longyue replied. In a playful tone, Qin Fan suggested, "You could ask Qin Fan to make you a robe. He is quite skilled." "I prefer the one you're wearing," Su Longyue insisted. Suddenly, Qin Fan glanced toward the door, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I just remembered I have something important to attend to. I must leave now. By the way, I'll take care of the little ones tonight, so you and Qin Fan can enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to set up a soundproof barrier." With that, she dashed away like a gust of wind. When Qin Fan returned, he found Su Longyue standing by the window, her silhouette exuding an air of solitude and ethereality, as if she were destined to transcend the mortal realm at any moment. "Wife," he called out emphatically. Su Longyue did not respond, nor did she turn to face him. A pang of concern struck Qin Fan's heart as he strode to her side, smiling. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing much. I just thought Qin Fanu's robe was quite beautiful," she said. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan grasped the reason for Su Longyue's sudden coldness towards him. However, on the surface, he feigned ignorance and remarked, "Indeed, it is quite beautiful. I designed it myself." "Your husband has an eye for aesthetics, doesn't he?" Su Longyue fell silent, her air of aloofness intensifying as she turned to leave, determined to seize the robe from Qin Fan. Qin Fan realized he could no longer tease the Empress and reached out to grasp her delicate wrist, revealing a glimpse of her fair, lotus-like skin. With a smile, he said, "Wife, look." As he spoke, Qin Fan produced the robe he had prepared for Su Longyue from his storage ring. With a flick of his wrist, the robe floated gracefully in midair, akin to garments worn by models, allowing for a 360-degree view of its design. Su Longyue gazed up to find a robe of moonlight white suspended above her. The style was reminiscent of Dunhuang's celestial beings, yet it was crafted with even greater intricacy and elegance than the one worn by Qin Fan. The color was to her liking, and the fabric was exceptionally supple, exuding an aura of noble ethereality. She was enamored with it and decided against taking Qin Fan's robe. "This is a mid-grade second-tier robe. Have you made a breakthrough in your crafting?" she inquired, noting that Qin Fan's robe was of a lower grade. "Indeed, not only this one. I have created many for you," Qin Fan replied. With a grand gesture, an array of variously styled robes flew out from his storage ring, presenting themselves before Su Longyue. There were at least 30, each one distinct in design, all in moonlight white, yet each robe possessed its own unique charm, capturing her heart. "Such an abundance," exclaimed Su Longyue. "Yes, this way, you can wear a different outfit each day of the month," Qin Fan responded, relishing the thought of enjoying a visual feast each day with the Empress in varied styles. With a swift motion, Su Longyue swept the robes into her storage ring. "Wife, the night is drawing near. Let us retire early," Qin Fan suggested. Having been reunited with Su Longyue during the day, he had been too impulsive to utilize the water abyss cave technique. Tonight, however, was perfect for it. Understanding the implication in Qin Fan's words, Su Longyue's exquisite face flushed as she urged him to retreat to the inner chamber. After a brief moment, while Qin Fan sat on the bed, diligently reviewing the secrets of the water abyss cave technique, his eyes suddenly widened. In his vision remained only Su Longyue, clad in a flowing, translucent gown. The next day, Qin Fan supported himself against the wall as he hastily made his way to the mat, sitting cross-legged to regulate his breathing. The dual cultivation technique of loving 10 times a day truly was remarkable. He felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy within him, as if it were about to burst, and promptly began to refine this energy. After a morning's passage, the liquid mana within him increased from 20 to 25 orbs. The greater the amount of liquid mana, the more he could wield during combat, thus enhancing the endurance of his magical prowess and significantly bolstering his protective abilities. Not only had his liquid mana improved, but his cultivation level had also advanced from the first to the third layer of foundation establishment. The initial stage of foundation establishment to the mid-stage is exceedingly protracted. Indeed, some practitioners may spend their entire lives without advancing to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Thus, for the sake of clarity, the cultivation realm has subdivided the early stage of foundation establishment into 10 levels, culminating in a state of perfection. After concluding his meditation, Qin Fan opened his eyes, gazing at Su Longyue, who remained peacefully asleep upon the bed. A mixture of affection and a hint of helplessness adorned his countenance. The ancients were not mistaken in their wisdom. There are only exhausted oxen, never exhausted fields. I truly need to make amends. My vitality is waning. The efficacy of this supreme dual cultivation technique is indeed immediate, yet it puts an immense strain on my vitality, necessitating daily diligence. Having overexerted Su Longyue the previous night, he quietly exited the room, tenderly closing the door behind him, and subsequently made his way into the kitchen. He intended to prepare a delightful meal as a reward for his own hard work from the night before. After consuming 2 poached eggs along with a nourishing soup made from various spiritual ingredients such as spirit bull tendons and spirit deer tendons, Qin Fan finally felt a resurgence in his vitality. He was now able to walk without the need to lean against the wall. Chapter 129. The Empress is pregnant again. The following day, Qin Fan prepared a ceremonious ritual for the shaving of the 5 little ones' birth hair, taking on the role of the barber himself. He found the eldest child quite uncooperative, with her little head bobbing about. After the shaving, her head resembled a dog's chew toy, with patches of dark and light hair. Nevertheless, it looked rather charming. After all, it was her own mischievousness that led to this result. When it came time to shave the second child's hair, she was remarkably obedient, perhaps deterred by the sight of her older sibling's unfortunate appearance. She even rewarded Qin Fan with a beaming smile, showcasing her adorableness. Nearby, Su Longyue was capturing this memorable moment with a recording stone. Wang Pengzi and Mu Mu observed curiously from the sidelines. The second child's birth hair was shaved quite well, leaving her with a round little head. However, when Qin Fan fashioned a reflective surface in the air for her to see, her tiny mouth immediately puckered, and she burst into tears, wailing heart-wrenchingly. With her small hands reaching desperately for the hair that had been removed, she attempted to reclaim it, unwilling to accept her baldness. The sight was so amusing that Qin Fan and the others couldn't help but laugh. As they chuckled, the second child cried even louder. Qin Fan gently soothed her, saying, "Do not cry, dear second child. Once this hair is gone, you shall soon become even more beautiful and adorable. Your future hair will grow thick, dark, and silky, transforming you into an exquisite beauty." With Qin Fan's praises and a comforting embrace, she gradually ceased her crying, especially after they moved to admire the nearby cascading waterfall, where he continued to shower her with compliments. Having settled the second child, Qin Fan prepared to shave the third child's hair. However, the 3 siblings, third, fourth, and fifth, seemed to have conspired together, erupting into a simultaneous chorus of cries. Their wails echoed loudly, and their little arms and legs flailed about in the stroller. Su Longyue, exasperated, remarked, "It seems they won't be getting their hair shaved today. We shall postpone it." Qin Fan nodded in agreement, then proceeded to gather the birth hair of the eldest and second children, crafting it into brushes right on the spot. The brush handle was forged from the bone of a second-tier inferior blue wolf beast, resulting in a transparent white jade-like appearance. Once completed, he shaped the children's birth hair into a fine brush tip and affixed it to the handle. Thus, a brush entirely made of white jade and birth hair was born. Su Longyue held the brush, feeling its enchantment. Though it appeared to be an ordinary writing instrument, it emanated warmth to her. Qin Fan explained, "The birth hair of a child is a unique treasure, and this brush holds significant commemorative value. With the abundant hair of the eldest and second children, we can also create combs, pendants, and fabric art pieces from their birth hair. Su Longyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is there a way for me to be involved? She inquired, eager to participate. Chun Xianyuan chimed in. Qin Fan, I wish to partake as well. Is there something I can contribute? She is indeed the godmother of the little ones, so she must certainly be involved. Qin Fan smiled and said, very well. You can create a tapestry using the hair from their first haircuts. This task requires the meticulous attachment of each strand of hair to the artwork, demanding both time and patience. Both Su Longyue and Chun Xianyuan expressed their eagerness to participate. Seeing their enthusiasm, Qin Fan took out a refined piece of second-tier demon beast hide and began to paint. One canvas depicted the current likeness of Dabao, while the other portrayed Airbao. While illustrating the two little ones' hair, he deliberately chose to create adorable hairstyles instead of the baldness or the frizzy sea urchin look from days past. The portraits of Dabao and Airbao on the scroll were particularly charming, evoking overwhelming maternal affection in Su Longyue and Qin Xianyuan. Watching from the side, Mumu couldn't help but exclaim, how adorable. When I have a baby in the future, I want to make such a commemorative painting for my child, along with a hairbrush crafted from their first hair. Chi was also touched by the idea. However, she had no thoughts of taking a partner, being solely focused on her own path. Wang Ponzi directly took pictures of the hairbrush Qin Fan had made and the scrolls of Dabao and Airbao, intending to create a similar collection of meaningful mementos for his future children. 2 days later, the hair of Sand Bao, Si Bao, and Wu Bao was finally shaved clean through various methods. Their keepsakes were also crafted. Qin Fan felt a profound sense of achievement as he gazed at the array of commemorative items before him, imagining the joy of showing them to the children when they grew up. Su Longyue remarked, yes, as Wang Pengzi and the others prepared to leave. Qin Fan informed Wang Pengzi that he would seek him out when he was ready to establish his foundation. Wang Pengzi expressed his determination to cultivate diligently and reach the foundational stage as soon as possible. After their departure, Steward Fan presented Qin Fan with the financial records of the Moonlight Pavilion and discussed its current operational status. Qin Fan learned that the island was only 4 or 5 days' journey from Qinglong Immortal City, which was not far at all. Steward Fan remarked, the sales of the robes have been quite impressive. Additionally, with the conclusion of the conflict between the Su family and the Sang family, the prices of demon beast materials have noticeably dropped. Master, should we take advantage of this opportunity to stock up? Qin Fan replied, I have other arrangements regarding the demon beast materials. Steward Fan acknowledged, understood. Upon reviewing the financial records, Qin Fan felt content. Steward Fan was meticulous in his duties and not greedy. He turned to Steward Fan and asked, Old Fan, now that you have reached the peak of Qi refinement, are you preparing for foundation establishment? Steward Fan responded honestly, I have been preparing all along. In 5 years, I will gather the materials needed to partner with someone in refining the foundation establishment pills. Qin Fan inquired, what materials are still needed? Steward Fan paused for a moment, then lowered his head to inform Qin Fan of the materials required. Coincidentally, Qin Fan possessed exactly what was needed. Previously, he had in his possession all the materials required to concoct foundation establishment pills, save for the second-grade Demon Dan. This time, his harvest from the Twin Peaks included a substantial quantity of foundation establishment materials. With a flick of his wrist, the materials that Manager Fan lacked appeared on the adjacent table. Manager Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he promptly knelt on the ground. Qin Fan remarked, these materials are worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones. You may take them, but a promissory note must be established, ensuring that upon successful foundation establishment, you will return the 10 mid-grade spirit stones at your earliest convenience. Manager Fan, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Immediately, he swore an oath of loyalty and signed the promissory note for the loan of 10 mid-grade spirit stones. In his heart, he vowed to serve Qin Fan with unwavering dedication, recognizing just how rare a master like him truly was. Originally, he had estimated that it would take another 5 years to find someone to collaborate with on the refinement of foundation establishment pills. Now, with the materials lent by Qin Fan, he could return to Qinglong Immortal City and seek connections for partnership in the endeavor. The thought quickened his breath. Meanwhile, on Su Longyue's side, she was cherishing moments with the little ones. Having not seen them for over 2 months, she longed for them dearly. As she gazed at the innocent angelic faces of the children peacefully slumbering in their beds, A tender smile naturally graced her exquisite features. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over her. She turned her spiritual sense inward to examine her womb. Chapter 130. Astonishing. The Empress is expecting quadruplets. Upon observing the condition within her womb, she was utterly astonished. How could this be? This is impossible. There were actually 4 embryonic lives present. In other words, she was pregnant with quadruplets. Perhaps it was a misperception. It had to be a misperception. Immediately, Su Longyue withdrew her consciousness, closed her eyes, and sat cross-legged on the bed, focusing her mind. After a brief moment, she once again turned her consciousness inward to examine her womb. To her amazement, the 4 tiny beings seemed to sense their mother's presence, extending tiny little appendages, though they were still mere fertilized eggs. Su Longyue withdrew her consciousness once more, opened her eyes, and gazed at the 5 little cherubs sleeping beside her. My dear children, your mother is pregnant again. What shall I do? The prospect of carrying multiple fetuses meant that over the next 10 months, she would not only have to suppress her cultivation to the Qi refinement stage, but also refrain from any training during this period. When she was pregnant with the quintuplets, she had managed to convince her sect to allow her a year of external training to conceal her pregnancy. Now, however, her mother was in the vicinity, likely to visit her at any moment. If she were to become pregnant again, her mother would surely discover it. And at that point, the eldest would also be revealed. Meanwhile, on Qin Fan's end, Zhong Nanyang and his wife, along with Ji Peng and his spouse, were preparing to depart. Zhong Nanyang approached Qin Fan to bid farewell. He shared some intelligence, mentioning recent disturbances deep within the Lanyue Mountains, predicting that the prices of beast materials would decline. He advised Qin Fan to temporarily halt his acquisitions of beast materials, suggesting he wait for a more opportune moment to procure them at lower prices. Due to his responsibilities in caring for his wife and daughter, Zhong Nanyang could only venture to the Lanyue Mountains once a month to hunt beasts. Additionally, with the conclusion of the conflict between the Su and Sang families, many individuals and material suppliers had begun to acquire beast materials from scattered hunting teams. As the previous purchasing prices had been excessively suppressed, the prices of beast materials were now rising daily. Qin Fan pondered, disturbances in the Lanyue Mountains? This reminded him of the time he traveled by flying vessel to the Lanyue Valley for the Foundation establishment banquet and witnessed his mother-in-law, Wen Zhanqing, engaged in a fierce battle with a 4th-tier giant ape. Logically, a being of her caliber, an elder at the Nascent Soul stage, would not linger in one place for long. Yet, from the moment he had seen her until now, she had remained near the junction of the southern region and central state for 6 months. There was certainly something amiss that he was unaware of. He wondered if the disturbances in the depths of the Lanyue Mountains mentioned by Zhong Nanyang were connected to Wen Zhanqing's prolonged stay. Understood, my friend Zhong. You previously suggested that I open a beast materials acquisition shop. Zhong Nanyang gazed at Qin Fan and said, Your Moonlight Pavilion has a considerable demand for materials from demonic beasts, especially now that it is flourishing more than ever. If you aspire to expand in the future, establishing your own procurement shop for demonic beast materials would be quite advantageous. Friend Qin, do you wish to embark on this venture? Qin Fan replied, Might I inquire if you, Zhong Dao, would entertain the prospect of managing such an establishment? Zhong Nanyang, taken aback, immediately rose to his feet, his lips trembling with excitement. Me? To be the manager of a material procurement business? Friend Qin, surely you jest. With a smile, Qin Fan assured him, I speak in earnest. Previously, I hesitated to establish a procurement shop due to my desire to remain uninvolved in the conflict between the Su and Sang families. Now that they have concluded their feud and reached an agreement, commencing a business in demonic beast materials seems prudent. He had deliberated over appointing Zhong Nanyang as the manager. Firstly, having spent time together, he knew Zhong cherished his wife deeply, and typically, men who hold such affection possess commendable character. Secondly, Zhong Nanyang was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, leading a demon hunting team and maintaining good relations with several team leaders. His imposing presence would command respect. Thirdly, given his responsibilities towards his family, Qin Fan recognized he would not have the time to manage a shop personally. Thus, entrusting someone reliable while overseeing operations would be ideal. If the individual performed well, they would be retained. If not, adjustments could be made accordingly. Just as Steward Fan had managed to establish a flourishing Moonlight Pavilion while allowing for a hands-off approach. This plan would enable him to earn spiritual stones while caring for his family and continuing his cultivation. Zhong Nanyang paced the living room, hands tightly clasped and rubbing together. Before confessing to Qin Fan, I must admit, I am rather unsophisticated and have never overseen any affairs, let alone a shop. Moreover, my skills lie solely in the crude art of hunting demonic beasts, with all my learned techniques focused on that purpose. Qin Fan chuckled and posed a simple question. Do you wish to become the manager of this material shop? Zhong Nanyang sat down heavily and replied earnestly, I certainly wish to. Ever since my daughter was born, each time I venture out to hunt demonic beasts, Man is filled with worry and reluctance. I too fear for my life, concerned that I may not return to care for them, and dread the hardships they would face without me. Qin Fan responded, then it is settled. Although you may lack managerial experience, there is always room for trial, and I can provide you with this opportunity. Zhong Nanyang's eyes fixed intently on Qin Fan, and he immediately altered his address, speaking with newfound resolve. Master, I wish to give it a try. Subsequently, Qin Fan and Zhong Nanyang discussed the particulars of the materials business, including the selection of a shop location, procurement pricing, staff recruitment, and more. Although Zhong Nanyang lacked experience as a shopkeeper, he had previously led a demon hunting team and possessed his own methods for managing subordinates, recruiting personnel, and navigating interpersonal relationships. Nonetheless, he listened intently to Qin Fan, diligently taking notes on the key points as if he were an earnest student. After discussing these details, Qin Fan and Zhong Nanyang formalized their agreement with a contract. Zhong Nanyang also voluntarily pledged a vow against his inner demons before Qin Fan, assuring him that he would exert every effort to manage the material shop and would never engage in corruption or misconduct. While the vow against inner demons is not an absolute guarantee, since for some, the desire to transcend their limits may render such vows ineffective, most cultivators possess an aspiration toward the Tao. At just over 40 years of age and in the initial stage of foundation establishment, Zhong Nanyang has significant potential to achieve the level of false alchemy. Moreover, during the period when the Su family oppressed the demon hunting team, Zhong Nanyang remained unyielding to authority, demonstrating a steadfast character that indicates the sincerity of his vow. Even if it were insincere, it would matter little to Qin Fan, who could always select another in the future. Chapter 131. To bear a child, or not having just concluded a conversation with Zhong Nanyang, Qin Fan received a text message from Su Longyue, summoning him to her side for an important matter. He hurried to the room he shared with Su Longyue, where he found her with her delicate brows furrowed, her fair hands resting gently on her abdomen, her gaze soft yet somewhat conflicted as it settled on the 5 little ones sleeping soundly on the bed. Witnessing this scene, he instinctively softened his footsteps. Approaching the bedside, Su Longyue turned to look at him. Let us go outside, she suggested, rising to head to the living room. What is it? Qin Fan asked softly. I'm pregnant, Su Longyue replied. Qin Fan was taken aback, exclaiming in shock. He paced back and forth in the room several times. Just days prior, after engaging in a dual cultivation with Su Longyue, he had yet to fully recover, having exercised restraint and refrained from further exchanges of their techniques. The dual cultivation method they practiced, Watermarsh Cave Heaven, explicitly stated that without any contraceptive measures, conception would not occur. He had even researched the underlying principles, which remained somewhat ambiguous, but it implied that during dual cultivation, the essence of both partners would transform into a unique energy that would enhance their cultivation. This meant that conception would not occur merely from their intimate encounters. Thus, it dawned upon him that it must have been during their time in the flower sea that she had conceived. Qin Fan was astounded by his own fertility. One time was all it took. Realizing this, he looked at Su Longyue with a tinge of guilt. My dear, this is my fault. I did not take proper precautions, leading to your pregnancy once again. Su Longyue replied, this time, it's quadruplets. Should we keep them? Quadruplets. Qin Fan was astounded, unaware of his own genetic predisposition for multiples. He felt conflicted. Naturally, he wished to keep them, yet recalling Su Longyue's previous pregnancy with quintuplets. He understood the challenges they would face. Her cultivation would have to regress to the qi refining stage, and she would be unable to cultivate during the pregnancy, among other difficulties. My dear, it ultimately depends on your wishes. Whatever you decide, I will support you. If you choose not to keep them, I will stand by that. If you wish to carry them to term, I will also support you. Although we already have our 5 precious ones, Adding 4 more would undoubtedly heighten our chaos and expenses. I will strive to care for all of you and work diligently to provide a good life for them. Then let us keep them, Su Longyue decided. All right, but will terminating the pregnancy affect your health at this point? Qin Fan was struck with a sudden realization, looking at Su Longyue in astonishment. Wait, you just said to keep them? Su Longyue nodded, affirming, yes, since I am pregnant. It signifies our bond as mother and children. Qin Fan excitedly grasped Su Longyue's hand, his dark eyes glistening with emotion. My dear wife, since you wish to embrace life, let us do so. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, I shall remain steadfast by your side, alongside our little ones. He pondered the potential wrath of his in-laws upon discovering that Su Longyue had borne him so many children, and resolved to diligently cultivate himself, striving to become a man of greater merit. Su Longyue exhaled a sigh of relief, casting her gaze down upon her abdomen, her hand gently resting there. Her expression was a blend of joy and resignation. Qin Fan knelt beside her, placing his hand over hers, his gaze tender. With their decision to welcome this child, Su Longyue began to outline the preparations for their impending arrival. The entirety of Warm Island was safeguarded by a formidable 3-tiered array that integrated both offensive and defensive capabilities while isolating their spiritual senses. During her pregnancy, she intended to remain on the island, focusing on her preparations. Having experienced a previous pregnancy, both were now more knowledgeable, and their living environment was considerably improved. Qin Fan remarked, upon our arrival, I noticed the vastness of our island. In addition to the sprawling fields of flowers, there are extensive fertile lands available for cultivating spiritual rice and vegetables, as well as raising and slaughtering spiritual beasts. This will ensure our self-sufficiency. Once our eldest grows, they will have these places to explore, for children only begin to emerge from their innocent naivety around the age of 5. Akin to how children in the modern world start school at 6. In the realm of cultivation, it is at the age of 5 that young aspirants first embark on their spiritual journey, perfectly coinciding with the innate energy still present within them. Prior to this age, they frolic just like ordinary children. Su Longyue replied, indeed, there happens to be a mortal town on Warm Island where some low-level cultivators reside. You could recruit individuals there to oversee the cultivation of spiritual rice, vegetables, and the raising of spiritual beasts. Qin Fan agreed, certainly. Previously, during his time in Qingzhou Square and Qinglong Immortal City, he had also engaged in the cultivation of spiritual rice and vegetables, as well as the raising of spiritual beasts. However, due to the limited arable land at that time, he had managed with a few puppets and his own efforts. Now, with the vast expanse of Warm Island, he could employ professionals to handle these responsibilities, allowing him to take a more hands-off approach. As for any surplus produce, he could stockpile some as provisions and sell the excess for spirit stones. Whether in the modern world or the realm of cultivation, Qin Fan found great satisfaction in the life of farming. After discussing these matters, he and Su Longyue considered whether to retain Song Qiaoji and Yun Yun to assist in caring for her and the children. Though the automatons they had could tend to the little ones, they could not match the nimbleness of a human presence, being limited to mechanical tasks without the capacity for personification. Su Longyue consented. That would be beneficial. As she spoke, she produced 2 pills, offering one to each of them. Qin Fan accepted the pill without inquiring about its effects. He instructed Su Longyue to rest while he sought out Song Qiaoji and Yun Yun, who were preparing to depart from Warm Island alongside Zhong Nanyang and the others. Upon discovering the opportunity to remain on the island to attend to Su Longyue and the young master and young lady, both women were astounded, as if struck by a joyous revelation. After all, beneath this island lay a 3rd-tier top-grade spiritual vein. Working here would allow them to cultivate during their free time, enhancing their training speed significantly. Without hesitation, Song Qiaoji bowed deeply to Qin Fan, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, I am willing. Without questioning the nature of the pill he had given her, she promptly consumed it. Yun Yun, feeling somewhat conflicted and concerned about the potential risks of the pill, ultimately decided to follow suit. Observing the 2 women ingest the pills, Qin Fan proceeded to formalize their commitment through a contract and made them pledge an oath to dispel any inner demons. Meanwhile, outside Warm Island, under a vast azure sky, a stunning girl of approximately 13, with her hair styled in 2 braided pigtails and clad in a bright yellow dress, was repelled by the island's protective formation. Steadying herself, She thoughtfully stroked her chin, her large, expressive eyes glinting with cunning. The moment her sister's presence reached this location, it vanished, and the island's barrier obstructed any divine sense from scanning. Clearly, something was amiss. Chapter 132. The Three Treasures Call Father Yet. The little girl remained merely at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment and, after numerous attempts, found herself unable to breach the third-tier high-level formation. Her cheeks puffed in frustration, and with her hands placed firmly on her hips, she resembled Su Longyue in her moments of ire. Both possessed stunning beauty. The exquisite little lowly, even when vexed, appeared particularly endearing. Regardless, her sister must surely be on this island, and she resolved to find an opportunity to sneak in. At that moment, the flying vessel carrying Zhong Nanyang and his companions emerged from within the island, revealing a gap in the formation. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she transformed into a streak of light, aiming to slip through the opening created by the formation's rupture. However, just as she approached the torn gap, she was met with a force from the formation that nearly crushed her, causing her face to pale in terror as she hastily activated her bottle-shaped defensive talisman, retreating several hundred meters in an instant. Watching her precious jade bottle talisman being reduced to powder by the formation's might, little Su Longyue felt a pang of sorrow. My jade bottle talisman. This was a third-tier talisman gifted by my mother, and now it's gone. She lamented. What kind of wretched formation is this, allowing only exit but not entry? How can it possess such formidable power? As she vented her frustrations, Su Longyue blinked her bright, spirited eyes and smiled mischievously. Such a vast island. I refuse to believe there is no way to enter. Sister, I have followed you for over 2 months. I shall not easily concede. Father clearly stated that you would remain at the sect for several days. I rushed back, only to find you have already departed. I shall uncover what significant matters you are attending to on this island, neglecting even a few moments to meet me at the sect. Meanwhile, Su Longyue received a video transmission from Qin Fan. Let me see my precious godson and goddaughter, Qin Fan exclaimed. After attending the shaving ceremony for the 3 and 4 treasures the previous evening, she had departed and was now en route to the Thousand Mechanisms sect. This was a plan she had long contemplated. Upon Su Longyue's return, she intended to don her Dunhuang flying Apsara robe and stroll around the mountain gate of the Thousand Mechanisms sect, showcasing that she too knew formidable inscription masters. Su Longyue adjusted the screen to focus on the now awake little ones. The tiny creatures, upon seeing Qin Fan, joyfully extended their little hands to greet her, melting her heart with their adorableness. After chatting with the babies for a while, she informed Su Longyue, "Yeah, I have contacted my mother. She is with your mother, and for the time being, they will remain together. They are currently in the hilly mountain range and will not return to the Laga Mountains anytime soon. You, Qin Fan, and the eldest treasure should rest assured on Warm Island. I will communicate with my mother daily, and if there are any developments, I will inform you immediately." Warm Island is the name bestowed by Su Longyue and Qin Fan upon the island they inhabit. Su Longyue gently caressed her abdomen, feeling a sense of contentment. She had initially prepared herself to meet her mother, but now she found herself expecting again. She pondered how her mother would react upon learning that she had conceived another child with Qin Fan, especially since she had to suppress her cultivation to the first level of qi refinement, rendering her unable to practice. If her father were to discover this, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Qin Fan. He had always held high expectations for her, viewing her as the pride of the Lanyue sect. Reflecting on this, she felt a tinge of relief, knowing her father was about to enter the celestial void secret realm, a realm of such caliber that he would be occupied for several years, perhaps even decades. As for her mother, after arranging matters for Song Xiaoji and Yun Yun, Qin Fan hurried to the chamber where Su Longyue and the babies were. Just as he was about to enter, he heard a sweet, childish voice. Though the pronunciation was not entirely clear, he recognized it as the voice of Sanbao, calling out "Dai Dai, Daddy." Overjoyed, he stepped into the inner room and found Su Longyue amusing Sanbao, teaching him to say "Dai Dai." Sanbao can say "Deity" now. Ha ha. Qin Fan laughed heartily as he approached. Su Longyue responded, "Yes, but the older one still can't say it. I tried teaching Sanbao to call me Mama, but he couldn't manage it. However, when I taught him to say deity, he was able to do it." There was a hint of playful envy in her voice. Qin Fan chuckled and lifted Sanbao, saying, "Come on, Sanbao, say Mama." Sanbao blinked his big, innocent eyes and joyfully exclaimed, "Deity, deity." It became an endless loop, and the more he shouted "die," the more delighted he became. Su Longyue found herself amused by his persistence. "Don't worry, my dear," Qin Fan reassured her. Sanbao is simply excited to have learned this new word. Once he masters Mama, he'll probably chant it endlessly too. And let us not forget about Dabo, Erbao, Sibao, and Wubao. They haven't called us yet either. One of them is sure to be the first to learn to say Mama. Just talk to them more often, and they'll pick it up. Fortunately, we have many little ones. With one calling deity, there are still 4 who can call you Mama. It's like the thrill of opening a surprise box. All right, Su Longyue agreed. Then produced a sheet of rice paper covered in numerous names, all beginning with the surname Qin. These are the names I devised for Dabo and the others after reviewing various esoteric texts on my way back. Each child has 10 names listed. Are they all with my surname? Qin Fan inquired. As a time traveler, he did not possess a strong sense of masculinity. After all, Su Longyue had endured considerable hardship while bearing their 5 children. Moreover, with Su Longyue's formidable strength at the late stage of the Golden Core, he had always assumed that she would bestow names upon their children using the surname Su. To his surprise, she chose to use the surname Qin entirely. Su Longyue, Qin Fan, my dear, how about this? The eldest and 3rd child will bear my surname, while the 2nd, 4th, and 5th children will take yours. The eldest and 3rd are boys, while the 2nd, 4th, and 5th are girls. Su Longyue regarded Qin Fan thoughtfully, as if contemplating a significant matter. In this era, it is only the son-in-law who would consent to allowing their children to carry the mother's surname. However, for the time traveler Qin Fan, such concerns were non-existent. In modern times, it is quite common for young couples to have 2 children, with one bearing the father's surname and the other the mother's, while some even blend both surnames into their children's names. Qin Fan, my dear, it's settled then. Let us choose names for our little ones. Su Longyue, that doesn't seem right. Qin Fan, what is wrong with that? I truly don't mind if the 2nd child and the others carry your surname. Su Longyue, I do mind. Qin Fan. Chapter 133. The names of the quintuplets are all melodious. Su Longyue expressed her concern. I worry that when they grow up and Dabo and Sanbao introduce themselves, others might think they are not my children, but rather born of another concubine. Qin Fan, taken aback by her words, realized she had a point. Then let them all take the surname Su, he suggested. Su Longyue looked at him with a peculiar expression. If they all carry the surname Su, you would indeed be a son-in-law. Let them all be Qin. Do not speak of this further. At this, a commanding aura emanated from Su Longyue that brooked no dissent. Qin Fan had no choice but to acquiesce. As for being a son-in-law, serving as one to the Empress was hardly a matter of shame. Naturally, as a man, he felt immense pride at being respected by Su Longyue. His wife was indeed considerate, always thinking of him. The couple then began to select names on rice paper, each baby having 10 names, totaling 50 names for 5 babies. Qin Fan was soon overwhelmed by the abundance of choices. Su Longyue rubbed her temples in frustration. Every name is wonderful, but we must select just one, Qin Fan lamented, feeling a wave of indecision wash over him. How about this? He shared his thoughts with Su Longyue. After pondering for a moment, she replied, that works. It aligns with fate and is more fitting. Immediately, Qin Fan began crafting small props with Su Longyue. He cut the paper while she meticulously inscribed the names on tiny slips. Once all 50 names were written, as Su Longyue prepared to stretch her neck, she felt a pair of strong hands kneading her shoulders, applying just the right amount of pressure. Wife, you have worked hard, Qin Fan remarked while giving her a shoulder massage. After a brief respite, and once the ink had dried, Qin Fan crumpled each slip of paper into a ball, 10 for each baby. He then placed the 5 little ones into their strollers, setting the crumpled slips in front of them, allowing them to choose their names in a manner reminiscent of a lottery during a first birthday celebration. Whichever ball they grasped would determine their name. Both Qin Fan and Su Longyue found this method of selecting names to be wonderfully democratic and imbued with a sense of destiny. Should the little ones later find their names unappealing, they could not blame their parents, as the names were chosen by their own hands. Dabo eagerly snatched all 5 paper balls, tugging at them until one was torn apart. Seeing the paper shredded, he grew even more delighted and continued to rip the others. Su Longyue looked helplessly at Qin Fan. What should we do now? Clearly, she had not anticipated her eldest son to be so vigorous. Let us see if he ends up with any intact paper balls. If not, we will go with the first one he tore, Qin Fan suggested. As Qin Fan spoke, he retrieved the fragments of the first paper ball torn by Dabao and placed them into the brocade box labeled with Dabao's name. With an abundance of children, it was essential to assign each one a brocade box to avoid any confusion regarding their names. Dabao, increasingly captivated by the act of tearing paper, giggled incessantly, thoroughly enjoying the game. Bao had yet to join in the pursuit of the paper balls. San Bao managed to grasp one, engaging her tiny hands in play with the paper. Si Bao seized 2 paper balls and attempted to stuff them into her mouth. Qin Fan quickly intervened, grasping her little hand, exclaiming, "Si Bao, you cannot eat this." Su Longyue chuckled resignedly, commenting, "Si Bao will likely grow into quite the little foodie. Not only does she nibble on her hands and feet more eagerly than her siblings, but anything she can grasp inevitably finds its way to her mouth." Upon realizing that the delectable morsels could not enter her mouth, Si Bao's little lips quivered, on the verge of tears. "Si Bao, dear, this is truly inedible. It's merely paper. It doesn't taste good at all. How about we have nine later?" The response was a loud wail from Si Bao, clearly indicating a failure in communication. "Allow me," Su Longyue offered. She picked up the sobbing Si Bao and handed her the paper ball. Si Bao promptly stuffed it into her mouth, ceasing her cries and beaming with delight, her cheeks bulging as she chewed on the inedible object. Observing Qin Fan's concern, Su Longyue reassured him, "It's fine, I won't let her swallow it. Just a taste will suffice for her to realize it's not palatable. She will spit it out on her own." This was a piece of advice from Qin Fan's manual on caring for babies, which she had entrusted to Su Longyue before her departure. "All right then," Qin Fan replied. "Our Si Bao is indeed a little foodie." With Si Bao under Su Longyue's watchful eye, Qin Fan turned his attention to Wu Bao. He discovered Wu Bao reclining in the stroller, showing no interest in the nearby paper balls. Gently, he turned her over to face the paper, placing her tiny hands amidst the scattered balls. "Wu Bao, these are the 10 names your mother has chosen for you. Please select one as your name for the future. You need only grasp a small paper ball." Wu Bao blinked her large, expressive eyes but remained still, unresponsive to Qin Fan's encouragement, entirely relaxed. "You, my little sloth princess, won't even budge to choose your name." However, Qin Fan was undeterred. He wrapped 5 small paper balls in the clothing worn by Su Longyue and presented them to Wu Bao. This time, Wu Bao grasped a vibrant red scarf, a creation from last winter that Qin Fan had made for Su Longyue. Apart from the striking red scarf, all other items were white. It seemed Wu Bao had a fondness for bright colors. After a brief moment over tea, the 5 little ones each selected their respective name from the crumpled paper balls. Dabao had truly torn all 5 of them apart, delightfully rolling amidst the cascade of paper fragments in the baby carriage. Qin Fan could already envision Dabao's mischievous antics, rummaging through drawers and climbing trees to raid bird nests. The names of the 5 babies are as follows: Dabao, Qin Tingen, Bao, Qin Lucy, San Bao, Qin Yisai, Si Bao, Qin Yi, Wu Bao, Qin Inran. Each name possesses a melodic charm. Qin Tingen. Surely, the artist knows how to craft this object. How could it grace the courtyard? Qin Lucy. Frost descends as bears ascend trees. In the forest's emptiness, the deer drinks from the brook. Qin Yisai. In seeking the elegant phrase, one cultivates tranquility. Initially, thoughts may swirl, yet ultimately, one returns to serenity. Qin Yi. The youthful and delicate prose suits the reserved. Even the bold and passionate hearts share their struggles. Qin Inran. From henceforth, the sounds of our lives shall whisper softly. The spring mountains appear like indigo, the grass like smoke. These 5 names not only resonate with the birth dates and the mystical principles associated with the children, but they also possess an exquisite elegance. Had Qin Fan been tasked with naming them, he could never have conjured such melodious titles. Truly, his wife is remarkable. Chapter 134, Double Rewards. After naming the little ones, Qin Fan entrusted Su Longyue with the task of entertaining the babies while he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner and their supplementary food. The babies, now 6 months old, were ready to embark on their culinary journey. Qin Fan devoted considerable effort to crafting their supplementary meals. Although he lacked a blender to rice, potatoes, and carrots, this was the realm of cultivation, where he could effortlessly employ his magical prowess to finely grind the ingredients into a smooth rice paste or potato puree, achieving remarkable consistency and delicacy. The quadruplets relished their supplementary food, often leaving their bowls spotless. The eldest exhibited a hearty appetite, consuming copious amounts with each meal. The third was quite mischievous, frequently emerging from mealtime resembling a little creature extracted from a mixture of rice paste or potato puree, with the remnants adorning his face, hands, and clothes. The fifth one, however, was passive, refusing to eat unless fed. The second was particularly obstinate, consistently shutting her mouth or using her hands to block the spoon attempting to feed her. At times, Qin Fan would take an apple and feign delight while eating it, only to offer it to the second, who would respond with a grin, pushing it away. In these moments, the quadruplets would cry out, their big eyes fixated on the apple in Qin Fan's hand, drool escaping their little mouths, clearly yearning for a taste. After spending time with the babies, while Su Longyue attended to them as they napped after their meal and playtime, Qin Fan retreated to his training room, with Su Longyue now expecting their second child. His urgency to enhance his cultivation intensified. Upon entering the training chamber, he settled into a meditative position, detected that the host has successfully caused Su Longyue to conceive again. All rewards are doubled. Special reward. The host's cultivation level has advanced from the 3rd to the 5th layer of foundation establishment, with 6 insights gained. Cultivation rewards being distributed. 10 minutes later, Qin Fan opened his eyes, feeling a profound surge of magical energy coursing through him. His meridians had expanded once more, allowing for an increased capacity of spiritual energy, with the liquid magical essence in his dantian rising from 25 to 30 units. Indeed, the rewards had truly doubled, propelling him directly from the 3rd to the 5th layer of foundation establishment, having barely entered the early stage of foundation establishment 2 months prior. He was now on the cusp of the middle stage. What a thrill! The number of insights had also doubled, presenting him with 6 opportunities for comprehension. The power of these insights was something he had previously grasped. They would enable him, a solitary cultivator who had yet to master any of the myriad arts of cultivation, to swiftly enter the realms of weapon forging, inscription, and the prestigious Yin sword technique. Perfectly timed, he had also begun to comprehend formation techniques, allowing him to craft his own formation plates and dismantle formations. With the assistance of my longevity technique, my lifespan is extended, and becoming a master of formations is merely a matter of time. At that point, no formation would be beyond my reach. Moreover, formation techniques rank foremost among the 4 arts of cultivation, not only elevating the status of formation masters, but also surpassing the earning potential of alchemists, weaponsmiths, and talisman makers. During my last visit to the Twin Peaks, had it not been for the 2nd-tier boundary-breaking talisman gifted by the Su family, I would have faced considerable difficulty in exiting. It would have been impossible for me to traverse the 2nd-tier enemy confinement formation set up by the Su family so swiftly. Reflecting on this, I immediately retrieved a comprehensive guide to basic formations that I had previously purchased from Maple Leaf Square. I then engaged in an enlightening session of comprehension. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge pertaining to formations, the materials required for crafting formation plates, and various common structures of 1st-tier formations flooded my mind. After half an hour, I opened my eyes and took out the 1st-tier superior fire control formation plate I had acquired from Dewey. Previously, following the operational manual provided by Dewey, I had struggled to assemble this fire control formation plate. However, after grasping the fundamentals of formations, I found the manual, which had once seemed filled with obscure terminology, to suddenly be crystal clear. It was akin to a high school student attempting to understand college-level calculus, in utter darkness and confusion. Yet, for a mathematics prodigy in college, such concepts would be effortlessly simple. This was precisely the state I found myself in, and it was exhilarating. How delightful it was to possess a system. Without delay, I began to arrange the formation according to the instructions in the manual. Within the span of a tea brew, a golden radiance emanated from the floor, enveloping the area of the formation plate in a semicircular, pale golden shield. I had succeeded. It turned out that arranging a formation plate was so straightforward. I could now consider myself a novice formation master. After mastering the formation, I stroked my chin, contemplating the pursuit of talisman comprehension. Although talisman crafting is ranked last among the 4 arts of cultivation, making it relatively easy to enter, mastering it remains quite challenging. Moreover, The scarcity of materials from second-tier demonic beasts has resulted in a dearth of second-tier talisman masters. Most talisman crafters are first-tier artisans, engaging in this craft as a side endeavor to earn spirit stones. Nevertheless, skilled talisman masters hold a distinct advantage during combat, as they invariably possess numerous talismans that can enhance their combat prowess. If one were to draw rare, illusionary true talismans, they could transform into a duplicate of themselves to confound their foes, thereby gaining an unexpected tactical advantage in battle. Additionally, the mesmerizing talisman gifted by Su Longyue, capable of creating illusions, and the formidable thunder talismans were also on my mind. Half an hour later, I had grasped the basics of talisman crafting and, due to its relative ease, I had directly advanced to a first-tier intermediate talisman master. I had comprehended the 4 arts of cultivation: formations, elixirs, artifacts, and talismans. I truly am remarkable. After patting myself on the back, thoughts of the first-tier superior Xiao Bai and the second-tier inferior seahorse crossed my mind. Should I pursue a beast-taming skill? Although beast-taming may not be as renowned as formations, elixirs, artifacts, and talismans, it is still quite commendable. Indeed, there are sects, such as the Spirit Beast Sect, one of the 7 lower sects, that have gained fame through the art of beast-taming. Imagine, if one were to master the art of beast-taming, one could command multiple spirit beasts akin to puppets, thereby augmenting one's combat prowess. However, lacking the tomes on beast-taming, I shall venture to the nearby market after disembarking from the island. Prior to my arrival at Warm Island, I chanced upon a cultivation market on the sea, a foundation establishment market. I have 1 opportunity for enlightenment pertaining to beast-taming and 3 additional opportunities for comprehension. Though I have yet to decide what to focus on, I shall contemplate this further when the need arises. Since the activation of the system upon my transmigration, I have been rewarded with enlightenment 10 times, most of which have been significantly linked to Su Longyue's pregnancy. Thus, I must cherish and wisely utilize this current opportunity for enlightenment. With thoughts of the market in mind, I departed from Warm Abode, soaring through the skies on my sword, meticulously observing the entirety of the island, discerning which areas are suitable for cultivating spirit rice and spirit vegetables, as well as for raising spirit beasts, and noting the required land for these endeavors. I recorded each detail, facilitating my future purchases of spirit rice seeds, spirit vegetable seeds, and spirit beast offspring at the market. Chapter 135. Encounter with the sister-in-law. As Qin Fan strolled along the seaside, he stroked his chin, contemplating that the little ones had begun to consume complementary foods. The nutritional value of marine fish was exceptional, and with Warm Island being surrounded by the sea, it was perfectly suited for cultivating marine fish. 2 days later, in the waters surrounding the city of mortals where Warm Island is located, a black canopy boat glided slowly towards the shore. At the bow stood a striking young girl, her hair styled in dual braided pigtails, wielding a massive mountain-cleaving axe that was taller than herself, her feet resting upon its blade. The visual impact was striking, embodying a violent aesthetic of a powerful yet adorable girl. This girl was none other than Su Longyue, who had seized an opportunity to infiltrate the formation of Warm Island. Behind her trailed a hunched, trembling cultivator of the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. This cultivator was a spiritual farmer who had ventured to the nearby sea sand island to procure seeds for spiritual rice, intending to return and cultivate them. Unexpectedly, he encountered the imposing figure of Su Longyue along the way. To a Qi refinement novice, a foundation establishment cultivator represented a formidable force akin to a deity. He respectfully addressed her, "Fairy." As he prepared to continue, a glance from the girl caused him to falter, and he stammered, Li Yi. Ahead lies Warm Island, a city of mortals, where cultivators like myself reside, and the spiritual vein there is of superior first tier. Su Longyue responded, "Understood." With that, she concealed her cultivation level, masking it at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Her lively and beautiful eyes sparkled with cunning. "Hee, I am truly clever. Look, I have made it in," she thought. "Sister, let me see what you are doing on this island." As the boat approached the dock, an increasing number of vessels arrived from various directions. There were cargo ships engaged in trade, fishing boats returning from the sea, and large ships manned by cultivators who had ventured to hunt sea monsters. The dock was bustling with activity, filled with a cacophony of sounds. Upon disembarking, a middle-aged, portly man dressed in the attire of the city lord's mansion hurriedly approached, striding purposefully towards the center of the dock. There, he raised his voice to call out, "Foundation establishment cultivators, seeking workers, all skilled spiritual farmers, adept spirit planters, and those proficient in raising spiritual fish and beasts, come report to me. Only those with genuine abilities will be accepted. Otherwise, if you provoke a Foundation establishment cultivator, do not blame me for a disastrous fate." Of course, working for a Foundation establishment cultivator comes with exceptional benefits. You can cultivate on a second-tier spiritual vein. The entire Warm Island is built upon a third-tier superior spiritual vein, though not all areas are of such caliber. The vicinity where Qin Fan and his companions reside is surrounded by third-tier superior spiritual veins, while this city of mortals is situated above a first-tier superior spiritual vein. The third-tier superior spiritual vein branches into third-tier middle and lower veins, which further divide into second-tier, first-tier, and lower-tier spiritual veins. Upon hearing the portly manager's words, the crowd at the dock immediately gathered around him. However, the majority were merely spectators. After all, to become a spirit farmer, a spirit planter, or to raise spirit beasts, one must be a cultivator. Mortals are incapable of undertaking such tasks, as they require the use of spells. Upon hearing this, Su Longyue blinked her lively eyes. A foundation-building cultivator is recruiting? Upon entering the Great Formation, she detected her sister's presence and was prepared to pursue it, only to find that the area was entirely sealed off by the formation. She could not traverse those magical barriers. Scanning her surroundings with her spiritual sense, she discovered that only a limited area was accessible to her, which included the waters navigated by the black-sailed boat, as well as the region occupied by the mortal city and its vicinity extending 100 miles. All other areas were locked down by a third-tier Great Formation, rendering them inaccessible. Moreover, she realized that the most formidable cultivator in this area was the Lord of the City, a third-layer Qi refining cultivator, while the others were merely first- and second-layer cultivators. The sudden appearance of a foundation-building cultivator in the mortal city to recruit, particularly for roles situated above a second-tier spirit vein, indicated that this cultivator must have come from another area isolated by the third-tier formation. This represented a prime opportunity for her to enter those other regions of the island. "Ningyin, you mentioned that you could cultivate spirit rice?" Su Longyue inquired. Ningyin, feeling a surge of anxiety, promptly replied, "Yes, Lady Li." Without hesitation, Su Longyue grasped Ningyin and soared towards the dock, where, amidst the respectful avoidance of the mortals, they arrived before the portly steward. Upon seeing Ningyin, the steward immediately bent in a respectful bow, addressing him as Ning Xianzhong. He then turned his gaze towards Su Longyue, who exuded a similar yet evidently more potent spiritual pressure than Ningyin, bowing even lower. "Greetings, esteemed senior." Su Longyue declared, "I am proficient in raising spirit beasts." Having nurtured a swarm of gold-devouring insects, she possessed significant experience in insect cultivation. Her assertion of expertise in spirit beast rearing was certainly justified. She then glanced at Ningyin, who felt a chill run down his spine. He had initially wished to remain uninvolved in this matter, but ultimately had to muster the courage to state, "I am skilled in cultivating spirit rice." Indeed, he had cultivated spirit rice for 40 years, and although the rice planted each quarter was not yet fully matured, it had all been pre-ordered. However, he yearned for a low-profile cultivation journey and did not wish to entangle himself in the affairs of powerful foundation-building cultivators, for it was uncertain whether it would lead to a trap or a great opportunity. Yet, with Su Longyue's gaze upon him, it was clear that she intended for him to register as well, compelling him to do so despite his reservations. After the steward recorded their names, he instructed them to rest nearby and await the arrival of additional personnel, promising that they would return to the city lord's mansion together after an hour. An hour later, the steward had gathered 4 different types of freelance cultivators, totaling 15 individuals, all of whom were first- and second-layer Qi refining cultivators. Within the city lord's mansion, Qin Fan sat in a position of authority, with a middle-aged man clad in a 5-clawed golden dragon robe standing respectfully at his right. This man was Su Longyue, the lord of the mortal city of Qianhai, a third-layer Qi refining cultivator. He respectfully reported to Qin Fan, Senior Qin. "The steward has recruited 15 adept cultivators skilled in planting spirit rice, cultivating spirit vegetables, raising sea fish, and nurturing spirit beasts. Shall we invite them in now?" Qin Fan replied, "Certainly." Before long, the plump steward entered the grand hall, accompanied by Su Longyue and others. Su Longyue immediately spotted Qin Fan, a foundational cultivator, seated in a position of prominence. A flicker of astonishment danced in her lively eyes. In her heart, she mused, truly, he is a male cultivator from the island. His appearance is simply extraordinary. Such striking features, and that unparalleled, moon-like elegance. I can confidently declare him the most handsome man in the southern domain. Suddenly, a clever thought crossed her mind, and a mischievous glimmer sparkled in her enchanting eyes. She pondered, my sister has spent so little time with me over the years, either entering secret realms, secluding herself for cultivation, or embarking on perilous expeditions in the treacherous mountains. If I were to capture this man and gift him to my sister as a consort, then have her conceive, wouldn't she be able to remain in the sect to nurture her pregnancy? And then, she could spend time with me? Chapter 136. The encounter with the younger sister-in-law Su Longyue instructed the group of scattered cultivators to step forward one by one, introducing themselves and sharing their areas of expertise, subsequently demonstrating their spells related to those fields. Su Longyue, positioned centrally, announced her registration in the cultivation of spirit beasts, showcasing her technique for taming spirit beasts while elucidating the various types of spirit beasts and the proper methods for their care. Upon seeing Su Longyue, Qin Fan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a resemblance between her and Su Longyue. However, this young girl exuded confidence and audacity, in stark contrast to the other scattered cultivators who dared not meet his gaze. She, on the other hand, did. After the presentations concluded, Qin Fan selected 11 cultivators. When Su Longyue did not hear her name called, she exclaimed loudly, "Why was I not chosen?" Her performance had been exemplary. Even Ning Yin had been selected to cultivate spirit rice, yet she was overlooked. Lordly was quite displeased. Her outbursts startled the gathered cultivators and the city lord, Su Longyue, causing them to lower their heads in a show of humility, fearing the wrath of a foundation establishment master might fall upon them. Su Longyue furrowed his brows and reprimanded, "If you weren't chosen, then you simply weren't. Why all the fuss?" Qin Fan remarked, "You are still quite young. Focus on your cultivation." Internally, he felt there was something amiss with this girl, prompting his decision to exclude her. Although she displayed notable skill in spirit beast cultivation, he preferred stability and was wary of any elements of unpredictability. In an instant, Su Longyue adopted a sorrowful demeanor, dabbing at her tears while plaintively expressing her gratitude to the elder brother for his concern. "But I am orphaned, raised alongside my sister. Now she has been abducted, and I know not where she has gone. I must earn spirit stones to cultivate. Only then can I grow strong enough to search for her and bring her back. Elder brother, rest assured, I will not neglect my cultivation while raising spirit beasts. I can go without sleep." As she spoke, Su Longyue continued to weep tragically. Yet when she gazed up at Qin Fan, a resilient smile graced her lips. Even Su Longyue felt his heart soften at her plight and glanced at Qin Fan, though he dared not voice his thoughts. After all, seated before them was a formidable foundation establishment master, capable of ending him with a mere flick of his wrist. Qin Fan had initially intended to continue his refusal, but upon reflection, he said, "City Lord's son, add Wenli's name to the list." Ultimately, 12 cultivators were selected, divided into 4 categories, each comprising 3 individuals. Qin Fan established the production teams as follows. 1. Spirit rice cultivation. First production team 2. Spirit vegetable cultivation. Second production team 3. Spirit beast raising. Third production team 4. Marine fish cultivation. Fourth production team. Each production team would have a captain and 2 vice captains. Su Longyue rolled her eyes internally at the naming of the third production team. Indeed, the aesthetic standards of handsome men are distinctly unique. Subsequently, Su Longyue found herself appointed by Qin Fan as the vice captain of the 3rd Production Brigade, rather than as the captain. Instantly, she felt a surge of displeasure. Yet upon reflection, she managed to suppress her irritation and maintained a facade of gratitude as she thanked Qin Fan. Internally, she mused, "How dare you underestimate me, Su Longyue? Very well, I shall remember this. My sister would undoubtedly be fond of a man with such a distinctive personality." After assigning the various work roles, Qin Fan piloted the flying vessel, escorting 12 individuals to the designated area for the cultivation of spiritual rice, spiritual vegetables, and the breeding of marine fish, leaving behind seeds and fish fry. He then proceeded with Su Longyue and 2 others to the area for raising spiritual beasts. Upon arrival, Qin Fan released the young spiritual beasts he had purchased from the Haishafeng city, offering brief instructions before soaring away on his sword. As soon as he departed, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in the usually gentle, downcast eyes of Su Longyue. This location, indeed, was much closer to her sister. However, the scope of her divine sense remained too limited, with various formations obstructing her perception. Nevertheless, she chuckled inwardly. Meanwhile, as Qin Fan exited the farming area, a sudden frown crossed his brow, prompting him to descend and land. A powerful surge of magical energy violently radiated outward, causing two small insects to be expelled from his being. With keen eyes, he observed two black insects hovering in the air. Their wings, though as thin as a cicada's, shimmered with a metallic sheen and were remarkably sharp. Having acquired the comprehensive guide for beast taming and undergone a moment of enlightenment, Qin Fan had ascended to the rank of a low-tier beast master. He instantly recognized these creatures as gold-eating insects, possessing a cultivation level of upper-tier first stage and a mid-grade bloodline. In an instant, the image of the young woman, Wen Li, flashed across his mind. A cold smile graced his lips. How quickly she revealed her true colors. Let me see what you truly intend to do. His agreement to allow Wen Li to participate was motivated by a desire to observe her actions closely, rather than leaving her unchecked. It was wiser to keep her within his purview. As the two gold-eating insects sensed the formidable magical fluctuations emanating from Qin Fan and attempted to flee, a colossal white jade centipede erupted from the ground, its maw aimed at the insects. Thus commenced a fierce battle between the white jade centipede and the two gold-eating insects. 10 minutes later, while standing atop a massive axe and directing the captain and another vice-captain in their tasks, Su Longyue suddenly felt a sharp pang within her divine sense. Her expression morphed into one of mild astonishment. The two gold-eating insects had perished. How intriguing. Yet, she felt a twinge of sorrow. Although they were merely upper-tier first stage, these insects had been meticulously nurtured by her, endowed with numerous advantages such as tracking and concealing their presence, making them excellent companions for stealthy pursuits. Logically, they should not have been detected by a cultivator at the foundation building stage. Yet now, not only had they been discovered, but they had also met their demise. The sudden loss of two golden-devouring insects caused her great distress. She resolved that when the time came, she would bind Qin Fan and present him to her sister, while also procuring literature specifically designed for training male companions, ensuring her sister would adequately discipline Qin Fan and help her vent her frustrations. Meanwhile, Qin Fan observed Little White, who, after consuming the two golden-devouring insects, was particularly elated, rolling on the ground in a display for Qin Fan, stirring up clouds of dust. Qin Fan remarked, "Little White, your rolling is quite adorable. You may cease now." Little White conveyed a message to Qin Fan. "All right," Qin Fan replied. It turned out that after devouring two first-tier superior golden-devouring insects, Little White required a period of dormancy for digestion. Earlier, on their journey to Warm Island, Qin Fan had fed Little White a considerable amount of spiritual medicine obtained from the Su family. Now, with the addition of the two first-tier superior golden-devouring insects, Little White's energy was abundant, necessitating time for digestion. Following this slumber, it was highly likely that Little White would achieve the pinnacle of first-tier superiority. As Little White burrowed underground, Qin Fan prepared to soar back to warm residence on his sword. Suddenly, he received a message from Su Longyue. "Return at once. There is urgent business." Qin Fan responded affirmatively. He immediately set off at the fastest speed, flying toward warm residence. Although Su Longyue's message was merely textual, he could sense her underlying concern. What could have transpired? Was there an issue with Dabao and the others? Or was there a complication with the child she had just conceived? Chapter 137. Astonishing Revelation. The quadruplets transform into quintuplets. Upon arriving at the warm home, Su Longyue was seen sitting on the beauty couch, her brow furrowed in distress. "Qin Fan, the babies have changed." Qin Fan hastened to her side, gently taking her hand and inquiring, "Do not rush. Take your time to explain. How have they changed? Are the eldest not behaving?" Su Longyue shook her head, clarifying, "It's not about the eldest, it's..." As she spoke, she cast her gaze down toward her abdomen. "It's the baby inside me." Qin Fan's expression shifted to seriousness as he asked, "How have they changed? Have they ceased to develop?" The phenomenon of fetal cessation, though rare, occasionally occurs among pregnant women in modern times. Su Longyue replied. One has turned into two. Qin Fan was taken aback, perplexed by her words. Su Longyue had never encountered such a situation before. During her first pregnancy, no such occurrence had arisen. Now, she felt the sudden presence of 5 life forces within her, 2 of which were entirely new, while one had inexplicably vanished. Panic surged within her as she grappled with the bewildering reality. She had remained at warm home for the past few days, without venturing outside or encountering any unusual events. After hearing Su Longyue's explanation, a thought struck Qin Fan, and he smiled reassuringly, saying, "My dear, do not worry. This is a fortunate occurrence." Fortunate? Su Longyue was taken aback. Observe closely if the 2 additional life forces each possess their own amniotic sac and placenta, Qin Fan suggested. With a gentle focus of her consciousness, Su Longyue examined herself. After opening her eyes, she nodded, then asked in confusion, "What does this mean?" Qin Fan explained, "This is a case of the fertilized egg splitting into 2 embryos, which accounts for the disappearance of 1 life force and the emergence of 2 new ones. This phenomenon is known as identical twins, resulting in 2 babies that will look exactly alike. The previous children were fraternal multiples, each distinct in appearance." Subsequently, Qin Fan patiently elucidated the differences between identical and fraternal twins, detailing how if a fertilized egg divides within 3 days, it leads to the formation of identical twins, thus creating a 1-to-2 scenario. Su Longyue listened in complete astonishment, which soon transformed into delight. 2 identical babies. In her subconscious, she had always envisioned twins as being mirror images of one another. Little did she expect to bear quintuplets, each uniquely different. Previously, she had harbored doubts, feeling as though her multiples were not genuine. Now, with Qin Fan's explanation and the revelation of 2 new life forces within her, joy welled up inside her. "Oh, I see now. Qin Fan, you possess such profound knowledge." She marveled at the fact that, as a mother, she had been oblivious to such information, while Qin Fan, as a father, seemed well-versed, likely having perused numerous ancient texts on the subject. With this realization, a warm current flowed through her heart. The anxiety she felt regarding the impending morning sickness, the inevitable weight gain, the necessity of living like a mortal due to her cultivation being suppressed to the qi refinement stage, and the swelling that accompanied the later stages of her pregnancy began to dissipate. Su Longyue said, "Qin Fan, please close your eyes." Qin Fan smiled indulgently, pleasantly surprised that the youthful Empress would engage in such a playful, childish game with him. He complied and shut his eyes. He sensed Su Longyue grasping his hand. "Now you may open your eyes," she instructed. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find a plant, approximately 20 centimeters tall, radiating a soft blue energy glow resting in his palm. The plant looked strikingly familiar, resembling. "Wife, what is this?" Qin Fan inquired. "This is a gift for you, the nebula vine. It is currently in its juvenile stage, and you can tame it by dripping your blood on it to establish a bond," Su Longyue explained. Qin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaned forward and planted a fervent kiss on Su Longyue's lips. "Wife, I absolutely adore this gift." Su Longyue's exquisite face flushed slightly. In the original narrative, the nebula vine was one of the formidable allies of the protagonist, Lanyue. It was also a favorite among many prodigies in the cultivation world, as this plant possessed immense potential for growth, being a top-tier bloodline among demonic plants, capable of achieving divinity in the future. However, cultivating such a plant required vast resources, making it generally unattainable for most prodigies. Lanyue ultimately succeeded in nurturing his nebula vine to the point of transcending to the realm of true immortals. Despite the prodigy's fondness for cultivating the nebula vine, it remained exceedingly rare. The fact that Su Longyue gifted it to him was astonishing. Leaning softly against Qin Fan, Su Longyue produced a jade slip and handed it to him. "Take a look." With one arm wrapped around Su Longyue, Qin Fan pressed the jade slip to his forehead. As his consciousness entered the slip, his eyes brightened with each passing moment. It was a secret method for cultivating the postnatal azure with spiritual body. The nebula vine was precisely the primary spiritual plant needed to practice this method. Other materials were relatively easy to acquire, but this particular spiritual plant was difficult to find. Typically held within major sects or powerful cultivation families, or hidden in perilous secret realms. The nebula vine was the most suitable and optimal spiritual plant for him to cultivate the postnatal azure with spiritual body, given his primary focus on wood-based techniques. Then, Su Longyue informed Qin Fan that she had also prepared the additional materials needed for cultivating the azure wood spiritual body and asked if he wished to pursue this path. Without responding verbally, Qin Fan gave Su Longyue an elongated French kiss. Her stunning visage turned crimson, exuding an enchanting beauty. Qin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, realizing just how fortunate he was to have a wealthy empress by his side, sparing him several hundred years of toil. Subsequently, Su Longyue began to explain to Qin Fan the intricacies of cultivating the azure wood spiritual body, though this cultivation technique was not the one she intended to practice. From the moment she obtained this secret method, she devoted herself to researching how to enable Qin Fan to swiftly cultivate into the azure wood spirit body. At this moment, she was explaining to Qin Fan the underlying principles. For instance, she elucidated that by nurturing the innate spiritual plant, the cultivator could absorb the vital essence of the plant, along with the cyclical energies of the sun and moon, thereby refining their physique and ultimately cultivating the acquired azure wood spirit body. Su Longyue provided her explanations with great detail. After listening for a considerable time, Qin Fan nodded and said, "All right, my dear, you must be thirsty. Have some water. I will take some time to comprehend this myself." Su Longyue replied, "Very well, I shall take a break." She did not expect Qin Fan to grasp it all at once. She set a tentative goal of 3 years for him to enter the threshold, with a century of cultivation to achieve the azure wood spirit body, which would already reflect considerable insight. After ensuring Su Longyue was comfortable, Qin Fan took the starry cloud vine and the jade slip of the azure wood spirit body to the training room. Subsequently, he engaged in a moment of enlightenment regarding the secret method of the azure wood spirit body. Half an hour later, Qin Fan opened his eyes, his black irises filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the secret method contained insights into the ethereal wood incarnation, which was associated with the azure wood spirit body, and even the legendary longevity Dao body, said to grant eternal life. When he succeeded in cultivating the azure wood spirit body, as long as he procured sufficient resources, he could continue to develop the ethereal wood incarnation, or even the longevity Dao body. No wonder Yeye chose the starry cloud vine, the pinnacle of bloodlines among wood attribute demonic plants for him. If he nurtured it well, combined with the longevity gained from his cultivation, there was a significant chance he could, over a lengthy lifespan, cultivate the longevity Dao body. At that time, he would also stand a chance to attain enlightenment and become a deity, standing side by side with the Empress Su Longyue, ensuring she would not remain alone in her solitude. Chapter 138. The Empress is astonished. Qin Fan, have you mastered it so quickly? Immediately, Qin Fan grasped the young nebula vine seedling, which floated in the air, enveloped by a sphere of bubbles. He pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the seedling, thereby forging a spiritual pet contract. Once the contract was successfully established, Qin Fan carefully extracted the nebula vine from its bubble cocoon. As soon as the little creature emerged and landed on the ground, it sprouted 2 vine-like legs and scurried up onto Qin Fan's shoulder, tilting its head in a human-like manner, perhaps in a gesture of amusement. Noticing that Qin Fan did not comprehend, the little one extended a small vine, wrapping it around Qin Fan's arm, with the tip of the vine playfully signaling its affection. Qin Fan chuckled as he gently patted its small, vine-like head and then produced a mid-grade spirit stone, offering it to the nebula vine. The vine immediately dispatched a branch to envelop the spirit stone, conveying a message of delight to Qin Fan. In the jade slip that Su Longyue had given him, there were detailed notes on the cultivation methods for the nebula vine. Unlike beasts that consumed spirit rice and spirit meat, the nebula vine, being a spirit plant, preferred spirit stones and other mineral substances infused with spiritual energy. Moreover, during its seedling phase, it required a mid-grade spirit stone daily, refusing to consume lower-grade stones, exhibiting a fastidious and extravagant nature. Such a gluttonous creature would be impossible for a loose cultivator to sustain. This was merely the seedling stage. The resource consumption during its youth and maturity would be astronomical. This elucidated why the saints of various sects cherished the cultivation of the nebula vine, yet struggled to nurture a mature specimen. You little glutton, fortunately, your master can earn a living. Otherwise, I truly could not afford to raise you, Qin Fan mused. The nebula vine extended a branch to pat its small, stump-like head, appearing adorably foolish while smiling. Subsequently, the little creature unfurled countless tiny vines, enveloping the mid-grade spirit stone and commencing to absorb its spiritual essence. As the little one drew in the spiritual energy, Qin Fan, its master, felt tendrils of verdant, botanical energy flowing from the nebula vine into his own body. Immediately, Qin Fan seated himself cross-legged on a mat and began to channel the secret technique of the Qingmu spiritual body, using this botanical energy to refine himself. 3 hours later, Qin Fan opened his eyes, and the nebula vine had completely consumed the mid-grade spirit stone. He sensed a genuine transformation within his body, though subtle. It was a step towards greater accumulation. He eagerly anticipated the day he would fully cultivate the Qingmu spiritual body. After designating a cozy area for the nebula vine to frolic, Qin Fan proceeded to visit Su Longyue. She was currently engaged with the little ones and Song Qiaoji, who were playing. Qin Fan had created a playpen, furnished with genuine leather carpets and an array of small toys he had crafted. The enclosure was constructed from a special material akin to modern resin, ensuring that even if the little ones bumped against it, they would remain unscathed. At that moment, the eldest was attempting to grasp the enclosure, eager to stand. Having just learned to crawl, it was now eager to rise. Song Qiaoji entertained the second child with a glowing ball, guiding it to crawl. The third child, though still unable to move effectively, was trying hard to turn in circles, raising its bottom in determination. The 4 treasures rolled about, emitting delightful giggles. The 5 treasures continued to lie flat, observing their elder siblings at play. Indifferent to Yun Yun's attempts to amuse her, merely blinking her charming, large eyes without moving. Qin Fan approached, and Su Longyue began to share anecdotes about their children, such as the recent observation that the 3rd treasure had crawled a little further. Listening to these tales, Qin Fan found them quite intriguing. Previously, he had seen many fathers on social media showcasing their babies' daily accomplishments, questioning the necessity of such displays. Yet now, as a father himself, he realized that each tiny milestone in a child's growth was profoundly significant to him, almost warranting a proclamation to the world. After playing with the children for a while, they grew weary, prompting Song Qiaoji and Yun Yun to take them for a nap. Su Longyue inquired about how Qin Fan was faring with the secret technique of the Qingmu spirit body and if there were any areas of confusion. Qin Fan replied, "I have comprehended it and have begun my cultivation. The Xingyun vine has bestowed upon me some of its botanical energy, and I feel my body's absorption of spiritual power has accelerated slightly." Su Longyue was taken aback by this revelation. She had initially thought that Qin Fan would take 3 years to grasp the fundamentals, yet he had accomplished it in merely 3 hours. This was astonishingly swift. Clearly, Qin Fan possessed remarkable talent for cultivation. Previously, his spiritual root had been of medium quality, which restricted his path to immortality. However, now that he had entered the Qingmu spirit body secret technique, with his innate gifts, he should be able to cultivate the Qingmu spirit body within 50 years. At that point, achieving the golden core would likely pose no significant challenge for him. Upon entering the golden core stage, Qin Fan's lifespan would greatly increase, and she would then explore ways to enable him to cultivate an even more formidable Emu physical body. Time passed swiftly, and several days went by. A communication talisman flew into Wenxin residence. After perusing its contents, Qin Fan sought out Su Longyue for discussion. "It is acceptable," she affirmed. "Very well," he replied. Qin Fan soared through the air on his sword, swiftly arriving at the exterior of the 3rd-tier formation that enveloped the entire Warm Island. At that moment, 3 individuals hovered in the air outside the formation, 2 men and 1 woman, all foundational cultivators. One male foundational cultivator, in the early stages, was astonished upon seeing Qin Fan, exclaiming, "Qin Daoist." Qin Fan was equally surprised to encounter Du Yi here. The previously received communication talisman indicated that Yunxian Mountain and Luffing Island were visiting Warm Island. Both Yunxian Mountain and Luffing Island were situated in the vicinity of Warm Island, within the same region of Yunzhou County. Du Daoist, Qin Fan acknowledged. Du Yi swiftly flew to Qin Fan's side, smiling as he said, "Congratulations, Qin Daoist, on successfully establishing your foundation." "Thank you, and congratulations to you as well, Du Daoist. On your own success," Qin Fan reciprocated. Du Yi then introduced Qin Fan to the other 2 cultivators, saying, "Qin Daoist, these are the fairy Lucaire and her husband Ling Hu Kuan, who reside on Luffing Island." I have just rented a dojo in Yunxian Mountain. We are all from Yunzhou County, and thus I propose that the three of us, the island masters, meet and engage in conversation to become acquainted. Linghu Kuan and his spouse greeted Qin Fan with a respectful bow, to which Qin Fan reciprocated. The enchanting fairy Kaier, filled with curiosity, inquired, Master Qin, is it possible to change the name of the island we are renting? This island was previously known as Qianhai Island. Qin Fan replied, I am not entirely certain, as my wife handled the arrangements. Internally, he thought, naturally, a purchased island can be named as one pleases. However, during our initial meeting, it would be prudent to refrain from ostentation. As for combat prowess, he harbored no concerns regarding the three individuals. At present, he was fully capable of contending with late-stage Foundation establishment practitioners, and he had at his disposal the formidable stone puppet, Su Tianshi, as well as the 4 second-tier low-grade blue wolf demon beasts he had recently refined. Fairy Kaier responded with an "oh," and did not pursue the matter further, as Qin Fan invited the three into the cozy island. Chapter 139. The pampered husband in the cozy loft dedicated to receptions. Qin Fan, Linghu Kuan, and Du Yi were engaged in conversation, while Kaier and Su Longyue enjoyed their own dialogue. Through their exchanges, it became apparent that Linghu Kuan was a late-stage Foundation establishment warrior, and Kaier was an early-stage second-tier talisman master. When Qin Fan introduced himself, he merely claimed to be an early-stage second-tier artifact craftsman. Su Longyue, however, refrained from disclosing her cultivation level, as Du Yi had not previously encountered Su Longyue. He was unaware of her prowess. Kaier, noticing that Su Longyue was at the qi refining stage, greeted her with enthusiasm. After a lively discussion, Kaier inquired about the possibility of renaming the island where she resided. Su Longyue responded, it was changed at the time of signing the contract. Kaier exclaimed, had I known, I would have changed it during the contract signing as well. What a loss. No wonder I was repeatedly denied when I sought to rename it from Ingzong. Next time, during the decade-long renewal, I must have my husband speak to Ingzong about the name change. By the way, your warm island is truly beautiful. It's a pity my husband couldn't afford it back then, and he only rented me the Lufeng Island. Su Longyue was not particularly talkative, but this did not hinder the gregarious Kaier, who easily found topics to discuss. After their conversation, Kaier produced a small rabbit from her spirit beast pouch. She then lamented to Su Longyue, Moon Fairy, my husband has no sense of frugality at all. The last time I casually mentioned my fondness for rabbits, he immediately rushed to the Beastmaster Sect to procure a first-tier superior rabbit for me. Su Longyue, currently using the name Lanyue, replied, that sounds quite nice. Kaier continued her lamentation, nice? How can that be? Resources for cultivation are so exorbitant now, and he wastes spirit stones on such frivolous things. This little rabbit, aside from being adorable, is utterly useless in battle, completely ineffectual. Despite her complaints, Kaier's radiant expression suggested that her grievances were more for show than genuine dissatisfaction. In truth, she was boasting. Su Longyue discerned this nuance effortlessly. Subsequently, Kaier went on to recount how her husband had splurged spirit stones on her, sharing anecdotes such as how he had rented Lufeng Island simply because she had mentioned her desire for tranquility. Su Longyue sent a message to Qin Fan, containing the words, show off to Linghu Kuan. Upon sensing the message through the jade pendant, Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. He glanced towards Su Longyue, and as his consciousness subtly probed, he overheard Kaier dramatically lamenting about how many spirit stones Linghu Kuan had spent on her. Meanwhile, his wife listened with a gentle demeanor. Connecting this with the content of the message she had sent, Qin Fan realized the intent. His wife wished to subtly demonstrate her wealth without directly boasting, prompting him to boast before Linghu Kuan about the spirit stones Su Longyue had expended on him. What a clever strategy. My wife is undoubtedly a cunning and formidable empress. When she was wronged, Qin Fan naturally felt compelled to exact 100-fold vengeance on her behalf. At that moment, Du Yi was engrossed in his studies of the array plate, so Qin Fan patted Linghu Kuan on the shoulder and suggested a leisurely stroll by the lake. Once there, he began to vent his frustrations. Linghu, my friend, why do women have such an affinity for spending money? Just as Linghu Kuan was about to respond, my wife is the same. Qin Fan abruptly shifted the topic, stamping his foot as he exclaimed, do you have any idea how many spirit stones this warm island costs? How many? Linghu Kuan inquired, genuinely curious. He had previously considered renting Warm Island, but was informed by the representatives of the Ingzong that the island was not available for rent. He couldn't help but feel a sense of disdain, wondering why Qin Fan and his companions could secure the island. Truth be told, I'm not certain either, Qin Fan confessed. It was my wife who purchased it for me. When I mentioned that the bustling atmosphere of Qinglong Immortal City was too overwhelming and detrimental to my cultivation, she secretly acquired this island as a surprise. I only discovered it upon arriving here. Isn't that infuriating? Who knows how much of her fortune she spent? Such extravagance. Linghu Kuan was left speechless, his face twitching uncontrollably, especially each time Qin Fan stamped his foot and lamented such wastefulness. Internally, he thought, damn, I misjudged her. I never imagined that Qin Fan's wife, merely at the first level of qi refining, would possess such immense wealth to purchase this warm island, which even a formidable cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage like myself could not rent. No wonder the Ingzong representatives stated that the island was not for rent. It was indeed for sale. It makes sense now why my wife has been persistently trying to rename Lufeng Island, while Qianhai Island was easily renamed Warm Island, as it had been bought by someone who could certainly rename it. He recalled his initial bewilderment upon meeting Qin Fan's wife, questioning how a cultivator of Qin Fan's caliber could be paired with a female cultivator at the first level of qi refining. Such a cultivator would typically be regarded as a concubine. Little did he know that Qin Fan's wife, Lanyue, hailed from a family of substantial wealth. He suddenly felt a tinge of regret regarding his own choice of a foundation establishment female cultivator. As Qin Fan pointed to the seahorse that leapt from the depths below and stamped his foot in frustration again, he complained, "Look at this second-tier demon beast. What is it? Neither dragon nor horse. It's simply hideous. My wife insists on gifting me one, and I'm utterly at a loss. She is so wasteful." The seahorse replied, "Master, may I request an increase in my performance fee? Enduring the phrase simply hideous has dealt my soul 1,000 blows. Without 2 spirit-feeding pills, I cannot recover." Thus, Qin Fan continued to share his grievances with Linghu Kuan. Linghu Kuan said, "Qindao friend, I suddenly remembered that there are some matters at home that I have yet to attend to. Thus, I shall conclude our exchange for today and take my leave. In the future, you and Lady Ling are most welcome to visit us at Leifeng Island." Having spoken, Linghu Kuan hurriedly made his way back to the loft, calling upon the exuberant and animated fairy Kyre, who was engrossed in her own spirited tales. She remained bewildered, wondering why they were departing so soon after their arrival. With a reluctant expression, she bid farewell to Su Longyue, expressing her delight in their conversation and her eagerness to continue it on another occasion, inviting Su Longyue to visit Leifeng Island in the future. Upon observing Linghu Kuan and his companions preparing to leave, he also took his leave from Qin Fan and the others. Once Linghu Kuan and his party departed from Warm Island, Qin Fan chuckled softly and remarked to Su Longyue about Linghu Kuan's expressions earlier. He then jested, "My dear wife, once Linghu Dao friend and fairy Kyre return, I am certain they will have a spirited argument. I have avenged you. How do you plan to reward me tonight?" Chapter 140. The 2 treasures and 5 treasures call mother. With a graceful sweep of her hand, Su Longyue conjured 2 segments of bamboo emanating a verdant glow. Qin Fan's eyes sparkled. These were 3rd-tier spirit bamboos, the primary material for crafting 3rd-tier wood-based treasures. "Here, I present this to you," Su Longyue remarked. Qin Fan accepted the 3rd-tier spirit bamboos and, in a moment of exuberance, pressed a fervent kiss on Su Longyue's exquisite face. "Thank you, my dear wife." A faint blush adorned Su Longyue's cheeks. While she felt no joy from the spirit stones gifted to the fairy Kyre, she found greater happiness in bestowing them upon her beloved husband. As night fell, Qin Fan busied himself in the kitchen, preparing meals for Su Longyue, who required sustenance thrice daily. Song Qiaoji observed, eager to learn. Given the likelihood of Qin Fan's future excursions, it was prudent to ensure someone on the island could cook for Su Longyue. Since Song Qiaoji had a penchant for culinary delights, Qin Fan welcomed her tutelage. He meticulously conveyed Su Longyue's preferences to her, and she diligently took notes. In a cozy chamber, Su Longyue reclined on a chaise lounge, nurturing her second child, when she retrieved a communication jade pendant from her storage ring. Instantly, she straightened, for this was her exclusive means of contact with her father. The jade glimmered, signaling the receipt of a message. Yeah, the Tianshu secret realm has opened. I shall enter today. Do not worry. Read the message from Su Changming. Safe travels. Su Longyue replied, feeling a sense of relief as her father ventured into the Tianshu secret realm. Before long, a video message from Qin Fan arrived. As soon as the connection was established, Qin Fan eagerly requested to see the babies. At that moment, the little ones were frolicking in the living room, where Qin Fan had fashioned a miniature playground. With a swift motion, Su Longyue redirected the camera, allowing Qin Fan to behold the playful infants. Instantly, her face radiated with joy. "Oh, my little darling, your hair has grown a tad. How utterly adorable. Come, let your godmother give you a kiss, each and every one." Mua. Following this, Qin Fan coaxed the babies to call for her. "Sambao, I hear you can call for your daddy now. Come, say godmother." Sambao chuckled and exclaimed, "Didi," despite several attempts to guide him. Sambao remained steadfast in his response, prompting her to shift her focus. Finally, while teaching her Bao, he uttered a soft moo. Su Longyue immediately turned her gaze. Qin Fan paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, addressing Bao, come. Continue to say mumyamu. The pronunciation of mu denotes mother, akin to mama. This delighted Qin Fan, who hadn't anticipated that her earlier teachings of mother dear would result in Bao calling out mother. "Bao mumu ha ha. Bao is so clever. You can now call for mother." "Yeah, look, Bao called for me first." Qin Fan beamed with pride. Su Longyue, Qin Fan, after indulging in a moment of self-satisfaction, proceeded to discuss serious matters with Su Longyue. She recounted her recent visit to the Qianji Sect, where she relished the opportunity to flaunt her accomplishments. Delighting in the reactions of those present, she vividly described the expressions of the people at the Qianji Sect, and then warned that a beast tide was about to erupt in the Lugu mountain range, urging Su Longyue to prepare in advance. She mentioned that she had originally intended to come over, but had been intercepted by her father en route and was currently on her way back to the Falling Cloud Sect. After concluding the communication, Su Longyue examined the formations at Warm Island and Warm Abode. Confirming their integrity, she began teaching the little ones to say moo. When Qin Fan entered to call Su Longyue for dinner, he found her sitting on the playroom carpet, earnestly instructing the eldest child to say moo. "Mother, moo," she encouraged. The third child chimed in, "I am mother." The fourth exclaimed, "Mother, mother, mother." The fifth repeated, "Mother, call mother." Though Qin Fan beckoned Su Longyue to join him for dinner, she seemed somewhat reluctant, yet eventually complied. After the meal, instead of taking a stroll, she returned to continue her lessons with the children. Qin Fan pondered what had spurred this fervent dedication in Su Longyue. Previously, when the third child had called him father, she had not been so persistent in teaching them to call her mother. Later that evening, as they prepared for bed, Qin Fan suddenly heard Su Longyue's laughter from outside. Moments later, she entered, calling for Qin Fan, come out. The fifth child has called me mother." Qin Fan dashed outside, eager to shower the child with praise. "Really? The fifth child is so remarkable. You've done well, my dear. All thanks to your guidance." Su Longyue beamed with a tender smile, wishing to embrace the fifth child. But Qin Fan swiftly picked the child up and presented them to her, saying, "My love, you are pregnant now. It's not advisable to lift heavy things. The children are quite heavy. If you wish to see them, let me or Qiaoji bring them to you." "All right," Su Longyue replied, affectionately smiling at the fifth child. "Fifth child, perform for your father and say mother." The fifth child, eager to please, grinned widely and uttered, "Mumyumo." "Excellent," Su Longyue praised. "Indeed, the fifth child is amazing." Qin Fan concurred. Immediately, Su Longyue sent a message to Qin Fan, informing her that the fifth child had called her mother. Witnessing this, Qin Fan chuckled in resignation. Finally understanding Su Longyue's fervent teaching that day, her competitive spirit had been at play. The youthful Empress was truly endearing. After soothing the little ones to sleep, Su Longyue informed Qin Fan about the impending beast tide in the Lugu mountain range, advising him to exercise caution when venturing out and not to worry about the formations at Warm Abode or Warm Island. She assured him that as long as fourth-tier beasts did not approach, everything would be fine. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan took her words to heart. He recalled that Zhong Nanyang had previously mentioned unusual activities in the Lugu mountain range, but he had not paid it much heed, considering the considerable distance separating them from the range. Even in the event of a beast tide surging through the Lanyue mountain range, the initial targets would invariably be the nearby immortal cultivation families and the Qinglong immortal city. Additionally, there exists a span of 2 to 3 years during which signs of an impending beast tide may manifest. However, the onset of the beast tide is imminent now. And with Su Longyue expecting her second child, the 5 little ones remain quite frail. He must swiftly attend to matters in Qinlong Immortal City and prepare the necessary supplies to confront the forthcoming beast tide. 5 days later, Qin Fan arrived at Qinlong Immortal City and first visited the Moonlight Pavilion, a procurement establishment for monster materials. Zhong Nanyang had already completed the shop's renovations, and the team was assembled, awaiting his inspection to commence operations. After a thorough review, Qin Fan found everything satisfactory. Zhong Nanyang informed Qin Fan about the current market conditions for monster materials in Qinlong Immortal City, noting that prices were continually on the rise, and inquired whether the procurement shop would indeed open the following day. Qin Fan replied, "Yes, we shall open, but for the time being, we will not be acquiring monster materials." Zhong Nanyang asked, "Then what?" Qin Fan responded, "We will procure first-tier talismans and first-tier elixirs." The beast tide represents both a calamity and an opportunity for the human cultivators. Many cultivators, eager to obtain monster materials, will rush to the front lines to hunt these beasts. Consequently, the prices of monster materials will inevitably plummet, while the demand for logistical supplies such as talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts will soar. Chapter 141. Astonishing Revelation. The quintuplets become sextuplets. Having resolved the matters pertaining to Zhong Nanyang, Qin Fan made his way to the Moonlight Pavilion. After thoroughly reviewing the accounts presented by Manager Fan, he withdrew a portion of the profits and then produced a set of first-tier demon beast puppets he had previously crafted for practice, 8 in total. He instructed Manager Fan to keep them at the Moonlight Pavilion, but not to sell them just yet. He would notify him when the time was right. Manager Fan was utterly astounded, promptly responding, "Of course, master." Internally, he marveled, "Heavens! My master is not only a master craftsman, but also a puppeteer." Qin Fan then inquired about Manager Fan's preparations for Foundation establishment. Manager Fan replied, "I have secured a cave dwelling at Qinglong Mountain for 5 days hence. I shall prepare to break through to Foundation establishment then." Qin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Qinglong Mountain, the spiritual abode of the Qinglong Taoist, harbored numerous cave dwellings at its base, some situated on third-tier spiritual veins and others on second-tier ones. Typically, loose cultivators aiming for Foundation establishment would opt to rent cave dwellings on the second-tier spiritual veins in Qinlong Immortal City. Qin Fan instructed Manager Fan to find 5 gentle and remarkable young women who could care for children, along with 5 young women skilled in cooking. Subsequently, Qin Fan engaged in extensive procurement within Qinlong Immortal City, gathering supplies for the upcoming year. Given that Warm Island could cultivate spiritual rice, spiritual vegetables, and raise spiritual fish and beasts, he would not lack for food supplies. However, he needed to stockpile more seeds and demon beast offspring, as the selection he had purchased during his last visit to Haisha Market had been rather limited. He also required various items for the children. During this period, Qin Fan attended a triennial auction in Qinlong Immortal City, where the appearance of a premium Foundation establishment pill sparked palpable tension in the air. When the main material for the coveted golden pill was unveiled, a presence resembling that of a false Dan Realm Master enveloped the venue. Although a false Dan Realm Master could no longer forge a golden pill from a Foundation establishment pill, they could still strategize for their disciples or family members. At the auction, Qin Fan discreetly acquired a small portion of the materials necessary for the human as tool body refinement technique, along with some spiritual herbs. Afterward, Qin Fan altered his appearance to that of an inconspicuous early Foundation establishment loose cultivator and ventured into the black market, where he liquidated a batch of resources obtained from the Su family, converting them entirely into medium-grade spirit stones. His need for medium-grade spirit stones had surged, as he now nurtured a nebula vine that exclusively consumed such stones. Exiting the black market, Qin Fan climbed a hill and routinely fed the nebula vine a medium-grade spirit stone. At that moment, Su Longyue sent him a message. "Su Longyue, Qin Fan, there's news. The quintuplets have become sextuplets. We have one more baby." Upon receiving this message, Qin Fan's expression turned grave, and he promptly initiated a video call with Su Longyue. She answered, her face etched with concern. At this point, Qin Fan had reverted to his original appearance. "Qin Fan, please explain in detail." It has been over 10 days since the last fertilized egg implanted. How can there still be further fertilized egg division? Su Longyue cautiously conveyed to Qin Fan her observations through her divine consciousness. Originally, a single fertilized egg had divided into two. However, unlike previous divisions where each embryo possessed its own placenta and amniotic sac, these two embryos shared a single placenta, with only one layer of amniotic membrane and one layer of chorionic membrane. Qin Fan remarked, "This is a single amniotic sac, single chorion twin pregnancy. The risk factor is exceedingly high." Su Longyue expressed her concerns. "Qin Fan, they are sharing a placenta. I worry that as they grow, various complications may arise. When I was pregnant with quintuplets, those 5 little ones fought quite a bit within me. Each of them had separate chorionic membranes, so their tussles didn't truly harm one another. But now, these newly split lives are within a single chorionic membrane, and once they start to fight, their umbilical cords will surely intertwine. Do not fret, Yunyang," Qin Fan reassured her. "I will return to Warm Island immediately. Although there is a risk of umbilical cord entanglement in such cases, we can overcome it." The safe delivery of quintuplets was a unique blessing from the heavens. Typically, multiple pregnancies are fraught with danger. "All right," Su Longyue replied. "When faced with difficulties, we shall find solutions." She too was concerned about the potential for umbilical cord entanglement, yet felt greatly reassured by Qin Fan's words. After concluding their communication, Qin Fan promptly rose and commanded his flying vessel back to Warm Island. On the way, a massive flame-shaped flying vessel passed by, emblazoned with the characters Li Huazong. It was the vessel of the Li Hua sect. Suddenly, Qin Fan received a transmission. "Qin Daoyu, please hold on." It was the voice of Sang Xinyu. Shortly thereafter, he saw a slender figure dressed in emerald green flying towards him on a sword. Qin Fan quickly performed a spell to accelerate his vessel. "Damn it, this Sang Xinyu is coming towards me in front of her sect. How many envious eyes will that attract? What scheme is this crafty woman up to now?" At this moment, I do not wish to antagonize the inner sect male cultivators of the Li Hua sect. "Qin Daoyu, why are you running so fast? I won't devour you." A gentle laughter floated towards him. "Oh dear, look at how you are avoiding me. Very well, wait for me in the valley 10 miles ahead. I have come to fulfill the promise we made during our last transaction at the Twin Peaks." After a brief incense's worth of time, a streak of emerald light soared into a verdant valley. Sang Xinyu, clad in a green robe, gracefully alighted from her flying sword. She approached Qin Fan with a bright smile. Qin Fan was slightly taken aback. Sang Xinyu's cultivation level had evidently progressed, likely reaching the mid-foundation stage. Such rapid advancement should not be attainable for someone with a top-tier spiritual root. Typically, cultivators with high-grade spiritual roots take at least 5 to 10 years, if not longer, to progress from the early to mid-foundation stage. If one's comprehension is insufficient, it may take a lifetime to advance to the mid-stage of foundation building. However, Sang Xinyu managed to reach this stage in less than a year. It seems that the great secret concealed within her sea of consciousness is indeed significant. Sang Xinyu produced a pouch of spirit stones and tossed it to Qin Fan, smiling as she said, "This contains 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, my friend Qin. Please take a look." Qin Fan did not accept the pouch. It hovered in the air instead. He replied, "I did not kill Su Tianshi, so I kindly ask you to retrieve these 10,000 spirit stones." Sang Xinyu responded with a soft "oh" and reclaimed the pouch. Qin Fan thought to himself, "How cunning. She is indeed scheming. Should outsiders learn that I am the one who killed Su Tianshi, his father and the other members of the Su family would undoubtedly come after me." Qin Fan then mentioned, "The foundation establishment secret technique of your family's ancestor." Sang Xinyu smiled gently. "There is still time before the agreed 2 months. Do not rush, my friend Qin. I assure you that I will deliver the secret technique to you within the stipulated time. I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance in my escape from Su Tianshi last time. Thank you, my friend Qin." Chapter 142. Sister, you are harboring a great secret. Qin Fan was at a loss for words. Since there was no golden core secret technique, why did she call out to him? It was likely that she sought to extract information regarding whether he had killed Su Tianshi. He immediately addressed Sang Xinyu, stating, "It is merely a transaction. There is no need for thanks. Given that your ancestor's golden core technique is still unavailable, I shall take my leave." With that, Qin Fan released his flying vessel, preparing to depart. Sang Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Qin Fan to dismiss her so swiftly. She soon spoke. Qin Daoist, in light of our numerous collaborations, allow me to share a piece of information with you free of charge. The Lanyue mountain range is on the verge of unleashing a beast tide. I have heard that you plan to open a shop for the procurement of beast materials in Qinglong Immortal City. You may postpone the opening, but the magical artifacts from your moon pavilion can be supplied in limited quantities for the time being. When the beast tide arrives, the prices of these artifacts will surely rise. Having said this, Sang Xinyu turned and soared away on her sword, departing even more swiftly than Qin Fan. It seemed as though she wished to race him. Qin Fan couldn't help but ponder, I truly cannot comprehend this woman. Just as he was about to steer his vessel away, he received another message from Sang Xinyu. Sang Xinyu, Qin Daoist, according to rumors from the Su family, Su Tianshi is not dead. His severed right arm has healed, and he has encountered great fortune at the Twin Peaks. Soon, he may very well attempt to break through to the Golden Core stage. I was genuinely surprised that you were able to assist me in escaping from Su Tianshi. However, it seems you possess little regard for my well-being, leaving me in that desolate wilderness. What if a rogue stumbled upon my corpse? What would become of me then? Qin Fan. Without hesitation, Qin Fan formed a hand seal, accelerating his vessel and swiftly exiting the range of her mental communication. This woman was attempting to extract more from him. Not a chance. 4 days later, Qin Fan returned to the warm residence and encountered Su Longyue. She informed him that everything was well, with no significant issues, though she remained uncertain if the other fertilized eggs would continue to divide. The transformation from quadruplets to sextuplets had indeed astonished her, and this pregnancy felt entirely different from the first, leaving her somewhat flustered. Taking Su Longyue's hand, Qin Fan gently reassured her, do not worry, the little ones will be just fine, and so will you. Our family will thrive together. Su Longyue nodded in agreement. 2 days later, a surge of spiritual energy resonated throughout the warm residence. Upon exiting his room, Qin Fan beheld an enormous white jade centipede, at least 30 meters long, emerging from the earth. Indeed, this time it had achieved a breakthrough to the first level of great perfection during its slumber. With a cute sound, the centipede, affectionately nicknamed Little White, attempted to nuzzle Qin Fan with its large head, only to be playfully swatted away by him. Qin Fan tossed a premium foundation-building pill into the air, commanding, Little White, eat this. Little White's massive head moved swiftly, devouring the premium foundation-building pill. Upon savoring the flavor, its large eyes sparkled, and it began to roll around in the courtyard, stirring up clouds of dust. Enough. Hurry and break through, Qin Fan remarked with a hint of playful disdain. This little creature, whenever filled with joy, delights in rolling about, oblivious to its current physique. Su Longyue, on the other hand, received a message from her sister, Su Wanli. Su Wanli. Sister, I heard from father that you have left again. Where have you gone to play? I want to come and join you. Su Longyue, deep in the hills. Sitting atop a large rock and supervising the efforts of the captain and another deputy captain of the third production team. Su Wanli read the message, and a mischievous smile danced in her lively eyes. Indeed, sister, you are concealing a secret. You are deep in the hills. Yet you are clearly right here on this warm island. If I hadn't come, I would have been deceived by you. I am increasingly intrigued by what you are doing on this island. How vexing. Why hasn't Qin Fan returned to supervise us? Does he not fear that we might slack off? Such laziness. 3 days later, Qin Fan first visited the first, second, and fourth production teams to assess their progress, which was commendable. He also brought seeds and spirit fish fry purchased from Qinglong Xianxing for planting and breeding, while the spirit rice and spirit fish had yet to mature. The spirit vegetables were ready for harvest, and Qin Fan collected a batch. Subsequently, he proceeded to the third production team. As Su Wanli basked in the sun atop the large rock, she sensed an approaching presence and sprang to her feet, her movements as swift as a shadow. Before the captain, who was momentarily taken aback, could react, Su Wanli snatched the food bowl meant for feeding the spirit beasts from his hands. Upon Qin Fan's arrival, he beheld Su Wanli and Qi Hong tending to the spirit beasts, while Guo Huai stood idly by, bewildered. Seeing Qin Fan, Su Wanli immediately greeted him with a radiant smile. Master, you have arrived. Look, we have been caring for this batch of spirit beasts quite well, haven't we? They are free of illness and misfortune, and each one is clean, as we bathe them daily. Guo Huai and Qi Hong lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak. They had intended to nurture the spirit beasts while cultivating themselves, but unexpectedly encountered the hidden prowess of the formidable Su Longyue, who had them working tirelessly day and night. The spirit beasts were indeed clean and plump, but they were nearing exhaustion from their relentless toil. Qin Fan observed the spirit beasts feasting before him. They appeared remarkably clean and had grown substantially. It was evident that the third production team had performed admirably, achieving the best results among the 4 teams. Being a generous master, Qin Fan rewarded Guohuai with 2 low-grade spirit stones and granted Su Longyue and Qi Hong each a low-grade spirit stone. Guohuai and Qi Hong were taken aback, their previous grievances towards Su Longyue transforming into heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for her relentless drive for productivity, they would never have attained the top performance among the 4 production teams, nor would they have received such generous rewards. In the past, they would toil for an entire year just to earn a single low-grade spirit stone. Now, having only cared for the spiritual beasts here for less than a month, Qin Fan has already received 1 or 2 spiritual stones as rewards. Su Longyue blinked her bright, animated eyes and cheerfully informed Qin Fan that she had nurtured a considerable number of spiritual beasts, although they were not present for a meal at the moment. She would take him to see them. Qin Fan nodded, curious to discover the intentions of the young girl. On this visit, he had brought all of his hidden assets, as the beast tide was imminent, and he needed to eliminate any potential threats on Warm Island before it arrived. Arriving at a deep forest gorge, Su Longyue pointed towards a dark cave ahead, saying, "Senior Qin, it's midday now, and that group of spiritual beasts fears the heat, so they are resting inside." As she spoke, Su Longyue swiftly extended her right hand, revealing a massive axe that appeared in her grasp. With a fierce twist of the axe, she swung it menacingly towards Qin Fan. Chapter 143, Sister-in-Law. Sister, save me. Qin Fan had long been prepared. His body swiftly retreated several dozen meters, and with a flick of his wrist, the Dai Yin Wu Ji sword materialized in his hand. He then charged at Su Longyue with great speed, wielding the sword. Simultaneously, 2 second-tier blue wolf demon beast puppets appeared on either side of Su Longyue, rushing towards her with ferocious howls. Su Longyue was taken aback. She had never anticipated that a mere foundational stage cultivator like Qin Fan could command 2 second-tier puppets. How intriguing. Upon seeing her sister, she was determined to present her with an interesting male companion, certain that her sister would reward her handsomely. Su Longyue unleashed 2 second-tier main combat gold-devouring insects. A 3-against-3 battle ensued. 2 beams of radiance collided in the air. To her astonishment, he was also a body cultivator. Qin Fan remarked, "You have yet to discover many surprises." The 2 blue wolf demon beast puppets, lacking sufficient combat experience, were swiftly devoured, losing an arm to the gold-devouring insects. Next time, he would need to apply some poison from the little white creature to the blue wolf puppets. This way, if they encountered any devouring beasts, they would be poisoned. The more they consumed, the deeper the toxicity. Having reached this conclusion, Qin Fan wasted no time. He decisively switched to a Dian Wu Ji sword inscribed with the Earth's 3 Wonders runes, infusing his mana into it. The entire blade radiated with a brilliant glow, while a small yet terrifying vortex of thunder, ice, and gale formed around the sword. Su Longyue watched in awe, her lively eyes brimming with curiosity. What kind of inscription was this? So peculiar. Qin Fan presented her with a remarkable spectacle. Moments later, Su Longyue found herself in tatters, hair standing on end, face covered in dirt as she fell to the ground. Originally, Qin Fan could have slain her with a single stroke. However, upon the explosion of the items on her person, a metallic token clattered to the ground, prominently engraved with the words Lanyue Sect. Qin Fan bound Su Longyue with ropes and reached for the fallen Lanyue Sect token, drawing it into his palm. "Are you a disciple of the Lanyue Sect?" Su Longyue, now infuriated, exclaimed, "Ah, you scoundrel! Villain! Big bad guy! Release me at once. If you don't let me go, I will be furious. When I get angry, even I fear myself." Qin Fan promptly cast a silencing spell on her. "Quiet," he continued. "I ask, you answer." Su Longyue shook her head furiously, her lips moving without sound, clearly cursing him despite her silence. Unwilling to speak, Qin Fan effortlessly captured the 2 gold-devouring insects that were about to consume the remaining arm of a blue wolf puppet. "If you refuse to talk, I shall crush them." Little White rather enjoys these insects. Suddenly, Su Wanli's beautifully frantic gaze shifted. She closed her mouth and gazed at Qin Fan with a pitiful expression. Qin Fan liberated her from the constraints of silence. "Are you a disciple of the Moon-gathering sect?" he inquired. Su Wanli, seething with anger, retorted vehemently, "Qin Fan, you scoundrel! I will surely capture you and make you my sister's male pet. Mark my words, your days are numbered." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Qin Fan silenced her once more. He crushed 2 gold-devouring insects effortlessly, his fingers now imbued with the strength comparable to a second-tier spiritual artifact. Having ascended to the second level of body refinement and subsequently breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. After dispatching the insects, he disposed of their remains into his storage pouch and seized Su Wanli, departing the scene. He subsequently cast her into a secluded valley, surrounded by arrays that rendered escape impossible without mastery of third-tier formations or the use of a third-tier breaking boundary talisman. He confiscated the storage ring from her finger and rummaged through the storage pouch at her waist, which had miraculously survived the lightning strike. Su Wanli's mouth emitted frantic sounds of ah as she remained bound by silence, unable to articulate her fury. Qin Fan disregarded her, intent on utilizing his spiritual sense to dismantle the restrictions on the storage ring, hoping to uncover her information. However, he soon discovered that the barriers were not easily breached. He observed Su Wanli's haughty demeanor, her lips moving in an inaudible taunt, likely saying, "Can't break it, can you?" Humph. Qin Fan chose to ignore her, planning to return to find Su Longyue, confident that he would eventually learn the contents of the storage ring and unravel the mystery of this young girl. With her mid-foundation establishment prowess, she should surely gain admission to the inner sect of the Moon-gathering sect. He recalled the last time he encountered a disciple from the sect at Qin Fan, who was merely an outer sect disciple, yet already at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Once Qin Fan departed, Su Wanli, who had been in a frenzy, fell into an abrupt silence. Yet, her exquisite face remained flushed with indignation. She formed a hand seal, loosening the ropes that bound her, and regained her ability to speak. "That Qin Fan is utterly detestable. How dare he crush my 2 gold-devouring insects and treat me in such a manner? Does he not value my dignity?" However, she consoled herself with the thought that she had changed locations, now closer to her sister's presence. Her earlier performance had not been in vain. As for the storage ring and pouch seized by Qin Fan, she was unfazed. He would not be able to break the seals placed upon them. Crafted by her grandmother, who was a half-step into the god transformation stage. Initially, she had intended to capture Qin Fan and compel him to lead her to her sister. Yet, witnessing the tempest unleashed by the Grand Yin Wuji sword he wielded, she had reconsidered her approach. This Qin Fan was extraordinary, not an ordinary rogue cultivator, and subduing him could prove to be a formidable challenge. Moreover, since he had retrieved her Moon-gathering sect token and spared her life, she resolved to observe his next moves. Moreover, she can now boldly. After a brief moment, Su Wanli removed a small earring from her ear, which also served as a storage space. Thankfully, it had not been taken by that scoundrel Qin Fan. Otherwise, she would have been unable to contact her sister. From the earring, Su Wanli retrieved a communication jade pendant. "Su Wanli, sister, sob, please come save me. I have been captured by a wicked villain, and he has thrown me into a very dark place. Woe is me, sister, I am frightened. Sister, please rescue me." Meanwhile, Su Longyue, who was nurturing her pregnancy, received this message but did not spring into action immediately. Although she had not seen her whimsical sister for 2 years, she knew that this little girl was never one to be at a disadvantage. Throughout her life, it was always others who fell short against her. "Su Longyue, where are you?" "Su Wanli." I heard it referred to as Warm Island. To convince Su Longyue, she bound herself with ropes and sent a picture depicting her dire predicament. Su Longyue immediately rose to her feet. This little girl had likely been pursuing her since she left the Lanyue sect. But who had managed to bring such misfortune upon this fearless and mischievous child? As her elder sister, she suddenly felt an unkind urge to laugh. Chapter 144. She is actually my sister-in-law. Su Longyue instructed Su Wanli to send a video message to ascertain her current location. Upon viewing the coordinates, Su Longyue felt a flicker of surprise within her. Indeed, it was on Warm Island, but not in an ordinary area. It was within a forbidden zone. Due to the presence of a mortal city on Warm Island, She had delineated a circle for the inhabitants of the mortal city to inhabit, while all other areas were isolated by formations, designated as forbidden zones, thus ensuring the privacy of warm residents. Within the forbidden zone, she had established several sections for Qin Fan's convenience, including areas for cultivating spiritual rice and vegetables that required laborers, as well as some independent sections. The location where Su Longyue currently resided was one such independent section. These areas lacked tokens for entry. Should a third-tier or above formation master attempt to intrude, she would receive immediate notification. Given that she had not received such a message, only one possibility remained. Qin Fan was responsible for transforming her sister into such a person. The thought elicited an inexplicable anticipation in her for her sister's explosive reaction upon discovering that Qin Fan was her brother-in-law. Su Longyue, with a pitiful expression, pleaded, "Sister, please come save me, woohoo." Su Longyue replied, "All right." After terminating the communication, she did not leave, but resumed her activities. Meanwhile, as Qin Fan approached warm residence, he sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Looking in that direction, he observed that the formidable energy emanated from the territory of Xiaobai. This little creature was attempting to break through to the second tier. The spiritual energy swirled above Xiaobai's domain, forming a massive vortex that continuously expanded, indicating a rising momentum of advancement. From the depths of the pond beneath warm residence, the seahorse emerged, gazing towards Xiaobai's location. Song Xiaoji and Yun also sensed the energy fluctuations and exited the house. Upon realizing it was the domain of their master's white jade centipede, their expressions varied. Song Xiaoji was astonished, while Yun clenched her small fist, her expression resolute. The master's spiritual pet is on the verge of breakthrough. I must hasten my cultivation to achieve the later stage of Qi refinement as soon as possible. Yun had recently advanced to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, now at the 5th level, while Song Xiaoji, with a more playful nature, had only just entered the 3rd level. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qin Fan was greeted by Su Longyue, who remarked upon Xiaobai's impending breakthrough. Xiaobai should have no issues with this breakthrough. There's no need for concern. Qin Fan replied, "Indeed. Yunyang, the spiritual vegetables from the production team can be harvested today. I've gathered a batch and will prepare a delicious meal for you at noon." Su Longyue nodded, "All right." As Qin Fan led Su Longyue into the room, the 5 little ones, upon seeing Qin Fan's arrival, erupted in excited cries of "Ah! Ah! Ah!" With a smile, Qin Fan said, "Look what Daddy has brought for you." With that, he presented the spiritual cucumbers harvested that day, 5 in total, resembling a diminutive cucumber. Not overly lengthy, just the right size for the tiny hands of 6-month-old infants. Qin Fan distributed one to each of them. The eldest, upon grasping the cucumber, immediately waved it excitedly in the air, then tugged at it with all his might, attempting to snap it in two. The second baby mistook it for a toy and carelessly tossed it to the ground. The third one held the cucumber, gazing at it with wide, curious eyes. The 4th baby brought the cucumber to his mouth, gnawed at it for a moment, then eagerly stuffed it inside, beginning to bite down. These little ones had now sprouted their first teeth and were capable of munching on somewhat firmer foods. Particularly the 4th, who, after recently getting teeth, had developed a disinterest in rice porridge, instead favoring elongated items like carrots and loofahs cut into strips. The 5th baby, after playing with the cucumber for a while, discarded it and resumed lying back, staring at the sky. Qin Fan observed the children's reactions and swiftly lifted his little princess, the 5th baby. Ran, shall we practice rolling over? The eldest had already learned to walk while holding onto the railing, yet the 5th had yet to master the roll, causing the new parents, Qin Fan and Su Longyue, no small amount of worry. Daily, Su Longyue would guide Song Xiaoji and the others in playful rolling exercises with the 5th baby. Though Ran appeared joyful and cooperative during the games, when encouraged to roll over independently, she would simply grin and remain still. Qin Fan carried the 5th baby into the play area, choosing a spacious spot to lie down on the wooden floor beside her. "All right, let us bend our legs." "Yes, that's clever, just like that. Now let us roll over." "Look, Daddy is rolling over. Now it's your turn." Ran blinked her large eyes, her little legs swinging in the air, her chubby hands clasped together. With a determined push, she managed to roll to the center. Su Longyue, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy and encouraged, "Go on, Ran." With another effort, the little one moved her head and rolled down. Just a little more. Keep going, Ran. With a final exertion, she successfully lay flat on the floor, emitting soft, cooing sounds. Su Longyue exclaimed in delight, "Wonderful. Ran, you did it. You can roll over now." The heart of this devoted mother was finally at ease. Qin Fan, equally elated, embraced the fifth baby, showering her with praises. It was indeed a historic moment as she accomplished this milestone. After spending time with the little ones, Qin Fan proceeded to prepare lunch. Meanwhile, Su Longyue yearned to free herself from the bindings, change her attire, and cleanse herself thoroughly. Yet she held on to the hope that her sister was on her way to rescue her. Just a little longer. Once my sister arrives, I can change into new clothes and wash away the grime. She imagined her sister was already en route, searching for her exact location. After the family finished their lunch, Qin Fan spent some time playing with the children. The spiritual energy above the area where Xiao Bai was located continued to intensify, indicating promising progress. Once the children were lulled to sleep, Su Longyue informed Qin Fan, "My sister has arrived at Warm Island. Could you go and fetch her?" Qin Fan, taken aback, responded, "Your sister? Is she your biological sister?" Su Longyue nodded. "Yes, you have met her before." Qin Fan was utterly astonished. He had met his sister-in-law? When could that have happened? Moreover, the original text did not mention the Empress having a sister-in-law. Could it be that she had passed away before the Empress's descent into darkness? It seemed likely. The original narrative even omitted details about the Empress's parents. Otherwise, he would not have failed to recognize his mother-in-law upon their first encounter. Presumably, during the catastrophic event that led to the annihilation of the Lanyue sect, all of Su Longyue's relatives had perished as well. Chapter 145. What S in a name? Qin Fan. Just call me brother-in-law. As this thought crossed his mind, a heavy shadow fell across Qin Fan's gaze. In the original narrative, those who eradicated the Lanyue sect hailed from the spirit domain. With a graceful sweep of her right hand, Su Longyue conjured the visage of Su Longyue in the air. Qin Fan, upon witnessing Su Longyue's countenance, was utterly astonished. His sister-in-law was, in fact, her. When Su Longyue sensed an approaching presence, she was momentarily taken aback. It was not her sister's aura, it was that wicked scoundrel. Qin Fan, returning once more. Qin Fan stared at the disheveled girl before him, her hair standing wildly askew, her clothes in tatters, and a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. This was truly his sister-in-law. No wonder, upon their first encounter, he had noticed a certain resemblance to Su Longyue. Yet, if memory served him correctly, this young girl had introduced herself by lamenting the early demise of her parents and her reliance on her sister, who had been captured. He could only imagine the fury it would incite in his mother-in-law and father-in-law upon hearing such fabrications. This girl had a penchant for spinning tales, devoid of any truth. Recalling Su Longyue's words, he stepped closer to Su Longyue. With a haughty lift of her chin, Su Longyue declared, "It's too late. Even if you plead with me now, it is too late." My sister will be here any moment." Qin Fan remained silent, reaching out to remove the 4 earrings adorning Su Longyue's ears. Su Longyue gasped in shock. "What are you doing?" She longed to retaliate, but the thought of her sister's imminent arrival loomed large. Should her sister witness her struggle to escape the ropes and engage in battle with Qin Fan, she would surely suspect treachery. Thus, she begrudgingly endured the loss of her earrings, 2 of which were storage artifacts, and the other 2 communication artifacts, now pilfered by Qin Fan. How infuriating! Yet, upon realizing that Qin Fan could not break the restrictions on these artifacts, she exhaled in relief, for when her sister arrived, she would reclaim them all. "What are you doing?" Su Longyue cried out. Qin Fan proceeded to remove the armlets from her arms, which were also storage artifacts. Amidst her furious protests, he stripped her of the anklet, navel stud, snowflake-shaped adornment on her forehead, and various other embellishments from her nails. Su Longyue felt as though she could scarcely contain her burgeoning fury. All her storage items had been seized by Qin Fan. With her sister yet to arrive, she had no means to contact her. Just as she prepared to retaliate, Qin Fan untied her bindings and calmly instructed, "Follow me." Fuming, Su Longyue was nonetheless curious about Qin Fan's intentions. Regardless, she had firmly branded him as her sister's male pet in her mind. Her sister resides on this warm island, a formidable power at the late Golden Core stage. If she wishes to find her, a mere sweep of her consciousness would suffice. Even without a single piece of spiritual energy or treasure in her possession, she harbors no fear of Qin Fan. After all, Qin Fan has already become her sister's prey. As Qin Fan took a couple of steps, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, prompting him to halt and turn around. He caught sight of the pouting Su Longyue, and to his surprise, he found her somewhat endearing. It seems that affection extends to all related. He produced a robe and tossed it to Su Longyue. Put it on, he urged. However, Su Longyue did not accept it, allowing the robe to hover in the air as she placed her hands on her hips, defiantly declaring, "You won't be able to bribe me. Let me tell you, it's too late for that." Despite her words, the corner of her eye betrayed her curiosity, glancing at the robe, her brow furrowing in frustration. Why was this robe so aesthetically pleasing? The design was so modern, unlike anything she had ever seen. No looking, absolutely no looking. Qin Fan said, "Are you sure you won't wear it? There are people outside, and oh, you will encounter Guohuai and Qi Hong as well." Upon hearing this, Su Longyue faltered. While she desired her sister to witness her current predicament, she did not wish for others, especially Guohuai and Qi Hong, whom she had previously subdued, to see her in such a state. After all, she was the illustrious Lady Li. Her reputation must not falter. She haughtily lifted her chin. "If you hadn't taken everything from me, would I wear your ugly robe?" Qin Fan remained silent, discreetly stepping behind a large tree. With a huff, Su Longyue took the robe, her exquisite face filled with disdain, though a fleeting look of surprise flashed in her lively black eyes. Internally, she mused, "This robe is unexpectedly a mid-grade second-tier treasure. Why is the design so stunning? It suits my charming self perfectly. The pale yellow is also my favorite color." After casting a cleansing spell to rid herself of any dirt, she donned the pale yellow robe named Golden String Dream. Once dressed, she traced her delicate hand in the air, conjuring a water mirror. Gazing at her reflection, she frowned in distaste. Internally, she thought, "Truly beautiful. No wonder I am Lady Li. I look magnificent in anything." Approaching Qin Fan, she huffed, "You think a single robe can buy me? Not a chance. Even if you were to return everything to me and let me pound you, it wouldn't work. You are doomed this time." Humph. Qin Fan remained silent, fearing that speaking would cause him to burst into laughter. Accompanied by his sister-in-law, Qin Fan soon arrived at the warm residence. Upon reaching, Su Longyue immediately spotted Su Longyue in the courtyard. A wave of joy washed over her. Internally, she thought, "Indeed, my sister loves me the most. She must have rigorously interrogated the inhabitants of Warm Island after learning I was captured, extracting from Qin Fan that it was he who had taken me. Qin Fan must have undergone severe questioning at my sister's hands. That must be why he reluctantly came to release me, after pillaging all my belongings. Humph, Qin Fan, do you take me for a mere child of 3? Now that I have encountered my sister, prepare to beg for mercy. However, wait a moment. Why does my sister's aura of magical prowess seem to only reflect the first level of Qi training? No matter, she must be concealing her true abilities." "Sister," Su Longyue joyfully exclaimed, propelling herself like a small cannonball towards Su Longyue, landing gracefully from her sword and enveloping her sister in a warm embrace. Her little head nuzzling against Su Longyue's chest. Why does my sister's figure seem so much more pronounced?" After the affectionate hug, Su Longyue stood beside Su Longyue, clutching her sister's arm, gazing at the dashing Qin Fan who had just landed from his flying sword with the demeanor of a child seeking the protection of a parent. With a face full of grievance, she complained, "Sister, Qin Fan is bullying me. Boo-hoo, you have no idea." She was about to deliver her carefully crafted report, with every word meticulously chosen, when unexpectedly, Su Longyue interrupted her. "How disrespectful. You should call him brother-in-law, not Qin Fan." Chapter 146. Su Longyue calls her brother-in-law. Upon hearing these words, Su Longyue was utterly astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. She cast a bewildered glance at Su Longyue and then stiffly turned her head to face Qin Fan, pointing a finger at him, and inquired of Su Longyue, "Sister, I must have misheard you just now. What do you want me to call him?" Su Longyue replied, "Brother-in-law." In an instant, Su Longyue sprang to her feet, darting around Su Longyue like a small whirlwind, tugging at her hair and digging in her ears. "Sister wants me to call Qin Fan brother-in-law, but I have only one sister. Does this mean that Qin Fan is my sister-estelle partner? However, hasn't he, my sister, always been devoted to her path and never expressed a desire for a partner? Moreover, if the saintess of the Lanyue sect were to take a partner, it would surely be with the sect's saint's son, and there hasn't even been a decision made regarding the saint's son within the sect yet. Most importantly, Such a significant matter as my sister's partnership has not been disclosed to either the sect or our family. At that moment, her eyes lit up as she finally grasped the situation. This was her sister's grand secret. This explained why her sister had left shortly after returning from a year of training. Oh my heavens! She had uncovered her sister's monumental secret. With this knowledge in hand, it seemed her sister's tastes aligned closely with her own. No wonder she felt an urge to seize Qin Fan for her sister. It turned out her sister had already set her sights on him. Although the outcome remained the same, she felt an inexplicable dissatisfaction. Suddenly, the lustrous, dark eyes of Su Longyue twinkled as she ceased her circling around Su Longyue and turned her gaze upon Qin Fan, sweetly exclaiming, "Brother-in-law." At that moment, Qin Fan sensed the exhilarating message conveyed by Xiao Bai, who had just broken through to the second tier and received a bloodline inheritance. The little creature wished to share its joy with its master. Qin Fan soothed it, advising it to take a moment to stabilize itself before he turned his attention back to Su Longyue. In her eyes, Qin Fan's response to her address of brother-in-law seemed rather lukewarm. Though she felt suppressed by Su Longyue and refrained from being impudent, internally, she seethed with frustration. How dare you, Qin Fan, disregard my presence so casually? Do you think anyone can be called brother-in-law by me, Su Longyue? Cursed fellow. If it weren't for my sister being here, I would surely smash your head. Qin Fan merely replied. Su Longyue approached Qin Fan, her smile radiant, almost devilish in its charm. Brother-in-law, since we are both at the foundation establishment stage, and you are my sister's partner, you must be stronger than I am. Let us spar, you can guide me. Upon hearing this, Su Longyue frowned slightly, about to interject. But Qin Fan offered her a reassuring glance. Su Longyue continued, since we are to spar, let us truly test our skills. We shall each use our own innate spirit weapon, and no external aids are permitted. How does that sound? Previously, she had been bested by Qin Fan, but it was not a true defeat. Rather, she had employed a strategy of retreat to advance. She could not allow Qin Fan to believe he was genuinely superior to her. She was determined to inflict pain upon him. Otherwise, he might mistakenly think that she, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, could not outmatch him, a novice in the same realm. Qin Fan, no problem. Su Longyue, since this is a friendly spar, let us keep it within limits. However, during our exchange, weapons are blind. If I happen to damage my brother-in-law's spirit tool, he must not hold it against me. Qin Fan, no worries. We shall see who damages whose spirit tool. At that moment, Qin Fan retrieved Su Longyue's life spirit tool, the mountain-splitting axe, from his storage ring and tossed it to her. As she grasped the axe, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in her dark, agile eyes. She was aware that Qin Fan's greatest trump card was his formidable sword technique that amalgamated lightning, tempest, and ice. The mountain-splitting axe in her possession was modular. It could serve as both an offensive spirit tool and, when necessary, be split into two to form a defensive spirit tool and an offensive one. By utilizing the defensive tool, she was confident she could withstand Qin Fan's devastating strike. Previously, she had underestimated Qin Fan's combat prowess, failing to anticipate the ferocity of that particular move. She had employed other defensive tools, yet none had held up against it. However, the defensive form of her mountain-splitting axe possessed a fortitude comparable to that of an early golden core stage. Thus, she was certain it could withstand Qin Fan's attack. Imagining the moment when Qin Fan would be left searching for his teeth after her onslaught, her adorable face broke into an even wider smile, radiating the charm of a little imp. Yet, her arrogance was short-lived. In less than 10 breaths, after exchanging only a single strike with Qin Fan, the defensive spirit tool she had fashioned from the mountain-splitting axe was effortlessly cleaved apart by Qin Fan's Dian Wuji sword. The offensive tool was also split into two. Su Longyue was left dumbfounded. She was furious. Qin Fan looked at Su Longyue with an innocent expression. I forgot to control my strength. Su Longyue, it's fine. Su Longyue, sister, my mountain-splitting axe spirit tool is ruined. And you say it's fine? You are too biased towards brother-in-law. Su Longyue, you lost, and remember, you yourself said that weapons are blind. Besides, if I do not favor your brother-in-law, whom should I favor? Now that your mountain-splitting axe is broken, it's the perfect opportunity for you to acquire a new spirit tool. What does a little girl need with such a large axe? In our Lanyue sect, we are sword cultivators. Fuming, Su Longyue jumped up and down, hands on her hips, her cute face puffed in indignation as she glared at Qin Fan. No. Your spirit tool is the problem. You cheated. This round doesn't count. Let us have another match. But this time, we shall battle using our spirit beasts. Qin Fan, no problem. He tossed Su Longyue her spirit beast pouch. A wicked smile spread across her face as she waved her small hand, summoning a swarm of buzzing golden devouring insects that soared into the air, forming a miniature mushroom cloud. As I gazed around, there appeared to be at least 40 to 50 of them. Among them, 8 were in the early stages of the second rank, while the rest were of the first rank, upper tier. With such combat prowess, even a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator would only have the option of fleeing for their life. Su Longyue furrowed her delicate brows, preparing to speak about allowing only one spirit pet, when Qin Fan offered her a reassuring glance. Still, Su Longyue harbored some concerns. Su Longyue remarked, I only mentioned one type of spirit pet in battle, but I never specified just one. All of these are golden devouring insects. Merely a singular kind of spirit pet. Engaging in wordplay, who could rival her? After all, the young master has been honing his skills since childhood. Heh. Qin Fan nodded. Indeed, that's quite reasonable. Just so happens that Xiao Bai has taken quite a liking to the golden devouring insects. Ever since the last time it feasted on one, it has been pining for more. Reflecting on the awakened innate abilities conveyed by Xiao Bai earlier, Qin Fan began. My spirit pet has a rather violent temperament. If it happens to injure a golden devouring insect. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Longyue boldly waved her hand, ready to take the plunge. Losing a few golden devouring insects was of no concern. Rest assured, brother-in-law. I will ensure my little Jean is gentle, doing my utmost to prevent them from devouring your spirit pets. However, there are times when I cannot control them. And should they truly consume your spirit pet, I kindly ask you not to take offense. Chapter 147. Su Longyue's astonishment. I became the aunt of quintuplets. Su Longyue furrowed her brows, prepared to intervene when she sensed that Qin Fan's spiritual pet might be devoured by Su Longyue's. Qin Fan's spiritual pets were limited to 3, and they shared a close bond with him. She would not allow any harm to befall them. In the courtyard, a petite white centipede, resembling a small white snake, crawled onto Qin Fan's shoulder. He looked down at the adorable little creature, affectionately stroked its small head, and offered it a spirit-feeding pill. Having broken through to the second tier, the golden hue of the 2 antennae atop the little creature's head became more pronounced, and its body glistened with a jade-like sheen, rendering it exceptionally beautiful. After its advancement, the little one exhibited a more developed intelligence, displaying increasingly human-like expressions. Grasping the spirit-feeding pill, it stood on Qin Fan's shoulder, gazing at a swarm of buzzing gold-devouring insects across from it, its emerald eyes sparkling with excitement. However, upon sensing the formidable auras surrounding it, the little one timidly withdrew its head, appearing adorably obedient. Su Longyue observed the white centipede on Qin Fan's shoulder, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered it before, though the recollection eluded her. She smiled and inquired, brother-in-law, is this your combat spiritual pet? Shall we begin? Qin Fan conveyed a message to the little one through his consciousness, and it timidly looked up at him, its large eyes seemingly asking for permission. With a nod from Qin Fan, the little one's eyes sparkled with determination, and it swiftly darted toward the swarm of gold-devouring insects. This time, the little one did not revert to its enormous form, but remained in its 30-centimeter snake-like shape. As it soared into the swarm, it was instantly engulfed by the mass of insects. Su Longyue chuckled, brother-in-law, your spiritual pet seems rather eager. Why did it charge directly into the swarm? I cannot guarantee its body will remain intact. Qin Fan replied, just watch. In mere moments, Su Longyue's smile faltered slightly as 2 first-tier superior gold-devouring insects fell. These insects were her tamed spiritual beasts, and their demise was perceptible to her as their owner. Losing 2 was inconsequential, given that Qin Fan's white centipede was a second-tier demon beast. Thus, the loss of 2 first-tier superior insects was to be expected. However, a few moments later, Su Longyue's smile vanished entirely as 5 first-tier superior gold-devouring insects succumbed. After a brief interval, the count had risen to over 20 fallen first-tier superior insects, along with 2 injured second-tier initial gold-devouring insects. Qin Fan teased, still think you can compete? Su Longyue, maintaining her composure, replied, of course, this is merely a warm-up. As a stick of incense burned, All 41st-tier superior gold-devouring insects lay dead, leaving only 8 injured second-tier initial insects, 6 of which were severely wounded. Su Longyue could no longer muster a smile. Qin Fan pressed, "Still think you can compete?" Through gritted teeth, Su Longyue declared, "Absolutely. I will not concede." Upon the demise of a second-tier early-stage devouring bug, Su Longyue erupted in a fit of revelation, for she finally recalled where she had encountered Qin Fan's white jade centipede. She had once quietly perused ancient tomes within the forbidden grounds of the Beastmaster sect. This was the legendary white jade centipede, said to possess a true spiritual bloodline. With 2 prominent horns and a hue distinct from other white jade centipedes, it exhibited a faint golden sheen that became increasingly pronounced with the elevation of its realm, thus earning the name Golden Jade Centipede. Most importantly, the Golden Jade Centipede, endowed with a true spiritual bloodline, possessed a hereditary lineage. Moreover, the centipede itself was a natural nemesis to insects, and upon reaching the second tier, the Golden Jade Centipede became the ultimate bane of all insects, including her own devouring bugs. At the time, she had merely glanced at it, dismissing this species, thought to have long vanished into oblivion, and had not given it further thought. Now, however, she had truly laid eyes upon the Golden Jade Centipede from the ancient texts. Realizing this, she was instantly overwhelmed. There was no room for comparison. "Qin Fan, you deceitful fiend, quickly command your spirit beast to cease. Your spirit companion is a Golden Jade Centipede, awakened with innate skills specifically designed to counter my devouring bugs." What a farce. Ah, my devouring bugs. So many have perished. Sister, woe is me, you must stand for me. Qin Fan has resorted to trickery, slaying 40 of my first-tier superior devouring bugs, along with a second-tier early-stage devouring bug I painstakingly nurtured. Woe is me. Su Longyue was equally astonished. Upon her previous encounter with Qin Fan's white jade centipede, she sensed its exceptional nature, suspecting it to be a variant among the white jade centipedes. Typically, ordinary demon beasts do not possess intelligence at the first tier. Yet this little one did, albeit in a naive manner, indicating it was not an ordinary spiritual beast. Little did she anticipate that it was, in fact, the Golden Jade Centipede with a true spiritual bloodline. No wonder Qin Fan had earlier cast her a reassuring glance. Suppressing her astonishment, she gravely addressed the aggrieved Su Longyue. "Was it you who proposed the competition?" Su Longyue replied, "Yes." Su Longyue continued, "Were the rules of the competition also your design?" Su Longyue affirmed, "Indeed." Su Longyue queried, "Did your brother-in-law raise any objections during your wordplay?" Su Longyue responded, "None." Su Longyue concluded, "Then why do you feel wronged?" Su Longyue was momentarily taken aback, her large eyes fixed on Su Longyue in disbelief, before she waved her hand dramatically, tears streaming as she stormed off in indignation. Her voice lingered in the air. "Sister, how could you side with Qin Fan and not me? Am I no longer your beloved little darling? Woe is me. I shall seek out mother and report you too." Su Longyue approached Qin Fan, inquiring, "Are you well?" Qin Fan shook his head, replying, "I am fine, but your sister may be in trouble." Su Longyue, "Do not pay her any mind. She has always been unruly since childhood, daring to engage in any mischief. She has been spoiled, and I find it rather pleasing that you are keeping her in check." Qin Fan, "Indeed, I shall prepare dinner." As for Su Longyue's intention to report to Wenchangqing about their relationship, there is no cause for concern. Firstly, Su Longyue cannot leave Warm Island. Secondly, all communication devices on her person have been confiscated by me. Before Qin Fan went to fetch Su Longyue, Su Longyue had pointed out the locations of the communication devices and storage artifacts concealed on Su Longyue, allowing Qin Fan to secure them beforehand. Thus, when Su Longyue stormed out of Warm Residence, her anger led her to realize by evening that she could neither escape nor communicate, ultimately compelling her to return to Warm Residence and seek out Su Longyue. However, upon entering the room, she was utterly astonished to find Su Longyue playing with a group of small children. The sight nearly caused her eyes to pop out in disbelief. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 little children. "Sister, what is happening here?" "Su Longyue, these are your little nephews and nieces. Congratulations, you have ascended to the role of aunt." Chapter 148. Su Longyue was once again driven away by anger upon hearing those words. Su Longyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Me? I have become an aunt. Sister, Did you give birth to all these babies? Ah, 5 of them. You gave birth to 5 babies? Good heavens. How could one bear so many at once? Why did our mother give birth to us one by one? Su Longyue was undeniably a curious soul, entirely unfamiliar with the intricacies of childbirth. Su Longyue replied, yes, these are quintuplets. As she spoke, she gently caressed her abdomen with a tender expression. And there are still sextuplets growing within. Quintuplets. Su Longyue had little understanding of the term, but it did not deter her from squatting before the infants. Her large eyes widening as she made eye contact with each one. The 4th baby, feeling timid and startled by the sudden appearance of a stranger, burst into tears upon meeting her gaze. Su Longyue paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, turning to Su Longyue and exclaiming, Sister, this little one is so adorable. Just a glance and he starts crying. How cute. As she spoke, she made a silly face to frighten the other bewildered babies. The room was filled with the cacophony of wailing infants, particularly the eldest, who was terrified by Su Longyue's zombie expression and cried out in distress. Haraha. This is too amusing, absolutely delightful. Su Longyue beamed with a sense of accomplishment as she observed the little ones crying in response to her antics. However, before she could savor her triumph for long, a sudden force seized her shoulder and hurled her out of the window. Ah, sister, what are you doing? Her startled cry lingered in the air. After soothing each of the babies, Su Longyue watched as Su Longyue returned, her face flushed with irritation. Yet, upon seeing Su Longyue, she lowered her head shyly, then smiled as she approached, saying, Sister, your babies are truly adorable. Don't worry, I won't frighten them again next time. Internally, she thought, but the sight of them crying was simply too precious. Su Longyue nodded in acknowledgement. Su Longyue took a seat beside her sister, grinning as she remarked, Sister, our parents are unaware of how you and Qin Fan have given birth to so many babies here. And then, Su Longyue inquired. Su Longyue chuckled mischievously, rest assured. I am your biological sister. I would never disclose this to our parents. However, you must agree to one small condition. As Su Longyue gently wiped away the tears from the 5th baby's eyes with a soft tissue, she asked, What is it? Su Longyue replied, As you witnessed today, I have been so mistreated by Qin Fan. He first struck me as if I were struck by lightning, then severed my spiritual weapon, the mountain-splitting axe, and even commanded his spirit pet to slay 41 of my golden devouring insects. The corpses of the golden devouring insects had vanished when I turned back, undoubtedly consumed by his spirit pet. Alas, I have suffered a grievous loss. Sister, if you would just teach Qin Fan a lesson before my very eyes, I would reluctantly assist you in safeguarding the secret of your child with him. What say you? Su Longyue, come here. Su Longyue leaned closer to Su Longyue, only to receive a sharp smack on her head the next moment. Ouch! Rubbing her sore spot, Su Longyue furrowed her brows, feeling both aggrieved and furious. Sister, why did you hit me? Su Longyue, to discipline you. Su Longyue stood up, hands on her hips. Sister, you are being exceedingly partial to Qin Fan. I'm genuinely upset. I am your biological sister, after all. This is what you get for not standing up for me. I shall send a message to mother and father. Father is in the Tianshu secret realm and cannot receive messages, but I can reach mother, who is nearby. With a huff, Su Longyue moved toward her communication tool, only to discover that aside from the spirit beast pouch Qin Fan had given her, she possessed nothing else. She gazed at Su Longyue, tears welling up. Sister, did you do this on purpose? You must have arranged for Qin Fan to take all my belongings before bringing me to see you. How did he know all my hiding spots? So it was you who informed him. Su Longyue, you finally wised up. Su Longyue, exasperated, cried out in frustration. Sister, are you truly my sister? I am genuinely angry this time. Unable to best her in a fight, compete for affection, or employ threats, Su Longyue stormed out in a huff. 5 days later, Manager Fan arrived at Warm Residence, accompanied by 10 young maidens. These maidens were selected according to Qin Fan's previous preferences, all orphans aged between 12 and 13. The Qinglong Immortal City, nestled close to the low mountain range and a haven for wandering cultivators, attracted many more scattered practitioners than Qingzhou Square. Thus, there were a greater number of orphan girls here. Manager Fan meticulously chose 10 well-behaved maidens. 5 of them had experience caring for younger siblings, while the other 5 had managed household chores since childhood, excelling in culinary skills. Qin Fan, alongside Su Longyue, expressed satisfaction after reviewing the 10 maidens. Moreover, Manager Fan had successfully reached the foundation establishment stage, which brought immense joy to Song Xiaoji and Yun Yun, as they were now his adopted daughters. Despite being at the initial stage of foundation establishment alongside Qin Fan, Manager Fan continued to treat him with the utmost respect, just as he had before. 2 days later, Linghu Kuan visited Warm Residence to invite Qin Fan on an adventure to a newly discovered small secret realm. Qin Fan declined the invitation, citing his responsibility to care for his wife and children. Linghu Kuan remarked, "Friend Qin, this is indeed a rare opportunity. The major secret realms have been monopolized by various sects and renowned cultivation families. It is only through these occasionally discovered minor secret realms that we, as solitary cultivators, may find great fortunes. If we miss this particular minor secret realm, who knows when we shall encounter another?" Qin Fan replied, "I encourage friend Ling to seek others." He was not well acquainted with Linghu Kuan, having only met him twice, and was uncertain whether this minor secret realm might prove to be a trap. A week passed swiftly, and then Zhong Nanyang arrived. Qin Fan entrusted him with the first-tier low-grade and mid-grade talismans he had crafted during this time, along with the ceremonial robe and magical artifacts that Steward Fan had sent previously for inscription. Zhong Nanyang then informed Qin Fan that the beast tide had commenced, initially attacking the cultivation families near the Luo mountain range that possessed spiritual veins, yet had not yet reached Qinglong, Immortal City. Consequently, the prices of talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts began to rise. Chapter 149. Su Longyue. Qin Fan, you are doomed this time. They have accumulated a substantial stock of talismans and elixirs from their recent acquisitions. Zhong Nanyang inquired whether Qin Fan wished to commence sales, and whether they should start collecting materials from the beastly creatures. Qin Fan replied, "It is time. Over the past half-year, my mother-in-law has remained in the vicinity of the hilly mountains, which suggests that a powerful 4th or 5th-tier demon king may have emerged there. The birth of such a formidable demon king inevitably leads to territorial claims and the expulsion of lesser beasts. Additionally, as the beasts reproduce rapidly every few decades, due to limited territory and an overabundance of their kind, some are driven out of the hilly mountains. These expelled creatures require cultivation, which necessitates spiritual pulse venues. The immortal clans, the Qinglong Immortal City, and various sects are all situated atop these spiritual pulse grounds. Moreover, the flesh of mortals holds little value for the beasts, whereas the flesh of cultivators is considered a substantial delicacy. Consequently, the first to suffer from the impending beast tide are the lowly foundational Qi families and foundation-building clans located near the mountains. Zhong Nanyang remarked, "The time from the discovery of the anomaly to the actual outbreak of the beast tide has been remarkably brief. I speculate that a powerful demon king has emerged from the Luo Mountains, causing many beasts to be swiftly expelled. There is a palpable sense of unease within Qinglong Immortal City, with some individuals already beginning to liquidate their assets. They fear that if the city is breached, their possessions will become worthless. I inquired with the landlords of the 2 Moonlight Pavilion shops, and they assured me that the property prices remain as previously stated. They expressed confidence that with the presence of Qinglong Daoist, Qinglong Immortal City remains as steadfast as a mountain, and they harbor no concerns regarding the impact of the beast tide. In fact, they believe that the arrival of the beast tide will attract more wandering cultivators to reside in Qinglong Immortal City, heading to the front lines to hunt beasts, thereby driving property prices upward. They currently have no intentions of selling their shops. Previously, Qin Fan had instructed Zhong Nanyang to monitor the property prices of the 2 Moonlight Pavilion locations. The shop in Dongtang Street, which sells magical artifacts, has seen a surge in business. If the lease with the landlord expires and they choose not to renew or deliberately raise the rent, it could hinder the development of the Moonlight Pavilion. Thus, Qin Fan intended to keep a close watch on these 2 properties, waiting for the opportune moment to acquire them as his assets. Qin Fan stated, "Well, since they are not inclined to sell, we shall not rush. The beast tide has only just begun." After Zhong Nanyang's departure, having faced 3 failures, Qin Fan finally succeeded in refining a batch of first-tier longevity pills. This batch yielded 3 pills, each a genuine product. Truly, the difficulty of concocting a longevity pill is commendable, even at the first tier. It proves to be quite a challenge. The celestial spirit fruits gifted by the Yin family have all been consumed. It is no wonder that longevity pills only appear at auctions, where they incite fierce bidding due to their material demands and the intricacy of their refinement. Qin Fan carefully stored the 3 longevity pills in a jade box, then retrieved one and consumed it. Upon consuming the first-tier longevity elixir this time, the sensation of the passage of time was not as profound as during the initial experience. The increment in lifespan was also less substantial, amounting to merely 5 years, in contrast to the 10 years gained from the first consumption. Nevertheless, Qin Fan expressed satisfaction. For while other cultivators only benefited from the lifespan enhancement upon their first intake of the first-tier longevity elixir, requiring elixirs of higher grades for subsequent effects, he was fortunate enough to gain an additional 5 years from his second consumption of the same. In the days that followed, Qin Fan dedicated himself to daily cultivation, cherishing time with his wife and children, refining artifacts, inscribing talismans, researching formations, and occasionally concocting elixirs. Time flowed quietly by until one day, Zhong Nanyang sent a high-tier communication talisman. The message revealed that the beast tide had breached 3 foundational clans, confirming the presence of third-tier demon beasts orchestrating the onslaught. Reinforcements were dispatched from the Yingzhong and Qinglong Immortal City, alongside the gathering of independent cultivators to counter the beast tide. Consequently, prices for talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts within the Immortal City surged once more. Subsequently, the proprietors of the 2 Yexin shops approached him, expressing their intention to sell properties, offering to lower the prices somewhat. Zhong Nanyang sought Qin Fan's opinion on the potential purchase of real estate. Additionally, the verdant fairy, Sang Xinyu from Lingbao Pavilion, contacted him to inform that the agreed-upon items were ready for collection in Qinglong Immortal City, as the 2-month deadline had arrived, and she had honored her commitment. Qin Fan took out a high-tier communication talisman and inscribed his responses. First, there was no urgency to purchase property. Second, he instructed Sang Xinyu to visit him on Warm Island. Given the outbreak of the beast tide, with third-tier demon beasts stationed in the rear, and with Su Longyue only a little over a month pregnant, he preferred to remain on the island. Regarding real estate, he believed that as the beast tide had only just begun, property prices in Qinglong Immortal City would likely continue to decline. He also deemed it improbable that Qinglong Immortal City would fall to the beast tide, as his mother-in-law and others had long resided in the area, ensuring that 4th-tier demon beasts would not wreak havoc, while the 3rd-tier demon beasts should be manageable by figures such as Qinglong Jinren. 4 days later, a communication talisman soared into warm residence. After perusing its contents, Qin Fan exited and ascended into the skies above Warm Island. There, a woman clad in a flowing emerald dress stood gracefully upon a verdant ribbon, gazing at him with a gentle smile. The woman was none other than Sang Xinyu. Sang Xinyu remarked, "I truly did not expect that Taoist Qin would rent such an expansive island as a spiritual vein dojo. How extravagant. This dojo surpasses even our Sang family's spiritual vein dojo, boasting a superior 3rd-tier spiritual vein, while our current residence only possesses an inferior 3rd-tier vein. However, with the emergence of a golden core ancestor from our Sang family, we are currently seeking a superior 3rd-tier spiritual vein for relocation." Without indulging in pleasantries, Qin Fan directly inquired, "Where are the items?" Sang Xinyu smiled gently and retrieved a jade slip from her storage ring. She then addressed Qin, saying, "Dear friend Qin, with your master being at the late stage of the golden core realm, I believe this secret technique will ease your path to forging the golden core." Upon finishing her words, Sang Xinyu handed the jade slip to Qin Fan. The slip bore no prohibitions, allowing Qin Fan to press it against his forehead and immerse his consciousness within. After perusing the secrets of the Sang family's golden core ancestor contained within, he felt a slight twitch in his eyelids. Sang Xinyu continued, "I have heard of your profound skills in inscriptions. I possess a 2nd-tier mid-grade spiritual tool and would like to request your expertise in engraving a 2nd-tier water spike inscription upon it. In return, I shall provide you with the blueprint for the water spike inscription. What say you?" The water spike inscription, akin to the whirlwind inscription, can be combined to form the sun-water spiritual pattern. The formidable nature of the earth, 3 wonders spiritual pattern is already evident, and the sun-water spiritual pattern is no less potent, especially as it constitutes one of the essential spiritual patterns required for the formation of the grand 5 elements treasure pattern. Qin Fan accepted the trade with Sang Xinyu, for the 2nd-tier water spike inscription was indeed rare. He had tasked Steward Fan with collecting inscriptions in Qinglong Immortal City, but to date, only some insignificant inscriptions had been gathered, insufficient for forming any spiritual patterns. After receiving the floral spiritual tool from Lanyue, she suddenly placed her hand against her temple, her delicate form leaning towards Qin Fan. As he steadied her, he instinctively retreated a few meters, clasping his hands together and saying, "Miss Sang, please retrieve the spiritual tool from Warm Island in a month. I must take my leave." With that, Qin Fan soared away on his sword. Upon entering the vicinity of Warm residence, he heard the sound of Su Longyue's discontent echoing in his mind. "Caught red-handed with another woman, have you? Qin Fan, you are in for it this time." Chapter 150. A reunion with the mother-in-law soon. Su Longyue's figure appeared before Qin Fan. The young girl crossed her arms and looked at Qin Fan with a smug expression. "I'm going to tell my sister right now. What do you think she will do to you when she finds out about this?" Qin Fan extended his hand and summoned a spiritual weapon from his storage ring. Su Longyue gasped upon seeing the weapon. "My mountain-cleaving axe. You've repaired it?" Without replying, Qin Fan infused his mana into the axe, which instantly transformed into a long spear for offense and a semicircular shield for defense. As the mana coursed through, inscriptions began to flicker on both the offensive and defensive weapons. With a sweep of the spear towards a deserted pile of rubble, a swirling yellow vortex erupted, shattering the pile and creating a massive pit below. Su Longyue was taken aback by the display. The spear's power was far greater than when she had wielded it before. Qin Fan truly possessed remarkable skills. No wonder her sister favored him so. Maintaining her prideful demeanor, she said, "Not bad. In that case, give me the mountain-cleaving axe. And I want to tell my sister this time." Qin Fan tossed the axe to Su Longyue and replied, "There's nothing to worry about. I already spoke to your sister before coming out." Prior to meeting Lanyue, he had informed Su Longyue. Besides, there was nothing significant between him and Lanyue. He merely wanted to return the axe to Su Longyue. Firstly, Su Longyue had previously felt jealous of Lanyue, and he wished to prevent Su Longyue from whispering anything that might incite her jealousy. Secondly, having repaired the mountain-cleaving axe, he saw this as a fitting opportunity to return it, for Su Longyue was indeed his sister-in-law. Last time he had broken her spiritual weapon to assert dominance. Now, returning it repaired would demonstrate his capabilities. With that, Qin Fan soared away on his sword. After receiving the mountain-cleaving axe, Su Longyue's face brightened as she lovingly caressed it, exclaiming, "At last, I have you back." Qin Fan is quite impressive. Not only has he repaired you, but he has also inscribed runes on you. Upon returning to his cozy abode, Qin Fan checked on Su Longyue, finding her and the babies peacefully asleep. He quietly exited the room and made his way to the training chamber. Once seated in a meditative position, he retrieved the jade slip he had obtained from Lanyue. With a wave of his hand, the contents of the slip unfolded before his eyes. As he studied the secret technique of foundational alchemy, penned by the ancestral figure Lanyue, Qin Fan's eyelids twitched. The manuscript revealed that Lanyue did not succeed in forming her golden core on the first attempt with her golden elixir. Rather, it was during her second attempt that she achieved success. Indeed, the probability of a superior spiritual root successfully forming a golden core was exceedingly low. As I currently possess only a mid-grade spiritual root, the challenge of forging a golden core is immense. Regarding Lanyue's second attempt at achieving the golden core, it was revealed that the secret method involved the theft of another's golden core to concoct the demonic immortal pill. By consuming this pill, one could significantly enhance their chances of attaining the golden core, boasting a success rate of approximately 30%, far superior to that of the standard golden core. However, the act of pilfering another's golden core is undeniably an act of demonic cultivation. It raises the question of the Sang family's collusion with demonic practitioners. During the previous conflict between the Sang and Su families, the Yin family, one of the 7 prominent cultivation clans, clandestinely supported the Sang family. Could the demonic immortal pill be linked to the Yin family? Otherwise, how could the Sang family, who have been without a true golden core ancestor for centuries, manage to produce the demonic immortal pill? The initial step in stealing a golden core would necessitate the elimination of a golden core ancestor, akin to the method of using the inner core of a second-tier magical beast to forge a foundational pill. The demonic immortal pill not only requires the slaying of a golden core ancestor, but also demands that the core be aligned with one's spiritual root attributes and possess purity. Such a task is not easily accomplished, and given the Sang family's capabilities, it seems improbable they could procure the demonic immortal pill. The depths of the Sang family's machinations are indeed profound. Moreover, Sang Xinyu dared to divulge this secret method to me, seemingly unafraid of the repercussions of exposing their collusion with demonic practitioners. It appears that the cultivation world in the southern region may soon undergo significant upheaval. Nevertheless, this matter is not my immediate concern. As Qin Fan retrieved the Su Tianshi puppet from his storage space, he contemplated its potential. Su Tianshi possessed a high-quality spiritual root, nearly aligned with the Earth's spiritual root, surpassing Sang Yunna's in aptitude. With a primary focus on the wood's spiritual root, Su Tianshi's essence mirrored Qin Fan's own. Furthermore, as a puppet, Su Tianshi was devoid of independent thought, ensuring that if the golden core was successfully formed, it would be of remarkable purity. At that juncture, transforming Su Tianshi's golden core into the demonic immortal pill would significantly bolster my chances of success. With this in mind, Qin Fan gazed at Su Tianshi. The visage required alteration. Although the Su family had not yet discovered Su Tianshi's demise, it was only a matter of time before they did. The familial practice of lighting soul lamps in their ancestral halls meant that the extinguishing of a lamp signified death. Thus, the Su family would inevitably uncover Su Tianshi's fate. His appearance could no longer be utilized. Consequently, Qin Fan commenced the process of modifying Su Tianshi's countenance. With his surgical experience, coupled with his skills as a weapon and puppet master, the task posed little challenge. He reshaped Su Tianshi's features into that of an unremarkable square-faced male cultivator. However, the height and physique would require special materials, which he currently lacked. Hence, he planned to visit the black market outside Qinglong Immortal City in due time. 2 days later, at a black market situated between Warm Island and Qinglong Immortal City, business had surged due to the recent outbreak of beast tides. As he traversed a grove, the transformed Qin Fan activated his spiritual eye and beheld the entrance to the black market. To the untrained eye of a mortal, this area appeared merely as an ordinary thicket. Upon entering the black market, the throngs of people were noticeably more abundant than during Qin Fan's previous visit, with the air filled with the cacophony of vendors' calls. However, the items for sale this time were even more outrageous. The soul refining banner, having claimed the lives of tens of thousands of pregnant women, exuded a profound malevolence and was available for merely 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Premium cauldrons were offered at surprisingly low prices, ensuring fairness for both young and old alike, an opportunity not to be missed. The ghost head knife, capable of absorbing an adversary's life essence for one's own use, was a second-tier low-grade spiritual weapon, truly worth possessing. Qin Fan discreetly surveyed the stalls, scanning for the special materials he required, and ultimately spent 20 mid-grade spirit stones to procure what he sought. As he prepared to explore other areas, he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was met with the warm smile of Wen Zhanqing, causing his heart to shudder with a sudden tremor. Chapter 151. Chun Xinier's Astonishment. Yeah, you are pregnant again. Having an extraordinarily formidable mother-in-law truly feels perilous. Wherever one goes, even with a change of appearance, recognition is instantaneous. When Zhanqing smiled and remarked, "Young man, we are quite fated, aren't we? It seems we meet again." Qin Fan responded, "Senior, you recognize me?" He felt the need to feign ignorance. When Zhanqing chuckled, "Rest assured, I shall not divulge your secret." Qin Fan asked, "What secret do you mean? Is it the secret of changing appearances?" It appeared that the mother-in-law was still unaware of his affair with Su Longyue. Otherwise, she would not be smiling so freely. When Zhanqing continued, "Young man, I coincidentally encountered you. Would you assist me in bargaining?" Although Qin Fan was not particularly fond of haggling, the invitation from his mother-in-law left him no room for refusal. Before he could react, his arm was already being pulled by Wen Zhanqing towards the stall of her desired purchase. After a round of negotiation, Wen Zhanqing successfully acquired her desired items at a more favorable price. "Thank you, young man. Until we meet again," she said joyfully before departing. Qin Fan exhaled a sigh of relief internally. He feigned a leisurely stroll through the black market once more before hastily preparing to return to Warm Island. However, just after exiting the black market, he spotted Wen Zhanqing in a flowing white dress within his line of sight. Wen Zhanqing turned around, Smiling, Qin Xiaoyu. You emerged so quickly. Do you have time for a cup of tea? With the mother-in-law's invitation, Qin Fan found it impossible to decline. Certainly, he replied. He soared through the air on his sword, arriving at a lakeside cottage on the outskirts of the Lago Mountains. After settling by the lakeside, when Changqing poured 2 cups of tea. Once seated, she smiled and inquired, Qin Xiaoyu, what is your current rank as a rune master? Qin Fan replied, I am a mid-tier second-level rune master. When Changqing exclaimed, not bad, not bad. You've made another breakthrough. As she spoke, she waved her delicate hand, and a neatly folded blue and white Dunhuang Feitian robe appeared in the air. Qin Fan was taken aback. Wasn't this the blue Saint Fire robe that Chen Xinier had commissioned him to make? How did it end up in his mother-in-law's possession? Could it be that this was a gift from Chen Xinier to her? No wonder, before crafting this robe, Chen Xinier had specifically instructed him to pour his heart into its creation. It was meant for Wen Changqing. When Changqing smiled, this robe you crafted is quite impressive. The broken blade rune inscribed upon it is of high caliber. I look forward to your advancement to a 4th-level rune master. Subsequently, when Changqing engaged in light conversation with Qin Fan about runes, artifact refinement, and robes, topics he was well-versed in. Noticing the time, Qin Fan stood up to bid farewell. When Changqing cheerfully produced a jade box and handed it to him, Qin Xiaoyu, I have thoroughly enjoyed our conversation. You have assisted me on several occasions, and this is a small gift for you. I hope you like it. Qin Fan accepted the jade box, refraining from probing its contents with his divine sense in the presence of an ancient ancestor, responding with gratitude, thank you. After Qin Fan departed, when Changqing gazed in the direction of his retreat, her countenance adorned with satisfaction. Indeed, he is a humble and courteous young man. Xianer possesses a keen eye for talent. A day later, aboard the vessel returning to Warm Island, Qin Fan opened the jade box gifted to him by Wen Changqing. Upon its unveiling, a brilliant radiance of golden light erupted forth. As the intense glow subsided, he gradually discerned the contents within the jade box, a beast core emanating a gentle emerald green luminescence. Qin Fan was utterly astounded. This was the core of a 3rd-tier magical beast, specifically one of the wood element. In the southern domain's cultivation realm, most practitioners who have attained the golden core stage possess celestial or terrestrial spiritual roots, with those below the terrestrial roots achieving the golden core being exceedingly rare. Some practitioners, upon realizing their aspirations for the golden core are futile, opt to refine the 3rd-tier beast core into a Qingyu Dan, striving for the faux golden core stage. Once one becomes a faux golden core, without the aid of other extraordinary elixirs, they remain forever confined to that realm, unable to transcend. Thus, only those who deem their chances of attaining the golden core as bleak would resort to achieving a faux golden core. For someone like Qin Fan, endowed with a mid-grade spiritual root, reaching the late foundation establishment stage is already a formidable challenge, with the pinnacle of his aspirations lying in the faux golden core. Therefore, the gift bestowed upon him by Wen Changqing is indeed of great value. Although Qin Fan's intentions lie not in pursuing the faux golden core, but rather the golden core, the present from Wen Changqing is a testament to her sincere generosity. How lavish of my mother-in-law. During my time at Maple Leaf Square, I merely assisted her in selling the beast cores, enabling her to earn an additional 4 mid-grade spirit stones, while also saving her 20 mid-grade spirit stones on a desired purchase in the black market. Yet she graciously gifted me a pristine 3rd-tier wood elemental beast core. This core, if placed in the black market or an auction house, would certainly incite fervent bidding among faux golden core practitioners. With prices starting at no less than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, I find it perplexing to comprehend my mother-in-law's intentions. She becomes flushed and indignant over a mere low-grade spirit stone when haggling, yet bestows upon me such an extravagant gift. Reflecting on this, Qin Fan's expression turned slightly peculiar. I wonder how she would react if she were to learn of my involvement with Yunyang. To evade any potential following from Wen Changqing, Qin Fan refrained from returning directly to Warm Island, instead meandering for 3 days until he was certain no one was tailing him before finally making his way back. Upon reaching home, he recounted to Su Longyue his encounter with Wen Changqing in the black market, presenting the jade box she had given him. Su Longyue, upon witnessing the magical beast core within the jade box, expressed mild astonishment. Qin Fan, you claim this was gifted to you by my mother? Qin Fan nodded. explaining it was a token of gratitude for assisting her in bargaining. The discounted price barely suffices to purchase a fraction of this beast core. I find it rather odd, dear wife. What say you? Su Longyue replied. Indeed, my mother is quite frugal. She deliberately avoided the term stingy, opting instead for a more refined expression. It is indeed unusual for her to bestow upon you a third-tier magical beast core. However, she did not take action against you. I believe she remains unaware of our situation. Qin Fan, indeed. During my absence from home, have you experienced any discomfort? Su Longyue, I have begun to experience morning sickness. Qin Fan, so early this time. Very well, I shall prepare dishes and snacks to alleviate your nausea. While Qin Fan busied himself in the kitchen, Su Longyue received a video message from Qin Xinyuan. After inquiring about the children, Qin Xinyuan proceeded to discuss important matters with Su Longyue, informing her that her mother and Wen Changqing had left the hilly mountains and traveled to the Laga Mountains, urging Su Longyue to remain vigilant. Su Longyue understood. Just as she finished speaking, an abrupt wave of nausea washed over her. She quickly covered her mouth and rushed to the bathroom installed within her room to vomit for a while. This bathroom had been specially decorated by Qin Fan for Su Longyue's comfort. Upon returning after her episode, Qin Xinyuan noticed Su Longyue's pale complexion and asked, Yeah? What is the matter? Why are you vomiting? As cultivators of the Golden Core stage, they do not typically experience such sickness. Su Longyue, I am pregnant. Qin Xinyuan, taken aback, what? You are pregnant again? Chapter 152, Qin Xinyuan in shock, sextuplets. Su Longyue, indeed. Qin Xinyuan leaped up, exclaiming, Given the arduous nature of conception for us Golden Core cultivators, I never imagined Qin Fan could achieve such a feat. You've barely given birth to one. And now you're seamlessly expecting a second. As long as the male cultivator is vigorous, the holy maiden seems to take maternity leave every year. Su Longyue. What is my unreliable friend even saying? Suddenly, Qin Xinyuan had a thought and curiously inquired. So, this time you're having just one, right? Su Longyue extended one hand, and Qin Xinyuan gasped in astonishment. 5 more babies? Su Longyue then raised her left hand, pointing one finger, and Qin Xinyuan was even more astounded. 6? 6 babies? Su Longyue, yes. Fortunately, the babies have already taken shape as sextuplets. Had the fertilized egg continued to divide, she would have been deeply concerned for the safety of the infants, as well as the size of her belly in the later stages of pregnancy, when she was expecting quintuplets. She couldn't even see her shoe tips while standing in the late stages. Qin Xinyuan tugged at her hair in frustration, spinning in place a few times before sincerely exclaiming, Qin Fan is truly remarkable. You're actually pregnant with sextuplets. Goodness, if the cultivation world were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly be explosive news, a phenomenon that hasn't occurred in millennia. You two are simply incredible. Suddenly, Qin Xinyuan had another realization, slapping the back of her head. I just remembered something. You're pregnant now, and Aunt Wen is in the Lugu Mountains, not far from you. I can't come to take care of you. My father has thrown me into the Sect's secret realm. I want to be able to emerge for at least a year and a half. Yeah. You must keep this a secret. If Aunt Wen discovers you're pregnant again, I can only imagine her reaction. Also, I just thought of something else. Now that you're expecting 6, doesn't that mean I need to prepare 6 more gifts? Her entrance into the secret realm was twofold. Firstly, her father had cast her in for training, fearing she would become the weakest mid-golden core cultivator. Secondly, her godchildren were approaching their first birthdays, and as their godmother, she needed to prepare birthday gifts for them. However, after searching, she found that what she had was insufficient to express her sentiments toward her godchildren. Entering the secret realm was an opportune moment for her to seek resources to present to them. Preparing 5 gifts had already compelled her to tirelessly hunt demonic beasts within the realm daily. Now, with the addition of 6 more, she would have to labor day and night in the secret realm. After dinner, Su Longyue's morning sickness subsided. After spending time with his wife and children, Qin Fan did not retire for the night, but instead went to the forging room. He took out the materials purchased from the black market and began to continue modifying Su Tianchu's height and physique. By midnight, he finally completed the transformation of Su Tianchu's body. As Qin Fan gazed upon the imposing figure of the man-shaped puppet with a square face, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In every aspect, it was impossible to discern that this was Su Tianchu. Even Su Tianxi's own father would fail to recognize him standing before this puppet. After completing the transformation of Su Tianxi, Qin Fan stored him in a spatial pouch and then retrieved the floral spirit tool known as Sang Xinyu. During his time on Warm Island, he had comprehended the water thorn inscription, and now was the perfect moment to engrave it onto the spirit tool. An hour later, the inscription was successfully etched. Having secured the floral spirit tool, Qin Fan produced a second-tier low-grade Qishao sword that he had crafted. The flowing light blade that Su Tianxi previously owned had been sold in the black market in exchange for spirit stones. The Qishao sword was now intended for use by the puppet of Su Tianxi. Qin Fan chose not to inscribe the water thorn onto the Qishao sword. Instead, he first combined the water thorn inscription with the whirlwind inscription, preparing to create the Gue Shui spirit pattern. After some time, Yin Zi and Xia Zhuang arrived at Warm Island. Qin Fan had previously sent a letter to Wang, the chubby fellow from Qiegu, informing him that Yin Zi and Xia Zhuang could come to Warm Island to collect the spirit tools they had ordered. Upon receiving their spirit tools, both Yin Zi and Xia Zhuang expressed immense satisfaction. After the auction, Xia Zhuang had felt a tinge of impulsiveness for spending 450 low-grade spirit stones for a reservation slot. However, upon finally acquiring the long-anticipated Lotus Spirit tool, she no longer felt any regret regarding her earlier expenditure. Rather, she believed that her impulsiveness had been entirely justified. Friend Qin, your craftsmanship in forging is not in the slightest inferior to that of the artisans in our sect, Xia Zhuang praised. After a pleasant conversation with the two sect cultivators, they departed hastily to the low mountain range to hunt for demon beasts, leaving after a brief sip of spirit tea. 3 days later, Du Yi visited Qin Fan, stating that he had received an invitation from the Qinglong Immortal City to come and arrange formations. Inquiring whether Qin Fan would accompany him, he added that the rewards offered by the Qinglong Immortal City were substantial. Qin Fan declined. Du Yi continued to persuade him, saying, Friend Qin, the opportunities presented by Qinglong Immortal City surpass even those of the previous conflict between the Sang and Su families. They have issued a merit list, and those positioned in the top 3 will be awarded the 7 Radiance Lotus, while the top contender will receive an additional 3rd-tier Demon Beast Core. This is a heavenly opportunity for us to prepare for the false Dan spirit items. The 7 Radiance Lotus is a principal material for refining the Golden Core Pill, which can enhance the success rate of forming a core by 10%. Additionally, the 7 Radiance Lotus is also one of the key ingredients for crafting the Demon Immortal Pill, which can increase the success rate of core formation by 30%. This rare spiritual herb can only be found in limited quantities within the Great Secret Realms, all of which are controlled by major sects and esteemed immortal families, leaving scattered immortals without access. The rewards released by the Qinglong Immortal City have indeed filled the hearts of those loose cultivators aspiring to achieve the Golden Core with unbridled joy, prompting a swarm to flock to the city to partake in the endeavor of repelling the beast tide. Qin Fan remarked, Friend Du, as you can see, my little ones are still quite young. With the beast tide approaching, it is imperative that someone remains to guard Warm Island, hence I shall not be attending. Dui, understanding the situation, did not press further. Subsequently, he procured several high-grade magical implements and first-tier talismans from Qin Fan. Although Du Yi was a foundation-building cultivator, the significant wear on spiritual artifacts during the assault on the beast tide necessitated the possession of some first-tier high-grade implements to enhance his agility, especially since spiritual artifacts were prohibitively expensive. Friend Qin, I noticed you have living puppets on your island. May I inquire if you have any combat-type puppets available for sale? Qin Fan replied, As it happens, I do have one. With that, he produced a first-tier high-grade wolf puppet, which he had deemed defective and subsequently discarded. Chapter 153. Departing the island with my sister-in-law Du, he was exceedingly delighted upon encountering the puppet and purchased it at a price surpassing the market value. Subsequently, he confided in Qin Fan that the recent beast tide might be orchestrated by formidable 3rd or even 4th-tier demonic beasts, which could potentially breach the Qinglong Immortal City, leading to chaos in the surrounding areas and an influx of rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators could very well extend their reach to the vicinity of Warm Island. After Du Yi's departure, Qin Fan commenced his preparations. He retrieved the 2nd-tier low-grade beast confining array plate previously confiscated from Su Tianxi's storage bag. After dedicating 2 days to the endeavor, he successfully inscribed the Earth 3 marvelous spirit rune onto the array plate. Having grasped the intricacies of array formations, Qin Fan pondered whether runes could be inscribed onto array plates, much like they were on magical artifacts. Despite several initial failures, he persevered and, after 8 attempts, succeeded in etching the runes onto a first-tier array plate, thereby enhancing the array's potency. The power of the runes could be manifested within the array, and due to the larger size of the array plate, it could accommodate more intricate runes. For instance, spirit runes are significantly more complex than ordinary runes. A magical artifact too diminutive may not even suffice to inscribe an entire set of spirit runes, whereas an array plate could accommodate 2 complete sets. However, this particular challenge demands a rune master's skill and a consideration of whether the 2 sets of runes would conflict. The Earth 3 marvelous spirit rune and the Gue water spirit rune are incompatible and cannot be inscribed on the same array plate. The second-tier low-grade beast confining array plate, inscribed with the Earth 3 marvelous spirit rune, could unleash the power of a second-tier high-grade formation, capable of constraining late second-tier demonic beasts within a radius of 100 meters. Utilizing it as a trump card would prove quite advantageous. After securing the beast-confining array plate, Qin Fan once again procured the second-tier low-grade Qi Shao sword and meticulously began to inscribe the newly created Gue water spirit rune onto it. After a full day and night of effort, he finally succeeded. The originally crimson Qi Shao sword transformed into a deep azure hue as the spirit rune was successfully activated, radiating a shimmering, wave-like luster. Following this, Qin Fan inscribed the Gue water spirit rune onto his Lanyue sword. This exemplifies the advantage of being a weaponsmith. He had crafted 5 of his own Lanyue swords, one inscribed with the Earth 3 marvelous spirit rune, another with the broken blade rune, and various other inscriptions, alongside several ordinary Lanyue swords, including the one now inscribed with the Gue water spirit rune. Were other loose cultivators aware of Qin Fan's possession of such a multitude of personal spiritual artifacts, they would likely be consumed with envy, especially as many early-stage Foundation cultivators still relied on first-tier, high-grade magical artifacts. The following day, after informing Su Longyue, Qin Fan divided a portion of his consciousness to enter Su Tianchu's humanoid puppet. He then commanded it to soar out of warm residence on a flying sword. Just as he exited the residence, a flash of bright yellow appeared before him. It was none other than his sister-in-law, Su Longyue. With her arms crossed and her right finger tapping thoughtfully against her chin, she gazed at Qin Fan with a pensive expression. She had distinctly sensed a familiar soul aura emanating from the person before her, reminiscent of Qin Fan. Yet, this individual was not Qin Fan. "You are Qin Fan," the young girl boldly declared, attempting to deceive. Qin Fan remained silent. Su Longyue immediately recognized her intuition was correct. She was well aware of the few residents and spirit beasts within the warmth residence, having counted them meticulously each day. She monitored any newcomers with her divine sense. So the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure leaving the residence raised significant concerns, prompting her to intervene. To her astonishment, this individual truly was Qin Fan. Su Longyue curiously circled around him, refraining from inquiring about the secret method he had employed, and instead cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, are you planning to go out? Take me with you. I'm about to suffocate from boredom here." Visiting her little nephew and niece was entertaining, yet she was always cautious not to frighten them into tears, which left her slightly uneasy. She had inadvertently caused them to cry a few times, each instance leading to her being unceremoniously expelled from the warmth residence by her elder sister. How dull. She longed for an adventure. Qin Fan replied firmly, "No. Brother-in-law, are you going to participate in the beast tide suppression? Take me along. I can help you slay the monsters." Su Longyue persisted, her voice a constant chirp around him as he continued to fly forward on his sword. When soft persuasion proved ineffective, she resorted to her trump card. "If you don't take me out to play, I will tell my sister about your previous flirtation with a woman in green." Qin Fan halted, momentarily taken aback. Seeing her tactic had worked, Su Longyue beamed, "Brother-in-law, just take me to help with the beast tide. I absolutely love hunting monsters." Suddenly struck by an idea, she raised her right hand, 3 fingers held aloft, and vowed with a heart-demon oath that she would never reveal the existence of Warmth Island or the fact that Qin Fan and Su Longyue were together and had children. Qin Fan remained silent, communicating with Su Longyue about Su Wanli's intention to accompany him and her sworn oath. Su Longyue nodded in agreement. Only then did Qin Fan respond. "Let us go?" Su Wanli instantly erupted with joy, bouncing with excitement. Oh yeah? She was the battle-crazed Su Wanli, ready to strike at any perceived slight. Upon leaving Warmth Island, Qin Fan did not fly on his sword. Instead, a magnificent seahorse leaped from the ocean, splashing thousands of droplets that sparkled like rainbows in the sunlight, creating a breathtaking scene. Qin Fan sprang onto the back of the seahorse, and Su Wanli's eyes lit up at the sight as she soared up to join him. "Brother-in-law, I've tried to fish for this spirit beast in the deep pool of Warmth residence multiple times, but never succeeded. It looks so unique." Qin Fan merely responded with silence as the seahorse gallantly sped toward the shore, sending surrounding sea creatures into a panic, scattering in all directions. Su Wanli scampered onto the head of the seahorse, employing various enticing words in an attempt to persuade it to abandon its allegiance and choose her as its master. In response, the seahorse merely splashed her with a wave of seawater. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Foolish fish! Great, foolish fish! I am far superior to your master. The treasures I possess far exceed those of your master. You have missed this opportunity, and should you wish to cling to me as a spirit companion in the future, that chance will be denied to you." Humph. Meanwhile, the seahorse privately scoffed. "A defeated subordinate of my master." Upon reaching the seaside, the seahorse unleashed its innate talent, the cloud riding technique, carrying Qin Fan and the others towards the Qinglong immortal city. The aura emanating from this second-tier demon beast intimidated the lower-tier demon beasts along the way, causing them to retreat in fear. Upon arrival at Qinglong immortal city, Qin Fan accompanied Su Wanli to the city lord's mansion to register. He chose the rather ordinary name Wang Fugue, while Su Wanli opted for the name Axe Headley. After completing the registration, she cast a challenging glance at Qin Fan, believing his chosen name lacked the grandeur she desired. Chapter 154. The beast tide. The merits acquired from this extermination campaign are calculated based on the level of the beasts hunted by the cultivators. Slaying 10 first-grade inferior beasts grants 1 point of merit, which can be exchanged for a lower-grade spirit stone. 5 points of merit can be obtained for hunting 10 first-grade medium beasts, while slaying a single second-grade inferior beast yields 50 points of merit. The higher the level of the hunted beasts, the greater the merit accrued. Furthermore, all materials harvested from the beasts belong solely to the individual participants. In addition to being exchanged for spirit stones, merits can also be utilized to obtain martial arts techniques, elixirs, talismans, secret arts, magical tools, and more. Remarkably, 1,000 merits can be exchanged for a breakthrough elixir, the Ice Dew Pill, which facilitates the transition from the early to mid-foundation stage. Upon the release of this information, the surrounding loose cultivators were driven into a frenzy, flocking towards the Qin immortal city, as this presented an exceptional opportunity for them to advance their cultivation. The beast tide could last anywhere from several months to several years. After reviewing the merit exchange details, Qin Fan was preparing to depart when a voice called out to him, "Friend, please hold on." Turning around, he saw GZ, a cultivator in the early golden core stage, approaching him. Qin Fan clasped his hands in respect and greeted, "Senior." GZ regarded Qin Fan with a sense of familiarity. Yet upon using his spiritual eye, he discerned that Qin Fan had not altered his appearance, which left him somewhat puzzled. Both of you are Foundation cultivators. Would you be willing to join us at Qin Immortal City as guest elders? There are special privileges for those who join at this time." Qin Fan declined the offer. Accepting the role of a guest elder would entail responsibilities that he was not prepared to shoulder. His current priority was to care for his wife and child. His purpose in maneuvering the Su Tian stone puppet to participate in the beast extermination was twofold: to hone his combat skills and to remain informed about the frontline situation, allowing him to prepare swiftly upon returning to Warm Island. Although the Su Tian stone's combat capabilities were only at the early foundation stage, its combat power was comparable to that of the late foundation stage, coupled with Qin Fan's own physique, which was also at the late foundation stage. He faced minimal danger in the beast tide, as long as he refrained from engaging in direct combat with third-grade beasts. After bidding farewell to GZ, Qin Fan led Su Wanli out of the city lord's mansion. GZ watched Qin Fan depart, murmuring to himself about the lingering sense of familiarity he felt. though he had indeed never met him before. How strange. Upon exiting the city lord's mansion, Qin Fan and Su Longyue made their way towards Warm Island. The expanse of the beast tide was vast, and a protective line had been established in the direction of Warm Island. Before reaching the camp, they spotted a vast, grayish expanse on the horizon, obscuring the sky. A flock of avian beasts. Su Longyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Behind the flock, a colossal bird blotted out the sun. Its wings were exceedingly long, trailing a gray-green luminescence as it soared across the sky, exuding an air of ferocity. Su Longyue's excitement intensified. That was a third-grade cloud-chasing devouring bird. The young girl was brimming with eagerness. Qin Fan furrowed his brow slightly, recalling the words of Du Yi. The presence of third-tier demon beasts was already apparent. It was conceivable that a fourth-tier beast lurked in the shadows, orchestrating the onslaught. Brother-in-law, I shall take my leave first. Su Longyue's blood surged with fervor, utterly disinterested in accompanying Qin Fan at a leisurely pace toward the front lines. Before she could finish her sentence, she vanished like a streak of light, racing toward the direction of the beast tide. Qin Fan thought to himself, steady now. He continued to maneuver his flying sword at a deliberate pace. Along the way, he encountered foundation-building cultivators clad in the attire of the Su family, gliding past them leisurely. One of the Su cultivators called out to him courteously, "Fellow Taoist, are you also heading to confront the beast tide?" Qin Fan nodded in affirmation. The Su cultivator continued, "Fellow Taoist, would you care to join our group? Collaborating would enhance our efficiency in vanquishing the beasts." "No, thank you. I prefer to walk my own path," Qin Fan replied, intentionally passing by them slowly to gauge whether the Su family members would recognize Su Tianshi. The situation appeared favorable. He then quickened his pace. And just as he was about to fly away, he overheard the three Su foundation-building cultivators discussing a certain topic. "Have you heard? Young Master Su is dead." "Indeed. It is said that during the battle at Twin Peaks, he acquired an opportunity too great and caught the attention of formidable foes, which led to his demise." "Isn't that so? Old ancestor Wanqing has issued a sky-high bounty. Whoever knows the identity of the one who assassinated Su Tianshi will be rewarded with a Dan formation spirit item. They are truly desperate. Moreover, it has been declared that whoever kills Su Tianshi, as long as they reveal their identity, will be pursued by the entire clan." Another Su cultivator sighed. "Ah, young Master Su indeed acted unwisely. After gaining great fortune at Twin Peaks, instead of returning with us to the clan's stronghold, he stealthily ventured out to prepare for the Golden Core breakthrough, providing thieves an opportunity to slay him and seize his treasures. Indeed, otherwise, he might have truly attained the Golden Core this time, and the position of young master of the Su family would be rightfully his." After exchanging these words, they continued, "Have you heard? The Sang family is offering a substantial reward for any information regarding the Mountain Flame Taoist. Anyone with a hint of his whereabouts can claim the bounty from the Sang family. Who do you suppose this Mountain Flame Taoist is? Why does the Sang family hold him in such high regard? The Sang family remains tight-lipped. Who can say? Alas, last time we failed to annihilate the Sang family, and now they are rising again. It is said they have discovered a high-grade spirit vein of third tier and are in the process of large-scale relocation. It will be difficult to eradicate the Sang family in the future. Cough. Let us not dwell on that. The last battle at Twin Peaks." Having heard the conversation reach its conclusion, Qin Fan rubbed his nose. It seemed he had just exchanged pleasantries with young Master Su. The Mountain Flame Taoist, naturally, would not make an appearance at this juncture. "Previously, I sold a disposable peach-wood sword inscribed with the broken blade inscription to the Sang family, solely to deliver a significant blow to the Su family. Should he reappear, it is highly probable that the venerable Golden Core ancestor of the Sang family would confine him, subjecting him to daily artifact refinement." A month has swiftly passed. On this day, Qin Fan, residing on Warm Island, received a message from Zhong Nanyang via a communication talisman. The prices of beast materials have been persistently declining, and the material merchants have accumulated a considerable stock of these resources, seeking Qin Fan's guidance on whether to continue their hoarding. Additionally, he informed Qin Fan that the beast tide had breached the second line of defense, and it is likely that it will advance towards Qinglong Immortal City come spring. Many cultivators within the city have begun to drastically reduce the prices of their properties, with the landlords of the two shops in Moonlight Pavilion having treated him to meals several times, expressing their willingness to further decrease the prices by 20% to sell the two establishments. Qin Fan replied. First, instruct Zhong Nanyang to continue accumulating beast materials. Having previously stockpiled a batch of talismans and elixirs ahead of the beast tide, he was able to profit significantly when the tide arrived by selling them at a premium. Chapter 155, Sister-in-law, Brother-in-law, Save Me. Additionally, Manager Fan has established an independent artifact factory at the Moon Pavilion, recruiting a group of skilled first-tier artifact craftsmen. The artifacts are selling like hotcakes. Despite the fact that the Starry Sky Vine consumes a mid-grade spirit stone daily, Qin Fan still has a surplus of spirit stones, allowing him to continue stockpiling materials from demon beasts. Moreover, he has instructed Zhong Nanyang to postpone any real estate purchases for the time being. At the frontline camp against the beast tide, Qin Fan weighed the storage bag filled with demon beast materials, his brows slightly furrowing. The spirit stones were still insufficient. This beast tide presented a lucrative opportunity. With his mother-in-law and others present, it was impossible for the Qinglong immortal city to truly be breached by the beast tide. Currently, property prices within the city are continually declining. As the beast tide progresses and the front lines are repeatedly breached, prices will continue to fall. When the moment is right, I must seize the opportunity to acquire properties. Whether in the modern world or in the realm of cultivation, real estate speculation is a pathway to wealth. Suddenly, the flap of Qin Fan's resting tent was drawn aside, and a graceful figure clad in pale yellow entered. As she stepped in, a storage bag was tossed in a parabolic arc into Qin Fan's hands. Upon probing, he discovered it was brimming with demon beast materials, various first-tier demon beasts and a handful of second-tier ones, including a demon beast core. Only a select few with unique bloodlines among second-tier beasts produce cores. This bag of materials is valued at 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Did this sister-in-law truly intend to give it to me? Su Longyue plopped down onto a chair, poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip, and exhaled a long sigh, saying, after a whole month of slaying demon beasts, it feels exhilarating, though it's somewhat unsatisfying. I dare not challenge that third-tier sky-swallowing sparrow, and the others are simply too weak. After a while, it lacks a sense of accomplishment. Brother-in-law, how many times have you ventured out to hunt demon beasts this past month? Don't you find it boring just staying in the camp collecting materials? Come with me today to hunt some demon beasts. Qin Fan responded, I want to go. Aside from the initial hunts that enhanced his adaptability, subsequent hunts felt akin to a game where he dealt a flat 999 damage, rather dull. It was more beneficial to remain at the camp, cultivating his body while acquiring demon beast materials. Su Longyue took a few more sips of tea, then received a communication talisman. Her eyes brightened instantly, and she dashed out. Qin Fan felt somewhat helpless. His sister-in-law's flamboyant demeanor was not particularly wise. Over the past month, her reputation in the camp had soared. She was now known as the axe-wielding lowly. Furthermore, she had rallied a group of enthusiastic rogue cultivators, each energized and eager to follow her lead. Whenever one of them contemplated slacking off, they would hear her voice echo, if the little girl with the mountain-cleaving axe can charge at the front lines, how dare I rest and not hunt demon beasts? Rest? Nonsense. Get up and continue slaying. In contrast to Su Longyue's rising fame, Qin Fan was dubbed the Turtle Foundation Builder. Despite being a foundational cultivator, he seldom ventured into the wilderness to hunt demonic beasts, preferring instead to remain in the camp, collecting materials from these creatures and selling talismans, formation plates, elixirs, and magical artifacts. However, no one dared to openly label Qin Fan as a turtle-like foundational cultivator in his presence, for they were obliged to sell their demonic beast materials to him with a smile, and to purchase talismans and other supplies from him using spirit stones or battle merits, all while maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Qin Fan's venture into selling talismans stemmed from his discovery that utilizing the puppet Su Tianshi to forge talismans, formation plates, elixirs, and magical artifacts significantly enhanced his experience in these crafts. Thus, he would not squander this opportunity. It was akin to having an additional avatar grinding for experience, which was quite delightful. Moreover, the prices for demonic beast materials he acquired directly were significantly lower than those in Qinglong Immortal City, while the prices at which he sold talismans, formation plates, and elixirs were notably higher, allowing Qin Fan not only to amass experience in his 4 arts of cultivation, but also to reap substantial financial rewards for his future investments in real estate. At that moment, aboard a flying palace vessel cloaked from spiritual sense detection, hovering above the clouds where Qin Fan and his companions resided. When Zhanqing and Shi Shaofan were engaged in a game of chess. With a smile, Shi Shaofan remarked, "Zhanqing, your little Wanli possesses impressive combat prowess. After a month of slaying demonic beasts, she is on the verge of breaking through to the later stages of foundational cultivation." Upon saying this, Shi Shaofan sighed. "If only my Xiener exhibited even a fraction of the diligence your Wanli shows, I would awaken from dreams with a smile." However, she furrowed her brow and continued, "Yet, there is something quite peculiar lately. Wasn't my Xiener cast into the Sect's secret realm by her father? Strangely, she has not succumbed to idleness, but has been tirelessly hunting demonic beasts day and night, which is rather uncharacteristic. I even had her father observe her with the spirit mirror, and there was no change. It's still her." When Zhanqing glanced at Qin Fan below, who was busy selling talismans, then returned her gaze to the board, placing a black stone. "Do not be too harsh on your Xiener. Perhaps she is simply maturing late. It is only natural for her to strive harder now that she has become a mother. Hunting demonic beasts incessantly in the secret realm is surely a way to gather ample resources of spiritual herbs and materials for her children. After all, there are 5 little ones to consider. Without the support of the Falling Cloud Sect, and without letting Shi Shaofan and her husband discover her intentions, Chun Xiener mustered her resolve to secure better resources for her children and their father, thus transforming into a relentless warrior." Reflecting on this, when Zhanqing smiled, it was indeed wise not to have disclosed the matter of Xiener and Qin Fan's offspring to Shi Shaofan. "Look, both couples are striving diligently. Qin Fan himself is exceedingly industrious, even employing an avatar at the forefront of the beast tide, devoting his days to cultivation, drawing talismans, refining artifacts, and gathering demonic beast materials. He is a diligent youth with a keen business acumen and considerable talent in the 4 arts of cultivation." Shi Shaofan smiled and remarked, "Indeed, I hope she continues to strive as diligently on her cultivation path in the future as she does now in the secret realm. At that time, I shall summon my dear Chun to host a grand ancestral worship ceremony, to properly pay homage to our forebears and express gratitude for their bestowed blessings." Within, when Zhanqing mused, "Gratitude to our ancestors? Or perhaps it should be directed towards Qin Fan." Suddenly, when Zhanqing's gaze shifted and her smile slightly faltered, Shi Shaofan sensed this change and commented, "Xiao Wanli is quite audacious, daring to besiege a second-tier late-stage mutated earth dragon beast." At that moment, Su Wanli was collaborating with her fellow mid-foundation practitioners, CLS Wang and Yin Zi, to encircle a second-tier late-stage earth dragon beast king. Su Wanli had abruptly departed from Qin Fan's tent upon receiving a message talisman from CLS Wang, informing her of the discovery of a second-tier earth dragon beast king. The trio believed that their combined efforts would suffice to slay this beast, unaware that it was mutated, far more formidable than a typical earth dragon beast king, possessing strength surpassing that of false Dan realm practitioners. How could 3 mid-foundation cultivators hope to subdue it together? Presently, they found themselves entirely overpowered by the Earth Dragon Beast King. CLS Wang and Yin Zi's spiritual artifacts were sent flying. CLS Wang was struck in the right chest by a soil spike, and Yin Zi sustained severe injuries to his leg. Su Wanli was also violently shaken by the beast's profound magical energy, causing her to spit out blood, and 3 of her cultivated second-tier gold-devouring insects perished, signaling the imminent danger. Typically fearless, she sensed trepidation as the Earth Dragon Beast King charged towards her. Just then, she noticed a flash of green light appearing atop a nearby rocky hill, revealing a tall and familiar figure. She immediately cried out, "Brother-in-law, save me." Chapter 156. When Zhanqing's astonishment, Qin Fan is truly exceptional. CLS Wang and Yin Zi also turned their gaze towards the direction of the approaching figure from Shirshan. But upon realizing it was Qin Fan, a sense of disappointment washed over them. After all, Qin Fan was merely a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and a rather weak one at that. His combat prowess was far from adequate. How could he possibly save them? "Taoist Wang, you must flee at once." CLS Wang called out urgently. Just as her words left her lips, she witnessed Qin Fan's figure flicker, and in the next instant, he wielded a sword radiating a shimmering azure light, descending upon the Earth Dragon Beast King with a fierce strike. As the Earth Dragon Beast King was about to launch an assault on Su Wanli, it suddenly sensed an imminent threat. Pausing briefly, it turned. swinging its long tail towards Qin Fan. However, it was utterly unprepared for the fact that the defensive power of its tail was insufficient to withstand Qin Fan's strike. The sword struck mercilessly against its body, inflicting significant damage. Boom! The Earth Dragon Beast King roared, its massive form causing the ground to tremble as it charged towards Qin Fan. With a whoosh, 7 needle-like projectiles surged from various directions towards the Earth Dragon Beast King, bypassing its defenses to strike true. Qin Fan then invoked the Burning Yuan secret method, sacrificing the lifespan of this puppet to instantly elevate his strength to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, transforming into a streak of crimson light that hurtled towards the Earth Dragon Beast King. Su Longyue watched in shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. Brother-in-law Yu, CLS Wang, and Yin Ziyi were utterly stunned. Taoist Wang, there's no need for this. You must escape. Their hearts were filled with awe. Wang Fuguei was incredibly righteous, actually burning his lifespan to confront the Earth Dragon Beast King on their behalf. From now on, who would dare to call Wang Fuguei a weak cultivator? They would stand up for him at the first opportunity. As Qin Fan battled the Earth Dragon Beast King, he simultaneously explored the limits of this puppet. Over the past month, he had successfully cultivated the first layer of the Qingyuan longevity technique, extending its lifespan by a century. Coupled with the first-tier longevity elixir he had refined, he gained an additional 10 years. Since Su Tianshi had already cultivated the Burning Yuan secret method, Qin Fan faced no obstacles while practicing this technique within this body, swiftly reaching the second tier's peak. By sacrificing 5 years of lifespan, he propelled himself from the initial stage to the mid-stage of foundation establishment in an instant. The exhilarating surge of power transformed the previously challenging battle against the Earth Dragon Beast King into one of effortless mastery. The Earth Dragon and the White Jade Centipede were both Earth attribute beasts. Thus, it was certain that this Earth Dragon Beast King had nurtured a demon core. Little Bai was in for a treat. As the time limit for the Burning Yuan secret method approached, Qin Fan ceased his exploration and unleashed a decisive move, beheading the Earth Dragon Beast King with a single swing of his sword. As the enormous beast's head rolled onto the ground, Su Longyue and the others stood in stunned silence. Even Su Longyue rubbed her eyes vigorously, questioning her perception. Could it be true? Qin Fan had indeed slain the very Earth Dragon Beast King that had nearly claimed her life. CLS Wang and Yin Ziyi were completely flabbergasted. They never anticipated that Wang Fuguei, the foundation-building master, possessed such terrifying combat prowess. A second-tier Earth Dragon Beast King, stronger than a fake Dan realization cultivator, was unexpectedly slain by Wang Fuguei after he burned his lifespan to ascend to the mid-foundation stage. Did they perhaps cultivate a false mid-foundation? How could Wang Fuguei's mid-foundation stage be so formidable? At that moment, aboard the arc above the clouds, when Changqing altered her posture from standing to sitting once again, Shi Shaofan glanced at her, noticing that when Changqing seemed oblivious to Su Longyue calling Qin Fan brother-in-law. With a smile, she remarked, "That young male cultivator is quite impressive. I initially thought we would have to intervene, yet he, a mere initial foundation cultivator, managed to slay the second-tier late-stage Earth Dragon Beast King, which even Xiao Wanli and the others could not contend with. My daughter, did you see that? Your mother is helping Qin Fan earn some favor in front of your Aunt One." When Changqing turned her gaze towards Shi Shaofan, hesitating momentarily before smiling and saying, "Indeed, this young man is truly remarkable." This was not his original appearance. He was inherently handsome, and this was merely a projection of himself. If such strength could be exhibited even through a projection, and if he displayed such courage and valor, it was evident that other male cultivators would have fled in terror at the sight. Instead, he boldly burned his own lifespan to fight valiantly, determined to slay the Earth Dragon Beast King, even at the cost of his life. He is indeed an exceptionally fine young man. Internally, she thought, "Qin Xiaoyu, as I strive to cultivate your mother-in-law's favor for you, you must remember to negotiate well next time." Shi Shaofan, slightly astonished, inquired, "Have you encountered him before?" When Changqing replied, "Yes, the first time was at a foundation-building market near the Qiushan secret realm." Shi Shaofan remained silent, her eyes glinting with curiosity. When Changqing's demeanor suggested she was unaware that Qin Fan and Su Longyue were together, otherwise, she would not be praising Qin Fan so highly. With a smile, she remarked, "It seems you two share quite a connection." When Changqing smiled in response, Let us change our location. This area will not see any further activity for now. If we linger, Qin Xiaoyou's secret may soon be revealed. All right, sure, Xiaofan agreed. If they delayed further, when Changqing might indeed discern that Xiao Wanli called Qin Fan brother-in-law. She eagerly anticipated when Changqing's reaction upon discovering that Qin Fan was with Su Longyue and had quietly fathered quintuplets. It surely wouldn't be long now. Once this matter concluded, when Changqing would have time to spare. Wishing Qin Fan good fortune, she believed the outcome would undoubtedly be spectacular. A flying vessel quietly departed, while below, the fierce battle between cultivators and demon beasts raged on. On Qin Fan's side, upon landing, he saw Su Wanli, CLS Wang, and Yin Zi rushing towards him. He stumbled slightly, taking a couple of unsteady steps to the side, nearly losing his balance, before spitting out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood. He wavered dangerously before finally stabilizing himself. "Brother-in-law, are you all right?" Su Wanli asked, her eyes reddened, concern evident in her voice for the first time. Qin Fan shook his head, assuring that all was well. Su Wanli promptly retrieved a multitude of medicinal pills from her storage ring and offered them to Qin Fan, who consumed merely a single blood essence pill. At this moment, his vitality surged abundantly. The 5 years of lost lifespan posed no threat to the foundation of this puppet, which boasted an additional 110 years. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to feign modesty. Being overly formidable could easily incite envy and draw unwanted attention. It was far more prudent to maintain a low profile. CLS Wang and Yin Zi clasped their hands in gratitude towards Qin Fan, expressing their heartfelt thanks for his selfless act of saving them. They assured him that should he require assistance in the future, he need only reach out to them. Qin Fan replied, "You flatter me. The slaying of that earth dragon beast was not solely my achievement. Your contributions were invaluable. Had it not been for your significant efforts in wounding it, I would not have been able to dispatch it with such ease." CLS Wang and Yin Zi paused momentarily, sensing a discrepancy in the narrative, yet they could not help but acknowledge the validity in Qin Fan's words. Chapter 157, The Thrill of House Clearing, Delightful. In the end, Qin Fan proposed that he would only take the demon core of the Earth Dragon Beast King, while the remaining spoils should be evenly divided among Su Wanli and the other 2. Su Wanli immediately waved her hand, declining the offer. CLS Wang and Yin Zi exchanged glances and also shook their heads. Taoist Wang, had it not been for your timely arrival and the burning of your lifespan, we might have perished here today. Please accept the materials from this demon beast. Use them to purchase some longevity pills and strive to replenish your lifespan. Coming from a prestigious sect, they were well aware of the toll that the burning yuan secret technique takes on one's body, not only consuming a cultivator's lifespan, but also depleting their vital energy. They would only resort to such techniques in dire situations, for a misstep could lead to irreparable internal injuries, rendering them incapable of attaining the golden core stage. Yin Zi added, "Indeed, Taoist Wang, please accept it swiftly, and then we shall return so that you can properly meditate and recuperate." Su Wanli proactively gathered the demon beast materials and handed the storage bag to Qin Fan, her tone devoid of the usual arrogance. "Brother-in-law, let us go." Time swiftly passed, and 2 months elapsed, during which Qin Fan's injuries healed. During these days, the defensive line fell once more to the beast tide, forcing them to retreat to the Qinglong Immortal City. The objective of this beast tide was unmistakable. Through their encirclement of Qinglong Immortal City, they relentlessly consolidated their territory, ultimately driving the cultivators into the city. The demon beasts behind this assault clearly aimed to seize control of the Qinglong Immortal City, which boasted a high-quality third-tier spiritual vein. Although the sect's spiritual veins were superior to that of Qinglong Immortal City, the sect possessed an even more formidable foundation, with golden core ancestors stationed even in the lower 7th sects like Yingzong and Qiyigu. Third-tier demon beasts had intelligence on par with that of humans. Thus they would naturally target the more vulnerable prey. The illustrious Qinglong Immortal City, having thrived for over 3 centuries, had now become a target. Within the city, anxiety gripped the populace. The exchange rate for military achievements increased further, offering more resources for the same accomplishments. This maneuver ignited the enthusiasm of the combative loose cultivators, slightly bolstering morale, yet it did little to soothe the other cultivators within the city. Cultivator families and shopkeepers began hastily selling their properties. At this moment, the real estate prices plummeted alarmingly. Initially, Qin Fan and his companions had purchased a courtyard situated on a second-tier spiritual vein for a full 200 medium-grade spirit stones, whereas the price for properties in that area had now dropped to a mere 30 medium-grade spirit stones. This was akin to a property in Beijing or Shanghai, originally priced at 200,000 per square meter, now falling to 29,999 per square meter. However, when property prices rise, people flock to buy. When they fall, they scramble to sell in a panic. At this juncture, Qin Fan had just concluded negotiations with the owners of 2 moonlight pavilions, acquiring them at an exceedingly low price. Subsequently, the 2 proprietors inquired if Qin Fan was interested in purchasing additional shops. Qin Fan furrowed his brow and asked, "How large are the shops? What is their location like?" The owner of the moonlight pavilion, Tang Nanxing, immediately smiled and remarked, "It's grand, even larger than the shop I just sold you. And it boasts a more advantageous location on the main thoroughfare of the immortal city. Wang Daoyu, please inquire if your young master has any interest. The price is certainly reasonable." Zhong Xingjia, the proprietor of the Moonlight Materials store, quickly rose and leaned closer to Qin Fan, grinning as he said, "Wang Daoyu, our family possesses a thriving shop at the southern gate of the immortal city. Previously, we refused to sell even for the highest offers, but now we are willing to let it go at an exceptionally attractive price." Tang Nanxing shot Zhong Xingjia a glare and hurriedly extolled the virtues of his own establishment. Subsequently mentioning the price, the 2 men began to compete, each fearing that Qin Fan might purchase the other's shop instead of their own. Ultimately, Qin Fan acquired both establishments at a remarkably low price and proceeded to the city lord's mansion for notarization and contract signing. After purchasing 4 shops, Qin Fan found himself with a comfortable surplus of spirit stones. In the past, the cost of acquiring these 4 shops would have barely sufficed to procure the cheapest among them. How exhilarating! Soon, numerous loose cultivators familiar with Wang Fugui approached Qin Fan to sell beast materials, while others inquired if they could purchase his military merits, offering spirit stones in exchange. Although Qin Fan had not slain many beasts during the outer skirmishes, the capture of a second-tier Earth Dragon Beast King alone granted him 1,000 military merits. Additionally, many loose cultivators on the front lines exchanged military merits with Qin Fan for elixirs, talismans, and magical instruments, further augmenting his wealth in military achievements. Now, Qin Fan possessed a staggering 32,000 military merits, rendering him quite affluent. As for the resources available for exchange on the military merit board of the Qinglong Immortal City, he held little interest. The top 3 positions, even the first, were dominated by the schemes of the False Dan realms, far out of reach for foundation-building cultivators like him. Thus, while he desired the golden core spiritual item, the 7-color lotus, he did not obsess over it. After all, attaining the top 3 spots required confronting formidable second-tier late-stage demons, or even early-stage third-tier beasts, which was excessively perilous and incongruent with his prudent approach to development. Consequently, when loose cultivators sought to exchange military merits for foundation-building elixirs or spiritual items, Qin Fan sold his military merits at a premium, converting them entirely into mid-grade spirit stones. He then utilized these spirit stones to acquire a batch of shops. In selecting properties, he opted for those of moderate quality rather than the finest, for the best establishments would inevitably belong to immortal sects or prominent cultivation families. Even if these were to be sold at present, should the Qinglong Immortal City remain intact, they would likely reclaim their properties through force, rendering such acquisitions futile. Choosing mid-tier shops proved far more advantageous, as these belonged to various Qi training families, foundation-building families, or the enterprises of loose cultivators. Should the Qinglong Immortal City persist, any attempts to reclaim these shops by force would require careful consideration, especially since his Moonlight Pavilion now boasted 4 formidable foundation-building powers. He, Su Tianchu's puppet, Zhong Nanyang, and Manager Fan. While indulging in the pleasure of purchasing shops, Qin Fan experienced the thrill of sweeping through properties. Alas, in the modern world, he could not be a property hunter, but upon entering the realm of cultivation, he finally satiated his desire for such pursuits. What a delight! Qin Fan purchased 20 shops in one breath, completely depleting his stock of spirit stones. Holding the 20 purchase contracts in his hands, Qin Fan remarked, "I suppose I can consider myself to possess a modest fortune." At that moment, on Warm Island, Qin Fan received 2 high-level communication talismans sent by Manager Fan. One was addressed to him, while the other was intended for Song Qiaoji and Yun Yun. Qin Fan summoned the two women and handed them the talismans. Upon discovering that they were sent by Manager Fan, the women joyfully took the talismans and left. However, when they read the contents of the talismans, their smiles vanished, and they covered their mouths, bursting into tears. Chapter 158, Astonishment. You have purchased 20 shops. On Qin Fan's end, he activated the communication talisman, wherein Steward Fan conveyed that he had leveraged his connections to gather precise intelligence in the Azure Dragon Immortal City. It was revealed that the Azure Dragon Daoist had suffered severe injuries during a confrontation with a mid-stage third-tier Golden Scale Barbarian Bull and had since discreetly returned to Azure Dragon Mountain to recuperate, simultaneously fortifying the city's third-tier Grand Formation. The likelihood of the city being besieged by a beast tide was alarmingly high. Furthermore, it was mentioned that Zhong Nanyang had relayed Qin Fan's intention to acquire 2 shops at the Moonlight Pavilion, advising against the purchase. Currently, the city had prohibited entry and exit to thwart the infiltration of beast spies, though high-tier communication talismans could still be dispatched. However, after tomorrow, even those would be rendered ineffective. He also noted that he had sold off all his magical artifacts and resources, converting them into spirit stones, which he would have Zhong Nanyang carry out during his escape. He disclosed his debt of 10 mid-grade spirit stones to Qin Fan, having managed to gather 3, requesting Zhong Nanyang to bring them along. For the remaining 7, he informed Song Qiaoji and Yun Yun of the situation. The 2 women promised to assist in repaying them should he be unable to return. Upon digesting the contents of the talisman, Qin Fan pondered, "What grand scheme are my in-laws concocting? This venture is indeed audacious." As for acquiring property in Azure Dragon Immortal City, he remained optimistic. The city was renowned for its prosperity, as depicted in the original text, albeit set 5 centuries later. Regardless of whether the city would withstand the impending assault, his investment in real estate was bound to be profitable. Even in the event of a breach, reconstruction would ensue, and he would retain ownership of the land, the true value resting in the land itself, not the construction costs. The property contract he signed guaranteed perpetual rights to the land. Therefore, he was untroubled. Moreover, his in-laws were still in the vicinity, unlikely to allow the magnificent Azure Dragon Immortal City to crumble before their eyes. In summary, this property acquisition was a surefire gain. Meanwhile, Song Qiaoji, after reading Steward Fan's somber message alongside Yun Yun, embraced her tightly, both shedding tears. The communication conveyed a grim outlook, suggesting that the city would indeed fall to the beast tide, and that he might perish within its confines. Steward Fan had entrusted the women with various matters and reminded them about the debt owed to Qin Fan, urging them to remember to help repay their adoptive father. He advised them to diligently follow Qin Fan, work earnestly, and strive to cultivate, not to squander the precious third-tier spirit vein resources on the island. Regretfully, he lamented that he had yet to provide the 2 with any resources or dowries before facing his demise, expressing his heartfelt apologies. "Yun, sister, our adoptive father won't he die, right?" Song Qiaoji implored. Yun Yun remained silent, her thoughts shrouded in uncertainty. Overwhelmed by emotion, Song Qiaoji succumbed to tears, her cries resonating with despair. Had it not been for the careful oversight of Manager Fan, the 2 women would have long perished in the bustling market of Qingzhou Fang, or worse, found themselves as the lowly concubines or even mere vessels for others. It was only by their association with Manager Fan that they enjoyed such fortunate circumstances, serving their mistress and the young master and miss, while devoting their remaining hours to cultivating in the esteemed third-tier spiritual vein. This was akin to placing them in a gilded cage. Within the confines of the Qinglong Immortal City, a man cloaked in a black hat arrived at the Moonlight Pavilion Trading Company, owned by Zhong Nanyang. It was only upon entering the room that he removed his hat, revealing himself to be Manager Fan. With gravity, Manager Fan presented a storage ring to Zhong Nanyang, stating, "Friend Zhong, when the city falls, I shall do all in my power to assist you in breaking through the siege. You must survive and deliver the items to my master, otherwise, I shall die with unfulfilled desires." Zhong Nanyang solemnly swore an oath to his inner demons, vowing that as long as he lived, he would indeed deliver the items to Qin Fan. Only then did Manager Fan release his hold on the other end of the storage ring, his aged eyes glistening with sorrow. "Old Fan, do not be so pessimistic. Perhaps you too will survive," Zhong Nanyang reassured him. Though Zhong Nanyang was also at the early stage of foundation building, he had been cultivating for many years and was at the fifth layer of the early stage. A pure martial cultivator with fierce combat prowess and ample experience in battling ferocious beasts. In contrast, Manager Fan had only recently begun his foundation building and had spent his time within the market and the city. His chances of survival during this beast siege were far less favorable than Zhong Nanyang's. Manager Fan said nothing, merely sighing before urging Zhong Nanyang to hastily gather the shop's supplies and prepare for a potential escape from the city. Given the current frequency of the beast attacks, it was only a matter of time before the city's defenses were breached. After securing the shop, Zhong Nanyang led Manager Fan to the Misty Rain residence, where Qin Fan had previously resided. Upon returning to Qinglong Immortal City, Qin Fan, in the guise of Wang Fuguei, met with Zhong Nanyang. Utilizing a message talisman sent by his true self, which contained an image confirming his identity as Wang Fuguei, they exchanged secret signs and tokens, thus affirming that Wang Fuguei was indeed the individual dispatched by Qin Fan to acquire the properties of the Moonlight Pavilion. Old Fan, this is friend Wang, who serves our esteemed Qin family, Zhong Nanyang introduced. Friend Wang, this is friend Fan, the manager of the Moonlight Pavilion's magical artifact shop. Qin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Once seated, Zhong Nanyang began to discuss the city's current situation and relayed the information Manager Fan had gathered, including the grievous injuries suffered by Qinglong Daoist and the impending breach of the city. The two had arrived to strategize their escape in the event of the city's downfall. With 3 foundation builders coordinating their escape, the chances of success would be significantly heightened. Prior to the second line of defense being breached, Zhong Nanyang had already sent his wife and daughter out of the city, so when the time came to flee, he would bear no burdens. His demeanor was not particularly pessimistic, yet Manager Fan exuded an aura of despondency. Qin Fan observed the states of both individuals and remarked, "At present, everyone is contemplating a breakout when the city falls. The property prices within the city have plummeted to rock-bottom levels. Have you two considered seizing this opportunity to acquire some real estate?" Manager Fan replied, "Right now, everyone is solely focused on survival. Who would think of purchasing property?" Zhong Nanyang, momentarily taken aback, then said, "Friend Wang, acquiring property at this juncture may very well lead to a loss in mere days. Soon, the Azure Dragon Immortal City will become a domain of demonic beasts. Buying property now would be akin to throwing away spirit stones." Manager Fan interjected, "Friend Wang, my master has entrusted you with the responsibility of purchasing the properties of the Moonlight Pavilion. You have not made any acquisitions yet, have you?" Qin Fan responded, "I have indeed purchased, acquiring 20 establishments." Manager Fan was nearly rendered breathless by the revelation. Fortunately, Zhong Nanyang was there to steady him. Manager Fan, with a look of indignation, retorted, "Friend Wang, are you aware of the folly in squandering my master's spirit stones? Does he know of your actions?" Qin Fan chuckled and replied, "Do not be vexed, friend Fan. I naturally obtained permission from the proprietor before proceeding with the acquisitions. You both might genuinely consider my proposal." Chapter 159, A Turnaround, What Insight? Manager Fan shook his head, his complexion pale. He felt deep within that his master had erred this time. How could one possibly consider purchasing property at such a critical juncture? It was akin to discarding spirit stones. After sipping a cup of spirit wine, Zhong Nanyang, as if having made a monumental decision, announced that he was stepping out. Shortly thereafter, he returned, holding a property purchase contract. Upon seeing it, Manager Fan berated Zhong Nanyang for his madness. Even at this moment, he still chose to buy a house. Zhong Nanyang replied, "Let us take a gamble. The master dares to acquire 20 shops. I believe this bet should not go awry. Perhaps in the future, the demon race will occupy this place, allowing our human race to establish shops here." Manager Fan could only respond with disbelief. Zhong Nanyang took another sip of spirit wine, a wry smile on his face. "It is only at this moment that I can afford to buy the courtyard I have been renting. Otherwise, I would never be able to do so in this lifetime." Manager Fan exclaimed, "You all have lost your minds. Once the demon beasts seize Qinglong Immortal City, this place will no longer concern our human race." 10 days later, the third-tier magical formation of Qinglong Immortal City was breached, and a tidal wave of beasts surged forth, emitting piercing roars. Within the city, women clutched their children tightly, some stuffing them into hidden passages, while others huddled together, weeping silently. The male cultivators wore ashen faces, and a somber aura enveloped the city. One cultivator brandished his magical artifact and shouted, "Let us fight these beasts to the death. Even if we perish, we shall take as many of them down as possible." The other cultivators echoed loudly, "Kill, kill, kill." As everyone prepared for their demise, suddenly, a colossal surge of magical power erupted from the direction of Qinglong Mountain. The previously breached third-tier formation rapidly re-established itself at the speed of light, forming a complete defensive barrier. Simultaneously, a streak of light shot forth from Qinglong Mountain, darting towards the heart of the beast tide. Keen-eyed cultivators shouted, "It's Qinglong Taoist. He is at his peak. He is unscathed." Wait. The power of Qinglong Taoist at his peak has never been this terrifying. Could it be that during his recent seclusion, he has broken through to the late stage of the Golden Core realm? With this revelation, everyone soared into the sky, gazing toward the battlefield in the distance. They beheld two indistinct figures rising from the ground to the heavens, the magical effects of their battle painting the distant sky in hues of red. How terrifying! Is this the caliber of combat at the Golden Core level? It's utterly fearsome. Look, even Qinglong Taoist's battle pet, the two-headed unicorn bird, is formidable. It seems to have also broken through to the late stage of the third tier. At that moment, a voice resonated throughout Qinglong Immortal City. It was the sound of Golden Core level magical power reverberating. "Fellow Taoists, my master, Qinglong Taoist, has successfully broken through to the late stage of the Golden Core realm, and his battle pet has also advanced to the late stage of the third tier. In this beast tide, our human race shall surely emerge victorious. Fellow cultivators, join me as we break through the city and drive these demonic beasts back to the low mountains. Charge! The human race shall prevail." This individual was Qi Fengyu, the esteemed disciple of the Azure Dragon Taoist. A formidable presence, he stood at the precipice of the late Golden Core stage. Having reached the 9th layer of the early Golden Core and poised to achieve a flawless breakthrough, his charisma was undeniable. At this moment, the assembled cultivators also observed the Azure Dragon Taoist and his battle companions clearly gaining the upper hand, while the assaulting horde of beasts began to waver, some even retreating. The morale of the defenders surged instantaneously. The scattered cultivators rallied, shouting, "Charge! The human race shall prevail! Charge! The human race shall prevail!" As several Golden Core masters transformed into streaks of light, darting out of the city, a wave of false core masters and foundation establishment cultivators followed suit, with Qi refinement practitioners also surging forth. The clamor of battle echoed across the skies as the scattered cultivators, invigorated and fervent, fought with renewed vigor. Undaunted by the prospect of death, their minds singularly focused on achieving military merit. The demonic beasts retreated in disarray. Xie Zhuang and Yanzi hastened to find Qin Fan and Su Longyue. "Taoist Wang, Taoist Su. Now is the opportune moment for our human race to capitalize on this onslaught against the beast tide. A perfect chance to slay these beasts and earn military merit. Shall we form a team?" Xie Zhuang exclaimed with excitement. Previously, they had anticipated a costly endeavor to break through the encirclement, potentially facing dire consequences, even death. To their astonishment, the Azure Dragon Taoist had successfully advanced to the late Golden Core stage, with his battle companion also breaking through to the late third tier. They were now pressing their advantage against the third-tier beast. Their spirits soared, and thoughts of retreat faded as they contemplated the opportunity to hunt more demonic beasts and accumulate further military merit. It was evident that Azure Dragon City would not perish, and with the Taoists' breakthrough, the city was destined for greater prosperity. The more merit they accrued now, the better their future ties to Azure Dragon City would be, not to mention the vast resources that military merit could be exchanged for. Thus, even the Sect cultivators, Xie Zhuang and Yanzi, were filled with enthusiasm. Qin Fan shook his head. "I shall not join." Xie Zhuang and Yanzi were momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled that Qin Fan had shown little interest in hunting demonic beasts even at the defensive camp, leading them to understand his choice. They turned their attention to Su Longyue. Unlike Qin Fan, Su Longyue had already drawn her mountain-splitting axe, her face alight with eagerness. "Let's go?" Qin Fan intercepted Su Longyue, his expression grave, forbidding her to proceed. The intricacies of the situation weighed heavily on him, and he sensed underlying issues. Regardless, Su Longyue was his sister-in-law and had accompanied him. Her safety was paramount. Just as she was about to retort, she met Qin Fan's serious gaze and saw him silently uttering the name Su Longyue. With a frustrated stomp, she turned and retreated to her room. Upon witnessing the scene, CLS Wang and Yanzi comprehended that Qin Fan likely wished to prevent his sister-in-law from joining their pursuit of the beast tide. Yanzi remarked, "Taoist Wang, this truly is a fortuitous opportunity. It would indeed be a pity not to hunt the beast tide." CLS Wang added, "Taoist Wang, we shall take our leave." Qin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly after CLS Wang and the others departed, Zhong Nanyang and Manager Fan arrived, their faces brimming with excitement. Particularly, Zhong Nanyang, after expressing his admiration for the Azure Dragon Taoist, enthusiastically lauded Qin Fan, exclaiming, "Our esteemed master is truly remarkable. To have acquired 20 shops in one go is nothing short of extraordinary. The property prices are soaring skyward. The courtyard I purchased has appreciated fivefold and continues to rise. The landlord who sold me the courtyard was just outside my door, crying and pleading for me to return the property. He no longer wishes to sell. Ha! A contract has been signed. Why would I return the house to him? Dream on. I simply had him removed." Chapter 160. Another twist. Street Master Qin Fan. I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for your persuasion to purchase a house, I would have never managed to acquire a property in Qinglong Immortal City, chuckled Zhong Nanyang as he conversed with Qin Fan. Manager Fan's expression was far from pleasant. He had not anticipated such a significant turn of events. Had he foreseen this, he would have opted for a modest abode in the outer ring. In doing so, he might have been able to sell it later and settle his debts to the master. Regret washed over him for not keeping pace with his master's foresight. Subsequently, Zhong Nanyang and Manager Fan informed Qin Fan that there was no longer a need to break out of the city. They intended to venture forth to hunt demon beasts and inquired if he wished to accompany them. Qin Fan declined their invitation. 3 days later, while sipping tea in the smoke and rain pavilion, the impulsive Su Wanli burst through the courtyard gate, exclaiming loudly, "Brother-in-law, trouble has arisen." "What is it?" Qin Fan set his teacup down and asked. Su Wanli rushed to his side and announced, "Qinglong Taoist and his battle pet, along with other loose cultivators, have suffered severe injuries. The cultivators who ventured deep into the beast tide have experienced heavy casualties. A mid-stage 4th-tier demon beast, the King Giant Ape, has appeared." Internally, Qin Fan mused, "Indeed. It seems this giant ape is the prized catch that my mother-in-law seeks." Plopping down beside Qin Fan, Su Wanli chattered incessantly. "Thank goodness I listened to your advice, brother-in-law. It was terrifying and devastating. That mid-stage 3rd-tier golden scale barbarian bull was incredibly cunning. It feigned weakness against Qinglong Taoist, luring them deeper into the Luo mountain range. Eventually, they reached a certain location when suddenly, a grand formation rose into the air, ensnaring Qinglong Taoist and his companions. The King Giant Ape appeared, inflicting severe injuries upon Qinglong Taoist and his battle pet, the one-horned, two-headed bird. Fortunately, the giant ape was already wounded, which diminished its power significantly. Otherwise, that single strike would have spelled doom for Qinglong Taoist and his group. Moreover, she continued, CLS Wang sent a communication talisman, stating that she has returned to Kieg Valley to recuperate. She mentioned that her senior brother, Yanzi, perished while aiding her escape. We must not pursue the beast tide. She warned of deep pits within, urging us to vacate Qinglong Immortal City immediately, for it is destined to be claimed by that 4th-tier giant ape. Brother-in-law, we must leave at once. Also, take advantage of the current situation. Sell those 20 shops you purchased before news of the frontline spreads. Property prices are soaring." Qin Fan placed a cup of tea before Su Wanli and said, "Have some tea." "Ah, what time is it to be drinking tea? The emperor may not be anxious, but the eunuch is." She retorted, "If you choose not to sell the properties, that's fine. My sister is wealthy. Come, let us return to Warm Island. We can no longer linger here. Otherwise, we might miss our chance to leave the city." With that, Su Wanli reached for Qin Fan's arm, eager to depart. Qin Fan suggested that if she was worried, she should return to Warm Island while he stayed behind for the time being. Su Wanli stamped her foot, but ultimately chose not to leave. Within 2 days, news of the Qinglong Taoist being gravely injured and ambushed by a 4th-tier demon beast reached Qinglong Immortal City, causing the expressions of those remaining in the city to change dramatically. This was especially true for those who had invested heavily in properties, their faces pale with shock. Further details emerged. revealing that the onset of the beast tide was primarily to provide sustenance to the severely wounded 4th-tier demon beast king, the giant ape, for its recovery. Numerous cultivators at the initial stage of the golden core from both the Ying sect and Qiwiegu had fallen there, serving as nourishment for the giant ape. Consequently, property prices in the immortal city plummeted to rock bottom. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Fan purchased a substantial number of properties and shops. Before their departure, Zhong Nanyang and others entrusted him with the assets and spirit stones of 2 moonlight pavilions, a communication sent by Qin Fan's true self. Thus, he found himself with surplus funds at this moment. He proceeded to acquire 30 properties and shops, including all storefronts on Jingli Street, a moderately bustling area in the city. Given that this street was not the most prosperous in the immortal city, Qin Fan deemed it a suitable investment, ensuring it would not draw undue attention in the future. The sellers expressed immense gratitude, hailing him as a benefactor. After finalizing the purchases and returning to the Misty Rain residence, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted from the horizon, reverberating with astonishing force, causing the very ground beneath to tremble thrice. Some dilapidated buildings collapsed under the pressure. Cultivators throughout the city leaped into the air. Those capable of flight soared upwards while others stood upon their flying swords, gazing into the distance. Qin Fan and Su Longyue ascended into the sky as well. Upon witnessing the distant flames and the gigantic silhouette of the giant ape, Su Longyue exclaimed, "That is my mother's flame." Although they were sword cultivators of the Lanyue sect, her mother had fortuitously acquired a rare fire known as the fiery demon flame. When ignited, it burned uniquely, blooming like fiery blossoms with tremendous lethality. "My mother has made her entrance," Su Longyue cried out. Qin Fan remarked, "Indeed." The giant ape bore a striking resemblance to the one he had encountered previously during a journey to the Qiwiegu for the Foundation establishment banquet, where it had clashed with his mother-in-law. This was likely the same giant ape. Previously, it had withstood the assault from his mother-in-law and others, managing to escape and conceal itself. Subsequently, to mend its injuries, it orchestrated a feigned beast tide using its subordinates, luring golden core cultivators as sustenance for a swift recovery. His mother-in-law had likely remained in the vicinity, searching for this giant ape, which had nearly led to the breach of Qinglong Immortal City. It seemed she had been biding her time to ensnare the creature. Now that the giant ape had revealed itself, a confrontation ensued. After her exclamation, Su Longyue cast a peculiar glance at Qin Fan and inquired, "Brother-in-law, are you afraid?" Qin Fan. Su Longyue pointed to the cataclysmic scene unfolding in the sky and remarked, "Are you not afraid of my mother? Her power is truly formidable at the nascent soul level. Moreover, she has high hopes for my sister, as it is she who is destined to shoulder the responsibilities of our Mooncatcher sect in the future. If you now compel my sister to wed you, bear children, and raise them, thus delaying her cultivation progress, my mother would surely." At this point, Su Longyue made a gesture across her throat. Qin Fan replied, "Your mother seems quite fond of me." Despite his inner concerns, he maintained a calm demeanor. Having such a formidable mother-in-law was indeed daunting. Su Longyue retorted, "How would you know? Have you met my mother?" Qin Fan answered, "Yes." Su Longyue was taken aback. "Does my mother know about you and my sister?" Qin Fan replied, "No." Su Longyue continued, "Oh, so she remains unaware. Once she learns, I wonder if she will still hold you in such regard. Brother-in-law, I genuinely worry for your life. However, considering you have saved me twice, should my mother truly decide to execute you, I will intercede on your behalf, allowing you to choose a dignified demise." Chapter 161, A Contest of Strength? Very well. Let us compare, Qin Fan. I am truly grateful to you. This time, when Zhanqing and several other nascent soul ancestors took action, laying down an impenetrable net that rendered the mid-phase 4th-tier beast king, the giant ape, incapable of escape through disintegration, ultimately leading to its demise at their hands. Witnessing this, the remaining beasts fled deep into the Lagu mountain range, daring not to venture forth again. The beast tide has concluded. Qinglong Immortal City has temporarily restored a semblance of stability. During this beast tide, only the outer city and the city walls sustained significant damage, while the inner city remained unscathed. However, the atmosphere in Qinglong Immortal City, as well as in the residences of the Ying clan and Qiuyi Valley, is rather somber due to the loss of several golden core cultivators. Moreover, many reckless loose cultivators who had accompanied Taoist Qinglong into the heart of the beast tide perished. prompting the city to hang white silk and establish mourning halls in numerous locations. Fortunately, Steward Fan returned unscathed, while Zhong Nanyang came back with a severed arm, accompanied by his wife and daughter. That evening, Qin Fan set the table at the Misty Rain Pavilion and invited Zhong Nanyang's family and Steward Fan among others. During the meal, Zhong Nanyang sighed, lamenting that he would never achieve the golden core in this lifetime. Steward Fan remarked, "I warned you against being so reckless. Yet you insisted. However, you have not emerged empty-handed. In this beast tide, you have fortuitously acquired a complete courtyard, and such a prime location at that." There was a hint of envy in Steward Fan's tone as he spoke these words. Zhong Nanyang sighed deeply, reflecting, "There are both gains and losses. Though I have lost my chance at the golden core, perhaps I should feel relieved, as I am no longer burdened by the arduous quest for golden core spiritual materials. Achieving a false core is still quite commendable. Although I have severed an arm, with some time to replenish my vitality, I believe I can still strive for a false core in this lifetime." At this juncture, Zhong Nanyang looked at Qin Fan with admiration, saying, "Taoist Wang, to speak candidly, when you arrived with the mission from the master regarding the acquisition of properties from Yu Liangxian, I felt a twinge of resentment, thinking the master looked down upon me. However, I must confess, I genuinely admire your bold decisiveness. In this beast tide, the master has emerged as the greatest victor. Though you claim to be purchasing properties for the master, I believe you undoubtedly support the master's vision. Were I in your place, I would have certainly advised against such acquisitions. Now, with the master owning 50 properties, should this news spread, it would surely astonish the 8 great cultivation families. The master truly possesses remarkable foresight, and Taoist Wang, your execution is equally commendable. Come, let us raise a toast to you." Steward Fan also lifted his cup, regarding Qin Fan with newfound respect, no longer viewing him with disdain, but rather as an equal. Qin Fan smiled and replied, "I shall drink this toast. Yet I fear we may soon encounter numerous troubles in the days to come." Zhong Nanyang inquired, "What troubles?" The following day, trouble indeed arrived at their doorstep, as 10 cultivators stood at the entrance of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Among them were both foundation establishment and perfected Qi refinement cultivators. 5 cultivators at the initial stage of foundation establishment and 5 at the peak of Qi refinement approached Qin Fan with smiles, claiming that the property contract sold to him was invalid as their family had not consented to the sale. It was merely the action of an individual trader. They asserted that the errant family member had already faced execution for his unauthorized transaction and expressed their willingness to pay 3 times the price Qin Fan had initially paid to reclaim their shop. Qin Fan, however, flatly refused. After his rejection, they initially feigned distress, but upon witnessing Qin Fan's steadfastness, they straightened their backs, unleashing their foundation establishment pressure within the courtyard. The leader, LV Jinghai, who had attained the 4th layer of foundation establishment, coldly remarked, "Wang Fugue, you are overstepping. Do not blame us for what follows. We have thrived in Qinglong Immortal City for centuries, with our family deeply rooted here. You, a mere newcomer in foundation establishment, profiting from calamity. Yet you refuse our offer to repurchase our shop at 3 times the price? Today, you will either agree or face the consequences. You shall not leave Lanyue." Qin Fan calmly pulled up a chair and sat down, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just then, a booming voice echoed, "Who dares to cause trouble at our Yu Liangxian?" Huh. Following this, Zhong Nanyang and Steward Fan, both fully unleashing their foundation powers, entered the scene. Simultaneously, Su Longyue emerged from within, wielding a massive mountain-cleaving axe, her substantial mid-foundation power radiating throughout, asserting coldly, "Who dares prevent my brother-in-law from leaving Lanyue? Huh, let me show you." As she spoke, 6 second-tier gold-eating insects buzzed out from her spirit beast pouch, swirling in the air and exuding a terrifying pressure of second-tier demonic beasts. Then, a massive second-tier seahorse leaped into the air, its large dragon-like head gazing coldly at LV Jinghai and the other 10 men. The 10 were visibly shaken, their faces paling. Among the 5 peak Qi refinement cultivators, some broke into cold sweats under the overwhelming spiritual pressure, while others, unable to withstand it, collapsed to their knees. Qin Fan smiled slightly, offering them another chance to gather their thoughts. LV Jinghai suddenly knelt, slapping his own face as he proclaimed, "I was blind to the truth and did not realize that behind Wang Daoyu stood Yu Liangxian. Had I known, I would never have dared to disturb you. I will leave at once." With that declaration, he indeed crawled out of Lanyue. The other 9 followed suit, mimicking his retreat. When Qin Fan purchased the property, he did so under his name, and aside from the 2 proprietors of Yuliangxian, no one else knew that their shop had been acquired by a man named Qin Fan. After all, the name Qin Fan was quite common, and they had not considered that this particular Qin Fan was the esteemed owner of Yuliangxian, the one backed by a late-stage golden core ancestor. Once this group departed, a serene tranquility finally enveloped Lanyue. Qin Fan had stayed here for several days, completing the necessary procedures for his shop and entrusting the leasing matters to Fan Guanshi and Zhong Nanyang, with each responsible for a batch of shops and properties. Subsequently, Qin Fan departed from Qinlongxian City with Su Longyue, returning to Warm Island. Although the beast tide had subsided, Qinlong Daoist and his battle pet suffered severe injuries, and the city had lost 2 golden core cultivators, significantly diminishing its combat strength. During this period, the atmosphere within Qinlongxian City was rather delicate. Not long after exiting Qinlongxian City, Qin Fan and Su Longyue were obstructed in their path by an individual, a false Dan true person. "Congratulations to you both for the fortune of meeting your demise at my hands today. Rest assured, upon your deaths, I shall ensure your bodies are buried properly, sparing you the fate of being left to rot in the wilderness." Su Longyue placed her hands on her hips, exuding confidence. "Who bestowed upon you such audacity to dare threaten me, the esteemed Lady Li?" Chapter 162. Brother-in-law, can you do it? The Taoist Zheng Yuanshu chuckled, "Little girl, you truly underestimate the heavens and the earth. Today, I shall inform you that it was I, the Taoist Yuanshu, who has taken the lives of your companions. After your demise, you may as well report to the King of Hell." With that, Zheng Yuanshu unleashed his power, wielding a verdant green blade as he transformed into a wraith, summoning a chilling wind and icy blades that surged towards Qin Fan and Su Longyue, with his primary target being Su Longyue. After all, she was in the mid-foundation stage, while Qin Fan was merely in the early stage. It was clear that Zheng Yuanshu intended to eliminate Su Longyue first before turning to Qin Fan. "Taoist Yuanshu, I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it's just you, an old scoundrel. You may rank 3rd on the merit list, but you are merely a small-time cultivator." Su Longyue scoffed, swiftly summoning a large bell crafted from dark material. The bell ascended into the sky, instantly enveloping both her and Qin Fan in a shimmering golden barrier, extending to a radius of 10 meters. Upon witnessing this, Zheng Yuanshu's black eyes glimmered with evident greed as he laughed heartily. "Very good. A high-grade 2nd-tier defensive spirit artifact, but it's merely a trivial technique. Break it for me." As he spoke, he unleashed a thunderous roar, infusing the verdant green blade with his Taoist-level magical power. A colossal blade, dozens of meters in size, materialized and struck the golden barrier. While Zheng Yuanshu and Su Longyue engaged in their magical duel, Qin Fan swiftly set up array flags at lightning speed around them. Zheng Yuanshu, however, dismissed them, believing that mere flags from an early-stage cultivator posed no threat. Moreover, he had learned that Wang Fuguwei was merely a turtle in the foundation stage. Although he had earned considerable merit during the Beast Tide, ranking among the top 200, those accomplishments were merely acquired through the exchange of pills and resources, not through his own hunting prowess. Thus, Zheng Yuanshu regarded Wang Fuguwei with contempt, believing such a foundation-level cultivator was easily extinguishable. However, he recognized that Su Longyue, with her axe-lowly abilities, would present a slight challenge. Seeing the cracks forming in her defensive barrier, Su Longyue transmitted a message to Qin Fan. "Brother-in-law, can you do it? If not, I'll send a message to my mother. She can surely come to our rescue." Qin Fan replied, "A mere Taoist is no concern. There's no need to trouble your mother." Encouraged by Qin Fan's words, and recalling how he had slain a beast king stronger than Zheng Yuanshu during the Beast Tide, she admonished him, "Do not burn your lifespan. Otherwise, when we return, my sister will surely flay you alive." Though unsure how Qin Fan had acquired this body, she was aware that his soul resided within. Burning the lifespan of this body would undoubtedly affect Qin Fan himself. Qin Fan reassured her, "Burning my lifespan does not affect me. This Zheng Yuanshu is quite plump. He is worth a sacrifice of lifespan." Su Longyue, have you lost your mind? This will affect your future cultivation. Qin Fan, it will not affect me. This is merely a puppet. I tested it last time using the burning element secret technique. which only cost me 5 years of lifespan. After consuming a longevity pill, those 5 years were restored. I have also examined my body and found no issues that would hinder my future cultivation. This is the advantage of having a long lifespan. The burning element secret technique is practically tailor-made for me. Su Longyue. A puppet? What else does Qin Fan know that I am unaware of? He can even refine a real puppet? And he can maintain absolute control over it, essentially creating a doppelganger. She had long been itching to inquire about the specifics, but out of pride, she refrained from asking. She resolved to investigate this method thoroughly upon her return to the Lanyue sect, as she found it quite intriguing. She was somewhat dissatisfied with her delicate youthful form and planned to create a robust, muscular figure that truly befits her identity as Lady Li. At this moment, Zheng Yuanxiu, with his iron fists and the chi of a physical cultivator, struck the defensive barrier, causing the entire golden shield to shatter instantly. Su Longyue swiftly produced a series of talismans, including both defensive and offensive types. She affixed the defensive talismans upon herself and Qin Fan, while hurling the offensive ones towards Zheng Yuanxiu. All were high-grade second-tier talismans. Each offensive talisman transformed into a massive python or a dragon eagle, charging towards Zheng Yuanxiu. Zheng Yuanxiu felt no fear. Rather, he was elated. You two are indeed wealthy. Casually discarding high-grade second-tier talismans as if they were worthless. It seems today is destined for me to strike it rich. At this moment, Qin Fan activated the burning element secret technique, experiencing an instantaneous surge in power. As Zheng Yuanxiu attacked, he glanced at Qin Fan, remarking, "Oh, burning your lifespan, are we? But it's futile. Once your lifespan is consumed, you both will perish here today." Qin Fan let out a cold snort. "Then let us see who meets their demise today." With that, he brandished the Qi Shao sword, inscribed with the Earth's 3 Wonders talisman, charging towards Zheng Yuanxiu. Simultaneously, 8 clever needles, engraved with the breaking blade inscription, stealthily approached Zheng Yuanxiu from all directions. As Qin Fan launched his assault, Su Longyue intensified her attack, diverting Zheng Yuanxiu's attention. 3 of the clever needles struck Zheng Yuanxiu, and as he turned to retaliate against Qin Fan, the Qi Shao sword was already poised before him. The clash of spiritual weapons erupted with a cacophony of sounds, sparks flying, and the brilliance of the light showed dazzling the eyes. After a brief moment, Zheng Yuanxiu staggered back several steps, his expression dark, his hair singed and reduced to patches, resembling a half-bald man. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, infuriated. In that moment of collision, a slight dizziness had overtaken him. How could he possibly be so thoroughly defeated by a Foundation establishment cultivator? However, when he shifted his focus onto Qin Fan, intending to eliminate him first, it was already too late. Qin Fan drew forth a sword, the Qi Shao, inscribed with the broken blade inscription, and continued his assault. Su Longyue provided support, hurling second-tier superior attack talismans at Zheng Yuanxiu as if they were free. After 20 exchanges, Zheng Yuanxiu recognized he was facing a formidable opponent and prepared to flee. Yet, in that very instant he sought to escape, a formation activated within a 100-meter radius, enveloping the area with a second-tier inferior formation plate inscribed with the Earth's 3 Wonders spiritual patterns, creating a yellowish protective barrier. Although this was merely a second-tier inferior formation plate, it was capable of restraining late-stage second-tier beasts and could also delay a cultivator who had just entered the false dance stage. Particularly, as Zheng Yuanxiu was already severely wounded and not a formation master, his spiritual energy could not sustain a forceful escape from the confines of the formation. Chapter 163. Someone behind the scenes without a second-tier array-breaking talisman in hand, he found himself unable to escape. He could only unleash a torrent of curses, threatening Qin Fan and his companions to let him go. However, Qin Fan had no intention of releasing him. In mere moments, he rendered the cornered Zheng Yuanxiu powerless by shattering his nascent soul and stripping him of his cultivation. Furthermore, he imposed a restriction on him, ensuring he could not resist. "Who sent you to assassinate us?" Qin Fan interrogated. Zheng Yuanxiu contemplated self-detonation, wishing to perish alongside Qin Fan and the others, yet he was a step too late, having already been incapacitated. Now, he resembled meat on a chopping block. "I have powerful figures behind me, golden core cultivators," he warned. "I advise you to release me now. Otherwise, when I die, my formidable allies will immediately be alerted and hunt you down. Let us see if you can escape." Even at this juncture, Zheng Yuanxu was determined to issue threats. You refuse to speak? Qin Fan retorted, placing a hand upon Zheng Yuanxu's head. In an instant, Zheng Yuanxu's expression changed dramatically, and he fell into a stupor, his eyes vacant. Qin Fan was employing a soul-searching technique, a secret art he had learned from Su Longyue. Under normal circumstances, he would refrain from using this technique due to its high demands on the practitioner's spiritual awareness. The current vessel of his spirit was not as robust as his original form, making its execution exceedingly taxing. Additionally, the subject of the technique could suffer severe consequences, ranging from madness to death. Yet Zheng Yuanxu intended to kill them, leaving Qin Fan no reservations about utilizing the soul-searching art. As he initiated the technique, Zheng Yuanxu suddenly convulsed violently, black blood oozing from his orifices before he perished abruptly. The restrictions within his body had been triggered, causing him to explode from within. Qin Fan removed Zheng Yuanxu's storage bag and ring, probing inside with his spiritual awareness. His eyes gleamed with excitement upon discovering a plethora of materials, including many from demonic beasts, along with numerous storage bags. It was evident that Zheng Yuanxu had not refrained from preying on fellow cultivators. Suddenly, Qin Fan spotted a Qixialian, a precious golden core spiritual herb, nestled within the storage ring. This was a reward for those ranked among the top 3 on the merit list. I shall graciously accept this, Qin Fan mused. It appears that there are more opportunistic prey willing to present themselves. With such bountiful offerings, I can gather ample materials for crafting the demon immortal pill. Without lingering further on the contents of the storage ring, he retracted his spiritual awareness, stowed Zheng Yuanxu's body within the storage bag, and swiftly departed the scene alongside Su Longyue. Indeed, they had not traveled far when several masked rogue cultivators appeared, searching the vicinity. Upon finding nothing, they lamented, "This time, we've come away empty-handed." From a distance, it appeared to be a clash of nascent soul masters, yet not even a corpse remains. As Qin Fan continued onward, his formidable spiritual awareness allowed him to overhear the lamentations of the scavengers. The scavengers are quite renowned among the wandering cultivators. It is said that when these cultivators witness a battle of spells, once the duel concludes, they rush to the scene to collect the remnants. Those fortunate enough may stumble upon numerous forsaken magical artifacts, elixirs, and even storage bags. In the wilderness, after a fierce confrontation, the victor often fears retribution and may hastily flee without the opportunity to scour the battlefield, inadvertently leaving behind treasures. Thus, scavengers seize the moment to compete for these spoils. Su Longyue furrowed her brow. "Brother-in-law, we have scarcely left Qinlong Immortal City, and already we encounter a cultivator of the false Dan realm. The security in Qinlong Immortal City is deteriorating by the day." Qin Fan remained silent. The martial prowess of Qinlong Immortal City had recently suffered a significant blow. They lacked the resources to maintain order in the vicinity, and each individual was preoccupied with recuperating their strength, wary of potential challenges from other cultivation families or major merchant guilds. After all, when one is down, many will seek to take advantage. Such occurrences are not confined to the modern world. In the realm of cultivation, they are even more merciless. It seems that Qinlong Immortal City is on the brink of upheaval. The question remains whether it can endure this turmoil. Qin Fan retrieved Zheng Yuanxu's storage bag and ring, extracting their contents to share with Su Longyue. She waved her hand dismissively. "I do not want any of these. You keep them all." Qin Fan handed her some second-tier talismans and elixirs. The recent battle had drained Su Longyue significantly, and her second-tier defensive artifact, a large bell, had been shattered. Unable to refuse, she accepted but firmly insisted that she would not take anything else. Qin Fan picked up a 7-color lotus and inquired with a smile, "What about this? Do you not desire it?" Su Longyue shook her head, then grinned, saying, "Brother-in-law, you still do not know my spiritual root, do you? I possess a heavenly spiritual root. I can directly form a Dan without the need for golden Dan spiritual items." Qin Fan. Internally he thought, a heavenly spiritual root is quite impressive. Why is it that other transmigrators either possess a chaotic sacred body or a supreme bone, while I am saddled with a mediocre 4 spiritual roots? After a moment of quiet lamentation, Qin Fan recalled that he had become a partner to the Empress upon his arrival, and now was the father of quintuplets, with the Empress also expecting sextuplets. Suddenly, a sense of superiority flooded through him. "I am indeed remarkable. Which other transmigrator boasts such formidable attributes? Men ought to be compared by their merits. Upon returning to the cabin, Qin Fan meticulously examined Zheng Yuanxu's spoils, discovering a nascent water-type magical artifact. This held little value for him, as he was of the wood attribute. Additionally, within one of the jade boxes in the storage ring, he uncovered a token. Is this from the Ying Sect? The token bore Zheng Yuanxu's name, indicating that he was affiliated with the Ying Sect. However, a large cross marked through his name suggested he had been expelled from the sect. Qin Fan's dark eyes narrowed as he observed Zheng Yuanxu, who had been expelled from the sect, audaciously committing murder near Qinglong Xianqing. Previously, Zheng Yuanxu had threatened them on multiple occasions, claiming to have powerful backing. It appears that behind this act of violence lies a concealed connection to certain individuals associated with the Ying Sect. Could it be that the Ying Sect intends to strike against Qinglong Xianqing? Qin Fan shook his head. Such matters were not his immediate concern. However, the prominent figure who had orchestrated this incident now lay dead at his hands. What of it? Su Longyue, after all, was the cherished daughter of the moon-embracing sect's leader from the upper three sects. Even if the ancestors of the Ying Sect possessed 1,000 times the audacity, they would not dare to provoke her. Moreover, he had employed the guise of Su Tianxu's puppet. At worst, he could return and have this puppet undergo a transformation. Chapter 164. Mother-in-law. Impudent and familiar, calling him brother-in-law the following day, an individual appeared before Qin Fan and his companion's flying vessel. As Qin Fan and Su Longyue approached the bow of the ship, they beheld the ethereal figure of Wen Zhanqing, draped in flowing white garments, standing gracefully in midair. Su Longyue initially felt a surge of joy, only to be swiftly followed by a racing heartbeat and astonishment. She then suppressed her fluttering heart and called out loudly, "Mother!" In an instant, Wen Zhanqing had flashed onto the flying vessel. "Mother, how did you know I was here?" Su Longyue exclaimed, curiosity painted across her face. Wen Zhanqing did not respond, her gaze fixed upon Qin Fan. Su Longyue's heart nearly leapt from her throat, yet she maintained her composure with an endearing smile, introducing, "Mother, this is my friend I made here, named Wang Fugue." "Wang, this is my mother." Wen Zhanqing replied, "Young Qin, I trust you are well." Su Longyue's heart sank. This was disastrous. Her mother had recognized him. Qin Fan had anticipated this day, knowing Wen Zhanqing's presence in the vicinity. Despite the turmoil within him, he remained outwardly calm. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he addressed her. "Esteemed elder, I witnessed your recent battle with the Fourth Order giant ape. I hope you sustained no injuries." Wen Zhanqing turned her attention to Su Longyue and remarked, "Did you see? Young Qin was considerate enough to inquire about your mother's well-being, while you, my dear, have not uttered a single word of concern." Su Longyue was taken aback, her mind racing in confusion. What was happening? Did her mother recognize Wang Fugue as Qin Fan, yet remain unaware of the relationship between him and her daughter? It seemed so. With this thought, she breathed a sigh of relief. Though she had initially yearned to witness Qin Fan being put through the ringer by her mother, at this moment, she found herself wishing to avoid such a spectacle. Clinging to Wen Zhanqing's arm, she playfully pouted, "Who is my mother?" "She is none other than the formidable Yuanying true monarch. A mere Fourth Order giant ape, especially one that is already wounded, could never pose a threat to her. Surely, it could not have harmed you, mother, right? You are not truly injured, are you? Has your formidable strength diminished?" Wen Zhanqing, bemused by her spirited daughter, replied, "Rest assured, your mother is unscathed. Then let us go inside. Do you have any delicious spiritual fruits to share?" Su Longyue beamed with excitement. "You little trickster. Indeed, I do have a selection of excellent spiritual fruits, but the customary exchange applies," Wen Zhanqing said as she entered the flying vessel. Once seated, she waved her delicate hand, conjuring 5 fruits that radiated a rich fragrance and a faint green luminescence onto the table. Su Longyue, unable to contain her appetite, swallowed several times before inquiring, "Mother, how do I exchange for these Jialong fruits?" Consuming a singular dragon fruit equates to 100 days of rigorous cultivation. This is indeed a supreme tonic. "We are all kin, priced at 100 mid-grade spirit stones," remarked Wen Zhanqing. Su Longyue, with a pained expression, haggled with Wen Zhanqing. Yet the price not only remained unchanged but escalated to 150 mid-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, Su Longyue produced the spirit stones and purchased a dragon fruit, treating it as a cherished treasure, bringing it to her nose to inhale its fragrance. Noticing that Qin Fan remained inactive, she urged, Taoist Wang, or rather, I should address you as Taoist Qin. You ought to procure a dragon fruit as well. Its effects would be even more beneficial for you. Consuming one will assist you in breaking through to a higher realm. Qin Fan smiled and shook his head. Having just completed his property search in the Azure Dragon Immortal City, he found himself devoid of even a single mid-grade spirit stone. Should this dragon fruit be placed at auction, it would undoubtedly fetch a price exceeding 150 mid-grade spirit stones. However, he was currently financially constrained. Although Zheng Yuanxu's storage ring contained numerous treasures, the fact that he served as a covert agent for a certain individual necessitated regular tributes. In truth, Zheng Yuanxu's storage was limited to merely a few dozen low-grade spirit stones. The abundance of items in Zheng Yuanxu's possession this time likely stemmed from his recent lack of tribute offerings. Otherwise, his storage would not have retained such wealth. After all, the cost of a nascent treasure prototype would consume the entire fortune of an ordinary alchemist. When Zhanqing cast a disapproving glance at Su Wanli, saying, Wanli, how impolite. You should address him as brother-in-law. Su Wanli was taken aback, nearly dropping the dragon fruit from her grasp. Fortunately, her reflexes were swift, and she held onto it tightly. Internally flustered, she struggled to maintain her composure. Did Mother already know about her sister and Qin Fan? If Mother discovered that she had aided her sister in concealing matters from Qin Fan, would she categorize her as an accomplice? Would the prices for future exchanges with Mother soar? Meanwhile, Qin Fan felt equally unsettled, yet he masked it well, repeatedly reminding himself to appear unfazed, suppressing even the sweat forming in his palms. He was in the presence of a Yuan Ying ancestor, and any sign of distress would surely be detected. Fortunately, having met Wen Zhanqing several times previously and shared tea together, his resilience had markedly improved. Just as he prepared to utter, "It's all right," Wen Zhanqing turned to him, her expression brightening as she pushed 4 dragon fruits toward him. "Qin Xiaoyu, accept these 4 dragon fruits. No need for spirit stones, they are a gift for you. I appreciate your intervention when this reckless girl, Wanli, ventured to hunt the second-tier mutated dragon beast, and for preventing her from foolishly following the Azure Dragon Taoist to slay the third-tier golden scale barbarian bull." Qin Fan was taken aback internally. Just moments ago, when her mother-in-law asked Su Wanli to call her brother-in-law, he genuinely believed that she had discovered his relationship with Su Longyue. However, now, if she had not found out, why would her mother-in-law want Su Wanli to address her as brother-in-law? Qin Fan was perplexed and decided to cease pondering over it, choosing instead to adapt to the situation. "Qin Fan, that is my responsibility. Regardless of the circumstances, if Wanli calls me brother-in-law, I must live up to that title." Su Wanli's mind was in turmoil. My goodness, what on earth is happening? Is this some sort of absurd joke? Qin Fan, truly, how dare he continue the conversation so boldly? Does her mother truly know about Qin Fan and her sister's relationship? Her thoughts were a chaotic mess, driving her to the brink of insanity. She longed to feign unconsciousness. What to do? Su Wanli. Dear mother, I feel a bit dizzy. It might be due to the excessive energy expended during a recent confrontation with a false Danjia cultivator. I need to rest for a while. You and Taoist Qin. Oh, no, brother-in-law, do take your time to chat. Not participating should suffice, right? Chapter 165. Returning to Warm Island with my mother-in-law, Su Wanli departed in a hurry, as if the flames of urgency were licking at her heels. When Zhanqing inquired about Qin Fan and the matter regarding the Maiden robbery, Qin Fan recounted the events in a concise manner. When Zhanqing remarked, indeed, Qinglong Immortal City is likely to face considerable turmoil in the near future. It will be rather chaotic there. Qin Xiaoyu, although your current vessel is but a puppet, do refrain from excessively depleting your lifespan. This endeavor can become quite addictive and may adversely affect your future cultivation. Qin Fan acknowledged her wisdom. When Zhanqing then inquired about the name of the Maiden, after a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Fan produced Zheng Yuanxu's token. From Yingzhong, the Maiden, Zheng Yuanxu, has been expelled from the sect, Wen Zhanqing noted. Qin Fan shared his thoughts with Wen Zhanqing, suggesting that Zheng Yuanxu was likely acting as a covert agent for someone associated with Yingzhong. He expressed concern that although Zheng Yuanxu had self-destructed in his presence, the repercussions would certainly be directed at him. When Zhanqing responded, Qin Xiaoyu, this situation bears serious implications. I shall dispatch the enforcement team to Yingzhong to thoroughly address this matter. You need not worry about potential retaliation from the unseen hands. The upper 3 sects hold jurisdiction over the lower 7 sects, equipped with a specialized enforcement team to resolve disputes among them. Qin Fan replied, I appreciate your assistance. Esteemed elder. When Changqing waved her hand dismissively, smiling, no need for such formality. After all, you have saved my unworthy daughter yet again. As it happens, I now find myself with some free time. Where are you currently residing? It has been quite a while since we met, and I have yet to see your quintuplets. This would be a perfect opportunity. I have prepared a small gift for each of them. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan's hand trembled slightly around his teacup. Noticing his reaction, when Changqing chuckled, did I startle you? Internally, Qin Fan thought, indeed, quite alarming. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm facade. When Changqing reassured him, fear not. I have come alone this time, without any others, so no one shall know. Moreover, I am quite loyal and have kept your affairs confidential. She continued, your 5 little ones are truly adorable. Months have passed. I wonder how they've grown. I genuinely wish to see them. As she spoke, one Changqing produced a jade slip, and with a graceful motion of her hand, a video projection emerged in the air. Qin Fan recognized it as footage from his time in Qinglong Immortal City, showcasing moments with the babies. However, this was not from Yinyu residence, but rather from Qin Xianier's estate. The scene depicted him emerging from a successful foundation establishment at Qin Xianier's residence, where she was cradling the 5th child, teaching them to call her mother. Mother. Qin Xianier was instructing the 5th child to call her mother. Qin Fan's mind raced. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Although his mother-in-law was aware of his quintuplets and had Su Longyue refer to him as brother-in-law, it was not due to her knowledge of his relationship with Su Longyue, but rather a misunderstanding, believing that Qin Xianier was the mother of his 5 children. However, Su Longyue addressed Qin Xianier as Sister Xianier. This made Su Longyue calling herself sister-in-law seem entirely reasonable. Qin Fan was internally shaken, never anticipating such a colossal misunderstanding. Upon reaching the deck, Su Longyue discreetly used a communication jade pendant to send a message to Su Longyue. Su Longyue, sister, my husband and I have been kidnapped. Please prepare yourself. Su Longyue understood the gravity of the situation. When Su Longyue saw this message, she immediately initiated a video call, but Su Longyue declined. Su Longyue, sister, please get ready quickly. My husband and I have been abducted by our mother. Right now, she is conversing with my husband, and I am utterly clueless. Merely a naive and kind little sister who understands nothing. Su Longyue, remain calm. After sending these 2 words, Su Longyue breathed a sigh of relief, retracting her magical artifact. She had thought that Su Longyue and Qin Fan's puppets had been taken, only to discover that it was her mother who had done the kidnapping. It appeared to be time for their mother to be informed. After a deep sigh, Su Longyue's gaze turned resolute as she rose to find Qin Fan in the training room. At that moment, Qin Fan was also aware of the situation with the puppets and was preparing to discuss how to handle the matter with Su Longyue. When they met, their eyes exchanged in instant understanding. Qin Fan stepped closer to Su Longyue, gently supporting her body, which was now 5 months pregnant, and softly said, Dear wife, do not worry excessively. We must protect the baby. Your health is paramount, and we will find a way to resolve any issues. Once seated in the main hall, Su Longyue placed one hand on her noticeably large belly and said, Qin Fan, please bring my mother to Warm Island. She will inevitably learn of this matter. Moreover, she is already aware of the babies. I do not wish to deceive her further, lest she continues to misunderstand. Qin Fan, very well, I will face this with you. They then proceeded to discuss the specifics of their plan. 3 days later, the flying vessel arrived above Warm Island. Observing the island, Wen Changqing smiled and remarked, This island is splendid. It has a 3rd-tier high-quality spiritual vein below and only a small mortal city, making it ideal for you to nurture 5 babies in cultivation. Oh, your island also cultivates spiritual rice and vegetables, raising both spiritual and sea fish along with spirit beasts. Qin Fan, indeed, the babies are still young, and I am not entirely comfortable with them consuming outside food. This island is vast, thus, I plan to be self-sufficient by undertaking these projects. When Changqing smiled and said, This is an excellent idea. Many items on the market contain additives to hasten the growth of spirit beasts, vegetables, and fish for better sales, often incorporating harmful pills and powders. It is far wiser to hire people for cultivation and breeding to ensure the food is safe and reliable. Qin Xiaoyu, you are quite the competent father, not solely fixated on cultivation. Upon hearing this, Su Longyue nearly stumbled and fell. Inner thoughts. Mother, you praise Qin Fan for being a competent father now. But I wonder if you will still commend him when you see my sister accompanied by 5 little ones, calling you grandma. Outwardly, she addressed Wen Chongqing, Mother, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you all down the island. I shall take my leave now. Message me if you need anything. Wen Chongqing replied, Why the rush? Now that we are on the island, why not take a moment to meet Qin's little ones? You haven't seen them yet, have you? The quintuplets are utterly adorable. Su Longyue's inner thoughts. Not only have I seen them, but I have also frightened them to tears, resulting in my sister tossing me away several times. Outwardly, she said, Mother, alas, I truly have matters to attend to. I must take my leave now and will visit next time. With that, Su Longyue promptly summoned her flying sword and soared away. Wen Chongqing, exasperated, thought to herself that this girl simply cannot sit still. She lacks any sense of composure. Chapter 166, The Revelation, Mother-in-Law. The mother of quintuplets is your daughter. The flying vessel gracefully descended upon the grounds of warm residence, where Qin Fan accompanied Wen Zhanqing to the earth below. As Wen Zhanqing surveyed the layout of the residence, she smiled and remarked, The arrangement is quite exquisite. It appears that after becoming a mother, Xin'er's taste has evolved. It's commendable how she has aligned her aesthetic sensibilities with those of her daughter. Such an elegant and refined environment is far more pleasing than those extravagant decorations. Upon entering the courtyard, the true form of Qin Fan emerged. Upon seeing him, Wen Zhanqing glanced at Wang Fugen, then chuckled, Qin Xiaoyu, your mastery of the secret arts is impressive. Generally, foundational cultivators who practice such mystical techniques, even if they possess formidable spiritual awareness, can only utilize one body at a time. When the true body is in use, the avatar cannot be employed, and vice versa. Yet, you have managed to transcend this limitation. You have indeed divided your consciousness into strands. Qin Fan's spiritual awareness was significantly more potent than that of an ordinary foundational cultivator. At her level, she could separate a fragment of her spiritual essence to bequeath to her juniors as a safeguard. However, it would merely be a wisp of consciousness. Unlike Qin Fan's unique capability, this revelation piqued her interest further. There are numerous techniques for enhancing spiritual awareness, and she recalled that her eldest daughter had practiced a method known as the Great Sword Technique of the Great Evolution. Yet, she had never heard of any approach that allowed for the division of spiritual awareness into a puppet's form. With a smile, Qin Fan replied, Your praise is unwarranted. Esteemed elder, please, allow me to escort you inside while I send Wang Fugue back to the cultivation chamber for some rest. Wen Zhanqing nodded with a smile. Qin Fan directed Wang Fugue, the puppet, to the cultivation chamber to meditate and refine his skills. Due to the superior quality of the puppet's spiritual root, which nearly approached that of an earth spirit root, coupled with the fact that the puppet had reached the late stage of foundational cultivation, Qin Fan's progress with this body was significantly swifter than with his true form. At present, his true self had only advanced a minor realm to the 6th layer of foundational cultivation, whereas the puppet had already reached the 9th layer of the initial stage. In the living room, after Wen Zhanqing had taken her seat, Qin Fan removed the smile from his face, adopting a serious demeanor. He bowed deeply to Wen Zhanqing, and, encouraged by her warm and affectionate elder smile, he said, Esteemed one, there is a matter of importance I wish to discuss with you. I had intended to address it aboard the flying vessel, but considering various factors, I decided it would be more appropriate to wait until we arrived home. Earlier, while on the vessel, when you showed me the images of the little ones, I noticed the presence of Chun Xin'er, the fairy. Wen Zhanqing took a sip of tea with a smile. Although she had previously presented the images, she had refrained from directly stating that the mother of Qin Fan's quintuplets was Chun Xin'er. It seemed that now, in the comfort of home, Qin Fan was ready to confide in her, having prepared himself mentally for this revelation. Qin Xiaoyu, do not be anxious. Take your time and speak at your own pace. At this moment, Qin Fan was no longer anxious. He addressed his senior. In the footage, Fairy Chun was teaching the quintuplets to call her mother. I wonder if I have misunderstood. Perhaps you have misinterpreted something. Wen Zhanqing found this amusing. Misunderstood? Does this imply that the quintuplets' mother is not Qin Xiaoyu? How could that be? Qin Fan continued, Fairy Chun, having taken a liking to my 5 little ones, has become their godmother. At that time, she intended to teach them to call her mother so they could later refer to her as godmother. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhanqing suddenly felt something was amiss. The smile on her face began to fade. Past events began to weave together in her mind. How did Qin Xianin come to know the young Qin Fan, who was merely at the initial stage of Qi cultivation? Why did she become the godmother of Qin Fan's children? Why did her fearless and quirky little daughter call Qin Fan brother-in-law? Why did the layout of this warm residence resemble her eldest daughter's preferences? Why? Noticing the change in Wen Zhanqing's expression, Qin Fan felt a sense of relief wash over him, his shoulders relaxing as he said, "Senior, the quintuplets' mother is." Suddenly, Wen Zhanqing raised her hand, her tone urgent, her chest rising and falling as she exclaimed, "Do not speak." Qin Fan fell silent, thinking that his mother-in-law had already pieced it together. At this moment, if he dared to contradict her and continue explaining, he would likely be met with the wrath of a powerful mother-in-law. Wen Zhanqing took a deep breath, feeling incredulous. However, as she connected the dots of past events, the conclusion pointed to one undeniable truth. That is, the quintuplets' mother is. Meanwhile, Su Longyue had already escaped several thousand meters from Warm Island, initially intending to continue her flight. Her curiosity about how her mother would handle Qin Fan compelled her to stop. She thought of sending a message to Su Longyue to inquire about the live broadcast, but ultimately lacked the courage, so she decided to contact Qin Xianin instead. "Oh, our little Wanli, what brings you to send me a message?" Qin Xianin replied. Su Wanli, taken aback by the sight of Qin Xianin covered in blood, asked, "Sister Xianin, what happened to you?" Qin Xianin plopped down onto the ground and said, "I've been grinding fiercely in the secret realm. Now what do you need?" "I need to get back to slaying beasts." Su Wanli sighed, "Sister Xianin, you've changed." Though she was not particularly interested in that at the moment. Instead, she excitedly exclaimed, "Sister Xianin, I have a huge scoop. My mother has arrived at Warm Residence." Qin Xianin sprang to her feet, her complexion shifting dramatically. "What? Your mother has arrived at Warm Residence?" Seeing her reaction, Su Wanli gritted her teeth and said, "Sister Xianin, you indeed knew all along. I was the only one kept in the dark, humph." Qin Xianin coughed and replied, "Well, now you know, don't you? After spending several months honing my skills with your brother-in-law, how do you feel about the experience? Do you think your brother-in-law is quite commendable? Surely, you must hold a favorable opinion. Otherwise, you wouldn't be reaching out to me at this moment. Please share the subsequent developments with me, as I find myself unable to leave. Alas, how is it that I have been thrust into this secret realm at such a time, unable to exit prematurely? I can only fret in silence. Su Wanli, how am I to know what follows? I have long since escaped. Otherwise, if my mother were to discover that I assisted my sister in concealing such a significant matter, she would surely flay me alive. You are safe within the secret realm. I imagine my mother will soon begin her reckoning. While you remain in the secret realm, she cannot reach you. It would be wise for you to hide there for a decade or so until the situation calms down before making your return. Sister Xianer, do you think my brother-in-law might be met with dire consequences at my mother's hands?" After much deliberation, Su Wanli finally voiced the question that lingered most in her heart. Chapter 167, The Mother-in-Law's Shock. What? She is expecting sextuplets. On Qin Fan's side, when Zhanqing's expression had turned completely grim, her piercing gaze fixated upon him. The formidable spiritual pressure emanating from her, a being of the Yuanying stage, bore down upon Qin Fan, nearly compelling him to kneel. Nevertheless, he forced himself to endure, standing tall and resolute like a pine tree. Internally, he mused, the pressure from a mother-in-law of Yuanying caliber is truly overwhelming. It is a burden greater than that of a towering mountain resting upon my head. At least she did not immediately take his life, merely using her spiritual pressure to intimidate him. A scoffing sound escaped her lips, producing a wave of energy that shattered the furniture before him into dust. The wrath of a Yuanying master, if not deliberately restrained, could result in devastation for miles. Terrifying indeed. Summon Su Longyue to face me. The drama has come home to roost. I have never witnessed such a spectacle in my life. I can only anticipate being the subject of ridicule by Shi Shaofan for centuries. The servants in the warm residence had all vacated, leaving only Qin Fan, Su Longyue, and the babies. The rest were mere human puppets. Su Longyue entered from outside. Upon seeing her, When Changqing's furious eyes widened in disbelief, nearly causing her to faint with indignation. You rebellious daughter. When Changqing trembled as she pointed at the pregnant Su Longyue. This was enough to infuriate any mother. How could she be expecting again? And with such a pronounced belly, how long has she been pregnant? Hadn't she just given birth? Su Longyue met her mother's gaze, then lowered her head, gently caressing her rounded abdomen, her voice cool yet devoid of fear. Mother, as you can see, I am with child, carrying the offspring of our Su family. You mustn't lose your temper. What if you frighten the babies within? They are my precious little ones. You once called me your darling, and now my darling belongs to you as well. When Changqing nearly fainted from rage upon hearing this. Was this her fault? She shot a fierce glance at Qin Fan before coldly addressing Su Longyue. Aren't you pursuing the great way? Having just given birth. And now you are with child again. What do you think you are doing? Su Longyue replied. While I am still young, I wish to have more children. Lest I end up like you and father, who only managed to have me and Wanli. Now, even if you both wish to have more, it's no longer possible. When did her eldest daughter become so articulate? Where had the obedient, soft-spoken girl who never worried them gone? She shot another glare at Qin Fan. Su Longyue positioned herself in front of Qin Fan, shielding him from her mother's piercing gaze, and stated, Mother, this is all my decision. Qin Fan is, in fact, the victim here. When Suddenly, Su Longyue's gaze softened as she spoke. Mother, do you not wish to see the little ones? Previously, you could only observe them from a distance, but now you may behold them up close. If you wish to pinch their cheeks, you may do so. They are utterly adorable. As she spoke, Su Longyue clapped her hands. 5 humanoid puppets, Lichuan, Yushui, and Jingzhe, entered, each carrying a baby. The 5 little ones were well behaved, their wide eyes filled with curiosity as they gazed at the unfamiliar figure of Wen Zhanqing in the living room. The eldest and the third were already capable of walking independently, with the puppets merely trailing beside them. As they waddled along, their earnest expressions rendered them irresistibly charming, evoking an overwhelming desire to pinch their chubby cheeks. The second and fourth were not yet able to walk unaided. They could only grasp the railing or be led by an adult, so the puppets assisted them, guiding their tiny feet as they entered. The fifth, still unable to walk, was carried in by Jingzhe. The eldest and the third bore a striking resemblance to Qin Fan, while the second, fourth, and fifth increasingly mirrored Su Longyue. Each was a plump, delightful bundle of joy, capable of lifting even the heaviest of spirits with their enchanting presence. Upon seeing the 5 little ones, the spiritual pressure emanating from Wen Zhanqing dissipated entirely. With a furrowed brow, she found herself at a loss for expression, her limbs unsure of where to place themselves. The unexpected arrival was overwhelming. Her large eyes met the innocent, dark orbs of the babies. The third wandered over to the eldest, his slightly frail face displaying a hint of timidity. The eldest blinked his big eyes, curiously studying Wen Zhanqing as if pondering something profound. After casting a glance at Wen Zhanqing, the second and fourth quickly turned to Qin Fan and Su Longyue, reassured by their presence, yet they remained close to the puppets, not daring to venture forward. The fifth gazed at Wen Zhanqing with wide eyes. Then, the fifth, with a cherubic voice, called out, Grandmother. The 5 little ones had now learned to call out for their father and mother. Initially, they struggled with the term for mother, beginning instead with mother before, under Su Longyue's guidance. They eventually learned to say mother properly. The fifth pronounced it particularly well, able to call out mama directly. During this time, Su Longyue had diligently taught them to say grandfather, grandmother, maternal grandfather, and maternal grandmother. The eldest, second, third, and fifth could all say grandfather and grandmother, while the fourth had only mastered father and mother, often resorting to baby talk that was indecipherable. When the eldest, second, and third attempted to say maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother, they would only manage Zuzu. Though they could articulate mother separately, they struggled to combine the sounds into grandmother. The fifth, unable to pronounce the initial sound in maternal, would simply say grandfather and grandmother. Upon hearing the sweet, babyish cooing, Wen Zhanqing immediately turned her gaze towards the little treasure, Wu Bao, cradled in Jingzhe's arms. The little girl beamed at Wen Zhanqing, seemingly unafraid of her presence. The grandmother continued to call out to Wen Zhanqing. The other 4 little ones remained silent, their eyes, however, filled with an increasing sense of curiosity as they looked towards her. Bao and Si Bao inched closer to the puppet, casting another glance at Qin Fan and Su Longyue. Su Longyue interjected, "Mother, Wu Bao is calling for you. Shouldn't you respond? Have you prepared the gifts? The fee for the name change, you know." When Changqing gasped, Five fees for the name change? Suddenly realizing something, her gaze shifted to the swell of Su Longyue's belly. "Are you expecting again? Another fee for the name change?" With a tender smile, Su Longyue gently caressed her belly and replied, "Not yet. I'm just under 6 months along." When Changqing exclaimed, "Your belly is so large. Could it be?" Su Longyue confirmed, "Yes, I am carrying 6 this time. It's quite normal for my belly to be bigger than that of other expectant mothers." Chapter 168. Suddenly gaining 11 grandchildren. When Changqing nearly fainted. 6 infants. She finally comprehended why Chun Xian'er, that little slacker, had suddenly transformed into a diligent individual after entering the secret realm, tirelessly hunting demonic beasts day and night. With 11 godchildren, how could one not exert themselves? After all, how could one truly embody the title of godmother without diligence? As a grandmother, 11 mouthfuls of respect. When Changqing felt on the verge of collapse, how could one be so prolific? Angrily, she retreated a considerable distance, collapsing into a chair, her face etched with worry. She herself had never been so fertile. Her first 2 children were born one at a time. How was it that her daughter, with merely 2 pregnancies, yielded 11? Su Longyue raised her brows, declaring that being able to bear children was a blessing. "Look at you and your father, still yearning for a 3rd child. Yet nothing has come to fruition." When Changqing responded, "Could we refrain from discussing this? Why must you always bring it up?" Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she regarded Su Longyue with a serious expression, inquiring about her cultivation. Su Longyue blinked. "Late golden core stage. Pregnancy and childbirth do not affect me much. Based on previous circumstances, I would have needed another 5 years to reach the late golden core stage, but I have advanced it now." When Changqing countered, "Not that. Why are you still in the qi refining stage?" Su Longyue explained, "Isn't it because I'm carrying 6 infants? If I do not suppress my cultivation to the qi refining stage, they will be expelled. You should know this from your own experience." When Changqing retorted, "1 child is not comparable to your 5 or 6. When I was pregnant with you, I was also at the golden core stage, but since it was only 1, I could control my cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage. I never expected my daughter to carry 6 infants, necessitating a suppression to the first layer of qi refining." When Changqing continued, "Such a significant matter, and you did not inform me and your father." Finally, she stood upon her moral high ground to admonish her eldest daughter. When Changqing's imposing aura radiated, Su Longyue blinked again. "We can take care of ourselves. I originally planned to wait until after giving birth and completing the confinement period before bringing them back to Lanyue Sect to inform you and father. I never intended to keep this from you." When Changqing was so enraged, she nearly fainted. If she hadn't suddenly felt the urge to visit Qin Fan's quintuplets, would she still be left in the dark? Imagining next year when Su Longyue appeared at Lanyue Sect with Qin Fan and the 11 little ones, she couldn't bear to think of that scene. She truly feared it would cause her to faint on the spot. As for Su Changming's reaction, she couldn't even dare to imagine. Without hesitation, she firmly stated, "Without my permission, you are not allowed to take the children back to the sect." At this, when Changqing shot Su Longyue a warning glance, Su Longyue replied, "I will heed Mother's words." She had never intended to bring Qin Fan and the others back to the sect anyway. Originally, she intended to inform her parents about these matters. However, conveying this to her parents and bringing Qin Fan back to the sect were 2 entirely different affairs. The sect comprised not only her parents, but also numerous esteemed elders, some of whom were rather rigid in their principles. They would not show her any favoritism simply because she was the saintess of the Lanyue sect. Instead, they might view her choice of a partner, one that did not conform to the sect's regulations of selecting a saint's son, as a form of rebellion. When Changqing let out a disdainful humph before casting her gaze upon Qin Fan, suddenly, she furrowed her brow slightly. Upon closer inspection, she detected the essence of the Qingmu's spiritual body emanating from him. Su Longyue exclaimed, "Mother, Qin Fan has successfully begun cultivating the Qingmu spiritual body, and his progress is quite remarkable. In the future, he will undoubtedly reach the stage of Dan formation. Furthermore, once Qin Fan cultivates the Qingmu spiritual body and subsequently the Yimu, with his level of comprehension, he would be more than adequate to be our Lanyue Sect's saint's son." When Changqing retorted, "Can you refrain from boasting so blatantly? The Qingmu spiritual body is barely satisfactory in the Emu. Have you seen anyone from our southern region who has successfully cultivated it?" Su Longyue replied, "Who says I am exaggerating? What I say is the truth. Let me first raise the stakes. We can address future matters later. In any case, I am determined to find a way for Qin Fan to cultivate the Emu, thereby completely resolving the issues with his spiritual roots qualifications." When Changqing thought to herself, "Indeed, a woman in love seems to have an intelligence quotient of 0. Yet, she could not deny that Qin Fan's cultivation speed was extraordinary, far surpassing that of an ordinary mid-grade spiritual root practitioner. In less than 2 years, he had ascended from the 7th layer of Qi refining to the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Moreover, he had mastered the 4 arts of cultivation. It is often said that one cannot chew too much at once. Typically, ordinary loose cultivators would choose one art among the 4 to develop. Yet Qin Fan had delved into all 4. Most impressively, he excelled in the arts of formations, alchemy, weaponry, and talismans, achieving a solid mid-second tier proficiency in both weapon crafting and inscription. His mastery of puppet techniques had also reached a minor success, having cultivated a puppet akin to a doppelganger. Additionally, he was undeniably strikingly handsome. It seemed she had previously underestimated her eldest daughter, who she thought had no interest in male cultivators. It appeared instead that her daughter was merely discerning, only taking notice of exceptionally handsome male cultivators like Qin Fan. As for the notion that Qin Fan had forced her daughter into pregnancy, such an idea was utterly inconceivable. A female cultivator at the golden core stage was far beyond the reach of a mere Qi refining male cultivator. The only plausible explanation lay in what her daughter had said. She had taken the initiative. With this thought in mind, she glanced towards Qin Fan again. When Changqing's anger diminished slightly, replaced by a subtle concern for Qin Fan's future. Such a fine young man, only 18 years of age, was already burdened with the responsibility of becoming a father to 11 children and shouldering the weight of being the Sanus's partner. Could this young man bear such a load? Surely, the pressure must be immense, though thankfully, it hadn't driven him to baldness. When Changqing averted her gaze and sighed once more, "Sigh. This eldest daughter is indeed my own flesh and blood. She has given birth to 5 little ones and is expecting 6 more. What can be done?" Grandmother Wu Bao, with her wide, innocent eyes, called out in a soft, babyish voice, tinged with a hint of grievance. It seemed she had summoned Wen Zhanqing several times without receiving a response. Her little mouth pouted, and her large eyes glistened with unshed tears, the long, curled lashes fluttering as they caught the light, rendering her particularly endearing. Seeing this, Wen Zhanqing's heart softened immeasurably. She managed to coax a smile, though it was somewhat stiff due to her earlier frustration. Wu Bao's mouth pouted even more, and her eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of spilling over. When Zhanqing hurriedly rose, swiftly crossing the distance to Jingzhi's side, gathering Wu Bao into her embrace. She adjusted her expression, donning a tender smile as she comforted, "Be good, my little darling. Your grandmother is here." Chapter 169. I am not just anyone. I am your grandmother. Wu Bao burst into tears, wailing loudly. It had been quite some time since when Changqing had comforted a child. During the births of her eldest and second child, she had entrusted their care to a wet nurse immediately after delivery. When the babies cried, she simply called for the nurse to attend to them, leaving her devoid of any experience in soothing infants. Now, feeling somewhat flustered, she wished to maintain her composure in front of her daughter and Qin Fan. She hurriedly tried to recall the methods the wet nurse had employed to calm her older children, but the memories seemed insignificant and distant, having faded over a decade. She could hardly remember anything. Qin Fan approached her and gently advised, "Senior, just hold Wu Bao and walk around while amusing her." Following his guidance, Wen Zhanqing cradled Wu Bao in her arms and paced back and forth in the living room, attempting to cheer her up by saying, "Wu Bao, I am not just anyone. I am your grandmother." Yet, the cries continued unabated. Qin Fan, standing nearby, softly suggested, "Senior, perhaps you could shower Wu Bao with compliments. She enjoys being praised." Embracing Wu Bao tenderly, Wen Zhanqing exclaimed, "Wu Bao is truly beautiful. Look at those big eyes, so large and bright, even more so than spirit stones." However, Wu Bao blinked and cried even louder, wailing. Su Longyue raised her hand to her forehead, exclaiming, "Mother, is this how you flatter someone? Must everything be compared to spirit stones?" Yet, she understood that her mother meant well in using the finest words to praise Wu Bao, for in her mother's eyes, spirit stones surpassed all else. However, the little girl simply could not comprehend this. Qin Fan suggested taking Wu Bao out for a stroll and encouraged Su Longyue to introduce her mother to the older siblings. When Changqing handed Wu Bao to Qin Fan and sighed in relief once he exited, her impression of him improving slightly as she recognized his effort to alleviate her embarrassment. After Qin Fan left, when Changqing looked affectionately at De Bao, Air Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao, Air Bao and Si Bao simultaneously took a step back, hiding behind a life-sized puppet before peeking out with their adorable little heads, their large eyes filled with curiosity directed at Wen Changqing. Yeah, aren't you going to introduce them? The sight of the four little ones left her rather bewildered. It seemed as though the two girls resembled each other, while the two boys shared a striking similarity. Wu Bao, however, appeared quite distinct. With a smile, Su Longyue addressed the children. Tingyan, Yaisai, Lucy, Yi, this is your grandmother. Now, call her grandmother. The four little ones simply gazed at Wen Changqing with wide, curious eyes, failing to utter a word. Su Longyue explained to Wen Changqing that the children were merely shy upon meeting her for the first time and would call her by name once they grew more familiar. Wen Changqing, unfazed, replied, "It's perfectly fine. But wait, yeah, please tell me their names one by one. I must remember them, otherwise I might forget. And when I call for my grandchildren, I wouldn't want to mix up their names. Mother, this is our eldest, Tingyan. This is our third, Eci. This is our second, Lushi. And this is our youngest, Yui." Wen Changqing meticulously recorded each name, then inquired of Su Longyue what the fifth child was called. "The fifth is named Yin Ran," Su Longyue replied. Wen Changqing smiled as she noted it down, saying, very well, very well." Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked, "They all share the surname Su, correct?" Su Longyue, with an air of righteousness, stated, "Mother, you are their maternal grandmother. Naturally, they bear the surname Qin." Wen Changqing was momentarily taken aback, and the two exchanged incredulous glances. "We shall discuss this matter later. How old are they now?" Su Longyue smiled and replied, "They are almost 1 year old. In a couple of days, we shall celebrate their first birthday. It is fortuitous that you have arrived, for you will join us in the festivities." Wen Changqing exclaimed, "What a coincidence. A meeting gift and a birthday gift. Are you certain? You aren't exaggerating, are you? The fifth can't even walk yet, and you tell me they are turning 1? Su Longyue retorted, "Mother, it seems you do not care for the little ones. Eldest, second." Wen Changqing interjected, "Oh, who says I do not cherish them? I adore them. Tingyan, Eci, Lu Shi, your grandmother has brought gifts for you. At your birthday celebration, I will certainly bring you presents. I am not a miser. I am quite generous." Su Longyue took the eldest's hand and said with a smile, "Tingyan, your grandmother is the most generous of all. She knows you possess the earth spirit root and has prepared many precious treasures for you. Go, give your grandmother a hug." Wen Changqing's hand trembled slightly. The earth spirit root? How could her daughter bear a child with such extraordinary talent when paired with the moderately gifted Qin Fan? Even in the esteemed Lanyue sect among the 3 great sects, the earth spirit root was considered remarkable. Previously, she had assumed that most of the 5 little ones would be ordinary, with perhaps a few possessing moderate talents, leading her to prepare modest gifts. She never anticipated that the firstborn would possess the earth spirit root. The gifts she had prepared were now inadequate. The eldest approached Wen Changqing, who usually displayed audacity but, at this moment, was obedient and sweet, calling out, "Grandma." "Ah." Wen Changqing responded loudly, and with a smile. She produced a dragon fruit and placed it in the small hand of the eldest. The value of 100 medium-grade spirit stones was now gone. The qualifications of the subsequent children likely wouldn't be as remarkable, would they? Su Longyue, beaming, told the eldest, "Mother will safeguard this dragon fruit for you. You are still but 1 year old and cannot yet consume such potent spirit fruit, where you risk injury. When you turn 5 and officially embark on your journey toward immortality, you may gradually refine this dragon fruit. Consuming it will greatly benefit your cultivation." Subsequently, Su Longyue summoned Bao and Lu Shi, calling for their grandmother. Grandmother had always held a particular fondness for girls, and since Lu Shi possessed exceptional spiritual roots, she was certain to bestow upon her a splendid gift. Grandmother was renowned for her fairness, treating all equally without favoritism. As Wen Changqing prepared to present a gift, She paused momentarily, then with a gentle shake, affectionately produced a dragon fruit to offer to Wu Bao. When the topic turned to Sambao, a shadow of worry crossed Su Longyue's face. Mother, Yaisai lacks spiritual roots. He is immortal. In terms of aptitude, he falls short compared to his siblings and will likely remain estranged from the path of immortality. Mother, you must prepare a worthy gift for Yaisai. When Changqing was just about to retrieve another dragon fruit, when Su Longyue interjected, I discovered in the sect's ancient texts a unique method of bloodline inheritance that might grant mortals a chance to ascend to immortality. However, Yaisai is currently unable to absorb the dragon fruit. Mother, when Changqing. Chapter 170. Matters from the past, given that you have given birth to so many children, and considering the quality of your partner's spiritual roots, is it not entirely reasonable to have a mortal child? Are you intending for me to act as a mere tool in search of that secret method? Su Longyue, holding the third treasure, encouraged gently, Yaisai, grandmother adores the weak. She will undoubtedly find a way to assist us in addressing this issue. Let us give her a kiss. Shall we? As she spoke, Su Longyue lifted the third treasure. Although he was somewhat apprehensive, when Su Longyue brought him close to Wen Zhanqing and offered her encouragement, he finally mustered the courage to plant a kiss on her cheek. Though he was too young to comprehend his mother's words, he understood that kissing was a gesture of affection. When Zhanqing cast a sidelong glance at Su Longyue, realizing just how cunning her daughter could be, aware that she was to play the role of a tool, she still found herself unable to refuse, for this was her beloved grandson, so adorably soft and fragrant. Grandmother, hug. Wen Zhanqing smiled, extending her hands toward the third treasure. He first looked at Su Longyue, who nodded encouragingly, prompting him to lean towards Wen Zhanqing. Wen Zhanqing embraced the soft little one, her eyes lighting up with an involuntary smile. Do not worry, Yaisai. Although you are of mortal constitution, you have a remarkable grandmother. I will surely find a way for you to embark on the path of immortality. The fourth treasure chirped eagerly, Ah, my sweet darling. Seeing her siblings gathered around Wen Zhanqing, the fourth treasure's courage grew. Most importantly, she noticed the luscious dragon fruit and could not contain her excitement. She exclaimed, Ah, ah. Su Longyue laughed and guided her over. In her haste, the little girl stumbled and lunged toward Wen Zhanqing. With quick reflexes, Wen Zhanqing held the third treasure in one arm and caught the fourth treasure in the other, chuckling, Slow down. Take your time. You are only 1 year old. The fourth treasure exclaimed, Grandmother, grandmother, fruit. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhanqing smiled, realizing her eagerness for the fruit. Very well, grandmother will give you a delicious treat. With that, she produced a common spiritual fruit and handed it to the fourth treasure, who immediately clutched it and took a hearty bite, her face lighting up with bliss. Wen Zhanqing remarked, Yongyi, this is a gift from grandmother for our meeting. The little Yongyi nodded vigorously, her joy palpable as she savored her treat. Casting a slightly smug glance at her siblings, who had nothing to eat since their mother had taken all the goodies. Only I have something to munch on. I truly am a clever little one, she thought. Su Longyue, witnessing her fourth daughter being outsmarted by her own mother, raised her hand to her forehead. Just as she prepared to speak on behalf of her daughter, Wen Zhanqing interrupted with a smile. Look, yeah, how much Yongyi adores the gift I have given her. This is indeed a delightful spiritual fruit. As Su Longyue observed, when Qin Fan returned with the coaxed Wu Bao in his arms. When Changqing had savored the sweetness of bestowing a gift upon Si Bao, she presented an ordinary spirit fruit, smilingly offering it to Wu Bao, saying, Yin Ran, this is a delicious treat from your grandmother. Take it. Wu Bao blinked her large eyes, refusing to accept the fruit, and instead, she turned and leapt into Qin Fan's embrace. When Changqing found herself somewhat bewildered, were they not both born of her daughter? How could their personalities differ so distinctly? Su Longyue remarked, Mother, Wu Bao has quite the discerning palate. An ordinary spirit fruit would hardly catch her fancy. Ultimately, when Changqing resorted to offering a precious jiaolong fruit instead. With this, she found herself devoid of any jiaolong fruits, having intended to sell them. A trip to Warm Island had left her with nothing. After meeting all 5 little ones, when Changqing expressed a desire to speak privately with Su Longyue, Qin Fan suggested they retreat to a room for their conversation while he prepared the meal. Once in the room, with soundproofing in place and the children absent, when Changqing began to inquire about the particulars of the situation and how it came to be that they suddenly took an interest in Qin Fan. Su Longyue recounted the events that transpired in the Starry Forest. In conclusion, she furrowed her brow and said, I instructed Xin'er to investigate within the Lanyue sect. Yet to this day, not a single clue has surfaced. If this were merely coincidence, I would find it exceedingly suspicious. She had originally intended to discuss this matter with her father during her last visit to the sect. However, she feared that he might draw conclusions or uncover Qin Fan's involvement, which led her to refrain from mentioning it. Nevertheless, before leaving the sect, she had set up precautions. If there were indeed a traitor within the sect, they would undoubtedly be exposed, revealing their true intentions. When Changqing's expression grew grave, something was amiss. The mid-phase Icefire two-headed serpent posed a threat that even she could not confront alone, let alone her daughter, who was merely at the mid-phase of the Golden Core stage and would never willingly provoke a mid-phase demon beast nor venture into its territory. I will dispatch someone to conduct a discreet investigation into this matter, she declared. Su Longyue voiced her own concerns, stating, Mother, if the adversary seeks to target me and intends to utilize the mid-phase demon beast to eliminate me, then their own strength must surely be at the Nascent Soul stage, or at the very least, the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. However, during the time Qin Fan and I resided at Qingzhufang, no individuals of such caliber sought me out. Over the course of more than a year, no one has approached me in such a manner. If they wished to kill me, they could have easily done so while I was vulnerable at Qingzhufang. When Changqing acknowledged, indeed, there is something peculiar about this. If their intent was to harm you, or to eliminate you, they would have undoubtedly observed from the shadows during your confrontation with the Icefire two-headed serpent. They would certainly be aware of you and Qin Fan, and even of the fact that you bore him children. However, to this day, there has been no hint regarding the private birth of your child, leaving one to ponder the true intentions behind it. At this point, she cast a piercing gaze towards Su Longyue. Su Longyue understood the implication behind her mother's look. Before when Changqing could inquire, she preemptively spoke up, declaring that it had nothing to do with Qin Fan. He merely appeared there by chance, and his background is unblemished, being an ordinary loose cultivator. It was I who abducted him at that time. When Changqing remarked, do you not find it too coincidental that Qin Fan appeared at such a critical moment? Moreover, his rapid advancement in cultivation is rather peculiar. How can you be certain that he hasn't made a deal with a Yuan Ing-level ancestor, specifically to mislead you, to delay you, compelling you to bear children, using them to hinder your path? To obstruct your path is to sever the future inheritance of our Lanyue sect. Chapter 171. The three treasures that soaked the primordial infant ancestor in an instant. Su Longyue's expression changed dramatically as she pushed Wen Zhanqing, who sat beside her. If the latter truly intended to obstruct my path and sever the inheritance of the Lanyue sect, why not simply eliminate me? Why go to the trouble of sending a male cultivator to distract me? Surely, that would be superfluous. Continue speaking in this manner, and I shall become enraged. I have already told you, this matter has nothing to do with Qin Fan. If you persist with your conspiracy theories, leave. I no longer wish to see you. Upon hearing these words, both Wen Zhanqing and Su Longyue were momentarily stunned. Wen Zhanqing was taken aback that her daughter, whom she had nurtured for 20 years, would now threaten to sever ties over a man. It left her feeling a profound chill, as if a warm coat had suddenly let in the cold. Su Longyue was astonished by her own anger, not realizing she would resort to physicality with Wen Zhanqing or utter such words. However, now that the words had escaped her lips, she had no intention of retracting them. Moreover, she could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of Qin Fan, regardless of who that might be, even her own mother. Mother, you have just arrived at Warm Island, and the journey must have exhausted you. Please take some time to rest. I shall call for you when dinner is ready, Su Longyue said. Wen Zhanqing rose and departed. The mother and daughter parted ways in discontent. When dinner time approached, Su Longyue did not directly summon Wen Zhanqing, but instead sent her a communication talisman. Qin Fan observed silently, saying nothing. During the meal, he sensed the tension between Su Longyue and Wen Zhanqing, which was decidedly amiss. He discreetly fed the children with the assistance of his 5 puppets, Lichuan and Yushui. These puppets resembled robots, their movements somewhat mechanical and lacking the fluidity of human action, necessitating Qin Fan's presence to lend a hand during mealtimes. Otherwise, the children might take all day to finish a single meal. Typically, the 5 little ones displayed their antics during meals, but today, perhaps due to Wen Zhanqing's presence, they were unusually quiet and docile, resembling little quails. Occasionally, they cast curious glances toward Wen Zhanqing, who, under their gaze, found her stern demeanor softening considerably. Amidst the meal, the fourth child emitted soft hums. Her tiny hands that had been feeding herself now ceased grasping at food, eagerly directing her hums towards Su Longyue. Upon seeing her daughter's expression, Su Longyue immediately understood that she needed a change, feeling uncomfortable. She rose and instructed Guyu, who was responsible for the fourth daughter, to lift her from the high chair, while she maneuvered a small changing cart over. This cart was specifically designed for changing the fourth child's diapers. Qin Fan had crafted a dining cart and a changing cart for each child, marking them and customizing them according to their individual preferences. Before long, after the fourth child began to fuss, the fifth and eldest children also started to express their need for a change. With the little ones soon approaching their first birthday, Su Longyue would attend to the diaper changes for the girls, while Qin Fan would handle those for the boys. Qin Fan cradled the eldest, soothing the youngest, and instructed her to wait a moment. Typically, with a maidservant present, the little ones could have their needs attended to immediately. However, today, due to Wen Zhanqing's arrival, Qin Fan and Su Longyue had sent the maidservants away to another part of the island in advance. Thus, the responsibility of changing diapers fell solely upon Qin Fan and Su Longyue. Fortunately, they were no longer novices. Even with Su Longyue 6 months pregnant, she adeptly managed the task of changing diapers. When Zhanqing observed this scene, putting down her chopsticks, her brow furrowing slightly. At that moment, she noticed the third child's face turning crimson, his large eyes darting between Qin Fan and Su Longyue. Realizing his parents were both preoccupied, he averted his gaze, continuing to hold it in. When Zhanqing discerned that the little one also needed a diaper change. Feeling a pang of compassion as an elder, she approached the third child, controlling her expression, and with a loving smile, inquired, "Yaisai, are you uncomfortable? Do you need a diaper change? If so, just nod your head." Upon hearing his mother-in-law's words, Qin Fan glanced over and, noticing his son's expression, understood that the little one indeed required a change. He said, "Elder, I will finish up with Ting shortly and come to change Yaisai's diaper." When Zhanqing waved her hand, "No need to rush. I will take care of Yaisai." At this moment, Yaisai nodded affirmatively. Qin Fan took a moment to push the third child's stroller next to Wen Zhanqing and gently explained how to change the diaper. Wen Zhanqing dismissed his assistance. "I am quite capable of this." Although she had relied on wet nurses for the care of her first 2 children, she had changed many diapers herself. She placed the third child onto the stroller, finding its height perfectly suitable, allowing her to change the diaper without bending over, thus saving her back. Moreover, the stroller was equipped with a storage shelf containing the necessary items, a basin, a bucket, towels, and diapers. With such a handy little stroller, changing the little ones became a straightforward task. "Where did you purchase this stroller?" When Zhanqing asked as she began to undress the third child. Su Longyue replied, "Qin Fan made it." When Zhanqing fell silent, astonished internally that Qin Fan could craft such a clever design. It was evident that he was genuinely invested in parenting. Otherwise, managing 5 little ones with just the 2 of them, plus a puppet, would surely lead to chaos. After unbuttoning the third child's clothing, Wen Zhanqing prepared to wipe him with warm water. Just as she lifted the little one, an unexpected stream of urine shot straight onto her face. Both Wen Zhanqing and the third child froze in shock, their eyes wide in disbelief. The little one promptly pouted his lips and began to wail. Perhaps aware of his misdeed and fearing reprimand, he cried out preemptively. Upon hearing the sound, Qin Fan and Su Longyue turned their gaze to see a yellow stain marring the pristine white gown of Wen Zhanqing, droplets of water clinging to her long black hair, and her face similarly adorned. Qin Fan, taken aback, hastened over, offering her a towel. "Senior, please wipe yourself first. I shall attend to Sanbao's diaper change." This audacious child, how bold to urinate upon the face of a nascent soul ancestor. Truly, only this little one could dare to accomplish such a feat without facing the wrath of the ancestor. Su Longyue burst into laughter, unabashed, entirely disregarding any semblance of decorum. "Oh dear, do not blame Yaisai. He is still quite young and lacks control. He must have been holding it in for a while, and now it simply spilled forth. It is perfectly normal. You mustn't fault him. When Qin Fan and I were changing the baby's diapers, we were often met with similar surprises, and during bath time, they would frequently relieve themselves mid-wash. Remain calm. It is all quite typical." A simple cleaning spell will suffice. Chapter 172. The mother-in-law boasting about her son-in-law when Chongqing shot a glare at Su Longyue, cast a cleansing spell on herself, and coldly stated that she had matters to attend to before exiting with an expressionless face. After when Chongqing departed, Su Longyue approached the still wailing Sanbao, grinning as she gave the child a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Our Yaisai is truly remarkable. He has even urinated on his grandmother." Sanbao's cries intensified, and his small eyes furtively glanced at Qin Fan. Noticing Qin Fan maintaining a stern visage, he continued to wail unabated. Su Longyue gently reassured him, "Do not cry, Sanbao. Your grandmother will not be angry with you. She has such a broad heart. Our Sanbao has been incredible today. No more tears, all right?" Meanwhile, Qin Fan and Su Longyue were tending to the children, while not long after when Chongqing's departure, she received a text message from Shi Xiaofan. "Shi Xiaofan, urgent matter. Must see you." Upon reading the message, when Chongqing felt her teeth grind in irritation, the pent-up frustration within her seeking an outlet. And Shi Xiaofan had just presented an opportunity. "You have known all along. How dare you keep it from me? Have you been relishing my misfortune all this time? Today, I shall make you pay dearly." In an instant, when Chongqing transformed into a streak of light and vanished from Wenxin residence. In a quaint bamboo grove several thousand miles away, Shi Xiaofan awaited when Chongqing's arrival with a smile. "Chongqing, congratulations," she greeted warmly. Initially, her smile was modest, but soon it broadened as if recalling something amusing, culminating in hearty laughter that echoed through the air. When Chongqing, maintaining a frosty demeanor, pulled out a chair and sat down, observing Shi Xiaofan struggle to catch her breath from laughter. "Is it truly that amusing? You knew all along. Were you just waiting to see me make a fool of myself? So delightfully gloating? Laugh all you want. Let your heart's content overflow. Soon enough, you shall witness just how extraordinary Qin Fan truly is. Then I shall see if you can still find humor in this. For your Xiner will hardly find a match for such a remarkable husband as Qin Fan." Shi Xiaofan laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks. But upon seeing when Chongqing's genuine anger, she attempted to compose herself. "I assure you, I am not gloating. Ha ha ha, I cannot contain myself." When Chongqing playfully smacked Shi Xiaofan's arm. "What is so amusing? Tell me, in the entire realm of cultivation, which male cultivator possesses such prowess that he could make a female cultivator bear 5 children in one go, and then another 6 in the next?" Shi Xiaofan, caught off guard mid-laughter, was stunned. "What do you mean, another 6 in one go?" When Chongqing, a hint of pride in her tone, replied, "Ye is pregnant again. This time with 6. She is so wise, knowing she should have children early while still in the golden core stage. Having more in one birth is equivalent to having 11. Who in the entire southern region can rival that?" Shi Xiaofan was left speechless, her astonishment palpable. "What? Your Yaya is pregnant again? And with 6? Is Qin Fan endowed with the genes of a multiple birth? How remarkable. However, ha ha ha. Congratulations on becoming a grandmother. You already have 5 grandchildren and are about to welcome 6 more. Ha ha ha." When Zhanqing playfully kicked Shi Xiaofan, teasing her, perhaps feeling that mere boasting was insufficient to intimidate Shi Xiaofan. When Zhanqing took a sip of tea and began to enumerate Qin Fan's virtues as if reciting a cherished collection, although Qin Fan possesses only mid-grade spiritual roots, he has remarkably advanced from the 3rd level of Qi training to the 6th level of foundation establishment in less than 2 years. He is currently cultivating the greenwood spiritual body, and once he achieves mastery, his cultivation speed will accelerate even further. At merely 18 years of age, he has already reached the 6th level of early foundation establishment. Achieving the core formation stage in the future is undoubtedly within his grasp. Furthermore, his comprehension is exceptional. He is proficient in formations, pill making, and talismans, and he excels in puppet manipulation and inscription techniques. He skillfully balances his cultivation with family responsibilities. Additionally, he is strikingly handsome. In all of the southern domain, he is the most dashing of them all. Shi Xiaofan covered her mouth, stifling laughter as when Zhanqing relentlessly extolled Qin Fan's merits. She continued to inquire, "What else?" When Zhanqing's eyes sparkled with inspiration, Qin Fan will eventually cultivate the E-wood Dharma body, and at that point, his mid-grade spiritual roots will no longer hinder his path. Future stages, such as Nascent Soul and Transformation, will be mere trifles for him. Shi Xiaofan raised her thumb, suppressing laughter as she remarked, "Zhanqing, after over 100 years of friendship, This is the first time I have witnessed your boastful side. How impressive. When Zhanqing promptly kicked Shi Shaofan again, exclaiming, "Who says I am boasting? I speak the truth. Just wait and see." Despite her reservations about Qin Fan as a son-in-law, she could not allow others to belittle him. Shi Shaofan laughed heartily. "All right, I shall wait and see. If what you say is true and not mere boasting, then it is I who was mistaken. Zhanqing, your earnestness, or rather, your fervent declarations, are truly impressive." When Zhanqing responded, "Shi Shaofan, my grandchildren will celebrate their first birthday soon, and I trust you have already prepared their gifts? Your daughter Xianyuan has been tirelessly hunting monsters in the secret realm to gather heavenly materials for my grandchildren. As their mother, you certainly won't be outdone, will you? By the way, my eldest grandson possesses a lightning attribute soil spirit root. Did you not recently acquire a lightning attribute treasure, the escaping sky shuttle? This treasure, being incompatible with your attributes, is of no use to you. Would it be acceptable to gift it to my eldest grandson as a birthday present? I believe Yaya wouldn't mind." Shi Shaofan nearly choked on her drink. No longer laughing, she retorted seriously, "Zhanqing, how old is your grandson now? Surely he still requires diapers? You wish to extort a top-tier lightning attribute treasure as a gift for a baby? Are you certain you are not attempting to rob me?" When Zhanqing, "There is no other option. My daughter Yaya has entered into a union with a male cultivator of moderate spiritual roots and has become the subject of ridicule. As her elders, we must generously provide her with treasures, for such gifts will grant her confidence in the outside world. Although my great-grandson is still an infant in diapers, a mere decade will swiftly pass, and he shall soon wield the celestial escape shuttle." Shi Shaofan, I deeply regret my earlier mirthful laughter. That very laughter has now elevated Wen Zhanqing to a moral high ground, resulting in her painful loss of a highly valuable lightning attribute treasure, the celestial escape shuttle. The cost of this schadenfreude seems far too great. Chapter 173. Call her mother-in-law. As when Zhanqing departed, Shi Shaofan's countenance darkened profoundly. Love was extinguished. Love was extinguished. Particularly as she contemplated the 6 unborn infants within Su Longyue's womb. She yearned for seclusion to cultivate her skills. It finally dawned upon her why her daughter, who was only ever preoccupied with amusement and possessed not a scintilla of interest in cultivation, could so fiercely and vigorously slay within the secret realm, as if transformed. 11 adopted sons and daughters. Su Longyue, you truly are remarkable. When might I reclaim that sum of money? Before long, a message from Qin Xianyuan arrived. Upon witnessing her mother gazing vacantly into the distance, she was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly inquired about her concerns, asking how the conversation with Aunt Wen had unfolded. Had she dissuaded Aunt Wen from taking lethal action against Qin Fan? Had she conveyed all the merits of Qin Fan, in detail, to Wen Zhanqing, hoping to temper her ire? Shi Shaofan's eyes remained devoid of light. Do not worry, your Aunt Wen will not harm Qin Fan. However, as for me, I wish to end his life. Qin Xianyuan was bewildered. Suddenly, Shi Shaofan turned her gaze towards the ethereal projection of Qin Xianyuan, her eyes sparkling. Xianer, my requirements have diminished. You need only reach the Yuaning realm, and I shall permit you to take a partner. At that time, you must seek a male cultivator from a family with a propensity for twins, ideally capable of bearing a pair of treasures at once, or better yet, 6, or even 7 in a single birth. If you could manage 2 or 3 such births, I could finally reclaim the monetary gifts I had disbursed. Qin Xianyuan was taken aback. Mother, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you speaking? The following night, as Su Longyue prepared for slumber, her communication jade talisman chimed. It was a text message from Su Wanli. Su Wanli, sister, how are things? Is brother-in-law still in one piece? Su Longyue, are you cursing your brother-in-law? Do you wish to be punished? Su Wanli, no, I'm merely concerned about him. Su Longyue, concern for your brother-in-law means abandoning him to mother while you flee? Su Wanli, not at all. I genuinely have urgent matters to attend to. Su Longyue, swear it. Su Wanli, sister, it's such a trivial matter. There is no need to elevate it to the level of an oath. In the cultivation world, vows carry significant weight. Su Longyue, Su Wanli, sister, does this imply that mother has not erupted in fury? Is brother-in-law still alive? Then may I attend the first birthday celebration of my little niece and nephew tomorrow? I am quite eager to observe the situation between mother and Qin Fan. I wish to see, yet fear the reckoning from mother. A girl torn in indecision. Su Longyue, you may come tomorrow, but remember to bring a gift. Entry to Warm Island is forbidden without one. Su Longyue, a gift? Must I, being so small, also bring a present? Isn't it sufficient for mother to prepare the gifts? All I have to do is indulge in the feasting and drinking, just as I have done when visiting others in the past. Su Longyue, you have leveled up. Su Wanli, but I'm still young. After sending this message, Su Wanli noticed that Su Longyue had not replied, and she became agitated. Have I ascended to the role of an aunt, now required to bring gifts to partake in the festivities? Ah, but I am merely 13. I am still quite young. I am still a little darling. Su Wanli, all right. I shall bring gifts, dear sister. When the time comes, I will pretend to be unaware of your relationship with brother-in-law and the arrival of the baby. Please do not expose me, all right? Su Longyue, the gifts must be doubled. Su Wanli, deal. The next day, as spring blossomed, the weather was splendid, and the garden was adorned with blooming roses, hydrangeas, tulips, and cherry blossoms, all contributing to a vibrant tapestry of spring colors. In the distance, the dark mountains loomed, while nearby, a verdant waterfall flowed, surrounded by a multitude of flowers. Early in the morning, the courtyard was festooned with decorations. Following the return of Wen Zhanqing the previous day, Su Longyue had instructed Qin Fan to begin preparing the scene for the baby's first birthday celebration. In contrast to the traditional festive red theme, Qin Fan infused lively and bright hues to evoke a sense of childlike wonder, incorporating shades such as pink, light green, and sky blue. These colors adorned various delightful objects, such as a small wooden horse painted in pink latex, and balloons in light green, sky blue, and pink. The balloons were crafted by Qin Fan, who sourced natural rubber and certain chemicals from the island, employing his skills as a craftsman to create them. After inscribing a simple whirlwind inscription onto the balloons, they could float, reminiscent of modern balloons filled with hydrogen. By tying these balloons with colorful strings, they floated gracefully in the air. Additionally, he fashioned a grand archway from balloons, choosing soft, playful colors. He also created charming balloon figures inspired by beloved characters from contemporary children's animations, such as Patrick and SpongeBob, along with popular figures like the Monkey King, Transformers, and various versions of Ultraman, all designed to be visually striking as decorations. When the little ones, dressed in vibrant red garments and tiger-headed shoes, emerged and beheld this splendid scene, they erupted in joyous exclamations of ah, 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 ah. When Wen Zhanqing approached from another building and witnessed the spectacle, she was momentarily taken aback, having encountered so many unfamiliar sights. Although she found it somewhat strange, seeing the children enchanted by the balloons and decor, engaged in joyous play, she couldn't help but label Qin Fan as someone who truly understood children's preferences and could design such trendy creations. Senior, you have arrived, Qin Fan greeted with a smile. The warm residence comprised 3 grand houses. Su Longyue had arranged for one of them to accommodate Wen Zhanqing, while she, Qin Fan, and the children resided in the largest of the 3. Wen Zhanqing, having borne so many children with Yeye, should I still be referred to as senior? Qin Fan, Aunt 1. Wen Zhanqing, not Aunt 1, but mother-in-law. Qin Fan's dark eyes flickered, and Su Longyue, who was playing with the children nearby, glanced over upon hearing the conversation. Wen Zhanqing raised an eyebrow, questioning, unwilling to call me that? Qin Fan promptly exclaimed, mother-in-law. He genuinely did not anticipate that the mother-in-law of a nascent soul ancestor would allow him to address her as such so soon. Did this signify her acknowledgement of him as her son-in-law? Wen Zhanqing snorted, stating that although he had changed his address to mother-in-law, there would be no compensation for it. Qin Fan, no need for any compensation, truly. I lack nothing. Wen Zhanqing, in a while, a friend of mine will come to attend the children's first birthday banquet. She is Chun Xian'er's mother. At that time, you and Yeye should teach the children to call her Aunt Shi. Then, Wen Zhanqing cast a suggestive glance at Qin Fan, hoping that if Shi Xiaofan could leave the banquet in tears, it would be even better. Chapter 174. The first birthday celebration of the baby's Qin Fan gazed at his mother-in-law with a momentary look of surprise, only to see Wen Zhanqing raise her eyebrow at him. Very well, mother-in-law, Qin Fan responded. Satisfied, Wen Zhanqing turned her affectionate gaze toward the babies. Upon noticing the vibrant red tiger-head shoes adorning the little one's feet, she exclaimed, "Oh, who purchased these delightful tiger-head shoes? They are simply adorable. Oh, These must be the shoes that their grandmother bought for them. What exquisite taste she has, wouldn't you agree, my dear babies? Su Longyue remained silent. The charming tiger-head shoes the children wore were indeed the ones Su Longyue had selected with Wen Zhanqing last year at the Yeyang Lake Market, where she had sought Wen Zhanqing's advice, though she had paid for them herself. The four little ones, now able to walk, scampered toward Wen Zhanqing, while the youngest, still in the stroller, blinked her large eyes in delight. This birthday celebration was somberly overshadowed by the recent beast tide that had claimed many cultivators' lives, including a disciple from the Autumn Leaf Valley. Hence Qin Fan had refrained from sending invitations to Wang Pengzi and his companions. He planned to extend an invitation to them for gatherings during the new year, while Qin Fan had initially intended to invite the wandering cultivators from the surrounding islands. He had withheld the invitations upon learning that his mother-in-law had accompanied him to Warm Island. However, upon asking how many guests were invited and discovering that only Shi Shaofan and Su Wanli were on the list, Wen Zhanqing insisted it was far too few. She urged Qin Fan to invite all those he knew, emphasizing that a birthday celebration for the babies should be lively and joyous, as it would contribute to their future health and growth. Wen Zhanqing then mentioned that she and Shi Shaofan would conceal their true cultivation levels, presenting themselves as being at the late foundation establishment stage, so as not to impose undue pressure on the other guests. With that, Qin Fan sent invitations to Du Yi from Yunxian Mountain and Ling Hu Kuan from Lufeng Island. He then proceeded to another residential area on Warm Island, bringing along Song Qiaoji and Yun Yun, introducing them to Wen Zhanqing simply as Su Longyue's mother, omitting any reference to her status as the Yuanying ancestor of the Lanyue sect. One by one, Song Qiaoji and the others bowed respectfully to Wen Zhanqing. Feeling somewhat anxious and occasionally stealing glances at Qin Fan, he gestured for them to proceed, and they lowered their heads as they departed. Those with babies tended to their little ones, while others busied themselves in the kitchen preparing meals. The presence of over a dozen maidservants filled the courtyard with a lively atmosphere. Wen Zhanqing, observing the scene, felt reassured. She had previously harbored doubts about Qin Fan and Su Longyue relying solely on puppets for their endeavors. Shortly thereafter, Shi Shaofan arrived in a flash of radiant light at Warm Residence. Having been briefed by Wen Zhanqing about the situation, Shi Shaofan also projected her cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage. "Shaofan, you have arrived." Wen Zhanqing greeted her with a warm smile, subtly signaling Qin Fan. He took the babies and approached the strikingly beautiful Shi Shaofan, who bore a resemblance to Qin Xianyuan. With a respectful gesture, Qin Fan greeted Shi Shaofan, saying, "Greetings, Senior Shi." Shi Shaofan chuckled heartily at Qin Fan and replied, "No need for such formality. Just like Yaya, you can call me Aunt Shi." Qin Fan smiled and called out, "All right, Aunt Shi." He then turned to the little ones, saying, "Tingyan, Eci, Lu Shi, Yu Yi, In Ran. This is your great Aunt Shi. Call her great Aunt Shi." Shi Shaofan looked at the five little ones with surprise, exclaiming, "My goodness, how they've grown. The last time I saw them, they were so tiny, and now they're walking. Each one is so adorable, like exquisite sculptures." The eldest, having gained a bit more courage after spending time with Wen Zhanqing, approached Shi Shaofan and sweetly called out, "Great-grandma." The youngest quickly chimed in, "Great-grandma, treats." The second, third, and fifth siblings also joined in calling great-grandma, while the fifth did not say grandmother, instead following along with her siblings. Hearing so many soft and sweet calls of great-grandma, Shi Shaofan felt a wave of warmth wash over her, and with a loving smile, she said, "Good, good. You are all so well-behaved. This is a birthday gift from great-grandma to you five little ones. I wish each of you a future of longevity and ascendance to true immortality." As she spoke, Shi Shaofan joyfully produced 5 storage rings, handing one to each child. The little ones held the rings with delight, their round faces beaming with joy as they curiously examined the gifts. Qin Fan encouraged the little ones to express their gratitude to Aunt Shi. Each little voice chimed, "Thank you," their pronunciation imperfect, yet utterly charming. Soon, the youngest reached out her ring to Qin Fan, her eagerness causing her to babble in baby talk, gesturing animatedly to convey her desires. Utterly adorable. Wen Zhanqing inquired, "Qin Fan, what is Yui saying?" Shi Shaofan found it amusing and was equally curious. Qin Fan chuckled and explained, "She is saying this is a ring, not food, and she wants something to eat." Wen Zhanqing burst into laughter, squatting to scoop up the adorable Yue, saying, Yue, this is a storage ring. It can hold many edible delights. Now, let us see what gift your great aunt sure has brought you. With that, Wen Zhanqing began to unveil the contents of Yue's storage ring, revealing a fire attribute second-tier superior robe. This robe could adjust to fit the wearer's physique. Although it was designed for adults and was too large for the little ones at present, the moment the youngest realized it wasn't food, she immediately began to fuss, babbling insistently, her adorable voice punctuating her words with treats and food. The fifth sibling cast a glance at her, seemingly with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Fan recalled the conversation he had with Su Longyue the previous night. She had mentioned that their little glutton, Si Bao, had been easily won over by an ordinary spiritual fruit given by his mother-in-law as a meeting gift, which left him concerned about Si Bao's future vulnerability as he grew older. Wen Zhanqing cast a satisfied glance at Qin Fan, then turned to Su Shaofan with a smile and said, I forgot to mention, my little Yue has no interest in magical artifacts. She simply adores spiritual fruits. Su Shaofan widened her eyes in disbelief. What the heck? Who was it that tossed a jade slip my way just 2 days ago before leaving? The slip clearly detailed the attributes and spiritual roots of the 5 babies, along with suggested gifts. Now that the gifts have been given, I can't possibly retrieve the robe and exchange it for spiritual fruits, can I? Am I to be swindled out of yet another spiritual fruit? Shaofan, quickly bring out one of the dragon fruits you obtained recently for my Yue. It's her favorite. Chapter 175. Astonishing news. Another pregnancy? With a knife poised at her throat, Su Shaofan could only benevolently present a dragon fruit to Yue, who, upon receiving the fruit, beamed with delight and exclaimed a complete sentence. Thank you, grandmother. Displaying her 4 newly emerged teeth, she appeared utterly adorable, so much so that Su Shaofan felt as though she were floating. As they entered the courtyard, a gentle spring breeze swept through, causing her to shiver. Instantly, she turned to gaze at Wen Zhanqing. Alas, deceived. How could such a tiny creature possibly consume a dragon fruit? Indeed, she soon observed Wen Zhanqing with a loving smile, telling Si Bao that the dragon fruit was not yet ripe and could not be eaten. She promised that once Yue grew older, it would be given to her. Then, she handed the fruit to Qin Fan, instructing him to keep it safe, before producing another ordinary spiritual fruit for Yue. The child savored the delicious treat, her face glowing with satisfaction. Su Shaofan nearly stumbled in disbelief. Goodness, is it permissible to leave at this juncture? Having already arrived and presented the monetary gift, could she now take her leave? She sensed that this meal might lead to her unwittingly contributing more funds. Regret washed over her as she recalled how she had foolishly acquiesced to Wen Zhanqing's suggestions, not realizing she should have brought an ordinary spiritual fruit for Yue. She vowed to remember vigilance against fire, theft, and the treachery of close friends. Upon entering the courtyard, Su Shaofan was taken aback to see the pregnant Su Longyue once again. Although she had previously heard rumors of Su Longyue's renewed pregnancy, witnessing it firsthand astonished her. It was unfathomable to think that this elegant young lady, who had always been a role model for her daughter Xin'er, would one day become a mother herself. And sure, Su Longyue greeted her. Su Shaofan approached to support her, exclaiming, "What wonderful fortune! You're expecting again, and it's a set of sextuplets, 2 pregnancies equivalent to 11. She encouraged her to embrace motherhood while still youthful. After a brief conversation, Su Wanli arrived, her youthful face marked by confusion and curiosity. Upon seeing Qin Fan, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Daoist Qin, I never imagined you would become my brother-in-law." She then turned to Su Longyue with a look of reproach. "Sister, you should have told me sooner. You kept this well hidden. Oh dear, 5 little babies, how adorable." Large, the word precious nearly slipped from her lips before she quickly altered her phrasing. "Those big, bright eyes and shiny black pupils are simply too cute." Wen Zhanqing pouted, continuing to feign ignorance. She thought, "You only just learned Qin Fan is your brother-in-law? Would you call him brother-in-law if he were not? Are you deaf, mother?" Su Wanli noticed her mother's expression but persisted in her performance. As long as she remained unembarrassed, it was others who would feel awkward. She resolutely refused to acknowledge that she had concealed the fact of her relationship with Qin Fan and the existence of their child from her mother and sister. She only just learned of this matter. Su Wanli gifted each of the 5 little ones with 2 young bloodline-infused golden devourer larvae, which truly pained her heart. Previously, she had lost over 30 golden devourers in a duel with Qin Fan, and subsequently, dozens more during a beast tide. This time, out of the few larvae she managed to hatch, there were only 11 of the bloodline variety, when she had originally planned to gift 5. However, her sister insisted that the gifts be doubled to avoid revealing that she was already aware of her sister and brother-in-law's relationship. Thus, she reluctantly parted with 10 golden devourer larvae. She thought to herself that when her sister gave birth to sextuplets next time, she would definitely refrain from attending the celebration, for it was beyond her means, sobbing inwardly. Shortly thereafter, Du Yi and the fairy Kai arrived, though Kai partner, Ling Hukuan, was absent. Kai mentioned that Ling Hukuan had not yet returned. The two presented their gifts. Du Yi offered a set of high-grade first-tier formation plates, while Kai gifted 3 high-grade first-tier talismans. These offerings were indeed quite respectable for an ordinary gathering of friends. Qin Fan greeted them with a smile as they entered the courtyard. This time, Kai appeared less ostentatious than during her previous visit. Since Ling Hukuan had told her about Qin Fan's wife gifting him an entire island along with a second-tier beast, he had ceased giving her gifts, even suggesting that she should be the one to present him with offerings. The absence of gifts was equated with a lack of affection. This led to several quarrels between them, which only subsided when Ling Hukuan ventured into a secret realm. Upon seeing Qin Fan, Kai felt a bit shy and blushed. She had previously thought Qin Fan's partner was merely an ordinary first-layer cultivator, not realizing she was so affluent. While she had shown off her own possessions in front of Su Longyue, now wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Once inside the courtyard, both she and Du Yi were astonished to see the 5 little ones and turned to Qin Fan in unison. Du Yi exclaimed, "Qin Daoyu is this? 5 babies." They had always believed that this birthday celebration was meant for a single child. Qin Fan smiled and replied, "Yes, quintuplets." Du Yi and Kai were once again taken aback. Quintuplets. They then produced another gift, this time a bag filled with spirit stones, each contributing 2 additional medium-grade spirit stones, stating they were unaware it was a celebration for 5 babies and wished to add to their offering. Qin Fan insisted it was unnecessary, but they insisted on giving it, congratulating him once again. Su Longyue came over to greet them. Kai, noticing Su Longyue's evident pregnancy, shyly inquired, "You fairy, are you expecting again?" Su Longyue replied, "Not yet." Subsequently, Su Longyue and Qin Fan introduced the two to Wen Zhanqing and Shi Shaofan, following the earlier instruction to only mention their relationship with Su Longyue, omitting any titles such as the ancestors of the Lanyue Sect or Luoyuan Sect. The fairy Kai sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Wen Zhanqing, indicating her late stage of foundation establishment, leaving her profoundly astonished. Indeed, the family of Fairy Yu possesses remarkable wealth. It turns out that Fairy Yu's mother has achieved the late stage of foundation establishment. Although Fairy Yu's cultivation aptitude is lacking at the age of 20, she remains at the first layer of qi refining. Her family truly dotes on her, providing ample spirit stones to purchase an island. However, a family as formidable as hers should surely be among the 7 prominent cultivation families. Yet the Wen family is conspicuously absent from that list. Nevertheless, the vast southern region harbors many lesser-known and discreet cultivation families, and perhaps Fairy Yu's family is one of those hidden sections. Kai felt a curiosity about Fairy Yu's lineage but refrained from inquiring impolitely. This time, Fairy Kai was notably humble and courteous. Once everyone gathered, they commenced their meal. As they dined and conversed, the atmosphere remained pleasant, for aside from Su Longyue, all present were foundation establishment cultivators. Du Yi brought up the recent beast tide, expressing his deep sentiments regarding the matter. Chapter 176. The performance of the little ones. He recounted how he narrowly escaped death during the beast tide, attributing his near demise to his own carelessness. Upon witnessing the Qinglong Taoist breakthrough to the late Golden Core stage, he was overwhelmed with enthusiasm and recklessly charged forward to confront the third-grade golden-scaled barbarian bull. However, his heart sank when he encountered the sudden appearance of a 4th-grade demon beast and the surrounding 4th-grade formation. He believed that this time, he was surely doomed. Pausing for a moment, Du Yi expressed his lingering fear, stating, "If it hadn't been for the intervention of the Yuaning ancestors who eradicated the 4th-grade demon beasts, none of you would have seen me here today." Upon hearing this, Qin Fan glanced towards his mother-in-law and Shi Shaofan. noticing that the two Yuaning ancestors who had participated in the battle were engrossed as attentive listeners. His lips twitched slightly. Speaking of the beast tide, Fairy Kyer remarked, I have also heard about it. This beast tide was truly terrifying. Thankfully, my husband went to the secret realm and has not yet returned. I wouldn't dare venture out alone on the island, thus I did not participate in this beast tide. Otherwise, I fear I would have met a grim fate. Du Yi turned to Qin Fan and said, Friend Qin, it is fortunate that you had the foresight not to join the beast tide for the exorbitant rewards offered by the Qinlong Immortal City's merit list. It was indeed perilous. Several foundation-building cultivators I know perished in the beast tide. After a sigh, he shifted the conversation to the housing market in Qinlong Immortal City, noting that the fluctuations in property prices during this beast tide were remarkable. Initially, as the beast tide approached, the emergence of third-grade demon beasts led to a gradual decline in property prices. However, when the demon beasts besieged the city, prices plummeted drastically. After the Qinlong Daoist breakthrough to the late Golden Core stage, property prices surged once more. Yet, following the appearance of fourth-grade demon beasts that severely injured the Qinlong Daoist, prices once again plummeted to rock-bottom levels. It was said that at one point, a small independent courtyard on a second-grade upper-tier spirit vein in the inner city could be acquired for merely 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Eventually, after the Yuan Ing ancestor vanquished the fourth-grade demon beasts and the beast tide concluded, property prices in the Immortal City soared once again. Although they have yet to return to their peak, they have reached about 80 to 90% of their previous value, which remains beyond my means to afford. Had I known of this situation earlier, I would have sold everything I own to invest in a courtyard in the Immortal City. Now, I could easily make a fortune, reaping the rewards of my decades of effort in crafting array discs. It feels as though I have missed out on 1,000,000 spirit stones. Fairy Kyer gasped, adding, I heard from a friend in the Immortal City that during the beast tide, there was indeed someone who made a bold move to purchase properties, reportedly acquiring 50 shops. The locations were all of moderate quality, and now that prices have risen in the Immortal City, that person must have made a tremendous profit. For generations, his descendants will be able to relax and collect rent effortlessly. Dewey exclaimed, What? Who is this person? Fairy Kyer shook her head, replying, I don't know. My friend only mentioned it in passing. She wasn't in the city at the time, as she had gone to hunt demon beasts. Dewey remarked, I truly envy that individual. Our foresight is truly lacking, for we are solely fixated on hunting demonic beasts to earn military merit, exchange resources, and sell the materials of these beasts. Look at others, quietly sweeping through the markets, earning far more than we ever could. Moreover, if they refrain from hunting demonic beasts, they face no risk to their lives whatsoever. They are undeniably the greatest victors in this beast tide. Fairy Kyer also exhibited a hint of envy. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan quietly mused within. What a coincidence! That person is none other than myself. Yet, he refrained from voicing it aloud to avoid inciting jealousy. At that moment, when Changqing cast a glance in his direction, and their eyes met for an instant. Surprised, when Changqing discerned from Qin Fan's sudden expression that the person Du Yi and Fairy Kyer were discussing, who had visited 50 shops in the Immortal City, was indeed Qin Fan. Qin Fan promptly received a telepathic message from his mother-in-law. When Changqing inquired, Is that person they mentioned you? Qin Fan replied, Yes. When Changqing averted her gaze, her dark eyes swirling with thoughts, an ominous premonition washed over Qin Fan. He realized he was still too inexperienced. Having momentarily let his expression slip, inadvertently revealing himself to his mother-in-law. Seeking to shift the conversation, he mentioned that Qinlong Daoran had suffered a severe blow and that the vicinity of Qinlong Immortal City was reportedly becoming unsafe. Upon hearing this, Du Yi's expression darkened as he remarked, Indeed, while the prices of magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and formation plates have begun to decline since the end of the beast tide, the drop is rather slow, and they have yet to return to pre-beast tide levels. A significant upheaval is expected in the Immortal City. In a few days, I shall visit the Immortal City and may stay there for a year or two. Du Yi did not elaborate further, nor did Qin Fan and the others press for details. However, it was easy to surmise that as a formation master, Du Yi's prolonged stay in the Immortal City likely meant he had received an invitation from them. Seizing the opportunity, Fairy Kyer suggested, With Du Daoyu planning to head to the Immortal City at this juncture, it would leave only me and Daoyu Qin in this area. Should we arrange for patrols around the vicinity? On my island, there are still some cultivators in the Qi refinement stage. The turmoil in the Immortal City will inevitably give rise to rogue cultivators, and given our proximity to the city, it is likely that these rogues will come here. Qin Fan responded, we could set up a warning formation. As for the patrols, I currently have no cultivators available, but I can provide spirit stones. He understood that Fairy Kaier's Leifeng Island housed several combat cultivators, all brought by her partner, Lehuken, making them perfect for the task of patrolling. Subsequently, Qin Fan suggested that Du Yi establish this second-tier warning formation and inquired whether he would share the costs with them. Considering Du Yi's intent to reside in the Immortal City for a year or two, Du Yi agreed to share the expenses and expressed that he too lacked cultivators for patrolling, yet was willing to contribute spirit stones. He also hoped that Qin Fan and the Fairy Kaier would keep an eye on his Yunxian Mountain, although he would eventually head to the Qinglong Immortal City. He had rented Yunxian Mountain for 20 years, where he had planted his spiritual herbs and kept his maids and servants. The three of them discussed their plans over the dining table. After a hearty meal, Su Longyue mentioned that it was time to watch the children's performance. When Changqing, intrigued, asked about the performance, Su Longyue smiled mysteriously, saying, yes, Qin Fan has been preparing for a long time. Even I have not seen it yet. She, too, was filled with anticipation. In the courtyard, there was a small stage that had been set up long ago. Qin Fan led the children to the stage and then took out a set of drums he had crafted from his storage ring. He then brought his eldest child to the stage. The child eagerly seized the drumsticks beside him, his face alight with excitement. After exchanging a confirming glance with his father, Qin Fan retrieved a carefully made guitar from his storage ring and began to strum and sing Reverse Battle by the modern singer Zhang Jie. As he started to play, the eldest child enthusiastically began to beat the drums, keeping an excellent rhythm. Chapter 177, Mother-in-law Qin Fan. How is the preparation for the betrothal gift? In this tumultuous battlefield, the stormy youth makes his appearance. Amidst the roaring sounds of fierce flames and the cacophony enveloping the world. Come on, the counterattack is here. The ace is wild, traversing the universe to bring order to the world. Though many of the lyrics were incomprehensible to Su Longyue and the others, it did not detract from the moment. All eyes were on Qin Fan, singing on stage, and the exuberant da bao pounding on the drums. Su Wanli was invigorated by the lyrics, melody, and the rhythmic beats of the drums, spontaneously starting to bounce in place, embodying the essence of modern dance. The bao is fantastic. Brother-in-law is amazing, Su Wanli exclaimed. Air bao, sand bao, sea bao, and wu bao joined in, excitedly exclaiming ah, ah, ah. The atmosphere surged with enthusiasm. Shi Shaofan was utterly astonished. Qin Fan was truly exceptional. Not only could he create remarkably effective bathtubs, but he also crafted powerful lifelike dolls and designed unique yet stunning robes. Now, he had orchestrated such a captivating performance. What was that instrument he was playing? The drums da bao was striking sounded entirely different from the war drums of the mighty. The former was charming, adorable, and rhythmically engaging, while the latter was merely a battle drum, lacking the artistic flair of the former. As the song concluded, everyone was still in a daze when Su Longyue produced a small red lucky bag, smiling as she said, tips, tips. Might about Ting and is truly remarkable. This is a reward from Mother. Wen Zhanqing's eyes sparkled, and she immediately took out another red lucky bag, affectionately placing it into da bao's hands while cheerfully proclaiming, Ting and is splendid. This is a reward from Grandma. Afterward, she looked at Shi Shaofan, her smile nearly forming a straight line. Shi Shaofan's lips twitched, but this time, she genuinely took out a red lucky bag, smiling as she rewarded da bao, praising, Ting is exceptional. Your drumming is splendid, just like your father. Da bao joyfully accepted the gifts, followed by Air Bao, who performed a solo designed by Qin Fan specifically for her. She was responsible for both singing and playing. Given Air Bao's spirited personality, Qin Fan had modified the original lyrics of Digging to suit the little tiger girl. In this vast garden, I dig cheerfully, planting such large seeds, blooming such grand flowers. In this especially large garden, I dig joyfully, planting particularly large seeds, blossoming particularly grand flowers. In this super-duper enormous garden, I dig with delight, planting super-duper enormous seeds, blooming super-duper enormous flowers. Air bow performed with great joy, while at the opportune moment. Su Longyue showcased air bow's explosive sea urchin hairstyle in the air. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted, filling the air with mirth. Su Wanli's laughter rang the loudest, exclaiming that it was as if a thunderbolt had struck, sending Erbao's hair soaring into the heavens. How amusing! The performance was truly delightful. After the show, Erbao wore a radiant smile. Shi Shaofan, taking the initiative, offered a generous reward. Following her, Sam Bao, Si Bao, and Wu Bao showcased performances meticulously designed by Qin Fan. The entire spectacle left Su Longyue and the others entranced, their senses overwhelmed by the novelty of it all. Fairy Kyer was profoundly astonished. She had previously believed that Qin Fan had merely won the favor of the reclusive family's young lady, Su Longyue, through his looks. However, it became evident that Qin Fan possessed not only charm, but also remarkable talent and a playful spirit, making the experience exceptionally enjoyable. Indeed, it was the most entertaining performance she had ever witnessed. Initially expecting a show put on by toddlers to be merely tolerable, she was unexpectedly captivated by its brilliance. The atmosphere in the hall was electrified. After the performance, everyone indulged in food and drink, dispersing only as the sun began to set. As Shi Shaofan departed, she reflected on her earlier lavish generosity, having bestowed an abundance of precious gifts during the show. Embracing Wen Zhanqing, she wept. Wen Zhanqing, filled with joy, patted Shi Shaofan's back, chuckling. "Oh, how old are we? Why are you crying? This isn't a matter of life and death. We are only parting for a time. The events here are not yet concluded, and who knows, we may yet meet again. Besides, if you miss me, just send a message, and we can arrange a meeting." Shi Shaofan, is that really what I meant? Wen Zhanqing laughed heartily. All right, we wouldn't want the younger ones to see this, would we? No more tears. After bidding farewell to Shi Shaofan, Wen Zhanqing felt elated, her spirits lifted. Her gaze towards Qin Fan grew increasingly approving. To her surprise, this prospective son-in-law was indeed quite capable. No wonder he had captured her daughter's heart, prompting her to willingly bear child after child. Yet, as a thought struck her, she stroked her chin, her dark eyes glimmering with contemplation. After dinner, Wen Zhanqing summoned Qin Fan to her courtyard. Wen Zhanqing, please have a seat. Qin Fan settled onto a stone bench. Wen Zhanqing, Qin Fan, it seems you have formed a bond with my daughter, Yaya? Qin Fan, if the mother-in-law approves, then yes. Wen Zhanqing, since you intend to be bonded with my Yaya, have you prepared the betrothal gifts? Qin Fan, they are prepared. In truth, he had not prepared anything. He had nearly forgotten about the betrothal gifts. After all, having been a reclusive young man in the modern world, he had no girlfriend and thus lacked any understanding of the customs surrounding marriage. However, he quickly grasped the implications of his mother-in-law's words. The only uncertainty that lingered was how much the betrothal gifts should amount to. He offered his entire fortune, yet he still could not win the heart of the saintess from the Lunar Embrace sect. I wonder if he might be unceremoniously dismissed by his future mother-in-law. Wen Zhanqing's expression softened slightly. Very well, you shall transfer all 50 shops you acquired in the Qinglong Immortal City into Yaya's name as a dowry. At this, Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Is such a modest dowry truly sufficient? The mother-in-law of the Yuan Ying ancestor from the Lunar Embrace sect. Wen Zhanqing raised an eyebrow, questioning his willingness. Without hesitation, Qin Fan shook his head, proclaiming his eagerness. This is hardly a burden. I can also transfer my moon pavilion into Yaya's name. Su Longyue had already borne him 5 children and was expecting a 6th. His entire fortune could serve as a dowry for marrying her. Moreover, this sum is trivial in the eyes of the Lunar Embrace sect, Su Longyue, and Wen Zhanqing. He even felt it was somewhat inadequate. After hearing Qin Fan's response, Wen Zhanqing nodded. Go to the Qinglong Immortal City, complete the necessary procedures, and then return to me. In her heart, she mused, a man willing to offer his entire fortune as a dowry. Qin Fan is indeed a worthy candidate for my daughter. Having passed such a formidable trial, he must genuinely care for Yaya. Chapter 178. The recruitment of the Celestial City in the evening, after accompanying the little ones until they, along with Su Longyue, drifted into slumber, Qin Fan quietly slipped out of the room and made his way to the training chamber to commence his cultivation. With his mother-in-law nearby, he felt as though a mountain loomed over him, urging him to dedicate himself to his practice. Upon completing a full cycle of qi circulation, He felt that his body had absorbed the maximum amount of spiritual energy for the day and ceased his training. He then retrieved the corpse of Zheng Yuanshu, preparing to continue his processing of the body. Zheng Yuanshu, a nascent stage practitioner, although merely at the initial level of nascent stage, possessed a remarkably robust physique. Currently, as a mid-tier second-grade puppeteer, Qin Fan was unable to transform this body into a humanoid puppet, yet he could ensure that the corpse would not decay or emit foulness. Recalling the effectiveness of Su Tianchu's humanoid puppet, Qin Fan gazed at Zheng Yuanshu's body with eager anticipation. However, his current cultivation of the Grand Yen sword technique only allowed him to split off a thread of spiritual consciousness to control a single humanoid puppet. Once he mastered the next stage of this technique, he would be able to separate two strands of consciousness, thus controlling two humanoid puppets. It was indeed one of the formidable skills of Su Longyue, the notorious antagonist of the original story. After completing the processing of Zheng Yuanshu's corpse, Qin Fan produced the remains of a mid-tier second-grade golden-winged Dan Sparrow beast. During the recent beast tide, he had acquired numerous materials from second-grade beasts, including 3 complete mid-tier second-grade golden-winged Dan Sparrows and 5 mid-tier second-grade blue wolf beasts. Once he crafted these 8 beast corpses into puppets, he would possess both terrestrial and aerial combat puppets, capable of forming a battle array. The golden-winged Dan Sparrow, a fire attribute flying beast, could launch long-range fire attacks, while the blue wolf beast excelled in close combat with its formidable physique. This would render confrontations significantly easier. Within 2 days, Qin Fan successfully crafted 2 mid-tier second-grade golden-winged Dan Sparrow puppets. After informing Su Longyue, he departed from Warm Island and journeyed to Qinglong Celestial City. With his mother-in-law present on Warm Island, he felt no concern for safety. Upon arriving at Qinglong Celestial City, Qin Fan transferred ownership of the 50 shops he had purchased to Su Longyue's name. The staff at the city lord's office were utterly astonished throughout the entire process. Greetings, Taoist Qin. All contracts have been successfully amended, the responsible official stated, handing a stack of jade slips to Qin Fan. Qin Fan accepted the jade slips and stored them in his storage ring, preparing to leave just as GZ arrived. Taoist Qin? GZ exclaimed in surprise. Then, as realization dawned, his eyes widened, and he asked, "Are you the Qin Fan who purchased 50 shops in our celestial city?" Qin Fan nodded affirmatively. Taoist Qin, you are truly remarkable. Your insight is exceptional. To place such trust in Qinglong Celestial City, who would dare to acquire 50 shops in one go, especially during a time when property values have plummeted, including an entire street of shops? He, a direct disciple of the Azure Dragon Taoist, once hesitated to purchase property within the immortal city during those times. Now he approached, having heard of Qin Fan's acquisition of 50 shops, eager to witness this for himself. To his surprise, it was indeed this Qin Fan. Qin Fan possesses remarkable insight. Quietly, he has amassed great wealth from behind the scenes, evoking a sense of envy even in cultivators of the Golden Core stage like himself. I have yet to congratulate you on your breakthrough to Foundation establishment. Why didn't you host a banquet in the Immortal City? GZ inquired with a smile. Qin Fan replied, No, I held a low-key banquet outside, inviting a few friends. You truly are discreet. Many have speculated about the identity of the one who purchased 50 shops during this period. Previously, Wang Fugue came to handle the property transfer. May I ask what is the relationship between Taoist Wang and Taoist Qin? Qin Fan replied, He is my cousin. The puppet I refined is indeed a cousin. Ah, so he is your cousin. No wonder he seemed familiar, GZ remarked. I heard you came today to transfer the ownership of the shops. Have they all been sold? Qin Fan answered, No, I transferred all the shops to my wife's name. GZ was greatly astonished, then gave Qin Fan a thumbs up. Taoist Qin, you are truly a devoted husband. Qin Fan offered no further explanation. GZ then extended an invitation for Qin Fan to become a guest elder of Azure Dragon Immortal City, requiring only an annual provision of a certain quota of second-tier mid-grade magical tools. Moreover, he would not need to reside permanently in the city, allowing for greater freedom compared to other guest elders, with even better treatment. However, upon hearing this, Qin Fan shook his head. I apologize, Senior G, but I do not have such intentions at this time. Thank you for your kind offer. The position of guest elder in the Immortal City is indeed coveted by many Foundation establishment cultivators. Yet, Azure Dragon Immortal City is like a fragile boat in a storm, on the verge of facing great calamity, and he prefers to remain uninvolved. Before he has fully established himself, he wishes only to live a modest life with his wife and children. GZ was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Qin Fan to decline their offer. However, thinking of Qin Fan's master, a late-stage golden core cultivator, he soon understood. With a smile, he added, "Should Taoist Qin change his mind and wish to assume the role of guest elder, Azure Dragon Immortal City will always welcome you." After exiting the city lord's mansion, Qin Fan received a message from Wang Fatty. The two arranged to meet in a private room of a restaurant in the Immortal City. Wang Fatty had broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The two brothers chatted while dining. Wang Fatty expressed, "Cultivation is exceedingly difficult. I have been practicing day and night for the past 6 months. Fortunately, I earned a fair amount as an intermediary for crafting magical tools for you, allowing me to exchange for numerous resources within the sect. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I would reach the 9th layer. Come, let us drink to that." Wang Fatty raised his cup and clinked it with Qin Fan's, then downed it in one go. After sipping a mouthful of wine, Wang Fatty recounted to Qin Fan the recent beast tide, mentioning that he was engaged in a challenging endeavor at the time and could not attend. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unpredictable. He remarked that he had just returned from the funeral of Yanzi, whose remarkable talent was nearly on par with the highest quality spiritual roots, with the potential to attain the golden core stage in this lifetime. Unfortunately, he met his demise during the beast tide, rendering all hopes futile. After another sip of wine, Wang Fatty lamented, "These times are chaotic. Survival is paramount. One must live long enough to witness more of the ever-changing tides." He resolved to participate less in future beast tides and secret realms. Expressing his intent to learn more from Qin Fan, he recounted how senior sister Siem mentioned that prior to their participation in the beast tide, they had sought out Qin Fan on Warm Island to procure spiritual artifacts and had invited him to join in the beast tide siege. Wang Fatty felt fortunate that Qin Fan had declined, reflecting on the grim consequences that could have ensued. One of their peers in the Foundation establishment stage had perished, and had it not been for senior brother Yan's intervention, both of them might have fallen victim to that beast tide. Subsequently, Wang Fatty shared another piece of news with Qin Fan, stating that upon arriving in Immortal City, he had encountered Qin Fan's uncle, Qin Dayo, outside the city. Chapter 179. The Hidden Spiritual Roots. Upon hearing these words, Qin Fan was taken aback, his expression betraying his astonishment. After his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage, his memory had become remarkably acute. He quickly sifted through the information regarding his indigenous identity, provided by the system, and discovered details about Qin Dayo, including his appearance. Qin Dayo was the original's paternal uncle, who had looked after him since the original's parents had passed away early, leaving him to rely on the kindness of the villagers. However, how had this ordinary man, who had always resided in Shitsuan, suddenly arrived in Qinglong Immortal City? Wang Pengzi immediately addressed Qin Fan. "Do you remember your uncle's eldest son who went missing in his youth?" "Yes, Xiaohu," Qin Fan replied. "Indeed, it is Qin Xiaohu. He has returned, and remarkably, he has joined a sect in Zhongzhou, becoming a direct disciple of a golden core elder, who even recognizes him as an adopted son. He has already reached the Foundation establishment stage. Previously, it was too perilous for him to return to the southern region before establishing his foundation. Now that he has returned, it's extraordinary. Your uncle Dayo is now a second-layer Qi practitioner, having embarked on the path of immortality. He currently resides in the outer city of Qinglong Immortal City to cultivate." Qin Fan was somewhat astonished by this revelation. Qin Xiaohu was only a year younger than him and Wang Pengzi. Yet, during the selection of immortal seedlings by the celestial beings from Qiyigu when they visited Shitsuan, the original had missed the opportunity due to being on the mountain. Qin Xiaohu was in the village at that time. How had he not been selected? Noticing Qin Fan's incredulity, Wang Pengzi remarked, "You find this surprising too, don't you? When I was chosen as an immortal seedling by Qiyigu, Qin Xiaohu also participated in the assessment, but no spiritual root was detected in him at that time. Does he possess hidden spiritual roots?" Qin Fan inquired. "Indeed, both he and your uncle Dayo have hidden spiritual roots. His disappearance was not truly a case of vanishing. Rather, he was fortuitously discovered by a Zhongzhou cultivator who was pursuing him, who utilized a secret method to reveal his hidden spiritual root, which is of the earth element. That Zhongzhou cultivator took him away without allowing him the chance to bid farewell to your Uncle Dio, nor did he leave any word behind. It was only after Qin Xiaohu established his foundation that he returned. Subsequently, he also discovered that your Uncle Dio possesses a low-grade spiritual root, assisting him in embarking on the path of immortality. This made Qin Fan ponder about his third son, who lacked spiritual roots. However, he shook his head. Both the system and Su Longyue's unique bloodline testing method had failed to detect any spiritual roots in Sanbao, indicating the absence of hidden roots. After dinner, Qin Fan prepared a gift and, together with Wang Pengzi, made their way to the outer city of the Immortal City to visit Qin Dio. Having previously been there, Wang Pengzi knew where Qin Dio resided and led Qin Fan directly to the courtyard where Qin Dio shared accommodations with others. Upon their arrival, they found that Qin Dio had yet to return. The two settled down, not in haste, under the corridor of the courtyard, gazing at the distant blue mountains while engaging in conversation. Most of the time, Wang Pengzi recounted tales from their childhood, with Qin Fan occasionally interjecting a word or two, playing the role of an attentive listener. Typically, Qin Fan is a man of few words, which is why Wang Pengzi has not realized that the Qin Fan beside him is no longer the same person he once knew. By evening, Qin Dio returned home, his body weary and drained of spiritual energy. He appeared considerably thinner than Qin Fan's recollections of him. The memory of Qin Dio was of a man who was slightly plump, but now he resembled a slender pole. Moreover, he walked with a slight stoop, akin to the lowly spirit farmers and herb cultivators struggling for a living. However, upon seeing him and Wang Pengzi, Qin Dio's eyes brightened and his pace quickened. "Xiao Fan, Xiao Feng," Qin Dio exclaimed joyfully. "Uncle Dio," Qin Fan replied. "Uncle Dio," Wang Pengzi echoed. Wang Pengzi then informed Qin Dio that he had seen Qin Fan in Xianxing and mentioned that Qin Fan resided here, prompting Qin Fan to suggest they come to visit him. With a smile, Qin Dio welcomed them into his home and invited them to sit. He then went into the inner room and retrieved a jar of earthy-colored liquor. As he opened the jar, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. "Xiao Fan, it has been over a year since we last met, and your cultivation seems quite impressive. What realm have you reached?" "Now, even I, your Uncle Dio, am a cultivator." He chuckled while pouring the wine. Before Qin Fan could respond, Wang Pengzi interjected, "Uncle Dio, Qin Fan is remarkable now. He has established his foundation." Qin Dio paused in shock, gazing at Qin Fan in astonishment. Since Qin Fan had suppressed his spiritual pressure upon arrival, lower-tier cultivators perceived him as formidable but remained unaware of his true cultivation level. Quickly setting down the wine jar, Qin Dio approached Qin Fan with delight. "Xiao Fan, you have established your foundation." Qin Fan nodded with a smile. "Yes, Uncle Dio, I stumbled upon some opportunities outside and coincidentally established my foundation." Qin Dio laughed heartily. "What coincidence? This is the result of your diligent efforts." "Excellent, excellent. In our stone village, we now have 2 foundation-established cultivators." He turned to Xiao Feng, saying, "You will be next. Once you establish your foundation, our village will boast 3 foundation cultivators." Subsequently, Qin Dio inquired if Wang Pengzi had mentioned anything about his son, Qin Xiaohu. Qin Fan nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Qin Dio to cheerfully recount the details of Qin Xiaohu. During his previous conversation with Wang Pengzi, he had not elaborated, but now he shared that Qin Xiaohu was affiliated with a sect in Zhongzhou called Taichu Sect, a prominent establishment with a deity-level ancestor overseeing it, comparable to the top 3 sects in the southern region. Wang Pengzi expressed surprise that Uncle Dio had not mentioned this before, to which Qin Dio responded with a smile. "There was no need. I didn't want to burden you with worries." He continued, explaining that now that Qin Fan had also established his foundation as a rogue cultivator, unlike Wang Pengzi who had the support of a sect, it would be prudent for Qin Fan to mention his acquaintances in Zhongzhou's Taichu Sect should he ever find himself in a perilous situation, as it might help him fend off threats. In both the modern world and the realm of cultivation, background and connections serve as a vital trump card. Wang Fatty feigned jealousy, claiming that Qin Dio was biased, as the 3 of them laughed heartily over drinks and conversation. Qin Fan also felt a long-lost sense of ordinary warmth. After a while, a voice echoed from the courtyard, calling out, "Qin Dio, it's time to collect the spirit rice." Upon hearing this, Qin Dio's expression subtly shifted. Yet he smiled as he informed Qin Fan and Wang Fatty that he would step out for a moment. Subsequently, Qin Dao exited. The mid-stage Qi practitioner in the courtyard, upon seeing Qin Dao emerge, wore a stern expression and stated that today as harvest of spirit rice had been completed. He had already assessed the yield, which amounted to 580 pounds. According to the stipulation of 60% to be submitted, the family should receive 408 pounds. However, Qin Dao had only submitted 340 pounds, leaving a shortfall of 68 pounds that he was required to make up. Qin Dao bowed in deference, pleading with the steward. When we signed the contract, it was stated that only 50% of the spirit rice was to be delivered annually, allowing me to keep the remaining 50%. Why has this suddenly increased to 60%? The steward coldly replied, while the contract does not specify this, it does state that all interpretative rights belong to the Qi family. The terms have changed. 60% must now be submitted. Why are you being so verbose? Hurry and deliver the remaining 68 pounds. As he spoke, the mid-stage Qi practitioner's spiritual pressure emanated with palpable intensity. Chapter 180. The sound of slaps just as his spiritual pressure was unleashed, before it could even reach Qin Dao. A far more formidable spiritual pressure surged forth, toppling Manager Qi to the ground. Manager Qi gazed in astonishment at Qin Fan and Wang Fadi as they emerged from Qin Dao's abode. Particularly, when his eyes fell upon Qin Fan, a tremor coursed through his entire being, rendering his speech incoherent. Foundation establishment expert, quickly rising to his feet. Manager Qi donned a sycophantic smile as he addressed Qin Fan. Senior, you misunderstand. I am merely a lowly steward of the Qi family, here on business. With a friend like you, Qin Dao's share of spiritual rice for this year will adhere to the contract's stipulated 50%. Next year, we shall renegotiate, and I will do my utmost to persuade the family to offer Qin Dao more favorable terms. With that, Manager Qi hurriedly departed, fearing that lingering even a moment longer might lead to his demise at the hands of Qin Fan. Although the Qi family possessed their own foundation establishment ancestor, troubling them with such trivial matters would only reflect poorly on his competence. Once Manager Qi had left, Qin Dao expressed his gratitude to Qin Fan, lamenting the Qi family's audacity. The contract clearly states 50%, and last year we submitted 50% of the spiritual rice. Yet this year, they suddenly demand 60%. He was understandably opposed, as his livelihood depended on the cultivation of spiritual rice. Each day began before dawn, laboring tirelessly. The cultivation of spiritual rice required meticulous care from spiritual farmers using various spells, which in turn drained their mana. By the time he returned home, he was utterly depleted of spiritual energy. The toil was akin to the struggles of mundane farming, yet even more arduous, for upon returning at night, he still needed to cultivate and absorb spiritual energy, lest he find himself incapable of casting spells the following day. Thus, in less than 2 years since arriving in Qinglong Immortal City, Qin Dao had lost over 30 pounds, transforming from a once robust figure into a frail middle-aged man. After cursing the Qi family for their despicable behavior, Wang Fadi, still somewhat perplexed, inquired of Qin Dao, Uncle Dao, hasn't Little Tiger already become a disciple of a major sect? Why do you still toil as a spiritual farmer for the Qi family? Why not acquire your own land and cultivate spiritual rice? Qin Dao's expression soured as he replied, land suitable for growing spiritual rice is exorbitantly priced. I cannot afford it. Although Little Tiger has joined the sect, his resource consumption is substantial, and he requires a significant amount of spiritual stones for daily needs. I have little to offer him, so I thought to earn more spiritual stones to ensure he has a better life in the sect. Once Little Tiger thrives, I too might share in the blessings. Wang Fadi chose not to press further, feeling a sense of unease. He was still at Qibyegu, where competition was fierce. Acquiring resources within the sect demanded effort. Yet he had never considered relying on his parents from the mundane world for support. Instead, it was always he who returned home to assist them. The sect where Qin Xiaohu resides is far more formidable than his own, and his aptitude is significantly superior. Disciples with Earth's spiritual roots naturally attract the sect's attention, even when it comes to resources and spirit stones. Qin Xiaohu could earn more through his own efforts than what Qin Dao could derive from cultivating spiritual rice for the Qi family over several years. Qin Fan discerned this fact, but chose not to confront it directly. It is a matter of mutual consent. One is willing to engage while the other is willing to endure. In modern society, there are many instances where parents toil throughout their lives to provide for their children, purchasing homes, cars, and facilitating marriages and families. As for the noble paternal devotion exhibited by Qin Dao, only time will reveal whether it proves fruitful or not. He inquired, Uncle Dao, aside from cultivating spiritual rice, do you possess any other cultivation techniques? Qin Dao shook his head, admitting he had only learned a few minor spells for cultivating spiritual rice, which were taught to him by Xiaohu. Qin Fan suggested, why not learn talisman crafting? Becoming a talisman master could yield more spirit stones than cultivating spiritual rice and would elevate your status. Furthermore, it is far less laborious than being a spiritual farmer. Wang Ponzi immediately concurred. Indeed, Uncle Dao, you should consider learning talisman crafting. It is one of the 4 arts of cultivation and is quite accessible. I know a bit myself and could teach you. Qin Dao, scratching the back of his head in a somewhat naive manner, expressed doubt. Do you think I can manage that? Qin Fan encouraged, you can certainly give it a try. I possess a foundational talisman crafting inheritance. As he spoke, Qin Fan produced a jade slip and handed it to Qin Dao. This was one of the spoils he had acquired during his hunt on Twin Peaks. Such items could be replicated and sold, rendering them relatively valueless to him at present, yet they held significant importance for someone like Qin Dao, who was in the early stages of qi refinement. Qin Dao was taken aback and quickly declined, exclaiming, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Xiaofan, you are a loose cultivator and have just established your foundation. You will undoubtedly have many places to use spirit stones. You should sell this instead. Qin Fan assured him that he had replicated several copies and insisted that Qin Dao accept it without burdening himself. You can replicate it? Qin Dao was astonished. Qin Fan nodded and subsequently produced 2 replicated versions for Qin Dao to inspect. Upon seeing them, Qin Dao finally accepted the jade slip, but still cautioned Qin Fan to be discreet about his wealth and avoid extravagance with spirit stones. He then reflected that he had always yearned for the life of an immortal, yet upon truly becoming one, he realized it was no less arduous than that of a farmer. Earning spirit stones was indeed more challenging than acquiring silver. Afterward, Qin Fan informed Qin Dao that he had opened a shop in Qinglong Immortal City named Moonlight Pavilion, providing him with the specific location, which Qin Dao carefully noted. The vastness of Qinglong Immortal City was overwhelming, and even residing in the outer city felt immense. He feared he might lose his way without a proper record. 3 days later, Qin Fan assessed the 4 new branches of Moonlight Pavilion he had opened. There were 2 branches dedicated to magical tools and 2 for material acquisition. In the enchanting city of Qinglei, the Moon Pavilion boasts 6 establishments. After finishing a video communication with Su Longyue at the Misty Rain residence, a message talisman flew in, sent by Xinyu. The content conveyed that Qin Fan happened to be in the city and that she intended to come tomorrow to collect the previously ordered spiritual artifact. Inquiring if Qin Fan would be available, the floral-shaped spiritual artifact that Xinyu had ordered was already crafted by Qin Fan. He replied succinctly, of course. On the following day, Xinyu arrived at the Misty Rain residence. Upon inspecting the floral-shaped artifact, she was exceedingly pleased. She could hardly believe that Qin Daoist's talent for inscriptions was so remarkable, as he had swiftly grasped the water spike inscription. Initially, she had planned to retrieve the artifact a month later. But due to an unforeseen beast tide and her doubts that Qin Fan could comprehend the second-tier water spike inscription within such a short time, she had postponed her visit. Now, holding the intricately inscribed floral artifact, she was genuinely astonished by Qin Fan's inscriptional prowess.